Shoo, look. That illegitimate child has really been brought back. Are you crazy? What illegitimate child? That's the madam's own son. Young Master Tianyan is the one who was mistakenly raised as the rightful heir. Doesn't this mean Bai Ning is about to rise to the top? The Bai Corporation is one of the 4 major conglomerates, controlling the Federation's energy and mineral resources. A single move from them can shake the entire Federation. What do you know? With young Master Tianyan's talent, what is Bai Ning in comparison? Even if he's back, he's just a stepping stone. In the central district of the Federation, at the old residence of the Bai Corporation, Bai Ning stood at the entrance of a luxurious villa, listening to the murmurs coming from afar. The foyer was so spacious it resembled a small plaza, and the polished black crystal floor was so shiny it reflected his image. He wore old clothes that had been washed so many times they faded, looking like a fool who had stumbled into a wealthy household by mistake. Before he could take in the full view of the grand mansion, a fiery red figure blocked his path, accompanied by a pungent perfume. Stop! Get out! The girl had delicate features, and her beautiful almond-shaped eyes were filled with disdain and rejection. Bai Ning raised an eyebrow slightly. Oh, so this is the welcoming ceremony for a long-lost family member? The girl's slender finger nearly poked his nose. Listen up, you country bumpkin. Don't dream of replacing Tianyan's position just because you carry the title of the real son. Trash like you isn't even worthy of carrying my shoes. After finishing her rant, the girl turned and left with a look of disgust. On the main seat sat an elegant lady, who had remained silent while the girl spoke, evidently tacitly approving of her attitude. Bai Ning shifted his gaze to this lady. She wore a perfectly tailored silk cheongsam in a shade of pale yellow, her figure well maintained with graceful curves. With an oval face, willow leaf eyebrows, and impeccable features, she exuded an overwhelming aura of superiority and power. The lady also stared at Bai Ning, a faint ripple flickering in her eyes before quickly returning to indifference. Since you're back, follow the family's arrangements obediently, she said flatly, not even bothering to address Bai Ning by his name. She simply sat upright, her chin slightly raised. Your eldest brother is the youngest general in the Federation. Your second brother is a renowned S-class ability genius at the Research Institute. As for Xiaoqi, Tianyan, she deliberately emphasized this name. 3 months ago, the family held an awakening ceremony for him. Not only did he awaken an S-class thunder elemental ability, but he has also officially advanced to the first intermediate rank. The lady, Yuli, looked at Bai Ning with cold, condescending eyes. He may not be our biological son, but your talent pales in comparison to his. Bai Ning listened quietly, his gaze fixed on the cold face of the woman who was supposedly his biological mother. After 18 years of living as a transmigrator, he was suddenly told today that he was the biological son of the 3rd branch of the Bai Corporation. He initially thought this was just a cliched family drama, only to realize it was a cruel tale of hatred. Fine. As a transmigrator, he had faced and overcome countless challenges. He wouldn't be intimidated by a bunch of scornful faces. A smirk tugged at the corner of his lips, and he let out a lazy chuckle. Well, this is new. I was doing just fine in District 78, and out of nowhere, I get dragged to the Central District. The moment I step into the house, you all start calling me trash, without even thinking of welcoming me? Are you messing with me? Yuli frowned deeply, clearly unhappy with his attitude. Bringing you back is already your good fortune. From now on, fix those useless habits of yours and stop embarrassing us outside. Bai Ning scratched his head, then casually found a chair to sit on. He crossed his legs and leaned lazily against the backrest. Send me back to the slums. Whoever wants to be your useless son can take the role. Yuli's face darkened at the sight of his roguish demeanor. You think this is a place where you get to call the shots? Bringing you back is for you, as the illegitimate son, to help Tianyan secure the position of the next head of the family. Starting tomorrow, you'll both enter the First Ability Academy. Prepare yourself to pave the way for him. Bai Ning was stunned, almost thinking he had heard wrong. You're turning me, the real son, into an illegitimate child? Letting someone with no blood relation to me take my place? And you want me to help him become the head of the family? Are you out of your mind? Bai Ning rolled his eyes, too lazy to listen to more nonsense. A corporation? So what? Just a bunch of parasites. They might have endless wealth, unmatched status, and countless ability resources. But for him to endure humiliation here? Fat chance. He stood up, dusted off his pants, and prepared to leave. I heard, a cold, steady voice laced with icy menace sounded from behind, that you have a few good friends in the slums. I wonder how they're doing now that you're gone. Bai Ning's footsteps halted immediately. A frigid rage ignited in his heart, spreading through his entire body. He stood in silence for a long moment before finally speaking, his words heavy with suppressed fury. "You're threatening me." Yuli offered no reply. Bai Ning slowly turned to face the so-called mother seated in the main position, a dry laugh escaping his chest. "You said your son, Bai Tianyan, is an S-class ability genius?" Yuli nodded proudly. "Then what about SS class? Or SSS class ability users? What do they mean to your so-called top-tier corporation? In this place, there aren't even any SS levels? And you consider S-level a genius?" Bai Ning spoke with disdain, clearly unimpressed by S-level abilities. His arrogant attitude seemed utterly childish and laughable in Yuli's eyes. "Over 70% of the common folk in this world can only awaken the lowest E-level," Yuli said, her tone dripping with superiority. "Some people get lucky and can awaken to C-level or D-level abilities. But to awaken anything above B-level? Without the guiding serums monopolized by our four major conglomerates, it's simply impossible. Even for the core descendants of our families, fewer than 20% awaken to A-level or above, let alone S-level." She paused before continuing, "As for SS-level? If one appears, it becomes a major event for the entire Federation. And SSS-level? The living can be counted on one hand, they are all pinnacle 9th-tier masters." Bai Ning chuckled. "So, it seems that no SSS-level abilities have appeared for a long time?" "That's correct," Yuli affirmed. His eyes sparkled. "All right, then prepare the awakening ceremony for me. I'll show you what true power looks like." Yuli sneered slightly. "Don't worry, even if you only awaken to E-level, the Bai family can still get you into the first academy." "E-level?" Bai Ning glanced at the small line of text at the bottom right of his vision. "Ability, awaiting awakening Eye of Time and Space, SSS-level, capable of devouring assets to grow into God level." "What now?" "As a transmigrator equipped with a cheat, my awakening starts at SSS-level. And it can devour assets to rise all the way to God level? They want to use me as a stepping stone? Dream on." Yuli ordered her servants, "Prepare the awakening ceremony. Use the awakening pod I brought from the Yu family and follow Tian Yan's specifications exactly." The servants replied softly and swiftly got to work. Soon, several of them carefully carried in a silver-white awakening pod and placed it in the center of the hall. Following that, 7 or 8 researchers in white coats respectfully entered the room. Bai Ning noticed how they all bowed toward Yuli, their expressions devout as if worshipping a deity. After Yuli nodded, the researchers spread out and took their positions around the awakening pod. An elderly man with a powerful presence stood at the center, while the others assisted him. Countless projections of virtual lines extended from their fingertips, connecting to the pod. Within this intangible spiritual field, the awakening pod began to glow softly. A servant approached Bai Ning, handing him a glass tube containing a pale blue liquid. Yuli's voice rang out at just the right moment. "This is a guiding serum prepared in advance by the family. It's the same one Tian Yan used." Bai Ning understood her intent: fairness. Under identical conditions, she wanted him to see the gap between himself and Tian Yan after the awakening. Bai Ning sneered coldly. "No need to waste it. Just convert it into cash for me." The moment those words left his mouth, the room erupted into an uproar. Yuli's lips curled into a mocking smile, and a few suppressed chuckles echoed around them. The awakening ceremony was the only chance for an ordinary person to change their destiny in their entire life. Even members of the conglomerate families treated the ceremony with extreme caution, fearing that any oversight could affect the results. To reject the guiding serum, in their eyes, was like giving up one's future for money, utter foolishness. Ignoring their reactions, Bai Ning strode forward and reclined into the awakening pod. Yuli frowned and gestured for a servant to bring the guiding serum over, even if they had to force it down Bai Ning's throat. She wasn't genuinely concerned about his future, she merely feared that if he awakened to a worthless E-level ability, he would lose any value to her. The servant obeyed, approaching the awakening pod. However, as soon as they stepped into the spiritual field, a violent surge of energy erupted, flinging them backward. The serum fell to the ground, and the pale blue liquid quickly vanished upon touching the floor. Yuli's face darkened instantly. Useless fools. Bai Ning had just laid down and hadn't even spoken when a sudden chill coursed through his entire body. The previously imperceptible spiritual energy now became vividly clear in his eyes. A soft chime echoed in his mind. At the same time, the small line of text at the bottom right of his vision finally changed: SSS-level ability awakening in progress. The golden finger he'd waited 18 years for had finally activated. Under the influence of a mysterious force, the spiritual energy wandering in the air was instantly summoned, transforming into a golden torrent. The spiritual field expanded rapidly as a bizarre wind swept through the hall. The door of the awakening pod closed, and Bai Ning shut his eyes with anticipation. What would this SSS-level eye of time and space be like? Over the years, he had witnessed the wealthy and powerful slaughtering civilians with impunity. He had seen the blind worship of the masses toward the elites. The four major conglomerates were like towering mountains, hoarding all the best resources while those below could only look up in hope. On the way back to the Bai family, he'd worried about whether he might be assimilated into this corrupt system. But now, his heart was as calm as still water. SSS-level eye of time and space awakening successful. Physical reconstruction in progress. Wisdom and insight awakening in progress. An indescribable force engulfed his entire being. Bai Ning's consciousness seemed to detach from his body, soaring into the boundless cosmos. Gazing down, the steel forests of the Federation appeared as insignificant as dust. With a mere thought, the scene zoomed instantly into focus before his eyes. The history of this world played out in his mind like a reel of film. Release. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Accompanying the sound of the clock, the scene transformed into a two-dimensional space that could be freely fast-forwarded and rewound. So, this was the power of a god. Bai Ning felt so exhilarated he could almost fly. Outside, the researchers were deathly pale, filled with terror. At the very center, a 7th-rank psychic ability user was trembling uncontrollably, his complexion ashen. The psychic energy within his body spiraled out of control, surging toward the awakening chamber like a flood. The 5th and 6th rank researchers nearby were in even worse condition. Some were completely drained, their legs giving out as they fell to their knees, one of them even rolling his eyes back in faint. Yuli stood up abruptly and strode toward the awakening chamber, her mind a chaotic mess. The higher one's ability rank, the stricter the requirements for a psychic domain. Typically, the consortium would send a 7th-rank psychic expert to guard such events. This level of power was sufficient to handle any unforeseen circumstances. After all, a 7th-rank ability user was already a top-tier existence in the outside world, capable of earth-shattering feats. Only the consortium had the resources to assemble such an extravagant lineup to oversee the awakening ceremony. When Tianyan awakened in S-rank ability, the researchers had merely shown mild surprise. Yuli had once witnessed a relative from the Yu family awakening during her childhood. At the time, the researchers had all furrowed their brows, and the scene had left her awestruck for a long time. That relative had awakened in SS rank ability. And now, she dared not imagine the level of surprise her son, lost for 18 years, would bring. Suddenly, the awakening chamber exploded. An invisible wave of energy burst forth from Bai Ning, rippling outward with tremendous force. The researchers were all knocked to the ground by the shockwave. Yuli's voice trembled as she spoke, SSS rank. She didn't need to elaborate further. The overwhelming aura emanating from Bai Ning was unmistakably that of a top-tier SSS rank ability, an extraordinarily powerful one at that. The hall fell eerily silent in an instant. All eyes fixated on Bai Ning. In this fateful awakening ceremony, this young man had become the unparalleled ace without a shred of doubt. Yuli, overwhelmed with emotion, grasped Bai Ning's hand tightly. Good child, you are extraordinary. Her feelings were complex, but her tone carried a rare warmth and affection. Quick, bring the highest grade blood vitality potion. And prepare a lavish feast. Xiao Ning has finally come home, he must be starving. A flurry of commands snapped the still-stunned servants into action. Meanwhile, Yuli held Bai Ning's hand and walked with him down the corridor, even personally pulling out a chair for him at the dining table. When Bai Tianyan entered, he was greeted by the sight of a warm, mother and son tableau, and a pang of bitterness struck his heart. He took a deep breath and forced a smile toward Bai Ning. You're finally home. If you delayed any longer, you'd have missed tomorrow's entrance exam for the First Ability Academy. The country bumpkin, seated properly at the table, looked at him with a faint trace of mockery in his eyes, making Bai Tianyan grit his teeth in hatred. The First Ability Academy? Bai Ning asked, lifting an eyebrow. Exactly. It's the Federation's most prestigious institution. Every head of a major consortium has graduated from there, Bai Tianyan explained, suppressing his disdain as he sat at the table, feigning patience. Although we could leverage family connections to get in, I think it's fairer to go through the entrance exams like everyone else. Don't you agree? He was still unaware of Bai Ning's recent awakening. In his mind, exposing the stark difference between their abilities during the entrance test would make their parents realize that blood ties were insignificant, only a talented son was worth investing in. This would secure his position. Yet Bai Ning appeared completely unfazed. Instead, he nodded gently with a warm smile. Alright, let's compete based on merit. Don't get too cocky. The First Ability Academy has incredibly high standards, Bai Tianyan said confidently. Ordinary people need at least an A-rank ability to even stand a chance. And the combat evaluation is even stricter, just awakening isn't enough to pass easily. It's understandable if you can't keep up with our pace since you just got back. Bai Ning nodded leisurely. How's your current strength? Since awakening my S-rank lightning ability, I've been pushing myself to the limit, Bai Tianyan replied, a smirk playing on his lips as lightning flickered around him. Just now, I broke through to the upper tier of the first rank. For some lesser ability academies, graduating students were required to reach at least the first rank's upper tier. Achieving this level before even enrolling was certainly impressive. As expected, Yuli nodded in satisfaction. Bai Tianyan cast a glance at Bai Ning, waiting for him to react with shock. But Bai Ning merely rested his chin on his hand, chewing his meat with an air of nonchalance. Oh, seems like you've worked hard, he commented calmly, as if evaluating an ordinary side dish. The smug expression on Bai Tianyan's face froze instantly, and a surge of anger welled up in his chest. Worked hard? Those two dismissive words, tossed out so casually, came from someone who had just crawled out of the gutter? Humph. He swallowed his fury, masking it with a cold chuckle. He shot Bai Ning a meaningful glance. You haven't awakened, right? That's fine. Honestly, even if you're D rank or E rank, it doesn't matter. As long as you behave, the family will pave the way for you. He was so immersed in his own schemes that he failed to notice Yuli's awkward and stiff demeanor. Oh, I just awakened, Bai Ning said lightly. Bai Tianyan's eyes instantly lit up, and he leaned forward eagerly, staring at Bai Ning. What rank? Tell me so I can share your excitement. Bai Ning calmly finished the meat on his plate. Probably SSS-Level. What did you say? Bai Tianyan abruptly stood up, the chair scraping against the floor with a piercing sound. Mom, he's lying, right? This can't be real. For decades, no one in the conglomerate had awakened to an SSS-Level ability. How could it be such a coincidence that it happened to him? Bai Tianyan immediately turned to look at Yuli. Yuli, looking slightly awkward, pulled at him with a complex expression and said, it's indeed SSS-Level, no doubt about it. His mental field is completely out of control, even a 7th-tier master array user has been drained. This can't possibly be fake. Each word was like a heavy hammer striking Bai Tianyan's heart. His body swayed, and he fell back into the chair. Yuli's expression grew more complicated, her tone carrying deeper meaning. You should feel happy for Xiaoning. You two are blood brothers. In the future, he can help you. Clap. The words were cut off by a soft sound. Bai Ning, who had been quietly eating all along, put down his chopsticks. Though the sound was faint, it drew everyone's attention. Bai Ning slowly picked up a napkin, not looking at anyone, his gaze lowered as he casually wiped the corner of his mouth. His movements were indifferent. After finishing, he casually tossed the napkin onto the table and finally raised his eyes. A dazzling golden radiance flashed. It was a pair of blazing, fiery golden eyes. 2 burning suns eternally ablaze within his eye sockets, majestic and intense, overlooking all beings. Each ray of light seemed capable of piercing through flesh and blood, striking directly at the darkest corners of the soul. The SSS-Level spacetime eyes. Bai Ning's gaze swept across the room. Everyone was so tense they didn't dare make a sound. Finally, his eyes locked onto one person. Bai Tianyan felt as though the moment those golden eyes fixed on him, the surrounding space froze instantly. His consciousness remained clear, yet every cell in his body screamed in terror. His proud lightning abilities were frozen within his meridians, unable to emit even a single spark. Humiliation, fear, rage. A torrent of emotions tore at his sanity. I am Bai Tianyan, the strongest genius of the Bai family. I have endless resources at my disposal. I've mastered top-tier cultivation, techniques and battle skills. I am destined to become the next head of the Bai family, one of the 4 major conglomerates. And yet, this country bumpkin, this discarded orphan from the slums, why? Why does one look from him drag me into an abyss? Ah! He let out a furious roar, his face twisted with rage. Ignoring all consequences, he forcibly activated his battle skill. Even if it damaged his meridians, he was determined to teach that wretch a lesson. A deep purple lightning bolt crackled and danced in his palm. Tianyan! Yuli's sharp yell interrupted Bai Tianyan's struggle. In a flash, she appeared by his side. Bai Tianyan panted heavily, and when he saw the worry in Yuli's eyes, he finally relaxed a little. At least she cares about me. At least she doesn't know. I have no confidence in defeating that rural reject. Bai Ning blinked, seemingly indifferent. He had no intention of dealing with Bai Tianyan just yet. What he did earlier was merely a test of the power of the spacetime eyes. When he activated his ability, the time and space within a 10-meter radius seemed entirely under his control. If he wanted to, he could halt or accelerate the flow of time in any area at will, or even teleport instantly to any location. And this was before he had practiced any cultivation techniques or formally entered the ranks. Facing Bai Tianyan, an upper-tier first-level S-class ability user, was utterly effortless. SSS-level abilities are this strong? How terrifying would God-level abilities be? The blazing golden eyes gradually settled back into a calm black hue. Bai Ning tilted his head slightly, gazing at Bai Tianyan, who was too stunned to speak. Yuli stood protectively behind Bai Tianyan. "Ha? What are you all up to?" His expression shifted so quickly, as if the tension from earlier had never existed. Seeing his harmless demeanor, Yuli forced a smile. "It's nothing. Tianyan was just too impulsive and almost hurt you." She let out a sigh of relief inwardly. SSS level or not, he's just an untamed blade that knows when to strike. As long as he still cares about the Bai family's power, understands reality, and is willing to help Tianyan. As long as Bai Ning remains valuable, she would give him some respect, for now. With that thought, Yuli reverted to her usual commanding tone. "Xiao Ning, tomorrow's entrance exam is crucial. Tianyan must take first place. It's not just about ranking, it's the key to his future control over the family. I want you to eliminate all competitors blocking his path to first place during the exam. Pave the way for Tianyan to become the future student council president." Bai Ning chuckled softly. "I may not be S-class like Bai Tianyan, but I am SSS, aren't I? If you want my help, there has to be something in it for me." His expression was so infuriating it made people want to punch him. Yuli gritted her teeth, finally making up her mind. "Fine. I'll allow you to be added to the Bai family registry. From now on, you can call yourself a young master of the Bai family." She was prepared to see Bai Ning lose control with excitement over this status. After all, it was a dream for anyone. Sure enough, Bai Ning couldn't hold back and let out a laugh. "Ah, so I should be grateful for becoming your illegitimate child, huh?" He glanced at the small text in the lower right corner of his vision. Ability, Spacetime Eyes, SSS level, can be upgraded to quasi-god level by devouring assets worth 10 trillion. SSS level was already this powerful. What would quasi-god level be like? So powerful. "Forget the family lineage, I just want money," Bai Ning said bluntly. "No problem," Yuli agreed cheerfully. "Here's my secondary card, with no limit." Bai Ning flashed an honest-looking smile. She must think he couldn't possibly spend that much on his own. Little did she know, his ability could upgrade by devouring assets worth 10 trillion. First place, right? A smirk tugged at the corner of his lips. "No problem. Deal." The next day, at the entrance of the First Ability Academy, many students lined up in neat rows. A teacher stood to the side, shouting instructions. The entrance test has 3 parts. The first is to measure your ability level. Everyone, go in order. Bai Ning looked up at the academy gates. They stood over 10 meters tall, their alloy surface shimmering with starlight, exuding extreme luxury. Suddenly, a voice came from beside him. "Hey, bro, you're a freshman too, right?" He turned to see a young man dressed in trendy, ripped clothing. The wind lifted his yellow-dyed hair. The guy grinned widely. "I'm Meng Tianshi. Just call me Stone." "Bai Ning." Meng Tianshi raised a brow at the name. "Wow, your last name is Bai? Don't tell me you're the Bai family's newly recognized illegitimate child?" Bai Ning was surprised. News traveled fast. Before he could respond, the other had already burst into laughter. "Just kidding. Even if you were an illegitimate child, people from the Bai family are welcomed everywhere." Bai Ning didn't bother to explain and joined the line with him. Suddenly, a commotion erupted at the front of the crowd. An S-class ability. As expected of the Lin family, one of the 4 major financial clans. They sure produced geniuses. Meng Tianshi gritted his teeth in envy. What luck! Must be someone from the Lin family's main branch. They really hit the jackpot, and they even have such a powerful ability. Before anyone could process it, more exclamations followed. Another S-class ability user? In most years, there's only 2 or 3 S-class users at most. How come there are already 2 this time? Bai Ning's gaze fell on the newly identified S-class ability user in the crowd. The person wore flamboyant white.
clothing, surrounded by a group of fawning followers, exuding an air of dominance.
It was none other than Bai Tianyan.
He was speaking with a smile when his eyes suddenly swept toward Bai Ning. Their gazes met in midair.
Bai Tianyan smirked provocatively, running his hand across his neck in a throat-slitting gesture.
His lips clearly mouthed, "I'll kill you later."
Meng Tianshi didn't notice the tension and continued his envious commentary. Isn't that Bai Tianyan? That illegitimate child is his younger brother. So what if he has an S-class ability?
No matter how talented he is, he can't compare to how favored that illegitimate child is.
In the future, he might even have to look up to him.
Strutting in public, but behind the scenes, he still has to curry favor with that illegitimate child. Bai Ning gritted his teeth and sneered.
I just returned yesterday, and there are already rumors I'm so favored? It's obvious the Bai family is backing this up. The line quickly shortened.
Meng Tianshi, unable to contain his excitement, hurried forward.
Bro, let me show you how it's done. He stood under the evaluation device and activated his ability. B-class ability, the recording teacher announced indifferently.
Meng Tianshi turned to Bai Ning with a smug grin, raising his head proudly.
Don't be nervous, bro. I'll wait for you inside.
Bai Ning, already fully aware of his own ability, remained composed. He casually walked up to the device and imitated others by activating his power. He slowly lifted his eyelids, and his golden eyes instantly gleamed with radiant brilliance. As soon as the eyes of time and space activated, the sensing crystal's light band froze, and its glow dimmed instantly. Then, the light burst forth abruptly. Golden streams of light surged violently, so dazzling that people couldn't look directly at it, radiating intense, scorching energy.
Crack! A clear but faint sound of shattering rang out. A black crack appeared on the sensing crystal. Then came a second, a third, countless fine black cracks spread wildly, covering the entire crystal in an instant. The surroundings fell into a deathly silence.
From the moment Bai Ning's golden eyes lit up, everyone realized this was an SSS-class ability that hadn't been seen in decades.
Hiss, countless people gasped.
All the students and teachers froze in place, their faces filled with shock and confusion. Especially Meng Tianshi, whose jaw had been hanging open the whole time, his eyes bulging like saucers.
My bro. No, not just a regular S-class. He's actually an SSS-class powerhouse? And I was just showing off my B-class ability in front of him?
Hiss, Bai Ning also took a sharp breath. The small text in his vision quietly changed. Devour, 10 million/10 trillion assets, to ascend to demigod level. He hadn't expected devouring to be counted like this. It seemed he had discovered something new. Every time he used his ability to destroy an object, the devour quota would increase. Apparently, the value of this ability testing device was 10 million. Bai Ning waited for a while, but no one responded. He looked toward the nearby teacher.
The teacher finally snapped out of it, trembling as he announced, SSS class. This is truly SSS class.
His voice grew louder and louder.
Quick, notify the principal. An SSS class ability user has emerged. This voice was like
a sound like a mighty bell woke the other students.
Holy crap, damn it, I've just witnessed history. This SSS level power is insane, it even broke the testing equipment.
Bai Ning walked up to Meng Tianshi, curious about what he was looking for while keeping his head down.
Hey, buddy, what are you looking for?
Meng Tianshi, still lowering his head, muttered, I'm looking for a hole to crawl into.
Bai Ning couldn't help but burst into laughter. Hurry and get to the second round of the test already. You don't. Is the second round the hardest?
Bro, with those golden eyes of yours, Meng Tianshi finally raised his head, his eyes gleaming with an extraordinary brightness.
It's unbelievably cool.
Hurry, let me take another look.
The two, joking as they went, made their way to the second stage of the entrance exam. When they arrived, Meng Tianshi's expression turned somewhat peculiar.
Brother Bai, this round tests how determined you are about cultivation.
Bai Ning asked in confusion, you can measure that sort of thing? Meng Tianshi nodded seriously, that's right.
Bai Ning mumbled to himself, this doesn't feel like an exam, it's more like something out of a fantasy novel.
Meng Tianshi explained, actually, this round is just about donating money to the academy. Officially, it's for development funds. The more you donate, the higher your score.
That's why it's called the determination test. Soon, it was their turn in line. I'll go first, Brother Bai.
Meng Tianshi approached the designated table, greeted the teacher in charge, and sat down. The teacher handed him a form.
He glanced at it briefly, his face showing difficulty, and began slowly filling in a series of numbers. After he finished, he counted the zeros again and again, confirming repeatedly.
Beep.
The sound of the deduction rang out, and Meng Tianchi stood up with a frown.
Since Bai Ning had awakened his SSS-level ocular ability, his eyesight was particularly sharp.
With a glance, he saw that the number was 30 million.
The teacher looked at the form and said, "Next."
Bai Ning casually took the form, showing no pressure. His pen flew across the page as he quickly jotted down a series of numbers, so fast it startled the teacher.
"Slow down, don't make a mistake." Meng Tianchi grew anxious. "For the love of God, don't add an extra zero." Bai Ning finished in one go without even counting the digits.
He handed the form straight to the shocked teacher. The teacher snapped back to attention, widened his eyes at the number, and exclaimed in horror, "Student, this amount is way too much."
This, 30 billion?
That's ridiculous."
Meng Tianchi's eyes bulged. "How much? 30 billion? Bai Ning didn't respond.
He took back the form and mumbled, "Almost forgot to write my name." With a flourish, he wrote 3 bold characters in the donor's name field, Bai Tianyan. At the same time, Yuli's phone buzzed with a notification about a deduction. "Your credit card ending in 8080 has been charged." She elegantly placed her porcelain teacup down and sneered, "What a spendthrift. But someone like Bai Ning wouldn't spend more than a few thousand at most." She tapped to view the details, and her eyes widened instantly.
30 billion? That waste actually spent 30 billion of mine. Quick, find out where that bastard spent the money.
Elsewhere, Bai Ning casually tossed the pen onto the desk, stuffed his hands into his pockets, and turned to leave. In the bottom right corner of his vision, small text flickered and changed. Consume 30 billion, 10 trillion total assets, to advance to subdivine level. As the text appeared, he felt a cool surge of energy flow into his body. His blood and energy roared throughout him. A profound realization flooded his mind, and the energy in his meridians surged more than tenfold.
An invisible barrier shattered under the impact of his blood and energy. His level increased, entering the first tier lower rank. The force of breaking through didn't subside. The power within him rose rapidly. Within seconds, another barrier broke. First tier middle rank. His blood and energy swept through his meridians with unstoppable force, doubling his strength once more. First tier upper rank.
Bai Ning stared at his hands in disbelief. Bai Tianyan had just awakened his abilities one day ago and had already reached first tier upper rank. Everyone praised him as incredibly powerful.
"I've only been awakened for a day, and I've reached first tier upper rank? This strength is insane."
His face lit up with excitement, eager to see the upcoming combat power evaluation. "Let's go, Stone, to the third round for the combat test." They had barely taken a few steps when Bai Ning noticed Meng Tianchi was still standing frozen in place.
"Brother Bai, the name you wrote was Bai Tianyan." Meng Tianchi's heart trembled as he considered a terrifying possibility. Could this person in front of him be the Bai family's illegitimate son, the very one he had just been badmouthing so harshly?
His mind raced as he desperately tried to recall how many insults he had hurled at the Bai family's illegitimate son and how much he had mocked the wealthy scions.
After a long moment, he was utterly despairing.
He remembered how badly those who had offended the wealthy scions ended up. His knees buckled, and he collapsed to the ground.
"Brother Bai. My dear brother. I swear I didn't mean to say those things about you. Please forgive me." Bai Ning couldn't help but chuckle.
Watching him wail and beg for mercy without shedding a single tear was amusing.
"All right, I don't hold grudges. Let's go."
At that moment, in the square for the third round's combat evaluation, a significant number of freshmen had gathered.
From afar, Bai Ning could see a group of people split into small cliques. In the center was an area of about 3 meters left intentionally open, clearly meant to maintain a distance from others. Within the small group, the hierarchy was evident.
At the very center stood Bai Ning's acquaintance, Bai Tianyan, alongside a man and a woman.
The 3 of them were direct heirs of major conglomerates. Surrounding them were members of collateral branches or illegitimate children of the conglomerates. On the outermost circle were individuals from affiliated families and loyal followers.
Bai Tianyan caught sight of Bai Ning from a distance, and his gaze immediately turned cold.
Tianyan Ge.
Yu Qingxue, a direct heir of the Yu conglomerate, grabbed Bai Tianyan's arm and said in a spoiled and domineering tone, "I feel so bad for you.
That filthy
mud crawling out of the sewers, just the thought of him stealing your resources makes me so disgusted I can't eat."
Have uncle and aunt completely lost their minds?
Bai Tianyan's face showed a hint of hurt, but inwardly, he felt secretly pleased.
"Xiaoxue, don't say that. After all, he is still my father's son." "Son?" Yu Qingxue's voice suddenly rose. "That stray dog they picked up dares to share the Bai surname?"
Bai Tianyan frowned, a flash of struggle and reluctance in his eyes.
"Don't say that. my father would be upset. Yu Qingxue became even more furious. Tianyan Ge, you're too kind-hearted. Don't worry. Even if uncle and aunt are deceived by Bai Ning, neither the Bai family patriarch nor my father, the Yu family patriarch, would ever allow some illegitimate child of unknown origins to join the Bai family. A follower nearby volunteered, Miss Qingxue, why don't I go teach that piece of trash a lesson first? The other collateral heirs looked displeased, feeling the opportunity to impress was snatched away. Yu Qingxue cast a quick glance at the man and nodded slightly. The man, as if granted a favor, sneered and strode quickly toward Bai Ning. Bai Tianyan mused thoughtfully, this guy seems to be at mid-tier rank 1. Indeed. Yu Qingxue replied with a smug smile. But that might not be enough. Bai Tianyan shook his head and said. After all, Bai Ning is the first SSS-level ability user in decades. Yu Qingxue paused for a moment but quickly gave Bai Tianyan a meaningful look, lowering her voice. So what? SSS-level ability users haven't been unheard of these past years. It's just that none of them came from the major conglomerates. No matter how high his rank, he still needs time to grow. My little follower has been training with the B-level combat technique, Sky Rending Claw, since childhood. Combined with his speed ability, he ranks among the top in combat strength among our followers. Today, I'll make sure Bai Ning kneels down and shines your shoes. Bai Ning hadn't even made a move yet, and the opponent had already approached him. The man, lean and sharp, tilted his chin up arrogantly, his nostrils flaring. Country bumpkin, how dare you come here without first bowing to Miss Qingxue? Must I teach you how to behave? Bow? I don't think that's necessary, Bai Ning shrugged nonchalantly. A menacing gleam flashed in Yu Xiaowu's eyes as he threatened, if you obediently kneel and bow, I'll let you off today. Just behave yourself, and I'll slap you around a bit and teach you a lesson. Ha? Bai Ning responded as if he had just heard the funniest joke. Yu Xiaowu roared, I'm a mid-tier rank 1 speed user. Beating a worthless dropout like you is me giving you face. Ungrateful trash. Bai Ning lowered his head, the fringe of his hair casting a shadow over his eyes. Yu Xiaowu took a step forward. Don't know what's good for you? Fine then, I'll cripple one of your legs first and see how you plan to participate in the upcoming evaluation. His body erupted with blurred afterimages, and the air cracked with shrill sonic booms. 3 razor-sharp claws struck straight for Bai Ning's knees. And at that moment, Bai Ning suddenly lifted his head. 2 molten gold flames ignited in his eyes, those radiant golden eyes gleamed with a dazzling light. The next second, Bai Ning's figure vanished entirely from Yu Xiaowu's supposedly inescapable attack range. What? Due to inertia, Yu Xiaowu stumbled 2 steps forward before staggering to a stop. He was horrified to realize that his full-force strike had hit nothing but air. In a panic, he instinctively spun around and threw another punch at the space behind him. Another miss. Cold sweat instantly drenched his back. A mocking voice, laced with an icy chill, came from behind him. Is this what they call a speed ability user? Yu Xiaowu's face turned pale with fright. What? Bai Ning stood leisurely just 1 step behind him, his shimmering golden eyes staring coldly. In a flash, Bai Ning appeared directly in front of him, chuckling softly. Ah, missed again. Well then, I won't hold back. Bai Ning flexed his wrists, the crisp sound of his knuckles cracking echoing in the air. Your turn. An invisible and terrifying force gathered around Bai Ning's fist. His molten gold pupils locked onto Yu Xiaowu's terrified, distorted face. I've never attended school in my life. The world in Bai Ning's eyes seemed to slow down. To everyone else, however, Bai Ning's entire body was enveloped in a fearsome acceleration field. The air rippled visibly in white waves wherever his movements passed. But, tell me, do you know what physics is? Boom! A shadow too fast for the naked eye smashed into Yu Xiaowu's chest. This simple strike, with the power of Bai Ning's time manipulation, was amplified tenfold in strength. Ugh! Yu Xiaowu didn't even have time to scream. His chest caved in forcefully, leaving a massive imprint behind. A massive fist imprint. His body flew backward like a battered sack struck by a heavy cannon, scraping along the ground as it was flung away. The spot where he slid through left a trench over 10 meters long, with dust billowing into the air. The entire process happened so fast that most onlookers couldn't even react. Wait a second, what just flew past us? Am I seeing things? It looked like Yu Xiaowu was sent flying. Holy crap! It really is him. The person sent here by Miss Qingxue was knocked away with just 1 punch. Someone recognized the figure lying on the ground, their voice trembling with shock. A member of the Yu Consortium actually lost? The nearby students' eyes widened in disbelief. To them, the Yu Consortium was like the heavens, the ones who made the rules.
These people were supposed to always win, never lose, or rather, no one dared to make them lose. Yet, today, Yu Xiaowu, representing the consortium, had been punched into such a state by this illegitimate son who had just been brought back from the slums. For some reason, a strange sense of satisfaction welled up in their hearts. Bright red blood gushed from Yu Xiaowu's mouth and nose. He looked at the mocking, delighted gazes around him. That unprecedented feeling of humiliation pierced through him deeply. He spat out a mouthful of bloody foam. "I'm a member of the Yu Consortium. How dare you hit me?" Unexpectedly, the first to respond wasn't Bai Ning, it was Yu Qingxue. The young lady's face darkened as she gritted her teeth and said, "You piece of trash, and you dare call yourself a member of the Yu family? From today onward, I take back your surname. Stay as far away from me as possible." Hearing this, his face turned pale instantly, as if he had just heard the most horrifying news. He wanted to argue further, but a sharp pain rose in his throat, and he fainted on the spot. Meng Tianchi trembled as he tugged at Bai Ning. "Brother Bai, quickly apologize to Miss Qingxue. She's the Yu family head's most beloved daughter. The last person who dared to act like this, well, the grass on their grave is taller than me by now." Bai Ning didn't respond, only signaling with his gaze for Meng Tianchi to step back. There was no way he would apologize. Even if he did, those people would only escalate their tyranny. Standing nearby, Bai Tianyan, who had now seen Bai Ning's true strength, felt a surge of murderous intent. Bai Ning was actually a high-level Tier 1. Yet Bai Tianyan had only awakened his abilities just yesterday. With his talent, it was only a matter of time before the Bai family no longer tolerated Bai Ning. He had to act before Bai Ning grew stronger. A flash of malice crossed his eyes as he spoke heavily. "Ah, so that's how it is. No matter. Don't worry, Xiao Xue. I'm used to it." Hearing this, Yu Qingxue's heart ached. "Brother Tianyan, don't worry, I won't let him surpass you." She glared at Bai Ning with an almost fiery gaze, simultaneously making a peculiar hand gesture. The next moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of her, exuding a powerful aura of a high-ranking ability user. This was the hidden guard assigned to Yu Qingxue by the Yu family head, and his aura was no weaker than that of the Tier 7 psychic ability user from the awakening ceremony. Bai Ning's heart tightened. Can't play fair, huh? We're just a bunch of Tier 1s, and you're bringing in a Tier 7 expert, Several Yu family side branch members, already itching for action, quickly spoke up upon seeing this. "Miss Qingxue, there's no need to trouble the hidden guard. We're more than enough to deal with this trash. I've spent 2 years breaking through to high-level Tier 1. I've got an A-rank artifact from the Yu family and have been trained in the S-rank Shadowbreaker blade technique. Let me handle him. I possess an A-rank ability, and my S-rank combat skill has already reached the beginner stage. I can surely take him out in one strike. I'll make him kneel and apologize." Yu Qingxue nodded. With the hidden guard present, Bai Ning wouldn't have a chance to escape today. However, the family typically disliked using hidden guards lightly. After some thought, she waved her hand and pulled out a flaming longsword from her ring. She tossed it to one of the side branch members. "This is the Yu family's SSS rank top-tier artifact. If you cripple Bai Ning, this sword will be your reward. All of you, attack together. Anyone who harms Bai Ning will be rewarded. I want him utterly unable to participate in the upcoming combat evaluation. Get him out of First Academy." The person who caught the SSS rank sword was so excited his blood boiled. This sword was worth tens of billions. Moreover, it was prioritized for use by the official members of the consortium. Whenever one appeared on the market, it would cause a bloody storm. The other branch members were so jealous their eyes turned red. They vowed to themselves that they must take down Bai Ning. It didn't matter if he was a spoiled, illegitimate child. The fact that the young lady had taken out an SSS rank artifact, a strategic level weapon, for Bai Tianyan showed how much she valued him. The Yu family monopolized the top-tier technology for forging artifacts, forcing even other consortiums to purchase from them. For these Yu family side branches, such temptation was irresistible. Even the Lin and Bai family members present, along with the commoners watching the commotion, were all brimming with excitement. As long as they could injure Bai Ning, they would be rewarded with wealth, fame, and fortune overnight. In an instant, countless greedy eyes fixated on Bai Ning. Bai Ning ignored them entirely. His gaze was locked onto the hidden guard standing behind Yu Qingxue. He clenched his fists tightly. A Tier 7 ability user, just standing there silently, emitted a level of pressure that these fools couldn't even begin to compare to. It seemed like today, there was no way out of this. "All right. My brothers in District 78, may fortune favor you.
Bai Ning cast a sidelong glance toward Bai Tianyan's position. To defeat the enemy, one must first capture their leader. This madwoman had already gone all out for him. Now, the only option was to first control Bai Tianyan. His golden eyes suddenly lit up. However, before he could make a move, a soft pop sound suddenly echoed through the air. A mysterious voice reverberated across the plaza. Stage 3 Combat Assessment officially begins. Assessment content: Survival. All unrelated personnel, please leave the plaza immediately. As the voice fell, the dark guard suddenly vanished from the crowd. Bai Ning frowned, cautiously scanning his surroundings, confirming that the figure was truly gone. So they were indeed forced out of the plaza. Yu Qingshuet, infuriated, stomped her feet and roared, "Consider yourself lucky. After the assessment is over, let's see how you beg for mercy from a 7th-tier expert." Bai Ning, however, laughed. When the dark guard initially appeared, he indeed couldn't win and had to rely on a gamble. But now that the dark guard was gone, how dare she still act so arrogant? Soon, a strange wind carrying a mix of a foul stench swept silently across the plaza. In the next moment, roar! The deafening roars of countless frenzied beasts erupted from all around. Swarms of monsters surged out from the shadows. There were 2nd-tier shadow mantises, packs of hyenas, hordes of steel-spiked venom bees, and even a 3rd-tier frost wolf king. Damn it! All the abyssal beasts have come out. The academy truly wants us dead. Fear spread like wildfire. Many students, who had been paralyzed by the overwhelming pressure of the SSS-grade artifacts, suddenly regained their primal instinct for survival. Only the direct descendants of the Yu clan grew increasingly excited as they stared at Bai Ning. Bai Ning spread his hands helplessly. "Coming to the central district, I just wanted to be a good person. But since all of you insist on threatening me, I have no choice but to return to my old ways." The leading 3rd-tier wolf king let out an angry roar, and the beasts launched a fierce attack. The square instantly descended into chaos, with screams echoing continuously. "Help! Stay away, I want to quit the evaluation." What the students couldn't see was that outside the barrier, the teachers were crowded together, observing them. "The children of the consortium have an advantage when facing beasts," one teacher remarked approvingly. "Who could tell this is all an illusion?" another teacher mocked. "Stop dreaming. This is an illusion personally cast by the principal." The principal is the strongest 9th-tier expert of this era, possessing the SSS level. Pupil ability Infinite Mirror C. Fooling these kids is a piece of cake for him. I heard the principal is personally overseeing the exam this time because of that illegitimate child from the Bai family? You mean the boy who was just targeted by the Yu clan's little princess? At the mention of Bai Ning, the teachers became animated. Most likely. An SSS-level ability user, rare in so many years, and it's a pupil ability, just like the principal. Could it be that the principal has taken a liking to him? Wants to take him as a disciple? That depends on his performance. I suddenly understand. The principal came here specifically for Bai Ning, even leaving the Li family patriarch waiting. The Li family patriarch surely didn't expect that after meeting the old ancestor, he'd be overshadowed by a junior. Enough, focus on the test. I'd like to see if Bai Ning is worthy of the principal's attention. At the center of the square, in Bai Ning's eyes, the entire area was surrounded by an invisible barrier, exuding the aura of an illusion. He chuckled softly, and his figure instantly disappeared, darting into the crowd like a flash of lightning. The so-called capable A-level Earth Element ability user from a branch family had just summoned his Earth Yellow armor, his face full of terror and disbelief. "You said you could kill me with one strike?" Bai Ning's voice sounded like a ghost behind him, his golden eyes gazing down as if pronouncing his death sentence. The surrounding air instantly grew heavy. The A-level branch family member felt that his proud combat skills, abilities, and even his thoughts were completely frozen by an invisible force. He could only watch helplessly as a fist, ignoring all his defenses, slammed into him with brutal force. Boom! The violent power thundered through his body, sending him flying like a cannonball. He crashed heavily into a distant wall, leaving a human-shaped dent, his life or death uncertain. Nearby, another branch family member wielding an SSS-level blazing longsword tried to strike first, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Die! The longsword in his hand emitted a piercing hum, and the dark red flames on the blade erupted violently, the scorching heat distorting the surrounding air. He transformed into a burning meteor, charging at Bai Ning with an earth-shattering momentum. The blade's arc extended several meters, sweeping across without resistance and slamming fiercely toward a target over 10 feet. He nodded in satisfaction and stared at the man again. Didn't you just say you could defeat me with one hand?
A cold gleam arced through the air, the blade slicing through flesh and bone effortlessly, the
sound chilling to the bone. Ah!
The scream was so piercing it was heart-wrenching. A severed arm was cleanly cut off, flying through the air before landing heavily on the ground.
Then this hand is yours to keep. Oh, by the way.
Bai Ning seemed to suddenly remember something.
The long blade in his hand swept horizontally in a reverse grip. Aha! An even more harrowing scream erupted.
The man was directly severed at the waist, his upper body sliding to the ground while screaming. Despite such a grievous wound, not a single drop of blood flowed from the severed area. Only a sizzling sound could be heard, and an aroma of roasted meat began to emanate from the man's body. Devour, 3.21 billion/10 trillion assets, to grow into a sub-deity level killing in the illusion realm could also count as devouring assets. Bai Ning tilted his head slightly, inhaling the familiar scent, a satisfied hum escaping his throat.
Ha!
A pure light gleamed in his eyes, burning with cold excitement. The corners of his mouth curled into a reckless arc, finally bursting into a fit of maniacal laughter.
Ha 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 ha! These screams and this scent were the most familiar things to him over the past 18 years.
Struggling to survive in District 78, resorting to any means necessary to stay alive, he had fantasized countless times.
One day, he would
stand before these corporate scum and slaughter these parasites who thrived on monopolizing resources, one by one.
Bai Ning swept his gaze over the corporate heirs around him. None of them dared
to meet his eyes. Only Yuqingxue, pale-faced, stubbornly raised her head to meet Bai Ning's gaze, shielding by Tianyan behind her.
Do you dare to touch Tianyan? Brother, try me. Bai Ning's
eyes sparkled with amusement, casting a provocative glance at Bai Tianyan. The meaning in his gaze was clear: coward.
You actually brought a 7th-tier expert to threaten me? Letting them die so easily would be too kind to you. Bai Tianyan's face turned pale, unable to maintain even a pretense of a smile. Taking them out one by one is too slow.
Bai Ning slung the long blade behind him, his golden pupils gleaming once more. The next second, everyone was stunned. Bai Ning was sitting steadily atop the oppressive Tier 3 Frost Wolf King.
Oh, the Frost Wolf King's once proud
eyes now burned with fury. It thrashed its head violently, trying to throw off this human rider and crush him with its jaws. But no matter how it struggled and roared, Bai Ning clung to its back as if welded in place. His legs clamped tightly around the Wolf King's neck, his hands gripping its thick, silvery white fur.
Behave! Bai Ning's voice carried an uncontrollable excitement, as his left hand struck the Wolf King's left temple with force. Oh! The Frost Wolf King let out a pained howl. Its massive head was jolted to the side by the blow, and its enormous body staggered drunkenly to the right. The next moment, everyone watched in horror. The Wolf King roared, followed by a horde of beasts charging madly toward them. Bai Ning, riding the 3-meter-tall Wolf King, rampaged across the plaza. Each leap covered dozens of meters. Swish, swish, swish. 3 massive ice spikes shot from the Wolf King's mouth, their speed like lightning. The 3 corporate heirs at the front, who had just begun to gather their powers, were instantly pierced by the ice spikes, pinned to the ground with tremendous force. Bai Ning, perched atop the Wolf King's head, laughed wildly. Run! I can't control this beast anymore. Roar!
Under Bai Ning's relentless attacks, the Wolf King roared again, charging at the corporate heirs.
Its front claws swept
through, instantly severing the waists of several who tried to resist at close range.
You dare kill us? Yuqingxue gritted her teeth, pulling out an SSS-grade treasure whip. Channeling her
fire ability to its fullest, flames coiled around her like a dragon.
We 3 are all direct descendants of the consortium, trained in top-tier combat techniques and cultivation methods. What can a mere 3rd-tier ice wolf do against us?
Lin Juyu of the Lin Consortium, who had been coldly observing from the sidelines, was finally forced to join the battle.
He was the only S-class
psychic ability user of this generation besides Bai Tianyan and Yuqingxue. Bai Tianyan trembled all over, his lightning ability erupting as his hair stood on end.
Bai Ning lightly waved his finger. Just killing the 3 of you isn't enough. Yuqingxue's face darkened as she launched the first counterattack.
However, under the combined assault of Bai Ning's eye of time and space
and the 3rd-tier Wolf King, their attacks were completely ineffective.
The Wolf King, indifferent to who stood before it, targeted anyone still breathing to vent its fury.
Wherever it went, destruction followed. Yuqingxue was bitten by the Wolf King and flung over 10 meters away.
Lin Juyu was struck down with a single paw and then trampled under its massive claws. The Wolf King leapt from the air, pinning Bai Tianyan to the ground. The second-generation consortium members surrounding them were frozen into ice sculptures by the frosty breath of the Wolf King. Bai Ning controlled his power, killing only the collateral members. Yu Qingxue and the other two were temporarily spared, to be dealt with later. After clearing the area, Bai Ning punched the Wolf King again, sending it rampaging across the field. Wherever those who had dared to join the fray and attempt to kill him were, Bai Ning rode the Wolf King straight toward them. Ah! The Wolf King! Bai Ning! Bai Ning, colluding with a beast, you won't live long. I was wrong, brother Bai, spare me, don't kill me. Curses and pleas for mercy echoed one after another, and the entire square was in chaos. Bai Ning turned a deaf ear, riding the Wolf King around the field several times until the voices faded into the distance. The area was cleared. Bai Ning stood there, coldly surveying the wreckage before him, feeling a rush of satisfaction. Casually crossing his legs, Bai Ning sat atop the Wolf King's head and drew the SSS-grade longsword from his back. The Wolf King, now utterly exhausted, stopped to catch its breath, its fur matted with blood. Bai Ning had never learned any advanced combat techniques, but the moment he held this top-tier artifact, the energy within him erupted automatically. Taking a deep breath, he channeled energy into the long sword, and a blade aura even more powerful than that of the collateral disciple who practiced S-class swordsmanship appeared instantly. The blade aura shot straight toward the Wolf King's head. Howl! Sensing danger, the Wolf King roared and prepared to leap away. Bai Ning's golden eyes suddenly burst with blinding light. The power of time and space, like an invisible mountain, sought to pin the massive body of the Wolf King in midair. The third-tier Wolf King roared again, roar! A faint, cracking sound was heard, and blood trickled from the corners of Bai Ning's eyes. Yet his madness did not waver as he bellowed, "Stay still!" The power of time and space was pushed to its limit, the invisible shackles trembling violently under the Wolf King's desperate struggle. Finally, the Wolf King was firmly pinned down. The blood-red blade aura sliced unimpeded across the Wolf King's neck. The other beasts that had been following the Wolf King lowered their heads, whimpered, and quickly fled with their tails between their legs. Bai Ning collapsed onto the Wolf King's thick fur, his eyes bloodshot, laughing wildly. A third-tier Wolf King, taken down by a first-tier ability user who had awakened just 1 day ago. He rested for a while on a luxurious leather bed before standing up again. His vision was still a bit blurry, but it was nothing serious. He found Bai Tianyan and the other two still lying on the ground. Bai Ning nudged the tightly shut-eyed Bai Tianyan with his foot and chuckled, "Young masters and mistresses, still playing dead?" The three remained motionless. Bai Ning muttered, "Then I'll just chop you all up." The long sword flashed. No! Bai Tianyan finally couldn't hold out and was the first to beg for mercy. The other two, who had been feigning death, also looked grim and struggled to get up. Bai Ning chuckled lightly. "All right, brothers and sisters, according to the rules, hand over your valuables first. Take out all your spatial equipment." He smiled as he first removed the spatial ring from Yu Qingxue's hand. Earlier, she had pulled out 2 SSS-grade artifacts from it. Such wealth! Bai Tianyan and Lin Juyu gritted their teeth and reluctantly handed over their rings and necklaces. Action! Action! 7-0. Someone exclaimed. Everyone looked up to find their own name. "I made it! I made it! I'm here, last place, ha ha ha." Meng Tianshi woke up from the illusion and searched the crowd for Bai Ning. He excitedly shouted, "Brother Bai, I ranked 180th. I didn't expect it to be this high. Thanks to you riding the Wolf King to protect me in the final round, I managed to hold on for so long, though I was ultimately taken out by a beast." He was just an ordinary B-level ability user, and he hadn't donated much money in the second round, yet his ranking was higher than many heirs of wealthy families, exceeding expectations. Meng Tianshi glanced at the top rankings, trying to find Bai Ning's name. After a long search without success, he anxiously turned to Bai Ning, "Brother Bai, where's your name? Why is the first place taken by Bai Tianyan?" Bai Ning also scanned the leaderboard and was surprised to find his name missing. He felt inexplicably puzzled about his exclusion. After all, as an SSS-level ability user who survived until the very last moment of the third round, could it really be because he didn't donate money in the second round? At that moment, the leaderboard in midair refreshed again. Each name now had a total score and detailed scores for each round. The first place was Bai Tianyan, with a total score of 260 points.
The second place was Lin Juyu, with 211 points. The third place was Yu Qingxue, with 205 points.
Bai Tianyan held a solid lead of 49 points over the second place, firmly securing the top spot.
Bai Ning noticed that Bai Tianyan had
scored a perfect 100 points in the second round, far surpassing Lin Juyu and Yu Qingxue's 50 points, and felt a rare sense of relief. After all, the 3 billion he donated on behalf of Yu Li wasn't wasted.
Lin Juyu's face, already unpleasant, turned even darker. He questioned angrily, "Brother Tianyan, didn't we agree that everyone would donate 1 billion in the second round?"
He felt that the humiliation he had just endured
was entirely due to Bai Tianyan and Yu Qingxue, and his eyes were practically on fire. The total score difference between him and Bai Tianyan was 49 points. If not for the second round, he would have been first. They donated 1 billion and only got 50 points, but Bai Tianyan got 100 points. The score gap was so large that it was unimaginable how much Bai Tianyan had actually donated. Yu Qingxue's red, swollen eyes also showed complex emotions as she looked at Bai Tianyan in disappointment.
In the crowd, someone shouted excitedly, "Damn, if the second round didn't
count, my score would actually be higher than those 3 big shot heirs." "Me too." Hearing these ordinary people's remarks, Bai Tianyan's face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot.
Thinking of Bai Ning holding their most embarrassing videos as leverage, he knew he had to stand with
these two and deal with Bai Ning together. They absolutely couldn't fall out. He frowned at his companions' questioning gazes and forced himself to explain, "You have to believe me, I really don't know what's going on."
Lin Juyu sneered without saying a word.
"They weren't fools. If it wasn't you secretly donating money, who else would donate for you for no reason?"
Bai Ning watched them attack each other with satisfaction, then shouted toward a teacher not far away, "Teacher, I have a question."
Strangely, the teacher didn't respond but instead turned sideways to respectfully greet an elderly man behind him. "Principal, the person has arrived." Following the teacher's gaze, Bai Ning's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. This principal was not the imposing figure he had imagined but an ordinary old man. Dressed in a slightly loose white martial arts uniform, he was small and thin, with a few strands of unruly white hair sticking up. Li Yensong's eyes carried a kind smile as he looked at Bai Ning with satisfaction. "Good child, what question do you have?"
Bai Ning was momentarily stunned, then quickly asked, "Why am I not on
the leaderboard?" Yu Qingxue, not daring to offend Bai Ning, couldn't help but mutter softly, "Isn't it obvious? It's because you're useless."
Hearing this, the previously kind old man's eyes narrowed, and with a slap from a distance, Yu Qingxue was knocked unconscious.
"Did I give you permission to speak?" he roared. Her fawning lackeys didn't dare utter a word in front of the principal. Bai Ning's heart skipped a beat. Li
Yensong finished hitting the person, cleared his throat, restored his gentle smile, and said, "The ones on the ranking list are all this year's
freshmen, but you, my good child, your strength doesn't allow you to be a freshman. After enrollment, report directly to the sophomore department."
The square instantly fell silent, like a chicken coop. The reason the First Ability Academy is so prestigious is inseparable from the
identity of its principal. Li Yensong, founder of the Li Consortium, an SSS-level ability user, at the 9th tier upper realm, the strongest in the world. Each of his titles alone could shake the entire federation. His status even surpasses the heads of the 4 major consortia. Just now, only Yu Qingxue dared to whisper bad things about Bai Ning, but in front of the principal, who else would dare to make a sound? Everyone held their breath. Such a powerful figure actually slapped Yu Qingxue unconscious for Bai Ning with a backhand. And she was the daughter of the Yu family head. This action instantly stunned everyone present. So, when the principal announced that Bai Ning would skip directly to the sophomore year and become a senior, although everyone was shocked inside, they still pretended to be indifferent on the surface, afraid that any inappropriate words might earn them a slap in public. However, Li Yensong was dissatisfied with their reaction. "What are you standing there for? Applaud." He raised his eyebrows and took the lead in clapping for Bai Ning. The next second, thunderous applause erupted across the venue. The perceptive teachers and students understood that Bai Ning had gained the principal's recognition and would surely soar to great heights in the future. Even those teachers who had just witnessed Bai Ning threatening the direct descendants of the 3 major consortia feared their applause wasn't loud enough, worrying it might affect the principal's mood. Student Bai Ning is indeed a top-tier genius. Look at his demeanor, his eyes are sharp, his aura extraordinary, definitely not an ordinary person. Congratulations, Principal. With a student like Bai Ning, the academy will surely shine even brighter. Bai Ning lowered his eyelids slightly, hands in his pockets, too lazy to pay attention to those flattering and fervent gazes. The principal smiled kindly and waved at him. Child, come with me for a moment. Bai Tianyan's eyes turned green, glowing with jealousy. At this moment, an abrupt voice interrupted the atmosphere. Principal, wait a moment. A man in formal attire hurriedly stepped forward and saluted Li Yensong. I was sent by Madame Yu Li to clarify something. There's an issue with Bai Ning's results. Bai Ning immediately recognized the man as the steward of the Bai family's third branch and instantly understood his purpose, giving him a meaningful glance. Sure. Enough, the steward continued. Madame Yu Li says the Bai family's third branch disdains backdoor admission methods. She requests the cancellation of Bai Ning's second round results. Bai Ning drawled in response, are you referring to the 30 billion I just donated to the school? Exactly. Madame Yu Li says donations are fine, but the results must be invalidated. Bai Ning chuckled and spread his hands. But I scored 0 in the second round. What? The steward was stunned. He quickly retorted, you're lying. Bank records show that the money was indeed transferred to the academy's finances. Bai Ning nodded. That's right, I did donate 30 billion. The steward sneered. Madam said you're greedy and short-sighted, and it seems she was right. In that case, please, Principal, cancel the results. Before he could finish, Bai Ning interrupted him. However, I donated the 30 billion on behalf of Bai Tianyan. The steward froze. What? The results can be cancelled, but Bai Ning smiled as he looked at Bai Tianyan. Then you'll only be ranked second. Bai Tianyan's pupils contracted sharply. So it was you. The steward awkwardly pulled out his phone. Wait a moment, I need to make a call. Li Yensong grew impatient. Put it on speaker. I'll talk to you. Li myself. The steward hesitated for a moment but ultimately obeyed the Li family elder's command and turned on the speaker. On the other end of the line, Yu Li's polite and cautious voice came through. Master Li, how is your health? Li Yensong was blunt, cutting straight to the point. Do you really want to cancel the results tied to that 30 billion? Yu Li didn't understand why such a small matter required his personal attention and quickly explained, yes, Zhong Yu and I have always opposed the children using family connections to gain privileges, so Li Yensong didn't listen further and directly called the academic director aside. Later, cancel Bai Tianyan's score and re-rank the standings. Yu Li was stunned. What? She hurriedly explained, not Tianyan, it's Bai Ning. Bai Ning used my secondary card without permission today. It has nothing to do with Tianyan. The academic director glanced at the score sheet and respectfully said, it's true that Bai Ning provided 3 billion in funding for Bai Tianyan's second round. Was this 3 billion issued under Tianyan's name? Yu Li finally realized and wanted to explain, but the words got stuck in her throat. She was silent for a moment, then suddenly changed her tone. In that case, let it go. Bai Ning was only trying to help Tianyan. Bai Ning looked confused. Don't you feel embarrassed? After saying all that, you're still trying to justify it? He raised an eyebrow and asked, so, can the score remain valid? Yu Li awkwardly smiled. I guess so. Unexpectedly, Li Yensong interrupted again, no. This score must be invalidated. He directly ordered the academic director, then ignored Yu Li on the other end of the call. Turning around, he said, Bai Ning, good child, come with me. This left Yu Li and the newly awakened Yu Qingsno dumbfounded. Yu Li remained silent for a long time, gritting her teeth. I didn't expect the old man to side with Bai Ning. Tianyan, don't worry. I'll personally go to the old man and explain everything. I won't let Bai Ning ruin the rank you worked so hard to achieve. Bai Tianyan was furious. Why was Bai Ning so arrogant? Even the patriarch of the Li family was biased toward him. Thinking about his own embarrassment in the third round, coupled with the earlier misunderstanding, he worried that Yu Li might abandon him if she learned the truth. He quickly prepared himself mentally. After Bai Ning and the principal walked away, he quickly took the phone. Mom, I'm fine. Although Bai Ning used every trick in the book to harm me in the third round, causing me to score poorly, don't be angry with him because of me. Bai Ning is now favored by the principal, so don't offend the principal on my behalf. Yu Qingsno, recalling the humiliation earlier, clenched her teeth in anger, her face still red from the slap. This can't be let go. That Bai Ning is too despicable. He used underhanded methods in the illusion to frame us, leading to our tragic deaths. Yu Li's voice instantly rose. Filled with fury, Tianyan, are you saying Bai Ning tried to kill you? Bai Tianyan pretended to hesitate and didn't answer. Yu Qingsno, seeing him willing to endure the grievance without speaking, felt a surge of responsibility. Auntie, it's true. Bai Ning is ruthless and deserves it. Yuli was so angry she was about to explode. What exactly happened in the illusion? Tell me now, and I'll stand up for you. However, the three who had been furious moments ago fell silent when Yuli asked. Yuli grew anxious and stomped her foot. Why are you all hesitating? Speak up. The three remained silent. Lin Juyu could only cough lightly, trying to change the subject. Auntie, don't worry. The principal is letting Bai Ning start as a sophomore. My brother and Kingsno's eldest sister are both sophomores. You know their strength. Once Bai Ning enrolls, he sneered, his good days will be over. After hearing their words, Yuli was as furious as a raging lioness, her voice resolute. Bai Ning absolutely cannot enroll. That scoundrel is so vicious. I'll go to the principal right now and have him expelled. Her eyes burned with determination. We kindly brought him back, and this is how he repays us? He caused Tianyan to lose first place and even tried to harm him. If he's allowed to rely on the old patriarch's power to bully Tianyan in the future, what will become of Tianyan? This malicious person must face consequences. Prepare the car. I'm going to the first academy myself. The hovercar sped forward, reaching the academy in just a few minutes. Yu Li, a 6th level enhancement ability user, displayed her agility and speed, moving through the campus like a flash of lightning. She unexpectedly intercepted Bai Ning and Li Yintsong halfway. Bai Tianyan, seeing Yu Li rushing over from afar, felt a glimmer of hope ignite in his heart. With his mother stepping in personally, his grades would surely be saved. Yu Qingxue said enviously, Auntie really dotes on you. With the Bai family's support, Bai Ning is definitely in trouble now. Lin Juyu finally showed a relieved smile. With Auntie backing us up, things are looking up. Bai Ning saw his noble and elegant biological mother rushing over and felt a mix of emotions. He had always thought that parents from wealthy families only cared about benefits and had no familial affection, looking down on him, a child from the slums, and favoring the exceptionally gifted Bai Tianyan. Yet, she had set aside her pride and personally approached the principal just to protect Bai Tianyan's grades. She must have heard that the principal valued Bai Tianyan and knew that, in terms of strength and ability level, he was far inferior to that fake son. But still, she fought with all her might for Bai Tianyan. Seeing a strand of her meticulously styled hair come loose, Bai Ning didn't know what to say for a moment. Yuli stood before the principal, suppressing her emotions, and said, Sir, I have 2 requests to ask of you. Please agree to them. Li Yintsong coldly replied, If you're here about Bai Tianyan's grades, let me tell you, there's no room for negotiation. Yuli's face darkened, not expecting him to be so resolute. Gritting her teeth, she said, Please make an exception. This matter truly isn't Tianyan's fault. How about this? The Bai family is willing to share access to a B-level dungeon entrance with the academy. As long as you agree, the Bai family and the academy can enter at any time, with annual profits exceeding tens of billions. Bai Ning found it utterly absurd. What kind of magic did Bai Tianyan possess? Earlier, Yu Qingxue had offered a top-tier treasure worth billions for him, and now Yu Li was willing to forego billions in annual profits. Did money mean nothing to them? However, to everyone's surprise, Li Yintsong didn't hesitate for a moment. I said, there's no room for negotiation. Bai Ning looked at the principal in astonishment. He knew the principal was standing up for him, but this unexpected kindness left him bewildered. Yuli was even more confused. Why was the old man so adamant about such a simple matter as preserving grades? She gritted her teeth and raised the stakes. Then 3 B-level dungeon access rights. That would mean an annual profit of 30 billion. Li Yintsong didn't even lift an eyelid. If you keep this up, I'll have to teach you a lesson. Yuli took a deep breath, maintaining her composure on the surface. In that case, I have one final request. Speak. Yuli looked at Bai Ning, a glint of malice flashing in her eyes. Bai Ning is insidious and malicious, attempting to harm the legitimate heir of the family. Such a person is unworthy of staying in the first academy. As the matriarch of the Bai family's 3rd branch, I demand his expulsion. Bai Ning had little hope for familial affection, but upon hearing this, he clenched his fists.
The faint glimmer of expectation that had just risen in his heart was completely shattered.
He pressed his lips tightly together and silently looked at the principal. Li Yensong looked at Yuli, his face expressionless. Have you thought this through? Yes.
Yuli replied without hesitation.
Child. Li Yensong didn't respond to her but turned to Bai Ning, his voice firm. You and I share the same ocular ability.
I promise to pass on all my life's experience to you.
The Bai family doesn't value you, but that's their short-sightedness. I consider myself capable enough to protect you and provide you with the best resources in the world.
I have a 9th level cultivation, and the 1,000-year foundation of the Li family will be your strongest support.
Are you willing to become my disciple, my final student?
Yuli froze in place, her face full of shock. Bai Ning was clearly malicious at heart, so why did the old man value him so much?
Allowing Bai Ning to rely on the Li family would be a huge problem.
Passing students and teachers couldn't help but stop in their tracks, staring in disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. With Li Yensong's strength and status, his words carried
the weight of a mountain.
Bai Ning's heart trembled, feeling a surge of unfamiliar emotions, bittersweet yet fiery, rising to his throat. He took a deep breath. Under everyone's gaze, he solemnly bent down and
bowed deeply. Master. Li Yensong's face lit up with a gratified smile as he reached out to help Bai Ning up. Good child.
The people around them offered their congratulations, and the scene was filled
with laughter and joy. Only Yuli's face turned ashen. No, she absolutely could not accept this happening. With Bai Ning's character, he should remain in that slum. How could he get close to Li Yensong? If this continued, how could the Tianyan family still qualify to become the next family head?
Yuli suddenly mustered her courage and interrupted everyone.
Bai Ning, you are a child of the Bai family. Before making a decision, shouldn't you consult me, your mother?
As soon as she finished speaking, mocking voices came from the side. As expected, the legitimate wife seeing her husband favoring an illegitimate child reacts
like this. Anyone would go crazy seeing their husband favor an illegitimate child over their own son, right? It's human nature, everyone understands. Exactly. Just now, she even said Bai Ning wanted to harm her son. What mother could tolerate that?
A minute ago, Bai Ning had felt a trace of sadness over Yuli's favoritism.
Now, he wished he could go back a minute and slap himself hard. This woman used you as a shield, threatened you to do her bidding, and you still harbored illusions about her? Bai Ning sneered coldly as he looked at Julia. Mother, are you worthy? Besides, do you still want me to refuse? You.
Li narrowed her eyes and threatened in a low voice, Bai Ning, you'd better think carefully.
Think carefully about the lives of your friends.
Though unspoken, Bai Ning saw the threat in her eyes.
A murderous
intent instantly ignited in his heart, and his golden pupils glared at her fiercely. Yuli, on the other hand, smiled.
What, with your current strength, you still want to kill me? Bai Ning clenched his teeth tightly.
He had asked Meng Tianshi, the spokesperson of the third branch, also his biological father, who was a 7th tier ability user. The highest combat power of the third branch was no more than 7th tier. With the growth rate of his golden finger, give him 2 more years, and he could kill this group of bastards. But now, it was still impossible. Bai Ning remained silent, but Li Yensong saw through the situation.
Humph!
A cold snort exploded like thunder as he stepped forward and roared angrily. Do you think, with your current strength, you can bully my disciple in front of me? He merely stood there without any
action. An indescribable terrifying pressure suddenly descended. In an instant, the green bricks within 100 meters turned to dust. The sky and earth changed color in an instant. The surroundings suddenly darkened.
Yuli hadn't expected Li Yensong to act in front of so many people. The pressure came crashing down like a mountain, and her 6th tier strength was utterly fragile before the strongest expert.
She
exerted all her power to sustain her ability, barely holding her body upright to preserve her last shred of
dignity, but her entire body trembled uncontrollably. Li Yensong looked down at her and said indifferently, I have a bad temper.
If I hear such words again, your third branch can forget about surviving.
Thud.
A muffled sound echoed as Yuli could no longer hold on, her knees slamming to the ground. A suppressed groan escaped her throat, and the humiliation of being forced to kneel made her eyes red and her nose sting. The pressure did not relent, instead, it forced her head harshly toward the ground.
She didn't even have the chance to resist.
Spoiled since childhood, she felt for the first time, before true power, all authority and status were utterly useless.
Stop! A furious shout rang out as Bai Tianyan finally arrived.
He saw his mother, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, being pinned to the ground like a helpless lamb, her face full of humiliation. Without hesitation, he rushed forward to help Yuli up. But as soon as he stepped into the range of the pressure, it was as if he had collided with a steel wall. An overwhelming force pressed from all directions, as if an invisible hand was tightly gripping his internal organs. Thud! He had no strength to resist and was directly forced to kneel before Bai Ning. During the day, Yen struggled to move his eyes, letting out a low growl from his throat, but he couldn't utter a single word. "Master, I beg you to spare me." Yuli saw Yen kneeling beside her, her heart wrenching in pain. She gritted her teeth and used the last bit of her strength to shout, "Please, don't hurt Yen. If you have a grudge, take it out on me." Bai Ning stood at the center of the oppressive force, yet he felt no pressure at all. Instead, he felt relaxed and at ease, looking down at the mother and son. This is what it feels like to be strong. No matter how powerful the forces behind you are or how arrogant you act, in the face of absolute power, it all amounts to nothing. He glanced at the progress bar in his vision, eager to max out the progress of devouring assets and see what sub-god level abilities and high-level realms truly look like. The 3 storage items he had just obtained from Yuqin Shui and the others, he wondered how much they could boost the progress bar. One day, he would crush these pests with his true strength. Thinking of this, he turned to his newly acknowledged master with a smile and said, "Master, let's not delay. Teach me the techniques and combat skills quickly." Li Yensong finally released his grip, and the two of them breathed heavily, like dying dogs, finally feeling a sense of relief. The surrounding area within 100 meters had turned into ruins, and no one dared to make a sound. The atmosphere was suffocatingly oppressive. Li Yensong turned to Bai Ning, the coldness on his face completely gone, replaced by the kind demeanor of an elder. "Come, my disciple, follow me to a good place." Bai Ning took one last look at the disheveled Yuli on the ground, his heart filled only with a thirst for power. He quickly followed his master, and the crowd automatically parted to make way for him, no one daring to meet his gaze or utter a word. Before long, the two arrived at a 3-story building in a corner of the academy. The building's exterior was unremarkable, with each floor standing 3 to 4 meters high. Li Yensong waved his hand, and the door opened automatically. "Here it is, this is my personal library." Bai Ning couldn't help but exclaim when he saw the interior. Wow! The first floor was spacious, with nearly 100 rosewood bookshelves neatly arranged, all filled to the brim with books. Bai Ning's eyes widened, his voice tinged with disbelief. "Master, you didn't move the entire Federation's techniques and combat skills here, did you?" Li Yensong, pleased with his disciple's reaction, clasped his hands behind his back and slowly walked into the building. "Don't exaggerate. I've just collected some good stuff. Look at this first floor, it's filled with various techniques I've gathered." He casually beckoned, and a book flew into his hand, which he handed to Bai Ning. "Take a look at this ancient starry sky visualization technique, SSS-Level. It can train the mind and enhance control over time and space." Bai Ning took the legendary, extremely rare SSS-Level technique. Still in shock, when his master pointed his finger several times. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Over a dozen techniques flew into his arms, forming a small pile. These are also SSS-Level. Some focus on manipulating the laws of time, while others enhance spatial slicing and teleportation skills. Holding this pile of techniques, Bai Ning was completely stunned. The top-tier techniques that people outside would fight tooth and nail for were being handed out in abundance here by his master? Li Yensong, feeling smug, maintained a dignified expression as a master and cleared his throat. SSS-Level techniques are difficult to master. Many people can only fully learn one in their lifetime, and achieving mastery is already impressive. However, he changed his tone, squinting as he assessed Bai Ning. "Your talent is truly unusual. During the test, you managed to leap from the most basic realm to the second-tier lower level in one go. Perhaps, you might bring something new to the table?" Bai Ning's heart tightened. Such rapid advancement was astonishing not only to others but even to himself. Just as he was thinking of how to explain it away, his master had already quietly walked to the staircase, clearly not intending to press further. The two ascended to the second floor. This floor and the third floor are where combat skills are stored. If techniques are the foundation, the internal energy, then combat skills are the moves that utilize that energy. Only by finding the right combat techniques can your abilities explode in specific ways and techniques, far surpassing the power of instinctive release. Li Yensong gently pinched his fingers, and a cyan wind blade
immediately condensed at his fingertips.
Bai Ning stared at the wind blade in shock.
Master, aren't you from the pupil technique system? How can you use wind-based abilities?
The old man chuckled proudly.
Humph, it's not that difficult.
As long as you understand the power within your body well enough, mimicking other attributes isn't impossible.
Master, teach me this. Bai Ning's eyes sparkled as he looked at his master.
Li Yintsong coughed lightly. You can't learn this move now. At least wait until you're at the 6th or 7th tier. He turned away, feeling a bit embarrassed. This wind-based ability was something
he only figured out after reaching the 9th tier.
For now, he could at most release a wind blade, with destructive power roughly at the 4th tier level.
However, this move was enough to intimidate his disciple,
who was advancing as fast as drinking water, probably. Li Yintsong, full of pride, clasped his hands behind his back and said, train well in the future, and stay away from that chaotic family of yours.
Out of sight, out of mind.
Bai Ning shook his head, the light-hearted expression on his face disappearing.
That's not possible.
He walked to the window, his voice lowered.
I'm not one to let things go.
The more they want something, the more I want to snatch it first. I am the young master of the Bai family of the Bai Financial Group.
Isn't that the head of the Bai family? Li Yintsong burst into laughter. Good. That's the attitude I like. But it's still too early to talk about this.
He changed the subject.
After school starts, those second-year students will definitely help their younger siblings vent their anger.
With your current strength, dealing with them will still be a bit challenging. Bai Ning had been waiting for a long time, finally hearing his master say this. He smiled shyly and took out the 3 storage
items given by Yu Qin Xue and the others.
Master, I want to exchange these for some money to spend. Given what had just happened, if Yu Li had any sense, he would have already cancelled that secondary card. But Bai Ning wanted to improve his realm, and the fastest way was to rely on his golden finger to devour assets.
Li Yintsong raised an eyebrow.
Hey, you're really bold.
Robbing things in the illusion realm, right? In front of me was one thing, but now you dare come to me to cash them in?
Bai Ning scratched his head, completely unfazed. You already know what happened and are still willing to take me as your disciple.
Doesn't that mean what I did wasn't wrong? Li Yintsong was amused and laughed heartily.
He then took the items and handed over a bank card he had prepared earlier.
Take it, consider it a gift from your master. There's 5 trillion inside, you didn't lose out on the value of these items.
5 trillion!
Bai Ning exclaimed.
Last time, he didn't feel much when he got an unlimited card, but now hearing about a real 5 trillion, he felt the happiness of being overwhelmed by money. With so much money, if he spent it all on milk tea, it could probably circle the Federation 800 times.
Devouring 100 billion with his golden finger would push him to the mid-second tier. If he devoured this 5 trillion, what realm would he reach? He couldn't even imagine.
He grinned and took the card.
Thank you, Master. Li Yintsong waved his hand
and walked downstairs.
In the few days before school starts, pick out some things you like here. If you have any questions, come find me anytime. Take care, Master.
Bai Ning sent off the God of Wealth with the utmost respect, already calculating how to convert this money into progress for his golden fingers devouring. Based on current experience, there were 3 ways to increase progress.
First, kill enemies. Second, destroy others' property. Third, spend money on donations.
He never thought that one day, he would discover similarities between these 3 things. Just as he was still pondering how to handle it, the small text in front of him suddenly changed.
Detected 5 trillion assets.
Consuming 1 trillion can upgrade combat technique and cultivation talent to SS level.
Bai Ning froze. Spending money could improve talent?
But 1 trillion just to upgrade to SS level, how ridiculously expensive. He recalled when he first awakened his abilities, he saw small text that read, body reshaping in progress.
Comprehension awakening. In progress.
At the time, he thought the system had gifted him with cultivation techniques and combat skills. Now, seeing that it required money to upgrade, he finally understood the small text only mentioned
in progress and awakening, but never said it was completed.
This system was clearly playing word games with him. Bai Ning gritted his teeth, casually picked up an SSS-level combat skill book, and decided to try it on his own first. But as soon as he read the first line, he was filled with despair. It felt like trying to understand advanced calculus in his previous life.
Completely incomprehensible. But then again, it was SSS level, so the difficulty was expected. He then picked up an SS level combat skill book,
planning to start with something simpler. Unexpectedly, it wasn't long before his eyes started to blur, and he felt dizzy. Clearly, he wasn't cut out to be a top student in this life. He stuck out his tongue in disdain and then grabbed an S-level combat skill book. He didn't have high hopes, but to his surprise, he could actually understand it. He laughed. I knew I had a talent for learning. So, he earnestly read one page. But soon, Bai Ning frowned. Although he could understand it, learning S-level combat skills felt like tackling high school math. He glanced at the small text and made a decision through gritted teeth. Forget it, if he could cheat, why bother learning on his own? With a single thought, the small text immediately changed. 1 trillion consumed, combat skill and cultivation technique aptitude upgraded to SS level. Instantly, a refreshing sensation surged into his mind, making his consciousness exceptionally clear. His body also felt a warm current, with his physical attributes simultaneously enhanced. He picked up the S-level combat skill book again and found it effortlessly comprehensible, like a college student solving elementary school problems, ridiculously easy. Excited, Bai Ning grabbed the SS-level combat skill book. The previously incomprehensible text now felt incredibly familiar. He threw his head back and laughed. Being an evil cultivator was so satisfying. He then picked up the SSS-Level combat skill book. Although it still seemed like a heavenly script, it wasn't as difficult as before. Soon, the small text refreshed again. 3 trillion can be consumed to upgrade combat skill and cultivation technique aptitude to SSS level. Without hesitation, Bai Ning chose to cheat. As soon as the thought formed, a thunderous roar echoed in his mind. An overwhelming sense of clarity and transcendence swept through his consciousness in an instant. His comprehension skyrocketed, and his physical attributes advanced rapidly. Bai Ning realized he now had a completely new understanding of the knowledge he had previously learned, with his ability to grasp concepts leaping to an entirely new level. This time, when he looked at the SSS-level combat skill book, he finally displayed the smile of a true genius. Learning was as easy as drinking water. What others saw as an incomprehensible heavenly script was as simple as basic arithmetic to him. If those wealthy heirs who had been trained in combat skills and cultivation techniques since childhood heard this, how their 10+ years of effort to barely grasp SSS-level combat skills were being compared by Bai Ning to elementary school math, they would undoubtedly be fuming with rage. For anyone else, just being able to get started with SSS-level combat skills would make them a genius. But for Bai Ning, this knowledge poured into his mind like an unstoppable army, flooding his consciousness. He immediately immersed himself in it, reveling in the unparalleled joy of learning. Bai Ning's learning speed was unbelievably fast. He gathered all the SSS-level cultivation techniques and combat skills available in the entire small building, over 100 books in total. Such a massive collection would even astonish the heads of major financial groups. This was the strength of the #1 powerhouse. The resources at his disposal were far beyond what ordinary people could imagine. Over the next few days, Bai Ning devoted almost all his time to studying the theories of combat skills and cultivation techniques. He only took a brief moment before the semester started to select his sophomore courses. The First Ability Academy was different from other academies, emphasizing the cultivation of well-rounded ability users. Each academic year offered dozens of courses, covering combat, survival, support, command, and special skills. Combat courses were further divided into hand-to-hand combat, cold weapons, combat skill development and application, and identifying the weaknesses of exotic beasts. All courses aimed at one goal: fighting the underground cavern beasts to protect humanity. The academy had no majors, allowing all students to freely choose their courses. However, with limited time, most students only selected courses related to their abilities. As long as you complete 100 credits, you can graduate. After graduation, major legions and companies outside will scramble to send you job offers. Bai Ning focused on studying and had no interest in choosing courses, so he simply selected all with one click. The total credits under the course list reached an astonishing 128. In other words, as long as he passed every course, he could graduate in one semester. On the morning of the first day of school, Bai Ning walked out of the small building with messy hair. He had been studying tirelessly for days and had already mastered a vast amount of cultivation techniques and combat skill theories. Time was tight, so he directly activated the Eye of Time and Space, his figure flickering across the campus, and returned to the dormitory to freshen up within minutes. On the way, classmates who saw his fleeting figure were all shocked as if they had seen a ghost. By the time he arrived at the classroom for the first class, only 20 minutes had passed. During that time, he had breakfast and glanced at his schedule. To be honest, if he had known how intense the schedule would be after selecting all courses with one click, he would have spent 10 minutes carefully choosing. Now, he just wanted to slap himself hard. After all, today was his first official day of school, and classes were scheduled from 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. The first class was Cultivation Technique Research. The course was held in the cultivation room, equipped with a top-tier spirit gathering array that continuously provided energy for students' cultivation. Hey, look, Bai Ning is here. Is this the principal's last disciple? He doesn't look anything like the legendary god of slaughter. As soon as Bai Ning entered the cultivation room, he heard whispers not far away. He ignored them, casually found a meditation cushion, sat down, and closed his eyes to catch up on sleep.
Humph, pretending to be cool. Bai
Qingyang lowered his voice and flattered Lin Zhushan, who was meditating in the center with his eyes closed.
Brother Zhushan, have you heard? That Bai Ning is simply outrageous. Lin Zhushan didn't even lift his eyelids, slowly guiding the azure dragon phantom around him into his body.
The surging energy converged like rivers, slightly reducing the oppressive feeling. Bai Qingyang grew anxious and raised his voice slightly.
Young Master Zhuyu is your younger brother. Bai Ning relies on his SSS-level ability and doesn't take us seriously at all. What's even more infuriating is that so many of our generation wanted to become the principal's disciples, but all were rejected. Yet the principal chose him as his last disciple. Isn't this a slap in the face for all the noble families? Lin Zhushan finally spoke. He slowly opened his eyes, a mocking smile on his lips. What, Bai Tianyan sent you to provoke me into dealing with Bai Ning?
Bai Qingyang's smile froze, his little scheme exposed. He could only lower his voice and say, I'm just worried for young Master Zhuyu. Lin Zhushan turned slightly, glanced at Bai Ning, and remained indifferent.
It's just luck, awakening a good talent.
But as for cultivation techniques and combat skills, without the support of a family background, without a foundation laid from childhood and rigorous training, even the most powerful
SSS-level ability would be nothing more than superficial in his hands.
Bai Qingyang responded with a mocking tone, You're absolutely
right. We've been studying various cultivation theories since childhood. After awakening, I spent every day soaking in the cold spring,
paired with high-level ice ability users to refine my meridians, and only barely managed to enter the beginner stage of SSS level
cultivation techniques. But Bai Ning, even if he holds SSS level techniques, probably can't understand their true meaning, let alone remember the energy flow routes. Exactly.
A distant relative of the Yu family chimed in with a smug smile, full of schadenfreude.
Combat skills are even more exaggerated.
I've been training in 8 Extremes Fist, and every move requires specific medicinal baths to strengthen the body, along with elders personally correcting the force trajectory.
Any slight mistake could injure oneself. Bai Ning doesn't even understand the basics of force application. If he insists on practicing high-level combat skills, the backlash
would be minor self-inflicted pain, but severe cases might directly cripple him. Bai Qingyang glanced at the person with satisfaction,
and suddenly asked, Did Miss Qingdai take leave this morning?
I heard her cultivation techniques and combat skills have already
reached an astonishing minor achievement level, with almost no opponents.
The person from the Yu clan laughed with more confidence.
What a pity Qingdai isn't here today.
If she were, given her affection for Miss Qingxue, it's hard to say whether Bai Ning would
even make it out the door alive. This is just a matter of time.
Bai Qingyang patted the person's shoulder. The two exchanged a
glance, their eyes full of anticipation for the drama to unfold.
We still have the combat techniques class this afternoon.
Finding an opportunity to teach him a lesson won't be hard.
Exactly. By then, Miss Qingdai will definitely step in herself and show Bai
Ning what a true genius is. Just wait and see.
Lin Zhushan closed his eyes, his tone firm. Today's classes will be the touchstone. Whether he's the real deal or just a facade, we'll know soon enough. The class bell rang shortly after.
The cultivation techniques.
Teacher entered the training room, his gaze sweeping over the students with varied expressions, his voice stern. Everyone, take your
seats. Today, we'll start with a Q&A session. If you have any questions about your cultivation techniques, feel free to ask.
The classroom fell into a dead silence. No one spoke.
All eyes, overtly or covertly, were focused on Bai Ning in the corner. They were all second-year students and knew each other well. Bai Ning had been specially placed into the second-year class by the principal.
And they all wanted to see just how capable this student, who was receiving special attention, truly was.
The teacher scanned the room, his brows slightly furrowed. He, too, sensed the tense atmosphere. To be honest, he wasn't optimistic about the principal's decision.
Bai Ning's ability level was indeed high, but he lacked a foundation.
In this class, which emphasized fundamentals, he would only hold others back. Patiently, the teacher asked Bai Ning, "You're new here.
Tell me, what cultivation technique are you focusing
on? Do you have any questions?"
Everyone turned to look at Bai Ning, but he remained silent.
How was he supposed to answer? Should he say, "Teacher, I have too many SSS-level techniques to choose from"? Using the ancient starry sky visualization as a foundation, the Radiant Secret Codex to enhance time laws, the Universal Art to boost spatial perception, and several others layered on top? That would sound too much like showing off, and explaining it would be a hassle.
His silence was interpreted by others as a sign of fear, afraid to expose his weaknesses.
The teacher sighed. He had seen too many arrogant students like this. They thought that having a
high ability level meant they could directly learn advanced techniques, but after a few years, they made little progress, missed the best opportunities for advancement, and ended up achieving nothing. Kindly, he advised, Bai Ning, you need to act within your
capabilities. If SSS-level techniques are too difficult, you can start with A-level techniques. Mastering them is what matters most. Bai Xingyang couldn't help but laugh out loud upon hearing this, shouting, "A useless person who can only learn A-level techniques, how could they possibly deserve to be the principal's personal disciple?"
Bai Ning, if you really can't handle it, just step aside and
give up the position of personal disciple. Only true geniuses like Brother Zhu Shan and Miss Qingdai deserve it.
Lin Zhushan still had
his eyes closed, his voice indifferent. Bai Ning, the teacher is right. Don't aim too high. Being the principal's personal disciple is a heavy responsibility.
Forcing yourself into the position does neither of us any good.
Exactly. Well said. Several wealthy students nearby nodded in agreement. Bai Ning smiled faintly, not responding, merely glancing at the crowd. He closed his eyes and began to sense the energy density in the training room. As expected, it was much richer than in the library, making it perfect for practicing the techniques he had just learned. Following the steps in his memory, he began cultivating the first technique. Suddenly, something changed.
A gentle breeze stirred in the training room, and the energy began to ripple, actively converging around Bai Ning. The teacher frowned, looking at Bai Ning, who ignored his advice and insisted on practicing advanced techniques.
His tone carried obvious impatience.
Bai Ning, the most important thing in cultivating techniques is to build a solid foundation.
SSS-level techniques are extremely complex and cannot be mastered overnight.
A steady approach is the right path.
Bai Qingyang immediately chimed in. See that? Just switch to an A-level technique already.
Otherwise, if you end up going berserk, the teacher will have to save you. Lin Zhushan's lips curled into a mocking smile, but he said nothing. Everyone knows that forcibly practicing advanced techniques can lead to broken meridians at best, or death at worst. The principal arranged for you to practice the sophomore level technique for a
reason. But do you have the ability?
If you insist on showing off and get injured, no one will take responsibility for you.
The teacher cursed inwardly and prepared to step forward to stop Bai Ning.
After all, if something happened to him during class, the principal would hold him accountable, causing endless trouble. However, before the teacher could act, the energy in the air suddenly became
abnormal.
A clear energy ripple rapidly spread from Bai Ning's side. The pure energy floating in the training room, as if attracted by some force, stopped drifting aimlessly and began to gather toward Bai Ning slowly and steadily.
Although the movement was subtle,
this stable energy flow indicated that the technique was successfully activated.
The teacher's pupils shrank sharply, and an incredulous expression appeared on his face. This energy guidance is so stable, he's really mastered it? Bai Qingyang's mocking expression froze instantly, but he quickly reacted and burst into laughter. Looks like you followed instructions. To master it so quickly, it must be an A-level or B-level technique, right?
Before everyone could process what was happening, the energy around Bai Ning suddenly
changed.
Above his head, a deep, swirling nebula began to form, with countless tiny light points flickering and flowing within, resembling
a miniature universe. The teacher exclaimed, "This phenomenon isn't A-level, it's the SSS-level ancient starry sky visualization technique." What?
Bai Qingyang's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Lin Zhushan also abruptly opened his eyes, staring
intently at Bai Ning.
For the first time, cracks appeared on his calm face. This illegitimate child actually managed to master an
SSS-level technique? Could the third branch have been secretly nurturing him all along?
But if he truly has such strong talent,
why has it been hidden all this time? Ha!
The teacher suddenly stepped forward, gasping softly.
His aura has changed? He's switching techniques. Switching techniques?
Bai Qingyang's voice cracked.
Is he insane? He just mastered an SSS-level technique and dares to switch. Isn't he afraid of energy conflict tearing him apart?
Humph. Greedy and overreaching, trying to do something beyond his capabilities.
Lin Zhushan declared.
Hearing this, Bai Qingyang suppressed his shock and revealed a malicious smile.
Brother Zhushan is right. Just learned to walk. And already wants to run. Looks like the real show is about to begin.
However, the scene of energy spiraling out of control and Bai Ning collapsing
in a bloody mess did not occur.
Instead, a completely different energy fluctuation emerged, carrying a mysterious rhythm.
Several indistinct figures
appeared behind Bai Ning, and the surrounding light distorted strangely, slowly spreading outward.
He mastered it too? The teacher froze in place.
Then, under everyone's stunned gaze, Bai Ning's aura changed again. This time, the energy fluctuation became light and ethereal, as if merging seamlessly with the surrounding space.
A third one?
The teacher's voice trembled, his lips quivering uncontrollably.
The flowing light secret record. The universal technique, all SSS level. And all successfully mastered? How is this possible?
Bai Qingyang couldn't help but scream, his voice tinged with a fear he
hadn't even realized. He's faking it. He must be faking it.
Bai Qingyang's face turned pale, his voice sharp and grating.
He must have used some sinister method that overdrafts his potential. How could he truly master 3 SSS level techniques? The other heirs of the consortium chimed in. Exactly, mastering SSS level techniques isn't that easy. Just wait for the backlash to hit him.
The teacher suddenly turned around sharply and sternly rebuked, enough.
He looked at Bai Qingyang and
the others with unprecedented severity.
Do you even understand what you're talking about? Shut up and watch your words. As
a teacher, he understood better than the students what the constantly changing phenomena before them signified.
For the first time, he used such a harsh tone with the consortium heirs. Teacher, how dare you speak to us like this? Bai Qingyang was stunned by the reprimand, then became furious out of shame. Who do you think you are? What gives you the right to shut up?
The teacher was truly angry this time, his voice booming like thunder.
If you dare disturb Bai Ning's cultivation again, I'll be the first to throw you out of the cultivation room.
Bai Qingyang trembled all over from the shout and ultimately
didn't dare to speak again. He could only turn to look at Lin Zhushan. At this moment, Lin Zhushan's face was so dark it
seemed like water could drip from it, his fists clenched tightly. Always calm and composed, he finally understood the younger
brother he had always looked down upon. Bai Ning was indeed extraordinarily powerful.
At this moment, the phenomenon around Bai Ning changed for the 4th time.
It can still change? Wait.
Before the astonished crowd could finish their exclamations, a 5th phenomenon appeared, and moments later, it transformed into a 6th.
The 6th one. Someone blurted
out instinctively, already too shocked to feel anything.
However, before these 6 phenomena could fully unfold, the space
around Bai Ning began to exhibit strange distortions and dislocations. His figure seemed to be sliced into countless fragments,
embedded within a transparent prism, emitting a high-frequency spatial resonance. Say, 7 phenomena. A girl murmured, her eyes vacant.
Immediately after, everyone was stunned to see the phenomena around Bai Ning rapidly shifting.
With every blink, a new phenomenon appeared.
In just a few minutes, the phenomena around Bai Ning changed like a revolving lantern, each
exuding a powerful and terrifying aura. Shockingly, they were all SSS-level techniques after entry. The cultivation room fell into a deathly silence. Bai Qingyang's mouth hung open, but no sound came out. The teacher looked as if he had been
struck by lightning, his hair standing on end, his mind blank. Only one thought repeated endlessly in his head, over a dozen
SSS-level techniques, all mastered to entry level?
This was beyond the description of a genius.
This was practically the
descent of the god of techniques. He had taught techniques his entire life, seen countless prodigies, but had never heard of
anyone mastering so many at once. I'm sorry. Someone swallowed hard.
Everyone stared, dumbfounded, at the boy meditating, with his eyes closed.
At that moment, a powerful suction force suddenly erupted from Bai Ning's body. The entire cultivation
room trembled, and all the energy surged toward Bai Ning like a flood breaking through a dam.
The speed was so fast that visible energy vortices formed in the air. Not good. The teacher's face changed drastically, exclaiming in alarm. Energy overload. Bai Ning, your body can't handle it, stop immediately. The teacher thought Bai Ning would ultimately lose control due to his greed. But the anticipated collapse did not occur.
The violent energy rushing into Bai Ning's body was instantly
brought under control.
The fused and refined power erupted, and his aura soared rapidly, shooting into the sky like a rocket.
A far more powerful presence than before exploded outward in an instant. Second tier lower rank, second tier lower rank. Peak. Then, second tier mid rank. With a crack, the meditation cushion Bai Ning was sitting on couldn't withstand the sudden
energy impact and shattered into pieces. The light of the spirit gathering array dimmed abruptly, emitting a low groan.
As the energy in the cultivation room was drained in an instant, leaving the entire space seemingly lifeless. Lin Zhushan
murmured softly, so the legend that cultivating multiple techniques accelerates progress is actually true.
He had always scoffed at this idea. Mastering a single technique to perfection and completion was the proper path. Learning many but excelling in none, how could that possibly be faster?
Moreover, controlling one technique was already challenging enough. Who could
simultaneously master over a dozen? Forget a dozen, even two were already difficult. The teacher was so excited he almost
rushed forward to ask Bai Ning for his secret, but then the scene before him suddenly changed again. His eyes widened, and his
temples throbbed. All the previously appearing phenomena converged, forming a strange cocoon around Bai Ning. The cocoon was
covered in intricate golden runes, mysterious and unfathomable.
This phenomenon, could it be an SSS-level technique? Inside
the cocoon, Bai Ning felt the space-time power within him, now several times stronger than before, and slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. He stretched his muscles and bones, producing crisp sounds. His gaze swept across the deathly silent cultivation
room and landed on the pale-faced Lin Zhushan. With a light chuckle, he said, "What's wrong? No one's speaking now? You were all quite talkative just a moment ago." Lin Zhushan took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his inner shock. After
all, he was the eldest son of the Lin family, with a resilient temperament.
"Bai Ning," he said in a low voice, his tone carrying a sense of superiority, "you do have some surprising talent. But you'd better understand your place and know your position. The principal taking you as a disciple doesn't mean you can soar to the top. In front of me, you'd better restrain yourself." "Oh," Bai Ning responded nonchalantly, "by the way, who are you?"
Lin Zhushan felt like he was wasting his breath,
talking to thin air.
His face turned from pale to green as he took a deep breath and said, "My father is the head of the Lin
Consortium. No matter how favored you are, you'll never surpass our direct lineage. No matter how talented you are, you're not qualified to stand above us."
Bai Qingyang snapped back to his senses and shouted, "This afternoon's combat skills. Class, Miss Qingdai will show you what true strength is." Bai Ning felt annoyed by such childish threats.
He waved his hand dismissively and asked, "Who is Miss Qingdai?"
Bai Qingyang was so choked up he almost spat blood, his face turning bright red. Miss Qingdai is an SS-level ability genius with the ice ability 1,000 Miles of Winter.
She's also the eldest daughter of the Yu family head, a true treasured gem.
Bai Ning raised an eyebrow, a cold sneer forming in his heart. "So she's Yu
Qingshu's sister? Excellent. It seems the lesson I gave you Qingshu and the others a few days ago wasn't deep enough for them to dare come and complain."
He sighed, took out his phone, and fiddled with it for a moment.
"Fine, let's go head to head and see just how strong my cheat is." Meanwhile, the Academy forum exploded. A post with an extremely eye-catching title spread like a virus, quickly going viral across the entire school. Shocking.
The heirs of the three major consortiums kneel
and beg for mercy. The post contained only one high-definition video. In the video, Bai Tianyan, Yu Qingshu, and Lin Zhuyu
each knelt on the ground, facing the camera, their faces pale.
The once proud heirs of the three major consortiums were now tearfully saying, "I love stripping naked and dancing on the street. I'm a loser. I'm Bai Ning's dog. Woof woof."
The post's popularity skyrocketed like a rocket, instantly reaching the top of the charts, with the number of comments increasing by the second.
"Holy crap! did I see that right? They actually knelt? And even kowtowed? Who filmed this? Was it Bai Ning? He's got guts. This is the biggest scoop of the year. The heirs of the three major consortiums kneeling together, this is practically stomping on the consortium's faces. However, the post was deleted by the administrator within a minute. But the news spread too fast, already flying across the campus like it had wings. Yu Qingshu was in class when her phone suddenly vibrated wildly, with countless messages popping up. Annoyed, she clicked on one. It was a forum link sent by a close friend. Qingshu, check the forum. It's crazy. Yuan Tianyan. Yu Qingshu's heart tightened, sensing something was wrong. With trembling fingers, she clicked on the video. When she saw the Humalai, she bore some resemblance to Yu Qingshu, but her demeanor was entirely different. Her expression was cold, her long hair neatly tied up, and her features were as exquisitely sculpted as a flawless statue. When Yu Qingdai appeared, she immediately drew everyone's attention. She's here, she's here. Bai Ning is done for. Qingdai's aura clearly shows she's truly furious this time. Wow, it's so cold. Is this the legendary SS-level ice-type pressure? Yu Qingdai's eyes glimmered with a chilling light, like two ice spears instantly locking onto Bai Ning. A murderous aura surged like a tide. Bai Ning, is it? Her voice was cold yet melodious. Are you ready to face death? Yu Qingdai's voice wasn't loud, but it carried clearly across the entire venue, filled with an unyielding determination, as if Bai Ning's life and death were entirely in her hands. Bai Ning lazily dug at his ear and asked in return, "What did you say? Speak up, I didn't catch that." Yu Qingdai's face remained as cold as frost, her expression unchanged, as if she hadn't heard his provocation. She slightly raised her chin and said calmly, "Bai Ning, since you're the principal's new disciple, I'll give you a choice." She looked at Bai Ning coldly. "Right now, kneel. In front of everyone, bow your head and apologize to my sister until she's satisfied. If you do that, I might consider sparing your life for now." After a pause, her tone carried a condescending leniency. "Of course, living won't mean living well. You'll have to leave your hands behind, so you understand that there are some people you simply cannot offend." A collective gasp arose from the crowd. Lin Zhushan chuckled and said, "Qingdai, you're so generous, only asking for his hands." Bai Qingyan laughed even more excitedly, his eyes lighting up. Now was the time to humiliate Bai Ning thoroughly and make him understand the price of daring to treat someone from the Yu family corporation like this. Bai Ning listened quietly, his face devoid of any expression, even nodding slightly. A few seconds later, he asked, "Why? Why is it that even though you're in the wrong, you still have the audacity to demand an apology from others? Are these rules set by your Yu family?" Yu Qingdai frowned and said, "Bai Ning, watch your words. Calm down and don't use foul language." "Foul language?" Bai Ning suddenly laughed. "You come in here wanting to chop off my hands, and you tell me to calm down?" Why should Bai Ning shrugged and casually found a spot to sit down. Lei Zhang nodded in satisfaction and began explaining combat technique. Application, combining his rich combat experience to deeply analyze energy flow and key points of exertion. Bai Ning listened attentively and learned quite a bit. In the past, he had relied on unorthodox methods in District 78. Although he had read many books on combat techniques recently, he lacked practical experience. "Alright, no matter how much theory you learn, practical drills are far more effective," Lei Zhang said as he scanned the room. "I will invite 2 students to come up and demonstrate the application of combat techniques." He laid out a key rule: in combat technique class, the use of any special abilities is strictly prohibited. Only pure combat techniques are allowed. As soon as he said this, Bai Qingyang and the others' eyes lit up. What made Bai Ning so fearsome was his bizarre spacetime ability, which was nearly impossible to defend against. But if he couldn't use his ability and had to rely solely on combat techniques, heaven is helping us. Bai Qingyang whispered to Lin Zhushan, "Bai Ning is doomed." Lin Zhushan smiled faintly. This rule from instructor Lei is practically tailor-made for Qingdai. Yu Qingdai's expression remained calm, as if the rule had no impact on her. Lei Zhang's gaze swept across the room, ready to call names. "Instructor," a lazy voice rang out. Bai Ning stood up, patted a spot on his pants that was completely clean, and, under everyone's astonished gaze, pointed at Yu Qingdai. He grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. "How about we put on a show for everyone?" Everyone was stunned, staring at Bai Ning as if he were crazy. He knew full well that his strongest spacetime ability was banned, yet he still dared to issue a challenge? This wasn't confidence, it was sheer recklessness. Is he insane? Miss Qingdai's swordsmanship was personally taught by the Yu clan elder and has already reached an advanced level. Not to mention she has that top-tier sword, Frost Silence. The sword's aura is so cold it could freeze someone to death. Even Yu Qingdai was startled by Bai Ning's challenge, and for the first time, a trace of pity appeared on her face. She stood up gracefully and walked to the center, her voice calm. Bai Ning, I admire your courage. Since you're so determined, I accept your challenge. Her fair fingers lightly brushed her storage ring. A crisp sword hum echoed through the room as a long sword, seemingly carved from eternal ice, appeared in Yu Qingdai's hand. The moment the sword appeared, the temperature in the training ground dropped several degrees. How is he supposed to fight against that? What can Bai Ning possibly use to defend himself? This is too cruel. I can't bear to watch. Yu Qingdai held the sword in one hand. Its tip angled toward the ground, her gaze indifferent. Take out your weapon. Although the outcome won't change, at least lose with some dignity. Bai Ning looked at the Frost Silence sword radiating cold air, then at his own empty hands. He regretted selling all the treasures he had taken from Yu Qingsno to his master. He glanced around and his eyes landed on a row of training swords on the weapon rack at the edge of the training ground. He casually grabbed one and weighed it in his hand. You're going to use that? Yu Qingdai asked in disbelief. Qingsno had clearly said that all her treasures had been taken by Bai Ning. Yeah, it'll do, Bai Ning said, casually swinging the training sword in his hand, completely unconcerned. After all, to cut you down, this sword is enough. Yu Qingdai's expression remained indifferent, but she unexpectedly put away Frost Silence and turned to draw an ordinary training sword as well. Bai Ning, you may start. Swordsmanship is about precision. Today, I'll teach you with this ordinary sword. Bai Ning didn't hesitate. He pivoted on his foot, and his sword thrust out at a sharp angle. The strike was decisive, but his movements seemed somewhat stiff, and his force lacked fluidity. Yu Qingdai didn't move, merely raising her wrist slightly to block Bai Ning's attack first. Clang! A crisp clash of swords rang out as Bai Ning's attack was instantly neutralized. Unsteady footing, rigid force, Yu Qingdai coldly critiqued, as if reprimanding an unqualified student. Her gaze sharpened, and without further words, energy surged within her as the blade in her hand began to tremble. Slightly a colder and more powerful aura than before erupted suddenly, like a sleeping glacier awakening. This was her ultimate sword technique, glacier reversal. A layer of visible frost formed on the blade, and the surrounding air instantly turned bone-chilling. Her figure shot forward like a cold current skimming the ground, the sword light sharp as a glacier, thrusting straight at Bai Ning. Faced with this sudden and fierce strike, Bai Ning's pupils contracted. His movements were clumsy, but he desperately dodged the sword energy with an awkward posture. The blade grazed the corner of his clothes. He actually dodged it. Gasps erupted from the crowd. A trace of surprise flashed in Yu Qingdai's eyes, but she immediately launched another attack. The sword light came down like a storm, sealing off all of Bai Ning's escape routes. Lei Zhan watched nervously. Before class, the principal had specifically instructed him to keep an eye on this precious student and ensure nothing went wrong. Seeing Yu Qingdai's relentless attacks, Lei Zhan quickly messaged his colleague from the healing department. Bai Ning might be in danger, hurry to the training ground. However, to everyone's surprise, every time the sword energy fiercely struck at Bai Ning, he dodged it in a strange yet incredibly precise manner. Lei Zhang soon noticed that Bai Ning's movements were becoming noticeably smoother, and the awkwardness was rapidly fading. Yu Qingdai grew more and more tense as she fought. Bai Ning was adapting too quickly, it was almost unbelievable. Impossible. A cold glint flashed in her eyes as she showed no mercy. Her figure split into 3 afterimages, and hundreds of ghostly blue sword energies erupted, blooming like deadly ice lotuses. This was the SSS-Level sword technique, Thousand Lotus Ice Prison. Just as the sword energy was about to engulf Bai Ning, his figure suddenly shifted. His movements were agile and fluid, slipping through the gaps in an instant. At the same time, the long sword in his hand condensed into a streak of cold light, moving at an extreme speed. To everyone's shock, he struck first. The countless ice lotus sword energies instantly dissolved into nothingness, completely dissipating. Yu Qingdai staggered to avoid the strike, her face showing fear. Looking down, she saw a wound on her left shoulder caused by Bai Ning's sword energy. Bai Ning looked at the stunned Yu Qingdai and chuckled lightly. Miss Yu, swordsmanship doesn't seem that hard to learn, does it? Yu Qingdai gritted her teeth, her eyes burning with fighting spirit.
That move of yours is impressive, but unfortunately for you, you're up against me. As soon as she finished speaking, an even more profound
aura surged from within her.
Yu Qingdai's steps moved slowly, as if treading on a mysterious starry path, each step carrying a strange rhythm.
The momentum of her sword grew stronger, as if it could freeze souls, and the air became thick and heavy. This is... Lei Zhang exclaimed in surprise, this is the Extinction Sword Abyss? It's said that when mastered to perfection, one strike can annihilate 1,000 enemies.
For her to reach a minor mastery at her age, her talent is truly extraordinary. Yu Qingdai's sword momentum grew increasingly powerful, and her ordinary longsword seemed to transform into a divine weapon capable of channeling the power of the stars. Forcing me to use this move, her voice was solemn.
Like a deity's, Bai Ning, you should be proud. With that, her figure vanished in an instant.
This battle is over, everyone thought. But Bai Ning showed no panic in the face of this
move.
Instead, his eyes gleamed with unprecedented excitement.
Extinction Sword Abyss?
The corners of his mouth lifted.
Ha, it's finally my turn to use this move.
It was a sword technique he had just learned a few days ago.
Bai Ning's steps mirrored Yu Qingdai's mysterious rhythm, and the trajectory of his longsword was precise and flawless. A sword momentum.
Even closer to the essence of the technique erupted from him.
His longsword met Yu Qingdai's sword with pinpoint accuracy. Crack! A crisp sound echoed. Yu Qingdai's longsword shattered on impact.
The residual sword intent from the broken blade struck her like an invisible hammer, slamming into her body.
Ugh!
She let out a muffled groan as her body was
sent flying uncontrollably, crashing into the alloy pillar at the edge of the training ground. The massive pillar shook violently from the impact. Poof! Yu Qingdai slid down T. SSS. 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 Ba Qingyang trembled as he said, my legs are weak. I don't dare to go over there.
Lin Zhushan cursed useless in his heart, scanning the surrounding airs of the financial groups.
Unexpectedly, no one responded.
He sneered, you all are truly useless. After speaking, he didn't dare to approach Yu Qingdai himself, instead sitting back in his original seat and picking up the phone to call for help.
What a
joke! Bai Ning still had blood on his face, exuding a murderous aura.
Who would dare to go near and cause trouble now?
Lei Zhang quickly lowered his head and messaged the colleague he had contacted earlier, hurry.
Over.
Healing department teacher Deng Kaiyun received the message and immediately rushed to the training ground. Bai Ning was the principal's treasure, and all the teachers had been warned to take special
care of him.
If something happened on the first day of school, the principal would definitely beat them all up. As he reached the entrance of the training ground, he heard a commotion.
His heart tightened. This was bad. He was still too late. If Bai Ning had been beaten, he might be sent straight back to the military district by the principal.
Entering the training room, he quickly scanned the area and spotted Lei
Zhang. His eyes lit up as he shouted, "Old Lei, where's Bai Ning? Let me see him."
Rolling up his sleeves, a surge of green healing energy full of vitality appeared in his hands.
Lei Zhang, seeing him arrive,
gave an awkward smile and pointed to the unconscious Yu Qingdai on the ground.
Deng Kaiyun followed his finger and exclaimed, Bai Ning is a girl?
Seeing the long hair, he had assumed Bai Ning was a boy, but it turned out she was a girl. As he got closer, that face looked all too familiar.
This is Yu Qingdai of the Yu family?
He froze.
Wasn't it said that Bai Ning and Yu Qingdai had fought? How was Yu Qingdai the one lying on the ground now? Where's Bai Ning? He hurriedly asked Lei Zhang.
Lei Zhang helplessly gestured to the other side, where a lone boy stood. The boy had a tall, upright figure, handsome features, and stood straight like a vibrant young poplar tree. When the boy saw him, he gave an innocent smile and waved, "Hello, teacher, I'm Bai Ning."
Deng Kaiyun looked at the strong and sturdy Bai Ning, then
glanced down at the severely injured Yu Qingdai. What the, he couldn't help but curse.
This Bai Ning was too formidable. On the first day, he had knocked out Yu Qingdai, the sophomore leader. Seeing him stunned, Bai Ning lightly coughed, "Teacher, why don't you check on her? She looks like she's in bad shape."
Oh. Deng Kaiyun snapped back to reality, crouching down to examine Yu Qingdai's injuries while
activating his healing skills. No big deal, no big deal. Where's her arm? A nearby student immediately answered, "Over there."
Yu Qingdai's right arm lay quietly by Bai Ning's feet.
Deng Kaiyun raised an eyebrow. "Then why aren't you bringing the arm over here?" Teacher, I don't dare to go near." The student, under Deng Kaiyun's glare, replied in a low voice.
What if Bai Ning mistook him for Yu Qingdai's ally?
And gave him a slash too?
Bai Ning sighed, bent down, picked up the arm, and handed it over. As he did, he thought to himself, ever since entering the central district, my temper has really improved. In the past, I'd most hand over a knife, but now I'm even helping save people. Of course, it's mainly because of the pressure from the financial groups. I can't completely fall out with them just yet, but that's only a matter of time. Yu Qingdai was soon carried away by two students under Deng Kaiyan's direction. The remaining people exchanged glances, silently staring at Lei Zhang. Lei Zhang coughed and said, "Let's continue. Class then." He waved at Bai Ning, "Come over here, let's spar a bit." Bai Ning took a step back. "Huh? No need for that, teacher." He watched Lei Zhang warily, thinking, is he from the Yu family? I just knocked Yu Qingdai unconscious, does he want to cause trouble for me? No, he didn't. This is too hard to accept. Lei Zhang looked Bai Ning up and down. Kid, your skills are extraordinary. What combat techniques are you practicing now? Just now, I saw you using the sword technique Silent Annihilation Sword Abyss, the movement technique Void Dragon Step, and the finger technique Shocking God Finger. These are all top-tier SSS-level skills. Bai Ning scratched his head. It's a bit complicated to explain. Lei Zhang frowned. You don't even know what you've learned yourself? I've learned a lot of different things. No problem. Lei Zhang waved his hand. I've been practicing martial arts for nearly 20 years and have encountered all kinds of skills. Just tell me. Bai Ning thought back to the hundreds of combat technique books he had read, sighed, and instead took the initiative to say, "Teacher, you pick a weapon. I can use them all." Lei Zhang's brows furrowed tightly. Are you looking down on me? Absolutely not. Bai Ning quickly denied it. I really have learned everything, without any particular focus. Oomph, arrogant kid. Lei Zhang snorted coldly and said no more. He grabbed a spear from the weapon rack and tossed it to Bai Ning. Continue. I saw your swordsmanship earlier. You actually broke through to the minor mastery stage during combat, which shows you've accumulated a lot. Now try this spear. Bai Ning caught the spear without saying much. If he told Lei Zhang that he had learned the sword technique while sparring with Yu Qingdai just moments ago, who would believe it? Who would believe that someone could learn a top-tier SSS-level combat technique in just over 10 minutes and quickly reach minor mastery? Not just swordsmanship, his movement and finger techniques were the same. Anyone would think that these top-tier skills, which take over a decade to master, were as simple as a child's game to Bai Ning. Lei Zhang's eyes were as sharp as an eagle's, and a terrifying aura surged within him like a volcanic eruption. He suppressed his energy fluctuations to the mid-second tier, but the killing intent of an 8th tier ability user spread like a tangible force. The entire training ground instantly became tense. Watch closely, he shouted. In a low voice, stomping his right foot hard on the ground. The spear swung, and his figure shot out like lightning. SSS-level combat technique, Blazing Army Breaker. A scorching and violent spear momentum erupted, as if igniting a sea of fire before him. Countless spear shadows surged toward Bai Ning like a tidal wave. Lei Zhang used only mid-second tier strength for this strike, but he held nothing back, directly unleashing the minor mastery level of Blazing Army Breaker. He intended to use this thunderous strike to teach this arrogant kid a harsh lesson. Before the spear shadows even reached him, the scorching heat wave already made Bai Ning's breathing falter. Facing this torrent of spear shadows like a charging army, a glint of excitement flashed in Bai Ning's eyes. An 8th tier ability user personally attacking him, and using a technique he was familiar with. Not bad. Bai Ning roared, gripping the spear tightly with both hands and stepping forward to meet the oncoming army. He mimicked the opening moves of Blazing Army Breaker from his memory, channeling all his internal energy into the spear. The heavy spear let out a low hum. Bai Ning let out a fierce shout and thrust the spear forward. A crimson spear shadow, not yet fully refined, surged forward with the reckless momentum of a newborn calf unafraid of tigers, charging toward Lei Zhang's overwhelming flames. Boom! As the spear intents were about to collide, Lei Zhang suddenly noticed a subtle change in Bai Ning's spear momentum. His heart skipped a beat. Bai Ning's initially clumsy spear momentum was, at the moment of the thrust, corrected by an invisible hand. The trembling of the spear tip lessened, and the scattered spear shadows converged. Within that reckless momentum, there was suddenly a hint of the blazing wildfire essence. Lei Zhang's pupils contracted sharply. Clang! 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 The sound of metal clashing was as dense as rain. Bai Ning's spear struck Lei Zhang's with precision. Although Bai Ning seemed to struggle with each clash, his footing was exceptionally steady. Each time he was forced back, he immediately regained his stance. With every thrust, his movements became smoother and more precise. Within the spear's shadows, the aura of a blazing wildfire grew increasingly intense. This kid had already grasped the basics. Lei Zheng could clearly feel that, after just a few exchanges, Bai Ning's mastery of the top-tier SSS-level combat technique Blazing Army Breaker had progressed from chaotic and disorganized to rapidly grasping the fundamentals, as if riding a rocket. This is exactly the same as the sword technique earlier. Lei Zheng's heart was in turmoil. Learn it after just one glance? And in actual combat, no less, facing his attack imbued with the pressure of an 8th-tier realm, he instantly comprehended it? Lei Zheng couldn't help but roar, "Good kid! Again!" His offensive suddenly became even more ferocious, his spear carrying the momentum of 1,000 troops as it smashed toward Bai Ning. He wanted to see just where this kid's limits lay. Facing the fiercer assault, Bai Ning did not panic. The spear in his hand swung faster and faster, becoming increasingly adept. That blazing, wildfire-like aura became more and more evident on him. He had already reached the peak of entry-level mastery, a minor achievement. The spear's shadows around Bai Ning formed a fiery domain, the crimson glow resembling burning flames, distorting the air with its heat. "Good, good, good!" Lei Zheng exclaimed 3 times in succession, his eyes bursting with unprecedented joy. This unpolished gem was even more dazzling than he had imagined. He stopped holding back, shouting angrily, "Kid, take this strike of mine!" His voice thundered like a storm, and his stance suddenly shifted. A force even deeper and more profound than before descended with a roar. He had reached the great achievement realm. This move, burning heaven, boiling sea, was Lei Zheng's ultimate technique, honed through countless life-and-death battles and perfected upon reaching the great achievement realm. The spear tip condensed into a crimson pillar of fire that pierced the heavens and earth. Centered on him, the hard alloy ground began to redden and soften. Boom! The crimson fire pillar, carrying the momentum to annihilate all things, crushed toward Bai Ning. Wherever it passed, the air was completely scorched, leaving visible slashes in the airflow. The hair of the students near the edge of the field was bent by the heat wave. Ugh! Facing this earth-shattering strike, Bai Ning, who had just barely reached minor achievement, was suppressed. His entire body felt as if struck by lightning, and his spear almost slipped from his grasp. He let out a muffled groan, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth as his body was uncontrollably flung backward, crashing heavily onto the ground over 10 meters away. Hiss! The students on the sidelines gasped in shock. Coach Lei really went all out this time. Bai Ning is done for. The gap is just too big. Bai Ning struggled to his feet, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, but his face bore an almost fanatical excitement. He left the student he had just knocked away behind and strode toward the principal's office, ready to question what kind of monster this was. The air was still thick with the pungent smell of scorched metal. The students were frozen in place, their faces filled with shock. Gulp! Someone nervously swallowed. A few nearby students collapsed directly to the ground. Oh my god! Is he even human? He actually drove Instructor Lei away. Bai Ning. Everyone looked at the figure in the center of the field, both fearful and awestruck. Lin Zhushan's face was pale, a chill running straight to his head. He finally understood that there was an insurmountable gap between these so-called second-generation nobles and Bai Ning. How could such a freak exist? The SSS-level techniques and combat skills in his hands were like toys in Bai Ning's eyes. It felt like their family backgrounds were utterly insignificant in the face of true talent. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Bai Qingyang's eyes were hollow as he muttered repeatedly in a low voice. "I need to tell young Master Tianyan quickly, this monster is not someone we can provoke." At this moment, Bai Tianyan was in class, accompanied by Yu Qingxue and Lin Zhuyu. Since the entrance exam day, the relationship between the three had grown closer. They exchanged glances, full of helplessness and sympathy. Especially after Bai Ning exposed their scandalous video, the three had huddled together and cursed Bai Ning for a full hour, vowing to make him pay. It wasn't until Qingxue called her sister and received assurance that Bai Ning would kneel and apologize that their anger slightly subsided. Bai Tianyan even contacted Bai Qingyang specifically, asking him to record Bai Ning's humiliation during the combat skills class, planning to loop the footage on the Central District's big screen for a month. After anxiously waiting for a long time, his phone finally chimed with a notification. Bai Tianyan grabbed his phone without hesitation and opened the message. Beside him, Yu Qingxue asked excitedly, "Did you record it?" Bai Ning,
Just wait, I'm going to teach you a harsh lesson.
Lin Juyu straightened up and said urgently, don't worry, who doesn't know how formidable Sister Qingdai is?
Bai Ning is probably already in the hospital. Bai Tianyan's hands trembled with excitement. Bai Ning, you.
The next second, a sinister smile appeared on his face, his eyes widening. Impossible.
Lin Juyu frowned. Could it be that sister? Qingdai suddenly let Bai Ning off? Yu Qingxue snatched the phone.
If my sister didn't teach Bai Ning a lesson on the spot, it would be unbelievable.
Let me see.
As she looked at the screen, she froze, her
face turning pale. Ah!
Her piercing scream stunned all the students and teachers. She completely lost control, her mind blank, as the image of Yu Qingdai clutching her severely injured arm and being chased and hacked by Bai Ning replayed in her head. Her sister had been beaten into serious injury. Wasn't her sister the brightest genius of the Yu family? How could she lose to Bai Ning, this despicable man? She dashed out of the classroom like a madwoman. Sister! When the phone returned to Bai Tianyan's hand, the video was playing the scene where Yu Qingdai spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted.
Bai Tianyan's
panicked gaze met Bai Ning's murderous eyes. His hand trembled, and the phone fell to the ground.
Ah!
He screamed in fear, hurriedly pulling his hand back. This video was like a heavy slap across during the day. Bai Tianyan's eyes were bloodshot as he tightly grabbed Lin Juyu and said, Juyu, you must help me with this. Bai Ning humiliated us like this, we must teach him a lesson. Lin Juyu was also shocked and remained silent for a long time before saying, with his strength, this won't be easy. Bai Tianyan sneered coldly, his words like an oath, don't worry, this time I won't give him any chance to turn things
around. People of our status, when have we ever needed to act personally?
Bai Ning hadn't expected instructor Lei to kindly end class early, giving him a few hours of free time.
It was just enough to make some preparations.
Today, he dared to act this way because he no longer wanted to pretend with Bai Tianyan's group.
With his master backing him, why bother pretending?
He took out his phone and sent messages.
To his friends in District 78, did you receive the 1 billion I transferred? I've asked my master to send someone to pick you up. Brothers, go hide for now. Today marked the complete fallout with the second-generation tycoons.
To ensure safety, Bai Ning first had his master send people to protect his old friends. Only after resolving his worries could he focus on the big fight ahead.
Last time, he had received
5 trillion from his master, and after upgrading his skills, combat techniques, and talents, he still had 1 trillion left. The progress bar in the lower right corner of his vision displayed, Devour, 101.1 billion/10 trillion assets, to grow to subgod level. After transferring 1 billion to his old friends, the progress had just reached 101.1 billion.
101.1 billion was already mid-tier second level, when it accumulated to 1 trillion, who knows what heights he could reach.
Bai Ning licked his slightly dry lips and headed straight for the Central District black market that Meng Tianchi had told him about.
This wasn't
a traditional market but a semi-public, semi-underground trading platform built inside an abandoned starship.
Bai Ning, dressed in a loose black robe, entered an inconspicuous warehouse door, and a completely
different scene unfolded before his eyes. The massive interior of the starship had been transformed into layered trading zones, with most people wearing masks or hoods like Bai Ning.
According to Meng Tianchi, as long as you had money, you could buy anything here.
Bai Ning was half convinced, but this place was indeed a good spot for procurement.
He planned to spend the remaining 1 trillion in the next few hours. Give me the best storage equipment.
The voice came from the voice changer built into his cloak, cold and emotionless. The shopkeeper behind the counter squinted at Bai Ning, his mouth twitching.
He fumbled under the counter and threw out a dusty gray ring with a snap, snorting through his nose. This has a built-in space of 100 cubic meters, enough for you. 10 million, no credit. Bai Ning chuckled. Do you think I don't have money?
Without saying more, he slowly pulled a card from his pocket. Completely black, the card's material was neither metal nor jade, yet it emitted a faint dark glow.
This was his own. That big shot master.
The shopkeeper's eyes instantly widened, staring intently at the black card casually held between Bai Ning's fingers.
Trillion-level black card?
His entire body stiffened, almost jumping
out from behind the counter. Anyone with some experience knew this card was no ordinary item.
Across the entire Federation, there were very few people who could possess such a card, almost exclusively the core
figures of major financial groups.
When a card holder appeared, not just this small shopkeeper, but even the big shots behind the black market would have to show utmost respect.
Cold sweat immediately broke out
on the shopkeeper's forehead as he hurried to the store's safe, respectfully retrieving a precious item and presenting it with both hands.
Honored guest. This is the treasure of our shop, an SS-grade storage
necklace with a capacity of up to 10,000 cubic meters, utilizing the most advanced spacefolding technology.
The price is only 10 billion, please take a look. The shopkeeper's tone was full of flattery, bowing deeply.
Seeing this attitude, Bai Ning hummed in satisfaction. Spending money should come with this kind of treatment.
Alright, it'll do for now. Bai Ning didn't think much of it, though this item
couldn't compare to the storage ring he had snatched from Yuqinshua that day, but holding those things always felt like they were burning hot, unsure if they could be tracked or located. It felt more reassuring to buy new ones himself. Unfortunately, this time he spent 1 billion, yet the Goldfinger progress remained stagnant. Devour, 10.11 billion/10 trillion assets, to advance to demigod level.
Bai Ning felt a bit disappointed. It seemed that buying things for himself wouldn't increase the progress. Currently, only devouring value that disappears from the world or from someone else's possession could count as growth. Purchased items were merely a different way to accompany him and didn't contribute to the progress. Bai Ning shrugged.
The shop owner still bowed at a 90-degree angle to see him off, and he continued shopping. The black card in his hand was the ultimate pass. As long as he showed it, even the fiercest shop owner would immediately become submissive.
Bai Ning walked and shopped, collecting everything he could use or consume.
His necklace was stuffed with supplies. Only after buying enough to sustain himself for 10 years did Bai Ning stop. Regardless of what the Bai family's third branch or the Yu family might plan, he had to prepare for the worst.
The total cost was just over 1 billion.
Next, Bai Ning entered a store selling energy crystals. This was the main expense of his trip. Even with the Goldfinger, which allowed him to upgrade at an astonishing speed, Bai Ning still felt insecure. Facing massive conglomerates with countless 7th-tier experts and monopolistic power, he was still too weak. Therefore, he had to seize every
moment to cultivate on his own.
With over a dozen SSS-level techniques, as long as he had enough energy crystals, his progress would be astonishingly fast. The crystal shop owner's pupils shrank sharply when
he saw the black card.
His face immediately displayed a mix of respect and greed that Bai Ning was all too familiar with.
Feel free to choose any crystal in the shop. The owner, a bald and burly man, even
softened his voice by several degrees. Bai Ning said indifferently, pack up all SS-level crystals and above. Without a word, the owner began inventorying the stock and quoted a sky-high price of 4 billion.
Beep. Bai Ning swiped the card, exchanging 4 billion for dozens of fist-sized SS-level crystals.
These crystals were extremely dense in energy. Just holding them, one could feel the intense energy concentration. Due to their high purity, each crystal averaged close to 1 billion.
Bai Ning didn't find it expensive. After all, an SS-level crystal could support a 7th or 8th tier expert in full-force cultivation for an hour. Moreover, he speculated that absorbing the energy from these crystals could count toward the devoured asset progress.
In this way, although the price was high, it would ultimately be consumed by him. Cultivating while using the Goldfinger to advance his realm doubled the gains. Bai Ning then toured the entire black market, buying everything he could.
He purchased all S-level and above crystals, spending a total of 50 billion.
The black market suddenly gained a major spender, immediately attracting attention from all sides. At first, the people behind the black market thought he was some young master or lady
from a conglomerate, here to experience life.
But after investigating the black card's origin, they discovered he was an illegitimate child of the Bai family's third branch, taken in as a final disciple by the
patriarch of the Li family.
Fearing that this young master might be targeted and implicate the black market, the market owner specially arranged for a group of people to secretly protect Bai Ning.
Bai Ning
mastered over a dozen techniques, expanding his ability range to nearly 200 meters, and his spatial control significantly improved. He had long noticed the tails following him but wasn't worried at all.
With teleportation, these people couldn't catch up to him.
After clearing out the black market's crystals, Bai Ning didn't rush back to school but instead turned into an auction house.
When he came out, the black card's balance was completely emptied.
He not only bought all the SSS-level crystals at the auction but also acquired a piece of void gold.
Bai Ning found that SSS-level combat techniques were easy to learn, but he was still undecided on his main weapon.
This piece of void gold perfectly met all his needs. The auctioneer explained that void gold was born from the chaotic currents of underground space.
It had no fixed form and appeared as a silver fluid, somewhere between liquid and gas.
Its greatest feature was its extreme malleability and shape memory, with its form entirely controlled by the user's energy. As long as energy is infused, it can instantly transform into any formed knife, sword, spear, shield, bow, or even complex mechanical structures. Moreover, it is almost indestructible, even under the attack of an 8th tier powerhouse. At most, it will revert to its original form when the user's mental strength is insufficient, but it can be used again once energy is restored. Despite its hefty price, Bai Ning purchased it without hesitation. Next, he only needed to ask his master to refine it into a treasure, and it could be used indefinitely. He brought 10 trillion, and by the time he left, not a single cent was left. Just as he stepped out of the auction house, a fragrant breeze swept past, and with an ah, a voluptuous woman bumped into Bai Ning. She was dressed in tight black leather, her figure alluringly curvaceous. The woman fell weakly into Bai Ning's arms, looking pitiful enough to make any man's heart race. Bai Ning sneered coldly. He swiftly retreated 3 large steps, moving so fast that only a faint afterimage was left behind. The woman fell to the ground with a thud, looking disheveled. Ouch, she cried coquettishly, her watery eyes gazing at Bai Ning. Why didn't you catch me? It hurts so much. Standing 3 steps away, Bai Ning's mind was on high alert. This was too deliberate. It had to be a trap. In this world, there were all kinds of strange abilities, and who knew if she had been sent by someone else? What if he helped her and ended up entangled by her ability? For a man traveling alone, the most important thing was to protect himself. On the short walk away from the black market, Bai Ning had already encountered 3 instances of beautiful women suddenly falling. Each time, they aimed straight for his arms. Bai Ning skillfully dodged them all with his movement techniques. Finally, he directly activated his golden eyes and teleported back to the academy, shaking off numerous tails. Back at school, he arrived just in time for the evening energy microcontrol class. This lesson focused on how to precisely control internal energy to make cultivation and combat more efficient. By the time class ended, it was already 10 p.m. Bai Ning headed straight to the rooms designated for students' post-class cultivation. These cultivation rooms were free for all students, but the energy was uniformly supplied by a central formation, with average effects. To enhance the effects, one had to bring their own energy crystals, just like Bai Ning. He placed an SS grade crystal into the center of the formation. Instantly, the entire room was filled with intense energy fluctuations. The formation's runes lit up in a flash. A buzzing sound erupted as the energy formation was fully activated and began operating at full capacity. Within seconds, the energy concentration in the room became so dense that even breathing felt like it carried waves of energy. Bai Ning's internal techniques automatically began to operate. The energy concentration was at least 10 times higher than before. The SS-grade energy crystal he had spent 1 billion on was indeed astonishingly powerful. Without hesitation, Bai Ning began to operate the dozen or so entry-level SSS-grade techniques he had mastered. Having spent over 1 trillion, he was determined to see how far he could advance with his golden finger in these techniques. The surging energy rapidly poured into Bai Ning's body as he moved, with over a dozen completely different powerful energies circulating at high speed along the complex pathways within him. Simultaneously, cultivating over a dozen techniques was as simple as basic arithmetic for him, like going from single digits to double digits. Energy flooded into Bai Ning's body at a terrifying speed, repeatedly washing through his meridians. The ancient starry sky visualization technique reached the minor accomplishment stage. The flowing light secret record reached the minor accomplishment stage. The universal arc reached the minor accomplishment stage. Before long, one technique after another broke through to the minor accomplishment stage. Techniques and combat skills were divided into 5 levels: entry, minor accomplishment, major accomplishment, mastery, and perfection. Each breakthrough represented a deeper understanding of the technique, with energy conversion efficiency increasing by at least 30%. Bai Ning was simultaneously cultivating 12 techniques, and now all of them had reached the minor accomplishment stage. This meant his cultivation speed was at least 3 times faster than that of a same-level ability user who cultivated only one entry-level SSS grade technique. Even more astonishing was that he had only been exposed to these techniques for less than a week and had already reached the minor accomplishment stage. This demonstrated just how powerful the talent granted by his golden finger was. The energy in the cultivation room was being absorbed by Bai Ning as if by an invisible giant mouth, and the dense mist visibly thinned. Soon, Bai Ning once again felt the flash of inspiration he had experienced during the earlier technique class. At that time, he vaguely felt that the operational routes of these techniques could be integrated and optimized, but there were too many people around, making it impossible to experiment. Now that the techniques had advanced to a minor achievement, his inspiration became clearer.
So it can be done this way. I'll optimize the energy absorption frequency and convergence points.
Bai Ning's eyes lit up, and after finding the method, he once again focused his mind. Previously, controlling 12 streams of energy simultaneously was fast but consumed a tremendous amount of mental energy. Now, he rapidly deduced and reorganized all the techniques, not directly merging the techniques themselves but finding their most
efficient and compatible common route. He combined the originally independent dozen or so routes into a thicker main pathway. Boom! Deep within his sea of consciousness, it was as if the sound of creation echoed. An unprecedented chaotic energy suddenly formed within his body.
Not only was Bai Ning's mental energy consumption for controlling the techniques significantly reduced, but the energy from these dozen techniques
also perfectly fused into a single chaotic energy. He clearly felt that with the birth of this chaotic energy, his control over space and time had advanced to a new level. Previously, he could at most control the flow of time in a localized area and only achieve teleportation in space. But now, he could do far more than that. This was not a simple enhancement but a qualitative leap. Bai Ning opened his eyes, his golden pupils shining. The entire training room was within his sight, and even the scene behind him was clearly presented in his mind. The dust and tiny particles floating in the air were completely motionless, under his control. The next moment, Bai Ning fully activated his ability and slashed toward the wall. Swish! A deep 3-meter-long gash instantly appeared on the wall. This was spatial cutting. A satisfied smile appeared on Bai Ning's face. He finally had a means of direct attack. Although his ability was powerful, it had always lacked direct offensive power. Seeing those ice and fire abilities that were both flashy and deadly, he had always been envious. Unexpectedly, after merging the 12 techniques, his ability had improved so astonishingly. Bai Ning smiled and closed his eyes, continuing to train. Not long after, he suddenly opened his eyes, full of confusion. The energy concentration seems to be dropping too fast. His training speed, which had been as fast as flying, suddenly slowed down by more than half. Bai Ning quickly checked the crystal at the center of the formation and found it wasn't depleted yet. Then, he turned to look at the gash on the wall. The gash spanned the wall, directly severing the formation's runes. Bai Ning's heart sank. Oh no, I got too excited and damaged the formation. He had just spent all his money and didn't have a penny left. Feeling panicked, he prepared to immediately find the supervising teacher to explain, thinking he might have to use his master's name to smooth things over. Unexpectedly, after the teacher inspected it, they smiled at him instead. As expected of the principal's personally chosen disciple, even the head of the Li family gave up on recruiting you. It was said that Bai Ning had been taken to the principal's private library on his first day, a place even the younger generation of the Li family found hard to access. The teacher, observing Bai Ning's training state, repeatedly praised the principal's excellent judgment. Then, the teacher excitedly led him to a more advanced training room. Bai Ning politely promised, "This time, I'll be careful." But the teacher smiled even more approvingly. "Don't be careful, the more you break, the better." Bai Ning was stunned, looking at the teacher warily. He thought to himself, could this person have some ulterior motive? After the teacher left, Bai Ning found an empty training room and continued his practice. This time, he only needed to control the operational path of the fused techniques. He even gave this new technique, which combined 12 top-tier techniques, a cool name, Primordial Chaos Scripture. This was a technique Bai Ning had created himself, and its effects far surpassed those of the top-tier techniques outside. If the people in the consortium knew he had gone from a beginner to creating his own technique in just one day, they would be utterly shocked. Once again, an energy storm erupted in the training room. The top-tier crystal at the center of the formation emitted a pitiful sizzling sound. The originally radiant light quickly dimmed, and pure energy continuously poured into Bai Ning's body. An entire night passed. Crack! A crisp sound of shattering echoed. The top-grade crystal worth $1 billion was completely drained of its last bit of energy. That crystal, which could sustain a 7th or 8th tier ability user for a full hour, was unexpectedly absorbed by Bai Ning, a mere 2nd tier cultivator, in just one night. A powerful aura erupted from his body, only to be instantly retracted. He slowly opened his eyes.
His golden pupils shimmered with golden runes, and faint ripples of strange spacetime fluctuations surrounded him. He felt the surging power within his
body. Second tier upper rank. Just one night.
The small text in the bottom right corner had already changed to devour 10.21 billion/10 trillion assets to ascend to subgod level.
With the dual blessings of
his golden finger in the Chaos Primordial Sutra, his cultivation speed was terrifying. He had only used 1 billion worth of crystals to reach the second tier upper rank.
Moreover, he still had hundreds of billions of crystals left unused.
Even more impressive, the newly mastered Chaos Primordial Sutra had already granted him the abilities of time stop and space slicing.
Who knew how terrifying he would become once he cultivated it to great success or even perfection?
Bai Ning stood up, his bones cracking lightly.
The exhaustion from a night of intense cultivation was completely swept away.
Resources, or rather, money, are the fastest shortcut to leveling up. He pushed open the door and walked out, facing the rising morning sun. At that moment, a figure suddenly rushed out to block him.
Bai Ning. Wait. Bai Ning frowned and looked over.
The person was wearing a school uniform, their eyes darting nervously, unable to meet his gaze, appearing both scared and anxious.
What is it?
Bai Ning's voice was calm.
Lin Yu
swallowed hard, as if summoning all his courage, only to deflate suddenly, his voice lowering.
Bai Tianlu wants you to go to the student council main building now.
Bai Ning's frown deepened.
Bai Tianlu? Who's that? He's Bai Tianlu from the 4th year.
The second young master of the Bai family's main branch, and the current student council president.
You seriously don't know him? Aren't you also from the Bai family?
Bai Ning rolled his eyes and started walking away. I'm busy with classes, no time for him. Today, he had scheduled an overly packed day of classes from 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. After class, he still needed to focus on cultivation and asset devouring, leaving no room to deal with these people. Besides, he had noticed that these people loved escalating matters step by step, like weeds that couldn't be fully
eradicated.
Just yesterday, he had dealt with a group of second-year brats, and he had been worried about what tricks the president might have up his sleeve.
But this was it? Second years didn't work, so they sent a 4th year to suppress him? Not even a shred of originality.
Lin Yu hadn't expected Bai Ning to outright ignore the president's summons and quickly jogged after him.
Hey, you're a freshman, so it's normal not to understand how powerful the student council is.
I'm kindly warning you, going against us won't end well.
Many of the assessment rules are set by us. With just one word from the president, you won't be able to survive here, let alone graduate.
Bai Ning suddenly stopped, squinting at Lin Yu's self-important demeanor, and chuckled lightly.
Am I being too polite?
Lin Yu froze.
Ha! I said I'm busy and don't have time, but you act like you didn't hear me, huh?
Lin Yu shrank his neck, muttering, I'm just trying to give you some friendly advice. Bai Ning snorted coldly, too lazy to say more, and suddenly
slapped him. Smack!
The crisp sound of the slap echoed, and Lin Yu's head tilted to the side, his cheek quickly swelling up.
How dare you?
Bai Ning shook his hand, his smile turning cold.
Say one more word. I dare you.
Lin Yu was so terrified that his hair stood on end. Remembering this man's ruthlessness from yesterday, cold sweat poured down his back, and he ultimately shut his mouth, not daring to make a sound. Bai Ning sneered, turned, and walked away.
As soon as he entered the classroom and found a seat, his phone suddenly vibrated.
It wasn't a text message but an encrypted video notification from an anonymous sender. Bai Ning frowned, a sense of unease rising in his heart, and swiped the screen. The image flashed by, and with just one glance, all the blood in Bai Ning's body rushed to his head. In the video, Meng Tiancher was tightly chained to a metal pillar, his skin covered in bruises and cuts. His nose was broken, blood stained the corner of his mouth, and one eye was so swollen it was barely a slit.
His face was drenched in blood and sweat, utterly disheveled.
He tried to straighten his body, but soon a blue electric-like light pierced through him, causing his entire body to convulse as he curled up in pain.
The screen shook, and the camera zoomed in on Meng Tiancher's face. A processed voice, mocking in tone, rang out, "Speak up, beg your good buddy to come save you?"
Meng Tiancher's eyes were filled with fear, but he gritted his teeth and remained silent.
A slap landed hard on his face. "Speak," the voice commanded. Meng Tiancher's body trembled, the excruciating pain nearly breaking him.
He rasped hoarsely at the camera, "Brother.
Bai, don't come. Don't come. They've said a, ah."
Before he could finish, another electric shock interrupted him, his body convulsing as his eyes rolled back.
The voice laughed sinisterly. Bai Ning, you'd better be smart about this. Everything about you is under our surveillance.
Don't go tattling to that person, come alone, obediently.
Otherwise, humph. The video abruptly cut off. Bai Ning shot to his feet,
the chair crashing to the ground with a loud bang. The classroom fell silent as everyone turned to look at him.
He gripped his phone tightly, his gaze sweeping across the room. No one from the syndicate was there.
Even those who usually followed them around, trying to curry favor, were absent.
Damn it! Bai Ning gritted his teeth, fury radiating from him like tangible flames. Those useless bullies. He had only asked his master to protect his friends in District 78, completely overlooking his newly acquainted classmate, Meng Tianshi. Subconsciously, he had assumed that such a fresh connection wouldn't provoke such a ruthless response. He hadn't expected these people to be capable of anything.
His chest felt like it was about to explode, filled with searing rage. Bai Ning let out a furious roar and stormed out of the classroom.
The next second, his phone vibrated again. He opened it to find an anonymous message. Hee, time is life countdown, 3 minutes. Countdown, 3 minutes. The message lingered on the screen for a few seconds,
before automatically deleting itself. Bai Ning sneered coldly.
This had to be Bai Tianyan's doing. He must have used some method to get the student council's Bai Tianlu to act on his behalf. The countdown was a threat, forcing him to reach the student council's main building within 3 minutes.
He had no time to seek help from his master. Without hesitation, Bai Ning activated his golden eyes, instantly appearing 300 meters away. 1 minute later, he was already standing before the grand gilded doors of the imposing student council building. He didn't slow down, delivering a powerful kick to the door. Boom! The heavy doors shattered like they had been hit by a bomb, fragments flying everywhere. The person behind the door seemed prepared, nimbly dodging the flying metal shards before leisurely stepping in front of Bai
Ning.
Their voice was calm. The president is waiting for you in the conference hall.
So they were expecting him.
Bai Ning said nothing, following the person into a massive conference hall. The room was extravagantly decorated, with a table over 10 meters long dominating the center. Bai Tianlu sat at the head of the table, his expression arrogant, exuding an air of authority.
On either side of the table sat student
council members in matching uniforms, their gazes filled with scrutiny and mockery.
Bai Ning didn't stop, heading straight to the point. Where is he? Bai Tianlu slowly raised his eyes, a faintly feigned look
of confusion on his face, his posture still haughty.
Who? Junior, who are you talking about?
Bai Ning sneered, don't play dumb. You kidnapped my classmate and forced me to come here, and now you don't
dare admit it?
He took a step forward, and a faint crack appeared in the black crystal floor beneath his feet. A flash of hostility crossed Bai Tianlu's eyes, but his face remained composed, a smile playing on his lips as he spoke in a gentle tone. Bai Ning, have a seat first. He gracefully gestured for Bai Ning to sit at the far end of the long table. Bai Ning's anger burned fiercely, but remembering that Meng Tianshi was still in their hands, he suppressed his fury and pulled out a chair to sit down. Bai Tianlu nodded in satisfaction, tapping his fingers lightly on the table. What you did yesterday was too much.
Chang Dai is one of our student council members.
His tone was calm. You actually dared to hurt her and even cut off one of her arms.
Bai Ning couldn't be bothered to explain. That's your reason for kidnapping? So, how exactly do you plan to release her? Bai Tianlu shook his head. Those who make mistakes don't get a second chance with me.
He waved his hand, and a muscular, fierce-looking student stepped forward.
This is Li Dun from the execution department, a senior and a 4th-tier lower-level enhancement ability user. Bai Ning's heart sank. So?
Bai Tianlu's lips curled into a proud smile as he stood up. Since you
hurt Qin Dai, let's settle this with a real fight.
He didn't look at Bai Ning again and took the lead in walking out of the hall. Like a king inspecting his domain, all the student council members immediately
stood up and followed him in an orderly manner. Bai Ning took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the urge to explode. The group marched grandly to an arena. Bai Tianlu stood on the viewing platform, looking
down as he said, "This is a life and death arena officially recognized by the Federation.
Stepping onto the stage means signing a life and death contract. Only the winner can leave the stage. Bai Ning, you
have no chance to beg for mercy." Bai Ning said nothing, instantly appearing in the center of the arena, lightly twisting his neck.
So much nonsense. Fight and then release her? Fine, let's do it. At this
moment, Yu Qingdai was lying on a hospital bed in a private clinic. The arm that Bai Ning had severed yesterday had already been reattached. With the help of advanced healing abilities, her arm could now move freely. However, it would take about another month of recovery to return to peak condition. For her, the physical injury was nothing. The hardest thing to accept was being chased around in public by an illegitimate child. Suddenly, her phone received a message from Yu Qingxue. "Sis, check out this live stream link." Yu Qingdai curiously clicked on it, and the screen showed Bai Ning standing on the student council's life and death arena. She sat up abruptly and immediately called Yu Qingxue. "Xiaoxue, what is going on?" On the other end of the line, Yu Qingxue laughed smugly. Bai Ning was so arrogant, of course. He needs to be taught a lesson. "Don't worry, sis. We pleaded with Brother Tianlu, and Brother Tianyan even paid a great price to set up this show. Bai Ning is growing too fast. If someone like him can't serve our consortium, he must be eliminated as soon as possible." Yu Qingdai frowned deeply. "You're still at school. The principal won't just stand by and do nothing. Don't worry, we won't let him die so easily, and the principal won't intervene in these minor disputes among juniors." "But," Yu Qingdai hesitated for a moment and said, "you still don't fully understand how terrifying Bai Ning's talent is." She recalled how Bai Ning had mastered all her combat techniques after watching them just once yesterday, and she couldn't help but shiver. His swordsmanship had gone from rough to surpassing hers in just a few minutes. Such talent was shockingly terrifying. "Xiaoxue, listen to me. With his talent, if you kill him, the principal will definitely be furious." Yu Qingxue, unconvinced, immediately retorted, "Sis, what are you afraid of? This time, the Yu, Bai, and Lin families are all involved. No matter how powerful the principal is, he only represents the Li group, and their experts are all trapped in the SSS-Level abyss and can't move." "But," "No buts." Yu Qingxue decisively hung up the phone. Listening to the beeping tone on the other end, Yu Qingdai felt a sense of foreboding. She quickly called Bai Tianlu. When the call connected, she urged, "Brother Tianlu, Bai Ning absolutely cannot be killed." Bai Tianlu's voice was gentle but firm. "Qingdai, don't you trust me? Since he dared to hurt you, I must make him pay with his life. After he dies, I will personally apologize to the principal." Hearing this, Yu Qingdai closed her eyes. "Brother Tianlu, I know you're doing this because we're engaged, but please spare Bai Ning for now." Bai Tianlu chuckled indulgently. "Even after what he did to you, you're still so kind." "That's rare. But don't worry, with me here, there won't be any problems this time. I've even brought the shadow guards along." Yu Qingdai finally breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing that the shadow guards had arrived. "All right." Her heart, usually as cold as ice, felt a trace of warmth knowing that Bai Tianlu had stepped in for her. "Once Bai Ning is dead, Tianlu-ji, you must return to the Bai family estate first and wait to see the principal's stance before making any moves." "Don't worry." Bai Tianlu's tone shifted, carrying a chilling murderous intent. "Before I kill Bai Ning, he must kneel and apologize to you." Lin Yu respectfully approached Bai Tianlu, his eyes filled with resentment as he glared at Bai Ning on the stage. "President, isn't sending Li Dun up there a bit of an overkill? He's been your planted piece in the academy for 4 years, with blood on his hands. Do we really need him to deal with a mere second-tier intermediate like Bai Ning?" Bai Tianlu gave Li Dun a faint glance and then slowly said, "He's not a second-tier intermediate." Lin Yu froze. "What? Didn't Miss Qingdai say yesterday that he was second-tier intermediate?" He suddenly realized that Bai Ning had been concealing his aura so well that his level was indiscernible. It was only during his earlier display of abilities that a slight fluctuation was revealed. In just one night, he had advanced to second-tier advanced? Even that 9th-tier prodigy back in the day didn't cultivate this quickly. This freshman's level was now just a small step below his own. Recalling how he had been slapped outside the training room earlier without even reacting in time to dodge, a trace of schadenfreude flashed across Lin Yu's face. If Bai Ning is a genius, all the better. This duel will be worth watching. Bai Tianlu nodded and said indifferently, "I hadn't planned to kill Bai Ning in the academy. I just wanted Li Dun to completely crush his arrogance and collect some interest first." Lin Yu couldn't help but admire him. The president's plan is indeed brilliant. Receiving his orders, Li Dun stepped onto the stage. Standing at 2 meters tall, he resembled a moving mountain, yet his footsteps were silent, a testament to his exceptional control over his muscles. Facing Bai Ning, the stark difference in their physiques made it seem like the outcome of the fight was a foregone conclusion. Li Dun's copper bell Eyes stared coldly at Bai Ning, devoid of emotion, as if he were looking at a lifeless object. After all, the young master had placed him in the academy to handle these dirty tasks that were inconvenient for him to deal with personally. Over the past 4 years, he had done this countless times. Li Dun, a 4th-tier lower rank, had awakened an A-grade skin-hardening ability. When activated, his skin and bones became as tough as high-strength alloy, making it difficult for even ordinary 4th-tier opponents to break through, let alone Bai Ning, who had just entered the academy as a 2nd-tier. He spoke in a deep voice, "Kid, as long as you sincerely admit your mistakes, I might spare your life. If my strength is too much for you, remember to beg for mercy early." As he finished, he assumed a horse stance, his heavy aura pressing down like a mountain. Black-gray patterns emerged on his bronze skin, making it appear as hard as rock. The members of the student council below the stage all wore relaxed smiles. Some spectators from the financial groups even shouted, "Oldly, teach him a good lesson. Begging for mercy isn't enough, make him lick your shoes too, huh?" Bai Ning dared to bully Miss Qing Dai. "I wanted to get on stage too, but unfortunately, I didn't get the chance." Who wouldn't want to? There were only a few slots, and you had to be quick to grab one. Hearing these words, Bai Ning narrowed his eyes slightly. "Very well. It seems that getting on this life and death stage is quite a rare opportunity. You think you can use me as your entertainment and trample on me? I didn't show you spoiled 2nd-generation brats my true colors before, and now you all think I'm an easy target?" With a thought, the void gold appeared in Bai Ning's hand. As he channeled his mental power, the void gold instantly elongated into a gleaming silver spear. This piece of void gold had yet to be formally forged, but under his mental control, its form was exceptionally stable. Without any warning, Bai Ning struck, giving his opponent no time to prepare. Meng Tianchi was still in their hands, and now was the best time for a swift resolution. Golden pupils flashing, Bai Ning instantly teleported to Li Dun's side, positioning himself at the perfect distance for a spear's length. Li Dun's eyes narrowed slightly. Spatial abilities were indeed troublesome, but the reason I was sent into this fight is because my defense is stronger than my opponent's offense. Does Bai Ning really think he can break through my defenses? Stop joking. He didn't even move his feet, his arms crossed, muscles bulging, and with the enhancement of his ability, his defense had risen another level. His right shoulder slightly sank, and the S-rank martial art mountain crushing force instantly gathered its full power. In terms of defense, you can't break me. In terms of offense, I've mastered this martial art to perfection, and its power rivals top-tier techniques. Li Dun roared, "Watch my fist." But immediately after, a soft sound was heard. Pft. Bai Ning's silver spear, as if slicing through a ripe watermelon, lightly pierced through Li Dun's waist and abdomen. In the next moment, Bai Ning exerted more force. The spear angled upward and thrust fiercely, with unparalleled precision. This spear, infused with all of Bai Ning's mental energy, combined with the chaos primordial scripture, which surpassed even top-tier techniques, and the mastery of spear techniques. Like an indestructible drill, it directly pierced through Li's SSS. So he took a gamble, first targeting Bai Tianlu, forcing out this 7th-tier mental ability fluctuation. Bai Tianlu's Shadow Guard. Bai Tianlu narrowly escaped death, breathing heavily, sweat instantly sliding down his forehead. He stiffly placed his slightly trembling hands behind his back, took a deep breath, and said with a rolling throat, "No need to get so worked up." Then he coughed dryly, forcing an unnatural, composed smile onto his face. Young people exchanging pointers is the proper way, there's no need to go all out. Bai Tianlu waved his hand, and the powerful mental force silently dissipated, as if it had never appeared. But Bai Ning clearly felt those cold, warning eyes fixed on him. As expected, this Bai Tianlu was a direct descendant. Quickly adjusting his expression, Bai Tianlu continued, "After all, I'm a few years older than you. It wouldn't be right to really fight, lest others say I'm bullying the younger generation." He shifted the topic, "I'll have a few elite members of the student council spar with you. Everyone can learn from each other. Afterward, I'll naturally send someone to help you find your friend. Maybe he just went out to play suddenly and hasn't run into any trouble." Bai Tianlu let out a low, cold laugh. To Bai Ning, this laugh was full of mockery. "Trying to wear me down first? What are you planning next?" Bai Ning stood still, a thick drop of blood dripping from the tip of his spear, landing with a soft sound. He lowered his eyelids, silent for a moment. The nearby student council members also noticed the presence of the Shadow Guard, and their courage seemed to grow. "The president has already agreed to help you, so why don't you hurry up and thank him?"
Weren't you so impressive just now? Come on, show us what you've got.
Bai Ning slowly raised his head. The eye of time and space operated at full power, golden light swirling in his eyes, forming a
soul-stirring vortex.
All right. His voice was calm, his face as composed as a still pond.
Remember your words. You all, come at me together. The
Four student council members signaled by Bai Tianlu exchanged glances. Although they were all afraid of Bai Ning's ability to instantly defeat Li Dun, their numbers gave them confidence, and they quickly formed a fan-shaped formation to surround Bai Ning. Each of the four had their own strengths, and in previous combat courses and underground missions, they had always acted as an independent team with seamless coordination. Li Jin, a mid-4th tier speed ability user, had the highest level and always served as the team leader and combat commander. He signaled the only female member, Su Mei,
to make her move.
Su Mei, possessing an A-grade mental ability of enchantment, was the team's control core. She immediately understood, lightly shaking her folding fan, releasing a sweet and cloying scent that spread in all directions.
Li Jin shouted, "Move!"
His figure blurred, leaving only a faint afterimage in place as his speed reached its limit. Next, he only needed to wait for Bai Ning to show a flaw and then deliver a fatal blow. Among the other two, one had body enhancement abilities, and the other controlled fire abilities. Hearing Li Jin's command, they quickly sprang into
action.
One charged directly at Bai Ning with all his might, while the other gathered a fireball in his hand, gradually growing to the size of a human head, ready to strike. They were only waiting for Su Mei to cast her enchantment technique to make Bai Ning momentarily lose focus.
Li Jin, circling and searching for an opportunity, suddenly heard a piercing scream. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Su Mei bleeding from all 7 orifices, clutching her head and rolling on the ground. His heart sank. Not good. Su Mei's most skilled enchantment technique had no effect on Bai Ning at all. Worse, she had been instantly countered, and the team's control core was incapacitated at the very start of the fight. Alarm bells rang in Li Jin's mind, and he could only grit his teeth and push his speed to the limit. The other two, shocked at first, quickly regained their composure and continued executing the plan. One roared, raising a massive ally shield, his skin gleaming with a metallic sheen, and charged headlong at Bai Ning. Li Jin saw that Bai Ning, instead of dodging the attack, swept his spear horizontally, seemingly intending to forcibly break through the shield's defense. Competing in strength with a body enhancement ability user? Ridiculous. Sensing an opportunity, Li Jin's short blade flashed with a cold light, ready to strike at close range at any moment. The spear collided with the shield, producing a deafening crash. And at that moment, after all, Bai Tianlu still has a marriage contract with the eldest daughter of the Yu family. The people around began to look at Bai Tianlu with strange expressions. Usually, the two of you exchanging glances was one thing, but just now, those few people fought desperately for you, followed your orders to target Bai Ning. Yet when they were killed, you didn't say a word. Now that you're the one being targeted, you finally speak up? Although there were doubts in their hearts, no one dared to voice them. After all, Bai Tianlu's status was noble, and his talent was once dazzling until Bai Ning appeared. Bai Ning ignored all this and continued, sparring inevitably leads to friction. By the way, where are your shadow guards? Why didn't they stop me earlier? Then those people wouldn't have died. He spread his hands, his voice not loud but clear enough to echo throughout the venue. These words were like invisible daggers. The expressions of the student council members immediately became subtle. That's right. Weren't the president's shadow guards the ones who stopped Bai Ning's spear from stabbing the president earlier? Then why did the shadow guards do nothing when Li Dun and Li Jin were killed? It's understandable that 7th-tier experts, considering their noble status, wouldn't act easily, but the president himself didn't react either. You clearly had the ability to stop them, yet you watched them die. If the president treats them like this now, will it be the same for me in the future? Bai Tianlu's face turned complicated. He opened his mouth but said nothing. Always maintaining a facade of noble calm, he was now struggling to keep it together. Bai Ning withdrew the mental energy attached to his spear, returning it to its original form as void gold, and put it away. Ignoring the deathly silence in the venue, he continued, "Now tell me, where is Meng Tianshi?" As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Ning's phone vibrated again. He opened it to see a familiar anonymous message pop up. Arrive at the designated location within 10 minutes to claim your surprise. You must come alone. The countdown has begun. A navigation location appeared on the screen.
Bai Ning coldly swept his gaze over the crowd.
Seeing their expressions filled with amusement, Bai Tianlu's lips curled into a faint smile. What's wrong? Got a message from your friend? Do you need help from your elder brother? Bai Ning couldn't be bothered to respond to them.
The most important thing now was to rescue Meng Tianshi.
The
small text in the lower right corner changed again after he had just defeated 3 people. Devour, 12.7 billion/10 trillion assets, to advance to subdivine level. The familiar heat surged through his body once more, his internal energy rising.
Unfortunately, the 3 people only contributed 2
billion progress, still far from advancing to the 3rd tier.
Bai Ning estimated that without relying on his own cultivation and solely depending on
the devouring ability, he would need at least 20 billion progress to level up.
Although the battle just now ended quickly, it consumed a significant amount of energy.
When an ability user advances, their internal energy automatically replenishes, but that wasn't an option now.
Bai Ning took out the
highest grade SSS-level crystal he had purchased from his storage necklace, held it in his hand, and silently operated his cultivation technique to
absorb the crystal and replenish his energy.
From the student council crowd behind him came a few jeering shouts from afar.
Hey, don't leave. Why not stay a bit longer? Yeah, weren't you pretty impressive just now? Bai Ning ignored them completely. Just wait and see. His golden eyes flashed,
and in the next moment, Bai Ning appeared at the academy's gate. The previous location was on the outskirts of the central area, at least 30
kilometers from the academy. It was obvious that this group had ulterior motives.
Within the academy, with his master's protection, no one dared to truly
make a move.
But outside the academy, the chances of encountering danger increased significantly. Moreover, to reach the location within 10 minutes,
he had to continuously activate the spacetime eye for instant movement.
Once or twice was fine, but using it over 100 times in a row, Bai Ning had never used so much of his ability before. By the time he reached the destination, he was physically and mentally exhausted, his combat power
greatly diminished.
Bai Ning stood at the academy gate, watching the people coming and going, but there wasn't a single familiar face who could help him inform his master.
Isn't this Bai Ning? A mocking voice came from not far away.
Bai Ning didn't look over, he already knew who it was.
Bai Tianyan, the mastermind behind Meng Tianshi's kidnapping.
Bai Ning gritted his teeth, the killing intent in his heart almost overwhelming.
Bai Tianyan approached Bai Ning with a fake smile, brimming with excitement. Why do you look so pale? Are you sick?
Bai Ning clenched his fists tightly, suppressing his murderous intent.
It was not yet the time to kill him. Oh, you're trembling? Are you cold? Bai Tianyan mocked sarcastically. Bai Ning looked at his smug expression and couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Bai Ning, what do you want to say? Speak up. Bai Tianyan showed no fear, instead
stepping closer, his eyes fixed on Bai Ning's icy gaze.
After all, he sneered sinisterly, if you don't say it now, you won't have the chance later. Bai Ning took a deep breath. You're feeling pretty smug, aren't you? Thinking that with me gone, your position is secure? Let me tell you, a fake will always be a fake, and it will never become real. He saw the panic and jealousy in Bai Tianyan's eyes. You know exactly what I'm talking about. Bai Tianyan feared most that Bai Ning, driven to desperation, would expose their secrets. Unable to hold back, he stomped his foot and roared angrily, shut your filthy mouth. Let's see how arrogant you can still be. Bai Ning gave him a deep look and walked out of the academy. His figure disappeared in an instant. Then let me see. You useless scum of the consortium, what can you possibly do? He reappeared 300 meters away. With a firm grip, the SSS grade energy crystal worth 10 billion was instantly crushed into fine powder. The immense energy within the crystal dissipated into the wind, rendered completely useless. The data on the screen changed accordingly. Devour, 13.7 billion/10 trillion assets, to advance to demigod level. The 10 billion just added was the price of Bai Ning crushing the crystal. Bai Ning sneered coldly. You sent people outside to try and kill me. This overpowered anomaly? Fine, then let's see if you've sent enough people and if they can keep up with the speed of my power growth. At the edge of the central district, inside an abandoned factory, the tall factory building was dilapidated and empty, with a few weak beams of light slanting in. Over a dozen Cold War ability users were scattered around, silently cleaning their weapons or meditating on the metal pillar in the farthest
corner, Meng Tianchi was tightly bound, his body covered in wounds. At this moment, a man with a scarred face glanced at a message on his phone, his eyes at the same time. Bai Ning's right hand grasped the air, and the silver glowing spear instantly reappeared. Get lost! Bai Ning shouted coldly. With a twist of his wrist, the spear shot out like a venomous dragon, accompanied by a piercing sound as it precisely pierced through Poison Fang's throat. Poison Fang's eyes quickly dimmed, and his body fell straight backward. All of this happened in one seamless motion. Bai Ning appeared, crushed the wrist, and killed Poison Fang all in less than a second. As Poison Fang collapsed, the others in the factory finally reacted.
Bai Ning? How is he so fast?
The leader's face changed drastically, and he roared, "Attack, all of you!" His roar acted like a switch, and blinding lights instantly
illuminated both sides of the factory.
3 fire element ability users raised their hands, unleashing violent flames that quickly converged into a
sea of fire, covering most of the factory.
At the same time, 2 wind element ability users unleashed their full power, causing fierce winds to howl
and intensify the flames, expanding the sea of fire several times over. The scorching firestorm, carrying an astonishing heat, surged toward Bai Ning and Meng Tianchi from all directions.
At the moment they attacked, a semi-transparent energy shield firmly enveloped the two of them.
The support type
ability user hiding at the farthest corner looked pale, exerting all their strength to maintain the shield.
This was their plan, to cover the entire
area with overwhelming firepower while using the shield to protect themselves and avoid collateral damage.
Meng Tianchi, his skin stinging from the intense heat, shouted anxiously, "Brother Bai, run!"
Bai Ning stood before the raging sea of fire, his golden pupils spinning wildly.
He took a
deep breath, forcibly suppressing the dizziness from overexertion, and stared coldly at the oncoming flames.
The spear sliced through the firestorm in mid-air.
A faint tearing sound was heard, like paper being gently ripped. Where the spear tip passed, a thin black line appeared in the space.
At
first, the arc-shaped crack was as thin as a strand of hair. But in the next moment, Bai Ning focused all his energy, channeling the chaos primordial
sutra, pouring his energy into the crack like a tidal wave. The thin crack suddenly opened wide as if it were alive. The space, like torn paper, began to curl and rip at the edges. A shimmering, pitch-black rift appeared out of thin air.
The interior of the rift devoured all light, leaving only
darkness.
The roaring fire dragon charged forward, determined to engulf Bai Ning and Meng Tianchi, but it crashed directly into the rift.
Not a single sound was made. The moment the flames touched the rift, they vanished instantly, as if swallowed by an invisible maw. The scorching tongues of fire
dissipated silently upon contact with the rift's edges, not even leaving a trace of smoke.
The surging flames were frantically sucked into the crack. The
fire and wind ability users turned red-faced, pushing their powers to the limit, but the sea of fire was like a stone sinking into the ocean, consumed
by the darkness. After devouring the firestorm, the rift continued to expand.
It slowly merged into a thin arc, rippling outward like waves in water.
In an instant, it stretched into an extremely fine and long black arc of light.
Like the scythe of death, it slashed precisely toward the energy
shield on the opposite side. No!
The support-type ability user screamed in terror. The shield they had maintained with all their strength was as
fragile as a soap bubble before the rift.
With a pop, it shattered. The spatial rift effortlessly cut through the shield, which disintegrated into
countless points of light.
The black arc of light did not lose momentum, sweeping swiftly across the 3 fire element ability users at the front under
the leader's horrified gaze.
A faint sound was heard. The 3 froze in place, unable to even scream, as blood spurted out.
Their bodies
were instantly sliced into 6 pieces, falling lifelessly to the ground. Bai Ning panted heavily, using the spear to support himself.
He had consumed another SS-grade energy crystal.
In his vision, the progress of asset devouring climbed once more.
Devour 16.2 billion/10 trillion assets to advance
to sub-god level. Across from him, about a dozen ability users remained alive. Bai Ning calculated silently, killing them all should be enough.
After
finishing them, he could ascend to tier 3 lower rank, and his depleted energy would be until his back was against the cold wall, with nowhere left
to retreat.
The leader's face twisted as he roared, "Damn it, fight to the death.
Young Master Tianlu has sent more experts, even a 6th tier powerhouse. As long as they held out until reinforcements arrived, Bai Ning wouldn't be able to escape."
Bai Ning chuckled softly, tilting his head as he
asked, "If that's the case, why are you hiding?
The leader, a 4th-tier high rank close to 5th-tier strength, felt humiliated being cornered by Ning, a mere 2nd-tier kid. He cursed under his breath, this kid's ability is truly bizarre. But he's only 2nd tier, his energy is limited. Just the continuous teleportation earlier must have consumed a lot. That attack just now must have been his full strength. Once his energy is depleted, won't we be able to deal with him easily? Someone beside him nodded repeatedly, the boss is right. As long as we stall him, we can exhaust him to death. Ning smiled again without responding, pulling out an energy crystal and holding it in his hand. As his cultivation technique activated, his aura visibly recovered at an astonishing speed. He can cultivate anytime, anywhere? Without needing to sit and meditate? The leader was once again shocked. No wonder young Master Tianyan is determined to kill him. This guy is indeed extraordinary. What are you all standing around for? Are you going to keep giving him time to recover? Attack, don't hesitate. The leader shouted, and the others gritted their teeth, surrounding Ning. Truth be told, none of them wanted to fight such a freak. That black hole-like ability earlier was incomprehensible, completely beyond their imagination. What 2nd-tier ability user could emerge unscathed from such an attack? But seeing the look in Ning's eyes, they knew there was no choice but to fight to the death today. If they didn't kill him, they wouldn't escape his revenge either. After all, Ning was part of the Bai family. Even as an illegitimate child, he wasn't someone they could easily deal with. Ning was also struggling at this moment. Hundreds of teleportations had pushed him to his limit. Earlier, he had risked his life protecting Meng Tianchi in the Sea of Fire, forcibly activating his spatial slicing ability. Now, even standing was difficult. He whispered to Meng Tianchi, "Stone, I've already cut your shackles. You should leave first, it'll be easier for me to fight." Meng Tianchi gave him a grateful look. Alright, Ning turned around, ready to find his next target. At that moment, he felt a strange fluctuation in the surrounding space, and his heart tightened. Not good. He sensed a faint spatial ripple not far away. With his ability, Eye of Time and Space, his perception of space was extremely sharp, and he immediately realized the lurking danger. Just as he was about to teleport away, a sharp pain shot through his eyes. Hiss. Ning raised his hand to cover his left eye, and his vision was instantly filled with blood red. Warm tears and fresh blood streamed down his cheeks. Overusing his ability had exceeded the limits of the Eye of Time and Space. After all, he was still only at the 2nd-tier upper level, and his power was not strong enough. Ning cursed under his breath and had to temporarily abandon his plan to kill, focusing all his attention on sensing the spatial fluctuations. At the same time, his steps shifted as he executed a movement combat technique, preparing to forcibly evade the attack. Whoosh! A piercing whistle tore through the air. Ning sidestepped with an unusual footwork to dodge, letting out a sigh of relief. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two more even faster and more cunning whistles came from both sides, attacking simultaneously. A silver needle shot toward his left leg, while another aimed straight for his chest. Ning's hair stood on end, his alertness reaching its peak. He spun abruptly, pushing off with his right leg, his body twisting at an extreme angle to evade. The two silver needles grazed his clothes, the force of their passage tearing his shirt. The needles, as thin as ox hair, embedded themselves in the wall behind him. Ning was forced into mid-air, his heart sinking. Losing the chance to teleport and being trapped in mid-air without a foothold was the most dangerous moment. Sure enough, he sensed 10 spatial fluctuations appearing simultaneously, sealing off all his escape routes from every direction. The air was filled with the sharp sound of wind explosions. The leading enemy, controlling the silver needles, had a gleam of triumph in his eyes. Die! Ning's pupils contracted sharply. As he thrust his spear into the ground, using it to leap upward again. He tried to escape through a gap, but there were too many silver needles. 2 consecutive sounds of flesh being pierced rang out. Put! Put! Blood gushed instantly from Ning's left shoulder and the outer side of his thigh. He let out a muffled groan as the pain and numbness quickly spread. The silver needles were poisoned. The intense pain, combined with the toxin and the fatigue of battle, caused his vision to blur. So annoying, so annoying, so annoying. A stronger fury erupted in his heart. Ning forced himself to stay focused, quickly scanning the battlefield. Soon, he locked onto the source of the danger. Found you! Ning revealed a ferocious smile. He forcibly twisted his body, using all his strength in his right arm to hurl the spear in his hand fiercely toward the shadow.
Die! The spear left his hand, transforming into a silver lightning bolt as it flew toward the enemy. Is that all you've got? The leading enemy mocked. Just a futile struggle before death. He easily sidestepped the incoming spear. However, as the spear brushed past him, it began to melt in mid-air, transforming into another weapon in the blink of an eye, a backward flying scythe. The spear's tip turned into the scythe's handle, just barely grazing past him. Even more astonishing, the spear's tail slowly formed the scythe's blade, gleaming silver as it slashed fiercely toward his neck. A column of blood sprayed into the air. At the same time, a system notification flashed before Bai Ning's eyes again. Devour, 25 billion/10 trillion assets, to grow into a subgod level. This man's net worth exceeded 6 billion. After killing him, an immense surge of energy instantly poured into Bai Ning's body. The energy within him, which had been nearly depleted, was replenished like a drought meeting a downpour. The numbness from the silver needles quickly faded as his blood surged, disappearing completely. The headache and blurred vision caused by prolonged teleportation also gradually subsided. With energy rapidly replenished, Bai Ning's aura skyrocketed. Soon, he broke through to the peak of the second-tier upper level. Accompanied by the exhilarating sensation of breaking through barriers, Bai Ning's fatigue vanished instantly. Third-tier lower level. I, Hu Hansan, am back again. He hadn't realized before that this golden finger could be used as a miraculous elixir. Now, let me see how many of you are still alive. 270/10. SSS. 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 720/10. SSS. SSS. As he sidestepped a wind blade, his wrist flicked lightly, and a cold gleam silently pierced an enemy's throat. Ugh! The man's body stiffened and collapsed to the ground. Immediately after, Bai Ning swiftly dodged a fireball, his spear shaft flicking upward. The spear's tail precisely pierced the heart of a reinforcement-type ability. User attempting a sneak attack from behind. The man's face still bore a sinister expression of triumph as he instantly fell lifeless to the ground. To Bai Ning, the remaining enemies were no different from lambs to the slaughter. Within a few evasive maneuvers, he had slain a large number of them. The pressure vanished in an instant. Only then did Bai Ning prepare to turn back and finish off the gravely injured Bai Jian, putting an end to the scum who had cost him 5 billion. But suddenly, he witnessed a scene that nearly made him spit blood. Bai Jian was now holding a vial of potion emitting a green glow. With a desperate struggle and visible pain, he downed the potion in one gulp. The potion quickly entered his system. In the next moment, a surge of intense life energy nourished his body like a spring breeze. The massive, bloody wound on his chest began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not only that, but his weakened aura rapidly recovered, and his pale complexion turned rosy in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the gravely injured and dying Bai Jian was gone, replaced by a peak-conditioned 6th-tier powerhouse. Bai Ning? Everyone was dumbfounded, their minds swirling with curses. What kind of miraculous potion was this? It could restore someone to full health on the spot? Bai Ning had just spent nearly 5 billion to create an opportunity to severely injure Bai Jian, only for him to drink a potion and recover as if he'd bathed in a healing spring? How? Was this even a fair fight? Seeing the rekindled killing intent in Bai Jian's eyes, Bai Ning snapped back to his senses. He knew that if the fight continued, he would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. More importantly, by now, Meng Tianchi should have escaped far away. He decisively chose to retreat. Without hesitation, Bai Ning swept his spear in a wide arc, forcing back several ability users. His eyes flashed with golden light. This isn't over. We'll meet again. He fixed Bai Jian with a fierce glare before vanishing on the spot. Damn it! Don't think you can run. Bai Jian's face darkened. Having just regained his strength, he was ready to go all out to kill Bai Ning, but he hadn't expected his opponent to retreat so decisively. He immediately activated his spatial awareness to lock onto Bai Ning's location. Bai Jian's face showed confusion. Why can't I sense him? Both of them were spatial ability users, and as a 6th-tier expert, Bai Ning's teleportation shouldn't have escaped his tracking. Yet, there were no traces of spatial fluctuations at all. He couldn't sense anything. Chase him. Find him. He can't have gone far. Bai Jian roared in fury. Looking at the corpses strewn across the factory floor, his anger burned even hotter. This meticulously planned operation had failed? These useless subordinates
We're dead, but the real loss was his precious SSS-grade recovery potion, wasted for nothing. Pain and hatred flashed in Bai Jian's eyes.
Bai Ning, next time, I'll make you suffer. He took a deep breath to suppress his rage, knowing he wouldn't catch Bai Ning today. He waved his hand and ordered, clean up the bodies, recover all the storage equipment, don't leave anything behind. Yes. Soon, someone called out in confusion, there's no storage equipment here. Could Bai Ning have taken it all? Are you saying, not only did we fail to kill him, but we also helped him make a fortune?
Bai Ning casually flagged down a hovering taxi, his frequent teleportation, leaving him with a splitting headache. First Ability Academy, he said. The driver glanced at him through the rearview mirror, noticing his blood-stained appearance. His eyes tightened, but he didn't ask any questions. The car sped off. Bai Ning pulled out his phone and messaged Meng Tianchi, are you safe? The reply came almost instantly, Brother Bai, I just made it to the safe house at home. What about you? Don't do anything reckless. Confirming that Meng Tianchi was safe, Bai Ning's tense nerves relaxed slightly. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Meng Tianchi replied, good to hear. I heard them chatting, saying that not only the Bai family was involved in this matter, but also the Yu and Lin families. Brother Bai, I know you've been targeted by Yuli, the matriarch of the third branch. If you can endure it, just endure it. I'm planning to take a break from school to avoid trouble, and you shouldn't go to the academy for now either. Bai Ning's fingers tightened, and the phone screen emitted cracking sounds. Clearly, Meng Tianchi was almost beaten half to death because of him, yet he didn't blame Bai Ning at all. In fact, because of Bai Ning, he didn't even dare to attend school. Bai Ning immediately replied, wait for my news. The temperature in the car dropped sharply, and the driver shivered, silently. Speeding up. At the academy's main gate, Bai Ning opened the car door and stepped out. The hovering car behind him sped away 10 meters without hesitation. In the next moment, a silver spear appeared again. Bai Ning carried the spear, its tip dragging on the ground, creating a piercing screech. Every step he took exuded a heavy, killing intent. The surrounding atmosphere was oppressive, and passing students turned pale, quickly avoiding him. No one dared to stop him. As soon as he stepped through the gate, the news spread to the student council like wildfire. Inside the building, the atmosphere was as cold as an ice cellar. Bai Tianlu sat grim-faced in the main seat, flanked by 2 shadowy bodyguards. The screen in front of him repeatedly played the final footage from the factory. Bai Ning stomped on Bai Jian's head, forcing him to kneel directly on the ground. He's back. He's charging over here with a spear. A student council member rushed in, panic-stricken and trembling. The atmosphere in the building instantly grew tense. The previously smug heirs of wealthy families now looked pale. Some hurriedly sent distress messages to their families, pleading for more bodyguards. Mom, save me. Others collapsed weakly into their chairs, their eyes blank. Don't panic. Bai Tianlu forced himself to remain calm, though his voice betrayed a hint of fear. I have shadow guards protecting me. If he dares to come, he's courting death. Everyone, stay alert. Despite his words, his tightly clenched hands revealed his unease, his fingertips turning white. Bai Ning's ability to severely injure Bai Jian, a 6th-tier expert, far exceeded his expectations. The eerie power of the Eye of Time and Space was even more chilling. Now, he could only rely on the 2 shadow guards for support. Time ticked by, each second agonizingly slow. Why isn't he here yet? Someone whispered, their voice trembling with suppressed sobs, on the verge of breaking down. Could he be scared? Afraid to come? Another asked hopefully. Bai Tianlu didn't respond. On the screen, Bai Ning was steadily approaching the student council building. Less than 100 meters away. Suddenly, Bai Ning's golden pupils flashed brightly. Bai Tianlu abruptly stood up from his chair, cold sweat soaking his back. As time passed and Bai Ning still hadn't appeared, he finally sank back into his seat, exhausted. At that moment, Bai Ning had just reached the entrance of the student council building, preparing to teleport inside. Suddenly, a voice exploded in his mind. My dear disciple, hold your hand for now. Come to the training ground, I'm waiting for you. Bai Ning froze, slowly lowering the half-raised spear. This voice was transmitted directly into his mind? He had read about this technique many times in novels from his previous life. It seemed his master was aware of the situation and had only now intervened to stop him. Was it to prevent the deaths of those wealthy heirs? Bai Ning hesitated for a few seconds before ultimately changing his teleportation destination to the training ground.
Following his master's instructions, he arrived at the innermost room. As he
pushed open the door, a dense wave of energy surged toward him. The room was luxuriously decorated, filled with top-tier training equipment he had only seen in textbooks. Compared to the ordinary training grounds outside, it was a world apart. In the center, Li Yensong smiled warmly at him.
"You're here?"
Bai Ning slightly bowed, his voice still tinged with lingering killing intent.
"Master." Li Yensong approached, his face showing a gentle smile. "Well done. I originally thought you'd suffer a bit. This time and even arranged for a few people to secretly assist you. But I didn't expect." "Master, you knew all along?" Bai Ning was shocked. Li Yensong chuckled. Proudly. "I am the #1 9th-tier expert. Is there any commotion in the academy that could escape my notice?"
Bai Ning took a deep breath and asked the most critical
question, "Then why did you stop me just now?"
Li Yensong patted his head, his tone calm. "I didn't stop you.
These people will die sooner or later. The only difference is timing. If you kill them now, I'll back you up. Even if the old guys from the 3 major families come personally, they won't be able to touch you." Bai Ning's heart trembled, feeling the confidence brought by a 9th-tier powerhouse.
"However, I suggest you spare them for now. If you kill them now, it may feel satisfying, but it will provoke the 3 major conglomerates to hunt you down at all costs. With your current strength, unless you stay with me forever, you won't survive long. Otherwise, even going out to buy groceries would mean being watched." Li Yensong paused, a sly glint flashing in his eyes. "But since they're still alive, with
me here, you can go ahead and name your price shamelessly. Make them pay heavily."
Bai Ning took a deep breath and nodded. In fact, he had already thought it through on
the way here. Killing those people would only bring more trouble.
He had indeed acted impulsively earlier, only thinking about venting for sure too without considering
the consequences.
His master was right, it was better to gain benefits first and deal with them one by one when he became stronger. Of course, they would be spared from death, but not from punishment.
Seeing Bai Ning calm down, Li Yensong smiled and patted Bai Ning.
Bai Tianyan slumped in the chair. His situation was worse than
the other two.
He had gone to great lengths to ask Bai Tianlu for help, but the other side had just expressed extreme dissatisfaction. Worse still, his father was deeply
disappointed in him. If his father intended to groom Bai Ning, the true young master, what would he do?
His eyes were filled with unwillingness and jealousy.
Bai Ning must die. How could he make Bai Ning die?
Bai Ning sat comfortably in the chair, crossing his legs as he messaged Meng Tianshi.
"Stone, I'll send you 2 bottles of life potion later.
You can use them if you're injured."
Meng Tianshi replied instantly, "Thanks. Life potions on the market cost millions. Oh, I got them from the Lin family. Anyway, they're SSS grade, absolutely worth it." "What? SSS grade? Brother Bai, I'm not dead yet. I don't need something that good." Meng Tianshi sent a string of exclamation marks. "Just keep them. I'm afraid you might need them in the future." Meng Tianshi, thanks for the blessing. Bai Ning then sent 3
bottles of life's praise to his friends in District 78, just in case. After handling these matters, he closed his eyes to rest. Soon, a loud voice startled him awake.
"Kid, it's time for class."
Bai Ning jolted upright, instantly gripping a long spear in his hand. Only then did he realize he was in the training ground his master had prepared for him. At the door stood a small, thin, shriveled old man carrying an ancient longbow taller than himself. His aura was deep, and at a glance, it was clear. He was a master. The most striking feature was his eyes, sharp as a hawk's, gleaming with light. Not bad reflexes, the old man grinned.
"I am Chuan Yun, invited by your master to teach you archery. Kid, have you ever touched a bow before?"
Bai Ning was stunned, it was him.
Chuan Yun's name was renowned throughout the Federation.
He was an 8th-tier expert who had once killed 3 9th-tier exotic beasts with his archery. Bai Ning hadn't expected his master to invite such a master to train
him.
He answered honestly, "I've only studied an SSS-grade archery combat technique, but I haven't formally practiced."
"Oh, just theory without practice won't do." Chuan Yun unstrapped his longbow and casually tossed another wooden bow to Bai Ning.
"Archery is something you learn step by step, without 10 or 8 years of hard training.
Don't even think about mastering it. I don't know what your master was thinking, asking me to teach a beginner like you. Strange. Today, we'll start with the basics, stationary targets. That'll keep you busy for 2 weeks.
Remember, keep your mind calm, your eyes sharp, and your hands steady. As he spoke, he slowly demonstrated the posture for drawing a bow. Bai Ning recalled the entry techniques of the SSS grade archery skill Falling Star. Comparing it to Chuan Yun's posture, his golden pupils flickered slightly, instantly locking onto the bullseye of a stationary target 100 meters away. He nocked an arrow and drew the bow. His movements were still a bit unrefined and stiff. Whoosh! The arrow shot out, followed by a crisp sound. The arrow struck dead center in the bullseye. Chuan Yun was still muttering, "Keep your hands steady." But before he could finish, his eyes widened in shock. "Is this beginner's luck? Kid, shoot another arrow." Bai Ning obeyed, drawing the bow. Again. The arrow flew steadily, its tail faintly glowing with starlight, and once again hit the bullseye. Chuan Yun. He abruptly turned his head and quickly walked to the target. After carefully inspecting it, he looked up at Bai Ning, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The old man pointed to a distant, fast-moving target. "Try that one. Remember, moving targets require prediction. Your eyes, hands, and mine must all keep up. Back when I trained, it took me a year just to barely get the hang of it." You whoosh! Before he could finish, Bai Ning had already drawn the bow again. This time, the arrow flew even faster, precise as lightning, piercing straight through the bullseye of the moving target. The powerful impact even sent the target flying several meters. Chuan Yun. His expression was complex shock, confusion, and excitement all mingled together. "Teacher?" Bai Ning lowered the bow and chuckled lightly. "Doesn't seem that hard." Chuan Yun's mouth twitched a few times before. He couldn't help but laugh, slapping his thigh hard. "Good lad." His eyes sparkled with incredulity, looking at Bai Ning as if he had discovered a treasure. "To hell with it, I'll teach you some real skills." He personally drew the bow and nocked an arrow, aiming at the small, constantly spinning and jumping target at the end of the training field. "See that? That target moves irregularly, small and fast. At times like this, you need to sense its movement trend and actively seize its flaws. Back in my day." He took a deep breath, ready to showcase his true skills in front of Bai Ning. Whoosh! Bai Ning didn't even wait for him to finish. Upon hearing the need to sense momentum, his golden pupils activated immediately. Drawing the bow like a full moon, his perception of space and time overlapped simultaneously. The arrow tore through the air, emitting a silver glow as it shot out. Crack! A crisp sound rang out. The arrowhead pierced straight through the target, embedding itself into the alloy wall behind it, producing a clear humming sound. Chuan Yun froze in the same posture as when he was speaking, stuck there. The words "back in my day," "it took me 3 years to barely hit 30% were caught in his throat. All his emotions condensed into a long sigh. This guy is a monster. What kind of genius did the principal find? 4 arrows. It only took 4 arrows to reach the SSS level Starfall entry stage? He looked at Bai Ning, his voice trembling with excitement. Good. 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 Chuan Yun said good 3 times in a row. Meeting a monster like you makes my life worthwhile. Don't bother learning that trash Starfall combat technique anymore. It's unworthy of you and a complete waste of your talent. Bai Ning was momentarily stunned. Starfall was a top-tier SSS level combat technique. Yet this master called it trash? If not an SSS level combat technique, then what should I learn? Learn mine. Chuan Yun puffed out his chest, his tone resolute. Your master has truly thought things through for you. By learning my unique archery technique, you'll have no weaknesses in close or ranged combat. The academy will soon organize a real-world battle in the underground caves, and he's worried you'll suffer losses. Not only that, but he also reserved a secret realm slot for you. TSK. TSK, now I understand why. Bai Ning suddenly looked up. Hearing that his master had already secured a secret realm slot for him deepened his confusion. Yesterday, he overheard classmates discussing the upcoming underground cave battle and secret realm news at the academy. Apparently, this secret realm is located in an SSS level underground cave guarded by the Li family, offering a chance for a second awakening. Hence, the Li family's young generation is almost always sent to that cave for cultivation. This is also why the other 3 major families are desperately trying to send people to the academy. Securing a secret realm slot is extremely difficult. You either need S-level battle achievements, a joint recommendation from the council, or become the student council president. Ironically, the easiest way is to become the student council president. At the time, Yuli even urged Bai Ning to help Bai Tianyan join the student council and push him to the president's position. The 4 major Corporations are generally on par, but Bai Ning's master, as the Li family's elder, has been focused on this abandoned child of the Bai family from the start. Despite Bai Ning's strong aversion to the corporations, his master not only didn't stop him but actively provided resources and even heavily suppressed the other three families.
And now, he even secured a secret realm slot? This is completely illogical.
Bai Ning took a deep breath and cautiously asked, "Teacher, isn't the secret realm slot extremely
precious? Even the younger generation of the Li family has to fight hard for it. My master."
He didn't finish the sentence, but the meaning was clear.
Chuan Yun
gave Bai Ning a deep look and smiled meaningfully.
Things in this world aren't as simple as you think.
The Li family is different from the other three, they truly work
for humanity. You'll understand once you go to the underground caves.
Chuan Yun suddenly changed his tone, revealing a playful smile and chuckling, "Don't overthink it. First, learn the basics of my void-piercing archery.
Your master said you."
He paused, then continued, "You won't let the student council off easily."
He said,
"Master your skills first, only then can you step out." Bai Ning agreed without hesitation. The old man Chuan Yun didn't directly answer his question but provided him with a new perspective. At least he could focus on his cultivation.
Although the quota for the secret realm had been predetermined, it didn't mean Bai Tianlu or Bai Tianyan would have another chance to awaken.
After class, he still had to visit the student council. Chuan Yun didn't say much and directly began teaching him the method
and mantra for channeling energy.
He explained in great detail, breaking down every aspect to ensure Bai Ning understood.
Bai Ning listened intently.
Soon, he realized
that the void-breaking arrow technique was completely different from the SSS-level combat skills he had learned before.
Those top-tier combat skills had been as easy
for him as drinking water or eating food.
A few repetitions of the movements and a few cycles of the mental technique, and he could easily grasp them.
But this void-breaking arrow technique posed significant challenges.
Not only was the mental technique complex and bizarre, but the precision required for energy control was also
extraordinarily demanding.
The method of exerting force defied all conventional logic. Bai Ning tried to channel the void-breaking mental technique, but the usually obedient energy within him almost backfired several times. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, and his brows furrowed deeply.
Chuan Yun watched from the side, not surprised,
but rather pleased.
This was how it should be.
The void-breaking arrow technique was the culmination of his life's work.
If it could be mastered easily from the start, that would truly be suspicious. Time passed bit by bit. Bai Ning was completely immersed in practice. His golden eyes were fully activated as he repeatedly drew
the bow and shot arrows, adjusting after failures and trying again. Sweat soaked his back, and his arms grew sore and numb from repeatedly attempting the strange exertion.
Method. An hour passed. Chuan Yun noticed Bai Ning's pale complexion and patted his arm, telling him to stop. "All right, take a break. This arrow technique isn't easy to learn. Even for you, it's impossible to master quickly. At least a week, no, maybe even a month."
Bai Ning, however, ignored him and continued to ponder and practice. Finally, as he drew the longbow, a flash of insight struck him.
He understood.
Bai Ning's eyes changed. The energy within him began to flow precisely along a new path, perfectly integrating spatial awareness and mental power.
Chuan Yun was also taken aback. "No way, impossible."
He stared at Bai Ning in shock as the arrowhead on the longbow emitted an extremely restrained golden glow, radiating intense energy waves. Buzz, the bowstring vibrated lightly.
A nearly transparent arrow seemed to merge into the void, shooting out silently.
In an instant, the center of the farthest target displayed a finger-thick, smooth-edged hole.
The arrow had already
disappeared, as if it had never existed.
The void-breaking arrow technique had been mastered.
Bai Ning slowly lowered the longbow, exhaling deeply, his eyes shining with
excitement.
The hour of painstaking exploration had been more exhausting than learning 10 SSS-level combat skills combined. But the rewards were immense.
The concealment
and destructive power of this arrow technique far surpassed Starfall, greatly compensating for his weakness in long-range attacks.
Just at the entry level, its power was enough to easily eliminate 4th or 5th tier ability users.
Once he improved further, he could definitely give Bai Jian a big surprise.
As he was thinking, Bai Ning felt a heavy slap on his shoulder, almost knocking him off balance. "Ha ha ha, just 1 hour. I've finally found my successor."
Chuan Yun laughed heartily, his face flushed with excitement. Bai Ning couldn't help but smile at the old man's enthusiasm.
"All right, that's enough practice for today. Tomorrow your master has arranged for another teacher, so we'll meet again in a week.
Chuan Yin casually slung the longbow over his back and smiled at Bai Ning as he left.
From now on, if anyone dares to underestimate you, we'll show them what's what together. If anyone bullies you, just use my name.
Bai Ning smiled shyly. The next day, he carried his belongings
straight to the student council building. He kicked open the heavy alloy door, accidentally injuring two passing heirs of wealthy families. Inside the student council's main building, the atmosphere was tense to the extreme.
Everyone was as nervous as if facing a formidable enemy.
Bai Ning, how dare you come here? Bai Tianlu stood behind
two strong shadow guards, instinctively shrinking back. The two shadow guards behind him exuded a deep and steady aura, as calm as the ocean.
In an instant, they stepped forward, radiating a powerful presence that sent chills down everyone's spine.
Don't be nervous, Bai Ning shrugged casually, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, a playful
smile tugging at the corner of his lips. I'm not going to kill you.
Bai Tianlu, who had been like a cat whose tail was stepped on during the daytime recording,
widened his eyes in anger. Arrogant. Do you even know who you're standing in front of? Do you think it's appropriate to say such things? Don't forget, we've already reached
an agreement with the principal.
Don't push your luck.
Bai Ning completely ignored his words, tapping his fingers lightly on the smooth conference table, producing
a crisp sound. The agreement was made by you. What does it have to do with me? If kidnapping someone could be resolved with just an apology, then what would the police be for?
Everyone stared at him in shock. Bai Ning pulled out a pile of items from his pocket, producing a clinking sound.
The bloodstained storage equipment was casually thrown onto the table. These were the spoils he had taken yesterday from the people sent by Bai Tianyan and Bai Tianlu at the abandoned factory. Here's the thing.
Bai Ning leaned lazily against the back of the chair, crossing his legs in an extremely casual manner.
I had some good luck yesterday and picked up a bunch of treasures.
But I'm an honest person and don't like taking advantage of others, so I came here specifically to exchange them for some money.
Exchange for money? Bai Tianlu's face twisted in anger.
He stared at the dried bloodstains, his fury reaching its peak. You killed them, took their belongings, and now you dare to use
these to extort me?
He pointed at Bai Ning, his finger trembling.
Extort?
Bai Ning frowned, feigning innocence.
You really don't know how to phrase things. I'm just
returning these items to you and charging a small storage fee.
Is that too much? Or are you saying you don't care about the belongings of your subordinates? You. Bai Tianlu's vision darkened.
He had never encountered someone so shameless. But seeing the gazes of others around him, he swallowed his words.
These people might
become his allies in the future.
How much do you want? Bai Tianlu took a deep breath.
Not much, Bai Ning smiled, revealing a set of white teeth.
1 trillion. What? Why don't you just go rob someone? Bai Ning squinted and smiled, as if to say, isn't this exactly what I'm doing? Bai Tianlu closed his eyes, gritting his teeth. Fine. After this, we're even. Deal. Bai Ning didn't hesitate at all. Deal? What a joke.
When he saw the notification of the transfer on his phone, he smiled in
satisfaction.
He had long known that these storage items were practically worthless, worth at most a few billion. Now, asking for 1 trillion as a storage fee was an
absolute windfall. Oh, by the way, this place isn't bad. This time, I came here to.
Bai Ning suddenly remembered something and looked at Bai Tianlu with a smile.
Run. For student council president for fun.
Bai Tianlu was so furious he was about to lose his mind, his face turning darker and darker.
After a brief silence, the
hall suddenly erupted in laughter.
Ha ha ha.
Lin Yu clutched his stomach, laughing so hard he bent over.
Bai Ning, are you out of your mind? Do you think this is a kindergarten? Is this a marketplace? He pointed at Bai Ning's nose, shouting angrily, do you think just because you're a bit stronger and more talented, you can do whatever you want? This is the student council. Do you even understand what rules are?
Before he could finish his sentence, slap, Bai Ning stepped forward and slapped him, sending him spinning in place, a few bloody teeth flying out of his mouth.
Ugh! Lin Yu staggered, about to fall.
Bai Ning followed up with a heavier slap on the other side of his face, sending him flying backward and crashing into the wall. Bai Ning strode forward, stepping on Lin Yu's face, and sneered coldly.
Now tell me, can I be the president? Everyone was stunned by the 2 slaps. The movements were too fast. So fast that even the 2 7th-tier shadow guards squinted slightly. Bai Tianlu's entire body trembled. First,
He had been extorted for $1 trillion, then, right in front of the president, Bai Ning actually slapped one of his subordinates. That slap was practically like slapping the president's face. You. Bai Tianlu was so furious he couldn't even speak, no matter how good he was at pretending. Normally, he was now red-faced with anger. Bai Ning shook his hand and turned to stare at him. Shu, your turn is coming. That look made Bai Tianlu retreat 2 steps. In fear. Bai Ning chuckled lightly, his gaze returning to Lin Yu, and he stomped hard. I'm asking you a question. Don't make me repeat myself. Lin Yu's face was swollen on both sides, and he looked at Bai Ning in fear. He had originally thought that with 2 7th-tier dark guards by the president's side, Bai Ning wouldn't dare make a move, and he planned to curry favor with the president. But seeing Bai Ning's calm demeanor, he suddenly remembered that yesterday, Bai Ning had stepped on Bai Jian's head and made him kneel with the same expression. He could easily defeat a 6th-tier expert. How did he dare mock him earlier? Lin Yu immediately changed his expression, forcing out a flattering smile. You absolutely can. You can definitely do it. Bai Ning nodded in satisfaction and continued to ask leisurely. Very good. Then tell me, how can I become the president? Lin Yu quickly answered, his voice hurried, afraid of being kicked again if he was too slow. Voting. Every president is elected by everyone's votes. You must work hard to earn the trust and support of your classmates. Oh, Bai Ning raised an eyebrow. But I heard, his voice suddenly turned cold, that as long as you successfully challenge the current president, you can directly replace him. Are you still trying to deceive me? Lin Yu's pupils shrank sharply, and he opened his mouth to explain. Bai Ning didn't give him the chance. He kicked him hard. Lin Yu was instantly sent flying, crashing from one wall to the other, hitting it hard and passing out immediately. Someone looked at Lin Yu's miserable state and muttered softly, but, since the school was founded, no one has ever succeeded in this rule. Challengers are either easily defeated by the president or fall before the challenge even begins. Oh, Bai Ning repeated, his tone calm. No one has ever succeeded? Bai Tianlu, what do you think? Bai Tianlu was so frightened by this gaze that his whole body trembled. Fight Bai Ning? That would be suicide. Absolutely impossible. He gritted his teeth and argued, let me tell you, this barbaric rule was abolished long ago. Now it's all about democratic elections. The student council members below exchanged confused glances. Abolished? When did that happen? Why didn't anyone know? Bai Ning sneered coldly. Funny how. I checked the student council rules before coming here, and it clearly states this rule. Just a few minutes, and it's abolished? Bai Tianlu nodded stiffly. At the same time, he signaled to his trusted aides nearby. What are you standing around for? Hurry up and pull some strings to get this rule abolished immediately. Bai Ning directly shoved his phone screen in front of Bai Tianlu's face. Take a good look. Appendix 3, Article 7, written in black and white, clear as day. I'm someone who follows the rules. Let's go, we'll settle this on the arena. With that, he slung his spear over his shoulder and grabbed Bai Tianlu's collar with his other hand. What are you doing? Let go of me. Bai Tianlu's face turned pale with fear, and he struggled desperately. Bai Ning didn't loosen his grip at all. Stop dawdling. Let's finish this quickly, I still have class to attend. How dare you? The 2 7th-tier dark guards behind Bai Tianlu finally couldn't hold back. Their aura erupted. Suddenly, one stepped in front of Bai Tianlu, while the other quickly activated a combat technique, his hand like an eagle claw striking straight at Bai Ning's chest. A 7th-tier expert's attack carried far more power than Bai Jian's 6th-tier strength. The seemingly light strike was imbued with overwhelming force. If this were outside the school, Bai Ning would have already fled instantly. But now, he knew that his master had detected the kidnapping of Shi Tu yesterday with just spiritual power. His master must have already noticed everything happening here. So, he had no intention of dodging. Just as the strike was about to land, a powerful spiritual force suddenly pressed down, striking the 2 7th-tier dark guards hard. The two were knocked backward, unable to even make a sound. Their eyes rolled back, and they passed out instantly. This move left everyone stunned in place. The hall fell silent for several seconds. 2 7th-tier powerhouses were knocked out instantly without even a chance to resist? What kind of godlike move was this? Without even showing up, just relying on mental power to instantly take down 7th-tier powerhouses. In the academy, only the principal could achieve this level with mental power.
Bai Ning raised an eyebrow and couldn't help but whistle.
As expected of master, truly.
Amazing. His hands didn't stop as he took advantage of the crowd's shock, dragging Bai Tianlu toward the arena. Wait. Let me go. Principal, save me. Bai Tianlu could
no longer care about manners, screaming like a pig being slaughtered. He knew that once he was dragged onto the arena, he might not die, but he'd definitely be crippled.
Bai Ning completely ignored him. What are you yelling for? It's not like I'm sending you to the slaughterhouse. Relax, I'll go easy on you. At most, you'll be lying down. For a month or two.
Under the horrified gazes of the student council members, their usually high and mighty president was being dragged forward.
The two 7th tier
dark guards by the president's side had been knocked out in one move.
Now the president was even shouting for help from the principal.
The problem was, the principal he was calling for was Bai Ning's master.
You've got the wrong person to pray to. Stop.
At this moment, a deep and stern voice rang out. A man around 50 years old appeared at the doorway, dressed in a well-tailored suit, his expression serious. He exuded the aura of someone who had been in a position of power for a long time. The children of the wealthy families present whispered in low voices.
It's Bai Jinfeng, the director of the Bai Consortium stationed at the academy. He actually came personally to save the president. Bai Jinfeng frowned. Bai Ning, what are you doing? How dare you openly attack the student council president? He's your clan brother. Clan brother?
Bai Ning stopped in his tracks, raising an eyebrow as he looked at him. Seeing that this man's aura was identical to that of Yu Li, he immediately understood that this was another tough character. His plan to deal with Bai Tianlu first seemed to be out of the question,
so he simply threw Bai Tianlu aside. Bai Tianlu fell hard on his backside and hurriedly scrambled behind Bai Jinfeng. Uncle, save me. Bai Ning has gone mad, he wants to kill me. Bai Ning looked at him with disdain and said, stop shouting.
I already said, we'll settle this by the rules, just a simple sparring match.
Jinfeng couldn't help but glance at Bai Ning, feeling a headache coming on.
A legitimate direct descendant, yet here he was, shouting and making a scene in front of everyone like a slaughtered pig.
Truly an embarrassment to the Bai family.
But no matter how embarrassing, he was still family, and it wasn't Bai Ning's place to criticize.
Tianlu was the current president, busy with many affairs. If you want to challenge him, it's not that simple. You need to apply in advance, get approval from the board of directors, then arrange a time, venue, and referee. The process is very complicated.
Wow, that troublesome? Bai Ning scratched his head and smiled.
Then if I ask master for help, can it be faster? Bai Jinfeng's expression turned as dark as water.
There's no need to trouble elderly for such a small matter.
Just follow the process and submit your application first. No way. Bai Ning raised an eyebrow. What if someone deliberately delays my application? Bai Jinfeng gritted his teeth. That won't happen. Bai Ning's smile grew even brighter. So you're saying you'll personally vouch for this and guarantee that all the procedures can be completed by this morning? Bai Jinfeng, getting impatient, Bai Ning interrupted. If it's not done, I'll have to ask master how to handle this. So, no problem, right?
Bai Jinfeng's face was dark as he replied. Word by word, no problem.
Bai Ning nodded in satisfaction and walked away briskly.
As he passed Bai Jinfeng, he even patted him on the shoulder and said earnestly,
Jinfeng, keep up the good work. I have high hopes for you. Respecting the elderly and caring for the young? What's that?
After saying this, he ignored Bai Jinfeng's
dark expression and walked away humming a tune. He quickly arrived at the teaching building, just in time for the first class cavern knowledge. There was very little information about the caverns online, and even Bai Ning didn't know much.
Yesterday, he heard from old man Xuan Yun that the academy would soon organize a practical
combat session in the caverns.
That was Bai Ning's blind spot. Adding a few more consortiums definitely won't be easy, and this class was one he had to attend no matter
what.
The teacher was talking about the glowing crystal stone forest in the underground cavern, and Bai Ning was listening intently.
Suddenly, two people behind him started whispering. Look, the rules on the student council website have changed. What? When did that happen?
I remember it being the same for the past 10 years.
A
new notice was just posted 10 minutes ago.
Look, who's that? Ah, Bai Ning. The academy's recent hotshot is sitting right in front of us. Scared me. Do you think it's related to him?
Bai Ning took out his phone and opened the student council president replacement regulations.
At a glance, he couldn't help but curse. The rule,
allowing a challenge by force against the current president, had been removed. At that moment, his phone buzzed with a message from Bai Jinfeng. Bai Ning, I checked the
latest student council regulations. If you want to be president, there's no shortcut like you imagined. Bai Ning sneered. In less than half an hour, this group had acted so quickly. With that rule deleted, if he wanted to replace Bai Tianlu, he'd have to resort to election campaigning tricks. Just thinking about it annoyed him to no end.
On the podium, the teacher was still talking about the various energy crystals produced by the crystal stone forest. Bai Ning irritably scratched his head. If he had to play that game, he'd rather fight 10 Bai Jians instead. Finally, class ended, and he was the first to stand up. As soon as he stepped out, he saw Bai Tianyan at the other end of the corridor, surrounded by a few followers, talking excitedly. Their faces were all filled with schadenfreude. Bai Ning squinted his eyes and immediately reflected on himself. He hadn't done well enough in this matter. Yesterday, Bai Tianyan had messed up the stone like that, and today he could still laugh about it. This was Bai Ning. As an older brother, he hadn't let Bai Tianyan experience the feeling of spinning 360 degrees in the air. What a loss for him. Bai Ning quietly approached, just in time to hear one of the followers laughing so hard he was bent over. That Bai Ning guy still wanted to use brute force? But bam! The rules changed. Let's see what he does now. Another follower chimed in. Who does he think he is? These days, everyone has some skills, but he shouldn't overestimate himself. The group burst into laughter. Bai Tianyan cleared his throat, wearing a slightly arrogant smile. He elegantly raised his hand and gently pressed down, signaling everyone to quiet down. Bai Ning, after all, comes from a different background and doesn't understand our rules, so it's understandable. The rule change is actually good for him. Tianlu Ji must have spared him out of consideration for being compatriots. The followers immediately understood and laughed even more obsequiously. Let's hope he doesn't disappoint everyone. Even if you gave him a hand, he wouldn't compare to you, young Master Tianyan. Besides, Miss Qingxue and young Master Zhu Yu have both signed up for this president election. Bai Ning doesn't stand a chance. Bai Tianyan nodded slightly, showing a compassionate expression. As his brother, I don't want to compete with him. But the underground cavern's secret realm slots are too precious, and Mother has instructed me to strive for the president position. I have no choice. Bai Ning finally couldn't hold back and laughed, patting him on the shoulder. Hey, what are you guys chatting about? Let me listen in too. Bai Tianyan's smile froze instantly. He turned around abruptly, his face pale. Bai Ning tilted his head, looking at him playfully. Bai Ning? This guy was truly a troublemaker. What's worse than a troublemaker? Being caught red-handed talking behind someone's back. Bai Tianyan's followers immediately scattered, wishing they could escape on the spot. Bai Ning acted as if he didn't notice their reactions and instead leaned closer, his face full of curiosity. I heard you guys are doing this for my benefit? Then I really need to think about how to thank you. With every word he spoke, Bai Tianyan's face grew paler. Bai Ning smiled and asked, who said that for my benefit? Line? The group was trembling, desperately shaking their heads and avoiding his gaze. Bai Ning's eyes finally landed on Bai Tianyan. He patted his cheek, making a crisp sound. So it was you, my silly little brother. You gave me such a big surprise yesterday, and I haven't properly repaid you yet. Bai Tianyan forced himself to hold back a scream and straightened his posture. Bai Ning, this isn't the slums. Watch your image. If Mother finds out you're treating me like this, slap. The surrounding classmates, seeing the atmosphere grow increasingly tense and sensing a fight was imminent, no longer dared to watch the commotion and began to leave. After all, one was the daughter of a wealthy family, and the other was the principal's prized student. Both were skilled, and an innocent bystander getting hurt would be bad. At that moment, Yu Qingxue shouted loudly, everyone stop. Watch carefully as Bai Ning kneels and begs for my forgiveness. The classmates who were about to leave didn't dare to go anymore and were forced to stay and watch the drama. Yu Qingdai sighed and tried to persuade her, don't be so willful. Let Bai Ning go. From now on, we'll go our separate ways. Isn't that better? How could it be? Yu Qingxue's eyes were filled with disappointment. Sister, don't you care about me anymore? How can you speak for Bai Ning? He stole your position as the principal's disciple. If it weren't for him, that sect disciple position would have been yours. She took a deep breath, made a strange gesture with her fingers, and shouted loudly, Dark Guards. In my name.
Capture by Ning. Her voice echoed through the corridor. 1 second passed. 2 seconds passed. 3 seconds passed. The air was dead silent. The anticipated 7th-tier experts didn't appear. Yu Qingxue blinked, stunned, then raised her voice, "Come out. Didn't you hear my order?" Another 2 seconds passed, and still, there was no response. Only her voice echoed in the corridor. "Where are they? Where are my dark guards?" Yu Qingxue spun in place, her voice trembling, "Where are you hiding? Show yourselves." Pfft, Bai Ning couldn't help but laugh, openly mocking her. "Did your dark guards take the day off today? Didn't they tell you?" Yu Qingxue was overwhelmed with shame and anger, her face turning red. She felt the mocking gazes from those around. Horror. Just moments ago, she had specifically called people to watch her dark guards deal with Bai Ning, and now, her body swayed, and she fell straight backward. "Xiao Xue!" Yu Qingdai cried out in alarm, rushing forward to catch her. Bai Ning smirked and said, "Look at you. Say a few words, and you get upset. Sleeping in the school building is not allowed, you know." He turned to Yu Qingdai with a teasing smile. "So, if she can't kneel and apologize, will you do it for her?" Yu Qingdai anxiously looked at her sister, but upon hearing this, she became angry. "I don't want to be your enemy. I even tried to persuade Qingxue earlier. How can you be so aggressive?" "Aggressive?" Bai Ning raised an eyebrow. "I hate girls like you the most, pretending to be weak but full of schemes. If you can't control your own family, who's to blame?" His gaze turned cold. "So, will you kneel yourself, or should I help you?" Yu Qingdai trembled all over, trying hard to stay calm. "Bai Ning, you can't even imagine the power of the Yu family. You'd better be sensible and stop pushing your luck." Bai Ning tilted his head. "What if I'm not sensible?" He took a step forward, and the killing intent accompanied by the pressure of a third-tier expert instantly spread out. Yu Qingdai, only a mid-second tier, turned pale under his pressure but still stubbornly stood straight. She gritted her teeth, her eyes full of defiance. "Still not giving in?" Bai Ning raised his foot and kicked her directly in the face. Yu Qingdai flew like a kite with a broken string, landing heavily several meters away. She rolled a few times before stopping. Struggling to lift her head, her fair face now bore a clear size 43 shoe print. She was so furious she nearly passed out, blood streaming from her nose and mouth, a shocking sight. Just as she was about to faint, Bai Ning raised his hand and interrupted, "Don't pass out. I still have something to say." Yu Qingdai glared at him fiercely. "I've assigned Bai Tianyan a target of 500 votes. You'll be responsible for 300 votes. Yu Qingxue is full of energy, so she all the onlooking students gasped, "Wow, Bai Ning is so ruthless. He even dared to go after someone as beautiful as Miss Qingdai. Yeah, and he specifically aimed for the face. He even asked if he should slap or not. How polite of him." Bai Ning glanced at the 3 people lying on the ground and smirked, "Can't find anyone worth fighting." Then he turned to the surrounding crowd, smiling brightly and speaking politely, "Once the voting channel opens, please support me." Although he was smiling, the students instinctively took 2 steps back. "Hey, why do I feel like he's threatening me? What did he say, PK me? If I don't vote for him, will he hit me? Did I see it wrong? His smile doesn't look like that of a good person at all." Bai Ning clapped his hands. The secret guards who had been by Yu Qingxue's side earlier suddenly disappeared. These secret guards, even if they went to the restroom, would rush back as quickly as possible. How could they have been gone so long without even a bite of hot food? Could it be that Master had taken action and dealt with these secret guards? Thinking of this, he casually grabbed someone. "Excuse me, do you know where Lin Juyu is?" "In the Academy small garden." Lin Juyu was sighing with a troubled expression. "Brother, aren't we just asking for trouble by running for student council president? In terms of abilities, I can't compare to Bai Ning. In terms of combat power, I can't match him either. Besides, even though Bai Ning is an illegitimate child, he's the principal's disciple." Lin Jushan grew angrier as he listened and directly punched him. "You useless fool, don't drag me into this." He revealed a meaningful smile. "What we really want to compete for is the secret realm quota. Who becomes president isn't that important, entering the underground cave is the real opportunity." Lin Juyu's eyes lit up. "You mean, we want to take him out in the cave? Take out who?" Bai Ning's cold voice sounded from behind them. Bai Ning was utterly speechless.
time he saw this group of people, they were either badmouthing others behind their backs or boasting about themselves with overconfidence.
Their strength was lacking, but their confidence was through the roof. Knock one down, and there'd be a whole group behind them, multiplying like cockroaches.
The moment Lin Juyu saw Bai Ning, his first reaction was to look for help. But after gesturing for a long time, he realized the secret guards who should have appeared were nowhere to be found. Bai Ning directly slapped both Lin brothers and then assigned
them a task. Each had to gather 500 votes. By the way, where's Bai Tianlu?
Bai Ning tilted his head and threatened.
Lin Juyu knelt
on the ground, crying as he pulled out his phone to search. Bai Ning snatched the phone and raised an eyebrow.
You guys have a group chat called Future Heirs of the Consortium?
The group was very active. A quick scroll revealed familiar names like Bai Tianyan and others. People often shared breakthroughs in their techniques and cultivation progress.
Right now, the group was buzzing about Bai Ning, Bai Tianyan.
Bai Ning actually dared to bully Xiao Shui and Sister Qingdai in public.
We can't let him be so arrogant anymore. Bai Tianlu, if he dares
to touch Qingdai, I won't let him off. Bai Tianyan, Sister Qingdai has already been knocked out twice in the past few days.
Bai Tianlu. I know, I've already told my dad. Uncle Zhang Yue will personally teach him a lesson. Bai Tianyan, during the cave combat, I'll bring enough people.
The plan remains unchanged.
The next second, a notification interrupted their conversation. Group owner Lin Juyu has invited Bai Ning to join the group chat. Bai Tianyan and Bai Tianlu were both confused. Then another notification popped up. Lin Juyu has transferred group owner privileges to Bai Ning.
Bai Ning became the new group owner.
Everyone was dumbfounded. Bai Ning changed the group name to Bai Ning's Presidential Election Support Group.
Bai Tianlu angrily demanded, Lin Juyu, explain yourself. Bai Ning grinned, holding
Lin Juyu's phone. Vote. 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 Important things must be said 3 times. Each of you must help me gather at least 500 votes. At Bai
Tianlu, you must gather 100 votes today, or the Lin family won't let you off.
Before long, the group exploded. Bai Tianlu, furious, said, Lin Juyu, say that again if you dare.
Bai Tianyan also shouted excitedly, there's definitely something fishy going on here.
Many people who didn't know Bai Ning thought Lin Juyu had gone mad. What kind of shock did young Master Juyu experience? Kidnapped and still blinking?
Lin Juyu saw Bai Ning tapping back and forth on his phone screen, feeling extremely anxious.
Can you give me my phone back first?
Bai Ning thought for a moment and said, oh, right. Then he gripped it tightly, and the phone screen instantly shattered into
pieces.
Nearby, Lin Jushan's phone was vibrating crazily. He glanced at Bai Ning, saw no reaction, and quickly took out his phone to check.
Damn!
His eyes widened instantly. Juyu, look quickly. Only then did Lin Juyu realize what had happened in the group chat, and his
whole body went limp. After class in the afternoon, Bai Ning went to eat.
He noticed several colorful stalls set up along the roadside.
The
shouts and chatter mixed together, creating a lively atmosphere.
Bai Ning approached to take a closer look.
At the Lin family's stall, there
were voting boxes for the 2 brothers, Lin Juyu and Lin Jushan.
Beside them were various blood vitality potions and life potions.
Voting would earn you a free potion.
A Lin family staff member saw someone approaching and smiled, saying, welcome to vote for Lin. Before
he could finish, he saw the person was Bai Ning, who had just beaten up their young master.
Instantly, his whole body stiffened.
The next second, he moved so quickly that even Bai Ning was surprised, swiftly protecting the voting box. If you come any closer, I'll call for help.
Bai Ning rolled his eyes. Not far from the Lin family's stall was the Bai family's, where energy crystals were being given away for
free.
Further ahead was the Yu family's stall, the most extravagant. It was filled with various B-grade treasures in all shapes and forms. These treasures were worth tens of thousands on the market, but here they were laid out like cabbages for anyone to pick.
The grand gestures of these major financial groups attracted many students.
Quite a few stood in front of the stalls, their eyes shining and breathing
heavily. Vote. I must vote. I've saved up for years and still can't afford a single B-grade treasure. The crystals they're giving away are enough for me to break through to Tier 2.
But over there are life potions, which can save lives in critical moments.
Everyone was discussing, full of indecision. Bai Ning rubbed his chin. He felt like this student council election was a bit of a joke, not even bothering with anonymity. He wandered around looking for a voting box with his name on it but couldn't find one.
Bai Ning chuckled helplessly. Wasn't it said that I, the illegitimate child, was highly favored? Not even a voting box for me? There's really no way to deal with them. Since fighting doesn't work, let's resolve this quickly and send them back to square one. The underground combat training sounds like a good
opportunity. But for now, if this continues, I'll definitely end up at the bottom.
Bai Ning took out his phone and checked the forum for
real-time updates on the voting rankings. Sure enough,
Yu Qingdai was in first place with 320 votes.
Bai Tianlu was second with 280 votes.
Lin Zhushan and others had over 100 votes each.
Only Bai Ning had 0 votes.
Bai Ning felt bitter. Winning aside, at least don't let
me be dead last.
He thought for a moment, then directly grabbed the Bai family's stall sign, wiped off the original text, and rewrote. Master of both techniques and combat skills, proficient in various abilities.
Free guidance, guaranteed upgrades. Bai Ning casually sat behind the sign, campaigning for votes. This tactic worked immediately. Soon, a long line of students formed, waiting for the master Bai
Ning had invited to provide one-on-one guidance. Most non-financial group students could save up to buy treasures and crystals, but improving techniques and combat skills was as hard as climbing to the heavens. After all, teachers who taught these subjects, even with minor achievements, charged exorbitant prices and were often unavailable. Is the teacher Ning invited reliable? Someone asked skeptically. Why not? Give it a try? After all, the other 3 families don't offer this kind of benefit. Wait. Who said they didn't invite teachers? Someone shouted excitedly. The Lin family invited the academy's technique professor. The Yu family has top-tier lecturers who charge tens of thousands per class. The Bai family has a tier 7 expert providing personal guidance.
The crowd around Bai Ning instantly dispersed.
Only one girl remained standing still. She was petite, with her head lowered, her long bangs covering most of her face, revealing only the fair and pure lower half of her face. She clutched the hem of her clothes tightly, looking very frightened.
Bai Ning raised an eyebrow, finding it amusing. Hey! He waved at the girl. Why aren't you leaving? The girl trembled slightly and said softly, My name isn't Hey. It's Chu Yushuan. I just want to ask, can you do it?
Hearing someone doubt him, Bai Ning immediately patted his chest and assured, I
can. I absolutely can. Chu Yushuan, right? Just wait, I promise to teach you.
His confident words attracted the attention of several people
who hadn't gone far. I thought he was going to ask someone else, but he's doing it himself. How is this different from selling insurance? A freshman who just enrolled, better than a professor? Isn't this girl the invisible one who doesn't even dare to speak? She must have been fooled by Bai Ning's handsome face. Can good looks fill your stomach? The voices of discussion were unrestrained. Everyone could see that Bai Ning wasn't valued by the Bai family at all. The children of the financial group didn't like him. At the election site, no one wanted to lend him a hand. The rumors before enrollment that Bai Ning was the beloved illegitimate child of the 3rd branch were all lies. Maybe he spread them himself. Someone even shouted to Chu Yushuan, Hey, don't be stupid. Over there is the real deal, personally. Guided by Professor Zhao. The mentioned Professor Zhao sat high up, glancing over casually with a cold expression. Chu Yushuan lowered her head so much that her face was almost buried in her chest. Yet, she stubbornly stood there, unmoving. The amusement in Bai Ning's eyes disappeared, and his tone became serious. Don't worry, I'll do my best to help you. He asked Chu Yushuan to demonstrate the combat technique she wanted to improve.
Chu Yushuan hesitated for a few seconds, then slowly raised her head, revealing a delicate and stunningly beautiful face. Her eyes were large and bright, like a startled fawn. She took a deep breath and cautiously extended her hands. In the palm of her left hand appeared a wisp of green wind energy. In her right hand, orange-red flames danced. Her hands gently came together, and instead of clashing, the wind and fire merged in a miraculous way. Bai Ning was utterly shocked by the sight. Apart from his master, he had never seen anyone capable of controlling 2 elemental energies simultaneously. Wasn't it said that different abilities were separated by insurmountable barriers? How was she able to control 2 energies and even merge wind and fire? As the wind and fire fused, a silver-white arc of electricity burst forth, crackling sharply. Then, Chu Yushuan bit her lip and suddenly spread her hands apart. The moisture in the surrounding air instantly condensed. Countless crystal and ice shards blossomed, and a chilling cold swept through the area.
Wind, fire, lightning, ice. 4. Completely different elemental energies intertwined and shone around Chu Yushuan at that moment.
The previously noisy scene fell silent for a few seconds. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief as they stared at the girl who could control 4 elements.
What kind of ability is this? Or is it a combat technique? 4-element control? This is insane. Who is she?
With such incredible power, how come?
We've never heard of her before? Exclamations rose one after another. The way everyone looked at Chu Yushuan instantly shifted from disdain to admiration and shock.
But after the initial shock, a critical question came to everyone's mind.
Wait, isn't Bai Ning from the Pupil Arts department? Yeah, that has nothing to do with elemental abilities. What a pity. Such a talented girl should be learning from Professor Zhao or the top instructors of the Yu family. But instead, she's being wasted on Bai Ning. What a shame. Voices of schadenfreude and regret intertwined. Everyone thought Bai Ning's earlier words were overly arrogant. As someone from the Pupil Arts department, he couldn't possibly understand the operation of elemental energies. This wasn't something that could be learned through effort alone. The gap between
different abilities was as vast as the difference between humans and pigs. It was a natural limitation.
If you weren't from the elemental department, you couldn't possibly grasp its secrets. Even an expert in ice abilities would struggle to understand the workings of fire abilities, let alone Chu Yushuan, who possessed mastery over 4 elements.
Feeling the change in the gazes around her, Chu Yushuan lowered her head and remained silent. Actually, her choice to collaborate with Bai Ning wasn't because of his abilities. With her A-level elemental control skills, almost no one could guide her. She had been exploring on her own since childhood.
After mastering this combat technique, she hit a bottleneck and couldn't break through no matter what.
She had no choice but to muster her courage, overcome her social anxiety, and
give it a try.
When she arrived here, she found the other 3 groups had too many people, which made her feel uncomfortable.
Only Bai
Ning's side had fewer people, allowing her to feel a bit more at ease. However, she didn't hold much hope that Bai Ning could be of any help. At that moment, Bai Ning spoke calmly. When you were condensing the electric arc just now, did you forcefully channel it from the hand?
Showing heart meridian into the Laogong acupoint? Chu Yushuan's entire body trembled. How did he know? She indeed had this habit. It was a
practical method she had figured out over the years. That's not right, Bai Ning said slowly. The heart meridian governs fire.
Forcing it
this way may seem intense, but the arc disappears in a flash and is hard to stabilize. He pointed to Chu Yushuan's chest and arm.
You can try
sinking the energy into your dantian first, then channeling it along the Han-Tien lung meridian. The lungs belong to metal, and fire
can be restrained through the metal meridian, stabilizing the fire element energy so it doesn't disperse. Chu Yushuan was captivated. She had never thought of operating this way.
However, she was also a bit worried internally, fearing that if Bai Ning was wrong, she might hurt
herself.
She hesitated for a few seconds, gritted her teeth, and carefully mobilized the energy within her body.
The next moment, a stable
electric arc appeared, continuously flickering and crackling in the area where wind and fire intertwined.
It actually stabilized. Hiss. It actually worked. Was it just a lucky guess? How could Bai Ning possibly know this stuff? The onlookers were stunned.
The stability of this electric arc was clearly more than twice as strong as before.
Even Professor Zhao
and the others cast puzzled glances.
Bai Ning spoke again. Your ice crystal condensation is too slow. The main issue is that you're forcefully drawing energy up through the kidney meridian, which is like swimming against the current, very laborious. Instead, try letting the energy circle around your waist and abdomen. With mental guidance,
the water vapor will naturally condense. With the success of the previous attempt, Chu Yushuan had no doubts and
followed his instructions. The water vapor in the air instantly condensed into form. The process felt smooth and
natural, without any sense of discord. Chu Yushuan felt an unprecedented sense of clarity within her body. She realized she had finally touched upon the key that had troubled her for so long. For symbols convergence, condense. She shouted in a clear and firm voice, no longer timid, but full of confidence. She formed a mysterious hand seal with both hands. In the next moment, 4 violent energies erupted simultaneously. razor-sharp wind blades, blazing flames, crackling electric nets, and piercing ice crystals swirled rapidly around her.
A powerful airflow swept through the entire venue in an instant.
The strong wind wreaked havoc on the setups of the other three groups.
Oh my god! The young master's ballot box flew away. My back!
Professor Zhao, caught off guard, was blown off his chair by the wind. The scene descended into chaos.
The wind lifted Chu Yushuan's bangs, revealing her smooth forehead and a pair of shining eyes. Her entire demeanor had shed its gloom, radiating a stunning vitality. I actually broke through to minor accomplishment.
Chu Yushuan spun around abruptly, her eyes filled with gratitude as she looked at Bai Ning.
Thank you, Bai Ning.
Bai Ning gazed at the girl whose aura had completely transformed, as if she had been reborn, and gave a genuine smile.
You have good comprehension.
Suddenly, a sharp, grating voice of doubt rang out.
Fake. It's definitely fake.
Someone jumped out, pointing at Bai Ning and shouting, how could she
break through to minor accomplishment just from a few words? This has to be staged. Yeah, that girl must be a plant Bai Ning hired. Voices of agreement rose from the crowd. So despicable. They'll do anything for votes.
Chu Yushuan, your acting is pretty good, very convincing. The joy on Chu Yushuan's face
froze instantly.
She had always been afraid of crowded situations, and now, facing so many malicious gazes, her body trembled slightly, her face turned as red as an apple, but she still tried her best to argue loudly.
No, it's not like that. I'm not a plant, I wasn't acting. Bai Ning is really, really amazing.
She spoke with a sob in her voice. But no matter how much she explained, no one believed her. Some even rushed up angrily, pointing at her nose and
cursing. You plant. You'll do anything to win, won't you?
Bai Ning's gaze gradually turned cold.
He gently patted Chu Yushuan's shoulder, shielding her behind him.
Then he took a slow step forward, letting out a cold laugh. Only losers, when they see others succeed, immediately resort to suspicion.
Isn't this just elemental power? What's so hard about it?
His voice wasn't loud, but everyone heard it clearly.
Ha ha ha, you're killing me. Just elemental power? What a show-off. You're from the pupil arts department, what do you know about elemental power?
If you're going to brag, at least make it believable. Believing you understand elemental power is like believing Qin Shi Huang has been resurrected. The crowd burst into laughter, some laughing so hard they had
tears streaming down their faces.
Professor Zhao and the top-tier instructors exchanged glances and shook their heads with a faint smile.
No one believed
Bai Ning, they all thought he was just stubbornly refusing to admit defeat.
If he can use elemental abilities, I'll eat upside down. Hearing this, Bai
Ning tilted his head slightly and casually raised his right index finger.
In the next second, a green wind blade instantly formed at his fingertip. Ga. The laughter abruptly stopped, and everyone stared wide-eyed.
Bai Ning lightly flicked his finger, and the wind blade immediately transformed into a fierce
gust of wind, sweeping across the entire venue. Everyone present was left disoriented by the sudden whirlwind.
Next, a spark appeared at Bai Ning's fingertip. The spark ignited into a blazing flame in an instant.
Go! Bai Ning flicked his finger again. The scorching flame released an astonishing heat, leaving the nearest person red-faced and singed. His hair curled from the heat, his face blackened. He still maintained the posture of pointing at Bai Ning, smoke rising from his mouth, before collapsing unconscious with a thud. Before anyone could recover from the shock of the wind and fire, a surge of electricity suddenly appeared. An arc of lightning rose from Bai Ning's palm, quickly weaving into a dazzling electric net. He clenched his hand lightly, and the electric net was instantly absorbed back into his palm. Then, as he opened his hand, countless crystalline ice shards formed in the air, centered around Bai Ning. The temperature within a dozen meters plummeted, and countless ice crystals floated down from the sky. Like snow, the sharp-edged ice crystals landed on everyone's heads and shoulders. Everyone stiffly looked up, their eyes filled with shock and awe. Wind, fire, lightning, ice. Bai Ning, someone known for his expertise in pupil arts, was effortlessly controlling these four elemental energies simultaneously. This is impossible. The power is completely on par with that girl's earlier display. Is this even scientifically possible? Could he not be a time-space pupil user but have some other ability? Everyone stared at the unbelievable scene before them, their minds blank. Standing behind Bai Ning, Chu Yushuan's eyes sparkled with admiration. She knew better.
than anyone how difficult the move Bai Ning had just performed was. It was the four symbols convergence combat technique, an A-rank technique she had spent over a decade mastering to a minor level. Yet in Bai Ning's hands, it had instantly reached the same level of mastery.
The experts invited by the consortium, including Professor Zhao, wore complex expressions.
They even felt an urge to immediately ask Bai Ning how he had done it. As researchers of techniques and
combat skills, they understood the value of Bai Ning's display.
It was nothing short of a miracle. Bai Ning snapped his fingers lightly, snapping the crowd out of their stunned state.
Does anyone still think she's a plant now? The sound of someone swallowing echoed.
The next moment, the crowd erupted into
chaos. Bai Ning. Master, teach me. Brother Ning, teach me, I'll vote for you right now. Move aside, I was here first. Even those still in line on the consortium side frantically rushed toward Bai Ning. Who cares about Professor Zhao? Who cares about top-tier instructors?
Who cares about 7th tier
powerhouses? Can you personally control the powers of the four elements? Bai Ning is the true master. Quick, vote for Bai Ning, hurry up and vote.
Where's
the voting link? Give it to me quickly. I voted. Screenshot it for Ning Ge to see. The scene instantly descended into chaos. Countless people waved their phones, screens filled with screenshots of successful votes. Their faces were full of fervor as they desperately pushed toward Bai Ning. Bai Ning frowned slightly as he looked at the chaotic scene. At that moment, someone shouted, "Everyone, line up! Don't disturb Ning Ge." Seeing Bai Ning frown, the
crowd immediately realized they shouldn't anger him and obediently lined up like docile lambs.
Only then did Bai Ning raise his hand and casually point at a few people. You, and you. The chosen ones showed ecstatic expressions.
You all, stay away from me, Bai Ning said coldly. Those few people froze,
as if struck by lightning. Chu Yushuan was somewhat puzzled. Why would he drive away votes that came to him willingly?
But when she saw their faces, she
understood.
They were the ones who had loudly insulted her earlier. She hadn't expected Bai Ning to remember so clearly. Looking at Bai Ning's upright figure, a warm feeling surged in her heart.
Soon, everyone quickly lined up.
Each person stared eagerly at Bai Ning, afraid he might leave before their turn came. Meanwhile, on the school's student council website's real-time voting leaderboard, Bai Ning's name skyrocketed like a rocket, with votes surging crazily. With every refresh, Bai Ning's ranking climbed higher.
50 votes, 100 votes, then 300 votes, 500 votes. The previously top-ranked Yuqing Dai was instantly left behind. In just a few minutes, Bai Ning's votes surpassed 800.
Many people rushed from all corners of the school to support him. The crowd quickly gathered. Each grade only had 1,000 students, and the total from freshmen to seniors was no more than 4,000. By the end of the first day of voting, Bai Ning had already secured 1/5 of the votes. This speed far exceeded all previous election records.
Bai Tianlu was stunned when he heard the news. He
immediately rushed to the scene, followed by several 7th-tier dark guards, exuding an imposing aura.
After tidying his clothes, he regained his arrogant expression.
Bai Tianlu walked up to Bai Ning and coldly questioned, "You, a bastard child, a wild kid who ruined someone else's family, what makes you qualified
to be the student council president?" Bai Tianlu's contempt could no longer be hidden.
This illegitimate child dared to climb above him.
It was simply a
world turned upside down. I am the legitimate son of the Bai family head, and you, an outsider with an unclear identity, how could you possibly win against
me?
He publicly exposed Bai Ning's identity, and the atmosphere at the scene immediately became awkward. A relative from the Bai family's collateral branch
loudly echoed, "The president is right.
The student council president represents the image of the First Ability Academy. How can we let a bastard child take
on this role? Someone with an improper identity, what gives them the right to lead us?" Voices of doubt gradually arose. The previously one-sided support for Bai Ning began to waver. Many people started looking at him with different eyes, filled with scrutiny and suspicion. Bai Tianlu smiled smugly. Luckily, he arrived in time. If Bai Ning had garnered over 2,000 votes, the situation would have been difficult to reverse. Bai Tianyan and others soon arrived at the scene. Their gazes toward Bai Ning were filled with hostility and dissatisfaction. Only Bai Tianyan's eyes carried a trace of panic and fear, especially when Bai Tianlu repeatedly mentioned the word bastard child. He knew better than anyone whose identity was truly questionable. He wished he could Rush forward and cover Bai Tianlu's mouth. Stop talking, don't be stupid, Bai Tianyan roared internally. He unconsciously looked at Bai Ning. Bai Ning
happened to look back at him, and in that instant, Bai Ning's face revealed a faint, almost imperceptible smile.
Seeing that expression, Bai Tianyan's legs went weak, and he took a step back.
He felt himself bump into someone behind him. Tianyan, seeing you like this, Bai Jinfeng patted his shoulder gently. His voice warm, if you're feeling upset, it's okay to speak out.
Bai Tianyan froze, uncomfortable? What do you mean? Before he could react, Bai Jinfeng
continued, your mother hasn't been feeling well recently.
You should go home and check on her.
These words immediately drew the attention of those around
them. Bai Tianyan felt as if he were dreaming. What happened to my mother? She was fine when I left home, how could she suddenly be ill? Soon, he noticed the sympathetic looks from the people around him and instantly understood the truth.
This was using his family to play the emotional card, leveraging moral pressure
to undermine Bai Ning's votes.
Bai Tianyan cursed countless times in his heart. When he looked at Bai Ning again, he found Bai Ning actually winked at
him.
He could only force a smile and say, Uncle Jinfeng, please don't say that.
My mother is doing well. Bai Jinfeng raised an eyebrow. Tianyan, don't
force yourself. We all know the situation, don't worry.
Bai Tianyan's face darkened, and he was furious inside. What do you know? Shut up quickly, if you keep talking, I'm afraid Bai Ning will expose all my secrets.
At that moment, Yu Qingshu suddenly held his hand and comforted him, Brother Tianyan, have you
forgotten how Aunt Li was targeted by Bai Ning during the entrance exam?
She was just trying to protect her son. These words reminded the surrounding
classmates.
They suddenly recalled how Bai Ning had previously used the principal's authority to suppress the main wife of the Bai family's third branch, forcing her to beg for mercy.
Since everyone is so concerned about my identity, I am indeed not Bai Zhengyue's illegitimate son. He spoke with a light chuckle, just as Bai Tianyan looked over in panic. At that moment, a low and authoritative voice interrupted him. Bai Ning.
The voice wasn't loud, but it carried a weight as steady and oppressive as a mountain, instantly enveloping everyone. The crowd parted like a tide, quickly stepping aside to make way
for the newcomer.
A man with a cold and stern face, deep-set eyes, and an imposing presence slowly approached, surrounded by several shadow guards. Each step he took carried an invisible pressure.
Everyone around, including Bai Tianlu and the others, immediately fell silent.
This man was none other than Bai Zhengyue, the current head of the third branch of the Bai family. A figure of immense influence in the Federation, controlling vast corporate resources, had
personally come here. Bai Zhengyue's expression was indifferent as he looked at Bai Ning with a cold gaze. Come with me. Let's talk somewhere quiet. It was Bai Ning's first time meeting his biological father.
That face, high and aloof, showed no trace of excitement at their long-awaited reunion.
Just as he had imagined, cold and unfeeling.
Bai Ning ignored Bai Zhengyue's words, tilting his head slightly.
I am indeed not Bai Zhengyue's illegitimate son.
His tone shifted, and his voice became resolute.
I am his father. This sudden declaration was like a thunderclap, shocking everyone present. Bai Tianyan's face turned pale instantly, his heart nearly leaping out of his chest. It's over, he's really going to say it.
Bai Ning stared intently at Bai Zhengyue, fearless. His words froze the air. Bai Zhengyue's expression remained unchanged, but he raised his hand slightly. Immediately, one of the shadow guards beside him
activated an ability.
A shadowy figure, ghostly and swift, extended from the ground, instantly wrapping around Bai Ning's legs.
The shadow not only had a tangible presence but also carried a cold, constricting force.
Bai Ning felt his legs go numb in an instant, his energy frozen. As the shadow pulled, it
seemed as though he was being dragged into its depths.
Though the ground was solid beneath him, it felt eerily like he was sinking into darkness.
He tried to
struggle, but his body was powerless, and his abilities couldn't be activated. He could only watch as he sank deeper and deeper.
Bai Ning knew that his words would undoubtedly enrage Bai Zhengyue, but he clenched his mouth shut, refusing to make a sound. His golden eyes dimmed, fixed firmly on Bai Zhengyue. The shadow quickly engulfed his body, reaching up to his chest. Bai Tianyan's lips curled into a smirk, secretly pleased. Finally, someone is taking this eyesore away. Bai Ning's shoulders sank into the darkness.
Just then, he suddenly felt a familiar and powerful spiritual force appear.
Accompanying this force,
the shadow guard who had activated the ability was sent flying by an overwhelming power before he could react, crashing heavily dozens of meters away and,
instantly losing consciousness.
Bai Ning felt his body lighten and landed steadily on the ground, a warm current surging in his heart.
His master, dressed in a white martial arts uniform, quietly appeared before him. Zhang Yue, that's enough.
My student is not yours to discipline.
A flicker of apprehension flashed in by Zhang Yue's eyes as he said in a deep voice, "Elderly, this is a family matter." Family matter? Li Yintsong chuckled lightly. I don't care
what family matters you have, but bullying my disciple is out of the question.
Everyone present was stunned by the principal's protective stance, sneaking glances at Bai Zhang Yue's expression.
The air grew tense with silence.
Bai Zhang Yue gave Bai Ning a complicated look, realizing that he wouldn't be able to take him away today.
He slowly spoke, "Elderly, you've misunderstood.
I'm not here to punish him."
He paused, then said solemnly, Bai Ning is not an
illegitimate child. He is the biological son of Yu Li and me. The entire crowd was too shocked to speak.
Today's revelations were explosive, but nothing was
more shocking than Bai Zhang Yue personally confirming Bai Ning's identity.
Bai Tianyan's face froze, unable to maintain his smile.
He had long heard of his
father's legendary strategies in warfare, using retreat to counterattack, calmly planning every move, always leaving people in awe unexpectedly. This time his
father actually used a retreat to advance strategy on him. Announcing this news in public, wasn't that equivalent to declaring he was giving up on him? Bai Tianlu, Yu Qingxue, and the others' expressions also turned grim. They weren't afraid of Bai Ning's identity but had a premonition that Bai Ning would become an unstoppable force.
To win this election, he had adopted a tough stance.
It was practically like slapping them in the face in front of everyone.
His ability level was no match for his opponents. His cultivation talent lagged far behind. His combat power was several levels lower.
Now, even the only advantage of his identity had been stripped away.
The group exchanged glances, all understanding in their hearts, this guy was not easy to deal with.
After
Bai Zhang Yue finished speaking, he nodded slightly to Li Yintsong.
The rumors have been clarified. I'll take my leave now. With that, he turned and left,
leaving behind a crowd of shocked faces.
A glimmer of understanding flashed in Li Yintsong's eyes. Smack! A crisp knock landed unceremoniously on Bai Ning's forehead. Ouch!
Bai Ning clutched his head, grimacing in pain.
Li Yintsong glared at him and said irritably, "You brat, all you ever do is make me clean up your messes. That's because people keep causing me trouble." Li Yintsong's eyes widened. Still talking back. "Those useless guys aren't even worth your time. After class, make sure to practice more." Thinking of how Bai Ning had just used 4 elements simultaneously, Li Yintsong muttered, "Looks like I need to step up my game too."
With that, his figure flickered and disappeared on the spot. The imposing comings and goings of these two powerhouses left the scene
in a stunned silence for over 10 seconds.
Especially by Tianlu and the others, who had just been called useless guys.
Then, the crowd erupted into chaos. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap!
Bai Ning is actually the real young master.
Did you hear that? This is insane. If he doesn't become president, who else could possibly qualify? Bai Ning looked at the voting leaderboard on his phone. The number next to his name was skyrocketing. It had been just
over 800 votes, but in the blink of an eye, it surged to 1,500. Refreshing again, it directly broke through 2,000 votes.
And it continued to climb at an astonishing speed. The current vote count had already surpassed more than half of the entire school.
Victory was now a foregone conclusion.
Feeling the awe and admiration in the gazes of those around him, Bai Ning felt a strange emptiness inside. He hadn't done anything.
His identity had merely been clarified, and everyone's attitude toward him had completely changed. This was the power of a conglomerate in this world.
This was the true weight of a conglomerate.
Suddenly, he felt someone gently tug at his sleeve.
Bai Ning. Zhu Yushuan lowered her head and softly asked, "Why do I feel you're not happy at all? Your identity has been clarified, and you've won the election. Shouldn't you be happy?"
Bai Ning froze for a moment.
Not happy? He forced a faint smile. What's there to be happy about? Zhu Yushuan blinked, still not understanding. Why? Isn't this what you wanted? What I wanted? Bai Ning repeated. He usually
wore a smile, but a complex emotion flashed in his eyes.
What I wanted? Was it for Bai Zhang Yue to announce in front of everyone that I'm his son, and then for me to happily accept it?
Zhu Yushuan seemed to grasp the meaning behind his words. She smiled gently, her voice firm and warm. I believe in you, not
Because of whose son you are, but because you are Bai Ning.
Bai Ning's private training ground. Lei Zhang stared in shock at the massive hole in the ground, 3 meters deep and 10 meters in diameter.
Kid, he swallowed hard. If I hadn't reacted quickly, you would have buried me along with you. Just now. He glanced at the clock, 3:24 a.m. Yet Bai Ning was still swinging his long blade with full intensity. You've already won, and you're still
pushing yourself this hard.
Lei Zhang couldn't help but grumble.
Even as an 8th-tier expert, he wanted to go back to sleep, but Bai Ning was determined
to master advanced blade techniques in a single night. Listen to this. Overnight. Mastered. Proficient. Blade techniques.
Lei Zhang watched Bai Ning practicing
tirelessly, his eyelids twitching. It's so late already. If you don't sleep, I still want to.
Your talent is already far beyond others, don't push yourself
so hard. That's enough. Lei Zhang's tone was full of exhaustion and helplessness.
Being called by the principal to spar was unlucky enough, but now he
had to stay up all night with this kid.
Bai Ning's movements didn't stop. With a twist of his wrist, the long blade drew a sharp and perfect arc.
The blade
carried an incomparably sharp momentum, slashing fiercely at the alloy pillar ahead.
Crack! A loud noise echoed. A half-meter thick, specially made alloy
pillar capable of withstanding top-tier 5th-level attacks was split in two by his single strike, as if it were tofu.
Bai Ning slowly withdrew his blade, panting, sweat dripping from his chin. He looked at the helpless Lei Zhang, his voice hoarse.
Being stronger than my peers isn't enough.
Bai Ning's eyes burned with intense determination and undisguised ambition. What were those weaklings worth? Just now, one of Bai Zhengyue's shadow guards had completely overpowered him.
But what he wanted was to utterly shatter all the injustices and grievances he had faced since childhood. He wanted to confront those major
conglomerates head-on.
With his own strength, he would challenge all the rules and systems of this society. With this golden finger, it was only a matter of
time. He just didn't have that much patience. The sooner that day came, the better.
Bai Ning flicked his wrist, and the long blade hummed again, its tip pointing directly at Lei Zhang, his gaze as sharp as a blade.
Teacher Lei, don't hold back this time. Madman.
Lei Zhang cursed under his breath, but his
eyes were full of admiration. He stopped wasting words, unleashing the full oppressive force of an 8th-tier expert. As you wish, take this ash void slash.
The temperature in the training ground soared, the air twisting and boiling.
A ghostly blue flame ignited in Lei Zhang's hand, quickly enveloping the entire blade.
Facing this terrifying strike from an 8th-tier expert, Bai Ning showed no fear. Instead, it ignited an even crazier fighting spirit.
Bring
it on, he shouted, his mind and blade technique merging completely. This move demanded an unhesitating strike, pressing forward without retreat.
It perfectly matched his mindset. The long blade in Bai Ning's hand resonated with its user's determination, vibrating intensely. The ghostly blue flame also ignited along the blade's edge.
Ash void slash. He poured all his strength into this strike, stomping his foot and launching with force.
The two blade lights collided,
and the same ghostly blue flames neither cancelled out nor exploded but instead tangled and devoured each other wildly.
As a fire element ability user, Lei Zhang's flames were domineering and violent.
Previously, Bai Ning could only mimic the momentum of a raging fire with his scorching army sweep but
couldn't truly unleash a sea of flames.
After secretly learning some 4 symbols convergence from Chu Yushuan during the day, he could finally wield the
power of fire elements.
His flames were more agile, like cunning serpents, precisely devouring Lei Zhang's fire.
For a moment, neither side gained the upper hand.
Lei Zhang's eyes sparkled. He increased his strength, releasing an additional 10% of his suppressive power. Bai Ning endured unprecedented pressure, feeling as if he could be consumed by the sea of flames at any moment. But under this extreme pressure, he clearly saw the flow of every strand of
energy within Lei Zhang's flames.
He also saw the shortcomings of his own flames.
So, the true essence of Ash Void Slash isn't just destruction but also rebirth. Bai Ning's mind suddenly cleared, and an epiphany emerged.
The long blade emitted a crisp ringing sound.
The ghostly blue flames, which had been at a disadvantage, grew stronger once more.
The two flames erupted in a dazzling light, exploding with a thunderous roar. The flames turned into countless
ghostly blue sparks, scattering across the room, leaving deep burn marks wherever they touched.
Thud. Lei Zhang swallowed hard, almost unable to believe his
eyes. You actually managed to master a proficient level of blade technique overnight.
Bai Ning looked at the momentum carried by that strike with satisfaction.
And laughed heartily. Teacher, I think this blade technique really suits me. Lei Zhang's mouth twitched.
The way you say that, what combat skill wouldn't
suit you?
Meanwhile, at the Bai family estate, heavy curtains completely blocked out the outside light, leaving only the dim glow of a desk lamp on. The study table, during the day, Bai Tianyan stood obediently in the study, not daring to make a sound. In front of him, Bai Zhongyue sat deeply in the large leather chair, his fingertips tapping the mahogany desk leisurely.
I heard that you young people have already set up a plan targeting Bai Ning? Upon hearing this, Bai Tianyan's muscles tensed, and his mind raced.
That plan was made before his father publicly acknowledged Bai Ning's identity.
At that time, Bai Ning was still a disposable illegitimate child. But now, his father suddenly brought this up. Could it be a reckoning? He carefully considered his words and said that was because Bai Ning repeatedly humiliated the family's reputation.
But now that he is officially a brother in the family, that plan has naturally
been scrapped. Scrapped?
Bai Zhongyue's voice was calm, without a trace of emotion.
Why scrap it? Bai Tianyan suddenly looked up. Ha! The plan
proceeds as usual, and it must be carried out even more thoroughly.
Bai Tianyan was completely stunned. That was his newly acknowledged biological son. Bai
Zhongyue remained hidden in the shadows, his voice cold and piercing as he slowly said, "The Bai Corporation has stood strong for a century, not because
of talent.
We rely on rules, on absolute control.
Anyone who cannot be used by us is a tumor that must be removed as quickly as possible. Do you understand?" A fervent light flashed in Bai Tianyan's eyes. He finally understood.
In his father's eyes, in the corporation's eyes, blood ties and talent were merely chips. Once a chip threatened the family's interests, it had to be eliminated immediately. No matter how talented Bai Ning was, he held no value for the Bai
family. At this moment, the heavy stone in his heart instantly dropped. "Father," he said excitedly, "we will definitely. Just you few are not enough."
Bai Zhongyue interrupted directly. "I will have your brother go to the 034 cavern with you for the practical exchange competition. With him and the military
backing you, it will be absolutely secure." Bai Tianyan instantly became thrilled. "Tianshu Ge.
I heard he just advanced to the 6th rank a few days ago.
And single-handedly defeated 3 7th-rank beasts. He even led the charge to repel an SS-level beast tide, earning great merit. Thank you, Father. I will definitely handle this matter properly." Now he was completely at ease. "Bai Ning, let's see how long you can enjoy your moment of glory." He respectfully exited the study, a sinister smile appearing on his face. The next morning at 8 o'clock, Bai Ning had just arrived at the classroom door when he noticed the originally noisy classroom suddenly quieted down significantly. Several students who had been chatting by the wall immediately put on smiles. "Good morning, President. President, you're here." A wave of greetings followed. Even a normally arrogant child from a subsidiary family slightly lowered his head to greet him. Bai Ning was stunned. He hadn't expected everyone's attitude to completely change overnight. It was too exaggerated. "President, wait." A boy ran over from outside, holding a brand new thermos cup. "I specially brewed top-grade Yunwu tea for you to refresh and energize." Bai Ning glanced at him, his expression indifferent. That Yunwu tea was said to be priced by the gram, more expensive than gold. "Thank you, but no need." After speaking, Bai Ning stepped directly into the classroom. That boy. Bai Ning held the cup in his hand, and after being rejected, he showed no embarrassment. Instead, he became even more enthusiastic and chased after him. He ran ahead into the classroom, found the best spot with the best view, and bent down, saying, "President, sit here. I reserved this spot for you yesterday, the view is excellent." Bai Ning didn't stop and walked straight to a seat in the back row of the classroom. Just as he sat down and hadn't had a chance to catch his breath, a classmate next to him carefully handed over a notebook. "President, this is my notes from this class during my freshman year. Please take a look." Bai Ning smiled politely. "Thank you, but there's no need." He suddenly felt a bit of a headache. Finally, amidst this strange atmosphere, the class began. The professor, known for his stern demeanor, surprisingly had a gentle smile on his face and even slowed his speech considerably. His gaze occasionally swept in Bai Ning's direction. When discussing difficult points, the professor asked with particular concern, "Bai Ning, since you've just started school, is there anything you don't understand? Bai Ning. He felt a chill down his spine. Thank you, but really, there's no need. Important things must be said 3 times. This scene of a room full of smiling faces was truly unsettling. He felt completely out of place. Now he somewhat understood why Bai Tianlu always appeared so domineering during the day. Growing up in such an environment, who could remain normal? Thinking of Bai Tianlu, Bai Ning recalled the message he saw in the group chat today. Yesterday, people who couldn't wait to kill him were now leading the charge to apologize. Bai Ning, the past was our fault. We hope you can be magnanimous. Following that, Yu Qingxue, Lin Zhushan, and even Bai Tianyan sent apology messages. Something was off. Definitely off. Behind this sudden kindness, there had to be a deeper conspiracy. Bai Ning never doubted his sense of danger, especially with the upcoming expedition to the abyss in 7 days. Small text flashed in his vision: devour, 112 billion/10 trillion. Assets, to advance to subgod level, **** that day, after saving Shur 2 and giving away 4 vials of life's praise, his devour progress increased by 40 billion. His realm was stuck at mid-tier stage 3, still a bit short of the upper tier. However, his card contained the 100 billion Bai Tianlu had sent, along with 60 billion worth of life's praise and 200 billion in energy crystals. After digesting all this, he might be able to reach mid-tier stage 4. Before heading to the abyss, the SSS-grade artifact crafted by the Yu family using void gold, as instructed by his master, would also be ready, further enhancing his strength by several levels. In the next few days, he still needed to visit the black market to buy some major items, learn a few advanced combat techniques, and practice archery. It would be best to raise his realm to stage 4 as soon as possible. The abyss was vast and sparsely populated, a good place to get things done. If Bai Tianyan and the others were allowed to keep breathing, he wouldn't feel at ease. 7 days later, with a flash of light from the teleportation array, 4,000 students in combat uniforms appeared at the base of Abyss number 034. A gust of wind carried the unique stench of the abyss, assaulting their senses. Everyone's expressions were grim, and the air was thick with oppressive tension. As the current student council president, Bai Ning stood alone at the forefront of the crowd, his posture upright. The black combat uniform perfectly outlined his tall and powerful figure. On his back was a silver spear, the SSS-grade artifact Skyhunter crafted to his specifications. The Yu family's forging skills were indeed remarkable. Compared to directly using void gold, Skyhunter consumed less mental energy, was more stable in form, and its lethality increased several-fold during actual combat. His storage necklace was filled with a large amount of supplies. However, Bai Ning's brows remained furrowed, his expression unusually serious. He stared at the devour progress on his golden finger. Devour, 163 billion/10 trillion assets, to advance. Over the past few days, he had tried every possible method, barely increasing the progress by 50 billion. He had just advanced to upper tier stage 3, still far from stage 4. It was clear that future upgrades would only become more difficult. The 200 to 300 billion assets he currently had were far from enough. He had been worrying about this for the past 2 days. If he couldn't reach stage 4, what if something went wrong when dealing with Bai Tianyan and the others? But using up all the remaining energy crystals to forcibly boost progress for their sake felt like too much of a waste. President, don't be nervous. Our academy comes here every year, a voice filled with flattery suddenly sounded. Guan Yu, who had been delivering Miss Tea for 7 consecutive days, once again sidled up to Bai Ning with a beaming smile. Although Abyss number 034 is an SSS grade zone, with the Li family's night watch core stationed here, it's still quite safe. Bai Ning glanced at him sideways. Who said I was nervous? Guan Yu's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly waved his hands exaggeratedly. Ah, my mouth is so unreliable. President, you're wise and mighty, how could you possibly be nervous? I must have been mistaken. His face wore a natural smile, but inwardly he sighed, pretending to be calm on the surface, yet deeply afraid. The more he tried to maintain his composure, the more uncomfortable he felt. At that moment, silence. A man resembling a military officer stood on a high platform, his sharp gaze sweeping across the crowd like a hawk. The joint competition between the Night Watch Corps and the First Academy will officially begin tomorrow morning at 6 o'clock. Those whose names are called now, step forward immediately and follow the guide to the designated barracks for rest. Unauthorized movement is strictly prohibited. Violators will be dealt with according to military law. The officer began calling names.
The students, who had just arrived, were intimidated by his imposing presence and quickly left in silence, leaving only Bai
Ning and a few others behind. Bai Ning, Bai Tianyan, Yu Qingsno, Lin Zhuxian, step forward. The secret realm is about to open. You will follow me for secondary awakening. What? They're included too?
It was clearly said that spots for the secret realm were hard to obtain.
I just took over the position of president, and yet you still managed to get in?
Bai Ning maintained a calm expression and stepped forward.
Bai Tianyan glanced at Bai Ning with joy and followed suit. Yu Qingsno and Lin Zhuxian looked uneasy. Secondary awakening could further develop abilities and even increase levels. The earlier the awakening, the better.
This year, families had paid a heavy price to compete for these spots, but each family could only secure one.
Yu Qingsno had willingly given up her spot to protect her younger sister. Lin Zhuxian had severely injured Lin Zhuyu to seize his spot. The two exchanged glances, both blaming Bai Ning in
their hearts. If it weren't for him, there might have been an extra spot.
The officer glanced at them but said nothing more. They silently followed him,
passing through 5 checkpoints guarded by high-level ability soldiers. Finally, they entered a massive energy shield. Outside the shield, another team of
soldiers stood guard, each exuding an oppressive aura. Bai Ning even sensed several hidden experts of at least 7th rank.
At the center of the shield stood an ordinary well, covered with a thick layer of soil.
Bai Ning looked around. Apart from the well, the area was empty.
Was this the so-called secret
realm?
The officer took out a diamond-shaped token and said solemnly, "The secret realm is humanity's most precious treasure.
During its annual activation period, those inside can achieve secondary awakening of their abilities. This concerns the future of humanity."
Therefore, his voice rose, any form of conflict
inside is strictly forbidden.
If any situation arises that could destabilize the secret realm,
no matter who it is, anyone who dares to act will be executed on the spot.
Understanding the gravity of the situation, the group responded in unison, "Understood."
The officer pressed the token onto the well's surface and said in a low voice, "As long as you touch the well water, you can enter the secret realm. Awakening time varies for each person, so make the most of the opportunity."
Bai Ning took a deep breath and touched the well water. A wave of dizziness hit him, and when he opened his eyes again, he was already
inside the secret realm.
The space was small and dark, with only a few crystals embedded in the walls emitting a faint green glow.
Besides Bai Ning and
the others, there were a few strangers sitting on the other side, seemingly members of the Li family. Upon entering, Bai Ning immediately sensed the extreme instability of the secret realm space, filled with chaotic spatial currents.
No wonder fighting was prohibited. Any slight conflict here could cause the space to collapse entirely.
Bai Tianyan suddenly leaned over and whispered, "Look at that long-haired guy over there."
Bai Ning hadn't expected Bai Tianyan to initiate a conversation with him and raised an eyebrow. "Don't give me that look," Bai Tianyan said helplessly. "We've entered the Li family's territory, so we need to stick together. Didn't you notice?
Our 3 families only have 4 spots, while the Li family has 5. Over time, the Li family's strength gap with the other 4 families has grown larger and larger.
Every year in the joint competition, the top 10 scores are almost always dominated by the Night Watch Corps and the Li family."
As he spoke, he pointed to the long-haired man among the 5, whose aura was the strongest.
"That's Li Wunyan, the leader of our generation in the Li family, with SS-level abilities and unfathomable strength."
Li Wunyan seemed to sense something and suddenly opened his eyes.
Looking over, "Hey, which one of you is Bai Ning?" he frowned and asked. Bai Tianyan, who had just reluctantly withdrawn his finger, immediately pointed at Bai Ning. Upon hearing the question, his tone arrogant, "This is the last disciple of Master Li, an SSS-level unparalleled genius, Bai Ning. Trying to praise me, or provoke conflict between me and the Li family?"
Bai Ning glanced at him and chuckled lightly, "That's me."
"What's the matter? SSS-level unparalleled genius. That's right, that's me. Humble? What's that?" Li Wunyan's face darkened. "Just look at him, a typical playboy. I really don't know what the ancestor saw in you. Are you deaf?" Li Wunyan roared in anger, "How dare you call me deaf?" Bai Ning smiled faintly, "Didn't you hear him say I'm an SSS-level unparalleled genius? What a coincidence. Are you also SSS? You!"
Li Wunyan stood up in fury, and a few people beside him quickly held him back.
Calm down. This is the secret realm, don't forget. Your priority now is to awaken and break through to SSS level. You can settle things with him after we leave. Li Wunyan sneered coldly, fine, I'll let you be arrogant for now. Once we're out, let's have a fight and see if you're truly worthy of the secret realm. Spot the ancestor gave you as an exception. Bai Ning shrugged and casually sat on the other side. Unexpectedly, Bai Tianyan followed him. Stop. Don't force me to hit you. Bai Ning stretched out his leg to block him. Bai Tianyan, however, put on a pitiful look, so nauseating that Bai Ning frowned deeply. This scene was observed by the Li family members. This Bai Ning is indeed as arrogant and domineering as the rumors say, a typical spoiled second-generation heir. Brother Wunyan, make sure to teach him a lesson later and let him know the rules of the abyss. As they spoke, the secret realm suddenly trembled, and countless white light orbs appeared out of thin air. In an instant, the orbs filled the entire secret realm, illuminating it like daylight. Bai Ning looked around and realized that the so-called secret realm was only a few dozen square meters. What he had thought were walls turned out to be transparent barriers. Beyond the barriers was endless darkness, as if it could devour one's soul. This darkness resembled the spatial rift he created when using spatial slicing. And this barrier was isolating the darkness, forming this mysterious internal space. The chaotic energy was kept outside, creating this unique space. He wondered if his abilities could be used to create such spatial barriers as a defensive measure. There are so many light orbs this year. Everyone, absorb them with all your might. Li Wunyan shouted to the Li family members. Bai Tianyan and the others quickly sat down, closed their eyes, and focused on absorbing the light orbs. The previously aimlessly floating orbs began to slowly gather toward their bodies, gradually merging into them. My ability is starting to change, Yu Qingxue said excitedly. My lightning ability can now control more lightning power. Bai Tianyan couldn't help but smile. The Li family members said nothing, but the satisfaction on their faces showed they had also gained a lot. Just at the beginning of absorbing the light orbs, the changes were already so significant. This year's secret realm had at least 30% more light orbs than previous years. Once the second awakening was complete, their abilities would surely reach a new level. Bai Ning also felt the light orbs merging into his body. He fully activated his golden eyes, focusing on sensing the spatial and temporal power within, but he felt no change. Something's wrong. Is it because I'm an SSS-level ability user, and I can't undergo a second awakening? No, if SSS-level couldn't improve, Master wouldn't have sent me here. Bai Ning looked at the small text in his vision. Devour, 163 billion/10 trillion assets. To grow to demigod level, the golden finger could devour assets to help the SSS-level eyes of spacetime advance to demigod level. Could it be because of this that I can only upgrade my ability by devouring assets? Yu Qingxue opened her eyes and saw Bai Ning deep in thought, resting his chin on his hand. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Bai Ning, is your ability not improving smoothly? As soon as she said this, the others all turned to look at Bai Ning. Heaven, you finally can't stand it anymore, can you? He's an SSS level ability user, no matter how much he improves, he's still just SSS level. Li Wunyan's lips curled slightly. If you feel it's not working, just leave first. Don't waste the light orbs here. Bai Tianyan, wanting to build a good relationship with Bai Ning, was about to speak. In the next moment, the light clusters surged toward him like mad. Ah! Bai Tianyan was caught off guard and couldn't help but cry out. Purple light erupted around him, countless fine arcs of electricity crazily shooting out from his body. He shouted excitedly, my lightning ability has advanced to SS level. As soon as he finished speaking, his entire body was surrounded by dazzling lightning, and an even more violent, thunderous power within him completely awakened. As his ability upgraded, his realm also began to rise rapidly, quickly breaking through from first tier upper level to second tier lower level. As more light clusters poured in, his realm continued to slowly ascend. The people from the Li clan glanced at Bai Tianyan with disdain. A realm as low as first tier, and he only advanced one level? It's probably just a facade propped up by family resources, his foundation can't compare to ours. Fifth brother, hurry up and absorb. With your physique, you can definitely advance from fourth tier middle level to upper level. Yu Qingxue glared at the Li clan members. Suddenly, she felt a wave of heat surge toward her, and flames erupted all over her body. I'm advancing to SS Level 2. Her skin turned an unusual crimson,
and flames shot skyward from within her, turning the secret realm into a steamy furnace. At the center of the flames, she felt no pain, only a sense of power and extreme pleasure. A clear and high-pitched phoenix cry rang out from within her. The flames around her stopped raging and instead condensed into the phantom of a phoenix with wings spanning several meters, exuding a world-destroying aura. The phoenix slowly spread its wings behind her. Yu Qingshue's realm surged wildly with the flames, quickly breaking through its limits and advancing to second-tier middle level.
A fire phoenix? That's quite interesting, Li Wunyan couldn't help but praise.
I didn't expect the Yu clan to produce such talent. Bai Ning felt his hair was about to be scorched and quickly moved aside to sit down. He had absorbed quite a few light clusters, but his ability showed no signs of change.
Could it really take money to reach subgod level?
He stared at the progress bar on his golden finger, lost in thought.
Not long after, Lin Zhushan and several
members of the Li clan also showed reactions. Lin Zhushan's body radiated light, but his ability didn't change much, remaining in S level.
However, his realm advanced to third-tier lower level. He looked disappointed.
Mental abilities are indeed hard to upgrade.
But seeing Bai Ning's lack of movement, his mood improved. Bai Ning's ability was SSS level, so it couldn't advance further, but there should have been some reaction. Now, only the Li clan members and Bai Ning hadn't completed their second awakening. Even Li Wunyan, with his SS level ability, had a visible ability phantom. Only Bai Ning remained completely still.
10 minutes later, 2 more members of the Li clan lit up with light. Their aura shifted, and their abilities advanced directly from S level to SS level. So far, 3 of the 5 Li clan members had completed their second awakening, with abilities upgraded to SS level.
Not only that, but their lowest realm had reached third-tier middle level.
Another half-hour passed, leaving only Bai Ning, Li Wunyan, and another Li clan member who hadn't completed their
second awakening.
Those who had awakened grew bored. Yu Qingxue stared at Bai Ning again, her eyes flashing with eagerness.
In the secret realm, her
advancement was the most significant. She had gained the power of the fire phoenix. Now, the flames she emitted were blood-red, capable of melting alloys with just their temperature, and her strength had greatly increased. The powerful growth filled her with confidence.
Bai Ning impatiently looked at her, and their gazes met. You've reached SS level, and you still think you're impressive? Yu Qingxue smiled smugly, like a proud peacock. At least I've successfully completed my second awakening, which makes me stronger than you.
Bai Ning chuckled softly.
This laugh made Yu Qingshue's face stiffen, and she immediately stepped back half a step. Bai Tianyan and the others felt a tightness in their hearts, their expressions complex.
They wished Bai Ning would make the first
move so the Night Watch Corps could deal with him.
But now, seeing him laugh, their first reaction was fear. At this moment, a member of the Li clan sternly
said, Bai Ning, don't forget that fighting is strictly forbidden here. Is that so?
Bai Ning's voice was calm as he slowly stood up. They're afraid you idiots can't control your power and will break this fragile barrier. He turned his head to look at the endless dark space outside the barrier.
As far as he
knew, there had never been a stronger SSS-level spatial ability user than him. In other words, no one understood space better than he did.
If he wanted, he could even reinforce this barrier. Not to mention using some tricks to ensure that those outside could no longer monitor what was happening inside the secret realm. He took step after step toward Yu Qingxue. Bai Ning, aren't you afraid of death? Bai Tianyan's expression was tense.
The Li family members, sensing the tense atmosphere, hurriedly shouted toward the secret realm's entrance, Uncle Lin Yan, send someone quickly.
Bai Ning is knowingly breaking the law and should be executed on the spot. The secret realm must not be compromised. Did you hear that, Bai Ning?
Yu Qingxue, emboldened by the knowledge
that reinforcements could enter at any moment, raised her voice. Be sensible and sit back down immediately. Not only did Bai Ning not retreat, but he also took another step forward, his golden eyes gleaming. In an instant, he appeared in front of Yu Qingxue. Then, he viciously kicked her in the face. Yu Qingxue let out a painful scream. Immediately after, she excitedly raised her face, now marked with a black footprint, and shouted loudly, "You're finished." Ha ha, you actually dared to make a move here and even used teleportation abilities. The Li family members saw it too, right?
Blood streamed from her
nostrils, but she seemed completely unaware, excitedly confirming again and again, you all can testify. Bai Ning will be dead soon, huh? The people present nodded one after another.
Bai Ning's actions, which threatened the safety of the secret realm, were as severe as treason.
Even if old Master Li were present, he wouldn't be able to save him. Bai Ning muttered, so noisy.
Then, he used all his strength to kick Yu Qingxue in the face again. This kick was
full of force, and Yu Qingxue's delicate features instantly twisted as a mouthful of blood spurted out.
Her head slammed heavily onto the ground, and her once high-bridged nose was now deeply collapsed.
Ah! Whoa!
Yu Qingxue screamed in agony, clutching her nose and crying out. Her once fair face was now bruised and swollen, making her crying appearance particularly comical.
Why aren't they coming in to help? Why hasn't Uncle Lin Yin arrived yet? I didn't expect Bai Ning to be so arrogant, completely disregarding the Legion's authority.
The Li family members were dumbfounded, having never seen someone so brazen.
Bai Tianyan trembled all over with nervousness. Just one more kick. His bloodshot eyes prayed for Bai Ning to kick again, while he looked at Yu Qingxue with heartache. Xiao Xue, hold on. The more he hits you, the greater the chance Bai Ning will be executed.
Finally, Bai Ning's foot once again stomped on Yu
Qingxue's face.
The sole of his shoe pressed directly onto her collapsed nasal bone.
With a crack, Yu Qingxue let out a piercing wail. Help me, brother. Tianyan. Ah!
Her once proud high nose was now completely deformed. Then, a dull, teeth-grinding sound came from her facial bones, and with a crunch, several teeth fell out. Blood gushed out, and Yu Qingxue's features were now unrecognizable, leaving only a deep hollow. Her body convulsed violently a few times before her head tilted to the side, and she passed out completely. The scent of blood filled the secret realm.
The people present were shocked to see
Bai Ning take a deep breath of the bloody air, and after savoring it, he actually smiled.
A maniac. A complete maniac. The three awakened members of the Li family gulped, their Adam's apples bobbing as their mouths instinctively opened. Bai Tianyan and Lin Zhushan were frozen in fear, unable to speak. A bone-deep
chill swept through their entire bodies. Bai Ning was willing to risk his life just to vent his anger on Yu Qingxue.
This kind of desperate madness left everyone stunned. Go, let's go.
The three from the Li family growled, bursting out with unprecedented speed as they rushed toward the secret realm's exit. They didn't dare to look back, let alone glance at Bai Ning, afraid that this lunatic would stop them.
They didn't dare to make a move here at all. The remaining Bai Tianyan and Lin Zhushan were jolted awake by the commotion. The two exchanged glances, their eyes filled with fear and relief. They also wanted to escape, but Yu Qingxue, whose life or death was uncertain, was still lying on the ground. During the day, Yan's eyes flashed with struggle, but fear quickly took over. He gritted his teeth and gave Lin Zhushan a look. Once outside, they would immediately report to Officer Li. As long as they revealed what Bai Ning had done, there was no way he would be let off. After exchanging glances, the two turned and sprinted toward the secret realm's exit. Survival was the priority. In the blink of an eye, the secret realm fell silent again. Around Li Wunyan, the clusters of light grew denser, their energy fluctuating. The
person beside him, who had barely spoken from the start, sat cross-legged in silence with eyes closed. Countless clusters of light merged into his body, and faint shadows began to appear around him. A trace of curiosity flickered in Bai Ning's eyes. All the S-level individuals had long completed their second awakening, leaving only him and the SS-level Li Wunyan in the secret realm. Bai Ning had no idea what level of ability Li Wunyan had mastered.
Bai Ning
returned to his corner, activating his golden eye to observe the spatial barrier of the secret realm. Countless clusters of light fell upon him.
Suddenly,
the small text in his vision changed, devour, 163 billion/9.5 trillion assets, to grow into a subgod level.
9.5 trillion.
Bai Ning remembered that the original limit here was 10 trillion. After absorbing a significant number of light clusters, the devour asset number remained unchanged, but the limit had
decreased by a full 500 billion.
As the numbers shifted, Bai Ning felt a slight disturbance from the eye of time and space. His realm began to waver, quickly advancing to the lower fourth tier. At this stage, most others would have chosen to leave the secret realm after successfully completing their second awakening. But Bai Ning felt he could still absorb more light clusters, far from reaching his limit. At that moment, Li Wunyan's aura suddenly surged. His shadow expanded dramatically, emanating a cold and eerie energy that silently spread outward. The shadows cast by all the light sources in the secret realm seemed
to be summoned by some force, trembling and twisting violently.
These shadows then transformed into thin, black streams, converging continuously toward Li Wunyan. His ability's power rapidly escalated, his long hair gently floating in the airflow. His realm advanced from mid-4th tier to the peak of the 4th tier in no time, just one step away from entering the 5th tier. This level was enough to make him stand out among his peers. After all, others of his generation, like Bai Tianyan, were still lingering in the 2nd or 3rd tier. No wonder the Li family could easily dominate the other 3 major conglomerates. In the underground joint competition, not only Li Wunyan, but other members of the Li family were also at the 3rd or 4th tier. As Li Wunyan's 2nd awakening neared completion, the aura of the person beside him also began to rise strangely. Bai Ning glanced over curiously, raising an eyebrow in surprise. This person's realm was only at the lower 3rd tier? And that was after awakening. Before awakening, he had only been at the 2nd tier. Yet he had managed to absorb light clusters all this time and only now succeeded in awakening? Truly puzzling. After completing his awakening, Li Wunyan immediately opened his eyes and looked at Bai Ning. Bai Ning, why is there still no movement from you? Did you fail your awakening? He clutched his stomach and laughed. You're really something else. I've never seen such a failure of a 2nd awakening in my life. No change in your ability at all, but your realm. He raised an eyebrow and said, it actually advanced to the 4th tier? Looks like you succeeded in awakening, but you're still not satisfied, huh? Let me tell you. Even if you stay here for another month after awakening, it won't help. It's a complete waste of time. The person beside Li Wunyan also completed his awakening at this point and stood up. Let's go, Brother Wunyan, he said indifferently, then walked straight toward the exit without sparing Bai Ning a glance. Li Wunyan snorted coldly and followed him out of the secret realm. After all, what was the point of wasting words on someone who was as good as dead? The familiar ancient well came into view again. Outside the secret realm, Bai Tianyan and the others were anxiously surrounding Lin Yan. Lin Yan was the officer who had initially led Bai Ning and the others into the secret realm. Captain Li, please send someone in to save Xiaoxue. Bai Ning is about to kill her. Lin Yan frowned deeply, smiling bitterly as he explained, it's not that we don't want to save her, but for some reason, the secret realm can now only be exited, not entered. Moreover, all our monitoring equipment inside the secret realm has mysteriously malfunctioned. Li Wunyan asked curiously, has this ever happened before? Lin Yan shook his head. Nian shook his head, I've never seen this before. Oh? Li Wunyan's eyes lit up. Bai Ning's ability is related to space. Could it be his doing? Very likely. Lin Yan gestured to the teammate beside him. As soon as Bai Ning comes out, detain him immediately. For interrogation. If he really tampered with the secret realm, that's treason. Yes, the soldiers responded solemnly. An hour passed, and Bai Ning still hadn't come out. 2 hours, 3 hours. Suddenly, there was a ripple from the ancient well. Bai Ning's figure appeared. Bai Tianyan immediately shouted excitedly, grab him. If he resists, execute him on the spot. Lin Yan's eyes turned cold, his hand already on the hilt of his sword. But Bai Ning seemed unaware, his face showing a confused expression. Arrest me? Why? His voice rose as he reflexively took a step back, looking deeply aggrieved. This expression was completely different from the arrogant Bai Ning they had described. Lin Yan was stunned for a few seconds. Bai Tianyan stomped his foot in anger. Stop pretending. You beat Xiaoxue like that in the secret realm and even used your ability against her. Bai Ning looked even more puzzled. Then, he suddenly patted his forehead and said helplessly, oh, you're talking about that. I didn't hit anyone. I was repairing the secret realm. What? Everyone was stunned. Repairing the secret realm? How could he come up with such a lie? Are you crazy? Do you know how many genius researchers have tried to stabilize the secret realm's barrier and failed? If you really did it, I'll eat my sword on the spot. Bai Tianyan's face twisted in anger. Bai Ning earnestly spread his hands and explained, you don't understand. At the time, I noticed the secret realm's barrier was becoming unstable and was about to collapse. I had no choice but to use my ability to fully repair the barrier. As for Yu Qinxue, Bai Ning showed just the right amount of apologetic expression. Her position was obstructing my repair of the barrier. If I didn't move her, the secret realm would remain unstable. Moreover, he suddenly became excited. I even optimized the barrier's structure. During future annual outbreaks, the density of light clusters will increase significantly.
But don't reward me, I did it. For humanity's future. Bai Ning's confident and logical explanation left everyone stunned.
The Li family members were dumbfounded.
Wasn't this too good at bluffing?
Not only did he twist the truth, but he also made his lies sound so reasonable.
Nonsense. Bai Tianyan was the first to recover, his face livid. He's stalling for time. Arrest him now.
Lin Yan stared sharply at Bai Ning and asked in a deep voice, "Did you really repair the secret realm?" His tone was full
of doubt. Absolutely true.
Bai Ning patted his chest in assurance.
If you don't believe me, you can send someone in to check. You'll know right away. Lin Yan pondered for a few seconds. As an officer, he couldn't rely on just one side of the story.
Although Bai Ning's words were hard to believe, checking inside wouldn't take much effort. If Bai Ning was lying, it wouldn't be too late to execute him then. He signaled for 2 people to re-enter the secret realm. Bai Tianyan was so anxious he could barely contain himself, wishing he could tear Bai Ning apart immediately, but for now, he could only watch.
Time passed. Slowly. The atmosphere at the entrance of the secret realm was suffocating.
Lin Yan kept a close eye on Bai Ning, afraid he might take the opportunity
to escape. Bai Tianyan stared intently at the entrance.
The Li family members looked grim.
None of them believed Bai Ning's clumsy lies. Everyone was waiting for the 2 to come out and expose his falsehoods.
Only Bai Ning looked confident, a smug smile on his lips.
Finally, the 2 who had entered the secret realm returned. All eyes immediately focused on them.
The 2 had complex expressions. Their eyes were initially confused but quickly turned fervent, filled
with shock, joy, and disbelief. They looked at Bai Ning as if he were a treasure that had fallen from the heavens. Could it really be true? A bad feeling crept into Bai Tianyan's heart. Lin Yan immediately understood the result upon seeing the reactions of the 2 men. Sure enough, their voices were hoarse with excitement. Captain, the stability of the secret realm is unprecedented.
The space has expanded by 4 times.
This is truly a miracle. After they
finished speaking, the soldiers guarding the secret realm all showed expressions of joy and admiration, saluting Bai Ning in unison.
Lin Yan was even more excited, sheathing his half-drawn sword and tightly grasping Bai Ning's hand, saying, "On behalf of all humanity, I thank you for your tremendous contribution.
I will report this matter to General Qian San, the Supreme Commander, immediately.
Your bonus will be credited soon. The Night Watch Corps will always respect your loyalty to humanity." Bai Ning's eyes lit up. A bonus. That felt great. He was in urgent need of upgrades and was short on money. However, facing the eager gazes of so many men, even he felt a bit embarrassed. In truth, repairing the barrier was just something he did in passing. At the time, he was thinking about teaching Yu Qingxue a good lesson. After the fight, he was worried about the aftermath, so he casually repaired the barrier. After all, he had spent 3 hours alone in the secret realm, and his body hadn't even felt saturated, with light orbs continuously merging into him. In short, it was particularly boring. With nothing else to do, the small repair ended up bringing a huge surprise. After repairing the barrier, countless light orbs swarmed in. The number of light orbs this time was 3 times that of before the repair. Bai Ning took the opportunity to absorb them all, and his body finally felt saturated before he left the secret realm. The usually calm Lin Yan's face turned red, and he was so excited that he spun around like a headless fly. "Let me think, what else can we reward you with? Whatever you want, just say it, and I'll do my best to apply for it." Bai Ning had just opened his mouth to say money, when Lin Yan suddenly interrupted him, exclaiming excitedly, "An S-rank military merit." "Yes, that's it, an S-rank military merit. With such a significant contribution, it shouldn't be a problem to apply for it. How could I use something as trivial as money to reward you? If we only gave you a bonus, others might think the Night Watch Corps doesn't respect human heroes." "Ha!"
Bai Ning quickly waved his hand.
"No need to be so formal, a bonus is fine."
Lin Yan insisted, "No, you're so magnanimous, we can't be ungrateful.
A bonus is really fine." "No! Just give me money." "No! I'm begging you." "No!"
No matter what Bai Ning said, Lin Yan refused to use money to brush him off. He was determined to apply for an S-rank military merit for him.
Bai Ning was dumbfounded. On the side, Bai Tianyan and the others were even more shocked into silence. Especially Bai Tianyan, whose face turned pale instantly. No. Impossible. He clearly hit someone. His worldview felt completely overturned. Bai Ning had knocked Yu Qingxue unconscious in front of everyone, yet it was somehow turned into a monumental achievement?
Bai Ning had even refused, but Li Nian was adamant about forcing an S-rank military merit on him.
Military merit.
Bai Ning might not fully understand the true value of this reward, but he definitely knew what it represented. There was a saying going around, those who received B-rank military merits could still collect their awards alive. A-rank military merits were almost always awarded posthumously, and S-rank military
merits were usually only received by family members. What did that mean?
It meant that most people who achieved this level had already sacrificed their
lives.
And Bai Ning was only 18 years old, just a few days into his university life.
He had actually received an S-rank military merit? How did things turn out like this? Li Wunyan's expression was also unusually complex.
Earlier in the secret realm, he could still sense that Bai Ning's strength was at the upper level of the third tier. He himself, with a deep foundation, had managed to advance from the mid-fourth tier to the peak of the fourth tier.
But now, even as a peak fourth tier, he couldn't discern Bai Ning's strength at all.
Bai Ning suddenly turned to look at Li Wunyan.
Their gazes met. Bai Ning chuckled lightly. "Do you remember what you said before?"
Li Wunyan smiled confidently, and his twin blades instantly appeared in his hands.
Although he couldn't see through Bai Ning's strength, he didn't care.
No one knew better than him how strong he had become after his second awakening, not to mention Bai Ning.
Even Li Nian, a fifth-tier expert with extensive combat experience in the military, he now dares to challenge. Originally relying on his SS-level shadow
teleportation ability, Li Wunyan had already become the new leading figure of the consortium. In the underground caverns, he used this ability to slay exotic
beasts along the way, earning a stellar reputation. After advancing to SSS level, he became invincible.
Within a 300-meter radius, as long as there was a
shadow, he could teleport instantly.
And shadows were everywhere. Even if Bai Ning truly had a 1% chance of being stronger than him, it didn't matter.
Tilting his head, Li Wunyan said, "If you've got the guts, try the arena."
Bai Ning tilted his head in response. The next moment, he teleported right in front of Li
Wunyan.
Before anyone could react, he delivered a fierce kick to Li Wunyan's chest.
Boom! Li Wunyan's entire body exploded with a loud sound in midair. Propelled like a cannonball by that kick, layers of shockwaves rippled through the air. Bai Ning, relying solely on his physical strength, could treat Li Wunyan like a firework. He quickly leaped into the sky.
"Wow, this looks just like a monkey setting off fireworks," a soldier who had played with fireworks since
childhood exclaimed in shock. "No, wait, where is he?"
Li Wunyan had just ascended a dozen meters when he suddenly disappeared in midair.
This scene left
many who were unfamiliar with Li Wunyan's ability utterly astonished.
But Bai Ning was not surprised at all. Disappearing in an instant? He knew this move well.
As a master who often used teleportation to ambush others, he was thoroughly familiar with it. Li Wunyan likely had a similar teleportation ability.
As for where he would teleport to,
Bai Ning didn't need to guess, it was definitely behind him.
To prepare, he activated his golden eyes, keeping a close watch
on the spatial changes around him. At the moment Bai Ning activated his ability, Li Wunyan silently appeared in the shadow beneath his feet.
At this moment, Li Wunyan's state appeared very strange to onlookers.
He seemed to merge with Bai Ning's shadow, almost as if he had transformed from three-dimensional
to two-dimensional.
When he emerged from Bai Ning's shadow, his body returned from black and white to color, gently floating upward.
Li Wunyan's face carried
confidence as he silently raised his short blade from behind to his chest. He waited until he floated to the right height to deliver a fatal blow.
However,
just as he rose to Bai Ning's chest level, he suddenly found himself unable to move. His lower leg was still stuck in the shadow on the ground.
No matter how hard he tried, his ability wouldn't activate, and he couldn't move.
Seeing Bai Ning about to turn around, Li Wunyan's eyes sharpened.
There was no time to delay. He quickly swung his dual blades, unleashing a mature SSS-level combat technique.
This technique perfectly complemented his ability, and he had mastered it to its peak. This was his greatest confidence.
In the past, with this move, Li Wunyan had never lost.
The short blade's edge suddenly
transformed.
The originally few-inch blade light instantly turned into a terrifying blade aura several meters long, slashing straight at Bai Ning. The blade aura was massive, yet completely silent. It was like a soundless tsunami, appearing almost simultaneously in front of Bai Ning.
Pride flashed in Li Wunyan's Eyes.
This was the attack of a true expert. The blade aura was fast, but Bai Ning was faster. The small text in front of his eyes changed, devour, 163 billion/8
trillion assets, to upgrade to demigod level.
A large number of light clusters helped him reduce his progress by 2 trillion. Although after his second awakening, he had only reached mid-4th tier, his space-time eyes had improved significantly. His ability range now spanned a kilometer.
His control over space and time was more precise. If he were to face Bai Jian, the 6th tier guard of Bai Tianlu, now, Bai Jian wouldn't even have a chance to drink his potion alive. Thus, in his eyes, Li Wunyan's methods were like a child's play. With a slight solidification of the space beneath his feet, he could trap Li Wunyan in the shadow, rendering him immobile.
Bai Ning slowly turned around, his golden eyes directly facing the terrifying black blade aura.
The blade aura,
as tall as a small mountain, was instantly frozen in mid-air, unable to advance an inch.
Bai Ning's hands remained in his pockets, not even considering Li Wunyan a worthy opponent.
However, he knew that Li Wunyan was, after all, a junior from the same sect, so he didn't intend to go too far.
He trapped him for a moment and then released him.
Li Wunyan fell to the ground in a sorry state, his face as red as a ripe apple. He didn't think Bai Ning had spared him. Instead, he felt humiliated. Bai Ning exerted his full strength but pretended to be relaxed, deliberately showing off in front of everyone.
He had never been humiliated like this by someone his age. He sneered coldly. In that case, let me show you the true SSS-level shadow shuttle. The next second, Li Wunyan disappeared again. Aren't you relying solely on your eyes? Don't you know that even eyelashes and the corners of the eyes cast shadows? He lurked at the corner of Bai Ning's eye and suddenly launched a sneak attack.
Bai Ning felt a sharp pain at the corner of his eye and couldn't help but let out a hiss.
Blood flowed down from the corner of his eye. He covered his left eye, laughing angrily. In the next moment, the second awakening of the spacetime eye was fully activated.
Li Nian and the others standing beside him felt the surrounding space suddenly solidify as if filled with cement, trapping them completely, unable
to move. Even several 7th tier experts secretly guarding the secret realm frowned as they resisted the pressure.
Li Wunyan, hidden in the shadows and
closest to Bai Ning, bore the greatest pressure.
It seemed as if a giant hand appeared in the air, twisting and deforming him entirely.
He couldn't move. If
Bai Ning hadn't reacted quickly, just a little more time would have been enough for him to destroy Bai Ning's eye.
What a pity. He sighed inwardly, preparing to lurk in the shadows and wait for the next attack.
Unexpectedly, in the next moment, he felt a suction force. His entire body was involuntarily drawn
into a spatial vortex.
When Li Wunyan reappeared in everyone's sight, he was already lying on the ground like a pile of mud. His limbs were unnaturally twisted, his body covered in bruises and purple marks, with no intact skin left. The air was deathly silent.
Bai Ning kicked Li Wunyan's face with his foot to
confirm he was completely unconscious before waving his hand to lift the spatial lock.
Finally, we can talk. What just happened? Was it Bai Ning's doing?
Most of those present were soldiers, accustomed to major events, and began discussing the situation.
Faced with the bizarre scene before them, they couldn't help but express their astonishment. Earlier, they had been suppressed to the point where they couldn't even lift a finger. Such control, coming from a newcomer? Li Nian took a deep breath and happened to see Bai Ning once again raise his foot and ruthlessly kick Li Wunyan's face. Bai Ning, stop. Bai Ning
acted as if he hadn't heard, his face cold, and stomped down. Accompanied by the sickening sound of bones shattering, Bai Ning coldly crushed Li Wunyan's
face into a deep pit.
Then he wiped the blood off the sole of his shoe with Li Wunyan's clothes. Li Nian felt conflicted.
After all, Li Wunyan was from the
Li family, raised in the Legion since childhood, and he had watched the boy grow up. The child was extremely talented, and it was inevitable for him to feel
resentment when facing Bai Ning, the most favored disciple of old Master Li.
Now, seeing him beaten like this, Li Nian felt heartache. But Bai Ning had already strengthened the space of the secret realm.
In the future, more human geniuses would emerge every year, their value immeasurable. Now, not to mention
injuring someone, even if he killed a few people in front of everyone, no one would dare provoke him directly.
Better to consult the commander first. Li Nian sighed. Bai Ning, go back to the barracks and rest for now.
We've just prepared a spacious room for you, and the rewards will be issued soon.
Bai Tianyan
gritted his teeth, staring at Bai Ning's carefree departure. Earlier, when he crushed Xia Xue's face, he had the same indifferent expression.
His eyes showed
no emotion, like a cold-blooded killing machine.
Could Bai Ning have such a peculiar habit?
He seemed to particularly enjoy targeting the face when attacking. At first, it was just slapping. Now, even slapping wasn't enough, it had escalated to this cruel method. What infuriated people the most was that so many members of the Legion watched him act ruthlessly, yet no one intervened.
If this continues unchecked, what if one day he dares to attack the children of the consortium? Bai Tianyan secretly made up his mind. The plan must be executed immediately.
He would discuss it with his elder brother as soon as he returned. That night was a completely sleepless one for most of the students entering the cavern for the first time. The air inside the cavern was damp and stuffy, mixed with a nauseating stench. The night was pitch black without moonlight. From time to time, the howls of strange beasts echoed from the distant forest. The next morning at 4 a.m., when everyone gathered, many hadn't slept at all and could only open their eyes weakly, waiting for the officer's speech. Bai Ning's injuries were not severe. After returning to his room, he drank a vial of healing potion. The injury to his left eye caused by Li Wunyan had
completely healed. However, Li Wunyan's injuries were not recovering as quickly.
He had been carried to the medical room, and after a night of treatment by the medical officer, he had only recovered about 80%. The sunken facial bone had finally been restored, but his face was still swollen like a pig's head, and it hurt when stretched. He kept his face tense, showing no expression.
Worse still, his current condition would undoubtedly affect his performance in the combat drills.
As the leader of the Li clan, with his strength now limited, it would be extremely difficult to fend off the elite members of the Night Watch Corps. At this moment, a young officer stepped onto the high platform in front of the crowd. He looked very young, like a student from the academy, but the 2 slashes and 4 stars on his epaulette indicated that he held the rank of Brigadier General in the Night Watch Corps.
"Hello, everyone. I am Li Wuqing,"
he said, sweeping a sharp gaze across the crowd. "I will be hosting this year's combat exchange competition. The rules are similar to previous years.
The first 7 days will be an individual points competition, where you can earn points by hunting beasts or collecting resources. The following 7 days will
be a team competition, with teams of 7 undergoing group assessments.
The assessment area has been pre-equipped with protective energy shields, and the entire area is covered by tens of thousands of high-definition cameras. My colleagues and I will be watching the entire event."
He paused briefly before continuing. "This year, not only will the Night Watch Corps and the Academy participate, but the Earth Corps will also join." As soon as he finished speaking, applause erupted from the crowd. Next, a young brigadier general stepped onto the stage.
It was Bai Tianshu,
Bai Ning's older brother.
Bai Tianshu,
with his sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, exuded an air of nobility. As soon as he appeared, many girls in the audience gasped softly.
Bai Ning couldn't help but raise an eyebrow.
This man bore a slight resemblance to him.
Blood ties were truly fascinating.
On the high platform sat several teachers familiar
to Bai Ning, including Lei Zhang.
When Lei Zhang noticed Bai Ning looking at him, he even winked at him.
After Li Wuqing finished his brief introduction, he announced, "Next, I have an important announcement to make."
His gaze locked firmly on Bai Ning, and he said loudly, with the approval of General Qian San.
"And in recognition of Bai Ning's outstanding contributions to humanity, he is hereby awarded the S-Class Battle Medal."
The crowd immediately erupted into
chaos. Did I hear that right? Oh my God, how old is he? He just enrolled a few days ago. This is the true strength of our student council president. Exclamations filled the air. Li Wunyan's face instantly twisted.
Enduring the pain on his face, he shouted loudly, "Brother Wuqing, I object." His voice was deafening, and all eyes immediately turned to him. "Yesterday, he severely injured me and maliciously attacked members of the Yu clan in the secret realm.
How can someone like him be awarded a battle medal?
He should be dealt with according to military law."
Li Wuqing's face remained expressionless as he said calmly, "I've already heard about what happened yesterday. Wuqing, I've been your younger brother since childhood." Li Wunyan saw an opportunity and
continued to argue, "Bai Ning has greatly affected my strength, which will severely impact the Li clan's performance in the combat drills.
So, Brother Wuqing."
Before he could finish, Li Wuqing's figure appeared in front of him. Without a word, he delivered a fierce kick.
"You've got some nerve. How dare you lay a hand on Bai Ning, the recipient of the S-Class Battle Medal? Who gave you the courage?" Li Wunyan was sent flying by the immense force, landing heavily dozens of meters away. His
already unhealed body suffered further injuries, and he groaned in pain.
Everyone at the scene was stunned. Weren't these two brothers? How could he strike so ruthlessly?
Li Wuqing's figure returned to the high platform, his expression still cold.
This is the consequence of slandering the recipient of the S-Class battle medal.
He didn't spare another glance at Li Wunyan, straightened his uniform, and solemnly turned to Bai Ning.
Bai Ning, please come forward to receive your battle medal.
Bai Ning's expression remained calm. For him, NES level
battle merit was dispensable.
It would be more practical to just give him some money directly.
Li Wuqing's kick didn't cause any substantial harm.
On the contrary, it helped Bai Ning suppress the situation, preventing others
from using him for hype.
Under countless envious and awe-filled gazes, Bai Ning stepped onto the high platform.
He exchanged a meaningful glance with Bai Tianshu. The S-level battle merit medal looked very ordinary and wouldn't fetch much money.
However, Li Wuqing held it with great solemnity.
The moment Bai Ning received the medal, all the soldiers on and off the stage, including Li Wuqing himself, raised their right arms in salute to him.
At this moment, Bai Ning was no longer the doubted illegitimate child but a human hero recognized by the
military's highest ranks.
Of course, those who are recognized must also participate in combat competitions. This has been the teaching method implemented since the founding of the First Ability Academy.
Every year, all students are sent here for combat training. Students with high ranking points can obtain treasures, potions, and
various cultivation resources. A few lucky ones, if noticed by observing teachers or military corps, can directly
become personal disciples and soar to success. However, these rewards are insignificant to the children of the consortiums.
Even the first-place prize is only worth a few billion, which is negligible compared to their
current assets.
What the consortium values most is reputation.
They must become the strongest. Bai Ning came here intending to take the opportunity to eliminate those eyesores in one fell swoop.
For this, he had been frantically practicing various combat techniques in recent days. After his second awakening, his abilities had reached
a new level.
Dealing with them and the troubles behind them was already a sure victory. The competition rewards were merely incidental gains.
With Li Wuqing's command, all participants entered the teleportation array. A flash
of light passed, and a cold, damp air mixed with the smell of decay and blood hit them. The scene before them was no longer the military base but a primitive jungle covered by a massive energy shield.
The light in the
forest was dim, with towering, twisted giant trees and dark green vines coiled like giant snakes. The ground was covered with thick layers of decayed leaves. Bai Ning checked the resource pack he had just received.
Inside was a smartwatch storing the map and a teleportation crystal.
The teleportation crystal was quite valuable. Once crushed, it could instantly return him to the base. Bai Ning put on the watch, looked around, and casually
chose a direction to walk. President, wait. Guan Yue's voice called out from behind. Since Bai Zhongyue acknowledged his identity, Bai Ning had encountered many people trying to curry favor with him, but none were as enthusiastic as Guan Yue. Over the past few days, wherever Bai Ning went, Guan Yue followed. Even if it's a solo competition, it's safer to team up. Together, I can help you. You? Bai Ning raised an eyebrow and glanced at him. Guan Yue's level was only second-tier lower rank. Don't underestimate me because of my level. My ability is A-level detection, extremely useful. He patted his chest in assurance. With detection abilities, navigating the
jungle, whether avoiding danger or launching attacks, would be much easier.
Bai Ning thought for a moment and didn't refuse. Guan Yue then pointed to Chu Yushuan, who stood alone not far away. She's alone too. President, aren't you going to bring her along?
Bai Ning followed his finger and looked.
Chu Yushuan appeared shy, her head lowered, avoiding eye contact with others.
After publicly showcasing her four-element abilities that day, she had gained
significant fame in the academy.
Many people had approached her, inviting her to join them, but she had refused
them all. Bai Ning gave Guan Yue a puzzled look. Her? Why should I bring her? Guan Yue said excitedly. That day, the way she acted, it's obvious she likes you. So what? Bai Ning turned and walked away. Not to mention
that his relationship with Chu Yushuan was merely about guidance and secretly learning the four-element abilities.
Having Chu Yushuan follow him would only make things more dangerous. Bai Ning's gaze swept over Bai Tianshu's elite squad and Bai Tianlu's group.
Bai Tianshu's team was well trained, composed of soldiers with extensive
experience in underground combat. They worked seamlessly together. Bai Tianlu's side had a large crowd.
The disciples of the Bai, Lin, and Yu families were all gathered, surrounded by a large group of followers. The crowd was
as overwhelming as a flood. Everyone seemed eager to spit just to wet the trees.
These people clearly had ulterior
motives.
Otherwise, Bai Tianshu, who had never brought anyone to competitions before, suddenly brought so
many people this year.
However, Bai Ning was not worried. The competition rules were clear, no hidden guards
allowed. Among this group, the highest level was merely a mid-tier 5th rank squad leader under Bai Tianshu.
5th rank was nothing, he could take down 2 with one punch. He turned to ask Guan Yu, "Is this energy shield
reliable?"
Guan Yu, the academy's well-informed source, knew everything. This was one of the reasons Bai Ning
kept him around.
Very reliable.
Once activated, even an S-class beast, equivalent to a human 7th rank in strength, couldn't break through.
"President, don't worry," Guan Yu said with a knowing look, as if he understood
everything and would keep it confidential.
Bai Ning rolled his eyes.
"So, where are the cameras installed? Do you know?" Li Wuqing had said there were tens of thousands of cameras covering the area. Bai Ning looked around, but couldn't spot a single one.
Guan Yu chuckled and explained, "The so-called cameras rely on a support type ability user in the Legion. His ability is called Thousand Eyes. His vision is projected onto screens, allowing teachers and Legion members to monitor and rescue us at any time."
"Can the coverage be complete?"
Bai Ning was skeptical.
"That can't achieve 100% coverage." Guan Yu took out a teleportation crystal and smiled. "With this, it's a double safeguard. Rest assured, President." Bai Ning fell into thought. If they were artificial cameras, there was no fear of deliberate sabotage. To thwart Bai Tianyan's plans, would he have to act under live broadcast conditions? That wouldn't be ideal.
"President, why are you suddenly smiling so strangely?" Guan Yu was startled by Bai Ning's eerie grin and leaned back. That smile seemed to anticipate something bad
happening. Bai Ning waved his hand.
"Let's go, let's check out the core area first."
The competition's points
were related to individual levels. A 2nd rank ability user killing a 1st rank beast would earn far fewer
points than a 1st rank ability user.
Although Bai Ning didn't plan to aim for 1st place this time, he didn't
want to stay on the outskirts either. Since he was in the cavern, he might as well explore the core area. Guan Yu was shocked.
That place is full of 4th rank and above beasts, with an extremely high density. 4th rank beasts are everywhere, 5th rank ones are terrifyingly numerous, and 6th rank ones even fight for
territory. He looked panicked.
"President, even if you're a mid-tier 4th rank, it's very dangerous there."
In
the past, only teams formed by the Li family or Legion elites dared to enter.
"We're just 2 people. Bai Ning gave him a cold glance. "Then don't come if you're scared."
Guan Yu hesitated for a moment but gritted his teeth
and followed.
Bai Ning looked at the map on his watch and headed straight for the core area.
The deeper they
went, the stronger the smell of blood in the air.
The light grew dimmer. Guan Yu started off very nervous, but
soon, he felt a sense of security. He had just used his detection ability to sense danger but hadn't had time
to warn Bai Ning.
A 1st rank green shadow snake lunged at them, but with a mere glance from Bai Ning, the snake was instantly crushed into a dried husk.
A 2nd rank fire ape roared, and Bai Ning frowned slightly before
sending it flying into 3 trees. A 3rd rank iron rhinoceros charged, and Bai Ning casually slashed, cutting
it in half instantly.
The 2 of them moved forward without stopping, not even turning. They cut a straight path
to the core area. Bai Ning waved his hand and killed a 4th rank poison toad, smiling in satisfaction. Devour.
163 billion 10 million/8 trillion assets, to grow into a subgod level.
As expected, killing beasts could also increase progress.
A 4th rank beast was worth 10 million, but quantity could make up for it.
Inside the
Legion's base, countless live broadcast screens floated in mid-air. Among them, 10 screens were the largest,
occupying the center.
These were the individual perspectives of the top 10 on the leaderboard.
In previous years,
these 10 spots were almost monopolized by the elites of the Li family and the Night Watch Legion.
This year was no exception.
Next to the projection was a ranking board displaying the names and points of all participants. The top 10 were almost entirely composed of members from the Li family and the 2 legions.
The academies. Teachers sat on the viewing platform alongside brigadiers by Tianshu and Li Wuqing, occasionally commenting on the performances of the various family disciples. As for the ordinary students without any background, no one mentioned them. Over the past year, Li Wunyan's determination has truly been remarkable. A teacher pointed at the screen, which displayed Li Wunyan's pale face but still fierce and precise movements, and praised him. Despite being severely injured, he forced his way into the top 10 with sheer grit. Truly worthy of being one of the top talents of the younger generation of the Li family. Another teacher chimed in, his shadow shifting technique is indeed well suited for combat. However, the legions have always been strong. Changing the subject, he mentioned Xia Dong from the Night Watch Legion. Xia Dong's performance is equally stunning. Although only at the 5th tier, he can withstand a 6th tier beast head-on without showing any weakness. On the screen, a young man in a Night Watch Legion uniform was engaged in fierce combat, exuding an imposing aura. Xia Dong is a key talent being cultivated by the Night Watch Legion, with extensive combat experience. Li Wuqing nodded slightly. Another teacher pointed to a different screen. Fu Yuanshan from the Earth Corps is not to be outdone either. On the screen, a young man wielding a spear displayed spear techniques as fluid as a dragon, forcing a peak 5th tier Wolf King into retreat. His spear skills have reached the level of true mastery, and his 5th tier strength is almost comparable to the 6th tier. Fu Yuanshan is the most promising talent under my command to advance to the 7th or even 8th tier, Bai Tianshu said, nodding in satisfaction as he watched Fu Yuanshan break into the top 10. Judging by his momentum, it's only a matter of time before he takes first place. A teacher beside him complimented. Bai Tianshu smiled faintly, though ambition simmered in his heart. Though Li family and the Night Watch Legion they led had been dominant in competitions for years, leveraging their advantage of guarding the underground caves, they had accumulated rich combat experience, overshadowing the other 3 factions for years. But this time, Bai Tianshu had brought only the top elites from the Earth Corps Legion, experts. He had spent a fortune recruiting from various places. Fu Yuanshan, with his exceptional spear talent and perfect fusion of abilities and spear techniques, was his trump card. After years of preparation, he was finally ready to break the Li family's monopoly. Li Wuqing's gaze suddenly shifted from the top 10 screens to a small, inconspicuous screen. It displayed Bai Ning and Guan Yu moving through a dense forest. To be honest, I think Bai Ning is destined to take first place this time. Bai Ning? Bai Tianshu's smile carried a hint of intrigue. Their plan had only just begun. Bai Ning wouldn't even last until the end of the competition. Wuqing, you must be joking. I was surprised he managed to earn an S-rank battle merit, but that's as far as he'll go. He leaned forward slightly, glancing around at everyone. We all know the competition rules. On the surface, it's an individual competition, but in reality, it tests teamwork. When hunting beasts, some team members lure the beasts, others control the situation, and some deliver the final blow, making points skyrocket. What team support does Bai Ning have? His words prompted a few teachers to nod in agreement. Reality was harsh. Although Bai Ning was incredibly talented, it was difficult for him to win under such rules. How could one person's efficiency in killing beasts compare to that of a team of dozens? In the past, ordinary students without any background, no matter how talented, had never taken first place. The reason was the lack of team support. At this moment, Bai Ning had already entered the core area. The density of beasts here had significantly increased. Every few minutes, they would encounter a beast of at least the 4th tier. The air was thick with the stench of beasts and the smell of blood. Guan Yu stayed close behind, fully utilizing his scouting ability. At the slightest sign of movement, he could dodge immediately. Suddenly, he exaggeratedly leapt 3 meters away, shrinking behind a large tree, and shouted, "President, a beast close to the 5th tier is approaching rapidly. It seems to be chasing someone." Before he finished speaking, Bai Ning saw a familiar figure. It was Chu Yushuan. But now, she was in a sorry state, stumbling out of the dense bushes. Her once smooth, waterfall-like long hair was now a tangled mess, clinging to her sweat-drenched face, making her look exceptionally delicate. Her combat suit was in tatters, covered in bloodstains. A deep claw mark on her left arm revealed the bone beneath. A fierce wolf howl exploded behind her. Immediately, a top-tier shadow wolf, standing 3 meters tall and covered in deep blue coarse fur, appeared behind her. It opened its bloodthirsty maw and lunged ferociously at Chu Yushuan's back. Chu Yushuan's pupils contracted sharply, and a wave of despair surged through her heart. But she did not give up. At the critical moment, she turned abruptly, facing the deadly maw head-on. Despite her injuries, her eyes burned with an almost insane determination. "Wind rise," she whispered, using the last of her abilities, and thrust her hands toward the shadow wolf's flank. Whoosh! A gust of wind suddenly whipped up in front of her, forming a wind wall that roared as it slammed into the shadow wolf. Unfortunately, her strength was only at mid-tier. Level 3. The remaining energy was almost negligible against the thick-skinned shadow wolf. The shadow wolf growled lowly, its massive body merely pausing slightly. Its menacing head still lunged at Chu Yushuan, its sharp fangs about to sink into her throat. Chu Yushuan's gaze dimmed, and she closed her eyes in despair. Sigh. Bye. Ning let out a soft sigh and raised his hand, making a gentle motion toward the shadow wolf. A space-tearing force silently swept through. A thin black line flashed across the shadow wolf's neck. The shadow wolf, poised to devour Chu Yushuan, suddenly froze. Its ferocious head instantly separated from its body. Scalding blood gushed out, splattering all over Chu Yushuan. The wolf's corpse, carried by inertia, fell heavily at her feet. It all happened as fast as lightning. Chu Yushuan trembled violently and sluggishly opened her eyes. She let out a suppressed sob, her legs giving way as she knelt weakly to the ground. Thank you. She turned around, her voice thick with nasal congestion, her fingers unconsciously tugging at the tattered hem of her clothes. Bai Ning responded indifferently. He didn't want to appear too close. In fact, he was deliberately keeping his distance from others in the academy. Because of him, Meng Tianshi was already unable to participate in this experimental drill. He didn't want to involve more people before resolving the trouble. Chu Yushuan regained her composure and seemed about to say something. Shu. Bai Ning raised a finger, signaling her to be quiet. He suddenly looked sharply toward the depths of the dense forest on the right. His spatial perception told him that the space 100 meters away was violently trembling. Dozens of chaotic energy fluctuations were rushing toward them at an alarming speed. Guan Yu's face turned pale as he roared, "It's a group of 4th-tier beasts. Leading them is a mid-tier 5th-tier beast king. It's the magnetic storm rhino and steel feather falcon. Damn, they're hunting together." Guan Yu shouted loudly. Chu Yushuan, who had just escaped death, turned pale again. The magnetic storm rhino's magnetic field interference can disable treasure tools, and the steel feather falcon can use the magnetic field to accelerate its flight. Together, they're the deadliest hunters in the abyss. Bai Ning, you must. She looked at Bai Ning in panic, only to find his eyes gleaming with a strange light. Why are you smiling? The distance was only 100 meters, and for the beast group, it would take mere seconds to reach them. Bai Ning could already see the steel feather falcons circling in the sky. Their feathers reflected a metallic sheen, and their eyes were blood red. The magnetic field's power surged subtly in the air. The rhino herd charged forward like a moving fortress, smashing through trees in their path, rushing aggressively toward them. Killing these beasts would surely boost his progress significantly. Bai Ning smiled excitedly. He whispered, "You two, run far away. After all, these two wouldn't be of any help here. Running farther away would prevent them from interfering with his actions." Just then, a strong electromagnetic pulse wave suddenly swept through. The air crackled with the sound of electricity. The smartwatches on their wrists instantly sparked and short-circuited. At the same time, they all felt a wave of dizziness in their heads, and a tingling sensation spread across their skin. It's magnetic field interference. Guan Yu screamed, scrambling and crawling to escape into the distance. Chirp! Dozens of steel-feathered falcons flapped their wings violently, leveraging the powerful magnetic field released by the magnetic storm rhinos. Like bullets fired from an electromagnetic cannon, their speed became so fast in an instant that they were almost invisible to the naked eye. They emitted piercing screeches as they dove toward Bai Ning and the other two. The alloy feathers rubbed against the air at high speed, their edges glowing with a fiery red light. Bai Ning's eyes narrowed, but he did not panic. His golden pupils lit up, and energy surged within him. The space 10 meters in front of him became unusually viscous. Thud, thud, thud.
The steel-feathered falcons at the forefront seemed to crash into a mass of thick glue, their speed visibly slowing. They flapped their wings desperately, trying to accelerate. Sparks flew in the air. Although they couldn't completely break through Bai Ning's spatial blockade, it caused intense vibrations. Bai Ning also felt a surge of pressure. The cutting power of these birds, enhanced by the magnetic field, far exceeded expectations. The magnetic storm rhinos roared in unison upon seeing the steel-feathered falcons obstructed. The energy cores on. Their backs emitted dazzling blue light once again. A stronger magnetic pulse enveloped the area. Several steel-feathered falcons that had been blocked broke free, their eyes gleaming with even fiercer intent. More falcons cunningly bypassed the barrier Bai Ning had set up in front of him. They accelerated their dive from the flanks, this time targeting not Bai Ning but Chu Yushuan and Guan Yu, who were not far behind him. "President, save me!" Guan Yu screamed in terror, his soul nearly leaving his body. Chu Yushuan gritted her teeth, bowing her head and running forward with all her might. As long as she ran far enough, the group of mutant beasts would be forced to scatter, greatly increasing Bai Ning's chances of survival. A sharp glint flashed in Bai Ning's eyes as his space-time eyes operated at full capacity. He no longer intended to hold back. Spreading his 5 fingers, he made a grasping motion toward the oncoming steel-feathered falcons. Dozens of nearly invisible spatial cracks silently spread through the air. These cracks formed an impenetrable net, tightly encircling Bai Ning and his companions. The steel-feathered falcons were still reveling in the speed granted by the magnetic field. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of magnetic storms filled the air. Over a dozen steel-feathered falcons eagerly accelerated to their maximum speed, diving toward Bai Ning and the others. Then came a series of muffled explosions. Splat! 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 The steel-feathered falcons at the forefront didn't even have time to let out a scream before their terrifying speed and the sharpness of the spatial cracks completely tore them apart. From the dense spatial cracks, bright red blood seeped out, forming a blood-red net. The steel-feathered falcons were then dismembered into countless fragments. The fragments, still moving at high speed, turned into a shower of glittering metallic debris. It was as if a bloody rain was falling from the sky. Drip, drip. Blood splattered onto Guan Yu. Chu Yushuan's face was also drenched in blood. Only the spatial barrier Bai Ning had set up in front of him blocked the bloodstains. He remained clean and spotless. The remaining steel-feathered falcons were so terrified by the horrifying scene that their souls seemed to flee their bodies. They let out sharp cries, flapping their wings desperately to escape this deadly net. Bai Ning had no intention of letting such a good opportunity slip away. He used the same technique again. Earlier, he had used spatial cracks for defense, encircling himself and his companions. Now, he placed countless spatial cracks around the steel-feathered falcons. A deadly net tightly trapped all the remaining steel-feathered falcons. No matter which direction they tried to escape, they were blocked by the spatial cracks Bai Ning had set up. The remaining falcons were utterly terrified. They flew around like headless chickens, and the sound of explosions echoed one after another. One by one, the steel-feathered falcons turned into blood mist and metallic fragments, merging into the sparse bloody rain. The battlefield was filled with the continuous wails of death. Chu Yushuan and Guan Yu's minds went blank. Were they all dead already? The book said that this kind of symbiotic mutant beast group was humanity's mortal enemy. The two of them stared blankly at the silver storm formed by the remains of the steel-feathered falcons. Their fragments continued to rotate slowly within the magnetic field created by the magnetic storm rhinos, following the blue electromagnetic waves. Having dealt with the troublesome bird swarm, Bai Ning clapped his hands and turned his gaze to the remaining magnetic storm rhinos. He needed to conserve his abilities. After all, in the core area, who knows what trouble might arise. In case of an emergency, it could be used for instant movement. The remaining tank-like rhinos were perfect for him to test out the newly acquired Hunter's Void. With a thought, a long silver spear, shimmering with light, appeared in his hand. The dense silver runes on the spear's body shifted continuously, like living creatures, exuding a dangerous aura. As soon as he held the Hunter's Void, a sense of bloodline connection surged from deep within. A pulse of craving for blood emanated from the spear's body. Roar! The magnetic storm rhino herd sensed the lethal threat. They roared in unison once again, the energy cores on their backs flashing wildly in an attempt to disrupt this new weapon.
However, the hunter's void remained unaffected, its silver light shining even brighter. Its core material, void gold, unlike ordinary alloys, was immune to electromagnetic interference.
Bai Ning's lips curled into a smile as he excitedly charged toward the rhino herd. The long spear transformed into a roaring fire dragon, entwined with silver light that tore through space, directly targeting the largest Tier 5 leader at the forefront.
Thud! The hunter's void pierced through the thick armor of the magnetic storm rhino leader effortlessly, striking precisely at the vital point on its back.
Flames, as if finding an outlet, surged madly into the leader's body along the spear.
A muffled explosion sounded from within. The leader's brother Tianyan also made it into the top 60. Bai Tianyan finally had a chance to outshine Bai Ning and quickly chimed in. With brother Tianlu leading the team, we'll soon make it into the top 30. We might even break the Academy's 10-year record and make it into the top 10, it's not impossible. The group, buoyed by the flattery of their followers, regained their confidence. Bai Ning chuckled softly, thinking to himself that he'd first figure out how to avoid the surveillance of that thousand-eyed ability user and let them live a few more days. At that moment, freshly cleaned Chu Yushuan and Guan Yu walked over. Chu Yushuan's damp, long hair draped over her shoulders, her face delicate and refined. The group froze upon seeing her. They hadn't expected Bai Ning to still have the mood to flirt with girls in a place like this, and such a beautiful one at that. Bai Tianlu noticed that Chu Yushuan and Guan Yu's abilities were only at the second or third tier and sneered disdainfully. He exaggeratedly shook his head at Bai Ning. It's one thing for you to be here alone, but you actually brought along 2 ordinary civilians to drag you down? Yu Qin Xue also sized up Chu Yushuan and curled her lips. If you're going to bring someone, at least bring someone useful. Even that Meng Tianchi would be better, at least he can take a hit. She stared provocatively at Bai Ning, suddenly emboldened. You mean Tianchi? Bai Ning raised his eyes slightly. This group really didn't know their place. But he noticed Chu Yushuan's pale face, and the worry in her eyes. Now wasn't the time. At the very least, he needed to get her to a safe place first. Bai Ning laughed a few times, suppressing his killing intent. Let's go. With that, he no longer looked at Bai Tianlu and the others, afraid he might lose control. Bai Tianlu sneered, stop pretending to be a big shot. Let's see how you beg for mercy in a few days. Young Master Tianlu, look over there. An urgent shout drew everyone's attention. Someone's trembling finger pointed downstream, to a spot not far away, obscured by tall shrubs. Among the branches and leaves, the originally lush green foliage was now covered in bright red bloodstains and scattered remains. Bai Tianlu and the others felt a chill in their hearts and quickly ran over. They pushed aside the dense foliage. A herd of magnetic storm rhinos? Yu Qin Xue exclaimed, covering her mouth. And these are steel feather falcon feathers. Judging by the quantity, there must be over 50 beasts. There's also a huge crater here. The group began to chatter. They ran to a massive scorched crater over 10 meters in diameter. Inside were the charred remains of magnetic storm rhinos. Silver-white steel feather falcon feathers were scattered across the ground like a freshly fallen snowstorm, covering dozens of meters. These wounds are very fresh, Yu Qingdai calmly analyzed. This means the battle happened just minutes ago, likely when we heard that explosion. The entire team fell into a deathly silence. Bai Tianyan suddenly looked up, his eyes fixed on the direction where Bai Ning had disappeared. Could it be? A thought suddenly emerged. This battle involving over 50 Tier 4 beasts, was it Bai Ning alone? So many Tier 4 beasts. Even Tier 5 or Tier 6 ability users would struggle against such a group. Yet Bai Ning had looked completely refreshed earlier, without a single trace of blood on him. Saying he single-handedly took down these beasts, no one would believe it. No one dared to believe it. Yu Qingdai thought of something and immediately opened the smartwatch on her wrist. She quickly scrolled through the leaderboard, searching for Bai Ning's name. First place, Bai Ning, 108 points. First Ability Academy, Bai Ning is actually in first place? How could he possibly be in first place alone? He's a Tier 4 mid-level, and he scored 108 points, which means he killed 108 Tier 4 beasts? Competition points are tied to the participant's level. Ability users only earn points for killing beasts of the same tier or lower. Bai Ning's 108 points meant he had killed at least 108 Tier 4 beasts. The group stared at Bai Ning's ranking, their faces showing shock. Not only had he surpassed them,
but he had also outperformed the elites of the Li family and 2 military corps.
How was this possible?
Those people worked in teams to kill beasts, with the young masters and ladies finishing them off.
Even with 100 people cooperating, they could only squeeze into the 50th or 60th rank.
Yet Bai Ning, relying solely on himself, had taken first place. The individual points competition lasts for 7 days. During these days, apart from the academy teachers being present throughout, brigadiers Li Wuqing and Bai Tianshu only appeared occasionally due to their busy schedules. Although the Night Watch Corps is the host, they still
have to guard the SSS-level dungeon defense line, which is an immense pressure. As a result, there were not many outsiders watching the competition.
Now, with only 1 day left before the individual competition begins, only the academy teachers were present on site. Without outsiders, the teachers chatted freely. The Night Watch Corps is really strong, 4 of the top 10 are from their ranks. Well, they are the hosts and know Dungeon 034 like the back of their hand, so it's normal for them to perform well.
I didn't expect the Bai family's core legion to be strong too. 3 of the top 30 are brought by Bai Tianshu, just 1 less than the Night Watch Corps. That's not entirely accurate. The 2 kids from the Li family in the top 10 haven't officially joined the Corps yet, but they're still considered family.
As the teachers were discussing, one teacher who had been staring at Bai Ning's screen suddenly shouted, "Look, Bai Ning has found another group of exotic beasts."
Everyone's attention immediately focused on the screen. Bai Ning's figure darted swiftly through the dense forest. In front of him was a large group of 5th-tier exotic beasts. The ferocious roars coming from the screen were overwhelming.
"This kid is really bold, charging into a group of 5th-tier exotic beasts alone," one teacher exclaimed in surprise. "Ever since he climbed to the top of the leaderboard, he hasn't fallen off.
Truly a promising young talent," another teacher sighed.
"Our academy students haven't made it into the top 10 for over a dozen years, let alone first place."
On the screen, Bai Ning moved as fast as lightning.
The silver spear in his hand constantly transformed.
First, it became a blade, slicing through the neck of a 5th-tier ironclad bull in one swift motion.
Then, the blade turned into a silver longsword, its shadows weaving a dense net of sword strikes, killing several 4th-tier shadow wolves that lunged at him. In no time, his spear techniques erupted like a dragon. His blazing, fiery attacks cleared the exotic beasts around him, creating a vacuum zone within a 5-meter radius. Before the teachers could react, the spear transformed into a pair of nunchaku.
Wow, nunchaku?
The teachers were stunned.
Bai Ning grinned and smashed the
nunchaku into the skull of a 5th-tier exotic beast. Within minutes, he cycled through blades, spears, swords, halberds, and even nunchaku.
The SSS-level artifact, Hunter's Void, in his hands, was wielded with endless variations. Each weapon was switched seamlessly, and his combat techniques flowed effortlessly, as if he was born a master of all 18 martial arts. Exclamations of amazement erupted
from the viewing area. "Can such a wide range of martial arts even be mastered?" one teacher asked, puzzled.
"Look closely." The teacher next to him adjusted his glasses.
"His combat techniques are so seamlessly connected, this is no mere showmanship. The thrusts, sweeps, and strikes in his spear techniques are solid."
"Isn't this the blazing army breaker technique?"
That teacher suddenly turned to the corner where Lei Zhang had been smiling all along.
"Old Lei."
The teacher raised his voice.
"Did you teach him this spear technique? It must at least be at the mastery level, right?"
All the teachers turned their incredulous gazes to Lei Zhang.
Lei Zhang's face finally couldn't hide his proud smile. Clearing his throat, he said, "Indeed, it's at the mastery level. Bai Ning is a very perceptive kid."
Teacher Wang slapped his thigh and pointed at Lei Zhang. "Old Lei, I knew you've been quieter lately.
Turns out you've been secretly practicing spear techniques. Reaching the mastery level to amaze us all, huh?"
"Exactly, Old Lei, you're so sneaky. Old Lei, you're really devious." The teachers all started teasing him, full of envy. They all knew how rare it was to master a combat technique.
It was
a hallmark of any true expert. No one noticed that Lei Zhang's smile had suddenly frozen. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and he felt both awkward and frustrated. Who would have thought that this little monster Bai Ning was so talented that he had actually
comprehended the mastery level of spear techniques on his own?
As for Lei Zhang, an 8th-tier expert who had been practicing with a spear for decades, he was still only at the advanced level. He let out a bitter laugh, picked up his teacup, and took a big gulp.
"Ha!
Purely luck, purely luck. Lei Zheng's heart was filled with bitterness, yet he had to maintain the smile of a master-producing,
outstanding disciples. The feeling was truly bittersweet.
After Bai Ning finished clearing the 5th-tier exotic beast horde, he casually swung his hunter's void.
Blood droplets splattered.
The small text on the screen changed to Devour 170 billion/8 trillion assets to grow into a subgod level. That day, he had killed so many exotic beasts that he couldn't even remember. Only exotic beasts of the 4th tier or higher could help him progress. The value of a 4th tier beast ranged from 1,000 to 30 million, while 5th tier beasts were generally worth less than 100 million. Along the way, Bai Ning instructed Guan Yu to immediately inform him of
any exotic beasts of the 4th tier or higher, no matter how many there were.
The three of them fought fiercely in the core area, and Bai Ning finally managed to painstakingly accumulate 7 billion in progress. His storage necklace was filled with the corpses of exotic beasts. Bai Ning waved at Chu Yushuan.
There are still a few 3rd tier exotic beasts that aren't completely dead. Help me finish them off. 3rd tier exotic beasts couldn't contribute to his progress, so Bai Ning usually left them for Chu Yushuan to handle. Although this girl had social anxiety, she was strong-willed and kind-hearted.
Bai Ning wanted to help her out. Chu Yushuan was momentarily stunned, her cheeks turning as red as if they were about to drip blood. She glanced down at the ranking on her watch.
Rank 101, Chu Yushuan, 121
points, First Ability Academy. The score for the 100th rank was 122 points, just 1 point away.
Chu Yushuan's breathing quickened, and
she bit her lower lip. If she could finish off just one more, she could break into the top 100. This wasn't just about a rank increase. The rewards would also improve significantly. These rewards could allow her strength to leap forward once again.
Finally, Chu Yushuan nodded resolutely.
Under Guan Yu's envious gaze, she stepped forward toward the heavily injured 3rd-tier exotic beasts.
Guan Yu wiped the corner of his mouth. President, when will you let me have a few exotic beasts too?
Bai Ning glanced at him with a faint smile
and stroked his chin. When you stop working part-time.
Ha! Bai Ning was satisfied to see a trace of panic flash in Guan Yu's
eyes. Don't you think it's a bit too coincidental that we've run into Bai Tianlu and his group 3 times in one day? Isn't that a bit too much of a coincidence?
Just as he finished speaking, footsteps sounded in the distance.
Bai Ning didn't even turn his head, letting out a light chuckle.
Look, here they come for the 4th time. He slowly straightened up, his gaze sweeping over the trembling Guan
Yu, and sneered, truly shameless. Sure enough, Bai Tianlu appeared in the distance with his large group. His face was filled with undisguised smugness. We meet again.
It seems fate has brought us together from 1,000 miles away. Bai Ning squinted his eyes,
scanning the number of people in Bai Tianlu's group. There were over a dozen more than last time.
It had to be said, their strategy was indeed putting considerable pressure on him. In addition to dealing with surprise attacks from exotic beasts in the shadows, he had to constantly stay alert for Bai Tianlu's group. He needed to keep his energy levels above 50% at all times.
What's the point of always having your little informant buzzing around? Bai Ning chuckled lightly, spreading his hands. Why not join forces? Bai Tianlu's smile turned a bit awkward. When did you realize Guan Yu was one of mine?
From the moment he first approached me.
Stop pretending. Bai Ning couldn't be bothered to explain.
He grabbed the stiff Guan Yu in one swift motion.
Guan Yu only had time to let out a short scream before, in the next second, he was hurled out like a sandbag by Bai Ning.
With Bai Ning's strength, no one on the
opposing side could catch such a casual throw.
The force of the throw knocked a group of people to the ground.
Amidst the screams, Bai Ning turned and said calmly to Chu Yushuan, let's go. Then he strode deeper into the dense forest. If you have the guts, come after me.
His cold voice echoed in the deathly still air.
Bai Tianlu's expression was complicated. Brother Tianlu, what should we do now? Bai Tianyan asked in a low voice beside him. He pointed to the map projection on his smartwatch. In the area ahead, a deep red exclamation
mark was prominently displayed. Ahead lies the mangrove forest, inhabited by 6th-tier lord-level beasts.
In the past, no one dared to approach lightly.
A 6th-tier lord is not an ordinary 6th-tier beast, their combat power is nearly at peak levels.
Bai Tianlu's face turned ashen. After hesitating for a few seconds, he gritted his teeth and said, if he dares to go, why shouldn't we follow him? He waved his hand sharply and commanded, "Stick to the plan."
Despite the fear in everyone's hearts, they could only steel themselves
and charge forward. Soon, they caught up with Bai Ning. Stepping into the mangrove forest, the scene before them was completely different. It was an eerie forest of endless, intertwined dark red aerial roots. These roots twisted and coiled, shooting skyward from the foul-smelling swamp. A greasy, viscous layer floated on the water's surface, occasionally bubbling with green gas. The dim light made the place look like a haunt for ghosts. At first, Bai Tianlu still held onto some hope. He thought that no matter how strong Bai Ning was, he would surely tread cautiously in the territory of a sixth-tier lord. Surely, he would go all out when faced with danger. At that moment, Bai Tianlu planned to take advantage of Bai Ning's weakness and swarm him. He might not even need to use his trump card to deal with him. As for the cameras outside, he didn't care. Bai Ning was a thorn in everyone's side, killing him under pressure was justifiable. There were guards in Bai Tianchu outside, so there shouldn't be any major issues. But reality gave him a harsh slap. Bai Ning seemed completely unfazed by the danger. He moved as if he were in his own backyard, instantly transforming Lai Kong into a nimble silver whip. "Hold on tight," Bai Ning shouted in a low voice. With a sweep of his arm, he scooped up Chu Yushuan amidst her startled cry. Whoosh! The whip lashed out like lightning, wrapping precisely around a thick aerial root ahead. Bai Ning pushed off with his foot, using the whip's pull to swing across effortlessly. Chu Yushuan shut her eyes tightly, her heart pounding wildly, but she said nothing. Just as they swung over the swampy water, the murky sludge below suddenly exploded. A fifth-tier giant crocodile over 10 meters long burst out of the water. Its massive, fang-filled jaws, reeking of stench, snapped fiercely at the two in midair. Bai Ning's eyes turned cold, and the light from Lai Kong in his hand surged. The whip instantly transformed into a silver spear. Using the momentum of the downward swing, Bai Ning hurled Lai Kong with all his strength. He and Chu Yushuan used the recoil to rise another 2 meters. The spear shot like a silver bolt of lightning, piercing precisely into the open maw of the giant crocodile. Its tough skull was shattered instantly. The massive body fell limply back into the swamp. Lai Kong let out a hum, automatically detaching from the crocodile and slithering back to Bai Ning like a living snake. Bai Ning caught it steadily, flicked his wrist, and the spear softened back into a whip, wrapping around another aerial route ahead. The two of them moved swiftly like agile birds, darting forward. Bai Tianlu and the others were completely stunned. They watched Bai Ning, carrying someone, advance with ease, their mouths agape. "Keep up! Don't let them get away!" Bai Tianlu shouted furiously. He was the first to charge into the swamp. As soon as a few people stepped onto what seemed like solid ground at the swamp's edge, it instantly collapsed beneath them. The black sludge seemed to have a suction force, swallowing them up to their knees. "Ah! Help! Pull me up! Something's biting me in the mud!" Screams erupted. They struggled desperately, but the more they fought, the deeper they sank. The team fell into chaos. Some tried to climb the slippery aerial roots, but the roots were as slick as oil. Impossible to grip. People kept losing their footing and falling. Yu Qingxue stepped wrong and fell straight into the swamp. "Damn it! This cursed place," she cursed under her breath. The treasure in her hand was a whip, capable of swinging across like Bai Ning. But she didn't dare chase Bai Ning alone and could only remain stuck with the team at the edge of the mangrove forest, unable to move forward. Bai Tianlu watched helplessly as Bai Ning moved further and further away. Their team of nearly 100 was now filled with screams and cries for help, utterly disorganized. Worse still, Bai Ning's unrestrained fighting inside had completely disturbed the eerie silence of the area. Splash! Splash! From all directions, countless giant crocodiles and poison dart frogs suddenly emerged from the water. Unable to catch up with Bai Ning, they could only vent their anger on the others. "Run! Run! I want to, but my legs are trapped. Help!" Bai Ning swiftly swung away from the chaos with Chu Yushuan. The only sounds left in her ears were the howling wind and her rapid breathing. The further they went, the eerier the surroundings became, and the more oppressive the atmosphere grew. Thump, thump, thump. A heavy heartbeat echoed, each beat like a giant hammer striking. Chu Yushuan's eyes widened in shock, initially thinking it was her own heartbeat being so loud. But soon, she felt short of breath. This is the territory of a Tier 6 lord. Bai Ning's golden eyes suddenly lit up, a smile of excitement appearing on his lips. "Finally found you." The moment Bai Ning locked onto the source of the heartbeat,
the swamp beneath their feet began to boil. An indescribable, terrifying pressure erupted, instantly enveloping a 500-meter radius.
Roar! A deafening roar resounded.
The sound waves, like a giant hammer, snapped countless aerial roots. Mud surged skyward like a
tsunami. A colossal creature slowly rose from the swamp. The decayed dragon crocodile.
A Tier 6 lord. It was enormous, blocking Bai Ning's
view entirely.
Its body was covered in dark red scales, and it was over 30 meters long.
Its head resembled that of an ancient
Tyrannosaurus, with fangs as tall as a person.
The decayed dragon crocodile opened its vertical pupils, its eyes devoid of emotion, filled
only with coldness and brutality.
Shu Yushuan's face turned pale under the oppressive aura.
Bai Ning found the thickest aerial root and
gently placed Shu Yushuan on it.
"Hold on tight here," he said, tying a rope around the intersection of the roots.
He handed the other
end of the rope to her.
"Hold on tight. I'll be back soon. Don't worry."
With that, Bai Ning turned to face the giant crocodile.
Shu Yushuan
froze, quickly trying to stop him.
"You're going alone? What, do you want to join too?"
Bai Ning looked at her in surprise.
"You're only Tier 3.
His expression was complicated, as if he wanted to say something that wouldn't crush her spirit but would still make her
understand reality. Shu Yushuan quickly caught on. "No, no." She waved her hands frantically.
"This is the territory of a Tier 6 lord. Not only is the lord itself powerful, but all the beasts in the mangrove forest obey its command."
"So you're saying..." Shu Yushuan's eyes went blank. "You're going to take on all the beasts in the mangrove forest by yourself?" Bai Ning asked in confusion. "Besides you and me, is there anyone else?"
He felt this girl wasn't very sharp.
Meanwhile, Bai Tianlu and the others were desperately fending off a
group of poison dart frogs, barely catching their breath.
Roar!
A terrifying roar echoed from deep within the mangrove forest.
The sound traveled far, making everyone feel the dread of the beast. Everyone immediately became alert.
"That's the Tier 6 lord, the decayed
dragon crocodile. With that kind of aura, it can only be a lord-level beast." Bai Tianlu immediately burst into laughter. "Bai Ning is really unlucky this time, waking up the lord of this place.
He must have run right into the crocodile's sleeping spot while escaping,
pissing it off.
Serves you right for trying to play the hero.
Now that you've provoked the lord, you deserve it, don't you?" Bai Tianlu was overjoyed, tears streaming down his face. "The heavens have eyes, the heavens have eyes." He wiped the mud off his face, his eyes moist. The culprit who had made him eat poorly and sleep badly these past few days, Bai Ning, was finally getting what he deserved. Wandering recklessly in the mangrove forest serves him right. Absolutely serves him right. Not just them, even Yu Qingxue and the others were so excited their eyes turned red. Now they wouldn't have to deal with Bai Ning themselves, he would perish in the swamp. No one believed Bai Ning could escape from a Tier 6 lord. After all, even when a legion cleared such areas, it would take at least hundreds of soldiers to barely take one down. No matter how strong Bai Ning was, he couldn't possibly be stronger than an entire army, right? In the legion's base, screens displayed battles from various areas. Most of the instructors were watching Fu Yuanshan's team challenge a group of Tier 5 beasts. He wielded a silver spear, working with a few teammates to push the Wolf King into retreat. Impressive. Fu Yuanshan's spear skills are excellent, almost on par with Bai Ning's. The team's coordination is quite seamless. Many teachers showed admiration on their faces. Indeed, this is what real combat looks like. After watching Bai Ning fight alone so many times, seeing this really shows what the power of teamwork means. The teachers exchanged knowing smiles. Bai Ning's solo battles were thrilling, but watching them too often could make one numb, even giving the illusion that anyone could do the same. At that moment, a deep, thunderous roar suddenly came from Bai Ning's screen. "What?" The teachers, who had been casually commenting, immediately turned pale and stood up in shock. The corrupted dragon crocodile? Lei Zhang's pupils contracted. As an 8th-tier powerhouse, he was well aware of the terror of this 6th-tier lord. It was the absolute overlord of the combat assessment zone. To match its status, any participant who managed to kill this lord would instantly earn 100,000 points. In other words, killing it would guarantee first place. Every year before the assessment, there were proposals to eliminate this crocodile to prevent overconfident participants from recklessly venturing in and suffering heavy casualties. Why? Lei Zheng abruptly turned and roared at the multi-eyed psychic responsible for monitoring. Why is this monster still here this year? Didn't the Academy order its immediate removal? Without waiting for an explanation, he urgently commanded, notify all rescue teams to head to the mangroves immediately and prepare to rescue Bai Ning. At all costs, bring him out. Lei Zhang shouted as he rushed out, eventually breaking into a run. Give me an entry token, I'll go in myself. Not only Lei Zhang, but the other teachers were also in shock. Bai Ning was the principal's most valued disciple, and before the mission, they had been repeatedly instructed to take good care of him. If anything happened to him, the teachers present wouldn't have an easy time. Is Bai Ning crazy, daring to wander in front of the dragon crocodile? Has he gotten too full of himself, thinking he's invincible? If he wants to die, he shouldn't drag us down with him. The news of the S-rank war medalist challenging a 6th-tier lord alone quickly spread throughout the entire Legion. Members of the Night Watch Legion and the Earth Corps Legion were stunned upon hearing the news. Urgent footsteps echoed from all directions as people rushed to the observation hall. Li Wuqing also arrived quickly. He clenched his fists tightly, his eyes fixed on Bai Ning's screen. Bai Tianshu followed closely behind, a faint trace of schadenfreude flashing in his gaze. What's the situation? Li Wuqing's voice was icy. General, reporting. Bai Ning has already engaged the dragon crocodile head-on. The energy interference is extremely strong, and both visuals and communications have become highly unstable, the officer anxiously reported. The rescue teams are on standby, but forcibly entering the territory of a 6th-tier lord carries immense risk. Amid the chaos, the doors of the observation hall were suddenly pushed open with great force. A mountain-like oppressive aura instantly enveloped the entire hall. Everyone instinctively straightened their backs, looking in awe at the tall figure at the entrance. General Qian is here. It's General Qian-san, the highest commander of the Night Watch Legion. Bai Ning's situation even alarmed him? Bai Ning placed Chu Yushuan in a safe spot several hundred meters away from the dragon crocodile. Then, he directly teleported in front of the beast. The corrupted dragon crocodile's blood-red eyes locked onto the tiny human below. Completely enraged, it let out an even more ferocious roar. A thick, dark, green energy rapidly spread from its body. This dark green energy, like a potent acid, corroded everything in its path, leaving nothing behind. The corrosion produced a large amount of green smoke, making the surrounding light even dimmer. Bai Ning let out a muffled grunt, feeling his body grow heavy. TSK, this lord is indeed no joke. Even though he was still some distance from the energy field, his skin already felt a sharp stinging pain. The corrosive power was unimaginable. He activated his golden eyes, and golden light surged, forming an invisible shield around him. Most of the corrosive energy was blocked outside. Only then did Bai Ning feel some relief. Seeing that its poisonous mist was ineffective against Bai Ning, the dragon crocodile grew even more furious. Its massive body suddenly sank into the swamp, charging at Bai Ning with a foul wind in its wake. The overwhelming shadow completely enveloped Bai Ning. Perfect battle. Intent erupted in Bai Ning's eyes. The hunter's void appeared in his hand, transforming into a slender warblade. The space slightly distorted, and his figure vanished in an instant. Swish, swish, swish. Simultaneously, 3 razor-sharp silver blade lights appeared at the relatively vulnerable joint of the dragon crocodile's right forelimb. The first strike landed on the dark red scales, producing a deafening metallic clash. Sparks flew everywhere. The scales were extraordinarily tough, leaving only a shallow mark with one strike. Following that, the second and third strikes came as Bai Ning unleashed the full power of the Ash Void Slash, infused with the force of spatial cutting. Upon contact with the scales, a ghostly blue flame exploded violently, then slithered like a venomous snake into the gaps between the scales. Thick, dark green, foul-smelling blood gushed out like a fountain. The dragon crocodile let out a painful roar. Its massive forelimb trembled violently. It jerked its head, its giant maw filled with fangs snapping fiercely at the newly appeared Bai Ning. Bai Ning's pupils contracted, and he hurriedly teleported again. However, the dragon crocodile seemed to have anticipated this human's strange movements. As Bai Ning teleported, its massive tail, covered in bone spurs, followed closely, sweeping across the open space ahead, attempting to predict Bai Ning's next position. After teleporting, Bai Ning's pupils shrank sharply. This monster was actually this intelligent?
The timing of the tail's attack was incredibly precise, as if it had preemptively calculated his location. Seeing the tail about to strike, with no way to dodge, Bai Ning's eyes flashed with a cold light. He fully activated the Eye of Time and Space, and time slowed down instantly. Twisting his body forcefully in midair, the ghostly blue flames on the hunter's void surged. Break for me! Facing the slowly swinging giant tail, the ash void slash cut through like a hot knife through butter. Bai Ning swung his blade without hesitation. At the same time, he activated the spatial cutting technique. Both his combat skill and ability erupted simultaneously, and the energy within him surged like waves. He poured all his strength into this strike. The hunter's void sensed its master's immense battle intent, and the blade trembled slightly. The ghostly blue blade light instantly soared to a height of 10 meters. It slashed fiercely at the base of the dragon crocodile's tail. This time, the dark red scales were effortlessly torn apart. A massive wound, deep enough to expose bone, appeared. Bai Ning's arms trembled violently, and his palms split open instantly. The overwhelming pressure from the sixth-tier lord caused blood to seep uncontrollably from the corner of his mouth. Using the force, he retreated, landing on an aerial route, panting heavily. Damn, my waist. This thing is way too tough. The dragon crocodile's tail drooped limply, letting out an unprecedented wail. This unique sound wave pierced through the entire mangrove forest. Splash! 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 From all directions, the surrounding swamp began to boil violently. Countless ferocious black shadows crawled out of the mire. Fifth-tier giant crocodiles, fourth-tier venomous lizards, and a swarm of poison dart frogs filled the sky. The beast tide surged like a black ocean, rushing fearlessly toward Bai Ning under the Lord's command. They intended to tear apart this human who dared to challenge their leader. It's over. Chu Yushuan's face turned pale as she saw the overwhelming beast horde charging toward them. Trying to crush me with sheer numbers? Bai Ning squinted his eyes and sneered. He hadn't wanted to use his final trump card, but now he had no choice but to end this quickly, or Chu Yushuan might get caught in the crossfire. He wiped the blood from his split palms. The hunter's void emitted a brilliant silver light, instantly transforming into a slender longbow. With his right hand, he grasped the air, and an arrow formed entirely of pure energy suddenly appeared on the bowstring. His golden eyes glowed with a cold light. The bowstring tightened like a full moon. The silver arrow burst into dazzling starlight. The countless stars in the sky converged at the arrow's tip. Bai Ning released his fingers, and the arrow shot out. It flew straight toward the sky above the beast tide. Buzz! The arrow exploded in mid-air, transforming into thousands of fine silver streams of light. It was like a meteor shower descending from the heavens. Each stream of light carried a sharp, killing intent. The whistling sound of arrows filled the battlefield like a torrential rain. The magnificent meteor shower reflected in Chu Yushuan's eyes. She saw the frontmost swarm of poison dart frogs instantly turn into a mist of blood. The venomous lizard's tough scales were as fragile as paper, easily pierced by the streams of light and pinned into the swamp. Even a fifth-tier giant crocodile was simultaneously struck in its vital points by several streaks of silver light, collapsing with a thunderous crash. With just one arrow, a large area of the beast tide was instantly cleared, leaving behind a field of remains. Bai Ning stood tall with his bow, his posture as upright as a pine tree. His golden eyes seemed to burn with dazzling flames. The light flowed, and his gaze was as sharp as thunder. Chu Yushuan felt she had never seen such radiant golden starlight. Bai Ning drew his bow again. The silver runes on the bowstring of Sky Hunter swirled wildly. A pitch-black arrow slowly took shape. In the next moment, the black arrow shot out silently, leaving only a straight black line in its flight path. Void break! When the black arrow touched the dragon crocodile's hard scales, the scales melted away silently, like ice meeting the scorching sun. The black arrow was unstoppable, ignoring all obstacles, and precisely pierced its brow. The decayed dragon crocodile's entire body stiffened, and the fury in its vertical pupils instantly froze. Replacing it was an expression of incredulous confusion. A muffled sound came from its skull. Starting from the brow where the arrow entered, its body began to disintegrate and dissipate eerily, turning into fine ashes that scattered into the air. Inch by inch, the disintegration spread, eventually covering its entire head. The headless corpse of the sixth-tier lord fell heavily into the swamp, stirring up muddy water, and disappeared into the mire in an instant. Bai Ning waved his hand, and a sixth-tier exotic beast crystal core floating in midair.
automatically flew into his palm.
His chest heaved violently, and blood still stained the corner of his mouth.
The crystal core lay quietly in his hand. He smiled, revealing neat white teeth.
Last time, he failed to kill the 6th-tier powerhouse Bai Jian, leaving him with
pent-up frustration.
This time, successfully killing the 6th-tier lord proved that his efforts over this period had not been in vain. Suddenly, a roar came from outside the mangrove forest.
Bai Ning, I'm here.
Lei Zhang, engulfed in flames, rushed over at high speed,
shouting, "Don't be afraid, your teacher is here to save you."
Lei Zhang hurriedly arrived at the scene.
He thought that after being delayed for a few minutes, Bai Ning might have already been torn apart by the exotic beast horde. Unexpectedly, as soon as he approached, he saw exotic beast corpses everywhere,
floating in the mud, hanging on the trees, visible everywhere.
Bai Ning was standing on a high aerial route, gasping for breath.
Lei Zhang quickly jumped up.
"Kid, don't be afraid.
Where's that lord? Watch your teacher take care
of him for you."
Bai Ning pointed to the bubbling spot in the swamp.
"Over there, it's already dead." The decayed dragon crocodile sank
quickly, and the swamp was bottomless. In just a moment, only the tip of its tail remained visible above the water.
Lei Zhang squinted and looked puzzled. "Where? I don't see it." "Wait, what did you say?" He suddenly reacted and asked in surprise, "Already dead? Impossible. Besides me, who else could kill a 6th-tier lord so quickly? Could it be the principal secretly protecting you and arriving ahead of me?" Bai Ning smiled. "Teacher, you're imagining things."
Lei Zhang snorted.
"No, was it the rescue team that arrived first? Someone in the team can teleport and got here before me? Is it possible," Bai Ning pointed to himself, "that I did it?"
Lei Zhang burst into laughter and patted Bai Ning's shoulder.
"You're so funny. Stop teasing me and quickly tell me who was so powerful."
He patted his
bald head. "Was it an 8th-tier expert passing by?"
"Only they could bypass the energy barrier and help you out effortlessly."
Bai Ning sighed helplessly. Honestly, no one believed him. "Think whatever you want." He expressed his thanks and helped Chu Yushuan prepare to leave.
Lei Zhang was still stroking his chin, pondering. This kid Bai Ning is too shy to admit he was rescued.
Forget it, there's surveillance footage at the base. I'll ask old Wang and the others when I get back.
Thinking this, he hurriedly rushed back.
I need to
find out who was so powerful to take down a 6th-tier lord so quickly. A few minutes later, Lei Zhang returned to the viewing platform.
As soon as he entered, he shouted loudly, "Old Wang! Which mysterious expert showed up?"
At this moment, the viewing platform was unusually
quiet.
Everyone was lost in confusion. Not only the well-informed Li Wuqing and Bai Tianshu were puzzled, but even the 9th-tier
powerhouse General Qiansan looked bewildered. Lei Zhang didn't dare disturb this big shot. He quietly walked over to his familiar teacher and asked, "What's going on? Why is it so quiet?" Teacher Wang snapped out of his daze and said, "Isn't it because of Bai Ning? That kid didn't die, he was lucky to survive. Why do you all look like you're mourning him?"
Lei Zhang found it
amusing.
A group of old guys, collectively hundreds of years old, were actually this nervous.
Bai Ning had just brushed past death's door. Yet he still had the mind to go on a date with a girl. His mental fortitude was truly impressive. Teacher Wang glanced at him, full of confusion. "Where did the luck come from? Before I arrived, Bai Ning was actually saved by a mysterious person. It's like he hit the jackpot."
Lei Zhang said excitedly.
"Did you see who saved him?"
Lei Zhang quickly asked.
Teacher Wang's expression grew even stranger. Just as he was about to answer, a stern voice suddenly rang out. "Lei Zhang, how is Bai Ning now?" General Qiansan asked.
Lei Zhang immediately straightened up and
replied, reporting to the officer, "He's doing very well." Qiansan raised an eyebrow. "Very well?
That's strange." The people around them, upon hearing this, all had peculiar expressions. Lei Zhang felt as if something had grabbed hold of his heart.
He was desperate to know what had happened, as everyone's expressions clearly indicated that the situation was not simple.
Qiansan continued, "Could it be that the Lin family's blood enhancement potion has
been upgraded? No side effects after use?"
Lei Zhang was stunned.
"What blood enhancement potion?" Teacher Wang tugged at his sleeve and explained, "You don't know? Bai Ning single-handedly took down that 6th-tier lord." "What?"
Lei Zhang was so shocked he couldn't speak.
Bai Ning killed a 6th-tier lord by himself? So that means, he said in disbelief, Bai Ning, even though he's only 4th tier, has combat power close to 7th tier? Everyone nodded in unison.
Clearly, none of them had recovered from the shock. Lei Zhang recalled when he had asked Bai Ning who had saved him, and Bai Ning's helpless expression. It wasn't shyness, it was that even he couldn't believe it himself.
But judging by his state, it's definitely not the reaction of someone who's taken a blood enhancement potion. He's still lively and energetic.
Lei Zhang muttered under his breath.
Suddenly, someone in the crowd said, "Who says otherwise?"
Bai Ning had never expected that killing a 6th-tier lord would cause such a stir here.
At this moment, he was
immersed in the joy of his leap in strength, unable to extricate himself.
The small text in front of him transformed
into Devour 175 billion/8 trillion assets. To advance to subgod level, a single lord was worth about 2 to
3 billion.
The rest came from the sheer number of beasts.
That recent wave of hunting had actually increased his points by a full 5 billion. Killing intent reignited in Bai Ning's eyes. It was worth noting that such a large increase in points usually required spending money.
Normally, only when killing by family enforcers would his points rise this much. This proved that killing enemies and seizing treasures was the fastest way to get rich. He decided to improve his strength as quickly as possible. But first, he needed to get rid of this burden.
Bai
Ning looked down at Chu Yushuan, who was clinging tightly to him, trembling all over.
The girl's body was unbelievably soft.
She held onto him tightly, clearly terrified. Bai Ning felt a bit guilty, but then he suddenly realized
something terrifying.
He had no other thoughts in his mind right now. His head was filled with that bastard Bai
Tianyan. This wasn't right. This couldn't happen.
Bai Ning gritted his teeth, his killing intent surging.
Bai Tianyan
must die immediately. First Ability Academy, 3rd place, Xiaodong, 2,234 points. Night Watch Corps, their 3rd place score is not even a fraction of this, not even half of Chu Yushuan's. The strength of the Night Watch Corps is
just a so.
Bai Ning casually flipped through the rankings.
Seeing the remaining scores were even lower, especially Bai Tianyan's group still struggling in the 30s and 40s, Chu Yushuan finally felt satisfied. It's only the 3rd day.
Bai Ning stroked his chin. With your score, you might be overtaken later.
Impossible. Chu Yushuan
pointed to several dangerous areas on the map. You've already taken me to sweep through these places.
I feel like the number of beasts in the core area has significantly decreased. If you have other things to do, you don't need to worry about me anymore.
Bai Ning glanced around. Alright, I'll take you to the outskirts first. Meanwhile, Xiaodong led his team to the location marked on the map where the beast group was supposed to be.
Damn! Why is this place wiped out again? Someone exclaimed. This is the 3rd one today. Who is it that keeps beating us to the beasts every time? Could it be Li Wunyan's group? Xiaodong's face darkened, shaking his head. It should be the Earth Corps. Judging by their speed and efficiency, they must be veterans. He recalled Li Wuqing's reminder before departure. The general said Fu Yuanshan from the Earth Corps is a formidable opponent, and it seems he was right. Captain, look at the leaderboard, someone in the team shouted. Soon, exclamations erupted, one after another. Xiaodong frowned. Didn't I say to focus on killing beasts and ignore the rankings? No, Captain. You have to see this. Xiaodong was puzzled.
His team members were usually calm, but their sudden excitement
made him wonder if Fu Yuanshan's score was overwhelmingly ahead.
Under their urging, he opened the real-time rankings.
On his watch,
1st place, Bai Ning, 108,035 points, 1st Ability Academy.
Bai Ning? Xiaodong looked bewildered. A teammate explained, he's the newly accepted last disciple of the Li clan's ancestor. They say his talent is extraordinary, but we've never seen him before. His score is so high, could the scoring system be broken? Xiaodong thought to himself.
But soon, he realized a possibility, killing a 6th-tier lord.
Everyone was familiar with the scoring rules. Killing a 6th-tier lord would earn 100,000 points. However, no one had ever thought it was achievable. How exactly did Bai Ning manage it? Coincidentally, Fu Yuanshan had the same question. Not long ago, they noticed a significant decrease in the number of beasts in the core area. Shortly after, they saw Bai Ning's score far ahead of everyone else's. 100,000 points, even
surpassing the total score of all participants combined.
Moreover, the 2nd place, Chu Yushuan, was also from the 1st Ability Academy.
This name was unheard of and didn't seem to belong to any consortium.
Everything was too unusual. Could Bai Ning really be this strong?
But this contradicted the information Bai Tianshu had given him. Bai Tianshu said Bai Ning was just trash from the slums.
Relying solely on his SSS-level ability to bully Bai Tianyan, with mediocre actual strength. That's why Bai Tianshu instructed
him that aside from securing the top score, the most important task was to eliminate Bai Ning as a problem for Bai Tianyan.
Now, it seemed even the first task was becoming impossible.
Fu Yuanshan immediately decided, let's go, meet up with young Master Bai
Qi.
After sending Chu Yushuan off, Bai Ning moved quickly on his own using teleportation.
He now had only one goal, to kill that fool, Bai Tianyan.
Considering the presence of surveillance cameras, he had to come up with, however, this obscure Lin Yu is worth 10
billion, so his masters must be even more formidable. That arrow just now caught Bai Tianyan and the others' attention. Everyone was stunned. Bai Ning is this fierce? The teachers are watching, and he actually dared to kill someone in public? Bai Tianlu's face darkened.
Well, Bai Ning, you barely escaped with your life from the Lord, and now you dare to touch my people.
Bai Ning killed
Lin Yu right in front of him, which was practically a public slap in the face.
Normally, he would have some apprehension toward Bai Ning.
But Bai Ning had just fought a major battle, so he must be in poor condition.
With so many people backing him up, Bai Tianlu had nothing to fear. Aren't you so powerful? Why aren't you running now?
Could it be that the fight just now drained your
abilities, and now you can't hold on?
Bai Tianlu stormed up to Bai Ning, angrily questioning him, you killed Lin Yu for no reason.
Violating military orders and school rules. Explain yourself. Are you crazy? Do you even want to live?
Bai Ning shrugged, his voice calm as if nothing had happened.
I was saving him. Didn't you see I aimed my arrow off target and accidentally hit Lin Yu instead?
Bai Tianlu was so furious his fingers trembled. He pointed at Lin Yu and angrily questioned, you said you were aiming
at a 3-meter-tall monster, missed, and the arrow somehow rebounded and hit Lin Yu right in the forehead? Yeah. Bai Ning couldn't even be bothered to act, casually brushing it off. Arrows never missing their mark, who can guarantee that? These few
words were like a bucket of cold water, instantly igniting Bai Tianlu's fury.
You're simply, what else can you say? Bai Ning interrupted, delivering a fierce kick. Bang! With a loud crash, Bai Tianlu flew out like a cannonball, crashing into the crowd. Behind him,
Bai Ning had used all his strength in that kick, determined that no one in this group could catch Bai Tianlu.
Even if
it didn't kill him, it would at least break a few bones.
But just then, a long spear suddenly rose, gently yet firmly blocking Bai Tianlu's side waist. With a light flick and a smooth rotation, the force was skillfully neutralized. Bai Tianlu's cannonball-like momentum was forcibly stopped. His body spun lightly in the air before landing on his feet. He spat out a mouthful of blood. His face pale, clearly terrified. Bai Ning squinted, looking at the person holding the spear. He had never seen this man before. Nice spear skills, Bai Ning praised. The spearman was Fu Yuanshan. He was also sizing up the legendary Bai Ning in front of him.
Bai Ning's eyes carried a clear killing intent, in stark contrast to his handsome appearance.
Fu Yuanshan nodded and said, I received orders from the general to specifically protect you and young Master Tianyan.
Bai Ning's lips curled into a mocking smile.
No wonder I've encountered so many people looking for me along the way. Bai Tianyan walked over, putting on a peacemaker's demeanor. Since what just happened was an accident, we, as a family, should help each other out, don't you think? Bai Ning nodded. You're right. He glanced around. Where's Guan Yu? I was just saying I missed him, and now he's nowhere to be seen? Bai Tianlu's team originally had over 100 people. With Fu Yuanshan joining, the number suddenly swelled to over 300. The crowd was dense.
Bai Ning searched for a long time but couldn't spot Guan Yu. Everyone else was busy avoiding him, too lazy to tell him that Guan Yu was hiding at the very back of the group, curled up like a frightened quail.
Bai Ning smirked and called out to everyone, let's go. I'll take you to earn some points. Everyone turned to look at Bai Tianlu.
Although Fu Yuanshan was stronger, Bai Tianlu held the highest status.
Only after getting his approval did they follow Bai Ning. Yu Qingxue and a few others
exchanged glances, understanding the situation.
Bai Tianyan was still scheming, sidling up to Bai Ning.
With you as the top scorer,
our overall ranking will definitely improve.
Leave it to me, Bai Ning replied with a smile.
Don't worry.
The most dangerous 6th-tier lord in the core area had long been taken down by him.
What was there to fear now? He led this team of over 300 people, roaming around in grand fashion. Bai Tianyan secretly rejoiced in his heart. Following Bai Ning, he could gain some benefits.
Once Bai Ning showed a flaw, he would seize the opportunity to deal with him,
killing 2 birds with 1 stone.
At the first location, Bai Ning found the nest of 5th-tier wind wolves.
Howl! The howls of wolves echoed one after another, and dozens
of green shadows suddenly leaped out of the forest.
Prepare for battle! Bai Tianyan shouted.
The team quickly formed a battle
formation.
The soldiers with enhanced abilities charged to the front line, while the elemental ability users in the rear unleashed their skills wildly.
Warriors who were confident readied their weapons, standing on the flanks, waiting for the right moment to snatch points.
Bai Ning touched his chin and pulled out his hunter's bow.
Whoosh!
A silver light shot swiftly toward the wolf pack,
exploding thunderously in the air.
Silver arrows rained down like a storm, covering the sky. The wind wolves below had no chance
to dodge and howled in agony.
In the blink of an eye, the wolves' attack was completely disrupted, and the wind wolves at the
forefront were instantly killed. The remaining wolves were severely injured and fled with their tails between their legs. The team, who had just set up their formation, too sudden. After wandering for a long time, they finally found the second group of exotic beasts.
7 or 8 rhinos charged fiercely toward the group, their heavy footsteps thundering like a storm.
Defensive formation. Earth ability users, step up!
Fu Yuanshan shouted sternly.
Several people immediately rushed to the front and activated their abilities.
Soon, a thick earthen wall stood in front of them. But before the rhinos could even reach the wall, several red
lines streaked across the air. Spatial rifts opened and closed in an instant.
The rhinos were effortlessly sliced into pieces. Like paper, their flesh and blood spraying everywhere. Fu Yuanshan gripped his gun, lightning flickering, but he could only force himself to hold back. His brows furrowed tightly.
Next was the third group of exotic beasts. This time, it was a group of 5th-tier peak forest pythons.
Thick, dark green pythons coiled in the center of the pool, staring coldly at them.
Fu Yuanshan finally breathed a sigh of relief. 5th-tier peak forest pythons were not easy to deal with. Bai Ning wouldn't have it so easy this. We won't let you die so easily. Bai Ning frowned.
For a moment, he couldn't figure out whether they had gone mad or if he had missed some crucial detail. Yu Qingdai trembled as she walked
to Bai Tianlu's side, her gaze fierce as she glared at Bai Ning.
She snatched the sphere and, without hesitation, hurled it into the air.
Explode for me.
The spatial bomb had just left her hand when its surface suddenly erupted with a blinding light. The energy was terrifying, akin to the full force of an 8th-tier expert, violently impacting the fragile energy shield
above. Not good. The beasts outside will rush in and slaughter the students inside. Fu Yuanshan glared angrily.
He wanted to stop it, but it was already too late.
Crack! The energy shield couldn't hold for even a second and shattered instantly.
Like a warning before the apocalypse, the deafening sound of the shattering reverberated throughout the entire assessment area.
The loud explosion became a signal.
A massive hole, over 100 meters in diameter, appeared in the sky. At the edges of the hole, violent spatial turbulence raged.
The energy shield shattered into countless fragments, and the surrounding space was riddled with cracks like broken glass. Everything around the hole was instantly swept into the spatial turbulence. The
barrier disappeared,
and Shenyan lost its monitoring view of the area. Worse still, the entrance to the assessment area was completely opened.
The beasts outside had long been eager to
rush in.
Among them were powerful beasts of the 6th and even 7th tier.
To them, the thousands of human students inside were an irresistible feast.
The charging beasts kicked up clouds
of dust, forming a black tide-like encirclement that completely surrounded the assessment area. The outer perimeter instantly turned into a living hell.
Bai Ning remained standing where he was. The spatial turbulence from the massive hole blew his hair up and then down again. The dust and leaves in the air couldn't touch him at all. He was enveloped by an invisible spatial barrier that isolated everything around him. Bai Ning felt his vision suddenly become exceptionally clear. Through the useless crowd in front of him, he saw the chaotic masses of people and beasts in the distance, heard the countless screams and slaughter. Severed limbs were everywhere. Many familiar faces were stained with blood.
Bai Ning should have been furious, but
At this moment, his gaze was unusually calm, and his surroundings were eerily silent. His golden pupils glimmered faintly, slowly rotating. In a certain part of the assessment's core area, Li Wunyan was looking down at his ranking. Damn it, only 6th place, not even in the top 3, he cursed. His pre-competition injury had greatly affected his performance. If not for that, with his strength, he could have at least ranked 1st or 2nd. But ultimately, all of this was Bai Ning's fault. He couldn't understand why the ancestors and Wu Qing were so partial to Bai Ning, even more so than to him. After his second awakening, he had also become an SSS-level ability user, with strength nearly identical to Bai Ning's on paper.
So why the favoritism? Filled with anger, he cursed again. At that moment, the sky suddenly changed color. The energy shield shattered with a thunderous crash, and the roars of the beasts outside erupted. Not good, the energy shield has been broken.
A member of the Li clan turned pale, his voice trembling.
The beasts from the depths of the cavern are about to rush in. Damn it! Li Wunyan
immediately snapped out of it, quickly assessing the situation with a heavy expression.
It was destroyed from the inside. Could there be a traitor among us? This is our territory. We must defend it with all our might.
Protect the Academy's students. He reacted swiftly, directing the Li clan members.
Form groups of 3 and do your best to rescue the assessed
students, bringing them to the Legion's safe houses.
I'll go check the breach. This was clearly done intentionally.
Li Wunyan looked up at the massive hole in the sky, gritting his teeth.
I want to see which reckless fool dares to cause trouble on our Li clan's territory.
Understood. The Li clan members knew the urgency of the situation.
Every second of delay meant more harm to students unfamiliar with the environment.
Having trained here since childhood, they were aware of several safe points established by the Legion nearby. As long as we hide,
there's a glimmer of hope. Everyone exchanged glances and began splitting up to rescue people.
Figures darted into the depths of the dense forest like sharp swords.
Li Wunyan took a deep
breath and headed alone to the area directly beneath the large hole in the sky. He continuously used shadows to shuttle through, accelerating his speed, crossing hundreds of meters in an
instant each time. The closer he got, the more shocking the scene became. The chaotic spatial turbulence stirred up winds that uprooted towering trees in the forest. The murky creek water was sucked into midair, forming inverted waterfalls. It was like an apocalyptic scene. Finally, he landed at the edge of a devastated clearing. Bai Ning? Bai Tianlu? Why are you all here? Where's the traitor who sabotaged the energy shield?
Li Wunyan was shocked to find that, at the center of the chaos, there were still hundreds of people. But they were divided into 2 opposing factions. On one side were Bai Tianlu, Fu Yuanshan, and others. On the other side stood Bai Ning alone. Bai Ning stood there, solitary, yet his aura was not diminished in the slightest.
As he faced hundreds of people,
his mind went blank.
He had expected a scene of infiltrating traitors, but instead, it was an internal conflict within the Bai family? Speak up. Tell me who the traitor is, and I'll kill them. Li Wunyan asked urgently. No one responded. Bai Tianlu and the others gave him a strange look. This eerie silence and their SSS. How is that possible? He carefully sensed the source of the pressure again, and after confirming it was Bai Ning, he exclaimed, 7th tier? Are you kidding me? Weren't you 4th tier? How could you emit the pressure of the 7th tier? This completely exceeded his understanding. The gap between the 4th and 7th tiers was enormous. Bai Ning
had killed a 6th tier lord, which he could barely believe Bai Ning had used some special means to achieve.
But now,
the living, breathing pressure of the 7th tier was right in front of him. His mind went blank.
Bai Ning couldn't be bothered to answer his brainless questions.
He stepped forward, and the solidified space beneath his feet emitted faint sounds. Visible ripples of space slowly spread outward.
Li Wunyan swallowed hard, the anger in his heart surging up. Again.
These damned bastards. He spat, brandished his twin blades, and prepared to charge forward to kill.
Bai Ning glanced at him indifferently.
Li Wunyan felt the warning in that gaze and shuddered slightly.
What does that protective look mean? Ha, he cried out in surprise.
Bai Ning snorted lightly and pushed him several meters away.
These
people were closely tied to the consortium. Every person Bai Ning killed would significantly advance his devouring
progress. Want to steal my prey? Dream on.
Lai Kong transformed into a long spear. Bai Ning lightly swung his arm, and
the spear blade sliced across someone's neck. That person's head flew into the air. Devour, 1.9 trillion/8 trillion. Assets, to upgrade to subdivine level pure energy surged into Bai Ning's body. Just this one person was worth nearly $100 billion. Bai Ning grinned. As expected of the consortium, even an insignificant lackey was filthy rich. The people frozen by the spatial lock couldn't move, but their consciousness remained clear. They watched helplessly as one of them was beheaded without resistance. Fear seeped into their bones like ice, spreading wildly. No. Fu Yuanshan couldn't accept being killed like this. He could die in battle, but he absolutely couldn't be slaughtered so easily. He concentrated all his strength, struggling to move his fingers, trying to touch the storage ring on his left middle finger. It was a one-time life-saving artifact, the boundary breaker spike given to him by the general in advance, specifically to counter Bai Ning's spatial abilities. Finally, he touched the ring. A crisp sound like shattering glass echoed. The surrounding spatial lock was broken. Fu Yuanshan groaned as he fell to the ground, then roared, "Attack!" His energy is limited, he can't release the locking force again in a short time. Kill him now. With the lock gone, the freed crowd felt a sense of relief. Those who had hesitated to fight Bai Ning now had no doubts. Fear was completely replaced by murderous intent. Kill! The deafening cries of battle echoed across the battlefield. Everyone, without hesitation, activated their abilities and charged at Bai Ning. Blades and swords intertwined, flames and ice spikes lit up half the sky, turning it into daylight. Bai Tianyan's face twisted into a vicious smile, as if he could already see Bai Ning being torn to shreds. Bai Ning, however, smiled calmly, showing no panic, and instantly disappeared from everyone's sight, reappearing behind them all. He raised Lai Kong, and a spatial rift instantly tore open, revealing a 30-meter-long fissure. Bai Tianyan noticed Bai Ning's disappearance and immediately reacted. They had long prepared various countermeasures against Bai Ning's teleportation ability. As long as they were vigilant about his disappearance, they could minimize casualties. He shouted, "Everyone, dodge quickly! Scatter!" The crowd responded immediately. After repeated training, they swiftly used their movement techniques and artifacts to dodge in all directions. Swift wind, step, earth escape technique, golden light shield, activate quickly. Various combat techniques erupted instantly, creating chaos like a swarm of bees exploding from a hive. Bai Ning raised an eyebrow slightly, a hint of mockery flashing across his face. Trying to dodge? Dream on. He cast the locking technique again, this time with more refined and terrifying power, covering the entire battlefield. This time, he not only locked space but also slowed the flow of time. Ah! Thud! The people still running around were instantly frozen in midair. The entire battlefield transformed into a bizarre giant relief. Everyone was frozen in the moment they thought they could escape. Their postures were strange and varied. Bai Ning strolled slowly, as if taking a leisurely walk in his own backyard. Run? He sneered. Where can you escape to? Li Wunyan's mouth twitched, and he couldn't help but cough dryly. Brother, the way you are now, you look just like a villain. Bai Ning stopped in his tracks, turned his head, and gave Li Wunyan a cold glance, as if to say, shut up. Li Wunyan swallowed hard, forcing his words back down. All right, you're amazing. Do as you please. Bai Ning withdrew his gaze, and the air around him shifted again. In an instant, a massive scythe appeared, 3 meters long, its curved blade resembling a crescent moon. Li Wunyan gasped sharply. What is that thing, the Grim Reaper's scythe? Bai Ning gripped the heavy scythe's long handle with one hand, yet his movements were incredibly light. The blade scraped across the ground, emitting a piercing, grating sound that sent chills down one's spine. Dragging the scythe, he walked step by step to the center of the frozen crowd, like the true embodiment of death. Then, using his waist as an axis, his body twisted sharply like a fully drawn bow. His arms swung the 3-meter-long scythe in a fierce horizontal sweep. Swish! The scythe carved a perfect arc, like a silver crescent moon. Wherever the massive scythe passed, nothing could drink quickly, just one sip. I beg you, sister. Hundreds of billions worth of potions poured down, yet Yu Qingdai's life continued to slip away rapidly. Soon, she completely closed her eyes. Yu Qingshuo sobbed intermittently, using up all kinds of precious potions like flowing water, but to no avail. Bai Ning, holding a massive, bloodless scythe, watched the deep bond between the sisters with a calm and emotionless gaze. Is this all your so-called meticulous plan amounts to? Bai Tianlu, stunned by Yu Qingdai's tragic death, ignored Bai Ning's words. The only sound at the scene was Yu Qingshue's piercing cries. But suddenly, a message entered Bai Tianlu's mind. His eyes immediately lit up. The confusion on his face vanished without a trace, replaced by wild laughter. Bai Ning, what are you still so arrogant about? Your death day has come. I want to see how much more of your abilities you can use. The strongest from the Bai, Yu, and Lin families have all gathered to kill you. You must accompany Qingdai in death. Bai Ning frowned. And in the next moment, he sensed several powerful auras rapidly closing in from all directions. All of these auras were above the 7th tier, and there was even an 8th tier expert among them. An invisible giant net instantly sealed off all of Bai Ning's escape routes. 8th tier? So what? Bai Ning murmured to himself. At the very moment Yu Qingdai finally passed away, devour 10.35 trillion/8 trillion assets, to ascend to demigod level, an unimaginable surge of vast energy poured into Bai Ning's body. This energy was pure and immense, making Bai Ning's body blaze like a lit torch, radiating dazzling golden light. As the eldest daughter of the Yu family, Yu Qingdai's fall brought an incredibly terrifying value. Bai Ning's strength skyrocketed, instantly leaping from mid-4th tier to upper 4th tier. Then, in an instant, he broke through to the 5th tier. The energy he had previously consumed was instantly replenished, and his state returned to its peak. An even more powerful aura rose from Bai Ning, no less oppressive than the terrifying pressure of those experts rapidly closing in from all directions. Even Li Wunyan could feel the sudden change in Bai Ning's momentum. The rapidly approaching auras made his face change drastically. He cursed inwardly, these people are coming in full force. They are definitely not ordinary experts sent by the Legion or the Li family to investigate. He hesitated and glanced at Bai Ning. Unexpectedly, at such a critical moment, Bai Ning had broken through his realm, reaching the 5th tier at such a young age. If he could survive, his future would be limitless. In just 1 or 2 more years, even the 4 major conglomerates might have to show him respect. What a pity! Li Wunyan's expression was complicated, mixed with a trace of admiration, but more so with fear and the instinct to survive. Brother, he murmured. In his heart, I'm sorry, but a wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. You hold the line first. With that thought, he didn't hesitate. His body instantly turned into a shadow, using the shadows to move quickly. Li Wunyan only wanted to escape this place, which was about to become a battlefield, as fast as possible. He thought to himself, with my current strength, staying here is useless. It's better to run out and call for reinforcements. Li Wunyan had just rushed a few hundred meters when oomph! A cold snort suddenly echoed in his ears. Immediately after, an invisible giant mental hand directly pulled him out of the shadows. Bai Ning sensed Li Wunyan's movements and felt a pang of tension. He wasn't angry at his escape but realized that Li Wunyan's escape route had coincidentally collided with an extremely powerful psychic ability user. That subtle yet intense mental fluctuation quickly locked onto Li Wunyan. Li Wunyan thought he could freely traverse the shadows with his ability, believing no one could catch him. But he had run straight into his nemesis. This panicked escape was practically delivering himself on a silver platter. Bai Ning tried to use spatial power to forcibly pull him back, but the invisible giant hand pierced through the shadows, precisely grabbing Li Wunyan. Li Wunyan's body stiffened abruptly, tumbling out of the shadows and crashing heavily onto the muddy ground. The shock on his face froze. Thin streams of blood seeped from his 7 orifices. He didn't struggle, nor did he have time to react. Just like that, he lost all signs of life. A core member of the prestigious Li family was instantly killed by a spirit-type expert who arrived on the scene. This was clearly an attempt to silence witnesses. 5 at the 7th tier, 1 at the 8th tier, huh? Bai Ning clenched his fists and tilted his head with a smile. You really think highly of me. Not long ago, within the Legion's base, a massive screen suddenly began to flicker wildly. The Thousand Eyes ability user in charge of monitoring let out a muffled groan, blood tears streaming from their eyes as they collapsed unconscious. Energy interference caused a backlash on the Thousand Eyes ability? What's going on? The night watchers standing nearby, who hadn't been watching the monitor, were completely baffled and filled with confusion. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed from afar, causing the hall to tremble slightly. Dust fell from the ceiling, The teachers seated in the observation area turned pale. Yu Qingdai and the others have a death wish? These
second-generation brats are risking others' lives for their own gain. This is outrageous. Li Wuqing abruptly stood up. His usually composed face now filled with grave concern. He clenched his fists tightly, trembling slightly as he said, "The 5-year students, they're still inside. Activate the emergency plan immediately. Head to the assessment area and rescue them at once." A series of orders were quickly issued. Qian-san remained seated in the main position, his sharp gaze fixed on Bai Tianshu as he questioned, "That spatial bomb is a military-restricted item.
How did it end up in Bai Tianlu's hands? Do you realize how many academy geniuses could be sacrificed because of this? Are you betraying humanity?"
Bai Tianshu urgently explained, clearly confused, "There's definitely something suspicious about this."
How could Tianlu and the others do something so cruel?
Li Wuqing grabbed Bai Tianshu by the collar and threw a punch.
The
screen showed it clearly.
"And you still dare to deny it?" Qian-san's voice was low and heavy.
"Wuqing, go lead the
rescue operation.
Prioritize the safety of the students."
As the highest-ranking commander, even though he was a 9th-tier expert, Qian-san couldn't leave the base recklessly.
He had to consider all possibilities and remain vigilant
against potential traps. Understood. Li Wuqing's expression was stern. After glaring at Bai Tianshu, he quickly led his team out. Bai Tianshu, knocked to the ground by the punch, showed no anger. Instead, he appeared deeply concerned about the bigger picture, speaking sincerely, "General Qian-san, please reconsider. With Tianlu's status, even if there were minor conflicts with Bai Ning, they would never do something like this. And to do it so blatantly, it's too foolish."
Qian-san, a seasoned veteran who had encountered countless schemes, remained unmoved.
He coldly replied, "You'd better hope the casualties aren't severe. Otherwise, none of you from the Earth Core faction will be leaving here." He tapped the armrest of his chair lightly, and an overwhelming pressure instantly bore down on Bai Tianshu. The aura of a 9th-tier expert, even when only slightly revealed, was not something a 6th-tier like Bai Tianshu could withstand. Bai Tianshu coughed up a mouthful of blood under the pressure. "It doesn't matter if you don't believe me. The innocent will prove their innocence." He stubbornly raised his head. "Something is definitely off. The enemy must have planned this in advance. I'm worried they're using this as bait to destabilize Cave 034 and destroy the base here." His gaze was firm, his demeanor resolute, showing no fear. His words momentarily stunned those around him, causing many to ponder whether his claims might hold some truth. Lei Zheng's expression darkened as he walked up to Bai Tianshu and grabbed him. "I don't care about anything else. If you can't provide evidence, I'll hold your faction accountable for this." He threw Bai Tianshu hard against the wall. "You'd better pray the students are unharmed." Lei Zheng turned and headed out, leaving a harsh warning, "And Bai Ning, if anything happens to him, the Bai family can expect the principal's wrath." With that, he kicked off forcefully and rushed toward the assessment area. Many teachers, awakened by Lei Zheng's words, cast cold glances at Bai Tianshu before following to assist in the rescue. Bai Tianshu lowered his head, a trace of cold calculation flashing in his eyes. From the beginning, their plan was never about gaining trust. As long as they could plant seeds of doubt in Qian-san, the 9th-tier expert, they could prevent him from taking action personally. SSS 0.5 0.1 11000/8. As an 8th-tier enhancement ability user, the force of this punch was enough to shatter an ordinary 7th-tier into pieces. Facing this terrifying strike, Bai Ning tilted his head slightly, a mocking smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. "Old man, at your age, how is your boxing still so unrefined?" He spread the fingers of his left hand, a thin yet resilient energy barrier forming in his palm, precisely meeting the elder's fist. The elder froze, his fist firmly caught by Bai Ning. "Impossible," the elder exclaimed, stumbling forward as Bai Ning pulled him along. Bai Ning seemed to defy gravity, using the momentum to leap into the air. He delivered a fierce kick to the elder's head. The elder's body sank downward from the impact, the ground beneath his feet cracking and exploding into a large pit. Using this force, Bai Ning shot straight into the sky. Bai Ning charged directly toward two 8th-tier powerhouses who had just arrived, each holding a massive spatial restrictor. "Stop him!" Bai Tianyan shouted loudly. Seeing Bai
Ning swooped toward the spatial restrictor like a giant bird, and intense unease surged in his heart.
The two 8th tier powerhouses
exchanged surprised smiles, not expecting Bai Ning to dare to charge at them. One of them reacted swiftly, swinging his left hand sharply, sending a sharp wind blade flying toward Bai Ning.
Suspended midair with no leverage and unable to teleport, Bai Ning seemed destined to be hit.
But his body twisted suddenly in the air, narrowly avoiding the wind blade. At the same time, his weapon,
Lycon, transformed into a long whip, quickly wrapping around the man's neck.
Lycon moved with incredible speed, and despite the
man's desperate attempts to dodge, the whip coiled around his body like a snake. Bai Ning tugged on the whip, planting his right
foot firmly on the massive cube the two were carrying. Leisurely, he waved to the stunned crowd below.
Goodbye. The two 8th tier powerhouses were both shocked and furious. Even with the spatial restrictor, how can you still teleport? Being so blatantly
underestimated felt like a public slap in the face. One of them roared, his free hand transforming into sharp claws, swiping fiercely
at Bai Ning's ankle.
The other adjusted the spatial restrictor to its maximum power. But Bai Ning was faster.
He stomped hard, his body shooting upward like a cannonball. Get down here.
The 8th tier powerhouse missed his grab, shouting in frustration. Bai Ning's powerful stomp not only accelerated his ascent but also nearly caused the spatial restrictor to slip from their hands. Caught off guard, the two stumbled, and by the time they steadied themselves, it was too late to pursue.
Bai Ning, like a meteor defying gravity, charged unhesitatingly into the pitch-black spatial rift.
The violent spatial turbulence instantly swallowed his figure, leaving no trace behind. Yu Qingxue froze for a moment, then suddenly burst into wild laughter, tears streaming down her cheeks.
He's crazy. He actually chose to kill himself. Ha ha, sister, did you see that? He's dead.
She laughed for a while, but when no one around joined in mocking, she awkwardly chuckled twice and looked at Bai Tianyan and the others beside her.
They stood with
their mouths agape, their expressions complex as they stared at the massive rift in the sky.
Why aren't you all happy? Isn't Bai Ning's suicide a relief? Sister's great revenge should be avenged too.
She wiped her tears.
The 8th tier elder gazed at the black hole inside. If this guy isn't eliminated, he'll be a huge problem in the future.
But Yu Qingxue hesitated. Can
he survive after entering the spatial rift? Bai Tianyan's body trembled uncontrollably. Ordinary people can't, but a 7th tier spatial ability user can. Bai Ning. He didn't finish the sentence, but the implication was clear. Yu Qingxue finally realized Bai Ning's true strength is at least 7th tier. And to think, the rift was caused by us. Bai Tianyan clutched his head in anguish and squatted down. At that moment, another powerful aura rapidly approached. Bai Ning, the teacher is here.
Lei Zheng, engulfed in flames, flew in at high speed. Sparks and lightning trailed behind him, fearing he might be too late and Bai Ning would be killed. Despite his speed, he still arrived only to find no trace of Bai Ning.
Where is Bai Ning?
Lei Zheng's eyes burned red as
he glared angrily at the remaining people.
If you dare kill him, prepare to die. The first to charge forward were two 8th tier experts carrying a spatial restrictor.
This spatial restrictor was extremely heavy, requiring the combined effort of two 8th tier experts to lift it, which also limited their attacks. Yet, neither of them could withstand a single strike from Lei Zhang in his fury.
A few minutes later, a group of people sat huddled together, bruised and battered, clutching their heads.
You claim you're innocent. It was Bai Ning who struck first, right?
Right. You're saying that Bai Ning, who's only at the 4th tier, actually
challenged a group of over 300 people on his own? That's correct. You're saying that even with 3 8th tier experts present, Bai Ning still managed to kill a 7th tier expert and Yu Qing die? Yes. You're saying Bai Ning actually stepped on the head of an 8th tier expert and voluntarily flew into the spatial rift? Aha!
Lei Zhang, trembling with anger, pointed at his own face.
Do you take me for a fool? Are you serious? How old is Bai Ning? He hasn't even spent more than a month in school his entire life. He's only at the 4th tier. And you're telling me he killed a 7th tier expert? If I believed
you, I might as well believe I'm Qin Shi Huang.
An elderly 8th tier expert muttered under his breath. That kid has already reached the 5th tier.
Lei Zheng kicked him aside.
Get lost.
Half a day ago, I went to a 6th tier lord to rescue him, and he
was only at the mid 4th tier. Are you trying to tell me he suddenly jumped to the 5th tier in one go? Bai Tianyan shouted in anguish, yes.
In his entire life, he had never been so honest.
Tragically, no one believed him. Was this the story of the boy who cried wolf, where the truth ends up harming the one who tells it?
Lei Zhang slapped him hard.
What I hate most in this life is liars like you who spout nothing but nonsense. Bai Tianyan pounded the ground, crying bitterly. Even if you beat me to death, it won't change the fact that everything I said today is true. At that moment, Li Wuqing arrived with reinforcements. Teacher Lei, have you found Wu Nian?
We've searched everywhere but found no trace of him. Lei Zhang furiously jabbed his finger at Bai Tianyan's
forehead. Where are Bai Ning and Li Wuyan? At the mention of Li Wuyan, Bai Tianyan's gaze suddenly became unfocused. Lei Zhang's fury erupted. Alright, I knew you were lying to me. So it really is connected to you people. Did you kill Bai Ning? Prepare to die. Inside the spatial rift,
Bai Ning desperately condensed a spatial barrier, trying to block the chaotic spatial turbulence,
attacking from all directions.
In the past, this barrier could at least withstand the attacks of 5th or 6th tier ability users. Now, it seemed utterly useless. He felt as if he had been thrown into a violently spinning washing machine, his body tumbling and
rotating uncontrollably.
The raging spatial turbulence took the opportunity to tear and slice at his body. Bai Ning gritted his
teeth, shielding his eyes with his arm, and struggled to open his eyes to take in the full view of the spatial rift. What lay before
him was not darkness, but a chaotic scene of interwoven light and shadow.
Countless shattered fragments of space resembled sharp, colorful glass.
Light stretched, folded, and intertwined chaotically. Spatial source crystal detected its specific coordinates directly
ahead. Estimated disappearance time, 5 seconds.
After what felt like an eternity, the text in his vision finally changed.
Bai
Ning abruptly looked up, his heartbeat accelerating.
There was only one chance, just 5 seconds. If he couldn't absorb the spatial
source crystal, he might not even be able to escape this rift. The rift created by the spatial bomb had a limited existence.
Even worse, Bai Ning was completely disoriented. Teleportation was useless here. His only option was to charge forward with all his might. Spatial source crystal, you better be worth it.
Bai Ning growled through gritted teeth.
He pushed his abilities to their limit, stabilizing his body as he surged forward. Splat! 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 The spatial fragments were sharper than even SSS-grade void hunters.
Bai Ning's barrier trembled violently as blood spurted from every part of his body.
Soon, he was drenched. The excruciating pain crashed over him like waves, but his speed didn't slow, instead, it increased. Spatial source crystal estimated disappearance time, 3 seconds. Golden light flickered in Bai Ning's eyes ahead, a faint yet heart-pounding pure white light finally appeared. The time-space source crystal.
Upon seeing the light, Bai Ning immediately confirmed it was the time-space source crystal.
He pushed his abilities to the limit, but his speed was still not fast enough. 300 meters. 200 meters. Faster.
The distance rapidly shortened. Time-space source crystal estimated disappearance time, 1 second. It was a fist-sized crystal, emitting a soft moonlight-like glow.
Now, Bai Ning's right hand shot out like lightning. Time-space source crystal absorbing. At the last moment, he tightly grasped it.
The source crystal instantly dissolved into countless tiny silver stardust particles, which drilled into his body through his
palm. Pain.
An indescribable agony coursed through his entire body along the flow of the stardust through his meridians.
Arg! Bai
Ning let out a scream that hardly sounded human, his body trembling violently.
He pressed his hands tightly against his eyes. Damn it!
The time-space energy that had surged into his body circled around before finding an outlet, rushing straight to his eyes.
The
pure energy of the time-space source crystal became fuel for the time-space eyes. Extreme pain and indescribable transformation struck. Simultaneously, the agony so intense that Bai Ning felt he was on the verge of collapse.
Time-space source crystal absorption. Successful. Time-space eyes enhancement successful. Time-space perception improved. Confirmed to have reached subdivision now. Combining these things with newly learned skills is the only way to ensure absolute safety. If it doesn't explode, getting out on his own will be even harder.
Bai Ning activated the Eye of Time and Space, located the weakest spatial point nearby, and threw everything
into it.
At the same time, his body retreated frantically.
In an instant, several thick layers of spatial barriers appeared before him. He fled desperately at a speed far exceeding when he came.
The upgraded ability ensured that the passing spatial fragments
could no longer break through his barriers.
After running over 1,000 meters, he saw a blinding white light, like a small sun,
engulfing everything.
A prolonged beep echoed in his ears as the explosion's shockwaves silently spread, creating a massive black hole with a radius of over 20 meters in that area. This hole was even larger than the one created by the spatial bomb he used
during the day. Isn't this power a bit too much? Bai Ning gasped. The terrifying shockwave finally reached him. However, the barrier forcibly withstood the immense force, leaving him completely unharmed.
Bai Ning grinned, leaping into the newly created hole. As he rushed out, he seemed to hear someone shouting curses.
XX. Damn.
Bai Ning didn't think much of it, assuming it was just the sound of spatial turbulence. Before he could ponder further, the scene before him captured all his attention.
What came into
view was a forest of phoenix trees burning with a faint golden flame.
Each phoenix tree was extraordinarily tall. Deep within the forest stood a golden divine tree that reached the heavens, its canopy covering the sky. Several phoenixes with wingspans exceeding 100 meters circled around it.
Standing at the edge of the hole, even from several kilometers away, Bai Ning could feel the
terrifying pressure and scorching heat emanating from these phoenixes. Each phoenix was an SSS-level 9th tier beast. Damn! Bai
Ning exclaimed as he took in the scene before him. The massive figures burning with golden flames had already turned their heads to look at him, locking onto his position with pinpoint accuracy.
Chirp!
A clear phoenix cry pierced the sky.
The sound was so
powerful that Bai Ning saw stars before his eyes. The nearest phoenix suddenly flapped its wings, causing tsunami-like ripples in the
air.
Its figure blurred instantly, moving at a speed far surpassing the speed of sound.
One moment it was several kilometers away, and the next, it was right in front of him.
The heat waves radiating from the phoenix scorched Bai Ning's entire body, making him
feel like he was on fire. The true 9th tier pressure bore down on him. Not only that, but two massive streams of nirvana flames, as thick as barrels, were flying straight at him. Your mother. Bai Ning's mind went blank, with no time to think about how he ended up here.
His body moved instinctively.
Teleport! Teleport!
Teleport, he screamed in his mind.
He teleported repeatedly.
Over 10 times, covering nearly 100 kilometers.
Should be safe now.
Bai Ning didn't look back but suddenly felt an unbearable heat behind him, as if it could ignite his very soul.
Cold sweat instantly drenched his back. Without hesitation, he teleported. Again. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Bai Ning didn't stop for a moment, using extreme teleportation hundreds of times in a row. Each time,
he crossed several kilometers. The Phoenix Forest was breathtakingly beautiful, but he had no time to admire it.
Finally, after exhausting the last trace of his ability, Bai Ning appeared at the edge of the Phoenix Forest. He had put 800 kilometers between
himself and his starting point.
Huff. Huff. Damn. I can't take it anymore. I have no strength left. Bai Ning panted heavily,
his chest heaving like a bellows, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. He mustered all his strength to look back.
In the distance,
the horizon had turned into a sea of flames. Ferocious fire surged into the sky, lighting up half the heavens as if it were
daytime.
The phoenix that had been chasing him was circling above the sea of flames, letting out angry cries. Its sharp eyes scanned
the ground, searching for the tiny ant that dared to intrude on its territory. Good thing I ran fast enough. Bai Ning finally
let out a sigh of relief, collapsing onto the ground covered in golden fallen leaves.
It was terrifying. The oppressive presence of
a 9th tier phoenix was suffocating. No wonder the teacher said in class that humanity can temporarily hold the underground caves.
Not because of strength, but because most high-level beasts don't want to participate in the battle. There are more than 10 SSS-level
phoenixes here, each as powerful as a 9th tier master.
Once they take action, they are enough to resist an entire legion. Bai
Ning lay on the ground, looking at the sycamore forest, tightly clutching an energy crystal in his hand. While resting, he quickly absorbed the energy from the crystal. The dense canopy above emitted a sacred golden light, and the air was filled with warmth and
vibrant life energy.
A faint woody fragrance lingered in the air, and every breath felt like a cleansing comfort.
Thick golden fallen
leaves formed a soft carpet, making the scene as beautiful as a fairy tale.
However, Bai Ning sighed. The phoenixes here were too fierce, just a glance could cost one's life.
Devour, 11,020 billion/5 trillion assets, to advance to subgod level, Candle Dragons. The recent detonation of those bombs had added another 20 billion to the devouring progress. Bai Ning felt that he still needed to devour at least 3 trillion more to reach the upper 5th tier. Upgrading was becoming increasingly difficult. A month ago, Bai Ning, who had not yet awakened his abilities, sighed helplessly. But just now, in the spatial rift, it seemed like I really heard someone shouting. Did I mishear? Bai Ning shook his head, and the crystal in his hand shattered into powder. After recovering 30% of his abilities, he stood up and looked around. Before coming to this SSS-level cave, he had obtained a map of the area from his master. This sycamore forest was the home of the Phoenix clan, located in the deepest part of the cave. The nearby neighbors were almost all ultra-powerful beasts of the 8th or 9th tier. Each one was a renowned powerhouse in the Federation. What bad luck! Bai Ning sighed again. I randomly chose a place to detonate, and it turned out to be the deepest part. I still want to hurry back and take revenge on Bai Tianyan, 1,000 miles away in the sycamore forest. Ugh! Xiao Qing groaned, suddenly spitting out a mouthful of blood. He gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with anger that almost turned into tangible flames. Damn it! Damn it! He roared furiously in his heart. I had been lurking there for 3 whole months, holding my breath, just to wait for the immortal tree to bloom. My only hope of breaking through to the 9th tier. Now it's all destroyed by that sudden spatial rift. It sucked me in all at once. He punched the ground. The golden leaf-covered ground was smashed into a deep pit. Xiao Qing gritted his teeth. Who was it? The person who appeared in that spatial rift was only 5th tier. How could they end up in the deepest part of the SSS-level cave? Don't let me find you. Chirp! A phoenix cry came from afar, shaking his blood and energy once again. Scorching flames surged. The Nirvana fire fiercely struck the spot where Xiao Qing stood, turning everything around into ashes. Damn it! Xiao Qing's face changed drastically, cursing under his breath. He couldn't care about anything else, enduring the pain in his body and persisting. His breathing became extremely restrained. His body blended into the earth like a drop of water, fleeing madly through the sycamore forest. Damn it, I barely escaped from inside, and as soon as I got out, I ran into a 9th tier adult. Phoenix. This little thing, it really deserves to die. His figure darted quickly through the shadows of the trees, dodging the Phoenix's relentless flames. Even through his secret ability, the high temperature still made him feel a burning pain. Recalling that young and handsome face, a strong killing intent surged in his heart. I've been in the Federation for decades, faced SSS level, wanted orders, and never been this humiliated. You little bastard, just you wait. He locked onto the edge of the sycamore forest. Amidst the chaotic energy remnants, that faint trace of aura was left behind by Bai Ning while resting. Trying to escape? Xiao Mu sneered and pursued relentlessly. Bai Tianyan angrily kicked over the chair in front of him, his eyes surrounded by bruises. Still haven't found Bai Ning? A whole week has passed, and you haven't even seen a shadow of him? Several shadow guards stood straight in the room. The leader, with cold sweat on his forehead, said in a low voice, "Young master, please don't be angry. The environment of Cave 034 is extremely complex. We really need more time. Aren't you the one who claims to be a T1 level reconnaissance ability user?" Bai Tianyan grabbed the man's collar. "Do you need a lifetime to find someone? Why don't you wait until I'm dead to tell me?" He gritted his teeth and said, "Bai Ning, a 5th rank, can jump around alive in there, and yet you, a group of 7th rank experts, can't even compare to him?" The leader braced himself and explained, "Young master, we suspect he might already be dead in there. Cave 034 is SSS level, with 9th rank beasts scattered deep inside. Almost no one can come out alive." "You suspect?" Bai Tianyan's voice rose a few notches. "You're telling me you suspect he's dead? Is this your work ethic? Guessing here and there? Is the Bai family raising you just to eat?" Bai Tianyan's face twisted in anger, but as he grinned, it pulled at the wound on the corner of his mouth. Damn it, that Lei Zhan was too ruthless. He touched the corner of his mouth and took a sharp breath. That day, over 300 of them were beaten like dogs by Lei Zhan alone. He was the most seriously injured, barely alive, when carried back to the Bai family. A week had passed since the combat match inside the cave. Even the massive spatial rift had been barely repaired through the efforts of the Legion. Yet his injuries still hadn't fully healed after all this time. What was most distressing was that Bai Ning seemed to have completely vanished, with no news at all.
Even with the three major conglomerates mobilizing all their reconnaissance methods, they couldn't find a trace of him.
This past week had been extraordinarily difficult for
them.
The three major conglomerates applied pressure, forcing them to return to their respective factions. But the troubles were
only just beginning.
The Night Watch Legion's inquiries, the Principal and Academy's fury, all weighed down on them like mountains. Especially the tragic death of Li Wunyan, which prompted the head of the Li family to personally investigate.
Although they had
prepared excuses in advance, unified their statements, and insisted that a mysterious spy had triggered the spatial bomb, the explanation
was full of holes and couldn't withstand scrutiny.
The only reason the storm had been temporarily suppressed was due to resource manipulation and the fact that Bai Ning was dead with no evidence to contradict them.
But as long as Bai Ning's body wasn't found,
the matter was far from over.
Bai Tianyan had a strong intuition that Bai Ning was definitely not dead.
A ruthless glint flashed in
his eyes. Deploy more personnel, at all costs.
Also, I heard second brother is currently conducting research in Cave 034.
Contact
him immediately and inform him about Bai Ning's situation.
Have him help search as well.
Yes, young master.
The subordinates accepted the order and quickly retreated. Bai Tianyan walked to the window, clenching his fists tightly. Second brother was still conducting research in the cave.
Bai Ning knew that if he wanted to escape, he had to find a stronger method as soon as possible. He hid motionless in the bushes, covering himself tightly with large green leaves. Only one thought occupied his mind: return to the Legion base quickly and eliminate this major threat while Bai Tianyan and the others were still there.
But he had no idea that,
after absorbing the temporal source crystal, several days had already passed outside.
Bai Tianyan and his men had been searching for him for an entire week.
Looking at the Phoenix territory ahead, Bai Ning finally realized he was deep inside the cave, as far from
the base as the horizon, with countless lords' territories in between.
Returning was nearly impossible. The energy crystal in his hand shattered with a crack, and Bai Ning felt his strength instantly return to its peak. At that moment, a cold, blood-scented
aura suddenly appeared. Bai Ning's entire body froze. He hadn't sensed this aura's approach at all. Since awakening the Eye of Time,
he had never encountered such a situation. Unless his master or teacher Lei Zheng deliberately concealed themselves, he could
always detect them.
At this moment, a thin, elderly figure stood silently beside him, surrounded by a faint blood mist, exuding a chilling and powerful presence. This is none other than the 8th-tier peak powerhouse, SSS-Level wanted criminal Chao Qing, who came
specifically to settle accounts with Bai Ning.
Ha! Xiao Qing let out a hoarse laugh, cold and bone-chilling, laced with mockery.
Little mouse, hiding so well, made me work hard to find you.
Bai Ning abruptly raised his head, his body slowly retreating,
feigning a look of confusion on his face. Senior, you must have mistaken me for someone else, right?
Xiao Qing's gaze was as cold and merciless as if he were looking at a lamb waiting to be slaughtered.
Mistaken? Are you saying that spatial rift wasn't your doing?
I've roamed the Federation for decades. The name Blood Demon has terrified countless people, and I've seen more than you can
imagine. Opening such a massive spatial rift in mere seconds, and right above my head no less. Are you calling that a coincidence? Bai Ning's heart trembled, and he instantly understood. So that strange sound he heard earlier was indeed a human voice. Who would have thought that casually opening a rift would drag in such a formidable expert? He instinctively touched his nose and forced a smile. Senior, let me explain. Explain?
Xiao Qing sneered coldly.
I'd love to hear what you have to say. Here's the thing.
Before Bai Ning could finish his sentence, he turned and bolted without hesitation.
In an instant, he executed over a dozen extreme
teleports, his speed astonishing.
The blood demon Xiao Qing was a wanted criminal feared across the Federation, responsible for countless
bloody crimes and with thousands of lives on his hands.
How could Bai Ning reason with someone like that?
Humph! A cold glint flashed in Xiao Qing's eyes.
You little trickster, daring to play games in front of me? In the next moment, his figure transformed into a droplet of water, speeding in Bai Ning's direction.
Simultaneously, a bloodline as thin as a strand of hair shot toward the spot where Bai Ning landed after teleporting, aiming straight for his throat.
Bai Ning's heart tightened as he pushed his movement technique to its limits.
The bloodline grazed his neck, and a sharp pain instantly surged through him. He had no time to dwell
on the pain and teleported again. Quick runner, but you're already injured. Do you still think you can escape?
Xiao Qing raised an eyebrow, a cruel smile appearing on his face.
His speed was no slower than Bai Ning's.
The two raced on, the distance between them
never widening.
Xiao Qing stayed close behind Bai Ning, like a predator locked onto its prey. Bai Ning had never encountered such
a relentless opponent.
His teleportation consumed immense energy, while Xiao Qing's aura remained unnervingly stable.
Though Bai
Ning could still evade for now, this chase would eventually drain him of all his strength. His internal energy was still too limited. His 5th-tier strength was far from sufficient. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before he ran out of energy and lost all ability
to resist. Gritting his teeth, Bai Ning's face took on a resolute expression. I'll risk it. He made up his mind and decisively
changed direction. Instead of fleeing, he charged toward the heart of the Wutong forest, heading straight for the towering sacred
tree. The two figures streaked through the golden sea of trees.
Xiao Qing caught the scent of blood wafting from the wound on Bai
Ning's neck and took a deep breath. What an enticing smell of blood.
As an 8th-tier bloodline ability user, as long as his
Targi quickly changed his mind. This guy must be betting that I won't dare to chase him. A test of courage? I've never lost in my life. Xiao Qing accelerated again, chasing after Bai Ning.
In less than a minute, the two were only 10 kilometers away from the
divine tree.
Bai Ning's speed did not decrease at all. He rushed into an area bathed in golden light.
The overwhelming vitality and scorching heat almost suffocated him.
But he dared not stop.
Stopping meant death, and not stopping also meant death. He might as well take a gamble.
Xiao Qing came to a complete stop, a trace of fear flashing in his eyes as he looked ahead.
Forget it, it's not worth dying for this kid.
The undying tree will bloom in a few days. I'll wait until I reach the 9th tier to come back and
kill him.
He unwillingly glanced in the direction where Bai Ning had disappeared. Taking advantage of the fact that the phoenix
hadn't noticed, he quickly turned and left.
Bai Ning felt the bloodthirsty aura behind him finally dissipate, but before he could breathe a sigh of relief, a massive phoenix dove down in fury. Golden flames reflected in Bai Ning's eyes.
He looked up sharply and shouted with all his might, "Senior, I'm here to repair the spatial rift."
He pointed to the massive hole in space in front of him. The hole was hideous, hanging abruptly in mid-air.
Chaotic spatial currents swept up countless parasol tree leaves, shattering the surrounding tranquility.
His heart was in his throat. In front of the phoenix, he was as insignificant as an ant.
But he wasn't acting recklessly.
In the theoretical lessons about the abyss, the teacher had said that 8th tier and even 9th tier beasts already
possessed intelligence close to that of humans. Some could even speak and communicate with humans. The Phoenix Clan, a powerful group in the SSS-Level abyss, undoubtedly had high intelligence. Bai Ning was betting on this. If he won, he might gain access to
this area and escape the blood demon's pursuit. If he lost, he would continue to flee for his life.
Fortunately, the phoenix finally
stopped, its sharp claws only a few meters away from Bai Ning. Scorching heat waves surged toward him. Bai Ning's hair curled
like tinfoil from the heat.
The phoenix stared at him intently, and after a long moment, it spoke in a low voice, "Human, can you
repair spatial rifts?"
Its voice was deep and powerful, like the clash of metal.
Bai Ning suppressed his urge to flee and nodded repeatedly. "Absolutely."
The phoenix's gaze remained wary as it looked down at Bai Ning, falling into deep thought.
The Phoenix Clan
had guarded the undying tree since their birth.
The tree only bloomed once every 100 years, and each bloom attracted countless covetous beings. Initially, the Phoenix thought this human was also here to seize the undying tree, but the spatial rift before
them posed a significant threat. If left unchecked, the rift could expand, potentially causing a secondary collapse and severely
endangering the undying tree's safety.
Although the Phoenix Clan was powerful, none of them knew how to repair space.
They had been
troubled by this, and now this seemingly insignificant human claimed he could fix the rift.
Bai Ning's heart raced as he tried to stand tall. "I may be inexperienced, but I happen to be a spatial ability user. When I saw the rift here, I came to help." The Phoenix
was still hesitant, but its gaze turned cold upon hearing this.
"Cunning human, I saw you come out of that rift just now." It flapped its wings violently, stirring up a fierce wind as it lunged at Bai Ning. "This rift is very likely your doing." Bai Ning felt the clear hostility but secretly rejoiced. "Got it.
Although the phoenix was suspicious of him, it hadn't attacked outright, which meant they were genuinely concerned about the rift. With this in mind, he collapsed weakly to the ground, coughing up blood.
I'm innocent.
I'm just a small fifth-tier figure, how could I have such power? The phoenix, seeing how weak he was, blown over by just a gust of wind, hesitated for a moment. A glimmer of light flashed in Bai Ning's eyes as he suddenly raised his head resolutely and shouted, I was being chased here by an 8th-tier blood ability user.
He was just after me, didn't you see him too, senior? The phoenix nodded thoughtfully.
When you appeared, I did see a shadow of that person. Bai Ning spoke rapidly.
I was originally cultivating on the outskirts of the cavern when that guy suddenly appeared and tried to kill me.
I'd barely found a spatial rift and tried to escape, but I didn't expect him to chase me here.
Look at the wound on my neck, it's his doing. The phoenix looked at the deep, bone-revealing wound and felt it didn't seem fake, believing Bai Ning's words more. Bai Ning seized the opportunity to continue.
I said I wanted to help the Phoenix clan repair the rift, but he scolded me for meddling and said he'd tear me to pieces.
Really? The phoenix was stunned. That guy is truly vile. Senior, he even said he wanted to chop down this divine tree for firewood. How hateful. The phoenix was furious, its flames surging. If I see that guy again, I'll definitely kill him. Bai Ning took the chance to fall back.
The phoenix glanced at him. You humans are so weak, I doubt you'd have the guts to come here and cause trouble. This thought was reasonable. Newborns in their clan were at least 6th tier, and they had always lived deep in the cavern, never encountering creatures below 6th tier.
The phoenix finally restrained some of its pressure. If you can repair the rift, our Phoenix clan will not treat you poorly.
But if you fail, its gaze turned cold, I'll burn you to ashes with nirvana fire, ensuring
you can never reincarnate.
Bai Ning quickly nodded weakly. Thank you, senior, for giving me this chance.
Repairing spatial rifts
was a piece of cake for him. He could complete it with a wave of his hand.
The phoenix asked, how long do you need?
10 days. The workload is quite large, Bai Ning said hesitantly.
10 days won't do.
The divine tree will bloom in 4 days.
The phoenix said discontentedly. It must be repaired before then. Bai Ning scratched his head. The time is too tight.
I'm only 5th tier, with limited abilities, senior. I really don't have confidence, he said, somewhat embarrassed.
Are you saying you can't do it? It's not that I can't. Bai Ning quickly waved his hand, his face showing determination. To not let senior down, I'll risk my life to complete it. It's just. Speak. The phoenix interrupted him. No matter what, the rift must be repaired. Bai Ning was secretly delighted but showed a slightly embarrassed smile.
Then I'll trouble senior to give me some heavenly treasures, ones that can restore energy. He rubbed his hands, looking expectantly at the phoenix.
The Phoenix clan was famous for their abundant treasures. This
time, he could surely get some benefits. After all, it had chased him for hundreds of kilometers earlier.
The phoenix was silent for a moment before letting out a low cry. Soon, a slightly smaller phoenix flew over, looking at Bai Ning with curiosity and innocence in its eyes.
Its claws held a storage ring.
There are some golden flame wutong fruits inside. Eat them too. Quickly replenish your energy.
The phoenix's voice remained majestic, but Bai Ning could hear a hint of reluctance.
Golden flame wutong fruits were rare treasures.
Bai Ning had heard his teacher mention them in class.
Eating them directly could
enhance physical strength and fire resistance, making them highly coveted by many enhancement-type ability users.
Due to their unique origin, the Phoenix clan guarded their territory strictly, making the fruits hard to obtain. Every time they appeared, demand far exceeded supply, with a market price of at least 1 billion each. The Phoenix continued, for the next 4 days. You must stay here and go nowhere. Xingyu will follow you at all times, so don't try any tricks. The young Phoenix
called. Xingyu let out a crisp, melodious cry. Understood, thank you, Bai Ning replied with a smile.
The Phoenix's words were exactly what he wanted. This area was rich in energy, surrounded by over a dozen 9th-tier phoenixes. It was incredibly
safe, probably the safest place in the entire cavern.
As for this young phoenix, it seemed inexperienced and easy to deceive.
Over the next 2 days, Bai Ning was practically in paradise.
He took out a tent from his necklace and set it up beside the divine tree.
Eating golden flame wutong fruits worth 1 billion each and drinking spiritual spring water fetched
by the young phoenix.
After finishing the fruits, he pretended to repair the spatial rift near the divine tree, wiping sweat from his forehead. He waved at the little phoenix. Qingyu, understanding that the elder had said repairing the rift was of
utmost importance, sensibly brought another bag of new parasol fruits.
Bai Ning glanced at the data in his field of vision. Devour, 1.2 trillion/5 trillion assets, to grow into a sub-deity level, Candle Dragon's Eye. In just 2 days, the progress
had increased by 100 billion. Where else could he find such a great opportunity? Bai Ning lay under the parasol tree, in an excellent mood.
He casually tossed a parasol fruit to Qingyu beside him.
The little phoenix, agile and swift, caught it in a flash and ate it with relish. After finishing, it gratefully nuzzled Bai Ning.
Bai Ning glanced at the remaining stock. In his hand, the parasol fruits were used up again. He wiped his hands and prepared to continue working.
In the dense forest in the distance, a few researchers in camouflage hid. Am I seeing things? Is there someone near the Phoenix Divine tree? One person whispered while holding binoculars. The others dismissed it. You're just tired in seeing things. That's the sacred ground of the Phoenix.
Not just humans, even nearby exotic beasts would be burned to ashes.
The tree is over 100 meters tall. Wouldn't anyone going there be afraid of falling to their death?
Exactly, didn't Shaoli die last time? Just because he got too close to the parasol forest? But that really looks like a person. The one with the binoculars continued to stare at the area. After observing for a while, they finally confirmed there really is someone there.
The
person next to them rolled their eyes and picked up the binoculars as well.
These new recruits in the workplace, really something else.
But after looking for a short while, they too were shocked. Their mouth agape, what the hell, there really is
someone. The researcher who first noticed the situation reported through the walkie-talkie. Researcher by Tianjue, we've discovered something unusual around the divine tree.
I'm sending you the photos I just took.
Bai Tianjue was Bai Ning's nominal second brother.
A few days ago, he had used the most advanced equipment to help search for Bai Ning's location nearby,
but found nothing. Hearing this news, Bai Tianjue's heart skipped a beat. Could that person be Bai Ning?
He hurriedly opened the photos. In the photo, a towering and majestic immortal divine tree stood beside a massive spatial rift, with golden
parasol leaves swirling into a vortex amidst the fierce winds. Against this sacred yet violent backdrop, a slender figure floated 100 meters in the air.
The person stood on a thin rope tied to the thick branches of the parasol tree, swaying
up and down with the wind. The figure moved lightly with the rope, appearing relaxed and at ease.
Bai Tianjue adjusted his glasses and carefully examined the person's face. Sharp brows, bright eyes, incredibly handsome. It was Bai Ning, who had just
been brought back to the Bai family.
He could hardly believe his eyes, staring at the photo with a complex expression.
Wasn't it said that the Phoenix clan is very exclusive? Why do I see a little phoenix following Bai Ning around like a shadow? Tianyan even said he wanted to kill Bai Ning, but here he is in the Phoenix's sacred ground. Who would dare touch him?
It wasn't just Bai Tianjue's group. Many others who had been hiding nearby, hoping to profit when the divine tree bloomed,
were also watching.
They were well equipped and highly skilled but dared not approach the Phoenix's territory, only observing
from dozens of kilometers away.
Now, they saw someone guarding the immortal tree, even able to lightly jump and touch
the flower buds on the tree. Everyone was stunned. Wasn't it said that no outsiders are allowed? Is this guy cheating or what?
Among the group, the most furious was Chao Qing. He had originally been the closest to the divine tree, with the greatest chance. But Bai Ning had completely ruined his advantage. Despite being at the peak of the 8th tier, he had never been able to catch up to Bai Ning, who was only at the 5th tier. Now, he could only watch helplessly as Bai Ning wandered
around near the Phoenix, unable to do anything to him. Bai Ning, just you wait. When the divine tree blooms, that's when
your luck runs out.
4 days passed in the blink of an eye.
Bai Ning weakly injected his abilities into the divine tree,
and the rift, which had long shrunk to a thin line, was finally completely repaired. Phew, he collapsed onto the rope
formed by Lai Kong, panting heavily, his face full of satisfaction. Devour 13.5 trillion/5 trillion assets to grow into a
subgod level. Candle Dragon's Eye. Progress increased by another 1.5 trillion. He casually ate and drank, easily harvesting over 2 trillion sycamore fruits from the Phoenix clan, making a huge profit.
The little phoenix chirped excitedly beside him, circling him a few times, its eyes filled with admiration and affection. It affectionately rubbed its small head against
Bai Ning's arm.
The adult phoenixes on the divine tree also cast their gazes over
Compared to their initial wariness, their attitude had clearly softened significantly. Evidently, after helping them repair the cracks, Bai Ning's trustworthiness had greatly increased. Bai Ning struggled to stand up, preparing to bid farewell. Just then, a surge of immense life energy erupted from the top of the undying tree. In an instant, the entire sycamore forest was bathed in pure gold. Countless rays of multicolored light shot straight into the sky, painting the heavens into a magnificent canvas. Bai Ning took a deep breath, the intense energy making every cell in his body feel exhilarated. The longevity flower had finally bloomed. The phoenixes let out excited cries, soaring into the air in unison. They circled around the undying tree, their tail feathers streaking across the sky, leaving faint golden flames in their wake. The scene was like a trumpet call, igniting the determination of all lurking in the shadows. Almost at the moment the flower bloomed, several energy waves rapidly approached from different directions. 3 vines shot out abruptly from afar, aiming straight for the longevity flower atop the tree crown. On another side, a psychic ability user manipulated objects from a distance, attempting to directly pull the longevity flower. Bai Tianjue shouted excitedly, "Activate the machine now!" Following the command, a special energy wave precisely struck the largest longevity flower on the tree crown. Amid the chaos, a figure as inconspicuous as a droplet of water silently approached the divine tree. That person was Chao Cheng. As a peak 8th tier powerhouse, he was brimming with confidence. Only I can use my concealment ability to infiltrate the divine tree and steal the flower right under the phoenix's noses. And I can take care of that bastard while I'm at it. A smile of excitement played on his lips. The phoenixes were already prepared, and several cries filled with killing intent echoed through the sky. Screech! The Nirvana fire instantly turned a vast area into a sea of flames. They were determined to eliminate all humans coveting the divine tree. Bai Ning sensed the divine tree's disturbance and immediately activated the candle dragon's eye with full force. The cracks were just repaired. And now the flower blooms, he muttered. If he had known, he wouldn't have dawdled and would have fixed it earlier. He had originally planned to trick a phoenix into helping him return to the Legion, but now, with the situation in chaos, he could only rely on himself. At that moment, a bloodline as thin as a hair silently appeared. Qingyu reacted swiftly, unhesitatingly, shielding Bai Ning. It spat flames from its mouth, trying to block the bloodline's attack. Bai Ning hadn't even had time to be surprised before realizing the bloodline came from that blood demon, and Qingyu couldn't possibly block it. He reached out, quickly constructing 3 thick layers of spatial barriers while lunging to the side with Qingyu. The bloodline was incredibly sharp, piercing straight through the spatial barriers. Fortunately, its angle was slightly off when it was launched, grazing Qingyu's wing as it flew past. The bloodline struck the sycamore tree trunk behind them, blasting a large crater with a loud boom. Qingyu felt the chilling aura that had brushed past and let out a startled cry, curling up in Bai Ning's arms and trembling uncontrollably. Bai Ning let out a sigh of relief. Good thing I was clever enough to use spatial refraction. He had deliberately angled the layers of spatial barriers so that the bloodline would deflect upon impact. Otherwise, the little phoenix would have been either dead or severely injured. At this moment, Chao Cheng had already climbed to the center of the divine tree. His target was still the longevity flower, and Bai Ning was merely a side nuisance. Seeing his attack fail, a look of astonishment flashed in his eyes. He had never encountered anyone who could evade this move. Many of the people he had killed had fallen to this very technique. Yet this kid had dodged it twice? Chao Cheng's killing intent grew stronger, but he didn't dare act recklessly, fearing he might attract the attention of the 9th tier phoenixes. Bai Ning, however, wasn't about to let him go. His golden eyes locked precisely onto the faint fluctuation from earlier. The hunter's whip transformed into a long whip that coiled around the tree trunk, propelling him upward. Little Phoenix, breathe fire with all your might in that direction, he commanded, holding Qingyu and aiming for the center of the divine tree. The little phoenix obediently held its breath and suddenly spewed out a pillar of fire, transforming into a bird-shaped flamethrower. Chao Cheng was startled. You little thing, how dare you? Afraid of being burned by the phoenix fire, he could only flee upward quickly. Bai Ning, holding the flamethrower, pursued relentlessly. The two were evenly matched in speed, but Chao Cheng was cautious and dared not fully utilize his escape technique. Bai Ning, on the other hand, held nothing back. Sprinting with all his might,
Soon, Xiao Qing felt a sharp pain spreading through his body, the searing agony spread like
flames across his entire being.
Furious and anxious, he realized Bai Ning was impossible to deal with. Old turtle, still
hiding in your shell, too scared to come out? Bai Ning raised an eyebrow and laughed. You flower-stealing old thief, being a turtle suits you perfectly. Xiao Qing's water droplet-shaped body trembled, smoke rising as he was scorched, and he hurriedly flew upward. My longevity flower, he roared. The longevity flower was right in front of him. If he could hold on for just one more second and pluck the flower, he could counterattack Bai Ning with full force. At that moment, Bai Ning shouted loudly, Senior! Someone's stealing the flower. His voice was sharp and piercing, immediately drawing the attention of 3 ninth-rank phoenixes.
They glanced at Bai Ning, who was holding the young phoenix, then turned their gaze toward the
direction of the flames.
In Xiao Qing's horrified eyes, the 3 adult phoenixes simultaneously let out sharp cries and
unleashed 3 terrifying pillars of fire. The intense heat of the nirvana flames instantly roasted him red. His water droplet form could no longer hold.
Xiao Qing, his face flushed, appeared on the divine tree's branch, less than a meter away from the longevity flower,
courting death.
The phoenixes were furious.
They hadn't expected a human to sneak in right under their noses. It was an utter humiliation.
In the next moment, even fiercer flames swept toward him.
Damn brat! Xiao Qing turned and fled without hesitation.
The longevity flower was right there, just a second or two away from being plucked.
But now, he dared not linger. Any mistake would reduce him to ashes.
Bai Ning sneered, drawing his bow and nocking an arrow.
He
was skilled in the void-piercing archery technique, and the arrow formed instantly.
The pitch-black arrow followed Xiao Qing's
escape route, Bai Ning having already predicted his movements.
The arrow shot forth from the bowstring. Its speed rivaled that of the ninth-rank phoenixes. It intercepted Xiao Qing mid-air.
Xiao Qing's body paused, his speed forcibly slowed. Awaiting him was a sea of nirvana flames.
Xiao Qing's roar echoed through the fiery inferno. The 3 ninth-rank phoenixes
were immensely powerful, even the legendary Li Yen song of the past would have struggled against them. But Xiao Qing was, after all, a ruthless figure who had evaded the Federation's pursuit for decades. Faced with this terrifying attack, a trace of crazed bloodlust flashed in his eyes. He bit his tongue fiercely, spitting out a mouthful of rich life essence blood.
Blood! God's substitute, he roared. The essence blood instantly ignited, transforming into a blood-red humanoid figure identical to him.
The blood-red substitute stood in front of Xiao Qing, charging resolutely toward the phoenix's flames.
The flames struck the substitute, producing a deafening explosion. The substitute, possessing about 80% of Xiao Qing's strength, used its blood-based abilities to disrupt the phoenix's attacks while resisting the fiery damage. The raging tongues of flame were forcibly held back for a few seconds. However, the purifying power of the nirvana flames was too strong, and the substitute was soon vaporized without a trace. But it had bought Xiao Qing precious time. After spitting out the essence blood, Xiao Qing's face turned pale. Knowing the substitute wouldn't last long, he transformed into a streak of blood and flew into the distance without hesitation. Bai Ning had already drawn his bow, waiting for the moment Xiao Qing revealed a weakness.
The void-piercing arrow, like the specter of death, tore through space and shot forth instantly.
As the arrow
entered the blood mist surrounding Xiao Qing, its speed abruptly slowed, its trajectory distorted by the viscous blood mist.
Shoo! A faint sound echoed.
The void-piercing arrow grazed Xiao Qing's left arm, leaving a trail of blood.
Xiao Qing grunted, "Not bad, kid."
His left arm bled profusely, but despite the injury, he pressed on. However, such a wound was nothing
to him.
He sneered, casting a glance at Bai Ning.
"You little brat, once I escape, I'll make you pay." His thoughts hadn't fully turned. The void-breaking arrow, twisted by the aura of blood and seemingly off course, suddenly turned back and shot forward at high speed.
Buzz, the arrow silently stopped just outside the protective blood mist behind Xiao Qing's back.
Xiao
Qing's expression changed, his pupils contracting sharply.
His attempt to escape as a bloodline was interrupted. He spat out
a mouthful of vital blood, making the protective blood mist even denser.
The arrow was too fast to dodge. Instinctively, he could only take it head-on.
As a veteran peak 8th tier ability user, his true strength even surpassed that of an
ordinary 9th tier
For Bai Ning to use a subdivine level arrow technique at the mastery level to pose such a threat to him was no small feat, however. Xiao Chang knew in his heart, this was only a threat. The blood mist he unleashed with all his might was so dense it almost solidified, managing to forcibly block the void-breaking arrow. But this defense caused the newly reformed blood mist to thin significantly once again. Before he could catch his breath, a deadly chill shot up from his tailbone to the top of his head. He had been fully focused on blocking the arrow behind him and had neglected the front. Another void-breaking arrow struck his chest. There was no chance to defend, it was too late. The pitch-black arrow easily pierced through the weakened protective blood mist. The unwillingness and terror on Xiao Qing's face were forever frozen in that moment. He looked down at the massive hole in his chest, feeling his life rapidly slipping away. He struggled to lift his head, looking at the young figure holding the longbow. The blood demon, who dominated for a lifetime, actually lost to you. Thud. Xiao Qing's corpse fell heavily, staining the golden fallen leaves with blood. This infamous peak 8th tier SSS-level fugitive had fallen. And Bai Ning, who killed Xiao Qing, a menace to the Federation for decades, was only at the 5th tier. The small text in front of Bai Ning's eyes began to flash wildly again. Devour, 18.5 trillion/5 trillion assets, to grow into subdivine level, Candle Dragon's Eye, ***, it was worth 5 trillion. After killing Xiao Qing, Bai Ning's level rose again, reaching the upper 5th tier. He even felt that the 6th tier was not far off. The energy he had just consumed was quickly replenished. Bai Ning rotated his neck, his golden eyes shining even brighter. The bounty on this blood demon was clearly worth a fortune. Bringing it back would earn him another huge sum. The feeling of earning a first wave and then a second wave was truly exhilarating. He looked around. Aside from the 3 phoenixes that had helped him deal with Xiao Qing, the other phoenixes had scattered in different directions. They were each chasing those who had tried to steal the longevity flower. The 8th tier expert who had initially used psychic abilities to control the longevity flower was now being pursued in a sorry state, with no trace of his former grandeur. Blood seeped from his 7 orifices. On the other side, a wood element ability user, a woman, was controlling minds. Her tight combat suit outlined her graceful figure. Under the scorching nirvana fire, her clothes were burned to tatters, exposing large areas of fair, delicate skin to the searing air. Her movements were filled with allure. Her carefully maintained wine-red hair was mostly scorched, messily clinging to her cheeks. As a wood element ability user, after several consecutive failures, Bai Tianjue clenched his fists tightly, his heart filled with anxiety. This was the key material for the research institute. As long as he obtained it, his future at the institute would undoubtedly be bright. No one would ever say he got his position through family connections. Again. Capturing. Success. Finally, the words "capture successful" appeared on the screen. Fantastic. Bai Tianjue excitedly pumped his fist. Next, the machine would use mental fluctuations to slowly bring back the everlasting flower. This machine had taken the institute nearly 10 years to develop, drawing inspiration from the telekinetic control of psychic ability users. However, its fluctuations were different from psychic abilities, making it less likely to be detected by the Phoenix. All the researchers were filled with anticipation for this field operation. Everlasting flower captured successfully. Aura concealment barrier activated. Return journey initiated, distance to destination, 481 kilometers. Beep beep, unknown. Spatial barrier detected, return failed. Beep beep, return failed. Bai Tianjue leaned close to the screen, return. Failed? How could there be a spatial barrier? That's impossible. Return journey initiated, distance to destination, 480.9 kilometers. Beep beep, return failed. Bai Tianjue felt his heart being tightly gripped, making it hard to breathe. How could it fail? After capturing the everlasting flower, the machine was supposed to activate a barrier to conceal the flower's aura, then slowly guide it back to the base. Yet, after moving less than 100 meters, it was blocked by some inexplicable spatial barrier? How could there be a spatial barrier near the divine tree? Those birds didn't even understand spatial powers. Bai Tianjue was frantic and quickly restarted the capture program. He said to the people around him, "It must be an accident. It should work this time." Capturing. Success. The second capture went unusually smoothly, and success was quickly reported.
Bai Tianjuez silently prayed, this time it has to work. The other researchers were also extremely tense. A group of people held their breath, staring at the screen. Not long after, new information came through. Beep beep. Unknown spatial barrier detected, return failed. Failed again. Bai Tianjue punched the tree beside him, it never failed during practice. Why is it going wrong in the real operation? Someone asked, do we continue? The machine consumes a large amount of energy crystals each time it starts, and we only brought enough for 3 attempts. There's only one chance left. Should we investigate the problem first? What is this spatial barrier? If we recklessly use the last chance and fail again, what then? Everyone began to hesitate. The everlasting flower's blooming period was very short. If it wasn't picked within an hour, its effects would be lost. But if they failed again, they would be completely out of options. Waiting for the next bloom of the everlasting flower would take another 100 years. By then, would they even still be alive? Bai Tianjue gritted his teeth and pressed the button again. Continue. Beep beep, unknown spatial barrier detected, return. Failed. This time, it didn't even move 100 meters before the failure message appeared. Damn it. Bai Tianjue furiously kicked the useless machine in front of him. Trash. Garbage. Useless piece of junk. His kick made the machine wobble. Ancestor, this is a precision instrument. How can you kick it? A researcher hugged the machine in distress. Bai Tianjue gritted his teeth, touched his storage ring, and pushed the person aside. Get out of the way. I'll pay for the energy crystals myself and continue the capture. His eyes were wild, as if he were making a desperate gamble. Beep beep, unknown spatial barrier detected, return failed. A large number of crystals instantly turned to ash. Again. Return failed. Again. Failed. Again. After countless attempts, Bai Tianjue collapsed to the ground, utterly exhausted. The people around him were stunned by the scene. It's been dozens of times already. As expected of the Bai family conglomerate, they're really rich. Oh my god, this must have cost tens of billions by now, right? As everyone murmured, someone suddenly thought of something. All these failures due to the spatial barrier. Could it be because of that person near the divine tree? Yes, you're right. Damn it, why didn't you say so earlier? Bai Tianjue heard this and sat up as if he had narrowly escaped death. Grabbing the man's collar, he said word by word, why didn't say so earlier? Why not say it earlier? Did you have to wait until I went bankrupt to tell me? Why not wait until I'm dead to say it? Bai Ning. It must be Bai Ning's doing. Bai Tianjue was so furious his eyes turned red, not even noticing his glasses falling to the ground. Only now did he understand why Tianyan said Bai Ning was a disaster, a calamity. Back then, he was naive, although he agreed to help find Bai Ning, he didn't take it seriously. Now, he fully understood. Bai Ning truly was a troublemaker. Trembling, he dialed a satellite phone. Has the assassin arrived? What? You said they arrived long ago? Then why haven't they acted yet? What? You said you can't act in Phoenix territory? Damn it! Bai Tianjue felt angrier than he'd ever been in his life. Then wait outside for Bai Ning to come out, surround him when he does. First, hit his face, then skin him, salt him, and kill him. Bai Ning crossed one long leg over the other, leaning against the trunk of the divine tree, his eyes narrowed into slits, smiling contentedly. Devour, 21.5 trillion/5 trillion assets, to upgrade to subdivine level, Candle Dragon's Eye. He had just ascended to 5th tier upper rank, and now he directly soared to 6th tier lower rank. It was quite strange. Shortly after killing Qiao Qing, he suddenly felt a peculiar spatial fluctuation, as if something was slowly moving. Fearing it might be some inexplicable hidden weapon, he immediately activated a spatial barrier to block the fluctuation. Not long after the barrier was set, the progress bar suddenly surged. Confused, he felt the spatial fluctuation again. This time, without hesitation, he blocked it again. The progress surged once more. After dozens of repetitions, Bai Ning had become numb. So, he leisurely leaned against the divine tree, blocking any fluctuation that appeared. In just a few minutes, his assets had increased by a full 3 trillion. He smiled so much his eyes curved. It was like sitting under a tree and having money fall from the sky. Without lifting a finger, his assets skyrocketed. He waited a while longer, but unfortunately, he no longer felt the presence of the god of wealth. Bai Ning regretfully licked his lips, then glanced down at the little phoenix beside him.
Earlier, when danger arose, this little creature had rushed forward to shield him, taking the hit from Xiao
Qing's bloodline hidden weapon.
If not for sheer luck, the little one might have died on the spot.
The hidden weapon grazed its wing, leaving a deep wound. Coupled with being used as a flamethrower for a while afterward, it was now completely exhausted.
The little phoenix curled up, drowsy, its once radiant feathers now dull, looking pitiful.
Bai Ning had always been generous to his own people.
Seeing its condition, he took out Lin's life's praise.
Little one, wake up. Drink this, and you'll feel better. Qingyu half opened its eyes, weakly glancing at Bai Ning. That look softened Bai Ning's heart. All right, I'll feed you. Life's praise was Lin's signature product, with astonishing effects. Shortly after the little phoenix drank it, its wounds healed rapidly, and its feathers became even more vibrant. Suddenly, a dazzling light emanated from its body.
Bai Ning felt a weight on his body.
Oh my, can phoenixes transform into human form?
He widened his eyes.
Wait, this little phoenix Qingyu turned out to be a girl? The gentle yet powerful life energy of life's praise infused Qingyu's body.
New feathers quickly covered the wounds. Qingyu let out a comfortable phoenix cry, seemingly expressing gratitude.
However, an unexpected change followed. A peculiar component in the potion activated the bloodline power within the phoenix. Blinding
golden light completely enveloped Qingyu, so intense that even Bai Ning instinctively squinted.
His golden pupils lit up. Reflexively,
the golden light gradually shifted, slowly outlining a vague humanoid figure. As the light dissipated, Bai Ning's
eyes widened.
The little phoenix before him had transformed into a slender young girl. The girl had long, jet-black, shiny hair, with strands glimmering like fine gold, scattered over the sycamore leaves. Her skin was as flawless as the finest white jade, exuding a gentle luster.
What shocked Bai Ning the most was that she wasn't wearing any clothes. Her long hair only
covered certain important areas, faintly revealing and even more captivating. She curled up her body, arms wrapped around her knees, revealing a delicate face as exquisite as a porcelain doll. Finally, she slowly opened her eyes.
Those ruby-like
eyes were pure and bright, carrying an innocence untouched by the world. Bai Ning felt his blood rush to one place.
A thought flashed wildly in his mind. A phoenix can actually transform into human form. And she's a black-haired, red-eyed beauty.
His gaze, as if magnetically drawn, couldn't help but sweep over her snow-white skin that made his heart race.
His throat involuntarily moved.
As Qingyu transformed, the life energy emanating from the undying tree gradually weakened like a
receding tide.
The flowers on the tree didn't wither but slowly closed up again, turning into buds.
The adult phoenixes, who
had gone out to chase the flower thief, began returning to the sacred tree one after another. The residual warmth of nirvana
flames still lingered on their bodies.
When they saw the girl curled up beside Bai Ning, all the phoenixes were too shocked
to speak.
Their eyes were filled with disbelief.
Chirp!
Qingyu's father was the first to let out a cry of surprise. He descended abruptly, his massive body stirring up a fierce wind.
Qingyu?
He stared intently at the girl, sensing the familiar
bloodline.
After confirming that the girl was indeed his child, he suddenly turned to Bai Ning, his gaze as sharp as a
blade. Human!
What did you do to her?
A powerful pressure instantly descended. Bai Ning hadn't even reacted when he caught
a whiff of a fragrant breeze rushing toward him. Immediately after, a slender figure spread her arms and stood protectively
in front of him. It was Qingyu.
She seemed to have been awakened by the familiar aura, her glass-like eyes carrying a trace of panic but, even more so, an instinctive desire to protect.
Don't hurt him.
Her voice was clear and melodious.
Bai
Ning was caught off guard, his gaze landing directly on the girl's smooth back, those beautiful shoulder blades and the
perfect curve below them.
Her figure was graceful, like a masterpiece of the creator.
He hadn't expected this little phoenix to be so stunning after transforming into human form.
Qingyu's father had been staring at Bai Ning the whole time.
Seeing
his expression, he immediately flew into a rage, as if pouring oil onto a fire.
You're courting death. A furious roar erupted from the old father's mouth. This brat dared to ogle my daughter right in front of me? Does he think I'm too old to deal with him? And my precious daughter just transformed into human form, yet this brat dares to stare at her so blatantly? What's even more outrageous is that she's protecting him in return. The phoenix spread its massive wings and gave a powerful flap, gently shielding Qingyu behind its thick feathers. At the same time, it raised its claws, ready to teach Bai Ning a lesson. But Qingyu, who was being shielded by the feathers, was anything but obedient. Instead, she acted like a little beast, provoked to anger. She struggled to wriggle out from under her father's feathers, poking her head out. Bad guy. Let him go. I'll fight you. Her body instinctively began gathering energy, and the Nirvana flames of the Phoenix clan ignited and danced around her. Despite her young age, she had awakened the Nirvana flames early to protect Bai Ning. This left the surrounding phoenixes in shock. On one hand, they were thrilled by Qingyu's talent. After all, many adult phoenixes hadn't mastered the Nirvana flames, yet she had made such progress at such a young age. Her talent was undoubtedly extraordinary. But what shocked them even more was Qingyu's unwavering determination to protect Bai Ning. Their clan's only daughter, Qingyu, a delicate and lively little girl, had just been snatched away by someone? Daughter, you've actually broken through to the Nirvana flames? Qingyu's father's claw froze mid-air, his face filled with complex emotions. Looking at his daughter's anxious and aggrieved little face, his heart was about to explode. Ahem. Bai Ning cleared his throat lightly. Taking advantage of the moment before the other party could react, he quickly explained, I just saw that Qingyu was injured and weak, so I gave her a bottle of life potion. The father of Qingyu was silent for a moment, thinking about how Bai Ning had saved Qingyu during the sneak attack by that 8th-tier human, stopped the flower thief, and even helped defeat him. The anger and shock in his heart gradually transformed into a complex understanding. Ah, daughters are bound to leave home eventually, he sighed deeply. This potion contains extremely pure life energy, capable of nourishing all things and even unlocking potential. Since you have shown such great kindness to Qingyu, I will remember it. The surrounding phoenixes also spoke up one after another. Human, our clan owes you a great favor. Qingyu is our treasure. Since she likes you, then it's fine. You repaired the spatial rift. If anything, we should be thanking you. Bai Ning scratched his head and smiled shyly. No need to be so polite, we're all family. Qingyu's father felt his weathered heart as a father ache faintly once again. He looked solemnly at the longevity flower and said seriously, do you know what Qingyu's current state signifies? Transformation is not an ability of the Phoenix clan. Even for those legendary beasts capable of shapeshifting, turning into a human form is no easy feat. In all the time our clan has existed, there has never been a precedent for transformation. This is simply a miracle. Human. Bai Ning. For the first time, he called Bai Ning by his name. This matter must be kept secret. No one else can know, or else. Before he could finish his warning, Bai Ning proactively assured him, don't worry, Qingyu saved me, I won't let her down. In that case, the phoenixes exchanged glances, then bowed deeply to Bai Ning. Over a dozen 9th-tier phoenixes, for the first time, set aside their pride before a human. In unison, they said, thank you. Qingyu's father added, as the current clan leader of the Phoenix clan, I promise you that I will do everything in my power to assist you in the future. The promise of a 9th-tier powerhouse carried the weight of a mountain. Bai Ning was deeply moved. He hadn't expected that, aside from his master, he could also gain. He solemnly returned the gesture, thank you. Seniors. After the formalities, Bai Ning's curiosity finally erupted. Seniors, what exactly is so extraordinary about the longevity flower that so many are fighting over it? He had asked Qingyu before, but she was young and couldn't explain many things clearly. Qingyu's father's voice was low and profound. The immortal tree is the sacred tree of our clan, existing since the beginning of creation, with an almost eternal lifespan. While all living beings in the world have a lifespan and will eventually age, the secret of this sacred tree's longevity lies in its ability to reset. Reset? Bai Ning's heartbeat quickened. It was related to time. His ability was dual element, space and time, though he mostly used spatial abilities and rarely utilized time-related ones. This was mainly because, at present, he could only slow down the passage of time for an individual, with limited effect. But what if he could also possess this reset ability? That's right. Reset. Qingyu's father spoke with a sacred tone. Every time it blooms, our clan members can absorb this power and grow stronger. This is also the secret behind our clan's nirvana and rebirth. Bai Ning couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. The Phoenix's nirvana.
And rebirth, he had always thought it was just a legend. He hadn't expected it to be a real power.
This ability was simply defying the natural order.
Imagine, in a battle where both sides are gravely injured, and suddenly one side undergoes nirvana.
And rebirth, instantly returning to peak condition.
Or when other beasts of the same age grow old, yet this side remains
lively and vigorous. Who could possibly compete? He thought for a moment. So humans want to use the longevity flower to achieve immortality? Xingyu's father's gaze turned icy. Humans have never given up their pursuit of immortality. After all, even at the 9th tier, their lifespan is only about 200 years. Compared to other races, this is far too short. Bai Ning nodded. This was easy to understand. Many people exhausted all their efforts to reach the pinnacle of humanity, just to live a little longer and enjoy life.
Many were stuck at bottlenecks for years, hoping to extend their lifespan to
break through their limits. Even ordinary people longed for eternal happiness,
let alone those in power.at this moment. Bai Ning suddenly thought of his master. His master seemed quite old, but his exact age was unknown. Xingyu's father's voice carried
a mix of mockery and pity. The power of the eternal flower was never meant for humans. Forcibly coveting it will only bring disaster. Is that so? Bai Ning mused. Once his plan was complete, the Eye of Time and Space would likely upgrade to a sub-divine level ability. By then, it would be close to touching the realm of the divine. Just because others didn't dare to try didn't mean he couldn't. If he won the gamble, he would gain a god-level reset ability. Used wisely, it would be equivalent to true immortality.
Thinking of this, he couldn't wait to return to the base, deal with Bai Tianyan and the others, and unlock the next stage of his golden finger.
He suppressed his inner anxiety and displayed a perfectly timed shy smile. Thank you for your guidance, Senior.
Bai Ning bowed solemnly again.
Since everything is almost settled, I should take my leave now. As soon as he finished speaking, don't go. A crisp and pleasant voice rang out.
Xingyu had somehow found a set of clothes. Her red pupils were filled with reluctance and dependence.
Like a little bird, she darted to Bai Ning's side, tightly clutching his sleeve. Her voice sounded again, don't go. Xingyu's father took a deep breath, remained silent
for a moment, and then slowly spoke again.
Xingyu has transformed into human form and needs guidance. I selfishly hope she can see a bigger world. So, I must trouble you to take her with you. Bai Ning quickly waved his hand, pretending to be in a difficult position. I need to return to the Legion base.
The journey is dangerous, and I'm afraid I won't be able to
protect Xingyu properly. I'll personally escort you back. Bai Ning laughed inwardly. Success. The route back passed through the territories of many high-level exotic beasts, and the journey was extremely long. If he had to teleport back, it would be asking for trouble. With the Phoenix personally escorting them, the safety of the journey was guaranteed. However, the
worry on Bai Ning's face did not diminish, instead, it grew more serious.
He rubbed his hands and said, it's not just that. I've offended quite a few big figures in the Federation. They might not let me return home safely. Xingyu's father snorted coldly. Humans are truly despicable and shameless.
Feeling a bit guilty, Bai Ning touched his nose and continued, listening to the Phoenix clan leader.
Since someone wants to harm you, we Phoenix will support you to the end. Tell those people that if they dare to touch you, they are opposing us.
Bai Ning knew these words were not empty promises.
On the contrary, they carried immense weight. The Phoenix clan's strength was unmatched in the entire underground world, not to mention their deterrence against humans. If they explicitly declared their protection of someone, any consortium would have to think twice.
He hadn't expected the Phoenix clan leader to be so supportive.
Initially, he had planned to bring back some
underground specialties. The Phoenix clan surely had plenty of exotic beast materials or precious treasures.
Instead, he had received such a promise. Thank you.
Bai Ning sincerely expressed his gratitude.
Meanwhile, several hundred kilometers away,
from the Wutong forest, a charred figure staggered out of the ashes.
It was the wood element woman who controlled vines.
Her eyes were filled with the terror of narrowly escaping death, and her exposed skin was covered in blisters and burn marks. She had just arrived at the agreed location when she saw a similarly disheveled figure sitting not far away.
That person's
gold-rimmed glasses had a broken corner, and his gaze was empty and dazed. The two exchanged glances without speaking, but
They instantly understood the bad news each brought. You failed? The wood element woman tentatively asked, still holding on to a sliver of hope. Bai Tianjue did not answer immediately. He slowly removed his broken glasses and fiercely wiped the grime off the lenses, his movements deliberate. After a long while, he put the glasses back on and coldly looked at the wood element woman. Aren't you the same? The wood element woman sneered lightly. That has nothing to do with me. We divided the tasks long ago. I was responsible for drawing fire, while the eternal flower mission was yours to complete. Just a little more. Bai Tianjue's voice was as cold as ice. If it weren't for that Bai Ning, I would have succeeded. 37 times. All ruined by Bai Ning. Him? The wood element woman recalled the scene of the blood demon being shot and asked, the Bai Ning you mentioned, is he the one who just advanced to the 8th tier? Bai Tianjue squeezed out a sentence through gritted teeth. He's only at the 5th tier, we still have a chance for revenge. My family's reinforcements are arriving soon. As long as Bai Ning leaves the Wutong forest, we can intercept and kill him directly. The wood element woman wiped the dust off her face and smiled confidently. 5th tier? No problem, I can handle him alone. But her smile quickly froze. She pointed to the distant sky in shock and said, is that the entire Phoenix clan mobilized? Reflected in her eyes was the golden fiery cloud that covered the sky in the distant horizon. What is that? Her voice was dry and hoarse, trembling with disbelief. Bai Tianjue followed her gaze, and his entire body felt as if struck by lightning. In the distant sky above Wutong Forest, more than a dozen massive phoenixes with wings spanning the heavens and bodies ablaze with golden flames appeared, like divine beasts from myth. They flew forward with an unstoppable momentum. Each phoenix exuded the true pressure of the 9th tier. The golden flames left long trails, dyeing half the sky gold. One moment they were above Wutong Forest, the next they had flown dozens of kilometers away. That overwhelming aura was rolling toward them. This was the majesty of the Phoenix clan. Seeing this, Bai Tianjue felt his heart shatter. But the situation was far from over. On the back of the largest phoenix stood two tiny figures. The distance was too great for Bai Tianjue to see clearly, but he could make out their blurry silhouettes. One of them had a tall and upright posture, and though indistinct, that stance felt eerily familiar to Bai Tianjue. That was Bai Ning. Impossible, I must be mistaken. Bai Tianjue's lips trembled. This is an illusion, I must be too tired. How could a phoenix allow a human to stand on the clan leader's back? The wood element woman was also stunned. The entire Phoenix clan is escorting a human? This completely overturned their understanding. The people sent by the Bai family to hunt Bai Ning had also arrived. They looked up, their mouths agape, utterly dumbfounded. Young Master Tianjue. The lead assassin trembled as he pointed to the figure on the Phoenix clan leader's back. You mean, kill that person? Are you sure? These assassins were elite members of the clan, experienced in handling countless troubles, but they had never taken on a task of such difficulty. Killing Bai Ning under the protection of more than a dozen 9th tier phoenixes? This wasn't an assassination, it was suicide. Even if they were tasked with killing the heads of other major families, it wouldn't be this hard. Bai Tianjue and the wood element woman's faces turned ashen. They knew in their hearts that intercepting Bai Ning was now impossible. At the Legion base, the atmosphere was unusually oppressive. Lei Zheng slammed his fist onto the alloy table, producing a loud bang. Damn it! A living person has been missing for an entire week, and we haven't found a single trace. His roar echoed through the room. Li Wuqing and several night watch officers stood silently, not refuting him. The usually composed Li Wuqing now had his brows tightly furrowed, his eyes filled with worry and exhaustion. This week, they had dispatched a large number of personnel to search the underground for Bai Ning's whereabouts. The result was nothing. According to Bai Tianyan, Bai Ning had jumped into a spatial rift himself. But everyone knew deep down that regardless of the outcome, Bai Ning had almost no chance of survival. If he had truly entered the spatial rift, a 5th-tier individual like him would be unable to withstand the powerful spatial turbulence inside. But if he hadn't entered, it meant Bai Ning had already been killed. During this time, they only wanted to find Bai Ning's body so the child could rest in peace. Thinking of the arrogant attitudes of the major family heirs, Li Wuqing was filled with rage. After all, Li Wunyan's tragic death was inseparable from them. The Baiyu Lin trio exerted pressure, and they had no choice but to temporarily accept the flawed explanation and let them return to the central district. Once back, they would surely be under tight protection by the top experts of their families. Seeking revenge for Li Wunyan would be incredibly difficult. The door silently opened. A short figure walked in. It was Bai Ning's master, the ancestor Li Yensong of the Li clan. His face was expressionless, his gaze as calm as a deep pool. Yet the killing intent emanating from his entire body instantly silenced the room. Everyone quickly bowed. Principal, ancestor. Li Yensong did not respond, his gaze piercing through the walls as if falling into the depths of the SSS-Level abyss. He had personally ventured deep into the abyss multiple times, risking proximity to many SSS-level beast territories, yet still found nothing. Bai Ning's presence was like a stone sinking into the sea, completely vanished. This result was hard for this pinnacle of humanity to accept. Such a genius youth, the hope for humanity's future, was it truly over like this? Very well. Bai clan, Lin clan, Yu clan, is that right? Li Yensong murmured. Softly, his killing intent suffocating. Suddenly, a piercing alarm shattered the room's silence. Woo! This is the highest level enemy attack alert. Li Wuqing's face changed drastically, exclaiming in shock. Everyone's hearts tightened, fully aware of what this meant. Report! The officer responsible for monitoring beast movements rushed in frantically. Detected, detected. Li Wuqing roared, speak quickly. The man's voice trembled, filled with fear. Detected over a dozen 9th-tier peak energy reactions, approaching the stronghold at a speed of 80 kilometers per second. They'll arrive within a minute. Boom! The news was like a bomb exploding. Li Wuqing's pupils contracted sharply. Over a dozen SSS-level beasts, what did this mean? The Legion currently had only General Qian San and the Ancestor as 9th-tier experts. Even so, it was absolutely impossible to fend off over a dozen SSS-level beasts. Li Yensong's expression remained steady, calming down first, and ordered in a deep voice, activate the highest defense-level energy shield, all combat personnel enter first level. Combat readiness. Yes. The Night Watch Legion responded immediately. Well trained, they moved swiftly, and the entire stronghold became tense in an instant. Massive energy barriers rose. Layers upon layers of light screens enveloped the stronghold. Like a steel fortress, countless soldiers poured out from barracks and training grounds, rushing to their posts, their faces filled with determination to defend to the death. Behind them lay the Federation's territory, the homeland they swore to protect. Today, there would be no retreat. All heavy weapons were fully charged, their barrels uniformly aimed at the direction of the incoming beasts. Li Yensong, Qian San, Li Wuqing, and other high-ranking officials were already standing on the observation deck. Everyone stared unblinkingly at the distant horizon. At the edge of the skyline, a massive cloud burning with golden flames was rolling in with an overwhelming momentum. The scorching heat waves, even from a distance, made the skin feel seared. Within the fiery cloud, over a dozen enormous golden figures loomed faintly. They were the legendary birds of destruction. The entire stronghold fell into dead silence. Facing this apocalyptic scene, everyone gripped their weapons tightly, their knuckles turning white. Li Yensong's voice was heavy. The Phoenix clan has mobilized their entire army. Qian San's back was drenched in cold sweat. The Phoenix clan's territory lies in the deepest part of the abyss. They have always been responsible for guarding the undying tree and rarely venture out. What is going on? As the absolute rulers of Abyss 034, the Phoenix clan had always coexisted peacefully with humans. Why were they fully mobilized today? Regardless of the reason, as the commander of the Night Watch Legion, Qian San was determined to live and die with the Legion. He took a deep breath, the scorching air igniting his fighting spirit. His voice thundered, breaking the stronghold's silence and resolutely reaching everyone's ears. Everyone, hear my command, fight to the death with me. High in the sky, 1,000 miles away from the Legion, Bai Ning stood on the broad back of the Phoenix clan leader, facing the fierce wind, his robes fluttering wildly. Yet his footing was as steady as a rock, a gentle force firmly protecting him. Beneath him, the vast and perilous land of the abyss swept rapidly past. Towering black mountains, surging rivers, miasma-filled swamps all receded swiftly. The speed of the Phoenix was comparable to Bai Ning's full-power teleportation.
Bai Ning clearly sensed the hidden and terrifying aura emanating from the ground. Those were ninth-tier beasts entrenched across the land. However, as the phoenix flock swept past, the powerful auras immediately withdrew, not daring to emit even the slightest ripple. The entire land fell into a deathly silence and submission. This was the unparalleled dominance of the Phoenix clan. Bai Ning felt the overwhelming presence of all beasts bowing their heads, and his heart surged with pride and excitement. His emotions were stirred. This is true power. Finally, the Phoenix clan leader abruptly folded its wings, and over a dozen phoenixes hovered neatly outside the stronghold. Although none of the phoenixes made a move, the aura they released caused the protective shield to tremble violently. Qiansan stood at the forefront of the group, suddenly drawing his battle blade, its tip pointing straight to the sky. Night Watchers, fight to the death. His voice was filled with resolute heroism, echoing through the sky and reaching Bai Ning's ears. Bai Ning instantly understood the situation had escalated. He had originally planned to rely on the Phoenix's power to return, but he hadn't expected to cause such a commotion. Fortunately, the people below were intimidated by the Phoenix's might and dared not act rashly, merely waiting in silence. Bai Ning quickly shouted to the Phoenix clan leader, "Senior, this is a misunderstanding." The Phoenix clan leader sensed his sincerity, slightly lowered its head, and explained calmly, "We are not here to fight." Its tone carried an inherent confidence, not out of fear of battle, but simply unwillingness to waste time. It turned its head to point at the two figures on its back. "We are merely here to drop someone off on the way." The heroic expression on Qiansan's face froze instantly. What had he just heard? Dropping someone off? Over a dozen ninth-tier phoenixes had traveled thousands of miles, enduring countless hardships, just to drop someone off? Since when had humans in the Phoenix clan become so close? Not only him, but everyone else also found it absurd. They had been ready to fight to the death, but now there was no need. Li Yensong's mouth twitched slightly. It wasn't for any other reason. He had spotted a familiar figure on the phoenix's back, waving vigorously downward. It was his apprentice, Bai Ning, whom he had been searching for all week. Not only was Bai Ning alive, but he was also standing energetically on the back of a ninth-tier phoenix, being escorted back like a star surrounded by the moon. Li Yensong felt both surprised and helpless. What on earth has this kid done? Li Wuqing and Lei Zhang also widened their eyes. We thought a war was about to break out, but instead, we see that kid grinning so happily. He's truly worthy of earning an S-rank battle merit. Could it be that Bai Ning really jumped into the spatial rift and survived? Not only survived but also went deep into the abyss and gained the Phoenix's recognition? Comparing people is just pointless. You scared me to death. I thought today would be the end for us. I just got married. Everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief but still stood in place, not daring to act recklessly. Bai Ning's gaze met his master's. "Huh, master is here too?" He patted the top of Qingyu's head and said, "Wait here for me. I need to go over there and explain things." Qingyu obediently nodded, her eyes sparkling. "Okay." The Phoenix clan leader responded in a low voice, "Make it quick." Bai Ning's golden pupils flickered, and in the next second, he teleported in front of Li Yensong. He pointed at the densely packed cannons below and smirked. "Master, put the cannons away. We're all family now." This statement shocked everyone once again. Many people dropped their weapons to the ground, creating a series of clattering sounds. Li Wuqing and the others stood frozen as if struck by lightning. Qiansan and Li Yensong's mouths twitched involuntarily. Qiansan swallowed hard, his voice hoarse as he asked, "Bai Ning, what did you just say?" He pointed at the group of ninth-tier phoenixes. "Family? You and the phoenixes?" Bai Ning spread his hands, showing an innocent smile. "It's a long story. To put it simply, I happened to help them with a small favor, and they were so enthusiastic that they insisted on personally escorting me back." As soon as he said this, everyone fell into even deeper shock and confusion. Everyone was in chaos. A small favor? Passionate? Li Wuqing murmured to himself. Why do these words sound so familiar? Yet when put together, they feel so foreign. The ever-proud phoenixes, insisting on sending you back with such enthusiasm? Is this even Chinese? And besides, as a fifth-tier human, what could you possibly do to help them? He scrutinized Bai Ning carefully, his eyes suddenly narrowing. "You've actually advanced to the 6th tier? How long has it been, and you're
Already at the 6th tier? I remember you were only at the 4th tier when you first joined the Legion, right? Not only
him, but the other strong individuals present, with their keen senses, also noticed Bai Ning's level at that moment, and they were all deeply shaken.
If I recall correctly, Bai Ning hasn't been awakened for long, has he? Training for just over a month, and he's already on the same level as someone like me, who's in his 30s. Is he riding a rocket or something?
Li Yensong stepped forward, carefully examining the disciple who had brought such earth-shattering news.
Long time no see, disciple. You've practically become a different person.
The Bai Ning before him still wore a shy expression, but the energy fluctuations emanating from him clearly marked him as a master.
Li Yensong's sharp eyes could discern that while Bai
Ning appeared to be at the 6th tier, his actual strength might rival that of Lei Zhang, an 8th tier powerhouse.
I thought it would take you a year or two to grow, but I never expected your speed to be this fast. Under Bai Ning's explanation, the tense atmosphere in the base finally eased a bit.
However, with over a dozen phoenixes hovering in the air, their mere
presence still instilled fear in many. Qiansan took a deep breath, trying to regain his composure. Are you sure these phoenixes are just here to escort you and have no other intentions? Bai Ning's gaze was sincere. Absolutely no doubt. He recalled the time when he was chased by phoenixes for hundreds of kilometers and chuckled, they're actually quite easygoing. Qiansan felt the heat of the nirvana flames and couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. The people behind him also wore expressions that screamed, are you kidding me? Easy going? Ha! Li Yensong said gravely, this matter is of
great importance, concerning the fate of tens of thousands in the base.
Are you confident? Bai Ning put away his smile and repeatedly assured them.
Then he pointed to the phoenixes in the sky. Even if they did want to attack, with their power, do
you think the shield would last more than 3 seconds?
Though his words sounded a bit demoralizing, everyone had to admit
that Bai Ning was right.
If these top-tier creatures truly wanted to act, there would be no need for explanations, just
one burst of nirvana flames would obliterate them. Bai Ning managed to convince everyone, and the tense atmosphere dissipated. The readiness for battle also faded. He rubbed his hands together and asked, are Bai Tianyan and the others still
here? Thinking about the upcoming plan, he felt a bit excited.
With these phoenixes as his backing, he could walk sideways in this legion.
But Bai Ning hadn't expected that when he asked his question, everyone would show expressions of anger and
helplessness. He frowned. I was only gone for 4 days, and they've all run off?
You've been gone for almost 2 weeks. Li Wuqing stepped forward and said, puzzled. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something and quickly grabbed Bai Ning's arm.
His expression heavy. Do you know how Wen Yin died?
Bai Ning was stunned, a bit confused.
2 weeks?
Then he realized that the time flow in that spatial rift might have been different. What felt like a moment to him might have been much longer.
Outside.
He didn't dwell on it, and seeing Li Wuqing's sorrowful expression, he patted his shoulder in comfort.
It was a 7th tier psychic old schemer. It must have been someone sent by Bai Tianyan and the others. Was it an old man in a black cloak?
Lei Zhang, who had arrived first at the scene, had some impression of the psychic ability user.
Bai Ning nodded. Yes.
But don't worry, I already killed him. Someone avenged him, Li Wuqing said, his voice low as he spoke of his brother's
death.
But when he heard Bai Ning personally admit to killing a 7th tier master, he couldn't help but be stunned.
You said you killed a 7th tier master? Yes. Li Wuqing gave Bai Ning a complicated look. I have to admit, this truly is the disciple chosen by the patriarch.
In such a short time, not only has his cultivation nearly equaled mine, but his actual
combat power might even surpass mine.
Lei Zhang and the other 2 9th tier experts were already used to it. With their insight, they had long seen that Bai Ning had completely changed. To him, a 7th tier opponent was as easy to crush as
an ant. Bai Ning, however, didn't think it was anything special.
After all, killing that 7th tier expert was something
he had done in the past.
Now, he had leveled up several times.
A 7th tier opponent wasn't even worth his attention. He asked again, so where are Bai Tianyan and the others? Li Wuqing glanced at the patriarch, and after receiving a nod, he recounted the events of the past few days in full detail to Bai Ning. After listening, Bai Ning's expression darkened. Are
you saying Bai Tianyan and the others casually made up an excuse, claimed the real culprit was someone else, falsely accused
me of being the murderer, and then walked away as if nothing happened? Li Wuqing's face also showed discomfort. Everyone knew their claims were baseless.
It's because the three major conglomerates joined forces to exert pressure.
We couldn't detain them by force. Bai Ning raised an eyebrow.
They destroyed the energy shield and caused the deaths of so many students.
And you just let them off so lightly? He couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. If it were someone without connections, they'd probably have been executed by now. Li Wuqing sighed. I understand your anger, but before you returned, it was
hard to make a definitive judgment. After all, you were missing, there was no evidence, and all the witnesses were there.
People. So what you're saying is, now that I'm back, I can convict them? Bai Ning retorted, fully aware that it was impossible. Convict them? Who would do it? The police? The council? Everyone knew these institutions were just tools of the conglomerates.
If they told you to go east, you wouldn't dare go west, let alone accuse the conglomerates of murder.
Li Wuqing
was at a loss for words, and after a long pause, he finally squeezed out, this matter needs to be approached carefully.
Is that so? Bai Ning tilted his head. I don't have the patience to wait. What do you suggest? He continued, if no one can convict them, then I will.
He looked at his master,
seemingly seeking support. Li Yinson understood Bai Ning's intentions but said nothing, only letting out a sigh.
After a moment of silence, he finally spoke slowly.
You know, the
conglomerates have deep roots in the Federation, their power entrenched for hundreds of years.
You might think that with these phoenixes around, they're not as strong as you on the surface.
But in reality, if you give them time to prepare, they have all sorts of strange methods and peculiar abilities.
Abilities counter each other, and there's bound to be something that can target you. Not to mention various formations, treasures, and weapons.
If it really comes to a fight, with your current strength, you might not be able to hold your ground.
The faces of those around grew heavy. They knew these words weren't meant to scare anyone. If they truly clashed with these phoenixes today, the Legion might suffer a temporary defeat. But
if the Federation were given time to prepare, defeating them wouldn't be difficult.
No matter how strong Bai Ning was, it would be hard to stand against such a colossal force. A single misstep could cost him his life.
However, there wasn't a trace of fear on Bai Ning's face. Instead, he seemed even more excited.
Someone who could counter his abilities? He thought
about his potential to ascend to subdivine or even divine levels in the future and shook his head.
Really? I don't believe it.
Besides, with the golden sheet of devouring assets to level
up, others might think his current strength wasn't enough, but just give him a few more months.
With valuable targets like Qing Dai, he could grow stronger at an astonishing speed.
Li Yinson looked at Bai Ning and asked, have you made up your mind? Even if it means offending everyone? Li Yinson laughed, his laughter growing louder and louder.
As expected of the disciple I chose.
You've got that youthful vigor. Go ahead, your master supports you.
Bai Ning also laughed, his voice clear and resolute.
I'll be back soon.
Just as he was about to return to the Phoenix Clan leader's back, a furious roar came from outside.
Bai Ning, how dare you collude with the alien race and commit treason? Bai Ning.
A furious roar suddenly erupted.
Two people, accompanied by a group of guards, strode in. Leading them was Bai Tianjue, his fierce gaze fixed on Bai Ning.
Behind him stood a wood element woman, her beautiful face full of anger.
Bai Tianjue pointed at Bai Ning, his expression resolute, exuding an unassailable sense of justice.
Everyone saw it, the Phoenix Clan personally
sent Bai Ning back. This is solid proof of his collusion with foreign races. He colluded with alien beasts, committed treason, arrest him immediately. The wood element woman
immediately chimed in, not only that, I personally saw him conspiring with the notorious fugitive Chao Qing, harming his own people.
Bai Tianjue said coldly, he even tried to harm Bai Tianyan and the others earlier,
leading to Yu Qingdai's tragic death and causing thousands of casualties at the stronghold. He deserves to die 1,000 times over.
He spoke these twisted words with such conviction, as if they were true. Xian San stepped forward, looking down at Bai Tianjue. Even slander requires evidence.
Li Wuqing trembled with rage.
Li Wunyan was likely killed by them, and now they dared to turn the tables and even come looking for trouble? It was outrageous.
In the crowd, Chu Yushuan clenched her fists tightly.
After
hearing of Bai Ning's disappearance, she had voluntarily stayed with the Legion, determined not to miss any chance to help find him.
Now, she had finally seen Bai Ning return, but before she could rejoice, she heard him being framed for treason.
Bai Ning didn't appear angry, he simply tilted his head slightly, a playful smile on his face.
He didn't know where this group had come from, but he couldn't be bothered to deal with them. After all, it was certainly connected to Bai Tianyan. Without evidence, you're just spouting nonsense? Bai Tianjue sneered.
Li Leo Yizi is your master, so they shield you and don't delve into the details.
But I am different.
As he spoke, he lowered his head to operate his watch, projecting several
photos into the air. The crowd looked up.
In the photos, Bai Ning was seen standing on Lai Kong, repairing a spatial rift in midair.
There were also images of Bai Ning conversing
face-to-face with Qiao Qing, as well as photos of Bai Ning interacting harmoniously with members of the Phoenix clan.
Bai Tianjue pointed at the photos, furious. Bai Ning, do you dare deny these events happened?
Everyone knows that a tragedy occurred during the individual competition over 10 days ago, with spatial rifts appearing in midair.
After killing Qing Dai, you jumped into one of those rifts. Coincidentally, a rift also appeared in the Phoenix clan's territory, and you ended up repairing it. Moreover, you were mingling with Qiao Cheng. It's
obvious over 10 days ago, Qiao Qing must have conspired with you to destroy the energy shield.
The evidence is right in front of you, and you still won't admit it? He spoke with such
clarity, and the scenes in the photos matched his words perfectly.
Compared to Bai Tianyan and the others' baseless claims, his argument was far more convincing. Bai Ning's words had already shaken many people.
For a moment, many were intimidated by him.
Bai Ning let out a soft laugh.
I didn't expect to encounter a montage expert here.
Li Wuqing, who was the least familiar with Bai Ning in the room, hesitated for a few seconds before asking, Bai Ning, do you really have ties to Qiao Qing? Xian San and the others also stared at Bai Ning.
After all, the name Blood Demon had long been infamous throughout the Federation. As a fugitive who had evaded capture for decades, the atrocities he committed were countless.
Moreover, he had no allies, always acting alone. No one had ever heard of him being associated with anyone. If Bai Ning were truly innocent, how could he be connected to someone like that? And why would he appear in the Phoenix clan's territory at the same time? Bai Ning, what else do you have to say?
Bai Tianjue questioned sharply. Bai Ning nodded, his tone calm. I do have some ties to Qiao Chang.
As soon as he said this, the scene erupted. He really is connected to the Blood Demon. If I ever encountered a villain like the Blood Demon,
I'd kill him on sight.
But Bai Ning can actually coexist peacefully with him. Could Bai Ning really not be as innocent as we thought?
The Night Watch Legion began to waver.
Initially, they trusted Bai Ning, as he was Li Yensong's prized disciple and had earned an S-rank battle medal, but he actually admitted to being connected with the Blood Demon? Bai Tianjue was momentarily stunned, then his heart bloomed with joy.
He had long heard from the Wood Element woman that Bai Ning had personally killed the Blood Demon.
Now, bringing up the Blood Demon again was just another way to pin a label on Bai Ning.
No matter how Bai Ning explained, as long as labels kept being attached to him, his credibility would naturally take a hit.
Unexpectedly, Bai Ning, as if he had gone mad, exposed his own weakness. Clearing his throat, Bai Tianjue adjusted his expression, putting on a look of I'm so disappointed in you. I
didn't want you to make such a grave mistake, but this matter is too important, so I have no choice but to make a painful decision.
Bai Ning smiled faintly. Oh, really? He slowly took something out of his storage necklace and casually tossed it to the ground. It was a head, its face twisted in terror, clearly showing the immense suffering and pain the person endured before death.
And that head belonged to none other than the Blood Demon, Qiao Qing.
The crowd gasped. The Blood Demon is dead? Could it be that Bai Ning killed the Blood Demon? What's going on? Bai Ning clapped his hands.
I was planning to take it back to the Central District to claim the bounty, but since you brought it up, I'll show it to you first.
So, how about it? Satisfied with my relationship with the Blood Demon? Bai Tianjue, who had been secretly rejoicing, hadn't expected Bai Ning to remember to bring the head amidst the chaos.
Hearing this, he was momentarily speechless.
The Wood Element woman reacted quickly, smiling as she interjected, Are you saying you killed an 8th-tier peak Blood Demon? That sounds too unbelievable. What's so hard about that? Bai Ning replied. She smiled again. An 8th-tier peak isn't something you can just kill casually. Don't get too arrogant, this is reality, not a dream.
She had personally witnessed Bai Ning kill the Blood Demon, yet she still found it hard to believe.
If even she doubted it, those who hadn't seen it would be even less likely to believe it. Sure enough, Xian San stared at Bai Ning and asked, Kid, did you really kill the Blood Demon?
He was a 9th-tier expert himself, and even catching up to the blood demon was no easy feat, let alone killing him. Bai Ning claiming he could kill the blood demon was simply unbelievable to him. Bai Ning let out a surprised cry, covering his
mouth. Ha? Killing an 8th-tier peak is difficult?
Xian San froze, not expecting such a response.
It's not difficult? He looked at Bai Ning, full of doubt, feeling as though he might be falling behind. Could this young man have figured out a way to fight across 3 major tiers? Li Yintsong was also shocked. However, he didn't believe Bai Ning would actually collude with foreign races or the blood demon.
After all, before taking him as a disciple, he had conducted a thorough investigation and confirmed that Bai Ning was just an ordinary
kid from the slums.
What shocked him this time was Bai Ning's growth rate. He had thought Bai Ning could at most hold his own against an 8th-tier expert, but he hadn't expected him
to actually kill an 8th-tier peak blood demon.
The difference between being able to hold your own and being able to kill an 8th-tier peak was immense, at least equivalent to the
gap between an ordinary expert and a top-tier powerhouse.
His disciple had truly grown up, already possessing the strength to stand on his own. Thinking of this, he stood calmly, ready to witness the true strength of his genius disciple.
Bai Tianjue snapped out of his daze, roaring with an intimidating aura, arrogant. That was an 8th-tier peak expert, not someone
you can just kill as you please.
Bai Ning raised an eyebrow, a hint of mockery in his smile as he glanced at Bai Tianjue and the people he had brought. Do you want to test my strength? No problem.
With that, he took a step forward, exuding a murderous aura without restraint.
Bai Tianjue hadn't expected him to be so direct.
His legs went weak, and he involuntarily stepped back half a step, his momentum instantly halved. If a fight really broke out, the people he had brought likely wouldn't stand a chance against Bai Ning.
This kid was indeed formidable. The wood element female soldier's mind worked quickly.
Her eyes darted around, and she immediately changed the subject.
Even if this is Chao Qing's head, it doesn't prove you didn't collude. What if you had an eye? The Phoenix personally escorted me back, which is solid evidence. Everyone saw it, and no one can refute it. Bai Tianjue couldn't understand
why, at this point, the Li family was still protecting Bai Ning. They were completely out of touch with reality, but he had to expose the truth. Colluding with foreign species, is it? Bai Ning stroked his chin. Then, with a wave of his hand, crash! A massive pile of terrifyingly powerful exotic beast materials appeared out of thin air, like a small mountain, filling the
space in front of everyone. Among them were crystal cores and beast bones from 8th and even 9th tier exotic beasts, and even a 9th tier dragon tendon. Each item was priceless. And Bai Ning had a whole pile of them in his possession.
The wood element woman's eyes lit up instantly, her conviction growing stronger.
Look! Everyone can see it. If he wasn't colluding with the Phoenix, how could he have these things? Bai Ning shrugged.
I've already said, the Phoenix clan thanked me for helping them repair the spatial rift and gave me a lot of
good stuff. Impossible. Bai Tianjue clung to any possible excuse to accuse Bai Ning. This must be part of your conspiracy. You're plotting for greater benefits, aren't you? Are you planning to invade the Federation and destroy cities? Speak.
Their logic was shameless to the extreme.
It was baseless speculation, yet they spoke as if it were fact. But Bai Ning had
to admire their cunning, as the crime they accused him of was extremely sensitive, colluding with exotic beasts.
Exotic beasts were mortal enemies of humanity. The people here were soldiers
who fought exotic beasts daily. They hated exotic beasts the most. Countless friends and family members had died at the hands of exotic beasts, and many cities had been overrun by
them. Even the slightest possibility of collusion was unacceptable to them. Some people's gazes began to waver. A faint smile appeared on Bai Ning's lips. If I haven't colluded with exotic beasts and can provide evidence, what will you do?
I'll stand by my words today, this is impossible.
Bai Tianjue slammed the table and stood up. All the clues point to you. What evidence could you possibly have?
The wood element woman organized their arguments, feeling they were flawless, and confidently declared, if you're truly innocent, I'm willing to give
up cultivation. Bai Ning shouted fearlessly, me too. Bai Tianjue echoed loudly. A wave of murmurs erupted around them. So resolute? It seems Bai Ning really might be the culprit. Who would dare make such a vow without solid evidence? It's over. I think Bai Ning is definitely not a good person. Then what about his S-rank military merits? They must be revoked. We can't let someone like him keep such honors. Li Wuqing clenched his fists tightly, staring intently at Bai Ning. Bai Ning, what evidence are you talking about? He had already made
up his mind. If Bai Ning couldn't produce evidence, he would seek justice for the past 5 years of grievances. All eyes were on Bai Ning as he raised his hand again.
A transparent container suddenly appeared in his palm.
Inside lay a peculiar flower, glowing with a radiant spectrum of colors. At its center burned a golden flame, flickering continuously.
Everyone felt the aura emanating from the flower, their pores relaxing, and their spirits lifted. The longevity flower?
Li Yensong, the strongest human warrior, naturally recognized this sacred object.
Guarded by the phoenix.
Even he was so shocked that he was momentarily speechless.
Bai Tianjue was even more overwhelmed, trembling all over as if under a spell, slowly approaching.
The flower. You actually have the longevity flower. This was the treasure he had dreamed of, spending trillions of energy crystals over the years in vain attempts to obtain it.
It had become his obsession.
Bai Tianjue no longer cared about fighting Bai Ning, his eyes were fixed solely on the flower. General Qian San grabbed his old friend Li Yensong excitedly and
asked, "Is this really the item that holds the secret to the phoenix's rebirth?" Li Yensong nodded. Although the others didn't recognize the flower, judging by its aura and the general's reactions, it was undoubtedly extraordinary.
Bai Tianjue was nearly drooling, but before he could reach out, Bai Ning withdrew the flower back into his palm with a faint smile.
"Well, with this, do you still dare claim I colluded with the phoenix?"
Li Wuqing heard about the longevity flower for the first time.
Although its appearance was stunning, he couldn't understand
why Bai Ning was so confident. You have something so precious, doesn't that just prove your close relationship with the phoenix?
Is this your evidence of innocence? He spoke with increasing conviction. "So it was you, Bai Ning, wasn't it?" Bang! A fist suddenly landed on Li Wuqing's head.
Stunned, he held his head, his anger turning into confusion.
"Why did you hit me? Wake up!" Lei Zhang withdrew his fist, muttering, "Do you even know how precious the longevity flower is?" Li Wuqing shook his head.
"I know it's precious, but it's just a flower."
"Nonsense!"
Lei Zhang's eyes sparkled.
"That is the sacred relic the phoenix regard as their lifeblood, holding the secret to immortality."
"Do you think the phoenix would risk their lifeblood
just to plant a spy?"
Li Wuqing's face showed hesitation, but he still argued. "But Bai Ning," Lei Zhang interrupted harshly, "listen to me.
Even if, just hypothetically, even
if Bai Ning were a traitor colluding with the phoenix to betray humanity, the phoenix would never hand over the longevity flower to a human.
Do you understand? If humans could achieve immortality because of it, that would be the real disaster for the beasts."
The surrounding soldiers gasped upon hearing this, and the atmosphere grew tense.
They finally understood just how precious this flower was. Qian San nodded slowly.
"You're right. Throughout history, humans have tried everything: trading, stealing, even using nuclear weapons, but they never managed
to get a single flower from the phoenix. So now, it's absolutely impossible for someone to do something like this for some conspiracy."
Li Wuqing muttered under his breath, "But..."
Lei Zhang punched him again. "But what? Can't you understand human language?" Li Wuqing quickly covered his head, retreating several steps, and said from a distance, "But I have to ask, if it's so precious, how did Bai Ning get it?" This question plunged everyone into deep thought.
Lei Zhang let out a ha, and Qian San and Li Yensong also fell silent.
Bai Tianjue was
just about to grab the longevity flower in front of him when Bai Ning waved his hand, and the flower was withdrawn again. Bai Tianjue staggered, clutching Bai Ning's arm tightly, his eyes filled with madness.
"It was you, wasn't it? Every time I
was just a step away from grabbing the longevity flower, I was blocked by a spatial barrier.
It was you, wasn't it? You
stopped me dozens of times, never letting me succeed."
Bai Ning, why can you get what I can't?"
Ah! His eyes were
bloodshot, and his hatred was almost tangible.
Bai Ning swayed slightly with his movements and let out a soft "oh."
"So, it was you."
He smiled, his eyes curving like crescent moons, looking at the increasingly frantic man in front of him.
This feeling of driving someone to madness was truly exhilarating. "Those dozens of minutes must have cost you a fortune, right?" He pinched
his chin, recalling how he had effortlessly gained billions in devouring progress back then, and couldn't help but sigh.
"Bai Ning, you deserve to die."
Bai Tianjue's glasses were askew, but he was too focused on venting his fury on Bai Ning to care. All his noble demeanor and composure were thrown out the window at this moment.
He only knew that this man had made him miss a once-in-a-century opportunity.
"Without the longevity flower, our project can't continue. That was the top-tier plan to break the
limits of human lifespan. Bai Ning, do you even know what you've done? Every word from Bai Tianjue was like a knife. I said you were a traitor to humanity, and I wasn't wrong at all. Wait a minute. Bai Ning looked at Bai Tianjue in confusion.
From a distance, this face hadn't seemed familiar, but the closer he looked, the more it rang a bell.
What's your name? You don't even know who I am? Bai Tianjue pointed at his own face in disbelief. You don't recognize me? Are you famous? Bai Ning shrugged and asked the people around him, do you all know him? Everyone nodded in unison.
Clearly, they all knew who Bai
Tianjue was.
Only then did Bai Ning realize the connection between them. It's not his fault, after all, he had just returned not
long ago.
His relationship with his biological mother was so cold it was almost frozen. No one had told him the names of the children
from the Bai family's third branch, and he couldn't be bothered to care.
You? Bai Ning frowned, pointing at Bai Tianjue's forehead like an adult scolding a child.
You're my nominal elder brother? Bai Tianjue realized Bai Ning didn't recognize him,
and suddenly felt like all his efforts were wasted.
After all this effort, you don't even know who I am? I'm your second brother, Bai Tianjue. Remember that.
Oh,
then it's simple. Bai Ning showed a relaxed smile. If you were really a researcher, I could have a proper conversation with you. But your surname is Bai, and that complicates things. Bai Tianjue didn't catch the
meaning in Bai Ning's eyes and was about to continue his aggressive questioning when he was interrupted. Bai Ning raised his foot and kicked fiercely, using the leg combat technique he had mastered, aiming to kill the opponent with one strike.
Bang! Bai Tianjue had no time to react and was sent flying as if hit by a cannonball.
But just as he flew a short distance, a powerful
hand suddenly grabbed his neck from behind.
The inertia of being thrown was forcibly stopped, and the pain was excruciating.
Bai Ning, you. Bai Tianjue spat out a mouthful of blood, his chest visibly caved in. He hadn't expected Bai Ning to actually attack him.
Even more unexpected was that seeing that Bai Tianjue was about to collapse, the two elders were still arguing whether Bai Ning was a reincarnated genius.
Li Wuqing couldn't help but say, Ancestor. General. If we don't intervene, I'm afraid Bai Ning will directly kill Bai Tianjue. He had heard Lei Zheng's explanation and confirmed that these were all rumors fabricated
by the Bai Lin and Yu families. And the one who killed Li Wunyan was indeed a subordinate of those three families. At this moment, seeing Bai Ning beating Bai Tianjue mercilessly, he also felt a sense of satisfaction.
But if Bai Tianjue were to die
in the military camp, in front of so many witnesses, it would be hard to explain. He said meaningfully, if someone dies here, it's murder, but if
they die outside, it's just an accident.
Li Yintsong waved dismissively. Xiao Ning knows his limits. You don't need to worry.
Really, Principal?
Lei Jing thought of the scene where Yu Qingdai was cut in half, feeling a bit
uncertain. Oh, you've reminded me. Should we remind Bai Ning to control his strength? Go tell our people to keep their distance and be careful not to get splattered with blood. Ha! It seems it's already too late. Bai Ning originally planned to deal with Bai Tianjue first, but he hadn't expected the people Bai Tianjue brought to be so disobedient. He told them to
stay put, but they were all rebellious. The wood element girl who controlled vines sent her vines toward him.
The other 7th level
ability users also began to unleash their powers.
What annoyed Bai Ning even more was that he sensed a familiar energy fluctuation.
During the previous student council president election, Bai Zhongyue had brought a shadow element dark guard to the
academy.
That dark guard had used shadows to trap him, grabbing his hands and feet, trying to pull him into the darkness.
That feeling of helplessness was something he could never forget.
Fortunately, his master had arrived in time, otherwise, the consequences
would have been unimaginable.
Bai Ning slammed Bai Tianjue hard onto the ground and stepped on his head.
You dare! Bai Tianjue cried out in pain.
Bai Ning's golden eyes lit up, and the power of space firmly suppressed Bai Tianjue, completely
controlling him.
He scanned the surroundings, trying to locate the shadow ability user.
Almost all the night watchmen outside the
lookout tower had gathered, and the crowd was dense, making it difficult to pinpoint the person's location.
That person seemed
to realize Bai Ning was looking for him, and his aura quickly receded, almost disappearing.
Before Bai Ning could find him, the
attacks from the Wood Element Girl and others were already coming at him.
The Wood Element Girl knew Bai Ning was powerful, so she
used 50% of her strength in this strike. The vines surged like giant snakes, overwhelming the sky as they attacked.
So arrogant? Not even dodging?
The 7th level experts who had traveled from the Bai family sneered disdainfully. Arrogance
leads to defeat. Various wind blades and ice shards shot toward Bai Ning. Just you few?
Bai Ning stood still, motionless. He simply stood there quietly. All the fierce vines, wind blades, fireballs, and other attacks froze in midair.
Time seemed to have been paused. The wood element girl, terrified, tried to break free from the vine's restraints. But the vines didn't budge.
At this moment, she suddenly understood why Bai Ning was able to kill the peak 8th level blood demon. She immediately abandoned her attack, pushed off with force, and prepared to retreat. Her retreat was swift, but the spatial rift that followed was
even faster.
Bai Ning snapped his fingers lightly.
Snap!
The crisp sound was like a death sentence.
With the snap, cracks spread
across the frozen space.
Each crack was the sharpest spatial cut. All the attacks vanished in an instant. The spatial rifts
didn't stop there. After shredding the vines, they quickly spread in all directions.
Plop! 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 Several 7th level experts who reacted too slowly had fine bloodlines appear on their bodies.
Then their bodies shattered piece by piece,
scattering to the ground.
The sound of shattering echoed rhythmically. Next was the wood element girl who had just escaped dozens
of meters. She wrapped herself in vines, trying to block the spreading spatial rifts. But her efforts were futile. In the blink of an eye, all the 7th level experts who had attacked Bai Ning were reduced to fragments, mixed into a pile. Cold sweat broke out. Only Wu Qing's back, and his heart was filled with fear. He was only at the 6th level now, and facing several 7th level experts. His only option would have been to run for his life. With a light snap of his fingers, Bai Ning effortlessly reduced the group to pieces. He couldn't help but recall how he had just suspected Bai Ning of being the murderer and even considered attacking him. Fortunately, he hadn't acted on it, otherwise, he would have met a grim fate. Not just him, everyone who witnessed this scene began to doubt their own strength. The Night Watch Corps had always prided themselves on being far superior to other ability users of the same level, capable of taking on multiple opponents. Before Bai Ning appeared, they had dismissed those students raised in sheltered environments as useless. They believed their daily battles with beasts made their strength truly formidable. But now, seeing Bai Ning effortlessly fight across levels, everyone fell silent. Bai Ning was long accustomed to cross-level combat. After snapping his fingers, he focused entirely on locating the shadow ability user hiding in the dark. Those who met his gaze instinctively lowered their heads, not daring to look directly at him. Suddenly, a faint ripple emerged from a corner of the crowd. The fluctuation was so subtle that even the nearby soldiers failed to notice it. Bai Ning's lips curved into a slight smile. Found you. His golden eyes gleamed, and in the next moment, Bai Ning appeared before the person. The man, hunched over, had just lifted his foot, preparing to retreat. It was the dark guard who had previously been by Bai Zhongyue's side. Bai Ning looked down at him, sneering coldly. When I was at the 3rd tier, you bullied me, and I let it slide. Now I'm at the 6th tier, oh no, mid-6th tier. What do you think you should do now? After killing the wood element woman and several 7th tier ability users, Bai Ning's progress had skyrocketed. Devour, 27.5 trillion/5 quadrillion assets, to upgrade to demigod level, Candle Dragon's Eye. Those few had contributed 6 trillion to his progress. Bai Ning had already planned to elevate his level as much as possible before returning to the central zone. Encountering Bai Tianjue's group was an unexpected opportunity. Back when he was at the 3rd tier, this guy had overwhelmed him. Now, at the 6th tier, with combat power equivalent to the 8th tier, losing would be absurd. Bai Ning smirked. You've been with Bai Zhongyue for so long, you must be quite wealthy, right? The man growled in a deep voice. Stop. Bai Ning hadn't expected him to sound so confident. As expected of Bai Zhongyue's subordinate, his aura was impressive. Even knowing he couldn't win, he still dared to shout at Bai Ning. Just as Bai Ning was pondering this, he suddenly heard a thud. The man, completely unguarded, dropped to his knees before Bai Ning, his legs giving out. He raised his hands high above his head, bowing reverently as he pleaded, "Spare me." His forehead hit the ground with a crisp sound. Wow! He knelt so fast, it startled me. The soldiers around were stunned by his sudden kneeling. Bai Ning hadn't expected him to be so outwardly tough but inwardly soft. He chuckled and said, "All right, get up." The man's head remained pressed to the ground. "This lowly one deserves death and dares not disobey." Bai Ning raised an eyebrow. "I said, stand up." The man quickly glanced at Bai Ning and scrambled to his feet. "This guy's pretty obedient. Knows how to admit fault, strong survival instincts. Obviously. Would you dare go head-to-head with Bai Ning?" The surrounding onlookers couldn't help but laugh at how compliant he was. Everyone waited to see Bai Ning's next move. Bai Ning nodded in satisfaction and asked with a smile, "Let me ask you something. Answer well, and I'll let you go. Fair enough?" Yes, please ask. "Did you and those few just now come to the cavern alone?" Bai Ning couldn't shake the feeling that their strength was insufficient. Logically, if they were coming after him, they would have sent more people. During the previous points assessment, there had been at least 3 8th-tier leaders. This time, given the rare opportunity, they should have sent even stronger forces. The man froze, surprised by Bai Ning's question. "This is inconvenient to disclose." Bai Ning smiled faintly. "If it's inconvenient, I won't force you." The man's eyes lit up. "Thank you." Bai Ning's expression instantly turned icy as he raised his hand, preparing to snap his fingers. I'll talk. The man, terrified by the threatening gesture, immediately recalled the gruesome deaths of his companions and dared not remain silent. Bai Ning's lips curved slightly. "Go on." The man confirmed, "If I tell you, you'll let me go? Speak." He gritted his teeth and said, "After you disappeared, the 3 families have been searching for you. Later, we learned your location from young Master Tianjue. 20 of us set out to come here. The journey was too long. We encountered an 8th-tier beast along the way, and 3 died. When the Phoenix lost control, we lost another 2. On the way back to the base, protecting young Master Tianjue cost us 3 more lives." With every sentence, his expression grew more pained. Who would have thought that these usually awe-inspiring 7th-tier experts would face such setbacks in the abyss? Either they were being chased by 8th or 9th-tier beasts, fleeing in disarray, or they were desperately protecting the young masters. Bai Ning's expression was complicated as he glanced him up and down. Really? That useless? Qian-san, standing nearby, couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of tea. The members of the Night Watch Corps also showed strange expressions. This was an SSS-level abyss. Did he think it was his backyard? A slight misstep for a 7th-tier expert could mean death. What the man said was the harsh reality. Meanwhile, Bai Ning, with his 5th-tier strength, riding a phoenix and roaming freely, was the real miracle. The Shadow Guard's face was full of anger. "We really did our best." Bai Ning impatiently waved his hand. "How many are left? Where did they go?" "The ones left are from the Yu and Lin families. They disagreed with young Master Tianjue's plan and acted separately." "Is that so?" Bai Ning stroked his chin. The Shadow Guard quickly nodded. "I've told you everything I know. Can I leave now?" "Leave?" Bai Ning laughed. "You still want to leave?" The man panicked. "You said you'd let me go if I answered your questions." "I said I'd let you go if I was satisfied." Bai Ning countered, "Do you think I'm satisfied?" Before he could answer, Bai Ning grabbed him and dragged him in front of the trembling Bai Tianjue. He raised his chin. "Go, cripple his cultivation." As soon as he said this, not only were the Shadow Guard and Bai Tianjue stunned, but everyone around was shocked. Bai Ning was also from the 3rd branch of the Bai family, and up until now, it had been an internal power struggle within the family. But to cripple his own brother's cultivation, who could tolerate that? Bai Ning reminded, he admitted it himself just now. "If I provide evidence to prove my innocence," he said he'd cripple his own cultivation. He smiled at the trembling Bai Tianjue. "I know my dear brother is timid, so let our family's Shadow Guard help you out." A ruthless glint flashed in the Shadow Guard's eyes. He knew the situation was dire. If he didn't go along with Bai Ning's words, both he and the young master would die today. Gritting his teeth, he struck Bai Tianjue's dantian with a palm. A surge of powerful internal energy shattered the dantian. Instantly. "Ah!" Bai Tianjue screamed miserably, his aura plummeting to that of an ordinary person. Then his head tilted, and he passed out. Bai Ning nodded in satisfaction. In the next moment, spatial energy condensed into a massive hand, gripping the Shadow Guard tightly. The Shadow Guard struggled and screamed, "I did everything you asked." Bai Ning shook his head. "You personally crippled my second brother. How could I let you go?"
The spatial energy tightened, and the Shadow Guard's bones began to
crack audibly.
Driven by a strong will to survive, he shouted, "Wait!
The leader sent by the Yu family is Ghost Hand Yuegwan, an 8th-tier spatial ability user."
Bai Ning chuckled lightly upon hearing this and released him.
The man finally caught his
breath and nervously continued, "I lied to you earlier.
There are many experts hiding outside. If we fail, they plan to bypass
the teleportation array and sneak back to the Federation.
I know their route. Keep me alive, and I can help you avoid them or take them out directly."
After speaking, he stared intently at Bai Ning.
Bai Ning's golden, glowing eyes narrowed slightly, and he
smiled in satisfaction. He had already suspected something was off. From the Phoenix clan's territory to the Legion's base, the distance was vast. According to Bai Tianjue, he had also been near the Divine Tree earlier, attempting to steal the longevity flower. This meant they had set out for the base around the same time.
The Phoenix's flight speed was almost as fast as teleportation, allowing him to return quickly.
Yet Bai Tianjue, a novice, was only slightly slower than him.
How could he have returned so quickly? Someone
must have helped him, and that helper likely had teleportation abilities, bringing him back together.
Fortunately, scaring him had made him spill the truth.
Bai Ning nodded in satisfaction. The Shadow Guard showed a trace of relief, as if narrowly escaping death. Bai Ning's smile turned cold as he slowly said, "But you're only 7th tier.
If you follow me, I might still worry."
Bai Zhongyue thought for a moment and cautiously asked, "But, big brother, his ability is SSS level after all, extremely rare.
Wouldn't killing him directly be too wasteful?"
Bai Zhongyuan finally turned to glance at him, his gaze deep.
"Then give him a chance.
If he is willing to admit his mistakes and return to face punishment, we will only strip him of his cultivation and spare his life. The SSS-level bloodline is too precious, bringing him back could cultivate more promising descendants." Bai Zhongyue revealed a slight smile.
"That's exactly what I was thinking." At that moment, the phone rang. Bai Zhongyue answered, and the calm expression on his face instantly disappeared. "You said Bai Ning broke into the Central District with the Phoenix? What about the people we sent? There are 18 8th-tier experts there." "Say that again. They're all dead?"
Following the route indicated by the Shadow Guard, Bai Ning pursued with the Phoenix.
Yet along the way, not a single figure was in sight. Not even a trace of a beast could be found.
Sensing this overwhelming aura, anything capable of fleeing had already hidden
far away.
Bai Ning cast a cold glance at the Shadow Guard. The Shadow Guard, terrified, dropped to his knees.
"Young master, everything I said is true. They must have escaped too quickly." Bai Ning remained silent, his gaze darkening.
The Shadow Guard immediately began kowtowing repeatedly, not daring to stop.
Li Yensong glanced at his young disciple, his natural aura of authority making him click his tongue in amazement. "The exit is ahead." His expression darkened as he looked into the distance.
Once the Phoenix appears, the Federation's guards will surely panic.
At the border where the underground cavern met the Federation,
there was a transparent barrier. When the Phoenix passed through the barrier, spreading its wings and flying out, appearing at the cavern's exit plaza within the
Federation's jurisdiction, Bai Ning did not see the chaos he had anticipated.
The fresh air outside hit him, and Bai Ning squinted his eyes, feeling a sense of relief. After staying inside for so long, his nose had almost been ruined by the stench.
Li Yensong frowned, a flash of doubt in his eyes. Why is there no one outside?
Before them was the public exit of the cavern. Normally, this place was heavily guarded, with various ability users coming and going.
Yet it had never been this quiet. Ridiculous. Li Yensong's voice sank, filled with unusual tension.
He seemed to realize why this was happening.
Such an important place, and the major conglomerates actually withdrew everyone for their own interests?
Bai Ning quickly noticed the sudden disappearance of the smile on his master's face.
His aura became profound and overwhelming.
Bai Ning had always seen his master as relaxed and carefree, never having witnessed him truly exert his power.
The next moment, endless waves appeared in Li Yensong's eyes, transforming into a boundless, mirror-like ocean. This was his master's ability, Infinite Mirror Sea. The power of the ocular technique silently enveloped the entire plaza. Light seemed to reflect off countless mirrors, distorting everything in sight. Li Yensong's gaze penetrated
everything, scanning the stone slabs below, the distant watchtower, and the outer walls.
Every detail was magnified infinitely within the Infinite Mirror Sea. Bai
Ning held his breath, deeply shaken by the power of this strongest individual. No wonder his master was called the strongest in the world. This kind of presence
was terrifying. Even though Bai Ning could now match 8th tier experts in strength, he stood no chance against his master.
Moments later, the illusions in Li
Yensong's eyes gradually faded.
His expression remained cold, his tone icy.
What a grand gesture.
To welcome us, they actually cleared this place temporarily.
How? Laughable.
Bai Ning was stunned, incredulous.
They cleared out such a military stronghold just to kill me?
What is this, a cinema where you can book the whole
place?
After a brief silence, a voice with a hint of respect came from the void. Elderly, we are under orders to invite Bai Ning back to the Bai family to handle
family matters. We mean no offense and ask for your understanding. Li Yensong sneered coldly in anger.
Clearing out a military stronghold in the Federation, this is
your way of inviting someone?
Before I take action myself, I suggest you show yourselves immediately.
The voice fell silent for a moment, seemingly contemplating how to respond. We can naturally guarantee safety here, but why did you bring the Phoenix Beast into the Federation? The man mistakenly thought the Phoenix
Beast was related to Li Yensong, which was why it followed him back to the entrance. This was something they hadn't anticipated initially.
Otherwise, Bai Ning
would have been warmly received the moment he appeared. The man questioned, as a human, bringing back such a powerful creature, aren't you afraid it will threaten
human safety? Li Yensong couldn't be bothered to explain and directly cursed, none of your damn business. I'll ask you one more time, are you coming out? Or not?
The other party's voice suddenly disappeared. Bai Ning had already used his own pupil technique ability.
After absorbing the spacetime source crystal, the
eye of spacetime had become incredibly powerful. Not to mention, his devouring progress was already more than halfway complete, making it effortless for him to
sense spatial anomalies.
As the other party spoke, he detected a spatial anomaly.
Upon closer inspection, that area of space was distinctly different from its surroundings.
It was like a large patch sewn onto a white cloth, extremely conspicuous. It seemed someone was using an ability to hide in the space, invisible to the
naked eye.
However, the technique was rather crude. If the spatial ability user inside heard this, they would probably be so angry they'd spit blood.
At this moment, in a narrow spatial crevice, 18 burly men were hiding.
They were crammed together, resembling a subway during rush hour.
Someone complained in a low voice, Oldly, can't you make the spatial barrier a bit more spacious? The one called Oldly sneered, do you even understand how complex spatial abilities are?
I'm only at the 8th tier, and it's already not easy to maintain such a large space.
Even if Bai Ning is an SSS-level ability user, he's still far from reaching my level.
These experts were generally not very patient, and being stuck here for so long without being able to move had already worn their tempers thin.
Hearing
someone complain, the others began to grumble as well.
That brat from the Yu family just came back. Why didn't you tell us about the Phoenix earlier? Now we're stuck in a dilemma.
I thought that brat ran back so fast to report good news.
Stop whining and make a decision already. Are we going to act or not? Act? Are you kidding me? It's not just Li Yensong out there, there are over a dozen 9th tier experts. You want to throw your life away? Hurry up and notify the family head, the situation is urgent.
The first person to speak pondered for a moment and decided to try persuading the other side again.
We just want to take Bai Ning back, we won't harm him. Li Yensong had already lost his patience.
Seeing the other side still hesitating, his aura shifted, preparing for battle.
The
air instantly froze, becoming chillingly cold. Hearing the other side's words, Bai Ning's spirits lifted, and he suddenly felt more patient.
Relying on the Phoenix
and his master's influence, he wasn't in a hurry to act.
Moreover, he didn't want his master to personally intervene. Sitting on the sidelines and personally killing were two different matters. Bai Ning didn't want the Li and Bai families to completely fall out. He stopped his master and loudly asked, so what you're saying is, you won't kill me, but you'll make my life miserable?
He was simply curious about how shameless these people could be.
The other side seemed to breathe
a sigh of relief and said, the family head said you killed Miss and this matter needs an explanation.
As long as you sincerely admit your mistake, nothing will happen to you. Ha!
Bai Ning chuckled from his chest.
Admit my mistake? Then what about the evidence I recorded during the day of them trying to kill me? The family head said this matter is still negotiable. Bai Ning dragged out his words, then how about he kneels and apologizes to me? That works too. The other Side was momentarily speechless, awkwardly laughing. Bai Ning sneered. These people truly never failed to disappoint him. Xingyu, standing beside Bai Ning, tugged at his sleeve and curiously asked, "Who bullied you?" Her speech was still not fluent, but her eyes were full of anger, and her little fists were clenched tightly. "We'll help you." The Phoenix clan leader sighed and helplessly asked, "Should we just get rid of all of them?" Bai Ning felt his sleeve being gently tugged. Looking down, he saw Qingyu raising her little face, full of seriousness. She puffed up her cheeks and asked angrily, "Should we act?" In those clear, bright eyes, tiny sparks ignited. Her small fists clenched tightly, swinging wildly at the air. The phoenixes nearby, who had been somewhat impatient, suddenly became excited. They let out a unified, resonant cry, filled with fighting spirit. This sudden display startled the experts sent by various factions. Damn, the phoenixes actually listen to Bai Ning? No way, are we really seeing a talking high-level beast? Old Li, can you hold steady? Is your spatial rift reliable? The spatial ability. User, Old Li, remained calm. Don't panic. My SS-level ability has never been seen through. Even Li Yen-san would need to put in some effort to find us. He was full of confidence, his expression steady. The people beside him finally breathed a sigh of relief. That's good, scared me for a moment. They're just trying to intimidate us, force us out. Everyone, stay calm. As soon as the words fell, Bai Ning chuckled softly. Oh, where does your confidence come from? The voice was exceptionally clear. The people inside the spatial rift froze, then all turned to look at Old Li in unison. Old Li was also dumbfounded. Just now, Bai Ning was talking to us? Without my control, how could he possibly hear us? Bai Ning smirked maliciously, his gaze locking precisely onto their hiding spot. He drawled, honestly, how could I not hear you? Old Li's face stiffened, his eyes filled with terror, as if he were being watched by a predator. He can not only hear us but also see us. We're done for, done for. Just a 6th tier Bai Ning, and you can't handle him. The cramped space instantly descended into chaos. They were completely exposed now. Bai Ning could indeed hear the voices within the spatial rift. After all, such low-level spatial control was utterly insignificant in his eyes. Although the phoenixes couldn't pinpoint the exact location of the spatial rift, they could roughly guess based on Bai Ning's movements. They immediately reacted. Several phoenixes simultaneously raised their heads, opening their mouths in the direction Bai Ning was staring at. Boom! 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 Several concentrated blasts of Phoenix True Fire converged. To the naked eye, the space began to distort and shake violently. The people inside were already scared out of their wits. They watched helplessly as the Phoenix True Fire surged toward them, unable to move. Old Li, your ability is such a scam. We can't even move. What now? Just stand here and take it. Damn. It's so hot, so hot. The high temperature quickly seeped into the spatial rift, turning it into a steamer. Although Old Li was panicking, his ability was still being frantically channeled to stabilize the space. Don't worry, as long as I'm here, we'll only feel the heat. The flames won't directly touch us. The people inside, all at least 7th tier ability users, were drenched in sweat. This is just heat? We need to run. If we don't, we'll be roasted alive. Run? Look at the situation outside. If you go out, it's suicide. You'll be walking straight into the fire to become barbecue. My clothes. My hair is singed. Damn Bai Ning, he actually has phoenixes backing him up. If you've got the guts, let's fight one-on-one. Someone, unable to endure the torment, shouted loudly. Bai Ning, when I get out, let's duel. Xingyu stood to the side, watching the space distort under the flames. The anger on her small face finally dissipated a little, replaced by curiosity and excitement. As a member of the Phoenix clan, she naturally had little fondness for humans. Watching them nearly burn to death elicited no reaction from her. Except for Bai Ning, she saw everyone else as no different from food. Imitating Bai Ning, she tilted her head slightly, a wisp of nirvana fire forming in her hand. The moment the nirvana fire appeared, the temperature soared to a terrifying level, far surpassing the Phoenix True Fire. Li Yen-sang glanced at her in surprise. He gave Bai Ning a meaningful look, as if to ask, who exactly is this little girl? Bai Ning smiled bitterly. In his heart, that's a long story. He was conflicted. Before they set out, the Phoenix clan leader had made him promise not to reveal Chongyu's true identity. But this was his master, practically. Family. Moreover, Xingyu had already used the Nirvana flame, and anyone could see that she was no ordinary being related to the Phoenix clan.
He gently tugged at Qingyu.
Qingyu turned back, looking
at him in confusion.
"What's wrong?" Bai Ning sighed softly.
"For safety's sake, don't use the Nirvana flame so casually."
Qingyu didn't fully understand but still nodded obediently. "All right, got it."
Bai Ning noticed the strange look his master was giving him and could only respond with a polite smile.
He pointed to mid-air. "Master, I'll go deal with those people first." Li Yensong snorted. "Hurry up, don't dawdle."
Bai Ning gestured to the Phoenix clan leader.
"Senior, please hold off for now. I'll handle this."
Only then did the Phoenixes stop their actions. Although they ceased breathing fire, the air was still filled with intense heat.
The people hiding in the spatial rift finally breathed a sigh of relief.
After the Phoenixes stopped their attack, 3 individuals
emerged from within. They had no intention of fighting back and tried to flee as soon as they appeared.
Bai Ning ignored them, his golden eyes lighting up. He directly sealed the exit of the
spatial rift, ensuring no one inside could escape.
The people inside, seeing that the Phoenixes weren't chasing the 3 who had just escaped, were overjoyed and prepared to follow.
However, as
soon as they approached the barrier ahead, they were bounced back.
"Hurry up, Old Li, open the door. Escaping is the priority now. You useless fool, open it already."
Old Li struggled for a long time, his face turning red.
I can't open it." The others grew anxious. "What kind of joke is this? You can't open your own spatial barrier? What are you even doing? I don't have time for your nonsense. Just let us out already."
Old Li panted heavily and finally admitted in resignation, "The barrier has been sealed by a stronger spatial force.
There's nothing I can do." "What? The people inside almost started arguing.
Bai Ning had already leapt into the air, crossing his arms as he watched the farce unfold.
"If you had fought your way out, I might have felt some pressure. But
instead, you chose to put on airs in front of me.
You really deserve to be served up on a platter."
Even when facing a barrier created by an 8th-tier spatial ability user, sealing it was no
challenge. Spatial power relied on quality, not quantity. Their move was practically a gift to Bai Ning.
Bai Ning waved at the people inside the barrier.
"Goodbye now." With that, he clenched his hand.
Space itself was supposed to be invisible, but at the moment Bai Ning tightened his fist, both Li Yensong and the Phoenixes could feel the space being compressed as if it were being crushed.
Bai Ning exhaled. Finally, the people inside fell silent.
The progress bar in his vision surged rapidly, eventually displaying Devour for trillion/5 trillion assets to evolve into subgod level.
Candle Dragon's Eye, *** progress, 80%. Bai Ning let out a muffled groan.
Centered on him, the energy of heaven and earth began to surge wildly. A massive vortex of energy converged toward him. The sky churned, and the winds howled.
Bai Ning's golden eyes lit up uncontrollably for the first time, their brilliance dazzling.
Deep within his pupils, golden patterns became increasingly distinct,
faintly forming the shape of a vertical slit. This kid's breakthrough was this astonishing? Li Yensong's face showed shock as he couldn't help but take a step forward, his gaze fixed on his mysterious young disciple. What level is he advancing to? Such a commotion. He could clearly sense Bai Ning's aura rising at an incredible speed.
The Phoenixes nearby let out long cries, feeling a
sense of awe as they instinctively stepped back. As top-tier mythical beasts, their sensitivity to power was exceptionally sharp.
At this moment, the pressure emanating from Bai Ning was entirely
different from before, even hinting at another level of strength.
The Phoenix clan leader murmured in confusion, "This aura feels so familiar." The aura emanating from Bai Ning stirred his memories, as if he had encountered it long ago, though he couldn't recall the details. Qingyu, on the other hand, had no such concerns.
She only felt that Bai Ning's aura had become even more captivating,
and she couldn't help but want to get closer. She blinked her eyes and let out a surprised wow.
The energy vortex lasted for over 10 seconds before gradually calming down.
When Bai Ning reopened his eyes, the golden light slowly receded, but his gaze became even deeper.
He lightly clenched his fist, feeling the boundless power surging within him. 8th tier peak. So this is what it feels like to reach the peak of the 8th tier, so powerful. It was as if he could control the heavens and earth, soaring freely, and this was just the 8th tier peak.
Bai Ning looked at his master,
and their eyes met. The same question surfaced in both their minds, just how strong is he?
Bai Ning smiled, his tone brimming with confidence, "Master, it seems you won't need to protect me on
the way back anymore." Li Yensong's expression was complex, his gaze increasingly astonished as he looked at Bai Ning.
He stared at him for a long time before sighing deeply. "You've grown so fast.
It's truly shocking."
Li Yensong pondered for a long time, trying to find a fitting word to describe Bai Ning's heaven-defying talent, but no matter how hard he thought, he couldn't find one that
matched.
Top-tier combat skills, invincible abilities, astonishing cultivation speed, and unprecedentedly rapid breakthroughs. My disciple, oh my disciple.
He couldn't help but exclaim, "I considered
myself a genius, taking 18 years to reach the 8th-tier peak, and yet you're only 18 this year." Such growth speed made Li Yensong certain that Bai Ning harbored extraordinary
secrets.
He held back from saying more, condensing all his thoughts into one sentence: "I'm getting old." After breaking through to the 8th-tier peak, Bai Ning's strength had increased significantly,
and he no longer needed anyone's protection.
Looking at his master, who had always cared for him sincerely, he still approached with a cheeky grin.
Getting close to Li Yensong, he said, "Old? What old? I think master is looking younger and younger." Li Yensong snorted coldly. "Let's go. Letting a few people escape doesn't matter." Bai Ning smiled and nodded. "Time to settle the score. Bai Tianyan, Bai Tianlu, Yu Qingshu, and Lin Zhuyu, are you ready?"
The phoenix flock soared into the sky once again, heading straight for the central district.
When thousands of phoenixes swept
across the skies of the Federation's heartland, the shock they brought was almost apocalyptic. Panic spread rapidly.
"Alert! Highest level alert! SSS-class beast swarm invasion.
This is not a drill.
Repeat, this is not a drill. Activate the city defense shield immediately. It's over, it's over. Is this the end of the world? I don't want to die, woo-woo." Screams and alarms echoed everywhere.
Chaos erupted in the streets as people fled for their lives.
Hovercars in the sky flew erratically, and traffic was completely paralyzed. The internet was in an uproar. The Federation's official
emergency announcement was pinned to the top, its words flashing: "Unknown flying creatures have invaded airspace.
All citizens must immediately seek shelter. The Federation military is on full alert." Repeat. All major websites' trending headlines revolved around the phoenixes. Phoenixes descend upon the Federation. Is the apocalypse really here? Li Yensong suspected to be traveling with the phoenixes? On-site photos revealed. Who will save us? Netizens were fervently discussing, with updates surging by the thousands every second. Everyone was glued to live broadcasts,
tracking the phoenixes' movements in real time.
Photos captured. There are people on the phoenixes' backs. The principal of the first academy is actually on a phoenix. The phoenixes aren't attacking. What's going on? The phoenixes have reached the central district.
They seem to be heading straight for the Bai family estate.
Could this not be an invasion of the Federation, but internal strife among the conglomerates? Is the Li family declaring war on the Bai family? The four major conglomerates have coexisted peacefully for centuries. Why the sudden change?
The public, clueless about the inner workings of the conglomerates, could only speculate wildly. At that moment, a live stream went viral, quickly climbing to the top of all major platforms.
The live stream title read, "Risking my life to broadcast. Li Yensong arrives at the Bai family estate with the Phoenix clan? Live truth unveiled." Countless curious netizens immediately clicked into the stream. As the footage appeared, everyone gasped. Though the live stream camera was shaky, it clearly focused on the sprawling Bai family estate. Above the estate, over a dozen phoenixes circled, their golden flames enveloping the entire property like the fire of judgment. The oppressive atmosphere was so intense it felt suffocating even through the screen. Wow, this streamer is really bold. Daring to expose a corporate war live. Aren't they afraid of getting into trouble? Streamer, be careful. I still want to see what happens next. Suddenly, the streamer's trembling voice came through the broadcast. Guys, hit that follow button. I'm risking it all today to bring you the most authentic live coverage. My superpower is clairvoyance. I can see things clearly from a kilometer away. My buddy here has super hearing. Together, we guarantee you'll get the full scoop. Carnival rocket launch. Spam 666 in the chat. Right now, I can see someone on the Phoenix's back, but it's not Mr. Lee, it's... The streamer abruptly stopped, speaking mysteriously. I'll reveal the answer once the viewership hits 1 billion. Almost. Instantly, the screen was flooded with gifts, and the viewership skyrocketed past 1 billion. The streamer was so excited. His hands were shaking, nearly dropping the camera. Finally, he revealed the truth. The person on the Phoenix's back isn't Mr. Lee, it's a young man, and I know who he is. He's Bai Ning, the 7th young master of the Bai family's third branch, who was just recently introduced. Folks, this doesn't seem to be a conflict between the Li and Bai families. It looks like internal turmoil within the Bai family.
When Bai Ning was mentioned, most people had never heard of his name.
Be honest, I know everyone in the 4 major conglomerates, but this is the first time I've heard of Bai Ning. It's normal. If you don't know him, he's different from the other young masters. He's never had a formal coming-of-age ceremony, and
the Bai family has never officially acknowledged him. A friend of mine has a relative whose classmate got into the first
Ability Academy.
Apparently, Bai San admitted it himself.
Yeah, I've heard of him too.
At first, they said he was an illegitimate child from the slums, but somehow he ended up becoming a legitimate young master.
Figures someone from that kind of background wouldn't have a big picture perspective. He's actually siding with the beasts. The streamer glanced at
the lively comments section, which was filled with disdain and mockery toward Bai Ning's origins.
The appearance of the
Phoenix had caused massive societal panic. Almost everyone believed Bai Ning had lost his mind, willing to push the entire
Federation into danger. The streamer was secretly thrilled. This level of traffic was insane. Clearing his throat, he spoke in an inciting tone. Guys, if he's not one of us, we have to unite against him.
No matter what his motives are, this kind of
behavior must be eradicated immediately.
As he spoke, he noticed the person on the Phoenix's back taking a few steps forward.
Zooming in with the camera, he ensured the audience could clearly see Bai Ning's face.
Once his face was revealed, the
viewership would undoubtedly explode. The streamer, already fantasizing about achieving financial freedom for the rest of his
life, focused the camera on Bai Ning's face, zooming in repeatedly.
A crystal-clear close-up appeared. In the frame, Bai
Ning stood atop the Phoenix's head, tall and slender. He lowered his head slightly, his golden eyes shimmering like a starry
sky.
His profile, illuminated by golden flames, resembled a deity descending to the mortal world.
The wind tousled the
strands of hair on his forehead, exuding an indescribable fat. But watching the skyrocketing popularity, he stammered for a long time before saying, "In that case, let's give Bai Ning a little more time and see what happens next."
As he spoke, the camera zoomed out, revealing the full scene. The bullet comments exploded instantly. Don't move the camera. Who told you to pan away? Keep filming his face. I'll send 3 carnivals. If I can't see that face, I'm not watching anymore. The streamer was speechless.
At this moment, Bai Ning stood atop the Phoenix, overlooking the Bai family's ancestral estate. Although he had mentally prepared himself, he couldn't help but marvel. It was enormous, more like a small city than
an ordinary estate.
There were various buildings, training grounds, and even artificial mountains and waters, covering an area comparable to several golf courses. Now, this small city was completely enveloped by a semi-transparent shield.
The shield exuded an aura of spatial lockdown, clearly designed specifically to counter teleportation abilities. Bai Ning raised an eyebrow and smiled. Looks like they think highly of me.
He had just reached the peak of the 8th tier and hadn't
officially made a move yet.
Earlier, he had his master take Xingyu away to avoid being restrained during his actions.
He
thought to himself, wondering if he could break this energy shield with his full strength. A hoarse voice came from the main residence. Bai Ning, you are a descendant of the Bai family, yet you collude with exotic beasts to attack the ancestral
estate. What are you trying to do? Order the Phoenix to retreat immediately and come in to admit your mistake. The family might still go easy on you considering your youth. Bai Ning chuckled, his voice echoing in the air. Admit my mistake? Why don't you take down this shield first?
The hoarse voice continued, this is the Yu family's latest shield, capable of withstanding the attacks of a 9th-tier powerhouse for over half an hour.
Don't be arrogant. Moreover, the Star Annihilation cannon in the Central District is already aimed here. If you really make a move, it will be tantamount to declaring war on the entire Federation. As your elder, this is my final advice, turn back while you still can. The livestream chat was in shock. Isn't that the Star Annihilation cannon that's said to be capable of dealing with 9th-tier exotic beasts? Half the Central District would be flattened with one shot. The Bai family is this ruthless? What about us ordinary folks?
Bai Ning is so young, yet the Bai family is pulling out such a big setup against him.
The maintenance cost of this shield for 1 second is probably more than I could earn in a lifetime. The Bai family monopolizes energy crystals. This is nothing to them. So powerful? What about my husband? The Phoenix might dodge the Star Annihilation cannon, but can Bai Ning's body withstand such an impact with his strength?
To everyone's surprise, Bai Ning not only showed no fear but
smiled even more brightly. Who gave you the courage to still talk to me like this? He pointed to the spatial runes on the energy shield and smiled. Do you really think I can't get in? In the distance, the sharp-eyed streamer sighed to the livestream audience. What makes this kid Bai Ning so cocky? Just because old Master Li lent him the phoenix? It's not even certain if the phoenix will listen to him. The atmosphere in the livestream began to cool. The streamer is right. With old Master Li not around, why would the phoenix listen to a kid? My husband is handsome, but his brain doesn't seem to be working. Is Bai Ning drunk?
The Bai family said this shield can withstand a full-force attack from a 9th tier.
Does he really think the phoenix can break it? Is my brother so angry he's lost his mind? But honestly, this is way too much of a show-off, isn't it? The next moment, all eyes were on him. Bai Ning slowly raised his right hand, his 5 fingers slightly spread. Golden patterns lit up in his pupils, forming the shadow of a vertical pupil. At the same time, the energy shield outside the Bai family's ancestral estate began to glow intensely. The originally stable runes melted away like snow under the sun, rapidly dissipating. Zzz, the shield emitted a sharp buzzing sound and began to flicker wildly. The hoarse voice from the main residence could no longer remain calm. Bai Ning, what did you do? Wait, you've already reached the peak of the 8th tier? How is that possible? You've only awakened for less than 2 months. The bullet comments exploded. What kind of move is this? Just a glance and the runes disappeared? How? Wait. That person said Bai Ning is already at the peak of the 8th tier. The peak of the 8th tier, my friends. Brother is amazing. The streamer was completely dumbfounded, muttering repeatedly, the peak of the 8th tier. He was 28 years old and had spent 10 years of arduous cultivation to reach the 3rd tier. Yet that voice claimed Bai Ning, who had awakened less than 2 months ago, had already reached the peak of the 8th tier? Was he even human? Bai Ning did not respond. He slowly tightened his 5 fingers into a fist, a casual motion. The energy shield, which relied on spatial runes for support, instantly collapsed with a deafening explosion. Brilliant light fragments rained down like a shower, illuminating the terrified faces in the Bai family's ancestral home. The energy shield capable of withstanding a 9th tier attack was shattered so effortlessly by Bai Ning. This energy shield, built at great expense by the Bai family, couldn't even last a minute in front of Bai Ning. Bai Ning's figure slowly descended, landing in front of the main residence. He stood expressionless, gazing at the luxurious, castle-like mansion, and said indifferently, "You're mistaken." The voice inside paused, then instinctively asked, "What?" Bai Ning extended a finger and gently wagged it. "It's not 2 months. To be precise, it's 1 month and 18 days. The light rain from the shattered energy shield had not yet dissipated when Bai Ning calmly stepped through the wreckage and entered the main residence. Inside, layers of elite guards from the Bai family stood ready. There were many of them, most at the 7th tier, with quite a few at the 8th tier. Yet at this moment, not a single one dared to step forward to stop him, nor did they dare utter a word. The crowd automatically parted to make way, their faces filled with bewilderment. To reach the peak of the 8th tier in just 1 month and 18 days, this speed was like a rocket. What did that make them? Bai Ning walked forward without looking sideways, the soles of his shoes clicking crisply against the polished floor. Bai Zhongyue sat on a chair, as if on pins and needles, his hands gripping the expensive agarwood armrests tightly. He suppressed the storm surging in his heart and asked his confidant beside him, "Didn't the Yuan Lin family say they would teach this junior Bai Ning a lesson together? Where are the people they sent?" The confidant trembled all over, his head almost buried in his chest. Third Master, we just received word that the Lin family said this is an internal matter of the Bai family, and it's inappropriate for them to intervene. Bai Zhongyue's veins bulged. What about the Yu family? Bai Ning personally killed Qingdai, and her father from the Yu family isn't doing anything? The confidant trembled even more violently. The Yu family said they'll settle the score with the Bai family over Miss Qingdai's death later. Right now, they're busy handling her funeral. Idiots! Bai Zhongyue slammed the table in fury, his anger surging to the point of almost spitting blood. How long had it been? The 2 major conglomerates had already retreated at the last moment, and what they feared was merely an 18-year-old boy. If this got out, Where would the four major conglomerates' dignity go? Bai Zhongyue suddenly raised his head. Bai Ning, don't get too full of yourself. The Bai family's century-old foundation isn't something you can easily shake. If you disregard family ties, don't forget you bear the Bai surname too. Bai Ning finally stopped in his tracks. He let out a cold laugh, his tone icy. Now you remember I bear the Bai surname? He glanced around, his gaze sweeping over the so-called family members. When I was paving the way for Bai Tianyan, that useless fool, you called me an illegitimate child. When Bai Tianlu kidnapped my friend and sent sixth-tier experts to kill me, who among you remembered I bore the Bai surname? When you colluded with outsiders, setting up a trap in the underground cavern, even destroying the energy shield and sending countless assassins. Even when my classmates all wanted to harm me, who cared that I bore the Bai surname? Not long ago, you even sent people to block the cavern exit, demanding I return and apologize. Have you forgotten? His voice was calm, as if those events had nothing to do with him, as if he were merely recounting someone else's story. Bai Zhongyue gritted his teeth and responded, Tianyan was indeed spoiled by me and has a bad temperament, but you didn't handle things well either. Yet you've grown so much. How about we let this matter rest? I'll have him sincerely apologize to you, and the family will compensate you. With your achievements today, I'm happy for you, but don't be too willful. Before the words were finished, Bai Ning interrupted with a mocking laugh. Compensation? Father? Bai Ning repeated these two words. Do you deserve to call yourself father? Do you know what my life was like growing up? I was an orphan since childhood. How did I survive in that cruel slum? How did I fight stray dogs for food? How did I use torn newspapers as blankets to keep warm? He looked at Bai Zhongyue with ridicule. And now you're talking to me about compensation? Compensation for what Bai Tianyan did to me? Bai Ning slowly shook his head. Tell me, what exactly did Bai Tianyan do to me? Spell it out, one thing at a time. Bai Zhongyue's lips began to tremble uncontrollably. This third master of the Bai family, always dignified and imposing, who had faced countless ruthless people, was now drenched in cold sweat in front of Bai Ning. Didn't you just say what he did to you? Bai Ning raised an eyebrow. Bai Zhongyue quickly responded, at most, he just offended you with a few words. After all, you're his elder brother. Bai Ning raised his hand to interrupt him again. He glanced around, found an empty chair, and sat down heavily. Speaking of being brothers, why not call Bai Tianyan over to join the conversation? Bai Zhongyue opened his mouth, trying to find an excuse to refuse. But Bai Ning gave him no chance, snapping his fingers lightly. Snap. The sound was soft, but the solid wood side door of the hall suddenly burst open. Boom! Wood splinters flew, and a figure stumbled out. It was Bai Tianyan. Tianyan. Bai Zhongyue frowned, worried that Bai Ning might act directly against him. Bai Ning sneered as he glanced at the scene. He pointed at Bai Tianyan's face, then at himself and Bai Zhongyue. Do you think the three of us look alike? Bai Ning moved slowly, like a cat toying with a mouse, with a playful expression. He tilted his head slightly, his gaze shifting back and forth between Bai Tianyan and Bai Zhongyue. Doesn't anyone find it strange? He pointed at Bai Zhongyue. This father of mine has a square face, wide mouth, and classic phoenix eyes, right? And my dear younger brother, he pointed at the trembling Bai Tianyan, has an oval face, thin lips, and slightly scleral eyes. Bai Ning stretched his tone. So here's the question, do they look like father and son? He had long found it suspicious. Bai Tianshu and Bai Tianjue, the two brothers, one resembled Bai Zhongyue, the other resembled Yu Li, with obvious family traits. Only Bai Tianyan, caught in the middle, bore no resemblance to either parent. Such an obvious difference, in a family that placed great importance on bloodlines, had gone unquestioned for over a decade? Now that Bai Ning had pointed it out directly, everyone couldn't help but start comparing. The more they compared, the stranger their expressions became. The livestream chat exploded. The streamer, through a companion's earpiece, transmitted all the sounds from the main residence to the viewers. No one could believe what they were hearing. Holy crap, what did I just hear? I can hear this too? Streamer, run. If the Bai family finds out, your life won't be safe. Someone please Photoshop a comparison and analyze their features. Is this real? The legitimate son is fake, and the illegitimate son is real? Even novels wouldn't dare write This. Any medical experts in the chat? Can you really determine biological relationships based on facial features? The comments scrolled so fast that the platform couldn't keep up.
But no one cared about these details, they were all fiercely
debating. Many even started downloading photos of Bai Zhongyue and Bai Tianyan to carefully compare and analyze. The streamer, hearing this news, was initially in disbelief.
But soon, cold sweat broke out all over his body.
Guys, I need to get out of here, he said, dazed. I just wanted to check on the Phoenix's situation and earn some views. I didn't mean to spy on the Bai family's secrets. This is big trouble.
Hearing this, many kind-hearted viewers in the livestream also urged
him, run quickly, throw away your phone, and escape. If the Bai family finds out, the consequences could be dire. I
told you from the start, don't get involved in this kind of thing. Stay out of corporate family matters.
But aside from these warnings, most viewers were just there for the drama. Host, don't leave.
I'll send 20 carnival coins, I want to
know if Bai Tianyan is telling the truth or not. This is a rare chance to hear insider news about the consortium. Host, could you sacrifice a bit for us?
At that moment, the sharp-eared psychic twitched his ears.
He hesitated about whether to continue repeating what was being said inside. The clairvoyant host thought, since the matter had already been exposed, he might as well come clean. So, he resolutely said, continue the livestream. The livestream chat was filled with comments like,
the host is awesome, as his companion mechanically repeated the words.
Bai Tianyan said, I look a lot like my relatives.
On my mother's side, don't talk nonsense. From his voice, he seems to be trembling, not very confident.
Bai Ning replied, the solution is simple, call Yuli over and do a paternity test in front of everyone. Bai Tianyan screamed, don't talk nonsense. Don't slander me. The Bai family isn't a place where you can do whatever you want. Bai Ning said, wake up and look around. Who dares to touch me? Wow, so arrogant?
The host got goosebumps when he heard the phrase who
dares to touch me?
The Bai Ning fans in the livestream chat went wild.
Husband. So cool. Who dares to touch me? I can't take it anymore. LOL, Bai Ning, I'm not here to joke, I'm here to replace your dad.
The one who said replace.
Your dad earlier is hilarious, but it kind of makes sense?
At this moment, the psychic interrupted urgently.
Wait. There's movement.
Outside, there's the sound of a hover car landing rapidly.
It's a woman. She's charging straight in. As
soon as he finished speaking, a fleet of hovercars sped toward them.
It's over. We're doomed, brothers. Send the host A666 and let's go.
The clairvoyant host didn't even bother with the livestream equipment on the ground and turned to run. Before leaving, he didn't forget to ask for tips from the livestream chat. The screen shook violently, and a cold, stern voice broke into the livestream. This matter concerns the Bai family's reputation. Until it's clarified, please refrain from
spreading rumors. The internet is not a lawless place.
Then the signal was cut off, and the screen went black.
Just as
the livestream ended, the hovercars had already stopped in front of the main residence. The car door swung open, and a noble yet furious woman, Yuli, stepped out. A team of guards surrounded her as they quickly entered the hall.
As soon as she
stepped inside, she rushed toward the trembling Bai Tianyan, shielding him and glaring at Bai Ning with full vigilance.
That was fast. Bai Ning raised an eyebrow. Did you sense that Bai Tianyan was in trouble? Or are you afraid some secret will be exposed?
She shouted sternly, you didn't grow up with us, and that's my fault for not teaching you well.
But today, you dare to come here and cause trouble, even slandering your own brother? Are you so sure?
Bai Ning felt a twinge
of doubt. Blood relations could be determined with a DNA test, right?
Where did she get the confidence to declare in front
of so many people that Bai Tianyan was her biological brother? Wasn't she afraid of being proven wrong later? Bai Zhongyuan,
seated in the main chair, had remained calm and expressionless. It wasn't until Yuli barged in that he slowly spoke.
Hasn't this gone on long enough?
His voice carried an undeniable authority, instantly silencing the murmurs among the Bai
family members. His gaze fell on the imposing Bai Ning. Bai Ning, your return today and the strength you've shown are indeed impressive.
As the head of the Bai family, I'm gratified to see a younger generation member like you in our family. He acknowledged Bai Ning's abilities and then said, the family has indeed wronged you in the past.
I will give you an explanation later.
However, his tone shifted. This matter now concerns the reputation of both the Bai and Yu families. Conducting a public paternity test based solely on appearances is too disgraceful and frivolous. Zhang Yue, take your people back to your branch and resolve this misunderstanding yourselves first. Bai Zhang Yue immediately understood the meaning behind his elder brother's words. This was a stalling tactic. Bai Ning's sudden return had indeed caught them off guard. But with a little more time, the Bai family's foundation was not something to be trifled with. However, Bai Ning simply smiled. Did you think I came here today for a family reunion? Bai Ning's laughter echoed through the hall. Did you think? I came here today for a family reunion, he repeated, his voice turning cold, all traces of mockery vanishing, leaving only naked killing intent. Did you get it wrong? I didn't come here to talk about who's whose son, nor to seek justice or recognition of ancestry. He pointed at Bai Tianyan, whose gaze was evasive. I came here for his life. The atmosphere in the hall instantly turned icy. Bai Zhang Yue's expression changed. Bai Zhang Yuan, still maintaining the dignity of the family head, frowned and said, you must understand, such a thing is impossible. There are countless powerful weapons aimed at this place outside. How dare you act so recklessly? Bai Zhang Yue stood up angrily, berating Bai Ning. I don't care how you brothers fight among yourselves, but if you want Tianyan's life? That's impossible. Bai Ning seemed not to hear their threats, and continued, it's not just him. There's one more person. He looked at Bai Zhang Yuan. I've also decided to take Bai Tianlu's life. Outrageous. Bai Zhang Yuan stood up abruptly, the combined pressure of his authority as the family head and his instinct to protect his children erupting simultaneously. A powerful aura, accompanied by his abilities, pressed down on Bai Ning. Bai Ning, do you really think the Bai family has no one left? As he stood, a group of well-trained guards stepped forward in unison, all aiming at Bai Ning. Their movements were precise, their target unified. A wave of oppressive energy surged forward. Bai Zhang Yue, Yu Li, and others also released their own auras almost simultaneously. In an instant, Bai Ning became the target of everyone's hostility, subjected to pressure from all directions. Yet, there wasn't a trace of tension on his face. Instead, he seemed somewhat bored. Under everyone's shocked gazes, he slowly stretched his neck, then spoke leisurely, have you forgotten? I'm already at the peak of the 8th tier. As his words fell, his spatial ceiling power, far surpassing everyone else's, erupted completely. In an instant, all light, sound, and even energy within the old mansion froze. The glow of the treasures aimed at Bai Ning halted mid-air. Everyone was frozen in place, unable to move. Bai Zhang Yue's mouth was open, but no sound came out. Yu Li and Bai Tianyan's eyes were filled with complex emotions, their terror unmistakable. Shock was written all over their faces. All the energy fluctuations attempting to attack Bai Ning dissipated the moment they neared him, as if colliding with an invisible wall. Bai Ning walked through the group of people who were as stiff as statues. He once again stood before Bai Tianyan, who was being protected by Yu Li. He extended a finger and lightly tapped Bai Tianyan's immobilized forehead. See, he murmured as if talking to himself, I want his life, do you agree? A highly unstable spatial turbulence began to gather at Bai Ning's fingertip, slowly forming a spinning, transparent energy sphere. This was a new attack method he had conceived after advancing to the peak of the 8th tier. It somewhat resembled the Rasengan he had seen in anime in his previous life. This was also his first time using it. The principle was to mimic the characteristics of spatial rifts, creating a miniature spatial storm. This spatial turbulence carried a sharp force capable of easily tearing through the defenses of an ordinary 8th tier powerhouse. Without hesitation, he aimed directly at Bai Tianyan's forehead. If this strike landed, Bai Tianyan's head would be instantly shredded, leaving no chance of survival. Yu Li's eyes were filled with despair. She struggled desperately to move and stop him, but found she couldn't even move her eyeballs. She could only watch helplessly as Bai Ning launched his attack. Bai Zhang Yue was also filled with regret. If he had known Bai Ning would grow this powerful so quickly, he would have dealt with this trouble on the way back, avoiding today's tragedy. Bai Tianyan felt the breath of death. Extreme fear caused his pants to become wet, and an unpleasant smell quickly spread. Sigh, a weary sigh echoed through the sealed hall. With this sigh, a beam of darkness, as black as a black hole, appeared in front of Bai Tianyan's forehead. The spatial storm at Bai Ning's fingertip was directly swallowed immediately. A figure dressed in simple gray clothing silently emerged from the void,
standing in the center of the hall.
His face was lined with wrinkles, but his aura was powerful. He was a true ninth tier
master.
He looked at Bai Ning with a complex expression and slowly spoke, "Child, stop.
With your abilities, why would you turn against your own clan?" As this man appeared, a trace of joy flashed in the eyes of Yu Li and the others. He was none other than the Bai family patriarch, Bai Hunyang.
As a ninth tier master, his strength far surpassed the 8th tier.
The gap between tiers for ability users was significant, especially between the 8th and 9th tiers. Even though Bai Ning was
an 8th tier peak master, he had to be cautious when facing a 9th tier opponent. However, Bai Ning showed no signs
of nervousness.
He sensed the other's abilities and immediately understood. This man was not only the Bai family patriarch, but also, like his master, a 9th tier expert. Across the entire world, there were only about 10 9th tier masters.
It
was not surprising that the Bai family, as one of the 4 major conglomerates, possessed such a powerhouse.
The ability he had just used seemed like a devouring force, halting Bai Ning's attack. Its specific effects were unclear. But Bai Ning,
relying on the power of the soon-to-be breakthrough of the Candle Dragon's Eye to reach subgod level, was unafraid of a
9th tier master. Suddenly, he felt a bit playful and feigned a good-natured demeanor as he spoke to Bai Hunyang, "Clan? Don't joke around. When have you ever treated me as family?" Bai Hunyang was not angered and replied calmly, "Blood ties are there. If you insist on killing your own people, I cannot stand idly by. Do you know the biggest difference between the 9th and 8th tiers?"
Upon hearing this, Bai Ning's mind immediately recalled what his master had told him. Ability users who reached the 9th tier could grasp a power called force. Force was not just a suppression of aura but a power close
to the essence of the world. It represented an ultimate understanding of one's abilities, capable of forming domains and wielding absolute dominance. It could even fundamentally alter certain physical laws. If pushed to the extreme, it could theoretically reach the realm of the legendary gods. Bai Hunyang, seeing Bai Ning's eyes shift slightly, he immediately understood that the other had some knowledge. "It seems that Li Yensong, that old man, has told you. In that case, you should be even more aware that the road ahead is still long."
As his words fell, a powerful aura spread from him. With the release of this force, the people in the hall who had been sealed by Bai Ning finally regained their freedom. Yu Li's eyes were filled with excitement, almost leaping with joy. As expected of the Bai family patriarch, he could suppress Bai Ning's strange space-time abilities. Bai Ning raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised, turning to see Yu Li and Bai Tianyan rejoicing. Like children, he was even more astonished. "I say, you guys, the match is only halfway through, and you're already popping champagne to celebrate?" The Bai family members in the hall, now free, staggered backward, their faces showing the fear
of having survived a disaster. Their gazes toward Bai Ning began to grow increasingly arrogant.
Yu Li immediately hugged Bai Tianyan tightly, completely ignoring the fact that he was still trembling from fear and had lost control of his bladder.
Glaring at Bai Ning with hatred, Bai Zhongyue and Bai Zhongyuan also quickly retreated, creating distance and placing all their hopes on the patriarch.
Facing this miraculous aura, Bai Ning suddenly laughed. This feeling he hadn't experienced
it in a long time.
Ever since entering the abyss, he had hardly felt this kind of pressure. And this feeling was exhilarating. Bai Ning could sense his spacetime eye pulsating wildly. Moreover, these hypocrites of the Bai family still dared not make a move against him, mainly because they feared the phoenixes around him. Over a dozen 9th tier phoenixes continued to circle in the air, releasing terrifying energy waves. He also had to pay attention to the Bai family's mention of the
Star Annihilation Cannon.
With his current perception abilities, he could sense at least 10 extremely dangerous energy sources
locked onto this location, ready to erupt at any moment.
Thanks to teleportation, he wasn't worried about himself, but
the innocent civilians outside the Bai family's old residence might be destroyed by the power of the Star Annihilation Cannon.
If the Bai family is pushed to the brink, they would absolutely resort to such measures. Both sides were locked in a
strange balance. Bai Hunyang kept his eyes fixed on Bai Ning, sensing the boiling battle intent in his gaze. He felt a bit puzzled. This child could actually make him feel a hint of threat under his aura suppression? Just what kind of little monster was this?
It had been a long time since he'd seen that old fellow Li Yensong, and he hadn't expected him to unearth
Such a treasure. Bai Hanyang's tone softened. Child, don't let a moment of impulsiveness drive you to a life and death struggle with the family. Take a step back, and you'll see the world truly controlled by the consortium. He spoke slowly, with a tempting tone. You may not yet understand the position of our Bai family. While some aspects may not be so honorable, that's not the entirety of the family. We control technology and resources that can change the global landscape, monopolize all energy and mineral resources, and possess cutting-edge technology that ordinary people have never encountered. This is the true power of the consortium controlling the Federation. The advancement of all ability users in the Federation is inseparable from the consortium's support. As long as you're willing to nod, everything in the past can be set aside. With me as your guarantor, I'll bring you into the true core of the Bai family's power. By then, you'll realize that personal grievances are insignificant in the face of true power. These words made all the Bai family members hold their breath. No one dared to refuse such an enticing offer. After all, it was a benefit personally offered by the Bai family's patriarch. Even Bai Zhongyue, the head of the third branch, was filled with jealousy. He knew very well that the patriarch's words almost confirmed Bai Ning's position and intended to bring him into the Bai family's core circle. Bai Zhongyue's nails dug into his palms. It had taken him decades to barely touch the edge of the core, yet Bai Ning, at just 18, had already achieved this. He forced a smile, his tone unusually gentle toward Bai Ning for the first time. Xiao Ning, he addressed Bai Ning, why don't you quickly agree to the patriarch? Being too willful won't benefit you or the family. After listening, Bai Ning quietly looked at Bai Hanyang for a few seconds, then suddenly laughed. Monopoly on energy? Monopoly on technology, he said mockingly, his gaze growing more derisive with each word. The abyss is humanity's greatest problem, and countless people die every year because of beast tides. Instead of solving the problem, you're busy monopolizing resources? What's there to be proud of? Bai Ning shook his head with a smile. But honestly, it is quite impressive. He paused, his tone softening. However, I can take a step back. When Bai Hanyang heard Bai Ning criticize the consortium, he didn't show anger. Instead, there was a faint, almost imperceptible trace of gratification. In his view, Bai Ning's awareness indicated that he was beginning to take responsibility. Only then could he better accept the consortium's existence. He nodded in satisfaction and smiled, saying, I wish you had thought this way earlier. Bai Ning suddenly interrupted, I can take a step back, as long as Bai Tianyan and Bai Tianlu are killed. The gratification on Bai Hanyang's face froze instantly. Those who had been jealous moments ago because of the patriarch's promise of future benefits were also stunned. Wasn't this just throwing away the opportunity? He was practically asking to die. Bai Zhongyue looked at Bai Ning with disdain. This guy really had no sense of the bigger picture. Given the chance to rise to the top in one step, he didn't know when to back down. The patriarch valued bloodline connections above all else, and daring to suggest killing by family members in front of him was sheer ignorance of the word death. Hearing his son's name, Bai Zhongyuan stepped forward, standing behind the patriarch, and whispered, Patriarch, this child Bai Ning is indeed difficult to control. Perhaps. His gaze turned severe. Bai Hanyang said indifferently, Bai Ning, think it over again. Bai Ning's tone turned peculiar. You all keep talking about being brothers of the same clan. Why not start by proving the blood relationship through a test? Bai Hanyang frowned. He had been away for many years and wasn't very familiar with the situation. Of the third branch, even Bai Zhongyuan, the head of the Bai family, was not entirely clear about Bai Tianyan and Bai Ning's true identities. He believed Bai Tianyan and Bai Ning were twin brothers, with Bai Ning having been separated for some reason. However, Bai Zhongyue knew the truth. If the blood relationship was truly verified, Bai Tianyan might not escape death. Hearing Bai Ning's words, Bai Zhongyue's face immediately darkened. Bai Ning spoke leisurely, it's simple. You say I suspect Bai Tianyan without evidence, so let's go to a professional institution to compare DNA. Yuli clung tightly to Bai Tianyan's arm, her emotions tense. Bai Ning, what trick are you trying to pull? Again? Bai Ning ignored her, focusing solely on Bai Hanyang. Bai Hanyang, who had controlled the Bai family for years, had sharp judgment. Seeing Yuli and Bai Zhongyue's reactions, he knew the matter was not simple and nodded in agreement. Yuli suddenly stepped forward, pointing at Bai Ning and saying word by word, if you falsely accuse Tianyan, and the test proves he truly is of Bai family bloodline, then you must abolish your cultivation and let our third branch deal with you. Her gaze at Bai Ning was filled with hostility, as if looking at an enemy. This stirred suspicion among the surrounding Bai family members. Could there really be an issue with Bai Tianyan? Bai Zhongyue, the third master, had raised someone else's son for 18 years, and now he and his wife were still protecting this fake young master? Ridiculous. Bai Hanyang nodded slightly, accepting this gamble. If Bai Ning is making baseless accusations, I will personally deal with him. But if what he says is true, he cast a cold glance at Bai Tianyan. Bai Tianyan shivered under the gaze and quickly said, "Rest assured, if I am indeed fake, I am willing to end my life on the spot and not trouble anyone else to act." His words were fast and urgent, full of the grievance of being wronged. This reaction made those who had just doubted his identity hesitate. Yuli's face showed both heartache and determination, as if Bai Tianyan had suffered a great injustice. But she bit her lip, appearing strong. Bai Ning observed their reactions, and alarm bells rang. In his mind, something was off. From the moment Yuli stormed into the hall aggressively, he had sensed something was wrong. Moreover, when Bai Tianyan saw him arrive, instead of avoiding him, he had sneaked into the main residence to eavesdrop, only to be caught. All these signs indicated the situation was not simple. Not to mention their current confidence in undergoing the blood test, they must have some backing. Otherwise, Bai Tianyan wouldn't have boldly declared, "I'd rather die than acknowledge him as my brother." But what trump card did they have? Bai Ning lowered his head in thought. This wasn't the ancient method of simple blood testing, where adding alum to blood would prove parentage. This was the era of advanced technology. What method could prove their relationship? As he pondered, several servants carried in a silver-white machine. The Bai family's old residence had a medical center, which allowed them to bring the testing equipment so quickly. A doctor bowed slightly and introduced to Bai Hanyang, "We are using the latest generation of gene sequence comparison technology, capable of completing high-precision kinship testing within 30 seconds, with an error margin of less than 1 in a million. Bai Hanyang nodded indifferently. Soon, sampling needles pierced the fingers of Bai Zhongyue and Bai Tianyan in turn. Blood dripped into the machine, which buzzed as the progress bar quickly rose. Everyone stared at the screen. Bai Tianyan and Yuli displayed confident smiles. Bai Tianyan, in particular, even shot Bai Ning a smug glance. Seeing their reactions, Bai Ning understood the result was about to be revealed. He clicked his tongue softly. "Excuse me, can this machine test hair or saliva in addition to blood?" The doctor replied sternly, "In theory, any sample with a cell nucleus can be tested, but blood is the optimal choice." Bai Ning nodded and asked no further questions. As he spoke earlier, he had been observing Bai Tianyan's reactions. Although Bai Tianyan was nervous, he didn't show any significant abnormalities. Yuli's face even revealed a fleeting, almost imperceptible cold smile. This indicated the issue wasn't with Bai Tianyan's DNA, although there are various supernatural abilities in the world, some capable of blood exchange. He did not believe anyone could completely change a person's DNA. Soon, the progress bar reached 100%. The results show that the probability of a father-son relationship between the two samples is as high as 99.98%. A glint of triumph flashed in Bai Tianyan's eyes, but he feigned a look of grievance on his face. "Ancestor, the evidence is conclusive. Bai Ning has never treated me as a brother." Yuli's tears immediately began to flow. "Ancestor, you saw it with your own eyes. Bai Ning is cruel-hearted and only wants to harm Tianyan. Please, Ancestor, uphold justice for us and abolish his cultivation." Bai Henian's gaze turned cold as well. "Bai Ning, do you have anything to say?" Bai Zhongyue was somewhat surprised when he saw the results, but he quickly composed himself, secretly glancing at Yuli. The couple exchanged a look, and their years of tacit understanding allowed Bai Zhongyue to instantly grasp the situation. No matter what methods she had used, the most important thing now was to quickly deal with Bai Ning. When he first discovered Bai Ning's astonishing talent, he had considered drawing this biological son to his side. But after investigating Bai Ning's way of handling matters, he was certain that Bai Ning was the type to hold grudges to the end. Faced with such a person, you either don't provoke them or strike a fatal blow. Bai Zhongyue stepped forward and said, "Please, Ancestor, take action and deal with this unfilial son for me." Bai Ning remained calm, carefully staring at the testing machine. "Wait," Bai Ning spoke, just about to say something. Ning waved his hand. "I still want to go to an external institution for testing to feel at ease. The Li family should also have testing institutions under them. Testing a few more times shouldn't be a problem, right, everyone? As he spoke, the corner of his eye caught Bai Tianyan's body trembling. Seeing this reaction, Bai Ning immediately confirmed where the problem lay.
Yu Li, with a strong psychological composure, continued to press, "You are too calculating.
We've already tested according to your wishes, and now you want to go back on it? Do you have to get the result you want before you're satisfied?" She then turned to Bai Henian.
Bai Ning is indeed strange, especially with his astonishing growth rate.
Please believe me, if it weren't out of desperation, how could I, as his biological mother, bear to abolish such a talented son?
Yu Li's words hit the mark with every sentence.
To others, it indeed made sense. With a son like Bai Ning, what parent wouldn't cherish him?
Unless he was truly a bad seed, they wouldn't have the heart to destroy him.
Bai Henian also began to doubt.
His gaze filled with dissatisfaction.
Bai Ning's heart sank. It seemed they wouldn't give him the chance to test externally. He quickly came up with an idea.
With a wave of his hand, he used spatial power to bring out two peers. He swiftly drew their blood and, following the doctor's earlier procedure, restarted the testing program. His speed was so fast that the others couldn't react in time.
Bai Ning.
Bai Zhongyue was the first to react, shouting sternly.
Yu Li's face turned pale.
The machine buzzed, and Bai
Tianyan collapsed to the ground once again. No. No.
He looked at the progressing bar in despair, letting out a wail. Yu Li immediately lunged at the machine, her palm
striking out.
However, she was repelled by an invisible force and fell heavily to the ground. Bai Ning, confirming she had no chance to interfere further, withdrew his gaze.
Trying to play tricks under my watch? Dream on. Ding.
Time passed quickly, and the new test results were out.
The results show that the probability of a father-son relationship
between the two samples is as high as 99.99%. Two peers with no direct blood relation had a father-son relationship probability higher than Bai Tianyan and Bai Zhongyue.
By 0.01%? How was that possible?
At this moment, no one doubted Bai Ning's words anymore. Everyone's gaze toward Yu Li and Bai Zhongyue turned strange.
Ha! Bai Ning sneered. So, now, if I kill Bai Tianyan, is there still a problem?
Bai Henian furrowed his brows tightly, his gaze filled with disappointment as he looked at Bai Zhongyue.
Even Bai Zhongyuen's gaze toward Bai Zhongyue became peculiar. What were you thinking? Ignoring your biological son and favoring a fake? Wasn't that just foolish? Bai Henian took a deep breath. Zhongyue, what you've done is too much.
His voice was calm, but the weight of his words made Bai Zhongyue kneel on the spot.
Even in front of so many
people, doing so would affect his dignity. But now was not the time to care about such things. The patriarch placed great importance on bloodlines, and now he had personally
discovered that the third branch was shielding Bai Tianyan, even falsifying evidence in public. With decades of social experience, Bai Zhongyue knew that if his attitude was wrong now, he would lose his status as third master. Bai preserving his position was the most urgent matter. He looked up, tears streaming down his face. Patriarch, I was truly wrong, he cried, bowing his head forcefully twice, his forehead immediately swelling red. I was foolish, I just couldn't bear to see the child I raised under my care suffer, and I couldn't bring myself to drive him away. Tianyan has been with me for 20 years, always calling me father. I was momentarily confused and indulged him.
Thinking back now, Li suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, her eyes glaring as if they were about to split open. Bai Ning coldly withdrew his hand, the energy at his fingertips slowly dissipating.
Yet, an even more powerful force erupted within him. An invisible shockwave spread outward.
All the high-level ability users present, especially Bai Hanyang of the 9th rank, clearly felt that Bai Ning's aura underwent a qualitative leap at that moment. Golden light flickered in Bai Ning's eyes, and the shadow in his gaze gradually took shape. He looked at Yu Li's heart-wrenching appearance and recalled the first time he met her. She was wearing a pale yellow cheongsam,
elegant and noble.
But now, for Bai Tianyan's death, she looked utterly deranged.
To say he felt no emotion at all would be a lie, but guilt? Not a shred. Ever since Bai
Tianyan kidnapped Meng Tianshi, he had been placed on the kill list. If you dare to act, you must dare to bear the consequences. Bai Ning did not linger and turned to walk toward the door. With each step he took, his aura grew increasingly terrifying, making it hard for those around him to breathe. Everyone silently stepped aside to clear a path for him. Bai Hanyang watched Bai Ning's retreating figure, his lips moving slightly. Bai Ning, you. Bai Ning paused in his steps and glanced back. Those were vertical, golden pupils. Like an ancient beast opening its eyes, coldly gazing at the world, exuding an aura of icy indifference that disregarded everything.
All the words by Hanyang
wanted to say got stuck in his throat, and his heart trembled.
9th rank.
This child had truly become a powerhouse, completely breaking free from his past constraints.
He had entered the ranks of the strongest in the current era, becoming the youngest 9th rank expert in history.
Given his age, the heights he could reach in the future were
unimaginable.
Perhaps the heights that the elders had never been able to attain would be the ones he would take the first step toward.
Standing behind him, Bai Zhongyuan
took half a step back after seeing that glance.
It was clear to everyone that after killing Bai Tianyan, Bai Ning's aura had skyrocketed at an astonishing rate, faintly showing signs of rivaling the ancestors. This incomprehensible rate of improvement even made Bai Zhongyuan, the head of the Bai family, feel a chill down his spine. Bai Ning, this monster, did he achieve a breakthrough by killing his own brother? Truly bizarre. Bai Tianyan was already dead,
but his son was still alive. With Bai Ning's hatred for Bai
Tianyan, his next target would likely be him. Looking at Bai Ning's current aura, who could possibly stop him?
Bai Ning ignored the gazes and thoughts of the crowd, turning to walk out of the main residence's gates. As soon as he stepped out, the terrifying energy surging within him was unleashed without restraint.
Boom! An invisible pressure
rapidly spread outward. The ground beneath his feet began to crack, the fissures spreading like a dense spiderweb.
The Bai family's main residence was struck heavily by this pressure.
Paintings and antiques on the walls fell one after another, and the luxurious crystal chandelier swayed violently.
The entire building trembled fiercely. At the
entrance, apart from Bai Hanyang, everyone felt as if an invisible mountain was pressing down on their heads, causing their legs to give way as they knelt to the ground. Even Bai Zhongyuan, the head of the Bai family, was knocked over by this force, his blood and energy churning.
Bai Zhongyue, who was already kneeling, was directly flattened to the ground.
Even Bai Hanyang frowned, activating his abilities to resist the pressure.
The space around Bai Ning distorted slightly, his outline becoming blurry. He took
a step forward, and in the next moment, he appeared high in the sky, joining the phoenixes.
A dozen phoenixes let out sharp, alert cries simultaneously, their massive wings flapping fiercely. The flames of Nirvana ignited instantly, dyeing the entire sky red.
The leading Phoenix clan chief looked at Bai Ning, who stood steadily in midair, and was momentarily speechless.
When I first saw you a few days ago, you were just a 6th rank human. How are you already 9th rank now?
He stared at Bai Ning's vertical pupils, finding them increasingly familiar. That aura instinctively made him feel wary. Bai Ning ignored the Phoenix's vigilance, focusing entirely on this unprecedented
surge in power.
No wonder everyone said the 9th rank was an entirely new realm, one that even the strongest 8th rank could not rival.
After killing Bai Tianyan, his
devouring progress had accelerated rapidly during the day. Yen alone contributed 20% of the progress, directly maxing out the progress of the Candle Dragon's Eye.
Devour
0 out of 100 trillion assets, to grow into a god-level, Candle Dragon Heavenly Eye.
Upgrading to the next stage actually requires 100 trillion assets. Bai Ning couldn't help but sigh.
That much money, even if he wiped out all the conglomerates, wouldn't be enough.
Could it even be done?
To fully catch up with this progress, there was still a long
way to go.
He would even need to develop his own forces and gradually increase his income to gather that 100 trillion.
However, with his current strength, this wasn't too difficult.
After reaching the 9th tier, he felt his power skyrocketing, entering an entirely new level. At the 6th tier, his teleportation range was at most 2 kilometers. And when being pursued by peak 8th tier blood demons and phoenixes, his escapes were often in disarray. But now, at the 9th tier, he could teleport over 100
kilometers in one go.
With his current speed, if he were chased again, he could shake off everyone with just one teleport.
Of course, now he didn't think anyone could force him to flee.
A teleportation range of over 100 kilometers was still slightly inferior to Sun Wukong's somersault cloud, but it surpassed almost all known modes of
transportation. Even rockets couldn't match his speed. Moreover, he had just entered the 9th tier, leaving plenty of room for improvement.
Beyond teleportation, his control over spatial locking, cutting, and time flow had also reached new heights. An ability user like the Blood Demon would likely be completely suppressed just by facing him.
But this wasn't even his greatest gain. Ability users at the 9th tier would acquire a power called momentum.
When his master had mentioned this before, it had sounded like a riddle to him, but now that he had it, he understood. His master hadn't exaggerated at all. He felt he could create a domain where the spatial structure was entirely under his control. Space could be as solid as steel or as fragile as paper. Time could be sped up, slowed down, or even nearly frozen. However, he hadn't fully grasped the true meaning of momentum yet. But his current abilities were already more than sufficient. Taking down Bai Tianyan was just the first step. Next were Bai Tianlu, and then those fools from the Lin and Yu families. With this power, he could kill them without any hesitation. No one could stop him, no one could stand in his way. His confidence was through the roof. Before taking action, Bai Ning planned to first make a hefty profit from each family. After all, he was still short of 100 trillion assets. Once his plan was set, Bai Ning concealed his aura until he appeared to be just an ordinary handsome guy. He slowly spoke, "Thank you, seniors, for escorting me. If it weren't for the phoenixes backing him, the Bai family wouldn't have been so cautious today, and killing Bai Tianyan wouldn't have gone so smoothly." Bai Ning wasn't one for pleasantries, but he silently remembered this favor. "I'll take good care of Qingyu." The phoenixes let out a harmonious cry, sensing his sincerity. The Phoenix clan leader, unusually gentle, said, "The first time I saw you, I knew you were destined to reach the 9th tier. And I was right." A nearby phoenix nodded, "I've lived for 1,000 years, and this is the first time I've seen a human with such terrifying talent." Exactly. Suddenly, a phoenix remarked, "He and our Qingyu are truly a match made in heaven." The Phoenix clan leader gave a disapproving glare but said nothing. If Qingyu liked him, with this human strength, he was indeed worthy. Neither side lingered. The phoenixes still had the undying tree to guard, so they immediately set off back to the underground cavern. Bai Ning didn't stay either. With a single thought, he teleported over 100 kilometers. In the next second, he appeared at the academy. The academy was peaceful and serene, seemingly unaffected by the earlier Phoenix invasion. But after being away for a few days, returning to the school made Bai Ning feel as if he had been gone for an eternity. In the evening, the setting sun cast its glow on the leaves by the roadside, and a gentle breeze rustled them softly. Students, full of energy, gathered in small groups here and there. "Brother Bai, is that you?" A familiar voice called out from behind. Bai Ning grinned. That single brother Bai instantly pulled him back to reality. Turning around, he saw that it was indeed Meng Tiancherd. He was still wearing that shabby Shamate-style outfit, with his yellow hair and a carefree smile, looking as if he had no worries in the world. Everything seemed unchanged as they met again at the academy gate. The two walked into the academy with their arms around each other's shoulders like brothers. "Stone, you're doing pretty well. It's only been a short time since we last met, and you've already advanced to mid-tier second rank? Hee, just lucky, I guess. Mainly because my dad got me some good stuff. I'll share some with you later. Your injuries are all healed, right?" "All good. But you, Brother Bai, why does your aura seem like that of an ordinary person? Last time I saw you, you were upper tier. Second rank. You should be third rank by now, right?" More or less." Meng Tiancher suddenly remembered something and asked in a low, mysterious voice, "Just a few hours ago, someone from the principal's office told me I could return to the academy. Do you know what that's about?" "A few hours ago?" Bai Ning raised an eyebrow. That was probably when he and his master had just returned to the central district. He hadn't expected his master to confirm at that time that Bai Tianyan and his people wouldn't target Stone anymore. It seemed they were quite confident in themselves. "Don't worry, from now on, the consortium won't trouble you anymore." Hearing this, Meng Tiancher finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Brother Bai, you don't know how much our family's business relies on the Bai Corporation. When my dad found out I was kidnapped, he didn't even dare to seek revenge, afraid it would affect our business. But luckily, the Bai Corporation doesn't bother with small companies like ours." Bai Ning patted his shoulder. "Stick with me, and you won't be treated unfairly." Meng Tiancher scratched his head, clearly not fully understanding the deeper meaning behind Bai Ning's words, and took it as encouragement between friends. He chuckled, "Of course. I'm counting on you to take me to the top, Brother Bai." Bai Ning didn't bother explaining further. Some things are more convincing when seen with one's own eyes. By the way, Meng Tiancher changed the subject, "Don't get too hostile with young Master Tianyan and his people because of me, brother. You just returned to the central district, so you don't know how terrifying the consortium can be.
While I was hiding at home, you didn't completely fall out with them, did you? Bai Ning chuckled lightly. As long as that's fine. Meng Tianchi patted his chest in relief. I've been busy packing to return to school and haven't had time to catch up on the news about the Phoenix invading the Federation. Someone from the principal's office just told me it's safe now. As he spoke, he pulled out his phone to check the latest updates online. Oh. Luckily, the Phoenix figured things out and returned to the abyss, otherwise, it would have been a real headache. There's a trending live stream recording? Looks pretty popular. Hearing about the live stream, Bai Ning leaned over curiously. The video started playing, showing a scene of Phoenix is circling above the Bai family's old residence. Brother Bai, they actually went to your house? Nothing serious happened, right? No, Bai Ning replied dismissively, continuing to scroll through the video. He then noticed that someone had dared to sneak closer and record the scene. Curious about what was captured, he hoped it didn't include him. Otherwise, it would cause a lot of trouble later. But in the next moment, the camera zoomed in, and Bai Ning's heart sank. His high-definition, handsome face appeared in the video without reservation. His cold expression as he looked down was like that of a world-destroying villain. Beside him, Meng Tianchi froze, his eyes wide open in shock. His phone slipped from his hand. With a thought, Bai Ning stopped the phone midair before it hit the ground and floated it back into Meng Tianchi's hand. Meng Tianchi asked blankly, Brother Bai, you don't have a twin brother, do you? Of course not. Bai Ning clicked on the video and stroked his chin, commenting, say what you will, this video showcases at least 80% of my handsomeness. Guess you can rest assured now? The consortium won't dare mess with you anymore. Meng Tianchi. He was still immersed in the scene of Bai Ning riding the Phoenix, his heart racing and his legs feeling weak. He muttered to himself, no wonder the principal's people were staring at me earlier, their eyes full of envy. No wonder you told me to relax. No wonder you showed up at the academy gates right after the Phoenix retreated. Oh my god. He recalled how he had been worried earlier that Brother Bai might fall out with the consortium and had advised him to hold back. Little did he know, Bai Ning had already ridden the Phoenix and stormed in to kick down the door. Bai Ning wanted to admire his dashing self a bit longer, but the video suddenly went black. A notification popped up. On his phone, video has been deleted. Clearly, the consortium had started controlling public opinion. Bai Ning had no choice but to hand the phone back to Meng Tianchi, smiling as he helped him up. You're finally showing some promise. Bai Tianyan has been dealt with. Next, those involved in your kidnapping, Bai Tianlu, Yu Qingxue, and the others, I won't let them off either. Meng Tianchi was so moved that his eyes welled up. Bro, you're better to me than my own dad. Let's go. Bai Ning planned to visit his master first, so he parted ways with Meng Tianchi. Along the way, he encountered more and more classmates. Soon, he noticed that everyone passing by was sneaking glances at him, with many whispering among themselves. With Bai Ning's abilities, eavesdropping on their chatter was effortless. Wow, Senior Bai Ning is back. Did you guys see that video? So cool. He's being called God by now. He has over 10 million fans online, and there's even a dedicated super topic for him. Did he really fall out with his family? Not sure, but since he's back at school, it seems like things are resolved, right? True, if something major had happened, he probably wouldn't be able to leave the Bai family. Look, even your phone wallpaper is God Bai. It's for convenient screen licking, you wouldn't understand. No, I mean, send me the original image, I want to change mine too. Listening to his classmates' discussions, Bai Ning couldn't help but smile. He had initially worried about being reprimanded for exposing the Phoenix. Unexpectedly, public opinion was working in his favor. However, being constantly stared at made him uncomfortable, so he directly activated his golden eyes and teleported away. In an instant, Bai Ning's figure vanished, causing a wave of exclamations. Wow, Senior teleported. So cool. Did you see his golden eyes? They're unbearably handsome. I speak for everyone when I say God Bai must be the top pick on the Academy's must-watch list. Agreed. But I couldn't tell what level God Bai is at now. I heard he was already at Tier 4 during the individual competition. Tier 4 right after enrolling? Not only is he handsome, but his talent is also incredible. Bai Ning didn't hear any of this. He had teleported directly to his master's private training room. Upon landing, he saw his master and Lei Zhang. Lei Zhang was startled by Bai Ning's sudden appearance, but burst out laughing when he recognized him. You brat, you're so bold. You actually dared to storm the Bai family headquarters. Ha! He froze, his expression suddenly turning complicated. Strange, why can't I see through your level anymore?
Bai Ning chuckled and first greeted Li Yinsong.
Li Yinsong set down his teacup, a hint of surprise
and satisfaction flashing in his eyes. It seems your return to the Bai family has yielded far more than expected. Bai Ning knew that with his master's cultivation level, he could naturally discern that he had advanced to tier 9.
He hadn't intended to hide it anyway. Just lucky, I guess. Lei Zhang glanced at Li Yinsong, then at Bai Ning,
completely clueless about their cryptic exchange. In truth, with his mid-tier 8 strength, he couldn't discern Bai Ning's true level at all.
When Bai Ning returned to the base, Lei Zhang couldn't gauge his cultivation.
Now, it was even more elusive. Lei Zhang felt as though the master and disciple were discussing some earth-shattering secret.
Thinking about Bai Ning's unusual behavior since his return, he grew a bit anxious.
Kid, are you distancing yourself from your teacher?
He pretended to be angry, glaring at Bai Ning.
Bai Ning scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Directly stating that he had reached tier 9 seemed like showing off.
During this trip, my level improved. Just a little bit.
He gestured with 2 fingers, indicating a small amount, making a gesture that would alarm any Korean man from his previous life.
Lei Zhang suddenly slapped his thigh, realization dawning on him.
Your technique has broken through, hasn't it? I told you, this time you came back with your aura so well concealed, it must have the effect of blocking others from probing. He never expected Bai Ning to surpass him.
Not bad, kid. I remember you were already at the 5th tier in the underground cavern. With your technique breakthrough, you must be at least 6th tier now, right? Such a little monster. How long have you been in school?
Already at the 6th tier.
I bet you'll surpass me soon.
Lei Zhang sighed, giving Bai Ning a heavy pat on the shoulder, his face full of admiration. Bai Ning scratched his head again.
Teacher, my technique
has indeed broken through to mastery, but it's not the 6th tier. In his spare time, he had been cultivating his self-created Chaos Primordial Sutra in the Wutong Forest.
This technique, which fused multiple top-tier methods, far surpassed ordinary peak-level techniques. After breaking through to mastery, he no longer needed to meditate to cultivate. Energy would automatically flow within his body, enhancing him anytime, anywhere. During battles, he could even absorb energy from the heavens and earth,
replenishing himself rapidly. If it was just opening a spatial rift or casually forming a Rasengan, it almost cost him nothing.
Lei Zhang was stunned for a moment. Huh, so you're not at the 6th tier yet?
No wonder Bai Ning's expression was a bit odd. He must not want to admit he hadn't reached the 6th tier. He comforted him, at your age. Being at the 5th tier is already impressive. Plus, with your technique, you'll definitely reach the 6th tier soon.
Bai Ning scratched his head again. Teacher, I'm actually at the 9th tier now. 5th tier, huh? Not.
Lei Zhang didn't process it immediately, subconsciously thinking he said 5th tier.
His voice instantly rose by 8 octaves.
Bai Ning smiled, raising his hand to gently close Lei Zhang's gaping mouth. He knew anyone hearing he was at the 9th tier would react like this.
But he didn't expect Lei Zhang's reaction to be so dramatic. Lei Zhang took a sharp breath. Ha! Bai Ning, 9th tier.
Lei Zhang was stunned for a long moment before
suddenly exhaling heavily. What the? You're really at the 9th tier? What kind of monster are you? It's only been a few days, and even a rocket isn't as fast as you.
He suddenly rushed to Bai Ning's side, circling him like he was a rare treasure. He wanted to reach out and touch him but pulled back, his face full of shock.
Li Yinsong also
let out a long breath, raising his head slightly with a proud expression.
Alright, Xiao Lei, don't forget whose disciple this is. 9th tier, what's so surprising about that?
Lei Zhang hung his head.
Really, principal? So if I became your disciple, I'd reach the 9th tier too? Why don't you take me as your disciple?
His face was full
of do you hear yourself? Bai Ning couldn't help but laugh. After laughing for a while, he asked, Master, I wanted to ask, is there a way to make money quickly? Li Yinsong was a bit surprised. Make money? You're short on money? Lei Zhang's eyes widened too. Don't you have a pile of high-grade exotic beast materials? Selling them would be worth at least hundreds of billions. And that longevity flower, TSK, it's priceless. Bai Ning smiled bitterly. I need a lot of money, really a lot. After all,
his golden finger was akin to a gold-devouring beast.
To upgrade the divine level candle dragon heavenly eye, he was still far from enough. A full 100 trillion. That wasn't an ordinary number. By the standards of his previous life, even the combined market value of Google, Microsoft, and Apple couldn't match that figure. He continued, I'm considering whether to start my own company. After all, I have some strength now. More importantly, ever since he transmigrated to this world dominated by conglomerates, he had been holding back a fire in his heart. Finally, today he had reached the 9th tier. In the Federation, a 9th tier expert carried significant weight. From what he knew, among the 4 major conglomerates, only one had a 9th tier expert. The other 3 widely known 9th tier experts included one named Qian-san, who belonged to the Li conglomerate. The other 2 had no clear affiliations and remained neutral. If he wanted to establish his own force, it was absolutely feasible. However, he hadn't figured out a specific plan yet. Instead of pondering aimlessly, it was better to ask his experienced master. Unexpectedly, before Li Yensong could speak, Lei Zhang objected first. Your family is the Bai conglomerate. Why start from scratch if you need money? Why not just take direct control of the Bai family? I did think about that at first, Bai Ning blinked, but I still have some things to do. Once I'm done, the Bai family will definitely be furious. Besides, Bai Ning continued, Bai Tianyan and the others were willing to drag all their classmates into the mess just to kill me, leading to so many innocent people dying in the abyss. Yet even so, they managed to walk away unscathed. In the Federation, anyone who wants to awaken their abilities has to buy the Lin family's awakening potions. Only those connected to the conglomerates can get higher grade potions to awaken stronger abilities. Even the Yu family's top treasures and the Bai family's energy ores are tightly controlled by them. Everyone has to rely on the conglomerates to survive. Even starting a company requires choosing one of the 4 major conglomerates as a backer and handing over a portion of the income. But isn't humanity's greatest enemy supposed to be the abyss? The Phoenix clan alone has over a dozen 9th tier experts, but what about humanity? And the SSS-level ability users, all the known ones come from the conglomerates. Out of so many people in the Federation, has there never been an ordinary person with such abilities? Bai Ning's rapid-fire questions hit the conglomerate's weak points one after another. The more he learned about this world, the more he despised the conglomerates. Now, aside from making money, his greatest wish was to bring them down. But, of course, such words couldn't be spoken lightly. Bai Ning's words were sharp and satisfying, while Lei Zhang listened with his eye twitching. Hey, have you forgotten that the person sitting in front of you is the patriarch of the Li conglomerate? Li Yensong didn't respond immediately. He sat quietly, his deep gaze fixed on Bai Ning. It was as if he could see through Bai Ning's heart, his eyes looking even further, as though into the future. The room fell silent, with only Lei Zhang's heavy breathing breaking the stillness. Lei Zhang's heart was in his throat, and cold sweat broke out on his back. He desperately signaled Bai Ning with his eyes to say something to ease the tension. Although the Li family was considered a rare exception among the 4 major conglomerates for resisting the abyss's encroachment, sending their children to train in the abyss from a young age, growing up to become night watchers, and dedicating their lives to guarding the abyss, they were still a conglomerate at their core, enjoying the immense benefits that came with it. Lei Zhang worried about how Li Yensong, as the patriarch of the Li family, would react to Bai Ning's criticism of the conglomerates. Just as Lei Zhang was about to speak to defuse the situation, Li Yensong finally reacted. He slowly raised his head, his eyes showing no anger but rather a complex emotion, something between surprise and being moved. From what you're saying, you want to take us old conglomerates down on your own? Feeling the pressure in his master's gaze, Bai Ning closed his eyes briefly. After a moment, he took a deep breath and straightened his back. Yes. Lei Zhang, sitting beside him, couldn't bear to open his eyes. Bai Ning continued, actually, it's not entirely like that. I just think that the world doesn't necessarily need conglomerates. Maybe there's a better way. Master, you've helped me a lot along the way. I don't want to destroy anyone, I just hope to break the current monopoly the conglomerates have on everything. Li Yensong listened, as if hearing something amusing, and chuckled softly. Why are you so nervous? Bai Ning was also surprised and smiled. Master, you're not angry? What's there to be angry about? Li Yensong shook his graying head. Lei Zhang looked at the rare gentle expression on the principal's face, almost unable to believe it. What was going on? He wasn't angry? Li Yensong sighed. When I was young, I had thoughts like yours too.
But the ties of the Li family run too deep for me.
To achieve what you're talking about is too difficult. However, becoming the head of the Bai family doesn't conflict with your goals.
Bai Ning nodded and chuckled lightly.
Once I kill Bai Tianlu and Yu Qingxue, if the Bai family still doesn't tear off their mask, then we'll see.
These two, along with Lin Zhuyu, were the sons and daughters of the heads of the three major conglomerates. When they die, these people might make a big move at any time. Lei Zhang was startled upon hearing this. Bai Ning spoke so casually, as if he
wasn't talking about killing the direct descendants of the three major conglomerates. It sounded as ordinary as talking about eating a watermelon.
Li Yintsong smiled mysteriously.
You'll understand when the time comes.
Bai Ning still had no real concept of his 9th-tier strength and was completely unaware of how important he was to the Bai
family.
Such a treasure, Bai Hanyang would hold him in the palm of his hand, let alone turn against him. Changing the subject, Li Yintsong said, "You can handle these small matters
yourself. Now that you've reached the 9th tier, there are some things you should know. Do you know what lies beyond the 9th tier?"
Bai Ning instinctively shook his head. Everyone knew that the 9th tier was the highest level humans could achieve. He had thought so too. But ever since his golden finger broke through to the subdivine level and entered the 2nd stage, he began to suspect that there might be an even stronger existence beyond the 9th tier. Perhaps there really were gods.
After all, he had
just entered the 2nd stage and was already at the upper 9th tier. The resources required for the 2nd stage were 10 times what they were before.
However, gods only existed in legends. If they truly existed, why had no one ever heard of them?
His master's next words resolved his doubts.
My great-grandfather was one of those who broke through the 9th tier and entered the divine realm.
It's said that the 10th tier is the realm of gods, capable of moving mountains and filling seas with a wave of the hand. However, like most who entered the divine realm, he was never heard from again after entering.
The divine realm? That's right. The divine realm is just the name we gave it. The entrances are underground in many places.
Each place corresponds to different elemental law zones, such as wind, fire, and thunder.
To go beyond the 9th
tier, you must deepen your understanding of your own abilities.
These zones are the best places for that. You mean to enhance one's aura? Li Yintsong nodded. Exactly. Your ability is spacetime.
This power is incredibly strong in combat but very difficult to comprehend.
What's even harder is that, so far, no law zones with spacetime characteristics have been detected.
Bai Ning frowned upon hearing this. In the past, he could level up just by devouring resources. Now, he wasn't sure if his 2nd stage
golden finger would still be as effective.
If it was really as his master said, and he had to go to those law zones to improve, it would be troublesome.
Besides this, he
also noticed a word his master had mentioned.
Most? Li Yintsong raised an eyebrow. You do know how to catch the key points. Indeed, a small number of people who entered the divine realm can rely on their own abilities to communicate with some people in the current world. But most are unprepared, so if you can avoid them, don't engage.
He changed his tone, his expression becoming serious.
Bai Ning quickly nodded. Don't worry, master, I'm the most cautious person. If you're cautious, then no one in this world dares to be reckless. Li Yintsong scolded with a laugh, then turned serious again.
I'm worried that if you keep targeting the conglomerates, they might dare to
seek help from people in the divine realm.
9th tier is powerful, but in the eyes of 10th tier experts, we're nothing more than ants. Looking at his worrisome little
disciple, he sighed. I'm giving you a warning, though you might not listen. But I must tell you, be extremely careful. The master and disciple exchanged a smile. Bai Ning
repeatedly promised to be careful before bidding farewell to his master. When he stepped outside, it was already dark. As soon as he walked out, he saw 2 groups of people waiting at the door, clearly having waited for a long time. They were dressed impeccably and exuded powerful auras, with the weakest among them being at the 7th tier.
Many
passing students were drawn by the scene, gathering around curiously to watch.
As soon as Bai Ning appeared, the 2 groups almost simultaneously stepped forward quickly, bowing slightly with great respect. Congratulations, young Master Bai Ning, on advancing to the 9th tier. The 2 teams bowed in unison, their voices synchronized. Bai Ning raised an eyebrow, immediately understanding.
Besides the Bai family, the only ones capable of sending 2 teams of this caliber were the Yu family and the Lin family.
Was this because he had killed Bai Tianyan, scaring them into proactively offering gifts?
Before he could speak, they had already taken the initiative. The people from the
Yu family were the first to speak.
offering a spatial ring with both hands and sincerely saying, "Young Master Bai Ning, this is a gift prepared by the Yu family. It's a small token of our goodwill, please accept it with a smile." Then, the Lin family representative stepped forward with a beaming smile. "The Lin family has also prepared some potions that might help you consolidate your realm." The students watching from afar immediately erupted in chatter.
Did I see that right? The people from the consortium are being so humble? What did they just say? Advancing to the 9th tier? Baishin is 9th tier now? Wow, how old is Baishin this year? Am I dreaming? Someone wake me up. 18 years old and 9th tier? Are you kidding me?
I can't accept that someone is not only more handsome than me but also has such incredible talent.
Absolutely not.
Bai Ning heard the surrounding discussions clearly. He also understood why the Yu and Lin families were giving gifts in public. It was nothing more than wanting everyone to know they were proactively showing goodwill, hoping he would spare Yu Qingxue and the others. If he were truly 18, he might have let it go because of this. But he wasn't. His experiences from 2 lifetimes had taught him not to be deceived by so-called morality, believing it would be a death sentence.
The Yu family representatives
felt a pang of anxiety when Bai Ning didn't react. They quickly projected a list of gifts into the air: SSS grade heart protection mirror, SSS grade wrist blade, SSS grade void breaking bow. One by one, over a dozen top-tier treasures appeared. The list caused the surrounding students to gasp in shock.
Even Bai Ning, who had seen much in his life, couldn't help but secretly marvel.
His Sky Hunter was crafted by the Yu family. Its effectiveness was something he had to admit, even if he disliked the Yu family. The Sky Hunter had boosted his strength by at least 20%.
Each SSS grade treasure was worth at least tens of billions, all incredibly powerful.
Their functions varied, including defense, hidden weapons, energy storage, and more.
Their value was immeasurable. Among them was the void-breaking bow, specifically prepared for his void-breaking arrow technique, a gesture full of sincerity.
Bai Ning believed that once he mastered these treasures,
the Lin family representatives were not to be outdone. Smiling warmly, they handed over a paper list. "Young Master Bai Ning, please take a look. The Lin family has prepared 100 top-tier SSS grade vitality potions and serenity potions for you. Among them, the
serenity potions can help you better comprehend the laws, tailored specifically for 9th tier ancestors."
Observing Bai Ning's reaction, they continued, "Additionally, the Lin family has established a dedicated
research team for time-space potions to develop potions that will help enhance your abilities."
This was a clever move. They knew ordinary potions couldn't compare to treasures, so they customized potions exclusively for Bai Ning.
Not only were they practical, but they also carried symbolic value, scoring double points. The Yu family representatives immediately turned pale upon hearing this, fearing they would fall behind.
They hurriedly added, "The Yu family will do the same.
The family head has specially gone into seclusion today to enhance the performance of your Sky Hunter." Before leaving, the Yu family head had personally
instructed them on these terms.
To quell Bai Ning's anger, they were willing to offer extremely generous conditions.
If Bai Ning was still dissatisfied, they could continue to increase the stakes. The value behind these offers exceeded tens of billions, it was endless.
The Lin family representatives refused to be outdone, immediately promising that Bai Ning could take as many potions as he wanted from the Lin family in the future. The Yu family urgently guaranteed that if Bai Ning's treasures were ever damaged, they would repair them for free at any time. The 2 families kept adding to their offers, their faces flushed with effort, afraid of falling behind and becoming Bai Ning's target.
The onlookers were dumbfounded, completely stunned.
They had only heard of the consortiums being high and mighty, but they never expected them to be so
obsequious. Those potions and treasures, which they couldn't afford even with their entire family fortune, were being fought over to be gifted to one person? No one would believe this scene if it were told. Bai Ning slightly lowered his head, appearing somewhat dissatisfied on the surface, but inwardly he was overjoyed. He was entirely certain that if he said no, the 2 families would be so terrified they'd beg for mercy on their knees. So, he said nothing, quietly waiting for them to continue increasing their offers. Free money, delivered to his doorstep, only a fool would refuse. After a while, Bai Ning noticed the pace of their offers slowing down, likely reaching their limits. He pretended to casually rub his fingers, as if wiping off some dust. This small gesture, in the eyes of the 2 families already tense to the extreme, was practically a starting gun. "It's over," he's still not satisfied. "This is clearly a hint for us to raise the offer. Countless thoughts flashed through their minds instantly, cold sweat dripping down. They had been given strict orders by their family heads to win Bai Ning's favor. If they failed, they wouldn't have the face to return home. It might even implicate their entire families. Almost reflexively, the two of them immediately scrambled to say, "Young Master Bai Ning, please don't take offense. I must not have expressed myself clearly earlier. In addition to the previous terms, the Yu family has also prepared a cash card worth 1 trillion. For you, the Lin family as well. Our family had repeatedly emphasized that you must accept it." Hearing this, the surrounding classmates were dumbfounded. They stared blankly at this absurdly surreal drama. Bai Ning looked at the cold sweat on their foreheads and felt the timing was just right. Only then did he take the storage rings and bank cards they had been holding out, saying indifferently, "All right, I'll reluctantly accept them." The two families were so overwhelmed with emotion that they were on the verge of tears. They quickly bowed deeply, full of gratitude. "Thank you for your favor." They lowered themselves to the utmost degree. Even though they were the ones offering money, it felt as if they had received a reward. After setting the mood, they continued, "A few days ago, our young lady was ignorant and offended you. When the family head found out, he was extremely angry. He personally gave them a harsh punishment, ensuring they won't even be able to leave their beds for 3 months. They will never dare to offend you again. Our young master as well." The family head called them fools and personally broke all their meridians, only begging for your mercy. This was their true purpose. Bai Ning listened to their words, his expression unchanged. After a while, he smacked his lips and revealed a meaningful smile. "Don't worry, as long as they behave, I won't take action." Hearing this, the two of them felt a huge sense of relief, repeatedly expressing their thanks before quickly retreating with their subordinates, afraid that lingering any longer would draw Bai Ning's attention. Bai Ning chuckled softly. Indeed, as long as they behaved, he wouldn't touch them. But he wasn't exactly a patient person. If anyone dared to cross the line one day, he definitely wouldn't be pleased. After resolving the matter, Bai Ning couldn't be bothered to walk and directly teleported back. His master had told him that after bringing Qingyu back, she had sniffed her way to the dormitory like a little dog catching the scent of a bone. After all, it was her first time traveling far and entering the human world. He wasn't sure if she would feel scared being alone. As he was thinking, a fragrant breeze suddenly swept over, and a fluffy little head burrowed into his arms. "You're back." Bai Ning instinctively opened his arms, and a soft body nestled into his embrace. Xingyu looked up at him, her clear eyes sparkling with reliance and joy. "How did you know it was me?" Bai Ning couldn't help but ask, holding her with one hand and ruffling her little head with the other. Xingyu nuzzled against him, found a comfortable spot, and confidently said, "I smelled you. Your scent is the easiest to recognize." After all, she had the bloodline of a cavern overlord, with an exceptionally keen sense of smell. Bai Ning looked down at her, the little girl's face full of happiness. It seemed she hadn't been upset being alone. "Weren't you scared being by yourself?" he couldn't help but ask. Xingyu shook her head vigorously, her hair brushing against Bai Ning's chin, causing a slight tickling sensation. "Not scared. Here, there's no bad smell. I like it." Following her gaze, Bai Ning's mouth twitched slightly. It seemed she hadn't been idle while alone. The dormitory clock had been dismantled into pieces, feathers from the pillows and blankets were scattered everywhere. And even Bai Ning's toothbrush and cup had been curiously gathered into a pile. "Have you learned how to wreck a place now?" Bai Ning raised an eyebrow. Qingyu looked a little embarrassed, burying her face in his chest and mumbling, "It's just all the smells I like." Looking at her like this, Bai Ning felt a strange softness welling up in his heart. No wonder so many people liked keeping cats before, willingly becoming cat slaves. Now he understood. Having such a little one who was full of you, overjoyed to see you come home, and completely trusting you, who could resist that? Let it be if it's broken. "Are you hungry? I'll take you to eat something delicious." As soon as she heard about food, Xingyu immediately lifted her head. Her eyes sparkled as she nodded enthusiastically, "Hungry. All right." Bai Ning was just about to take her out when his phone suddenly vibrated. He opened it to see a message. "Come back to the old residence in the next couple of days. Bai Hunyang." Seeing this message, Bai Ning's brows furrowed involuntarily. "You want me to go back? I don't want to. Are we even that close?" He had originally thought that the next time he stepped into the Bai family's old residence would be to kill Bai Tianlu. He hadn't expected someone to order him. back before he even made his move. Qingyu noticed his sudden cold expression and asked softly, "What's wrong? Do you have something to take care of?"
Before Bai Ning could answer, another message came through on his
phone. "The matter with the third branch, I've decided to leave it to you. Zhang Yue is getting old, it's time for him to step down."
After reading it, Bai Ning squinted his eyes in satisfaction and casually pulled
Qingyu along as they headed out.
As he walked, he leisurely typed a reply, "I have things to handle.
Let's talk in 3 days."
He planned to deal with Lin Zhuyu and Lin Zhushan on the first day, kill Yu Qingxue on the second day, and on the third day, it would be Bai Tianlu's turn. By then, he could return as well. He figured he'd take them down one by one, so the rest would be even more terrified.
He just didn't know if Bai Hanyang would still dare to summon him back by then. Qingyu curiously asked again, "If you're busy, then go ahead."
Bai Ning smiled happily, "Even if the sky falls, we still have to eat on time."
In truth, there's a saying that's quite accurate: the pain between people is entirely different. In the Bai family's old residence, everyone's mood was the complete opposite of Bai Ning's, especially the third branch, where the atmosphere was the most oppressive. The servants walked lightly and carefully, afraid of angering the family members. Yuli, who usually took meticulous care of her appearance, now had a face as pale as paper, her eyes swollen and red, as if her soul had been drained. She clutched a piece of clothing left behind by Bai Tianyan tightly, muttering incessantly under her breath. Bai Zhongyue stood in front of her, his brows tightly knit. "Ali, things have come to this point. No matter how much you hate, you have to look forward.
Bai Ning is, after all, our flesh and blood, connected by blood.
And he's different now. Reaching the 9th level at just 18, you know what that means, don't you?"
As he spoke, a peculiar gleam flashed in his eyes, and he muttered to himself, "It means his future achievements might surpass even the old
ancestors.
If we treat him better now, maybe it's not too late.
Bring him back, and isn't he still our son?"
The more Bai Zhongyue spoke, the more reasonable it seemed to him. But when Yuli heard the name Bai Ning, she suddenly raised her head.
Her hollow eyes flashed with fierce hatred. "He's the murderer, the one who killed our Tianyan. I wish I could eat him alive, drink his blood." "You want me to please him? Bai Zhongyue, don't even think about it."
She was so agitated that she seemed almost deranged. Bai Zhongyue was startled by her appearance, realizing she couldn't listen to reason right now.
"Calm down for a few days and think carefully about what I said." With that, he turned away irritably. "I'm going to find the family head to ask about what the old ancestor said before, about letting Bai Ning take over the family. There has to be some hope, doesn't there?" Bai Zhongyue calculated in his mind. Ever since the old ancestor discovered their falsification of Bai Tianyan's bloodline, it would undoubtedly affect his standing in the Bai family. If the old ancestor allowed Bai Ning to take over the family business, combined with the third branch's existing power, their alliance could make them strong contenders for the next family head. This wasn't a bad thing, it was actually an opportunity for the third branch. Treating Bai Ning better now might still be in time. After all, no matter how powerful he was just an 18-year-old child who had never experienced parental love. If he can be coaxed back, then with the father's status elevated by the son, the third branch of the family will not only avoid decline but could even thrive. At this moment, Bai Zhongyue's mind was entirely focused on how to win Bai Ning back. He completely failed to notice Yuli behind him, whose gaze carried a terrifying madness. Beside her lay a palm-sized wooden box. Yuli's fingers trembled as she took out an ancient scroll from the box. The scroll was made of the leather of some unknown creature, exuding an unsettling, chilling aura. It recorded a method passed down in the Yu family for communicating with a certain entity in the divine realm. This method was extremely risky, as a single misstep could lead to disastrous consequences. Moreover, the entity being communicated with was not the ancestor of the Yu family, who had entered the divine realm, but a being that had ascended to godhood long ago. As such, very few in the Yu family were aware of this method. Yuli silently recited the words on the scroll: bloodline, sacrifice. Her eyes grew increasingly bright, and a sinister smile appeared on her lips. Bai Zhongyue adjusted his clothes, regaining the composed demeanor of the third master of the Bai family. He entered Bai Zhongyuen's study, walked to the desk, and hesitated before speaking. "Big brother, Bai Ning has already reached the 9th tier. I was thinking, shouldn't we let him help share some of the Bai family's responsibilities?" Bai Zhongyuen understood his implication and slightly raised his eyes. "Are you referring to the matter the ancestor mentioned? There are indeed new arrangements." He paused for a few seconds, scrutinizing Bai Zhongyue.
I heard the ancestor personally approached Bai Ning, but Bai Ning said he was busy and outright refused.
What? Bai Zhongyue frowned deeply, instantly furious. The ancestor personally stepped in, and he dared to decline? Such a vast family business waiting for him, and he's putting on airs. Bai Zhongyue's words sounded like those of a strict father, clearly dissatisfied with Bai Ning's lack of gratitude. Bai Zhongyuan's eyes flashed with a complex expression, and his tone turned sarcastic, unexpected. Isn't it, third brother? You've changed. You're actually starting to care about this son's future? He deliberately emphasized the words biological son, making no effort to hide his mockery. Bai Zhongyuan now couldn't even be bothered to show Bai Zhongyue a friendly face. In his view, if the third branch hadn't been so blind, constantly favoring Bai Tianyan and suppressing Bai Ning, things wouldn't have escalated to this point. Even Bai Tianlu had been dragged down by Bai Tianyan. Everyone knew Bai Ning harbored resentment toward the family and murderous intent toward Bai Tianlu. Thinking about this made Bai Zhongyuan grind his teeth in anger. Yet now, he found his third brother angry because Bai Ning refused to take on family responsibilities? His own power was being taken away by Bai Ning, and he didn't care at all? Bai Zhongyuan had no idea that Bai Zhongyue thought Bai Ning had refused other tasks and was completely unaware he was being sidelined. Bai Zhongyue was momentarily stunned by these words, his expression turning unnatural. But he still forced himself to explain patiently, he's still my biological son, after all. Overnight grudges can't last forever. I'm doing this for his own good. As he said this, even he felt a bit unsure of himself. Bai Zhongyuan's expression grew even more peculiar. He looked at Bai Zhongyue carefully again, confirming that he was genuinely disappointed by Bai Ning's refusal. After a moment of silence, it was as if he was seeing this calculating third brother for the first time. Then he said, indeed, once Bai Ning takes over, you can finally rest after all these years of hard work. Rest? Bai Zhongyue didn't immediately grasp the meaning and instinctively asked, I'm perfectly fine, why would I need to rest? At this point, Bai Zhongyuan was certain. Bai Zhongyue had completely misunderstood the ancestor's true intentions. He was still dreaming of father and son joining forces to seize power. Bai Zhongyuan chuckled lightly, no longer beating around the bush. The ancestor's intention is for you to gradually hand over the business you manage to Bai Ning. He specifically reminded you to teach him well and help him quickly familiarize himself with the operations of the consortium. Bai Zhongyue's face instantly froze. He murmured repeatedly, I hand over the business to him? These words were like a bucket of cold water poured over his head, completely shattering his plans. Bai Henan was clearly prepared to abandon him entirely. The ridiculous part was that Bai Zhongyue still thought he had a chance, even getting angry because of Bai Ning's rejection. Bai Zhongyuan looked at his shocked expression and felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. He picked up his teacup and gently blew on it. It took a full 2 minutes before Bai Zhongyue managed to find his voice again. Unwilling to give up, he asked, do you mean the ancestor wants to kick me out? Bai Zhongyuan didn't even bother to lift his eyelids. Yes, go back and prepare, third brother. Bai Ning finally returned from the abyss and had a good sleep. He asked his master to help Qingyu forge an identity. Now, Qingyu had taken a year off from school and had just re-enrolled as a sophomore. Today was her first day attending school as a human. Bai Ning brought Qingyu to the classroom, and when he returned after going out to buy breakfast, he saw Qingyu already surrounded by a group of people. He had underestimated Qingyu's looks. Qingyu was wearing a simple white dress, yet she was so beautiful it made people's hearts race. Her long black hair, like a waterfall, flowed smoothly down her back, highlighting her snow-white skin. The most captivating feature was her pair of ruby-like red eyes. This color was already striking, but it carried a hint of innocence and aloofness that made it impossible to look away. She instantly became the center of attention in the classroom. The boys were almost all staring at her, and the bold ones had already approached to strike up a conversation. When Bai Ning returned, he happened to hear a boy say, Hey, classmate, I don't think I've seen you before. I'm Lin Hao from the Lin Group. How about we get to know each other? Dinner tonight? His tone was full of confidence. The people around him immediately chimed in with praise. Lin Hao is a big shot in the Lin Group. So many girls can't even get a date with him. If you stick with Lin Hao, no one will dare to bully you in school. Everyone surrounded Qingyu, talking over each other. It seemed like Qingyu was already considered theirs. Qingyu frowned slightly, a trace of impatience flashing in her red eyes. She was good-tempered with Bai Ning, but that didn't mean this phoenix didn't have a temper. Just as Lin Hao thought he had the upper hand and even reached out to touch Qingyu, she let out a cold snort, and a ball of nirvana fire suddenly appeared in her hand. Bai Ning had previously told her that if someone was blind to the situation, she could act directly. Even if she killed them, it would be on Bai Ning. But the next moment, Qingyu caught a familiar scent, and the nirvana fire quickly disappeared. She calmly said, "Where are we eating? Why not take me along too?" Everyone turned toward the voice and saw Bai Ning holding milk and a basket of steamed buns, tilting his head as he looked at them. His face was expressionless, and the entire classroom instantly fell silent. Wow! Bai Shin is back in class? Hasn't he already reached the peak of the 8th tier? He's still coming to class, is this a joke? He's my husband. My husband. The Boulder girls began whispering. Thanks to the popularity of live streams, Bai Ning's face had already spread across the entire federation. Everyone knew that a terrifying 18-year-old genius had appeared in the world, already at the peak of the 8th tier. A person's reputation follows them like a shadow. Lin Hao's face turned pale instantly, and his followers were so scared they didn't dare make a sound. I'm sorry, Bai Shin. I didn't know she was yours. I'll leave right away. Lin Hao stammered, kneeling without hesitation. Bai Ning ignored them and walked straight to Qingyu, handing her the breakfast. His tone was gentle. Are you okay? As soon as Qingyu saw Bai Ning, her irritation immediately dissipated, and her red eyes sparkled as she said, I'm fine, but they smell awful. Awful? Lin Hao, who was about to leave, looked down in confusion and sniffed his newly changed designer shirt. Bai Ning turned coldly, his face expressionless, and said, Didn't you hear what she said? Lin Hao froze completely and bolted out of the classroom. Gossip spread at lightning speed. The girl Lin Hao from the Lin group had his eyes on turned out to be Bai Ning's. This kind of gossip, involving both corporate power struggles and emotional entanglements, spread faster than the wind. Before the first class ended, the news that Bai Ning had a girlfriend had already circulated throughout the entire school. On the academy forum, many junior students were in tears on the spot. Their budding young love was crushed by the protagonist himself. When an ability user reaches the 9th tier, no matter how low-key they try to be, their every move exudes a powerful aura, creating pressure on others. Bai Ning, a 9th tier expert, simply sat quietly in the classroom listening to the lecture, yet the teacher on the podium was so nervous they could hardly function. The teacher's pace quickened, their face turned red, and they frequently paused to wipe away sweat. It was Bai Ning's first time attending this teacher's class, and he assumed this was just their teaching style, so he focused even more intently on them. This nearly caused the veteran teacher, with 30 years of experience, to collapse on the spot in front of the entire class. The teacher couldn't understand how Bai Ning, already a 9th tier expert, could still be so unassuming. In truth, Bai Ning deliberately brought Qingyu around to make it clear to everyone that their relationship was not simple. The rumors about them online grew increasingly exaggerated, but he was happy to let them spread. Bai Ning couldn't always stay by Qingyu's side, nor could he stop others from speculating about their relationship. Instead of explaining, it was better to let people think they were dating. This would even help reduce trouble for Qingyu. After all, with the recent kidnapping of Meng Tianshi, anyone planning to target Qingyu would have to think twice. However, to prevent any impulsive actions, Bai Ning decided to keep an eye on her whenever he had free time. He would deal with the trouble first before moving on. Speaking of trouble, after a full day of classes, Bai Ning brought Qingyu back to her dormitory and handed her the latest model of a phone. Ensuring she wouldn't get bored, he teleported away. He reappeared above the Lin family estate. The night was deep. In the silence, the Lin estate was suddenly pierced by a shrill alarm. Whoop whoop whoop, 3 rapid sounds, signaling the highest level of intrusion alert. This meant a powerful unknown energy had appeared nearby. The estate was instantly ablaze with lights. Guards and hidden sentries surged out from every corner like a tide, cautiously searching the surroundings. Yet, there was no suspicious figure in sight. The captain of the guards wore a grave expression. This level of intrusion alert hadn't been triggered since the Lin family's ancestor caused a false alarm, and that ancestor was a 9th tier expert. After that incident, the Lin family upgraded their security system to ensure no similar mistakes would happen again. So this time, someone must have infiltrated. What's going on? The energy shield is intact. It must be an ability user skilled in concealment. Team 2, have you found the intruder? Team 3, spread out in the backyard and search thoroughly. Dig up every inch if you have to, the captain barked into the intercom.
An ability user skilled in mental detection closed their eyes, their mental
energy rippling outward like waves. Strange. I can't detect anyone either.
Just as everyone began to suspect a false alarm, one person's expression suddenly changed. They nudged the mental detector and gestured for them to look up.
Everyone followed their gaze upward.
Only then did they realize there was no need to search the estate for the intruder.
The person was blatantly floating in mid-air, far above the energy shield.
That person wasn't even deliberately releasing their aura, yet the natural energy they exuded had triggered the alarm from such a distance.
Bai Ning,
a visual ability user,
recognized the figure.
It was none other than Bai Ning, who had just ascended to the 9th tier yesterday, causing a sensation across the Federation.
Bai Ning? Notify the family head immediately. Hurry. Right, and inform the ancestor too.
All the guards stared up at Bai Ning, their emotions a mix of awe and uncertainty, unsure whether they should resist.
In the face of such a master, even 8th tier experts seemed insignificant.
Bai Ning calmly looked down at the chaos below and exhaled lightly. This world was indeed a melting pot. He had once thought corporate families were untouchable. With even their guards being top-tier experts. As he had just reached the 9th tier, he realized that everything he had been familiar with before was nothing special.
The atmosphere suddenly changed.
The high-ranking consortium unexpectedly sent someone to deliver gifts personally.
Even the guards became tense.
He stood there for several minutes before the people below noticed his presence.
If he
were truly a villain, that amount of time would have been enough for him to deal with these people several times over.
Soon, a group of people hurriedly emerged from the door.
Leading them was an extraordinary middle-aged man who deliberately tried to appear calm. It was none other than the head of the Lin family, Lin Qingyu. Beside him was a beautiful woman, his wife, Lin Wuxuan.
At this moment,
Lin Wuxuan looked somewhat disheveled, clutching her sleeve tightly. Behind them were more than a dozen experts, the lowest of whom were at the lower 8th tier.
Lin Qingyu looked up at the uninvited
guest in the sky, trying his best to make his voice sound calm.
Visiting late at night, is there something you wish to discuss? If you need more potions, Uncle Lin is here, feel free to speak. Although
Lin Qingyu said this, everyone in the Lin family knew about the conflict between the young master and Bai Ning. Yesterday, Bai Ning had stood on the rooftop of the Bai family's old residence.
Then, Bai Tianyan, who had a feud with Bai Ning, suddenly died.
Today, Bai Ning flew over the Lin family's estate again, making his intentions clear.
Moreover, yesterday, the Lin family had deliberately sent tens
of trillions worth of potions to Bai Ning to prevent him from troubling Lin Juyu. They hoped to buy peace with money. Bai Ning had accepted the money.
Yet, only a day later, Bai Ning had come again. His change of attitude was faster than flipping a page in a book.
However, Lin Qingyu dared not mention these matters and could only offer to continue sending potions to Bai Ning, not daring to show any
dissatisfaction.
Even though Lin Qingyu had lowered his stance, Bai Ning still wasn't appeased. He sneered, raised an eyebrow, and said, "What do you mean by having an energy shield up when someone visits
your home?"
Lin Qingyu's brow twitched.
He knew the Bai family's energy shield couldn't stop Bai Ning, and theirs certainly couldn't either.
So having the energy shield up was merely for psychological
comfort.
But even psychological comfort was better than nothing.
If it could delay Bai Ning for even a few seconds, it would be a win.
Bai Ning waited for a moment and then laughed. "So, you want me to take
action myself?"
Lin Qingyu's face turned pale, and he gritted his teeth as he instructed the people beside him, "Turn off the energy shield." Only then was Bai Ning satisfied, descending lightly from
the sky.
"I heard Lin Juyu and his brother were injured, so I came to check on them," he said, looking curiously at Lin Qingyu.
"Strange, why do you look so nervous?" Lin Qingyu almost ground his teeth to dust.
As the dignified head of the Lin family, he was usually surrounded by admiration wherever he went, with everyone trying their best to please him. When had he ever been reduced to groveling
before a child? Especially when Bai Ning had the audacity to ask why he was nervous. Please.
A 9th-tier powerhouse flying to someone's rooftop in the middle of the night, who would believe he had no
ulterior motives? Lin Qingyu took a deep breath and forced a smile.
"You're concerned about Juyu and his brother. I'm delighted, not nervous at all."
Bai Ning pointed at his trembling silk robe. "Really? But your whole body is shaking." Lin Qingyu.
He took several deep breaths, barely holding himself together. In recent days, Lin Wuxuan, as the mother of Lin Juyu and his brother, had been so worried that she couldn't eat or sleep well. She feared Bai Ning would truly come to cause trouble. Finally, the moment had arrived. At this moment, Lin Wuxuan was even calmer than Lin Xingyu. Beside her, although she had hurriedly gotten up and only thrown on a coat, her gaze was resolute. "You and I both know there's no need for pretenses," Lin Wuxuan said in a deep voice. "Just name your price." She understood that merely begging for forgiveness wasn't enough. Bai Ning's actions were entirely driven by his resentment toward Lin Zhuyu and his brother's previous arrogance, and now he wanted to retaliate fiercely. Since Bai Ning was fighting for the pride of youth, it meant the money offered wasn't enough. There's nothing that tens of trillions couldn't solve. If that wasn't enough, then they'd offer 20 trillion. Her response was far more decisive than that of Yu Li and Bai Zhongyue. Bai Ning truly overestimated this Madame Lin, and curiously asked, "Any amount of money will do?" Lin Wuxuan answered without hesitation, "Any amount will do." Lin Xingyu's face changed drastically, pulling him off. "Madam, don't do this." Lin Wuxuan turned and glared at him, "Shut up." Then, she looked back at Bai Ning, waiting for him to name his price. When it came to money, the consortium could have as much as they wanted. They monopolized the market, making it easy to acquire any amount. So whatever Bai Ning wanted, Lin Wuxuan believed they could get it. Who would have thought Bai Ning would shake his head with a smile? "Since you're so straightforward, I'll be direct." A fierce glint flashed in his eyes. "I want the lives of Lin Zhuyu and Lin Zhushan." As soon as the words fell, Lin Wuxuan's body trembled violently, and Lin Xingyu staggered back. The surrounding guards were so frightened their hands and feet went weak, their weapons useless in their hands. The scene instantly fell into a deathly silence. Logically, the guards should have rushed forward to teach this arrogant man a lesson. But the Bai Ning before them was a 9th-tier master. 9th tier. Among all of humanity, such masters were exceedingly rare. Reaching the 9th tier meant being ranked in the top 10 in terms of strength. And he far surpassed others. Using ordinary human wave tactics against him was futile. The moment Bai Ning made a move, the battle would end instantly. Lin Xingyu suddenly felt a wave of fear, but even stronger was the humiliation of being cornered. An 18-year-old kid had come to his doorstep, shouting about killing his 2 sons. Who could tolerate such arrogance? Lin Xingyu clenched his fists tightly and said slowly, "Do you think the Lin family has no one?" The guards beside him sneaked a glance at him but dared not speak. Lin Xingyu was well aware of the disparity in strength, but he had confidence because the family's patriarch was on his way. Bai Ning, though strong, had only just entered the 9th tier. It was said he was an ability user with spatial temporal attributes, making further breakthroughs nearly impossible. Currently, no one knew of any law domain related to spatial temporal attributes. He had no place to comprehend higher-level spatial temporal laws, so his strength ceiling was very low. Meanwhile, the Lin family patriarch, Lin Korong, as an experienced 9th-tier master, had been firmly in the mid-9th tier for decades. Lin Xingyu firmly believed that in terms of combat power, Lin Korong was far superior to Bai Ning. Bai Ning naturally knew they were stalling for time. Everyone had been dragging things out, wanting to see what it felt like to face a 9th-tier master. He knew he was strong now, but just how strong still needed to be tested. Practice is the only criterion for testing truth. Before long, a powerful aura rapidly approached from afar and soon entered the hall. This aura was peculiar, filled with boundless vitality yet tinged with decay. 2 feelings that should have been contradictory were seamlessly integrated in him. Even more strangely, other 9th-tier masters like Li Yensong and Bai Hanyang were already over 70, with heads full of white hair. But this Lin family patriarch looked at most in his 40s, about the same age as Lin Xingyu. As soon as Lin Korong appeared, hope immediately ignited in Lin Wuxuan's eyes. Lin Xingyu also straightened his back, the demeanor of the family head instantly evident. Lin Korong's gaze was gentle as he swept over the tense guards, finally landing on Bai Ning. Truly, heroes emerge from the young, Lin Korong sincerely praised. To witness such a gifted child stepping into the 9th tier in my lifetime is a rare fortune. Bai Ning felt the restrained yet powerful vitality emanating from him, and a glimmer of excitement flickered in his golden eyes. "I want to kill Lin Zhuyu. Are you here to stop me?" Lin Korong smiled faintly, showing no trace of anger. It's good for young people to be impulsive, but being too hasty can lead to losses. Let me give you a piece of advice, always leave yourself a way out. As he spoke, the life energy within him grew increasingly dense, while a faint deathly aura also began to spread. Bai Ning immediately noticed that this man was unleashing his unique momentum. The next second, something even more incredible happened.
Lin Korong's appearance rapidly changed, transforming from a man in his 40s
into a 17 or 18-year-old youth, with a rosy complexion and gleaming white teeth. This move made the surrounding Lin clan members' blood boil. This was their Lin clan ancestor,
the supreme
being who controlled the cycle of life and death. Only then did Bai Ning understand why Lin Korong and his master looked different. He could freely control his age.
Lin Korong said gently, Zhu Yu and
Zhu Shan indeed made mistakes.
The Lin clan is willing to pay a price that satisfies you to make amends.
Why destroy your own future?
Bai Ning tilted his head and smiled. You're quite confident, aren't you?
Lin Korong merely smiled faintly without saying more. On the surface, he seemed easygoing, but every word carried an air of superiority.
Bai Ning snorted coldly, activating the candle dragon's eye. And in the next moment, he completely disappeared from everyone's sight. Bai Ning's figure vanished. It was well known that this newly ascended 9th tier expert's most adept attack method was teleportation. Ambushes. He would appear suddenly when his opponent was unprepared and deliver a fatal blow.
Lin Xingyu was shocked and frantically searched for any movement around him.
Not just him, everyone became tense, fearing Bai Ning might appear behind them the next second to deliver a deadly strike.
Yet Lin Korong remained calm and smiling. He said softly, young people are impulsive.
I've seen too many. Like you.
Bai Ning's voice came from the air.
Am I like that?
The voice seemed to echo right beside them, yet Bai Ning's figure still did not appear.
This eerie scene made everyone's hearts tighten. Logically, Bai Ning's teleportation was extremely fast. After disappearing, he would almost immediately reappear elsewhere.
No one had ever heard of such a strange phenomenon where the person vanished, but the voice remained. Bai Ning was hidden within layers of spatial barriers, moving freely. If other spatial ability users saw this scene, they would undoubtedly be shocked to the point of doubting reality. To them, space was difficult to manipulate, but at this moment, it was like a lamb at Bai Ning's mercy.
Bai Ning strolled through another dimensional space, observing the reactions of the Lin
clan members' shock, fear, despair, and Lin Korong's calm and composed expression.
Lin Korong nodded slightly. It's people like you, who just gained power and become arrogant, unaware of the vastness of the heavens and earth. Do you know what usually happens to people like that? Bai Ning laughed loudly. Old man, you make a good point. Why don't you try first and see if you can find where I'm hiding?
Lin Korong's brow furrowed slightly. Bai Ning noticed his expression and made a judgment in his heart.
First, spatial abilities were indeed powerful. Even as an experienced 9th tier expert, Lin Korong couldn't locate Bai Ning, who was deliberately hiding. Second, this old man had the same intention as Bai Ning. Bai Ning, newly ascended to the 9th tier, wanted to test the strength of other
experts to find his own gaps.
So he deliberately provoked Lin Korong, showing no respect. And Lin Korong, from his initial high and mighty demeanor, had now resorted to verbal attacks. It was nothing more than an attempt to test Bai Ning's limits.
Bai Ning approached Lin Korong step by step.
Lin Korong remained completely unaware.
The scene was eerily quiet. Worried about losing face, Lin Korong suddenly spoke. He Nian agreed to reconcile with me. If you act rashly, you'll only make us join forces to hunt you down. Bai Ning squinted his eyes, already standing behind him, less than a step away.
Lin Korong was still completely oblivious, his face carrying a confident smile. As the Lin clan's ancestor, how could he lose his composure over such a trivial matter? Lin Korong was the Lin clan's strongest force, and his every move influenced the clan's morale.
At this moment, his confidence gave Lin Xingyu great courage. Lin Xingyu shouted loudly into the air, I already taught Zhu Yu and Zhu Shan a
lesson a few days ago. They're still bedridden. Isn't that enough for you? The clan is united as one. If you touch my Lin clan, other clans won't stand idly by. Bai Ning sneered. He was right next to Lin Korong, glancing sideways at his oblivious expression, thinking to himself, why are you all so ordinary, yet so confident? Did Liang Jingru give you courage?
Bai Ning moved his fingers slightly.
I guess you're quite arrogant. Surely you're really close to me, right?
Bai Ning didn't want to say more and appeared directly on the spot.
His once youthful face was now covered in wrinkles, his hair almost completely white. He looked at least 30 years older. Some might even think he was 70 or 80 years old, and it wouldn't be surprising. Lin Xingyu pointed at Bai Ning's hair and laughed loudly. Arrogant, huh? Still want to kill my son? Attack! Lin Wuxuang's tense nerves also relaxed.
She adjusted her shawl, straightened her posture, and regained her haughty demeanor.
Bai Ning, now with white hair, raised his head.
Those golden eyes did not dim due to aging, instead, they shone even brighter.
Bai Ning was not nervous. In fact, he could use teleportation
to immediately distance himself from Lin Korong and stop the aging process. But he simply smiled, a smile that was completely out of place with his current aged appearance, and curiously touched his wrinkles, saying, "Korong, truly a miraculous power."
Lin Korong frowned. Ordinary people would panic immediately. When eroded by such power, how could they remain as calm as Bai Ning? Not only was he not in a hurry to escape, but he was also nitpicking here? Bai Ning's tone shifted. "What a pity. It seems you've misunderstood something."
He slowly spread his hands, and countless runes flickered in his golden pupils.
"I rarely use time abilities, but that doesn't mean I don't have them." Buzz! Dazzling golden runes erupted from Bai Ning's body.
His full head of white hair.
Suddenly, his skin became smooth again, and its color returned to black.
Within seconds, Bai Ning reverted to the sharp and energetic youth he once was.
"What?"
Lin Korong's face changed drastically, unable to hide his panic.
"You can reverse time? That's a power only gods can wield."
"The rules of time are far more
complex than those of space.
Being able to accelerate or decelerate time is already impressive, let alone completely reversing it.
If one could use this ability continuously, it would be almost equivalent to immortality."
Lin Korong stared at Bai Ning in shock. "You're only at the 9th tier, how could you possibly master such power?"
Bai Ning gently rotated his wrist and squinted with a smile. "Don't forget, just because you can't do something doesn't mean others can't."
His aura instantly became intense. Bai Ning slowly clenched his fingers, and the space around Lin Korong began to twist and deform like paper being crumpled by a giant hand. Directions up, down, left, right, front, and back became completely chaotic.
Space was folding. Under Bai Ning's aura, space was redefined.
The ground tilted upward, while the space above collapsed downward.
Lin Korong was thrown into countless fragmented pieces of space, part of his body crushed to the point of suffocation, while another part floated as if in midair.
His senses were completely disrupted.
"Ah!"
Lin Korong groaned in pain,
desperately activating his abilities.
Vibrant green life energy surged and enveloped his body, attempting to heal his injuries.
"It's useless," he gritted his teeth and roared, "My ability can keep me alive, but continuing this fight is meaningless."
Bai Ning tilted his head and clenched his fingers tighter.
"Oh, then how about this?" Lin Korong was tortured by the intensified spatial force, screaming in agony once again, "Ah!"
At this moment, he was like clay being
kneaded endlessly by Bai Ning, his pain indescribable.
Bai Ning smiled with satisfaction. "You won't die, but you'll suffer this torment forever."
He glanced at the already collapsed Lin Qingyu and Lin Wuxuan, his voice drawn out. "What do you think? Is that good?" Lin Korong tried to maintain his dignity, but couldn't hold on any longer. "I admit defeat."
These two words drained all his strength.
He struggled to open his eyes wide, looking at Bai Ning with a pleading expression, and added, "I admit defeat." Bai Ning still didn't let go. Lin Korong, overwhelmed by pain, couldn't help but shout, "I admit defeat." He
suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, seeing Bai Ning still unmoved. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he shouted to Lin Qingyu, "Quick, bring your sons
here to save me." This sentence made Lin Wuxuan's face instantly pale.
Lin Qingyu was so shocked it was as if he had been struck by lightning, unable to believe his ears.
"Bring them? Bring them for what?" The meaning behind Lin Korong's words couldn't be clearer. He wanted Lin Qingyu to personally hand over his two sons to Bai Ning, leaving them at Bai Ning's mercy. "Ancestor, they are your great-grandsons."
Lin Qingyu's voice was filled with sorrow.
In his agony, Lin Korong's familial bonds had long been crushed by his survival instincts. "Shut up.
If I die, the Lin family is finished.
Go now." He used the survival
of the Lin family to threaten Lin Qingyu.
Lin Qingyu hesitated.
Lin Wuxuan suddenly screamed, "No!" She struggled to stand, pointing at Lin Korong's
face and roaring in anger, "How dare you? You don't deserve to be the Lin family's ancestor."
Lin Qingyu looked at his wife, then at the ancestor, his heart
torn apart.
On one side were his own flesh and blood, on the other was the Lin family's status as a top power in the Federation. His entire body trembled, but he couldn't utter a single word. Bai Ning had long seen through these hypocritical family ties.
He took out his phone and glanced at the time. There were only 10 minutes left until 2 a.m.
He frowned slightly and said coldly, "Bring them here within 10 minutes.
I need to go back and sleep with my partner." Bye. Ning only gave them 10 minutes. People are like this only when the deadline looms do they give their all. Without a deadline, there is no motivation. Hearing.
There were only 10 minutes left, the last trace of struggle in Lin Xingyu's eyes completely disappeared. The responsibility of being the family head
overrode everything else. He gritted his teeth and roared, "What are you standing there for? Go bring Zhu Shan and the others here." Lin Xingyu. How dare you?
Lin Wuxuang screamed with all her might, rushing forward to pounce on him.
Those are your sons. Your own sons. Are you sending them to their deaths?
In her desperation, she even forgot that she was a 6th level ability user. Instinctively, she extended her nails and clawed frantically at Lin Xingyu.
Lin Xingyu's entire body was cold.
He said icily to the bewildered dark guards beside him, "The madam is not in her right mind.
Take her down to rest. Without my orders, she is not allowed to come out again."
Yes. 2 dark guards braced themselves and stepped forward, forcibly dragging Lin Wuxuang away.
Unable to
struggle free, Lin Wuxuang turned to Bai Ning and cursed loudly, "Bai Ning, they are just children.
How can you be so heartless? Are you even human?" Bai Ning sneered, showing no reaction. What a joke. These people never knew how to pro. Bai Ning sneered coldly. What were you doing earlier? Do I have to play the villain for you to act?
His voice was calm. Unfortunately, forgiving you is up to the heavens.
Bai Ning waved his hand lightly, and before Lin Zhushan and Lin Zhuyu could beg for mercy, he silenced them with a single strike.
The space around them twisted slightly, almost like an illusion.
In the next
moment, the 2 of them completely disappeared, as if they had never existed.
Vanished into thin air.
Lin Xingyu watched helplessly as his 2 sons were utterly erased before his eyes, his body trembling violently.
He swallowed the metallic taste rising in his throat and rasped, "Are you satisfied now?" Bai Ning glanced at the time. Exactly 10 minutes.
He nodded in satisfaction.
"We'll stop here for now.
Next time you have children, don't just focus on having
them without teaching them. If you don't teach them, someone else will." Bai Ning clapped his hands, ignored everyone else, and teleported away. This time, the gains were significant.
The progress in his vision had increased to devour 1.4/100 trillion assets, enabling growth to God level, Candle Dragon Heavenly. The combined value of the 2 was approximately 1.4 trillion, truly a fortune. The progress reached 1.4%, not only slightly enhancing his realm but,
more importantly, confirming something for Bai Ning.
Typically, to ascend to the 9th tier, one must cultivate momentum in a place rich in laws to break through. Many geniuses are stuck at this step. Those who can reach the 9th tier are extremely rare talents. Even so, over 90% of them are stuck at 2 thresholds. Either they can't find a suitable place of laws, or they fail to comprehend deeper abilities. The remaining few, who both find a place of laws and
possess exceptional comprehension, make up only 10%.
Even for these lucky ones, advancing to the mid or upper 9th tier is an arduous process, often requiring
decades of accumulation. Breaking through to the 10th tier is even more challenging. After reaching the 9th tier, Bai Ning was also worried that his progress might suddenly slow down.
Fortunately, his golden finger was strong enough. The seemingly massive progress of 100 trillion might require killing Lin
Zhuyu 50 times.
But for a massive conglomerate, earning that amount of money is just a matter of time. Earlier, Lin Wuxuang, as the matriarch, casually mentioned the figure of 100 trillion, indicating the conglomerate's immense wealth.
While others might need decades to break through the 9th tier, Bai Ning would only need a year or 2 at most.
After his confrontation with Lin Korong, Bai Ning finally confirmed that with his current strength, destroying or
controlling a conglomerate was no challenge at all.
He had initially worried that killing Yu Qingshui and Bai Tianlu might provoke a united counterattack from several families. But just now, he realized that in the face of absolute power, even blood ties and familial bonds must yield.
This is the advantage of being strong.
When Bai Ning returned to his dormitory, it was already 2 a.m. Xingyu was fast asleep, completely oblivious to the world.
She lay sprawled across
the bed, her head resting on the edge, her face tinged with a faint blush. The blanket had been kicked down to her waist, crumpled into a messy heap, revealing
2 snow-white legs. One foot's toes unconsciously hooked onto the corner of the blanket.
Bai Ning's eyes curved slightly in silence, and he murmured softly, "What a terrible sleeping posture."
He lay down and went to sleep.
Meanwhile, the Yu family was in chaos.
A late-night urgent report caused an uproar. "Patriarch, something major has happened to the Lin family. A shadow guard burst into Yu Honying's study. Lin Korong was defeated by Bai Ning and Lin Juyu and Lin Jushan were killed on the spot by Bai Ning. The steel pen in Yu Honying's hand fell onto the desk with a clatter. What did you say? Impossible.
The shadow guard's voice trembled. We have confirmed it multiple times.
Lin Wuxuan broke down on the spot, and Lin, the family patriarch. Also, Yu Honying immediately interrupted. Even Lin Korong couldn't stop Bai Ning? Lin Korong has been in the 9th tier for years, and Bai Ning has just entered the 9th tier. He spoke, cold sweat breaking out all over his body. Lin Korong's withering ability was considered a formidable opponent even among 9th tier experts.
He never imagined that an 18-year-old boy could so easily overpower this seasoned 9th tier master.
When Bai Ning entered the 9th
tier, the Yu family had already begun evaluating his true combat strength.
The results showed that he was significantly stronger than the average newly
ascended 9th tier ability user, but it was far from enough to compare with the ancestors of the major families. Therefore, Yu Honying was not worried that Bai Ning would cause trouble and only symbolically sent some consolation money. Unexpectedly, Bai Ning turned hostile so quickly. His strength had already far exceeded the Yu family's expectations. Quick! Yu Honying suddenly reacted. Immediately bring Qingxue out, send her away from the central area to the secret base on the west coast, hurry! As the order was issued, the entire Yu family castle sprang into action. Countless guards rushed to Yu Qingxue's room and brought her to Yu Honying within a minute. Yu Qingxue's face was pale, her eyes dark and sunken, clearly devastated by Bai Tianyan's death. Yu Honying had no time to comfort her and shouted at the servants in the room, "Are the preparations done? Activate the teleportation array immediately and send Qingxue away, there's no time to delay." He stepped forward and grabbed Yu Qingxue's arm with such force that she cried out in pain. "Qingxue, you must leave immediately." Yu Qingxue was startled by her father's rare loss of composure and struggled to shake off his hand. "No matter what happens, I won't leave." Yu Honying had no time to argue with her and quickly explained what had happened with the Lin family. He smiled bitterly. Lin Qingyu beat his 2 sons to the point they looked like mummies, and none of Bai Ning's men escaped alive. "And you?" He grabbed Yu Qingxue's shoulders. "At worst, I'll die with him." Yu Honying stared at his daughter, who seemed like a completely different person, utterly stunned. Reason told him this was extremely dangerous, but deep down, there was a flicker of impulse. After a long silence, he sighed, "Contact Yu Li. The Yu family will provide her with all the resources she needs." A day passed. Late at night, Bai Ning quietly flew over the Yu family's ancient castle. A faint glimmer of light flickered in his eyes as he gazed down at the silent castle below with great interest. He was curious after learning of Lin Juyu's fate. Would the Yu family hand over Yu Qingxue, or would they stubbornly fight to the end? Bai Ning hovered in the air for a long time. The castle was deathly silent, with not a single figure in sight. The stillness was unusual. Even a 3-year-old could guess that something was amiss. He chuckled softly, a mischievous smirk curling at the corner of his lips. "Now this is interesting." Bai Ning checked the energy crystals and a pile of life potions he had brought with him. He had also prepared donation documents in advance. With just a single tap, he could instantly donate trillions of assets and gain 1% progress on his golden finger. Although it wouldn't allow him to directly ascend to the mid-tier of the 9th rank this time, it would fully replenish his energy in one go like a disposable power bank. After ensuring everything was foolproof, Bai Ning raised his hand and shattered the energy barrier surrounding the Yu family estate. Step by step, Bai Ning entered the Yu family's ancient castle. The entire place was even quieter than he had sensed from the air. It was as silent as death. The corridors were empty, dimly lit. The ancient portraits hanging on the walls seemed as though they might move at any moment. Though there wasn't a single person in sight, Bai Ning felt as if countless eyes were secretly watching him from all directions. Only the sound of his footsteps echoed in the corridor. Bai Ning raised an eyebrow, his vigilance instantly heightened to the maximum. He followed a faint, almost imperceptible energy fluctuation. Passing through the main castle, he pushed open a large door engraved with moon patterns, revealing a vast expanse before him, a massive rear garden. The sight before him made Bai Ning's eyes narrow sharply. Though it was midsummer, all the plants in the garden were withered. Clusters of roses were still in bloom, but their petals had turned a lifeless gray-white. The petals were brittle, like shattered pieces of paper. The leaves were shriveled and blackened, as if some force had drained all their vitality in an instant, leaving the place a
Barren wasteland.
Golden light flickered in Bai Ning's eyes, and the scene before him changed. He saw a layer of transparent red mist floating in midair, enveloping the entire garden and emitting a hazy red glow.
Just one glance was enough to feel the eerie aura it exuded. Now this is getting interesting, Bai Ning murmured softly.
Having grown up in the slums, he was accustomed to danger. This sense of peril not only failed to frighten him but also stirred a
strange excitement within him.
Bai Ning sensed that at the center of the red mist, there seemed to be a vortex, continuously devouring the surrounding vitality. This sensation bore some resemblance to Lin Korong's force, but his own power far surpassed Lin Korong's, by more than just one level.
It was as if Lin
Korong was still at the starting line, while the person before him had already reached the pinnacle. At that moment, the red mist in the garden gently swayed. A figure, so emaciated it was almost unrecognizable, slowly emerged.
It was Yu Qingxue.
In just one day, she had nearly turned into a skeleton. Her skin was ashen and lifeless, making her look more like a corpse than a living person. Her eyes bulged slightly, glinting with madness.
Bai Ning, do you want to kill me? Then come on.
Yu Qingxue bared her teeth in a ghastly grin, her mouth splitting wide open.
Bai Ning didn't rush to act. Instead, he crossed his arms and asked curiously, do you really take me for a fool?
Yu Qingxue froze.
What do you mean?
Look around, Bai Ning said, glancing around.
The area.
You clearly prepared something to deal with me.
If I leave now, you won't last much longer in this state, will you?
As he spoke, he slowly turned,
as if about to leave. Coward! Yu Qingxue finally couldn't hold back and cursed loudly.
A faint ripple came from within the red mist. Bai Ning pretended
to leave, then turned around and asked, who is it?
He put on an exaggerated look of surprise. In truth, he wasn't worried at all.
The people closest to
him, his master, Qingyu, Shirtu, and a few old friends from District 78, were all under the protection of the Li family's secret guards.
These people couldn't possibly be captured.
Yu Qingxue tilted her head back and cursed, "It's your mom."
It sounded like an insult. To him, it certainly was.
Bai Ning chuckled lightly,
and retorted, "The person closest to me is my mom? Could it be that Yu Li? Joking at a time like this is really inappropriate." Bai Ning didn't quite
understand how she could say something like that with a straight face.
Yu Li? The closest person to him? That was no different from calling him a beast to his face. Yu Qingxue froze. Your biological mother, aren't you concerned about her safety? Her shock was evident.
Even though her face looked skeletal, Bai Ning could still discern her emotions. "If you leave, your mom will die."
"Are you just going to ignore that?" Bai Ning sneered. "I'm guessing that so-called mom of mine willingly ran over to be a hostage, right?" He'd sooner believe the son was an alien than believe Yu Li had been kidnapped. That so-called mother of his would rack her brains to kill him. If the Yu family wanted her as a hostage, not only would Yu Li not resist, but she'd probably volunteer. If she
wants to die, then let her die. Bai Ning shrugged, as if respecting her choice.
Yu Qingxue's eyes widened. "You'd really let your own mother die just for yourself?" Bai Ning looked like an old man playing on his phone in the subway. "Believe it or not, I'd rather personally send my mom to her death." The red mist fluctuated violently again. Yu Li's figure suddenly appeared. Like Yu Qingxue, she looked as if she'd been drained of life, reduced to a skeleton. Trembling, she pointed at Bai Ning and repeatedly accused him, "You unfilial son. You're so unreasonable. You caused Tianyan's death and now you want to kill me?" "Luckily, I heard it with my own ears today, and now I've given up hope. I am your mother. I gave you your life. How dare you commit matricide? You're such an ill-mannered scoundrel. If Tianyan were still here, he would never tolerate you saying such shameless things." "Tianyan, oh Tianyan." Bai Ning closed his eyes and took a few deep breaths. He had seen shameless people before, but never anyone this shameless. Why were there so few good people in this world? How had he ended up surrounded by such a group of freaks? He had only wanted to calm down, but the more he thought about it, the more wrong it felt. "You're right," Bai Ning opened his eyes. "I really am ill-mannered. Who's to blame for that? No one cared or taught me. You and Bai Tianyan just couldn't stand me, could you? You tried to kill me multiple times, treating me like a practice dummy?" The space around Bai Ning began to tremble, and the overwhelming pressure of a 9th-tier power radiated unrestrainedly. Yu Li was only a 6th-tier ability user. Under normal circumstances, she would have been crushed to the ground by the ninth-tier pressure, but she somehow managed to stand her ground and confront Bai Ning. No matter what Tianyan did wrong, as his older brother, how could you not be more understanding?
That line was a classic, the ultimate cliché.
Bai Ning let out a small laugh.
Do you really think I won't kill you? Killing his mother was something he didn't want to do, but it wasn't something he couldn't do.
Faced with Bai Ning's murderous intent, Yuli showed no
fear. Suddenly, she stepped forward and laughed eerily.
Do you think I came here just to argue with you?
As she moved, the red mist in the air thickened,
instantly, quickly enveloping Bai Ning.
That sticky, deathly stillness immediately surrounded him. What frightened Bai Ning even more was that he felt his connection to external energy had been severed. The energy that had once been active in the air seemed to have vanished.
This red mist is the handiwork of a 10th tier deity. Once you're inside, the transaction begins. Once the transaction starts, it cannot be stopped. The three parties involved in the transaction
cannot harm each other, or the red mist will instantly devour them.
So, you have no choice but to play this game.
And the content of our transaction is your life.
A third figure appeared in the red mist, Lin Wushuang.
Lin Wushuang sneered as he explained the effects of the red mist, eager to see the look of
despair on Bai Ning's face.
The red mist can absorb the energy of the creatures within it.
More importantly, it prevents anyone from recovering energy by any means.
If you try to stall for time, you'll just be drained of energy and left to die.
In other words, you can't replenish your abilities now. Once your energy is depleted, you'll have to follow our arrangements.
Lin Wushuang spoke confidently, waiting for Bai Ning to collapse.
Yu Qingxue and Yuli also sneered.
But the corner of Bai Ning's mouth twitched involuntarily.
Unable to replenish energy and just waiting to die? His instincts refused to accept this. Lin Wushuang frowned. Didn't you understand? You can no longer absorb external energy. And this is a method of the divine realm.
With your strength, you can't
break through the red mist to escape. Bai Ning retorted, escape? Why should I escape?
The three women across from him huddled together.
They had been
drained of vitality by the red mist for so long that they looked like walking skeletons.
Yuli laughed loudly. Of course, you're the one who should escape. This is a secret passed down in the Yu family for hundreds of years. The three of us have made thorough preparations for tonight. Today, you are destined to die here. If not you escaping, then do you think it's us? Yu Qingxue added venomously, once you're dead, I'll personally skin you to honor my sister.
Looking at their ferocious expressions, Bai Ning suddenly thought of a story. The Monkey King battles the White Bone Demon.
He let out a strange laugh. What exactly is this so-called transaction? Yu Qingxue's voice became shrill with excitement. Let me tell you. A transaction involves three parties, the buyer, the seller, and the goods.
In this red mist, we are the buyers, the red mist is the seller, and you are the goods. What we're buying is your life.
She spread
her arms wide, shouting maniacally, we willingly use our flesh and blood and lives as the price, offering them to the red mist.
As her words fell, the red mist churned violently.
Immediately, the aura of the three women began to change.
Their figures grew even thinner.
Now, Yuli's voice turned cold and
eerie. The seller has paid the price. Next comes the signing of the transaction.
Bai Ning looked at the three emaciated figures before him, immersed in their own sense of victory, and felt a strange emotion.
The real fight hadn't even started, yet they were already convinced of their triumph? Just where did they place him in their calculations?
Earlier, he had crushed an energy crystal to test it, and sure enough, the progress of his golden finger increased. This proved that the red mist couldn't control him at all. He had already seen through it. Although the red mist was terrifying, it could only kill by absorbing vitality and had no other offensive means. For others, encountering such a situation would likely spell doom.
But he could rely on his golden finger to continuously recover. Whatever the red mist absorbed, he could replenish. Relying solely on the price paid by Yuli and the others to drain him? Dream on.
Still, Bai Ning cooperated and asked, I'm quite curious.
To buy my life, how much of a price do you have to pay?
Lin Wushuang stepped forward and said coldly, since you asked, I'll generously tell you. The buyer and the goods must have a close connection, such as blood ties, emotions, or, in our case, deep hatred. The deeper the connection, the greater the price we pay. If you hadn't killed Zhu Yu and the others, buying if it weren't for all the evil things you've done, how could we possibly afford the price to buy your life? So, Bai Ning, be a good person in your next life. Don't come back into my womb and make me suffer again. The three stared at Bai Ning excitedly, their eyes wide open, afraid to miss any critical moment.
Bai Ning looked back at Yu Li and asked coldly, "You do know that those who commit countless evils will inevitably bring about their own destruction, right?"
"Dear mother." His tone was calm, his expression
composed. "Have you ever considered a very simple question?" Yu Li sneered, "A question? What kind of question could there be when you're about to die? Go ahead, as your mother, I can answer your last question before you die."
Bai Ning's lips curled into a mocking smile.
"You want to buy my life, so can I?" He leaned forward slightly. "Buy yours?"
The three emaciated figures froze, clearly not expecting him to ask such a question.
Yu Qingxue instinctively shrieked, "Stop dreaming.
The red mist has already started absorbing your life energy.
Haven't you felt it?
In a few minutes, you'll be completely drained.
And you still think you can pay an extra price to buy our lives?"
As soon as she finished speaking, Bai Ning felt the red mist tighten its grip on him. Countless threads of energy were being drawn from his body, flowing uncontrollably into the red mist. According to the principle of equivalent exchange, you
pay as much as you buy.
If they wanted to buy their own lives, they would have to pay at least the same amount, if not more, in energy.
A 9th level ability. User's body was brimming with energy, theoretically far surpassing Yu Li and the other two. But this tyrannical transaction was somehow completed. It could
only be said that the hatred between them made the blood and life Yu Li and the others paid seem even more valuable. The red mist absorbed flesh and blood at
an astonishing speed.
Before long, Bai Ning felt a deep weakness from within his body. It felt like he had fought hard battles for days and nights on end, his energy completely drained. But when he saw Yu Li staring at him, so excited she almost forgot to breathe, Bai Ning suddenly burst into laughter.
"You're so unreasonable, you might as well die early and reincarnate. I'll return the life you gave me, and we'll be even. Then I'll kill you again, that's fair." Sacrifice is a double-edged sword. Yu Li and the others paid an incredible amount of flesh and blood essence to Snap. He crushed an energy crystal, and as the energy inside dispersed, it was greedily absorbed by the red mist. "See, I told you." Yu Qingshue's mocking expression hadn't fully faded when she noticed that Bai Ning's sunken chest visibly began to recover. Was it an illusion? Yu Qingshue's eyelids twitched wildly. In the eyes of Yu Li and the others, the energy released was indeed entirely absorbed by the red mist, leaving nothing for Bai Ning. Yet Bai Ning was clearly recovering. They were stunned. The sacrificial method passed down in the divine realm for centuries had never mentioned anyone being able to absorb external energy within the red mist. Many 9th-tier experts had perished in the red mist before, and none had survived. But Bai Ning seemed to do it effortlessly. And their shock didn't stop there. Even if Bai Ning could absorb energy from the crystal, the speed at which he absorbed it was astonishing. Almost as soon as the crystal was crushed, his body began to recover. Bai Ning licked his lips, looking at their dumbfounded expressions, and suddenly laughed. "I told you I could recover, but you didn't believe me. Now that you've seen it, you're unhappy again." His recovery enraged the red mist, which accelerated its absorption of his vitality. The newly grown skin on Bai Ning's body instantly adhered back to his bones. "Scared me for a moment. Who can't spout a few pretentious words? In the end, it's all just a bluff." Lin Wuxuan rasped as she exhaled sharply, "Don't panic, Qingxue. He's just making his last desperate struggle, he won't last much longer." Yu Li also kept her eyes fixed on Bai Ning, afraid to miss any changes in him. Just as she finished speaking, she felt Bai Ning cast her a meaningful glance. Snap, snap, snap. A sudden sense of foreboding rose in Yu Li's heart. Bai Ning's eyes, almost bulging out of their sockets, were locked onto the crystals in his hand. Immediately after, 3 crystals shattered in succession. Shockingly, Bai Ning's body began to recover rapidly again, visibly to the naked eye. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible." Yu Qingxue screamed, "How can you recover your vitality in that red mist? Even we can't do it, why can you?" Not only her, but Yu Li and Lin Wuxuan also felt a sudden wave of fear. Although the red mist continued to absorb Bai Ning's vitality, every time a crystal shattered, Bai Ning's body was reinvigorated with new energy. If this cycle continued, their seemingly foolproof sacrificial plan might fail. The red mist absorbed Bai Ning's life force by draining his flesh and vitality. However, the amount absorbed depended entirely on the quantity they sacrificed. Despite their skeletal appearances now, with the powerful resources of the consortium supporting them, they could quickly recover once they left the red mist. But their current
sacrifices had already reached their limit. Any more would not only affect their recovery later but also dangerously weaken their future cultivation potential. Bai Ning crushed a few more crystals, feeling the energy surge into his body again. He tilted his head, his neck cracking audibly. "Old lady, you'd better take care of yourself first."
Seeing Bai Ning recover again, Yu Qinshua's mind was in chaos. "Auntie, you must think of something. We can't let him keep replenishing his energy. Otherwise, we'll all end up dead at his hands."
Bai Ning's only method of energy recovery now was through the energy crystals.
To stop
him, the most direct way was to seize the crystals. But unless they were insane, they wouldn't dare try to snatch something from a 9th-tier expert.
Yu Qinshua frantically looked at Yu Li and Lin Wushuang, hoping for some reassurance from them. Unexpectedly, not only did Lin Wushuang's eyes look vacant, but
even Yu Li, who had initially suggested the sacrificial plan, appeared increasingly unsettled.
"Why can Bai Ning recover, but we can't?" Yu Qinshua was on the verge of losing her mind.
Hearing her words, Lin Wushuang found some logic in them, and a glimmer of light returned to her eyes.
Ali, Qinshua is right. If Bai Ning can recover, it means the red mist's isolating effect isn't completely unbreakable. We definitely have a way to. Yes, Auntie, is there something on the scroll that we haven't seen yet? Yu Li also began to doubt herself. "I've read the contents of the scroll countless times. Could I have really missed something?"
The scroll's content was very short, no more than 300 words. After reading it a few times, even a child could memorize it.
If she truly missed something, that would be considered genius level.
Yu Li understood this logic, but she just couldn't figure out why Bai Ning was an exception. She suddenly stared at Bai Ning, her tone firm. "Bai Ning, how can you absorb energy?" She realized that if she couldn't figure it out, she could just ask directly. After all, she was Bai Ning's biological mother. No matter what she wanted to do, Bai Ning, as her son, owed her a debt of gratitude.
Even in this situation, Bai Ning shouldn't hide anything from her. After all, she was his birth mother. Bai Ning considered himself thick-skinned enough, but hearing Yu Li's words, he finally understood what true shamelessness was. Could this be the power of genetics? Thick-skinned. Bai Ning was so angry he laughed, pointing at himself. "You want to kill me, and then ask me how to kill me? Is your brain waterlogged? The red mist not only drained your essence but also your brain. Shamelessness shouldn't reach your level." Bai Ning couldn't be bothered with these fools.
He straightened his posture, and all the energy crystals seemed to hear his call, floating around him. Crack, crack, the sound of crystals shattering echoed continuously.
Powerful energy erupted, instantly devoured by the surrounding ravenous red mist.
Immediately after, Bai Ning's body completely recovered to its original state. He clenched his fist, feeling his strength
rise another level.
At the same time, a system prompt appeared: devour 2.1/100 trillion assets to advance to god level. Candle Dragon Heavenly Eye. He crushed all the energy crystals at once, and the progress bar soared rapidly, directly breaking through to 2.1%.
Based on experience, he guessed that once the
devouring reached 10%, he could advance to mid-tier 9th level. At 40%, he could ascend to high-tier 9th level.
The remaining 60% would be preparation for breaking through to the 10th level.
The three women in front of him could collectively help him increase by at least another 3%.
He was already close to mid-tier 9th level.
He could also use the red mist for reverse sacrifice, letting the red mist kill these three. But Bai Ning decided that valuable resources
shouldn't be wasted on outsiders. Such precious resources should be collected by himself.
The red mist's energy absorption speed was slowing down, and it
would end within a few minutes. Bai Ning's state returned to its peak.
In contrast, the essence sacrificed by Yu Li and the other two was like a flood breaking
through a dam, never to return.
They knew that if they didn't come up with a solution soon, once Bai Ning completely escaped the red mist, they would be
next to die. "Answer me. I'm your mother."
Yu Li trembled all over.
"How exactly did you do it?"
"The scroll clearly says."
"Scroll?"
Bai Ning raised his eyes, his golden pupils flashing coldly. "So this was indeed your idea." This biological mother was truly ruthless.
Sacrificing her son, killing her own child?
It was simply shocking. Favoring Bai Tianyan was one thing, he could treat her as a stranger.
But he never expected Yu Li to go this far. Bai Ning's gaze swept over Yu Li's nearly skeletal body.
"Yu Li, you are truly the most pathetic and ugliest person I've ever seen." These words deeply pierced Yu Li's
heart.
She opened her mouth to speak but found her strength rapidly draining away.
No, no. Yuli shook her head. I can't die in front of a son I've never even looked at properly.
Bai Ning sneered, don't talk to me about family ties.
We have no relationship now.
He had already said that once the red mist finished absorbing his essence, he and Yuli would have no connection. Beside them, Yu Qingxue had completely collapsed, unable to accept this reality.
We've ended up like this, and you're still not dead.
Yu Qingxue was so furious she almost spat blood.
Bai Ning smirked mockingly, angry?
Oh, let it kill you.
With anger.
Yu Qingxue almost couldn't catch her breath, but in the end, she couldn't hold back. She turned around and shouted outside, Father, Father, where
are you? Come save us.
Bai Ning must die today, or there will be endless trouble. As soon as she finished speaking, the space outside the red mist suddenly distorted. Yu Qingxue and the other two showed a relieved expression. Bai Ning was not surprised, coldly staring at the three figures that suddenly
appeared, Yu Honying and two elders. This was the Yu family's territory, so it was normal for their experts to appear. Among the three, Yu Honying was the family head, yet he could only stand behind the two elders.
Bai Ning didn't recognize them but knew things were about to get complicated.
After identifying the two leading elders, Bai Ning spoke without hesitation. Judging by their aura, one was a mid-level 9th rank, likely the Yu family's ancestor, Yu Qingtian.
The other, though not at the 9th rank, exuded an equally intimidating pressure. Bai Ning narrowed his eyes and said coldly, are you meddling in someone
else's business?
Yu Qingtian's eyes flared with anger, his voice low and authoritative. No matter what methods you've used, you're already affected by the red mist and far from your peak state.
I advise you to leave immediately.
Bai Ning couldn't help but sneer, I want to kill your little granddaughter, and
you still have the face to ask me to leave?
These wealthy families were nothing but cowards who bullied the weak.
Yesterday, he had beaten Lin Korong into begging for mercy, showing them that his strength far surpassed an ordinary lower 9th rank. If not for that, the Yu family's ancestor would likely be even more arrogant today.
Yuli used her last bit of strength to scream, Ancestor, don't let him go.
He's an ungrateful wolf who will never spare us in the future.
Bai Ning ignored her, merely raising an eyebrow and provocatively staring at Yu Qingtian, looking eager to fight.
Who said he wasn't at his peak? He was much stronger now than he was yesterday.
Yu Qingtian hesitated for a moment but still tried to persuade him. After all, you carry the Yu family's
bloodline. As your ancestor, I don't want to fight you.
Bai Ning's lips curled into a mocking smile. See, Aunt, this is the so-called family you speak of. While you're busy seeking revenge, they hide in the shadows watching.
Now that they've appeared, it's not to save you. They're just afraid your deaths will implicate them.
Yuli caught the meaning behind the ancestor's words but refused to believe it. Ancestor, are the children's deaths going to be in vain? Yu Qingxue looked at her father, who had always doted on her, with disappointment. Dad, it's not just sister.
Now I'm about to die too, and you still won't do anything?
Lin Wuxuan gritted her teeth and said, since you're unwilling to stand up for Zhu Yu and the others, the three of us have already stepped forward.
Now that things have escalated to this point, as men, as the family head, where is your responsibility?
If this gets out, you'll lose all face. Yu Hongying's face alternated between red and pale, too embarrassed to speak. Bai Ning watched with amusement, nodding repeatedly, truly.
A family, you didn't disappoint me. Since that's the case. He raised his eyes, and a burst of golden light erupted, then I'll make the decision for you. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Ning's aura surged dramatically.
Devour, 3.1/100 trillion assets, successful, evolved. To God level, Candle Dragon Skya he threw out the funds he had long prepared in one go. At his level, money was just numbers, strength
was the key. No amount of funds mattered.
It's already past 2, I need to go back to sleep. Bai Ning coldly stared at Yu Qingtian, so, stay
put. I won't kill you today.
The next moment, the space beneath Bai Ning's feet shattered like thin glass, spreading rapidly and engulfing
the entire garden.
Red mist rolled within the garden, blocking his path. The mist's power defied logic, carrying a 10th tier pressure as it surged forward. The red mist collided fiercely with the spatial rift, and ancient runes faintly appeared within the blood-colored fog, seemingly trying to prevent the space from collapsing and trap its prey within.
There's hope.
A flash of wild joy appeared in Yuli's eyes.
He can't break through the 10th tier power.
Before he could finish speaking, flames ignited in Bai Ning's eyes. You've already absorbed
so much of my energy, and you still won't let go?
In the next instant, the power of time and space erupted completely, clashing violently
with the red mist once again. The dense red mist was instantly pierced through. The spatial rift expanded outward without any hindrance, showing no signs of stopping. Retreat quickly. Yu Qingtian's scalp tingled with fear as he grabbed Yu Hongying and desperately retreated. But their speed suddenly slowed, as if some force was dragging them down. Only then did they realize that the time in this area had also been affected by Bai Ning. Everything around them seemed to slow down, like a half-speed playback. Silently, the Yu family's ancient castle, which had stood for hundreds of years, was completely swallowed by the rapidly expanding spatial rift. Precious ancient paintings, ornaments, and bricks, everything turned to dust in an instant. The castle was entirely erased by the immense power of time and space. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared completely from the area. Countless specks of dust floated upward into the sky. Within the shattered space, the dust slowly swirled around Bai Ning. Devour, 4.5 out of 100 trillion assets, to upgrade to God level, Candle Dragon Sky Eye, the small text on the screen jumped wildly again. After the castle was erased, the treasures within became Bai Ning's nourishment. Standing amidst the ruins, he was guarded by three skeleton-like figures that seemed insane. He chuckled softly in satisfaction and stepped into the air. Invisible ripples spread beneath his feet with each step. Every step caused the space beneath him to distort slightly, firmly supporting his body. Step by step, he steadily ascended into the sky. The dust particles shattered by the space, under the pull of his aura, spiraled upward around him like countless stars. The particles shimmered faintly in the thin moonlight, as if paving a celestial path for him. In the distance, Yu Qingtian and the others, who had barely managed to escape, looked at their flattened ancestral land with pale faces. If they had been even slightly slower, they too would have been completely erased like the castle. Yu Qingtian was forced back half a step by Bai Ning's overwhelming aura, his face constantly changing. His throat was dry, and remembering Lin Coron's tragic state yesterday, he dared not act rashly. Such a spectacle attracted everyone's attention. Although it was already 2 in the morning, many night owls were still online. Live streams. Popularity skyrocketed instantly, surpassing countless borderline female streamers and climbing to the top of the webpage rankings. The live streams title was highly captivating. Yu family's ancient castle vanishes instantly, mysterious power ascends to the heavens. Clicking into the live stream, the scene instantly woke countless viewers. The footage, shot from afar with a high-powered lens, showed a figure standing steadily in midair, with moonlight twisting around him. A blurred face, with only a pair of dazzling golden eyes burning with golden light, as if they could pierce through everything even from thousands of miles away. Showing me this at 2 a.m.? I'm wide awake until tomorrow night. Now, the Yu family's ancient castle, where did such a massive castle go? The last streamer who dared to broadcast the Bai family's affairs mysteriously disappeared, and now someone dares to film the affairs of a conglomerate? Wasn't it said that even a level 9 attack couldn't break through the castle? And now it's just been wiped out like that? Whose big shot is this? The Yu family will have to rebuild their house, right? No one in the livestream could have imagined that someone would dare to mess with the Yu family in the middle of the night, and even demolish their ancient castle. Until someone recognized those iconic golden eyes. Golden eyes, that's my husband. That aura, that physique, it's definitely my husband Bai Ning, so handsome. Husband is amazing. Took down the Bai family and now the Yu family. Wake up, sisters, your husband just demolished the Yu family's ancestral home, he might disappear any moment now. The barrage of comments surged like a tsunami. Every second, the number of viewers skyrocketed. Everyone was stunned speechless by the scene before them, especially those who had watched the last livestream when Bai Ning returned to the Bai family with the phoenix. Bai Ning is only 18 years old. Just how strong is he now? He doesn't even care about the Yu family? To the one above, Bai Ning is still here, which means that after causing a huge commotion at the Bai family, even they couldn't do anything to him. How powerful do you think he is? I can't take it anymore. Husband. Bai Ning hovered quietly in midair, completely unaware that he had been filmed again. He felt the surging power within him. So strong, so unstoppable. He looked down at the 3 members of the Yu family who were barely holding on. Yu Qingtian and Yu Hongying had retreated without even glancing at them, fleeing at full speed. See that? They don't even have the courage to collect your bodies. You conglomerates, always so united when bullying the weak, but in reality, you're just like this. No, it's not like that. Yu Li murmured softly.
At the last moment, she had exhausted all her strength, offering more of her flesh and blood to the red mist in an attempt to weaken
Bai Ning.
But Bai Ning was completely unaffected. Instead, his aura grew even stronger.
In the end, even the red mist was shattered by him. As a result, her body became extremely emaciated. Bai Ning said calmly, as long as someone gives you a life potion, you still have a chance to survive. But look, who dares?
He pointed to the Yu family members on the ground, too terrified to make a sound.
Yu Li's brother, Yu
Hongying, kept his mouth tightly shut, doing nothing. The Yu family's patriarch merely clasped his hands behind his back indifferently.
Not to mention the others.
And their so-called father, Bai Zhongyue, hadn't even shown up. Yu Li's other children were nowhere to be seen.
She
collapsed to the ground, her breath growing weaker and weaker. Bai Ning waved his hand, and Lin Wushuang and Yu Qingsno didn't even have a chance to beg for mercy before they turned to ash and dissipated into the air.
Bai Ning asked loudly, Patriarch Yu, your younger sister, is about to die. What do you think? Yu Hongying's heart tightened. The pain of losing his daughter was already unbearable, and Bai Ning's
words were like a slap in the face. He glanced secretly at Yu Qingtian, only to see the Yu family's patriarch with a cold expression,
showing no intention of resisting.
Yu Hongying completely gave up, remaining silent.
You see, this is the essence of your conglomerates.
Bai Ning exhaled a breath of turbid air.
Even if I don't kill you, you won't survive. A few broken sounds escaped Yu Li's throat, unclear
whether they were sobs or laughter. The last thing she saw was Bai Ning's cold and dazzling golden eyes looking down at her.
There was no joy
of victory in them, only indifference. Devour, 8 out of 100 trillion assets, to grow into god level, Candle Dragon Heavenly Eye, Bai Ning calmly watched as the progress in his eyes increased again. In the blink of an eye, the progress surged to 8%.
With just another 2 trillion in assets devoured, he could advance to mid-level 9th tier.
And it had only been a few days since he had reached the 9th tier.
Forget it. It's not the first time anyway. Bai Ning raised his phone, watching the livestream while searching for the direction,
until the image showed his face directly facing the camera.
This is the place.
He put down his phone and grinned at the camera.
The next second, he teleported right in front of it. Hi.
His magnetic voice transmitted directly into the viewer's ears through the livestream.
Equipment.
His flawless, handsome face appeared again in high definition.
As soon as Bai Ning appeared on camera, the livestream room exploded instantly. Ah, hubby is looking at me directly. Hubby, he's looking at me. This face, this aura, I'm going crazy. This presence is too strong, my legs are weak. My mom asked why I'm kneeling while watching my phone and having a nosebleed. The camera is shaking. Host, don't shake, hold steady.
Send gifts, give the big shot a crazy shout out. The reward animations instantly filled the entire screen. Bai Ning nodded slightly at the camera, the smile in his eyes deepening.
Not bad.
He casually waved his hand, his figure flickered, and he completely disappeared without a trace.
The camera was still shaking violently.
The person in charge of the camera trembled as they put down the equipment and sent a message to their superior. Captain, Bai Ning noticed us.
Will he be angry? Soon, a reply came. Are you stupid?
We were sent by his master.
What are you afraid of?
The person scratched their head. Oh right, I almost forgot I'm on Bai Ning's side.
That oppressive feeling is no joke. Bai Ning returned to his dormitory, and his first
impression was that it had been robbed. But with his master around, such a thing was almost impossible. The room was a complete mess, with knife marks all over the walls, tables, and floor.
The culprit,
Qingyu, was comfortably curled up in a small nest made of blankets, sound asleep.
Bai Ning shook his head.
It seemed the bed had been chopped in half, so he could only sleep on the floor.
The next morning,
Qingyu woke up and immediately pounced on Bai Ning, her face full of seeking praise.
Look at how I practiced my knife skills yesterday.
She pointed at the deepest knife mark on the wall, which almost penetrated it, and said excitedly,
Bai Ning, so diligent?
Qingyu nodded vigorously. Yesterday during the combat class, my classmates' knife skills were all amazing, but I missed so many
times.
I even heard someone whispering bad things about me, saying I only got in because of you.
I can't embarrass you. Only then did Bai Ning understand.
After drinking the life's praise and transforming,
the little phoenix's strength was equivalent to a mid-level human 7th rank.
Meanwhile, the highest rank for freshmen was only 1 or 2.
Her classmates couldn't possibly see through Qingyu's true strength.
Moreover, the Phoenix clan mainly relied on their strong bodies and phoenix fire for combat. No one had ever heard of a phoenix using knives, spears, or staffs.
Qingyu had never been exposed to
these weapons before, so in her classmates' eyes, her combat experience was indeed lacking.
The little phoenix had just transformed into human form and knew little about the human world. She probably messed around in the dormitory last night.
Bai Ning could almost imagine how frustrated the neighbors must have been hearing all the clanging noises.
After all, everyone in the academy knew who lived in this dormitory. I didn't remind you.
Bai Ning rubbed her head. It's best to practice in a dedicated training room here, otherwise, you'll scare others.
Come on, I'll take you somewhere. He brought Qingyu to his private training room.
This was a place prepared for him by his master, which he hadn't returned to for a while after going to the abyss.
Wow!
Qingyu's eyes lit up when she saw the spacious
area, dozens of times larger than the dormitory. Can I practice freely here? Bai Ning nodded.
He took out a training long knife and handed it to her.
You don't have classes this morning. I'll teach you a few moves first.
When helping Qingyu choose her courses, Bai Ning had summarized his own experience. He only picked a few important classes for her, so her academic pressure wasn't heavy.
As for Bai
Ning's own classes, he had long skipped them to the point of disappearing.
The teachers knew his current strength and didn't care whether he attended or not. In fact, if he did attend, the teachers would be so nervous they'd need 3 glasses of water. Watch carefully.
This set of knife techniques is called Ember Void Slash. Bai Ning held the long knife, not exerting much force, just demonstrating his knife technique skills. His body sank slightly, and with a sudden swing of his arm, a razor-sharp blade light shot out from the edge of the blade at an astonishing speed. The blade light effortlessly pierced through 3 test targets and finally struck the wall with a deep mark. Bai Ning sheathed his blade and looked at Qingyu, whose eyes were wide open.
The key is to exert force completely, infusing
your flames into the blade light, pursuing ultimate penetration and explosive power.
Qingyu, excited, took the blade.
Mimicking Bai Ning's posture, she tightened her small face and shouted.
Bai Ning immediately noticed the problem. The blade tip was tilted, and the power of the Nirvana flame was too overwhelming, failing to integrate into the blade's momentum.
Although she managed to knock down one test target, it was due to the flame's power, not her blade technique. Qinyu's small face immediately fell, her eyes full of helplessness.
Bai Ning walked behind her, held her small hand, and pulled
her into his arms. Qingyu felt the warmth of his palm, and her cheeks flushed slightly.
Don't get distracted, Bai Ning patted her head. Focus on feeling the power within you. I'll guide you. Bai Ning's
hand firmly enveloped hers, and the sensation of the blade's hilt faded, replaced by a deep connection. He helped her adjust her posture.
Concentrate.
Qingyu closed her eyes, feeling a warm current
quietly seep into her body. Instinctively, she wanted to evade it, but the warm current wouldn't allow it. It gently touched every key point in her body, guiding her to explore an unknown realm.
Horror. Consciousness was surrounded by this power, slowly immersing in it. A simultaneous sense of strength and control surged in her heart. She felt like a bow, firmly held by Bai Ning, the bowstring being gradually tightened, leaving no room for resistance. His breath brushed lightly against her ear, bringing a slight tickle.
Now is the time.
The taut bowstring suddenly released.
Qingyu, already entranced, swung her arm following Bai Ning's guidance.
A thin, crimson gold blade light shot out from the blade, instantly slicing through the air.
The 3 test targets were effortlessly pierced. Qingyu panted
slightly, her eyes dazed, as if she had just experienced an uncontrollable dream.
Bai Ning stepped back half a step. Remember that feeling just now? Qingyu nodded blankly, her cheeks flushed. It was
unclear whether it was due to the surging energy within her or something else. The waves in her heart gradually calmed, leaving only a trace of dampness.
It was late at night again. Bai Ning stayed
with Qingyu, coaxing her to sleep before slowly returning to the Bai family's old residence. He felt severely sleep-deprived lately, relying solely on his 9th-tier robust body to sustain him.
The old
residence was still surrounded by a layer of energy shield, though its protective effect was not strong. Bai Ning waved his hand, passed through countless fragments, and entered the main residence.
As expected, no one had gone to bed yet, they were all gathered there. The moment Bai Ning stepped in, the previously low intense discussions instantly ceased.
All the core members of the Bai family turned their gazes toward him in unison. Bai Ning completely ignored the tense atmosphere, his gaze bypassing the grim-faced Bai Zhongyuan and landing directly on the trembling Bai Tianlu behind him. "Oh, you're quite cooperative," Bai Ning said with a satisfied smile. This was the first time he had so smoothly encountered the person he wanted to deal with. Bai Hanyang couldn't help but ask in a deep voice, "Are you really planning to disregard the feelings of your clan and harm your brother?" Bai Zhongyuan, shielding Bai Tianlu, said nervously, "Bai Ning, as long as you spare Tianlu today, I will immediately declare you the next head of the Bai family." His voice wasn't loud, but the weight of his words was immense. This was a direct promise of the family head position from the current head himself. Everyone knew that although Bai Ning came from the third branch, with the support of the main branch, there would be no doubt about his succession as the family head. If Bai Ning agreed, the pinnacle of power would be within his grasp. Such a temptation was hard for anyone to refuse. Bai Ning took a step forward. "What? Wasn't I clear enough on the phone yesterday? No one can change this matter." Bai Ning scanned the room and suddenly noticed someone missing. "Where's Bai Zhongyue?" At this lively family gathering, the man who claimed to be his father was conspicuously absent. Bai Henian's expression was complicated. "Zhongyu fainted from anger and was hospitalized yesterday. Do you know why?" Bai Ning responded softly. Well, who wouldn't be devastated upon hearing that their wife had died, especially when it was caused by their own elder brother? And then there was Bai Tianjue, the second brother whose cultivation Bai Ning had destroyed. Who knows if the news has reached him yet? If Bai Zhongyu still doesn't know, the situation could get worse. As a concerned family member, Bai Ning decided to find something to do by the hospital bed. "Has Bai Tianjue returned?" Bai Ning raised an eyebrow and asked. "You dare mention Tianjue?" Bai Henian's face turned red with anger. He slammed the armrest of his chair and stood up abruptly. A powerful ninth-tier aura erupted from him, completely out of control. His face was flushed, and even his beard trembled. This appearance was entirely different from the calm and composed demeanor Bai Ning had seen when he first met him. "You destroyed his cultivation, turned him into a cripple, and locked him in that place for so long, depriving him of any chance to recover. Do you have any familial affection left in your heart?" Bai Henian's furious roar echoed through the hall. The Bai family members held their breath. No one had ever seen this usually composed elder lose his temper like this. Bai Ning paid no attention, casually scratching his ear. "Enough of the family drama. Let's get down to business." As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Zhongyuan and his guards immediately tensed their muscles, ready for action. Bai Ning took a single step forward. Just one step, and an overwhelming pressure descended like a landslide. The air in the hall instantly solidified, and everyone felt their breathing become obstructed. Bai Henian's expression changed drastically. Others might think ninth-tier power was formidable, but only Bai Henian truly understood the weight of Bai Ning's step. The energy erupting from Bai Ning's body at this moment was no less than that of Bai Henian, a seasoned ninth-tier expert. How is this possible?" Bai Henian's emotions were complex. "I, Bai Henian, nearing the end of my years, finally hoped for a genius like you to emerge in the family, and yet it hasn't been long." It hadn't been long, and Bai Ning was already close to advancing to the mid-level of the ninth tier. Just seconds ago, Bai Henian had been angrily reprimanding Bai Ning, but his attitude suddenly shifted. Bai Zhongyuan noticed this and quickly said, "Elder, he's planning to act against Tianlu. It's one thing for him to cause chaos within the family, but he personally killed Lin Wushuang of the Lin family and two of their direct heirs, as well as the twin sisters of the Yu family. Now, the two families have joined forces in the council to question us, putting immense pressure on the Bai family." Bai Henian let out a long sigh but did not immediately respond. Bai Zhongyuan continued, "I am, after all, the head of the Bai family. I hold significant influence within the family and the entire federation. Let me make this clear today, Bai Ning, if you truly kill Tianlu, the family will no longer shield you from the pressure of the two major conglomerates. The Bai family will no longer be your home." Bai Ning didn't even lift his eyelids, lazily replying, "Henian." He casually called out Henian, shocking everyone around him. This was the elder, the ancestor of the family, and yet Bai Ning dared to address him by name? "Henian, they can't see the situation clearly. Tell them, what is my current level?" Bai Zhongyuan frowned in confusion. "There's no need to say it, everyone knows you advanced to the lower ninth tier 3 days ago. And besides, what kind of status does the elder hold? How dare you call him by name?" Bai Ning smiled but did not answer.
Bai Heinyan waved his hand, signaling that it was fine. Bai Zhongyuan grew even more puzzled. When had the elder's temper become so lenient?
Elder, the Lin and Yu families have already put significant
pressure on us. You can't let him act so recklessly. Bai Heinyan's voice was low. If they dare say another word, let them come and try. I want to see, with 2 ninth-tier experts in the Bai family, who dares to speak up.
His attitude not only showed no anger toward Bai Ning but even carried a hint of pride, completely blocking Bai Zhongyuan's words. The Bai family members were stunned into silence. By the elder's unusual behavior, Bai Ning naturally understood that Bai Hanyang's attitude towards him had suddenly changed because his value had shifted.
Among the 4 major families, each had only one direct ancestor at the 9th tier.
The ancestor of the Li family, Li Yensong, was closely connected to Qiansan, giving the Li family an advantage over the other 3.
But the Bai family was different now. They had 2 ninth-tier experts.
Moreover, Bai Ning was only 18 years old, making his status incredibly valuable. Not to mention, he had just advanced to the 9th tier and could easily suppress the Lin family's ancestor. His combat power was on par with other 9th tier experts.
Bai Hanyang's change in attitude was entirely reasonable.
Bai Ning extended a finger and lightly slashed the air.
Like a blade.
There was no energy fluctuation, but Bai Tianlu immediately screamed. Bai Ning smirked mischievously, just scaring you a bit, look how terrified you are.
I'm someone who values fairness. Bai Tianlu and Lin Zhuyu have always wanted to kill me, so I killed them.
Yesterday, Yu Li, Lin Wuxuan, and Yu Qingshu tried to take my life using the Divine Domain's methods, and I dealt with them.
2. Bai Hanyang froze and interrupted, you said Divine Domain?
Yes,
Divine Domain. If it really was the Divine Domain, you wouldn't have survived, Bai Hanyang asserted. Bai Ning sneered, you really don't know how to talk. What's so special about the Divine Domain?
They sacrificed their own flesh and blood, but unfortunately, they were too weak, and I was too strong.
It's normal they couldn't kill me. You mentioned sacrifice. Bai Hanyang and Bai Zhongyuan were simultaneously shocked.
The sacrificial method passed down by the Yu family was secretive, but with their status, they had heard of it. Legend had it that this method was brought by a 10th tier expert from the Divine Domain. This expert's ability allowed him to absorb essence from sacrifices of flesh and blood to fulfill people's wishes. It was said that before he entered the Divine Domain, the Federation suffered severe harm. At that time, no one dared to provoke him, fearing they would be killed through sacrificial methods. The party making the sacrifice would calculate the essence ratio to ensure the target's death before agreeing to the transaction. Those targeted never escaped. No one expected Bai Ning to survive the Divine
Domain's ability.
Bai Zhongyuan closed his eyes in pain, knowing it would be difficult to protect Bai Tianlu today.
Bai Ning chuckled, so now, only you are left, Bai Tianlu. You were so arrogant before. Why not stand up like a man now and die with dignity?
These words made Bai Tianlu's face flush red like a boiled shrimp, utterly humiliated. But he knew this was not the time to care about pride. Staying alive was the most important thing.
Dad, ancestor, save me. I know I was wrong. Bai Ning, I beg you to spare me. I'll kneel to you, okay?
Bai Ning shook his finger, unmoved.
Nope. His sweet smile
carried a murderous aura, oppressing everyone around him. Master Bai, I suggest you learn from Lin Qingyu and obediently hand him over to me to avoid trouble. Bai Zhongyuan staggered back half a step,
as if all his strength had been drained, making way for Bai Ning.
Bai Ning mockingly stared at the despairing Bai Tianlu.
I remember you had a strong henchman named Bai Jin. Where is he? It was Bai Jin who had kidnapped Meng Tianchi back then.
At that time, Bai Ning was only at the 3rd tier, yet to defeat the 6th tier Bai Jin, he had spent a full 5 billion energy crystals.
Relying on the
energy forcibly infused by his golden finger, he barely managed to fight Bai Jin to a draw. In the end, Bai Jin survived by taking medicine. This incident had always weighed on Bai Ning's mind.
Since
then, he had strived to kill in one strike in every battle, never giving his enemies a chance to take medicine.
Bai Tianlu trembled and asked, if I hand over everyone who has fought you before, will you spare me? Bai Ning smiled, what do you think? These 3 light words completely shattered Bai Tianlu's last psychological defense. He collapsed to the ground, crying and snotting uncontrollably, no longer resembling the noble young master he once was. Bai Ning straightened up, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, and called out indifferently, Bai Jian. In the crowd, a figure trembled violently and
instinctively retreated, trying to hide. Bai Jian's face turned pale as he realized there was no escape. With a thud, he knelt on the ground.
Young master, spare me. Bai Tianlu holds the lives of my entire family in his hands, I had no choice.
Before he could finish, Bai Ning waved his hand.
An invisible fine line swept across.
Swoosh! Bai Jian's voice abruptly stopped as blood spurted from his neck,
shooting 3 meters high.
The fresh blood splattered onto the surrounding people, none of whom dared to dodge, fearing they might anger Bai Ning, this god of death, and be mistaken as accomplices to be
executed. Bai Ning ignored the others, sidestepping by Zhang Yuan. Your son's debt will be repaid by you. Including interest, the total is 10 trillion. Any objections? Bai Zhang Yuan had never been
threatened like this before, but with his son's life in Bai Ning's hands, he suppressed his trembling and finally said in a low voice, no objections.
Just name your terms. As long as you release Tianlu, anything can be discussed.
Bai Ning nodded in satisfaction and continued forward.
Not far ahead was the main seat in the Bai family residence, a symbol of the family head's authority. Bai Zhang Yuan
stepped back half a step, making way for Bai Ning to approach the seat.
Bai Ning walked past Bai Tianlu without stopping, delivering a kick to his face.
Then, stepping on his head, he continued forward.
The movement was so swift that no one could react. Boom!
A muffled explosion echoed as Bai Tianlu's head burst apart.
Bright Bai Ning chuckled softly, I think 3 houses are too few. Why not give me the entire Bai family?
I'll take the position of family head. He remained seated, but an even stronger oppressive force swept through the entire hall.
How is this possible so quickly? Bai Henian exclaimed. It's only been a few minutes, how have you already reached the level of mid-tier 9th rank?
His words shocked those who were still doubting Bai Ning's strength.
Bai Henian had always thought Bai Ning's talent was extraordinary.
Since the day Bai Ning enrolled, words like genius and prodigy had become synonymous with him.
Those who disliked Bai Ning back then would only insult him as a country
bumpkin who had never seen the world. But no one dared to say Bai Ning lacked talent. His brilliance had shown ever since his awakening and continued to this day.
To the Bai family, hearing such praise
was nothing unusual. But Bai Henian's claim that Bai Ning was about to break through to mid-tier 9th rank was like a thunderclap.
Mid-tier 9th rank. In a level where advancing was considered hellishly difficult, Bai Ning had taken only a few days to nearly break through? This was simply unbelievable.
Breaking through to 8th rank in a month was already astonishing, but this time the shock far
surpassed anything before.
In human history, the fastest anyone had ever advanced from lower tier 9th rank to mid-tier took 13 years.
Yet Bai Ning, at most, had taken 4 days. 4 days compared to 13 years. What kind of concept was this?
Even the term prodigy was insufficient to describe him. At this moment, everyone had only one thought in their minds, Bai Ning must be cheating.
If Bai Ning wasn't cheating, how could his realm advance so quickly, like a rocket? How are you advancing so fast?
Bai Zhang Yuan was both anxious and furious, his mind ablaze, blurting out, do you
have some secret method for leveling up that allowed you to reach this realm in just 2 months? Bai Henian and the other Bai family members stared at Bai Ning with suspicion. But Bai Ning would never easily reveal his secrets.
He was never one to hide things, but he also wasn't foolish enough to admit outright that he was cheating. Scratching his head, he smiled somewhat sheepishly, leveling up, is
it hard? Everyone froze, taking a step back.
Bai Ning asked again, puzzled, I was going to ask, why do you all level up so slowly?
Is there some secret to suppressing your rank? The crowd took another step back, gritting their teeth in anger. This kid was truly arrogant. Back to the main topic.
Bai Ning restrained his smile, let's talk about me succeeding as the family head. He leaned back in his chair, completely like a rebellious troublemaker. Mentioning this, Bai Zhang Yuan's face changed, his hands clasped behind his back, and he lowered his head in silence.
Instead, Bai Henian's expression
turned serious as he spoke first. You don't need to bring up the matter of who will be the next family head anymore.
Bai Ning, hearing this, didn't get angry. He was even a little pleased that the Bai family had such a reaction.
The more people came to trouble him, the more benefits he could reap, and the faster his strength would grow.
If everyone obediently listened to him, he would actually be unhappy.
As Bai Ning was thinking this, Bai Henian continued, the next family head will, of course, be you, Bai Ning.
What? Bai Zhang Yuan was stunned. What?
Bai Ning was even more dumbfounded. Both of them widened their eyes.
Wait, this wasn't how the script was supposed to go. Weren't they supposed to reject me and then find an opportunity to counterattack? I've done so many outrageous things. killed off most of the new generation from other families, and yet the Bai family's ancestor still accepts me as the family head? I was ready for the next big fight, and now you're suddenly surrendering? Wasn't the family bloodline supposed to be the most important?
Bai Zhang Yuan's heart raced, completely unable to accept such a rapid change. After being stunned for a long time, he finally asked, "The
appointment of the consortium's family head requires a vote by the council. I've never heard of the council members having such intentions." Bai Henian waved his hand, signaling him not to rush. "This is just a preliminary plan, it hasn't reached the formal voting stage yet. It's just that the performance of Xiao Ning in his duel with Lin Korong caught the attention of those old guys in the consortium." "You mean?" Bai Zhang Yuan frowned, struggling to say, "time reversal?"
Hearing this, Bai Ning finally understood. No wonder they started painting a rosy picture for him. It turns out they had their eyes
on his special abilities.
In this world, the council is nominally the highest legislative and authoritative body of the federation, theoretically responsible for overseeing the operation of the federal
government.
But in reality, most council members come from the four major conglomerates, whose status surpasses even that of Bai Zhang Yuan's generation. The remaining few members have long since aligned themselves with one of the four families. Thus, council voting is merely a venue for the four conglomerates to distribute benefits among themselves. As for why the fight with Lin Korong caused such a stir, Bai Ning understood. Rich people fear death, and the elderly fear it even more. These wealthy and aging council members have an ingrained fear of death. The longevity flower in the Phoenix clans territory attracts so many experts to compete for it precisely because of this. Lin Korong's ability to absorb others' vitality causes their appearance to age rapidly. Meanwhile, the Candle Dragon's Eye controls both time and space. Although it cannot yet reverse the world's time, it can easily rewind one's own time. In the eyes of the council members, activating the Candle Dragon's Eye to restore youthful appearance from aging is practically a substitute for an elixir of immortality. Seeing Bai Ning's understanding, Bai Hanyang said meaningfully, "You've advanced so quickly, you might soon reach Li Yinsong's level." That old man has survived for so many years relying on his 9th-tier high-level strength. Once you reach that realm, your time-space I will bring unimaginable effects.
Bai Ning
tapped the armrest with his fingers, producing crisp knocking sounds.
With each tap, Bai Zhang Yuan's face grew darker. After a while, Bai Ning slowly spoke, "First of all, I can only return my state to a certain point in the recent past. This is not the same as reversing time." Don't interrupt me," Bai Ning said, displeased, glancing at Bai Hanyang, who was about to interject. "Secondly, immortality is just a myth. Even I am not sure if I can live long. None of the predecessors who entered the divine realm dared to guarantee eternal life. So, asking me to help you achieve immortality is a bit of a pipe dream."
Bai Ning's words were half-truths. He indeed couldn't achieve immortality yet, but he had a faint feeling that day wasn't far off.
Even if the subdivine level Candle Dragon's Eye couldn't do it, the divine level Candle Dragon's Heavenly Eye surely could. And if even the Candle Dragon's Heavenly Eye failed, he could still enter the divine realm after reaching the 10th tier. The answer must lie there. However, his words clearly had another purpose. Sure enough, Bai Hanyang frowned and asked, "Are you unwilling to even try, and directly rejecting the council's goodwill?" Bai Ning waved his finger. "What I mean is, you need to pay more." What a joke, something everyone is scrambling for, and they think they can get it with a mere title of family head. If he didn't squeeze them for more, they'd still think he was an 18-year-old fool. Bai Hanyang nodded without hesitation. Money is not an issue. Immortality has been the subject of research for the four major conglomerates for hundreds of years, and the core of the research institute revolves around it. You've seen Tianjue, he's involved in this project. Originally, as long as we extracted samples during the longevity flowers bloom, we could achieve a major breakthrough. But as you know, as the culprit who obstructed Bai Tianjue's actions, Bai Ning felt Bai Hanyang's resentful gaze. But with his current time-space abilities and 9th-tier strength, the longevity flower the research institute wanted happened to be in his possession. The advantage was on his side. Cut the nonsense and name your price. However, Bai Hanyang's tone shifted. Hearing these two words, Bai Ning's brows immediately furrowed. Bai Hanyang quickly continued, "You need to cooperate with the research institute for experiments. As long as you can solve one problem, the council will allocate an additional 10 trillion in research funding. Solve another, and they'll allocate more. The funding is unlimited." 10 trillion? Bai Zhang Yuan exclaimed. in surprise. Last time, they only allocated 1 trillion and it took 2 months to arrive. Now it's increased so much all at once? When Tianjue was in charge of the project, the council wasn't this generous. Isn't this inappropriate, ancestor? And unlimited funding, this is no joke. If Bai Ning's involvement greatly advances the project, then Bai Ning raised an eyebrow. These two were playing the classic good cop, bad cop routine, working seamlessly together. It seemed Bai Zhongyuan had been acting earlier too. The tricks of capitalists trying to sell me dreams? In my past life, I lacked everything except for boss's empty promises. After speaking, Bai Ning stood up directly, ready to leave. Don't be so quick to refuse, hear me out. Bai Hanyang raised his hand to signal calmness, cutting straight to the point. The council has agreed to add you to the list of leaders for the longevity project. You'll have full control over all funding, which is essentially the same as giving you money directly. Don't be so resistant, the amount is substantial. The council wants to ensure its own security and hopes to inspire your motivation. Bai Ning rolled his eyes and walked toward the door. Bai Ning? You child. Bai Hanyang frowned and called out. Think it over, don't rush to leave. It's so late, why not stay home instead of going back to school? Don't go, stop. You. Bai Ning quickly reached the door, and behind him came a satisfied response. We'll give you an advance bonus, transfer part of it to your account first, okay? Bai Hanyang sighed helplessly. Tonight, he had already compromised several times. But Bai Ning not only didn't appreciate it, he kept raising the stakes. Without turning back, Bai Ning asked directly, how much is the bonus? 1 trillion. Bai Ning sneered and took a step forward. 2 trillion. Another step. 5 trillion. Bai Ning walked out the door. Alright, 10 trillion. This entire bonus is yours. If the research progresses smoothly, there will be even more rewards waiting for you. Is that enough? Bai Ning stopped in his tracks, and the Bai family members behind him all looked at him with anticipation. To them, money was never an issue. Compared to immortality and eternal youth, this amount of wealth and grudges were insignificant. So everyone sincerely hoped Bai Ning would agree. Bai Ning didn't respond immediately, remaining silent for a few seconds. To others, those seconds felt as long as a century. Well, fine, Bai Ning reluctantly agreed, his expression somewhat conflicted. The crowd immediately showed joy. Not bad, it seems. He still prioritizes the bigger picture. Finally came around. Great. With a genius like Bai Ning joining, we're bound to succeed. If we really achieve results, our Bai family will surpass the other 3 families in the future, and others will have to show us more respect. The air still carried the scent of blood, remnants from earlier in the day, but the atmosphere had completely shifted. The speed at which these people moved on made Bai Ning marvel. But he didn't care. He had long been familiar with the ruthlessness of conglomerates. Now, he was simply basking in the joy brought by this massive sum of money. These wealthy families truly had deep pockets. Just a casual negotiation, and he secured such a high figure. 10 trillion. A 1 followed by 10 zeros. Just the sheer number was dizzying. Faced with such a huge sum, even though Bai Ning wasn't particularly sensitive to money anymore, he couldn't help but feel the happiness of receiving such a windfall. Fearing he might change his mind, Bai Hanyang quickly stepped forward and grabbed his hand, speaking earnestly. Do you know how rare this opportunity is? Every family head selection requires council approval. You being able to participate in this project has all the council members wanting to vote in your favor, letting you take control of the conglomerate. Moreover, there's a strict requirement for becoming the family head. You must independently lead a team to complete a profitable project to prove your leadership ability before the conglomerate can be entrusted to you. Bai Hanyang wore an expression that said Bai Ning had struck gold. This look made Bai Ning feel a bit repulsed. But he didn't dwell on it. With the money in place, everything was negotiable. Besides, after hearing Phoenix mention the effects of the longevity flower, he was curious to see if it was truly possible to develop something that could extend life. Longevity was a desire engraved in everyone's DNA. He was no exception. I've long heard that the Research Institute has made many famous discoveries. Even the commonly used awakening potion was originally developed there. Besides immortality, what else do they study? Where exactly is the Research Institute? There's no information about it online at all. Bai Ning was full of curiosity. After all, the Research Institute was renowned, on par with the 4 major conglomerates. Many technological breakthroughs?
such as formation runes, strategic weapons, and nano-combat suits, were spearheaded by the Institute. But beyond that, everything about it was shrouded in mystery.
Ordinary people had almost no access to any information. Seeing Bai Ning finally intrigued by the Research Institute, Bai Hanyang revealed a hint of pride.
The scope of their research is vast. Besides the well-known projects, they also study
exotic beasts.
For example, the cross-species gene fusion program, where they attempt to create entirely new species.
There's also the anthropomorphization of exotic beasts, where they try to inject shapeshifter genes into fox-like or cat-like exotic beasts, guiding them to take human form. Bai Hanyang glanced at him meaningfully. Bai Ning raised an eyebrow. Live experiments. Old Deng always seemed
so serious, but who would have thought he dabbled in such wild endeavors? These projects seemed like the ultimate dream of some perverted old men and furry enthusiasts.
Catgirls, fox spirits, the
bloodshed behind it all was almost self-evident. Thinking of the little phoenix at home, Bai Ning made a silent vow in his heart. He would never let anyone from the Research Institute get near Qingyu.
The Phoenix clan had never had a precedent of taking human form.
If they found out, they already knew, and there wouldn't be any dirty tricks they could hide.
He had thick skin and had weathered countless
storms, but if something happened to Qingyu, just the thought of it made him want to explode. As for the location, Bai Hanyang lowered his voice. The Research Institute is situated on a small island in the underground cavern.
The entire island has been transformed by the conglomerates into a massive strategic fortress, ensuring everyone's safety. Time is of the essence. The council has decided to send someone to pick you up tomorrow and start the project immediately. Bai Ning had no objections to this arrangement.
He had almost dealt with everyone that needed to be taken care of.
Staying here was meaningless.
Going to the Research Institute would broaden his horizons and, incidentally, let him take some money from the conglomerates.
Bai Hanyang patted Bai Ning on the shoulder. That's settled. Then, wait for my message tomorrow.
After returning to school, Bai Ning first went to find his master. Qingyu had just arrived here and wasn't familiar with anyone else.
The only people she could talk to
were his master and Meng Tianshi. After entrusting Qingyu and Meng Tianshi to his master, Bai Ning left with peace of mind. The next day, someone from the Bai family came to contact him.
To his surprise, the person sent to pick him up was his sixth sister, Bai Tianji. That's right, the Bai family's third branch had 7 children. He had already met the eldest, Bai Tianshu, the third, Bai Tianlu, and the original 7th, Bai Tianyan.
But this Bai Tianji was the first relative he was meeting for the first time. On the very first day he was brought back to the third branch, his sixth sister had given
him a hard time. How could she be the one sent to escort him now?
Bai Ning thought to himself, unafraid of her holding a grudge, that he might as well throw her into the wilderness.
He went downstairs, and Bai Tianji was already waiting there.
Behind her were 2 teams of well-trained guards. Today, she was dressed in a neatly tailored silver-gray work uniform, which made her figure appear upright. She seemed less arrogant than before and instead exuded a sense of competence. When she saw Bai Ning, her face immediately lit up with a gentle smile, and she walked over quickly.
"Xiao Ning, did you rest well?"
She smiled without a trace of malice, as if the previous incidents had never happened. On the surface, she truly looked like a caring older sister.
Bai Ning sneered inwardly. Impossible. The last
time they met, she had called him a useless waste and openly sided with Bai Tianyan. Now that Bai Tianyan was dead, and even their mother's death was connected to him, she was suddenly treating him so
well. What a joke.
Bai Ning remained expressionless on the surface, unwilling to waste words with her, and got straight to the point.
Let's go. How are we getting to the Research Institute? If he could
get the coordinates of the Research Institute in the underground cavern, that would be ideal. Then, in the future, he could teleport there directly, quick and convenient, but he also knew that the consortium
wouldn't easily hand over all their secrets to him.
As for Bai Tianji, she definitely had her own plans in mind. Bai Tianji maintained her smile and gestured for him to follow.
Come on, let's go. To the family's teleportation array. You haven't used it yet, have you?
Every consortium has its own exclusive teleportation array, available 24/7, making it convenient for us to travel to any location,
with a receiving point at any time.
Bai Ning followed her into the car, and they soon arrived at a silver-white metallic platform. The platform shimmered with flowing light, and even from a distance, he could feel the stable and powerful spatial fluctuations emanating from it.
This teleportation array was designed and built by the Research Institute itself. If you're lucky when you get there, you might
even meet the chief designer, she said with a hint of barely noticeable pride in her tone. Bai Ning stepped onto the teleportation array with her. The guards who had been following them stopped, leaving.
Only the two of them on the array. Bai Ning felt the energy emanating from beneath his feet.
He could sense that this teleportation array was far more advanced than the ones he had used at the academy. The spatial fluctuations were more stable, and the teleportation distance was much greater. In the next moment, the complex runes came to life, spinning rapidly.
This sensation of spatial teleportation was not unfamiliar to Bai Ning, though it was less smooth compared to his own instantaneous movement.
Soon, the scenery before his eyes changed abruptly.
What appeared was towering ancient trees in a
dense forest, with the familiar stench of the underground permeating the air.
The research institute. Bai Ning pointed at the desolate surroundings and asked, "Is it really here?" Bai Tianji chuckled
and explained, "The research institute has rules. All teleportation arrays cannot directly transport to the interior, only to nearby areas."
"Let's go, we're almost there."
She displayed a maturity beyond her years and took the lead.
For Bai Tianji, this area was extremely familiar, and her steps were light and quick. Her level was only at the 3rd tier, pathetically weak. Yet the surrounding area was the territory of Tier 8 and Tier 9 exotic beasts. She showed no fear whatsoever. People can easily feign friendliness, but fear is hard to conceal. Bai Ning increasingly felt that something was amiss here. However, before coming, the consortium's money had already been transferred to his account. 10 trillion.
It wasn't impossible for them to try some tricks. With such a large sum of money, he had to spend it, otherwise, he couldn't use his golden finger to enhance his strength. But spending such a huge amount was also a challenge. After some thought, he directly transferred the money to Xing Yu's bank card. Fortunately, he had helped her reissue her identification documents a few days ago, which allowed him to quickly process such a large sum through the card's bug.
At this moment, the small text in his field of vision updated again.
Devour, 18 out of 100 trillion assets, to grow into God level, Candle Dragon Heavenly Eye. His level quickly rose to Tier 9 mid-level.
This upgrade speed was as fast as a rocket. His absurdly rapid progress had already aroused suspicion from many people, but he didn't care. Having attention on him was just an opportunity for more experience. Before long, the
sound of waves crashing against the shore reached his ears. Bai Ning looked up, and the scenery before him suddenly opened up. Even though he was prepared, a trace of amazement still flashed in his eyes.
They were now standing at the edge of a towering black cliff, with an island rising from the sea before them. The entire island was enveloped in a semi-transparent energy shield. On the island stood countless silver-white buildings with sharp lines, densely packed together. Flying vehicles constantly shuttled between the buildings, and its prosperity even surpassed the central district. It was hard to believe that such a place could be built in the depths of the desolate underground. What was even more shocking was the island's perimeter, which was filled with energy cannons and densely packed turrets, always ready to defend against exotic beast attacks outside the shield. Bai Tianji spoke, "Welcome to another center of the world. In the research institute, all abilities are prohibited, no exceptions." She tilted her head, her face still wearing a gentle smile, but her words carried hidden meaning. "This is the iron rule of the research institute. Powerful runes are engraved inside, and once you enter, all abilities will be suppressed. Whether you're F level or SSS level, you'll be no different from an ordinary person."
Bai Ning's gaze shifted slightly. So someone was waiting for him here.
Tilting his head, he asked, "Since I need to cooperate with the experiment using abilities, but can't use them, how do I cooperate?" Bai Tianji's smile deepened. "Don't be nervous. In areas permitted by the director, abilities can still be used, so don't worry."
Bai Ning sneered inwardly. No wonder they went to such great lengths to bring him here.
If an SSS-level ability user were to enter under the guise of cooperating with an experiment, it would be uncertain whether they could leave. But that was an SSS-level ability user, unrelated to him, a subgod level. He wondered how much this massive city would be worth if it were destroyed.
Bai Tianji noticed his calm reaction, a trace of doubt flashing in her eyes, but she quickly regained her confident smile.
"Let's go, everyone has been waiting for you."
Bai Ning followed Bai Tianji, passing through 3 alloy gates in succession. Then, he underwent 3 strict verifications: iris scanning, genetic testing, and energy fluctuation detection.
Finally, they arrived at the island's harbor.
Bai Tianji explained without turning her head, to prevent unrelated personnel from using abilities to sneak in, The admission process is particularly strict.
Even internal employees can't enter or exit freely without approval.
The final door slowly opened, revealing a pure white space filled with a futuristic technological vibe.
Bai Tianji stepped in first. Come on, once inside, the rune that disables abilities will take effect.
She turned and smiled. Of course, if you feel unsafe, you don't have to enter.
Bai Ning's lips curled slightly as he put his hands in his pockets and followed her inside. It was still unclear who should feel unsafe.
As soon as he stepped inside, the energy that had been surging within him instantly came to a halt.
It didn't disappear but was forcibly suppressed by some kind of rule-based power, entering a dormant state. The power of the rune was indeed formidable.
At the end of the passage, several people were already waiting
for them.
They wore uniform silver-gray suits and had serious expressions. Leading them was a man around 30 years old, wearing silver-rimmed glasses, his eyes narrowed into slits.
Welcome, Mr. Bai Ning. The man stepped forward first.
I am Ko Wen, deputy leader of the Prometheus project team. Bai Ning shook hands with him indifferently, but his mind was in turmoil.
Prometheus. That was a name from Greek mythology. Why would this place use such a name? It was the first time he realized that the cultures of the two worlds had intersected. Bai Tianji explained from the side, you probably haven't heard of Prometheus, right?
We've kept information about the divine realm tightly sealed, so it's normal for ordinary people not to know.
Cohen quickly added, sorry for not clarifying earlier. Actually, you can think of this project as a research group focused on immortality.
Specifically, 300 years ago, we deciphered a mysterious message from the divine realm, which mentioned this powerful
figure, Prometheus.
Long ago, before humans had mastered abilities, he was the one who taught us how to awaken them.
He helped us complete the evolution of life.
Our plan is to inherit his legacy and
achieve a complete upgrade of the next generation of life. Ko Wen's face showed a look of longing. Bai Ning was utterly confused.
In the mythology of his previous life, Prometheus was the god who stole fire for humanity and was eternally punished for it. But the narrative here was entirely different.
Could mythological stories also adapt to local contexts?
Seeing Bai Ning's silence, Ko Wen assumed he was also awed by the project and smiled with satisfaction.
Being part of this plan is the highest honor. I hope we can work well together. Bai Tianji also smiled and asked, where is team leader Han?
Ko Wen apologized, sorry, the team leader is currently conducting a critical live experiment and can't leave.
Bai Ning's face remained expressionless.
Ko Wen, unsure of what he was thinking, stepped closer.
With concern. Mr. Bai Ning, are you feeling a bit uncomfortable after just entering?
Bai Ning, interrupted, frowned slightly and stepped back.
Ko Wen pointed to the ground. At first, everyone feels
a sense of weakness and unease when their abilities are disabled.
It's completely normal.
Many advanced ability users need time to adapt, Bai Tianji said seriously from the side.
But everyone here is evenly matched in strength, so there's no unnecessary conflict. Everyone can focus on their research. Bai Ning was silent for 2 seconds.
The two thought he was lost in thought, but unexpectedly,
he suddenly asked, are there many SSS-level ability users here? Does the rune affect everyone?
A flash of as expected crossed Bai Tianji's eyes.
Of course.
So far, there have been no exceptions.
She paused and tentatively said, if you don't believe me, you can
try it yourself, Bai Ning interrupted, glancing at her.
Surprisingly, he actually nodded. He slowly raised his hand, palm facing upward.
The air suddenly seemed to distort, and the atmosphere around them instantly grew tense.
An invisible force began to gather in his palm.
It was the power of a 9th-tier spatial ability, so strong that everyone's expressions changed instantly, and they instinctively took half a step back. Bai Tianji and Ko Wen were especially tense, holding their breath, their hearts in their throats.
However, Bai Ning frowned.
The energy ball in his palm flickered for a few seconds but could not stabilize. In the end, the power was suppressed by the rune and gradually dissipated.
Only then did Bai Tianji breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed that this so-called SSS level wasn't all that impressive.
A confident smile appeared on her face, and her gaze inadvertently swept toward a concealed camera on the ceiling. She was very satisfied.
Bai Ning was equally satisfied. Just now, he had used the SSS level eye of time and space. Although he could barely activate his ability, the power was so heavily restricted that it couldn't break through the rune's suppression. But he was no ordinary SSS level.
He had just recently broken through and possessed the subdivine eye of the Candle Dragon, a power still burning hot.
How could a mere rune lock the power of the candle dragon?
It seems, it really doesn't work, Bai Ning said indifferently.
Kowen quickly laughed and said, that's normal, that's normal. If it were easy to break through, that would be abnormal.
Yes, Xiaoning, take some time to get familiar with the environment, Bai Tianji said sincerely.
From now on, this will be the place where you can truly shine.
As long as you succeed, the next head of the Bai family will be from our branch.
Bai Ning said little, nodding before following Kowen deeper into the island. After they walked away, Bai Tianji's smile disappeared, and she made a phone call. Just as we expected.
Bai Ning has lost his abilities here, and Prometheus Group's Han Shangjuan does not welcome his arrival.
Han Shangjuan, that research
fanatic, despises ability users like Bai Ning who suddenly show up and try to take charge. The person on the other end of the line said something. Bai Tianji gritted her teeth and promised, don't worry.
He won't leave this place.
Without the Institute's permission, he won't get an exit pass and will be stuck here for life. After all, his body is the best living specimen for our longevity project. Hundreds of years from now, I'll write his name into textbooks, marked as the founder of the longevity project.
How about that?
She looked in the direction where Bai Ning had disappeared, her face filled
with deep hatred. Bai Ning, oh Bai Ning, you killed Mother and Tianyan and thought it would end there? Do you know? The Institute has a nickname, Nightmare Island.
This is where your nightmare
begins. The interior of the Institute was pure white.
The silence was deathly, and the corridors were lined with tightly shut metal doors. Occasionally, a researcher would hurry past, casting only a cold
glance at Bai Ning and Kowen.
Everyone was focused on their own projects, paying no attention to those around them.
Kowen enthusiastically introduced the facilities along the way. This is Area A, responsible for rune research.
Over there is Area B, which handles biological chimeric simulations.
Simply put, it's, well, you know.
He made a you-know-what-I-mean expression.
Bai Ning curiously observed this legendary institute.
So far, it was as he had imagined, except for the enigmatic Bai Tianji. Most of the people he encountered were indeed mad scientists consumed by their experiments.
D013 7343 394.
Several researchers screamed, their voices even sharper than the man on the operating table.
Bai Ning casually dusted off the dirt on his clothes, not sparing a glance
at the researchers who had fallen to the ground. He lowered his head to look at the man on the floor, his voice calm yet tinged with sharpness. Did you volunteer for
this?
Kowen was momentarily stunned and hurriedly stepped forward.
Mr. Bai Ning, what are you doing?
These test subjects are all societal dregs or serious criminals. Being selected for the Prometheus project and contributing to human evolution is their fortune.
Bai Ning cast a light glance at Kowen, his gaze so calm it sent chills down one's spine. Kowen's throat tightened, and the words he wanted to say got stuck. Fortune? You think it's fortunate? Then why don't you try it? Bai Ning
sneered, his gaze like a blade as it scrutinized Kowen. Kowen instinctively stepped back half a step, his face pale.
Bai Ning's notorious reputation had long spread far and wide, only those still obsessed with experiments dared to confront him like this. The man curled up on the ground finally raised his head, his eyes filled with fear and despair. When his gaze met Bai Ning's calm eyes, a faint glimmer of light appeared in his eyes. He almost crawled toward Bai Ning with all his might, leaving a blaring trail of blood behind him. Save me, save me. Each word was accompanied by heavy gasps. I don't want to die, and I don't want to live like this. Please, kill me.
Bai Ning responded with an expressionless his black pupils instantly turned into two blazing golden flames.
The suppression runes in the laboratory
were instantly activated, attempting to contain this sudden surge of power.
Bai Ning's gaze locked onto the man in the pool of blood. Time began to reverse. The wounds
on the man's body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. His pained expression gradually disappeared.
The entire process took only a few seconds. The man,
who had been on the brink of death, was completely healed and stood up, without a single scar on his body. The man looked down in disbelief at his intact body, then
looked up at those godlike golden eyes, his mouth agape. The entire laboratory fell into a deathly silence. A strange feeling flashed through Bai Ning's mind. This was the first time he had used time reversal on someone else.
Unlike the ease of repairing his own body, this time it consumed a significant amount of energy.
If not for his powerful cultivation, this move alone would have drained nearly a tenth of his energy.
However, the effect was indeed astonishing.
The sub-deity level eyes of the
Candle Dragon provided a significant boost in the laws of time. He vaguely felt that if he disregarded energy consumption, he could even reverse the man's age. Several researchers who had collapsed on the ground suddenly sat up, their eyes burning with fervor as they stared intently at the man who had been restored.
Did we record the data of his life signs reversing just now?
No, the equipment was damaged. A researcher pounded the ground in frustration, his face full of regret.
My God, we actually
missed such a miracle.
This is unprecedented data.
Hurry, take the test subject back.
We must replicate this process and record every detail. Someone pointed
at the bewildered man, speaking urgently. This will greatly advance our experimental progress.
Ko-Wen's eyes also flashed with amazement.
But he quickly turned his head sharply, looking at the runes on the wall that were noticeably dimmer, and asked tremblingly, the suppression runes in the room, they were temporarily deactivated.
Right? This was the only explanation he could think of.
Otherwise, how could Bai Ning unleash such miraculous power on the island?
Ko-Wen's words instantly brought
the researchers, who were lost in their fervor, back to their senses. They all turned their eyes to the runes on the wall. When they looked back at Bai Ning, their gazes had completely changed. Could the runes have failed after prolonged use? Otherwise, how could anyone fully unleash their abilities? Li Lin, the most senior among the researchers, was also stunned.
The most experienced employee was the first to speak. Advisor Bai Ning, welcome to our facility.
With you here, the Prometheus project is no longer a dream but a miracle we can achieve within a few years. This generation of humanity, because of you, will become the first lucky ones in
evolution. I sincerely thank you.
Li Lin bowed excitedly and respectfully. He continued, please cooperate with us and repeat the experiment just now.
The other
researchers also reacted and approached the man who had just recovered. The man's face was pale, and he retreated hurriedly, pleading, Mr. Bai, please save me.
You are a big figure in the Bai consortium, have mercy and spare me.
Bai Ning said nothing, gently waving his hand. The researchers surrounding the man were instantly
immobilized by space, unable to move.
Their entire bodies were pinned in place, only able to move their eyes. Bai Ning looked at Li Lin and suddenly smiled, you love
research so much, I actually have a better idea. If you were the one lying on the operating table, I would be more motivated to help.
Li Lin froze, pointing at himself.
You want me to be the test subject? Advisor Bai Ning, don't joke.
I am the senior researcher of the project, have led 17 major sub-projects, and published
numerous papers. Test subjects are all useless bottom-tier people. If I were to go, it would be a complete waste of resources.
Bai Ning quietly stared at him,
unwavering. To conduct experiments, one must dare to try personally.
Only by experiencing it yourself can you truly understand the data. Li Lin was speechless and
sought help from Ko-Wen.
Ko-Wen was also troubled. This is against the rules.
The selection process for test subjects is very strict. Li Lin is a core member and has
connections with the Lin family head.
Bai Ning raised an eyebrow, his patience gone. He lifted his hand and said, then I'll do it myself. If I go too hard, don't cry out in pain.
Li Lin screamed in terror, no.
You can't.
I have connections with the Lin family head.
Aren't you afraid they'll trouble you? Bai Ning ignored him, moving his fingers. A powerful spatial hand domineeringly lifted Li Lin and pressed him onto the operating table.
The Lin family head is not someone to mess with.
Li Lin struggled and shouted, if you offend them, the Bai family won't let you off either.
Bai Ning frowned, finding the man too noisy.
He waved his hand, sealingly. Lin's mouth. Bai Ning walked to the operating table, looking down at him. Now, we can begin. Let me see what this number 34 reagent is all about. Upon hearing number 34, everyone's faces became even more tense. Li Lin's eyes widened, wait. This can't be used casually.
Ko-Wen hurriedly added, this reagent, once used, directly causes
the body to collapse and die.
Bai Ning's eyes narrowed slightly. It seemed someone had used this reagent and died miserably. His fingers didn't stop, and he said,
indifferently, so thrilling? Then I must take a good look. Seeing Bai Ning's hand getting closer to the reagent, Li Lin roared, outrageous. At that moment, a cold female voice suddenly rang out.
The laboratory door silently slid open, and a figure appeared at the entrance. Everyone in the room, upon seeing her, sighed in relief and called out, Team Leader Han, you're finally here. Li Lin's eyes were moist with excitement.
Bai Ning squinted and looked over.
The woman was dressed in a silver uniform, her posture elegant, exuding a cold aura like a frigid boulder, causing the surrounding temperature to drop.
Ko-wen took a deep breath and stepped forward. Team leader Han, here's the situation.
Han Xiangjuan raised her hand lightly, interrupting him.
Bai Ning. She looked directly at him. I invited you to join the project team, not to dismantle my laboratory or touch my people.
I hope you can position yourself correctly and assist us in completing the experiment.
Your abilities
are very special and have great potential, but that doesn't mean you can do whatever you want. Han Xiangjuan lifted her chin, expressionless, and said,
In the Research Institute, we only believe in knowledge.
Bai Ning tilted his head slightly and sighed.
I thought you would have learned something over the past few days. Han Xiangjuan frowned. What? Truly powerful people can indeed do whatever they want.
Han Xiangjuan's frown deepened, her coldness almost materializing.
Bai Ning, I admit you are extraordinarily gifted.
But you must understand, I am also a mid-tier 9th rank. In this world, power is not omnipotent. She took a step forward, exuding the aura of a high-level ability user.
Yet, the suppression runes in the room did not light up.
I know your ability is the rare time-space eye technique, but you must also understand that only by mastering sufficient knowledge can you truly comprehend and control your power.
Perhaps you can gain an advantage now by instinct, but your progress will become extremely difficult in the future,
because your understanding of the rules of abilities cannot support your continued advancement.
Han Xiangjuan looked at Bai Ning indifferently.
Here, your task is to cooperate with us in research.
Don't meddle in other matters. The researchers in the room, though silent, showed deep agreement in their eyes.
These researchers believed in knowledge. The runes, energy shields, and hover cars they developed were all based on knowledge,
not abilities. If miracles can be created with just the brain, why rely on abilities?
Bai Ning, who grew up in the slums, had hardly received any education.
In their eyes, no matter how strong his talent was, it was useless.
He was just a lucky, uneducated savage holding a treasure mountain but unable to mine it.
Bai Ning did not
understand their mindset but was deeply shocked. He hadn't expected that in this high-powered world, there were still people who insisted on science.
With abilities, who cares about science? He clicked his tongue lightly. You sure know how to talk.
Han Xiangjuan's expression remained unchanged, her gaze coldly fixed on him.
I want to ask team leader Han a question. Which came first, the chicken or the egg? Bai Ning asked playfully. Or rather, did the operational rules of abilities come first? Or did abilities themselves come first? You claim that talent is unimportant, so is it the rules that must be understood first, or the abilities themselves? Han Xiangjuan instinctively answered with the rigor of a researcher. That's just an ancient biological conundrum. Bai Ning shook his head. I'm asking, in the realm of abilities, did the rules come first, or did the abilities come first? You say that power can only be mastered through research. Then let me ask you, before the first ability user awakened, did the rules already exist? But wasn't human research into abilities only initiated after awakening?
Your so-called achievements are merely
standing on the shoulders of predecessors. What gives you the right to argue with me here? As Bai Ning finished speaking, the laboratory fell into an eerie silence. Han
Xiangjuan was momentarily speechless, and the others were lost in thought.
Today's lesson ends here. Bai Ning clapped his hands. Let's continue the experiment from earlier.
With that, he reached for the number 34 reagent. Li Lin struggled desperately upon seeing this.
Team leader Han, save me. My project isn't finished yet. I can't die, team leader. Han Xiangjuan narrowed her eyes and shouted coldly, still trying to stall with rhetoric? No matter how eloquent you are, the island is not a place you can control at will.
Bai Ning had already opened the reagent's cap. A sharp glint flashed in Han Xiangjuan's eyes.
It seems you need to personally experience what a true powerhouse is.
She said no more, her hands moving swiftly. She waved her hands a few times in front of her. A semi-transparent field instantly enveloped the entire
laboratory, centered on her.
At the same time, the suppression runes on the walls received the signal and lit up with intense brilliance. The power of these runes,
controlled by some unknown force, was completely ineffective against Han Xiangjuan's abilities.
Instead, it all pressed down on Bai Ning alone.
Spatial confinement. Han Xiangjuan commanded coldly.
Following her order, the space in the room tightened like invisible chains, binding Bai Ning from all directions. Bai Ning raised an
eyebrow slightly. You're a spatial ability user too?
Ability users of the same type were indeed rare.
The last time he encountered one was a 6th rank ability user.
Under by Tianlu, but that person had committed suicide to atone for his sins some time ago. Encountering another of the same type now piqued Bai Ning's interest.
His sub-god level ability was fully unleashed.
Golden pupils lit up, blinking. The seemingly unstoppable spatial force was instantly shattered. Bai Ning stretched his limbs,
completely unaffected by Han Xiangjuan's blockade. He frowned slightly. Do you look down on me? Can you use some real skills?
Han Xiangjuan's face flushed slightly
with anger, and she gritted her teeth. Don't get carried away. She let out a low shout, and another force enveloped Bai Ning. Bai Ning once again felt a decaying and withering aura. This feels a bit like Lin Coron's ability?
His eyes lit up as if he had thought of something.
Could it be that you're also dual element in time and space? What a coincidence. Let me see how strong your ability really is.
His golden pupils flickered faintly.
With little effort, Bai Ning easily erased the decaying aura. Bai Ning looked at the flushed Han Xiangjuan in confusion. That's it?
You talked so big earlier, I thought you were much stronger.
He sighed helplessly.
Han Xiangjuan was completely enraged by Bai Ning's casual "that's it."
Arrogant.
She suddenly clasped her hands together, and a dazzling white light burst forth. The entire laboratory began to tremble slightly, emitting a buzzing sound. Centered around her, a colorful energy vortex expanded wildly.
Bai Ning roughly sensed
the simultaneous eruption of over 100 different ability auras: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, light, darkness, wind, thunder, ice, spirit, space, life, death. Almost all known ability attributes exploded like a volcanic eruption at this moment. These energies did not conflict with each other but instead stimulated and
supported one another, their power multiplying exponentially. Kuan, seeing Han Xiangjuan unleash this move, was filled with fervent admiration. This is the team leader's 100 arts.
The team leader simultaneously simulates and integrates over 100 energy patterns of abilities, arranging and resonating them in the most
perfect way. This is the pinnacle of knowledge. It represents humanity's highest achievement in understanding abilities.
Kuan was so excited he could barely speak. The other researchers, including the naked man, had long retreated to the corners. Under the oppressive aura of 2 9th-tier powerhouses, they could hardly
breathe.
Meanwhile, Li Lin was still pinned firmly to the operating table by Bai Ning, at the very center of the oppressive aura, trembling uncontrollably in fear.
Bai Ning, do you see this? This is true power.
Han Xiangjuan stood at the center of the energy storm, her face pale from energy depletion, but her eyes were exceptionally
bright.
There are many others conducting experiments nearby, so I only released 30% of the power. But whether you can withstand it is still uncertain.
Bai
Ning raised an eyebrow at her words.
30% power?
He shook his head. Even at full power, the result wouldn't change. Both were mid-tier 9th level. One's ability was at most SSS level, while the other possessed a sub-divine level ability. The difference in ability levels was extremely strict, each level up doubled
the power. The gap was simply too vast. Not to mention the pinnacle of the pyramid, the SSS level. According to Bai Ning's understanding, no one in the world could possess an ability beyond SSS level.
In other words, sub-divine level was already the peak of all abilities, completely unmatched by any lower level.
Facing the sweeping
energy storm, Bai Ning didn't even plan to defend or evade. He simply stood there quietly, his golden eyes shimmering. Han Xiangjuan frowned at his arrogance and
asked, "Are you not afraid of death?"
After I developed this move, the director personally admitted that I could use it to elevate my ability to SSS level or even stronger. You're not a reinforcement type ability user, so I advise you to be cautious. She took a step forward, and the range of the energy vortex expanded again.
Show the proper attitude. I don't actually want to kill you. I just want you to understand what true strength is.
I hope you'll recognize your position in the future and
cooperate with us obediently.
After the Prometheus project is completed, I can still apply to the dean to have your name included in the final results.
Kuan didn't
understand why Bai Ning didn't resist, but he also didn't want to see his abilities go to waste. So he advised, "Mr. Bai Ning, apologize to the team leader.
Don't make things worse. The team leader is not an unreasonable person. As long as you sincerely admit your mistake, she will forgive you."
Amid the colorful energy streams, Bai Ning remained silent. Only the golden glow in his eyes grew more intense. Kuan sighed, turned to Han Xiangjuan, and said, "Team leader, let him go."
He just arrived on the island and hasn't adapted yet.
After all, he's from the Bi Consortium and is very important to our project.
What if something really happens? Han Xiangjuan was unwavering. This is his own choice. With that, she took another step forward. A menacing vortex surged toward Bai Ning.
The pressure from it caused chaos in the laboratory. Many vials and computers shattered instantly, and glass fragments were swept up by the wind, flying everywhere. Li Lin, pinned to the experiment table, was cut by countless shards, blood seeping out. He shouted loudly, "Team leader! Team leader, stop, help!" But Han Xiangjuan didn't hear the cries for help from her team member. Her gaze was fixed on Bai Ning.
Kowen opened his mouth but dared not persuade further. He knew Han Xiangjuan's temper. Once she made a decision, no one could stop. Horror.
Bai Ning watched the scene before him and softly uttered two words, "ridiculous."
This was just a small trick, yet others spoke of it as if it were extraordinary.
As if knowing a few abilities made her remarkable. In reality, despite learning so much, it was all superficial. The strength of each ability barely reached an A-level.
Perhaps 100 A-level ability users combined could cause some trouble for an ordinary SSS-level enemy.
But in Bai Ning's eyes, this was nothing. He raised his hand and casually made a grasping motion toward the rapidly approaching storm. The movement was effortless, like catching a small insect.
Buzz. A faint sound emanated from his hand. A deep spatial rift seemed to appear out of thin air in his palm. The 5-meter diameter energy storm was forcibly sucked into this small spatial rift. The moment the storm touched his palm, it was like a mudox entering the sea. It didn't stir up the slightest ripple and completely disappeared. In the blink of an eye, the laboratory returned to calm.
In the silence, only the instruments emitted wisps of smoke. Li Lin, as if narrowly escaping death, panted heavily.
Han Xiangjuan
stood stiffly in place, her hands still clasped together. Her body and aura were frozen.
Bai Ning's expression and posture appeared particularly mocking. He shook his head and said, "Practice is the only criterion for testing truth.
I've explained some principles to you over and over, but you just wouldn't listen.
Do you understand now?" Han Xiangjuan didn't respond.
Her posture remained unmoving, but her entire body began to tremble slightly. Those usually confident eyes had now lost their luster. Not just her, Kowen and the other researchers were the same. For those who believed that knowledge could change their fate, Bai Ning's presence was undoubtedly
a harsh slap in the face.
It turned out that someone could achieve such accomplishments at such a young age purely through talent.
Bai Ning waited for a while. Seeing no one respond, he glanced around and said, "It seems today's experiment can't proceed."
He pointed at the chaotic laboratory.
"All the equipment is broken. Since I'm
here, Team Leader Han, take me to see the other project groups." The queue for experimental subjects in this project had already exceeded 700.
The other projects were similar.
What was terrifying was that on the way here, Bai Ning had passed countless similar laboratories.
Hundreds? Just the doors he passed exceeded 100.
Bai Ning couldn't imagine how many twisted experiments were hidden on such a large island. Han Xiangjuan glanced at him and exhaled lightly.
Kowen quickly stepped forward and respectfully said, "Leave these trivial matters to me. I know everything about the island. If you have any questions in the future, just ask, and I'll tell you everything I know." After this incident, the smile on his face became noticeably more sincere.
Han Xiangjuan waved her hand to interrupt Kowen. "You can
leave now. I'll personally take him for a tour."
The reason she came in person was that she had a vague feeling Bai Ning wasn't just here to look around. She was worried that if he saw other experiments, something unexpected might happen.
She didn't feel confident letting Kowen handle it.
"Mr. Bai Ning," she turned to Bai Ning, her voice slightly hoarse, "follow me." Bai Ning shrugged and followed her lazily. The two walked out of the laboratory one after the other.
Soon, Bai Ning noticed that the
researchers they passed were all looking at him with disbelief.
When Kowen had brought him earlier, these people had been indifferent. Could it be that their attitude changed just because Han Xiangjuan was leading the way?
When Han Xiangjuan began actively introducing the purpose of the laboratory, the researchers' shock reached its peak. Han Xiangjuan tried hard to maintain a calm exterior. She was clearly someone who could endure. Even after being humiliated by Bai Ning earlier, she could still remain polite and take him on a tour of the island. As they walked, she carefully chose her words. "Our research projects are very broad.
In addition to developing human superpowers, we're also exploring some more cutting-edge areas." She observed Bai Ning's expression, trying to find something that piqued his interest. After all, Bai Ning was not easy to deal with and was strongly opposed to experiments involving humans. This laboratory studies humanoid induction in intelligent exotic beasts, she said, pointing to a nearby door. We're attempting to combine the genes of specific exotic beasts with humans, inducing them to take on more human-like forms. You might find this interesting. A complex look flashed in Bai Ning's eyes. This might be what Bai Henan had hinted at before, those cat demons, fox demons, and the like. Thinking of Qingyu, Bai Ning didn't refuse and gestured for her to continue. Han Shangjuan thought she had found a breakthrough and immediately opened the laboratory door. This time, Bai Ning was prepared and indeed caught a strong scent of blood. The scene inside was even more shocking. The space was large, with glass partitions, creating dozens of individual observation chambers. Each chamber contained an exotic beast of various forms. However, their appearances had deviated far from normal. Some had their hind legs forcibly modified into human-like legs, with mismatched bones and grotesquely twisted bodies. Some fox-like exotic beasts had their faces altered, vaguely bearing some human features. But their eyes were filled with fear and confusion as they desperately banged their heads against the glass. On the operating table in the center of the laboratory, a feline exotic beast was firmly restrained. Several researchers surrounded it, carefully peeling its fur with scalpels. The beast let out heart-wrenching roars, its body convulsing in pain. Han Shangjuan felt she had grasped Bai Ning's points of interest and boundaries. She believed that as long as it didn't involve human experiments, this kind of project, transforming exotic beasts into human-like forms, would surely capture the attention of any man. Our project has already made significant breakthroughs. Many consortiums have started customizing successfully modified experimental subjects. Are you interested? Before she could finish speaking, the atmosphere around Bai Ning suddenly turned cold. His face showed no emotion. He didn't feel pity for these exotic beasts. After all, the enmity between humans and exotic beasts ran deep. But he thought of Qingyu. If Qingyu's secret were discovered by these people and she suffered such a fate, he couldn't even imagine what crazy things he might do. Han Shangjuan immediately sensed the situation was turning bad and realized bringing Bai Ning here was a huge mistake. She quickly changed the subject. That's enough for this tour. These projects are indeed a bit dull, ahem. Let me show you your accommodations. The island also has entertainment facilities we frequent, like bars and so on. Bai Ning didn't respond. He didn't want to stay in this eerie place for another second. If he stayed any longer, he might end up blowing the place up the moment he set foot on the island. The two gradually moved away from the experimental area Han Shangjuan tried to make. Her smile looked natural. The island not only has top-notch laboratories but also the most advanced training rooms. Our latest energy rune research is updated therein. Real time. The effects are definitely better than what your consortium used before. Once you're settled, you can give it a try. Additionally, there are 3 bars, several Michelin standard restaurants, and fully equipped holographic projection facilities. Bai Ning listened to the introduction and silently followed her through one quiet corridor after another. After walking for a full hour, the surroundings gradually began to change. Bai Ning couldn't help but marvel. This experimental area is so vast. Who knows how many cruel experiments are being conducted simultaneously? The pure white laboratories gradually transitioned to warm-tone lighting, giving off a more livable atmosphere. Finally, they arrived at a door with a sign that read VIP area. Han Shangjuan introduced at the right moment. This is your temporary residence on the island. If you need anything, you can contact me or the staff through the terminal in the room. Bai Ning nodded, and only then did she breathe a sigh of relief. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Without waiting for Bai Ning to respond, Han Shangjuan turned and left, her pace so quick it was as if she were fleeing. Wait a moment. Bai Ning suddenly called out to her, casually asking, you need a lot of test subjects, don't you? Where do all these people come from? He roughly calculated. Just one Prometheus project used over 700 people. With so many laboratories, they must need tens of thousands. That's no small number. Han Xiangjuan hesitated for a moment, but under Bai Ning's firm gaze, she answered, these people are worthless bottom dwellers who often engage in illegal activities. While you may pity them, their hands are stained with the blood of many. So, in a way, our actions are actually saving lives. Bai Ning let out a cold laugh, a glint of frost flashing in his eyes. Cut the crap. Han Xiangjuan sighed.
They all come from the slums.
Most of them are from District 78. Bai Ning froze. District 78, the very
place where he had grown up. He knew that those who managed to survive in such a place were mostly not good people. When he was there, his own hands were not clean. That place was filled with garbage and poverty, and only those who were ruthless could survive.
At the root of it all, wasn't it the Federation's inaction and the relentless exploitation by the consortiums that caused this?
Ha!
He chuckled softly. Got it. With that, he no longer looked at Han Shangjuan and directly turned to push open the door to his room. That silence, like the calm before a storm, was more terrifying to Han Shangjuan than any attack. She felt cold sweat all over her back. As
soon as Bai Ning closed the door, Han Shangjuan immediately activated her abilities at full force and rushed toward the director's office.
Bai Ning entered the room.
His killing intent could no longer be concealed, and his golden eyes flickered on and off.
What to do? I really want to blow up this island right now. However, before he could think it through, the doorbell rang. Bai Ning was a bit surprised. He had just arrived on the island and didn't know anyone. Could it be his fourth sister? Who hated him to death? When he opened the door, it was the squinting Ku Wen. What's the matter? Good evening, Mr. Bai Ning. Ke Wen's terminal was more advanced than anything he had ever seen. It could only be said that the Institute's equipment was truly impressive. Every time the Institute achieved a new breakthrough, it would bring advancements to the outside world. The people here perfectly fit the image of researchers, solely focused on their work. Let's go. Bai Ning opened the door, ready to head to the bar together. As the door opened, he froze. The hallway looked completely different from when he had entered just a few minutes ago. Both sides were adorned with shiny balloons, and directly opposite his door hung a bright red banner. It read, "Warmly welcome Mr. Bai Ning to our Institute for Guidance." Below the banner were 2 rows of flower stands. Bai Ning. Ku Wen's smile grew even more exaggerated. Welcome, welcome. Bai Ning forced a smile. What is this all about? Ku Wen explained, the director heard that you were dissatisfied with our current experimental methods after arriving at the lab. So, he specifically instructed us to follow your arrangements. From now on, we won't proceed with anything you disapprove of. Everyone is working hard toward the ultimate goal, and it's also to help you achieve results here as soon as possible, so you can advance further with the council when you return. Bai Ning blinked but said nothing. Ku Wen quickly added, as for the experimental subject you saved this afternoon, we have taken proper care of them. We will no longer commit such cruel acts against similar individuals. On behalf of the Institute, I sincerely apologize to you. Initially, Bai Ning was baffled by the scene before him. The legendary high-tech institute, with its minimalist and futuristic design, now looked like a grand opening sale event. After hearing Ku Wen's explanation, Bai Ning finally understood. He hadn't expected these people to go to such lengths to get him to cooperate on the project. Just moments ago, he was still debating whether to blow up the island, and now he was met with such a grand surprise. Could it be that researchers were particularly quick-witted? Their ability to change attitudes so swiftly left him amazed. Lead the way. Of course. Along the way, Bai Ning experienced what it meant to have a complete 180-degree shift in attitude. Everyone he encountered, regardless of age or gender, would stop in their tracks, bow slightly, and greet him. Good evening, Mr. Bai Ning. Welcome to our institute. Their politeness was more enthusiastic than greeting their own parents, a stark contrast to the cold reception he had received earlier in the day. The bar was located in the center of the living area, not far from where Bai Ning was staying. As soon as he entered, his eyes were drawn to the entrance's liquor cabinet, where various fine wines were arranged to spell out the words "Welcome Bai Ning." The bar counter was already packed with people. At that moment, they all stood up in unison, turning their gazes toward him. Ku Wen cleared his throat and introduced loudly, "Mr. Bai Ning, these are the core members of our project." He introduced them one by one, and each person whose name was called straightened their back and responded enthusiastically. Bai Ning glanced around but didn't see the researchers from the afternoon. He wondered where they had gone. Ku Wen seemed to read his mind and proactively explained, "The researchers from this afternoon were immediately dismissed for their disrespect toward you. The director personally signed their dismissal notices, permanently revoking their qualifications to work in any federal institution. Rest assured, such incidents will never happen again." Bai Ning blinked. Oh, the sweet words of capitalism. If they had maintained their previous attitude,
this island would probably have been blown to smithereens in a few days.
But now,
with this turn of events, it was hard for anyone to lose their temper. At that moment, a waft of fragrance filled the air.
Han Xiangyuan appeared, wearing a tight red
dress that perfectly showcased her curvaceous figure. The hem of the dress was so short it barely reached her thighs, revealing a pair of long, slender legs wrapped in
black stockings.
Her eyes sparkled with a hint of allure under the bar's dim, dreamy lights. She was now a completely different person from the stern and serious project
leader in a gray uniform earlier in the day.
Mr. Bai Ning, she walked straight up to him. I apologize for being late. As she spoke, she naturally reached out. Attempting to link her arm with Bai Ning's in an intimate gesture, Bai Ning instinctively took a step back.
Had this woman lost her mind? Seeing the equally astonished
expressions of the others, Bai Ning immediately understood.
Another round of sweet-talking tactics. Even the beauty trap was being used. Was this enemy too formidable?
Han Xiangyuan's hand missed its target, but instead of showing embarrassment, her eyes revealed a hint of smugness, and her smile grew even brighter. She leaned forward
slightly, forming an alluring curve, and looked up at Bai Ning.
Care for a drink? Her posture was seductive, her voice soft, complemented by her fiery outfit.
An enchanting gaze.
The effect was devastating. The 5 researchers nearby all covered their noses and quickly turned away. Bai Ning tilted his head in thought for
a moment.
As the saying goes, never lose face.
So, he stepped forward, wrapped an arm around Han Xiangyuan's waist, and pulled her into his embrace. Feeling the soft sensation against his chest, Bai Ning raised an eyebrow and smiled. Drinking is fine, but I only drink wedding toasts.
As soon as he finished speaking, he felt the body in his arms suddenly stiffen.
Han Xiangyuan's smile almost cracked, but she forced herself to agree. Ah, sure. What's wrong? Bai Ning tightened his grip on her waist slightly, pulling her closer. Are you unwilling? How could I be?
Han Xiangyuan gritted her teeth and smiled.
The two took their glasses, and the atmosphere instantly became delicate. Han Xiangyuan awkwardly surpassed SSS? Wait a minute, that's impossible. Someone stood up excitedly. SSS-Level is the theoretical highest point we've deduced. How could there be something higher? Is there data to support this? Could it be that his ability is unique, allowing him to bypass the rune barrier? If someone has surpassed SSS, I don't believe it.
Besides, Bai Ning's ability must have been tested when he enrolled.
If there was nothing special then, it's even less likely now. No one believed it.
In the hundreds of years since the Federation was established, no one had ever surpassed the SSS level.
Why? Could Bai Ning?
Some began to consider more practical concerns.
If this is true, is the island still safe? All our security measures rely on runes for protection. If they don't work on Bai Ning, wouldn't he be able to do whatever he wants?
This statement was like a bucket of cold water poured over their heads.
Someone murmured. No wonder team leader Han.
At this moment, everyone fully understood the reason behind Han Xiangyuan's actions.
Bai Ning understood as well. He hadn't completely left but had instead moved out of sight, returning to a nearby spatial fold. He had originally just wanted to eavesdrop on their plans, but he hadn't expected them to actually want to curry favor with him.
Bai Ning scratched his head.
His impression of the research institute had always been one of mystery and aloofness. Yet in less than a day, the situation had changed so drastically. He was also curious about the legendary director of the institute. What kind of person could adapt so flexibly?
With this thought in mind, after completing the experiment the next day, Bai Ning took the initiative to say to Han Xiangyuan, I want to meet the director.
Han Xiangyuan was directing the removal of a beast corpse from the operating table.
Hearing this, she froze for a moment.
After a while, she cautiously replied, the director is very busy and doesn't usually meet people casually. But, if it's you, I can ask. The director values you greatly.
Bai Ning shrugged, non-committal.
Today, he had
indeed been very cooperative with the work. Following Han Xiangyuan's instructions, he performed varying degrees of time reversal on different beasts at specific times.
This data was extremely valuable to them.
Many researchers exclaimed in excitement, their eyes filled with enthusiasm. According to Ku Wen, with Bai Ning's involvement, the experiment's progress had increased by more than 5-fold. At this rate, the current problem could likely be solved within a month.
Bai Ning's main purpose for
coming this time was to see the legendary research institute while assisting with the longevity project.
On one hand, achieving immortality would be beneficial for Everyone.
On the other hand, he wanted to legitimately take over the Bai consortium, which would make things more convenient in the future.
Otherwise, if he relied on
force, by the time he became the head of the Bai family might already be in chaos. As long as he completed this project that everyone valued, his position
as head of the family would be secure.
After finishing her tasks, Han Xiangjuan walked over again.
Usually stern, she now showed a hint of excitement. If the director
knew you helped us so much on the first day, they would definitely be very pleased. By the way, she mentioned casually, I heard you once obtained a longevity
flower.
This flower would be incredibly helpful for our project.
I wonder if you'd be willing to sell it to the institute. Or you can name any condition. As long
as it helps, the director will consider it. Bai Ning smiled faintly.
I can consider selling the flower to the institute.
Han Xiangjuan immediately looked delighted. But how to sell it and when to sell it, I need to discuss it with the director in person. Her expression changed, and she replied seriously, I'll arrange a meeting
with the director as soon as possible and let you know.
Bai Ning stood up and walked out.
The time and place for the meeting will, of course, be decided by me. I'll notify you once I've confirmed it. Han Xiangjuan quickly caught up, speaking urgently, you've seen our sincerity. Because of you, we've even replaced the experimental subjects with beasts.
The Prometheus project has made great progress thanks to you, but the other 107 project teams have almost come to a halt.
I hope you
can hand over the longevity flower to us as soon as possible. Bai Ning stopped in his tracks, a faint, almost imperceptible smile appearing at the corner of his mouth.
When asking for help, one should have the proper attitude, don't you think, Team Leader Han? I didn't like what you said today. Next time we meet, I hope you'll return to the state you were in last night.
Han Xiangjuan realized she had been too hasty, and a blush crept across her face.
Bai Ning turned and left. Han Xiangjuan's earlier words suddenly reminded Bai Ning of a critical question.
Where exactly were all these test subjects kept on a daily basis? The more Bai Ning thought about it,
the more something felt off.
Hidden within Han Xiangjuan's complaints was a significant secret. She had mentioned that 107 projects had been halted because they stopped
using human test subjects.
A single longevity project had used over 700 test subjects. If so many projects were running simultaneously, even with the minimum number of test subjects per team, there would still be thousands upon thousands. Yet, since arriving on the island, Bai Ning had discovered only two main areas, the living
area and the experimental area.
The experimental area housed various laboratories, while the living area was for accommodation and recreation. So, where were all these
test subjects living?
Their food, water, and other daily necessities would be a massive expense. With so many people, the consumption of food, water, and medical supplies
would be staggering.
If the research institute truly wasn't using them anymore, maintaining their survival would be a heavy burden.
Even if they wanted to send them
back to the Federation, it wouldn't be a simple matter. The institute wouldn't be foolish enough to bear such costs for nothing unless they had other plans.
During this time, Bai Ning hadn't sensed any large-scale activity on the island.
This meant the test subjects must still be here.
All signs pointed to the research institute temporarily halting human experimentation, but once Bai Ning left, they would undoubtedly resume.
More importantly, there had to be a secret area on the island that Bai
Ning hadn't discovered yet.
Late at night, Bai Ning moved swiftly across the island like a ghost.
The night was pitch black.
His golden eyes glimmered faintly in the darkness, their detection capabilities rivaling the most advanced radar.
At first, he noticed that whenever he used his abilities, the surrounding anti-ability runes would light up. But after several experiments, he found a loophole.
As long as he activated his abilities inside a room, entered a spatial rift, and moved through
the spatial layers, the runes wouldn't react.
These runes only restricted the use of abilities in the present location and time.
However, Bai Ning's dual abilities in time and space perfectly countered these runes. He rechecked all the areas marked on the map. Everything appeared normal. Most people in the living area had turned off
their lights and gone to bed, with only a few bars still open. In the experimental area, only a handful of windows were still lit. He circled the island several times but found nothing unusual. Then, he expanded his search to the island's outskirts. There were a few warehouses on the periphery, filled with a year's worth of supplies. Other than that, there was nothing out of the ordinary.
Time ticked by, and dawn approached.
Bai Ning had traversed every corner of the island, and his sensory feedback
indicated that everything was normal. Could they have used some advanced technology to transfer the people away?
Bai Ning stood atop the island's highest peak, his golden eyes scanning the entire island. He could feel something was off, but he just couldn't pinpoint the problem. This sense of powerlessness made him impatient. Just as he was about to end his search, his gaze unintentionally fell on the cliff at the edge of the island.
The cliff didn't seem particularly special. He had
investigated it before and found no spatial fluctuations. But this time, looking at it from a distance, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was odd about it. The cliff faced the sea and had been eroded by wind and waves for years, so the rock face should have been covered in marks. Yet, upon closer inspection, the rock's texture, though deliberately mimicking natural erosion, appeared too perfect, too artificial. It was like a top-tier oil painting, realistic in detail but never able to achieve the authenticity of nature. Bai Ning narrowed his eyes, and in a flash, he was standing at the edge of the cliff. The more he looked, the more something felt wrong. Then he noticed a tiny opening on the outer rock face, partially obscured by vines and nearly impossible to spot without careful observation.
The moment Bai
Ning saw the opening, he knew he had found the right place. What confirmed it even more were the hidden symbols carved into the rocks around the entrance. At first glance, it looked like the natural texture of rock.
Without Bai Ning's ninth-tier pupil ability, it would have been impossible to notice. Without hesitation, he held his breath and quietly slipped into the cave entrance. Inside was a narrow crevice that could only be passed through sideways. After walking for over 10 minutes, the space suddenly opened up before him. He saw a massive vertical shaft extending straight down into the depths of the earth. The walls of the shaft were densely lined with countless metal cages, each containing at least one person. The air was thick with the stench of blood, nauseating to the extreme. The scene before him was nothing short of a colossal underground prison. Suspended in midair, Bai Ning scanned this hellish sight, and Han Xiangjuan's words suddenly felt mocking and grating. They hadn't stopped their crimes at all, they had just hidden them deeper. A murderous intent grew in his eyes, and he wished he could ignite the entire island right then and there. But now was not the time to act. The longevity flower was still in his possession, and the secrets of the research institute had yet to be fully uncovered. Acting rashly might save these test subjects temporarily, but it wouldn't solve the root problem.
Bai Ning carefully sensed his surroundings and discovered that the runes and detection devices here were several times denser than outside, leaving no blind spots.
Any slight movement would undoubtedly alert the people at the research institute.
He could only suppress his presence and slowly move through the spatial layers.
Suddenly, a familiar figure emerged from a hidden door. Is that Han Xiangjuan?
She was dressed in a clean, pristine silver-white uniform, completely out of place in the filthy environment around her.
She walked directly to one of the cages, which held a man barely clinging to life.
While recording data, she casually peeled back the man's festering wounds to observe them closely. Her gaze was devoid of any recognition of him as a living person. The man screamed in pain but dared not resist, allowing her to examine him at will. Watching this, a chill rose in Bai Ning's heart. He never considered himself a good person, but this cold indifference toward treating one's own kind as experimental material filled him with extreme disgust. Just as his emotions churned, a piercing alarm suddenly blared, causing the rock walls to tremble violently. Almost simultaneously, all the lights in the shaft turned blood red.
Powerful energy beams shot out from the walls, completely surrounding Bai Ning's position. A strong spatial confinement force surged toward him, attempting to lock him in place. Damn it! Bai Ning's heart sank.
The detection system here was far more complex and sensitive than he had imagined. Even slight emotional fluctuations
and killing intent could be detected.
A cold electronic voice echoed through the shaft.
Intruder alert. Location locked. Initiating highest level elimination. Protocol. Han Xiangjuan abruptly looked up in the direction of Bai Ning's position.
The area where the alarm originated appeared empty, with countless searchlights
illuminating the blank space. But Han Xiangjuan could sense a strong energy reaction emanating from there.
This indicated that the defense mechanism had already activated, and the system's spatial lock was firmly in place.
The intruder alert was real.
Someone had managed to infiltrate this place before being discovered.
It's him, Bai Ning.
Han Xiangjuan immediately identified the intruder. No one else could bypass the disabling runes and possess top-tier spatial abilities to achieve this.
Notify the director immediately. Activate maximum defense and seal all exits.
Han Xiangjuan ordered through her communicator, her voice cold and resolute.
Her hands trembled slightly as she added, "Upload the core experimental data to the cloud immediately. He must not be allowed to destroy it." She understood that if it really was Bai Ning, the consequences would be dire. This guy had been furious just from witnessing a routine experiment last time. Now, seeing so many test subjects from District 78 still suffering, his reaction would undoubtedly be explosive. If Bai Ning lost his temper, Han Xiangjuan wouldn't be surprised in the slightest. Soon, more hidden gun barrels emerged from the walls of the shaft. "What a hassle," Bai Ning muttered softly in the spatial layer. He had originally planned to take a quick look and leave. Now that he had been exposed, the research institute would undoubtedly suspect it was him. Sneaking away quietly was no longer an option. In that case, there was no need to hide anymore. High-energy rays capable of piercing through alloy rained down like a storm. A stronger spatial confinement field continued to intensify. Bai Ning snorted coldly, and the golden light in his eyes suddenly brightened. With a light step, he emerged from the hidden spatial layer, appearing under the scarlet alarm lights. His demeanor was relaxed as he looked down at the tense and vigilant Han Xiangjuan. Those seemingly terrifying high-energy rays and spatial forces couldn't even get close to him, being completely devoured several meters away without causing the slightest ripple. "Team Leader Han," Bai Ning's voice was calm, "is this how you welcome guests? Didn't you say I could go wherever I wanted?" His gaze swept over the densely packed cages. "It seems your claim of stopping human experimentation was just a lie to deceive me, wasn't it?" Han Xiangjuan wanted to refute, but the evidence before her left her speechless. Who would have thought everything was hidden underground, and Bai Ning had directly found his way here? Her heartbeat quickened as she struggled to maintain composure, saying, "Mr. Bai Ning, please calm down. I can explain. Let's go meet the director first. Weren't you planning to discuss things with him? Let's go now." Bai Ning sneered, "Do you think I'm blind or just stupid? I'll give you two choices. First, I tear this damned place apart right now, sink the entire island, and bury all of you with it." Han Xiangjuan gave a bitter smile. "It's true we were wrong. Name your terms, the director will be here shortly. Second, safely return even the current head of the Bai family, Bai Zhongyuan, didn't dare to speak up, nor did he have the courage to send someone to assassinate Bai Ning." Han Xiangjuan's face turned deathly pale from the successive explosions. She was extremely worried that these explosions might cause the shaft to collapse, which would result in the death of all the experimental subjects. If the experiment failed, the institute could not bear the consequences. Bai Ning's voice came through, "I'll give you one more minute. If the director doesn't show up, I'll tear this place apart and then go find him to talk." At that moment, a faint light suddenly appeared. The light was dim at first but quickly spread, transforming into a golden door, flowing with pale golden runes. A figure stepped out from the glowing door. "So, you're the younger generation of the Bai family, Bai Ning? Truly a young hero." The newcomer was dressed in a silver-gray robe, their face obscured by flowing mist, making their features indistinguishable except for a pair of silver-gray eyes. Their gaze was calm and emotionless, exuding only a rational aura. "Director!" Upon seeing him, Han Xiangjuan and the guards all bowed their heads in greeting. The director glanced indifferently at the shaft, half destroyed by Bai Ning, and said calmly, "Bai Ning, I've heard much about you. Meeting in this manner is not what I would have preferred. Our institute's reception could indeed use improvement. I apologize for the embarrassment." Han Xiangjuan's tense nerves finally relaxed, her eyes full of admiration. "Bai Ning, I told you long ago, true strength isn't about brute force and destruction. Your understanding of power is still superficial." The dean and old master Li were strong figures of the same era. "It's only because they haven't stepped forward in recent years that your master became seen as the strongest in people's eyes. Don't think you can act recklessly in the institute just because you're headstrong." The guards and other researchers also relaxed, their gazes toward Bai Ning now, carrying a hint of provocation. Bai Ning's seemingly powerful punch was effortlessly neutralized by the dean, the disparity in strength clear as day. The people in the experimental cages lowered their heads. To them, both Bai Ning and the dean were far beyond their comprehension. At first, when Bai Ning stepped forward to speak for them, many felt a glimmer of hope. But when Bai Ning's punch was blocked, all hope was instantly shattered, their eyes dim and lifeless. Bai Ning observed everyone's reactions and let out a light snort. "Team Leader Han, I still prefer the way you were at the bar. After all, we even shared a drink together. Why are you so cold now?"
Han Shangjuan's face flushed, and she gritted her teeth, saying, "Don't bring that up again."
I'm just speaking the truth.
The dean said calmly, "All of this was arranged
by me.
After all, you are a distinguished guest on our island."
I understand. Bai Ning shrugged. I heard from Han Shangjuan that your strength is about the same as my master's? That was true 10 years ago, but now I am stronger. Ha, quite the bold claim.
Bai Ning crossed his arms, smiling provocatively.
Why don't we step outside and have a match?
Let me see for myself the strength of this so-called strongest hidden master. He wanted to force the dean to make a move to gauge their respective strengths. If he couldn't win, he could at least prepare in advance. After all, they still needed to rely on the immortal flower and time-based abilities
to complete the experiment, so they couldn't act recklessly. If not now, then when? Han Shangjuan's expression shifted slightly, her emotions complicated. A shadow flickered. Just as Bai Ning was about to sternly reprimand the dean for his impudence, a single glance from the dean silenced him. The dean spoke calmly, competing for dominance is meaningless. What? Are you afraid to make a move? Bai Ning taunted. I'm not afraid. Then let's go. As soon as the words left his mouth, Bai Ning's golden eyes suddenly lit up, locking onto the space where he and the dean stood. In the next moment, everything before them changed. No longer were they in the dark, damp underground passage. Instead, they were now above a vast expanse of ocean, waves surging under the night sky. Stars twinkled overhead, and beneath their feet was a bottomless sea. Bai Ning had instantly transported them to 100 meters above the ocean's surface. Previously, he had only dared to teleport himself, fearing errors when bringing others along. But now, with such an open environment, he naturally wanted to test bringing the dean along. The result was a success, and the dean remained unharmed. This place is spacious enough, it doesn't matter if we break anything. So, Dean, shall we go all out now? Bai Ning spread his hands and smiled. The Dean's face remained indistinct, but he seemed to show a hint of interest. Your understanding of space is indeed impressive. Since you insist, let's begin. He raised his hand again, and suddenly the island's lights blazed brightly. Numerous figures quickly rushed toward Bai Ning's location. Battles between 9th-tier experts are rare, some people are here specifically to record data. Soon, more and more people from all directions on the island converged. Some arrived in small hovercrafts, while others ran over in pajamas. Within seconds, over 100 researchers had gathered. Even more astonishing, they brought along various advanced instruments. The equipment was immediately activated, with probes uniformly aimed at the two figures in the air. Each researcher held a tablet, their eyes fixed intently. Report. The energy spectrometer and observation array are ready. The rune frequency on the dean is changing. Start recording the initial data immediately. A few young researchers even got into a scuffle over the best observation angle. Han Shangjuan rushed to the front, taking charge of the coordination. Bai Ning's mouth twitched as he thought, your research institute is way too enthusiastic. That guy isn't even wearing pants. The dean responded indifferently, we are just doing our duty. Although his tone was calm, Bai Ning felt he was somewhat satisfied. Bai Ning thought helplessly, this didn't feel like a duel, more like a monkey performance in a zoo. Or, rather, he had become an extremely rare experimental lab rat. He glanced at the prompt in his field of vision, devour, 18/100 trillion assets, to advance to God level. Candle Dragon Celestial Eye. At 10%, he was already a mid-tier 9th rank, just 22% away from advancing to upper-tier 9th rank. Unfortunately, he didn't have that much money on hand. The 10 trillion given by the council had long been transferred to Qingyu, and after being devoured bit by bit, he had only reached this level. 2. Breakthrough quickly, he could only wait for the longevity project to be completed and become the head of the Bai family. However, judging from the dean's aura, he was at least an upper-tier 9th rank veteran powerhouse. Han Shangjuan had said that this dean was much stronger than her master. This battle would not be easy. But, facing such a master, the rewards would undoubtedly be immense. Bai Ning took a deep breath, his eyes sharp. With a slight movement, he instantly flashed more than 10 times. Each time he appeared in a new location, he unleashed attacks of different attributes: space, wind, fire, thunder, ice. In less than a second, Bai Ning returned to his original position. Violent winds, seas of fire, lightning nets, and ice spikes filled the sky, launching a dense and ferocious assault on the dean. The previously Calm sea surface was suddenly whipped into towering waves dozens of meters high.
The howling wind carried water vapor into the air, accompanied by a deafening,
piercing whistle.
A fiery cloud illuminated half the night sky as if it were daytime, with countless fireballs several meters in diameter crashing down like meteors. Blinding lightning intertwined within the fiery cloud, forming electric nets mixed with countless ice spikes and spears shooting outward from all directions.
5 completely
different violent attributes erupted with astonishing power in Bai Ning's hands, as if a natural disaster had descended.
Han Xiangjuan's eyes widened. How is this possible? Isn't he only proficient in the space-time element? She recalled the first time she met Bai Ning, showing off her ability to manipulate multiple elemental energies in front of him. But now, the 5 abilities Bai Ning casually unleashed far surpassed the power of her full-strength attacks. Oh my god! A multi-attribute
composite attack, with energy levels almost reaching upper-tier 9th rank.
The instruments can't hold on, they're about to exceed their limits. Exclamations erupted,
one after another as the researchers nearby frantically recorded data on their tablets. Han Xiangjuan clenched her fists tightly, her eyes fixed on the center of the energy storm, filled with both worry and anticipation. Faced with an attack powerful enough to destroy an entire army, the Dean's aura remained as steady as a mountain. He raised his hand and waved, countless runes flying out from his body, instantly constructing layer upon layer of protective barriers around him.
Each time Bai Ning's fireballs and ice spikes struck the rune barriers, the runes glowed even brighter.
These runes seemed like energy converters.
The different attribute attacks didn't harm them at all, instead, they flowed into them as smoothly as water into the sea.
Under Bai Ning's continuous assault, the rune barriers not only didn't weaken, but were continuously charged.
The light quickly became dazzling, even brighter than the moon in the sky.
The multicolored radiance made the Dean's figure appear as
solemn as a god.
This ability completely exceeded the scope of ordinary powers.
It was more like manipulating energy at will.
If this reckless bombardment continued, not only would it be meaningless, but it would also help the opponent charge up. Bai Ning clicked his tongue, his expression turning serious.
This is a big problem. It seemed that brute force was not an option. He had to find the weakness in the Dean's ability.
In stark contrast to Bai Ning's seriousness, the atmosphere below was
almost boiling.
All the researchers' faces were flushed with excitement.
A miracle! The Dean has achieved the theoretical perfect energy cycle. The Dean's ability has broken through again.
This time, the energy resonance between the runes has almost zero loss.
Look!
The energy flow between the runes has changed. The Dean is preparing to counterattack, someone shouted excitedly, pointing at the instrument screen.
Buzz, a low hum resonated in midair.
The Dean uttered a single, simple word.
Go!
The runes responded to his command, and the supernatural powers of 5 energy attributes erupted once again. This time, the destructive force was no different from what Bai Ning had unleashed earlier. The difference was that all the attacks were directed at Bai Ning.
The tension on Bai Ning's face eased slightly. Using my own power against me?
His golden eyes lit up, and his figure swiftly flickered. The overwhelming attacks precisely passed through the spot where Bai Ning had been, but not a single one hit him, continuing to fly past him.
Bai Ning's lips curved slightly upward. For such ordinary elemental attacks, he only needed to move swiftly into the spatial interlayer at the moment of impact.
This move was practically a low-tier version of Kamui. Tilting his head with a smile, Bai Ning said, "Dean, using this kind of ability against me isn't enough. I'm quite curious, though, what does your true power look like? Show me something impressive."
To be honest, he wasn't too worried about the outcome.
These people still wanted him to cooperate with their longevity experiments, so they wouldn't harm him easily.
Right now, with this opportunity,
he could witness the true abilities of the mysterious research institute's Dean firsthand. The effect had to be just right.
The Dean spoke calmly, "It seems ordinary. Abilities have limited effectiveness. Get ready, I won't hold back next."
"All right." Bai Ning narrowed his eyes slightly, with a hint of anticipation.
This kind of rune-based power was extremely rare.
He had never heard of such a force existing. The real battle was just beginning. The Dean slowly closed his eyes. His 10 fingers gently gestured in front of him, and the surrounding runes began to change violently.
More complex and profound dark golden patterns emerged. A wave of energy far stronger than before spread out from the Dean's body.
The researchers below immediately held their breath, and the instruments emitted piercing alarm sounds.
"Warning! Warning!
Energy fluctuations have exceeded the safety threshold and are about to reach the limit. The dean explained in a low voice, my ability allows me to use runes to reconstruct everything in the world. As soon as he finished speaking, a breathtaking scene unfolded. Bai Ning's eyes widened involuntarily. What? Is this even possible? The dean's blurry silver-gray pupils, upon reopening, suddenly lit up with two dazzling points of golden light. These golden points were initially faint but quickly completely overtook his eye color. The dean's eyes transformed into a pair of blazing golden flame-like pupils, identical to Bai Ning's. The runes on the dean's body completed their final transformation, emitting a terrifying energy fluctuation similar to Bai Ning's spatial powers. Impossible! A researcher below exclaimed, nearly dropping the tablet in his hand. The dean has reached this level? He can even simulate top-tier SSS-level abilities? Han Xiangju uncovered her mouth, her eyes filled with disbelief and awe. Her ability was similar to the dean's, capable of simulating other energies through knowledge and understanding. This was why the dean valued and promoted her. However, her SS-level ability could only mimic up to 80% of an S-level ability's strength. She never expected the dean to replicate Bai Ning's SSS-level spacetime eyes. Judging by the effect, the similarity was as high as 90%. Bai Ning felt the familiar yet unfamiliar fluctuations emanating from the dean, and his pupils contracted sharply. Are you kidding me? His voice carried a hint of dryness, which he himself hadn't noticed. The dean's golden pupils were calm and gentle as he spoke slowly. There's no need to be so surprised. The manifestation of energy isn't exclusive to anyone. As long as its laws are understood, everything can be expressed through runes. In other words, all principles can be simulated. As soon as he finished speaking, the dean raised one hand and gently grasped the area where Bai Ning was located. Crack! The space within 100-meter radius around Bai Ning instantly froze. The precision and power of this spatial confinement were no less than Bai Ning's own abilities. Bai Ning let out a muffled groan, the golden flames in his pupils burning furiously. His energy rapidly drained. Before he barely managed to break free from the sudden confinement. In an instant, he flashed several hundred meters away, but his expression suddenly relaxed. After a few seconds of stunned silence, he burst into laughter. At first glance, you do seem quite impressive. You almost fooled me. Han Xiangjuan showed a mocking expression below. The dean's ability is flawless. You've only seen the tip of the iceberg, you have no idea how terrifying it is beneath the surface. Bai Ning naturally heard her words but showed little reaction. He directly looked at the dean and smiled. Although you can simulate my spatial ability, you can only achieve 90% of its power, right? The spatial confinement effect just now was similar to mine, but it was only because of your 9th-tier upper-level realm that you managed to match me evenly. But there's one more thing, Bai Ning chuckled, since you claim you can simulate everything, what about my time ability? Sure enough, upon hearing the word time, the dean's calm gaze finally showed a ripple of emotion. Bai Ning continued, since you've gone to such lengths to bring me in to assist with the experiment, it means you don't have a time ability user, right? In other words, even you can't wield the power of time. Otherwise, you wouldn't have offered such a high price to bring me here. Thinking of this, Bai Ning completely relaxed. He knew better than anyone the strength of time abilities, especially at the 9th tier, which was practically at a bug-level existence. So, no matter how strong the dean's ability was, as long as he lacked time abilities, he couldn't defeat Bai Ning. Moreover, with time abilities, Bai Ning had countless opportunities to defeat his opponent. More importantly, Bai Ning had a secret he hadn't revealed. The dean could only simulate the SSS level Eye of Spacetime, while Bai Ning now possessed the Subdivine level Eye of Zhulong. Subdivine level and SSS level were entirely different tiers. You're right, the dean said calmly. Time is indeed the only domain that cannot be analyzed by runes so far. That's why I implore you to help the Institute complete the Prometheus project. This is a critical juncture for all of humanity. Bai Ning did not respond. He suddenly thought that the dean's emphasis on this project might also be an attempt to gain a deeper understanding of time abilities through the experiment. Perhaps, by observing enough, he could learn how to use time abilities. The dean stared at Bai Ning, seemingly seeing through his thoughts. After a long pause, he said, your growth rate has exceeded our expectations. This is both a good thing and potentially troublesome. For now, let me witness your current strength. Runes suddenly glowed. In the next moment, the dean appeared in front of Bai Ning without any warning. This isn't teleportation? Bai Ning frowned, his golden eyes burning to the extreme. Relying on instinct, he dodged at the last moment.
An invisible blade swept past his neck, the airflow it carried even leaving a faint scratch on his skin.
He was already at the 9th tier, with a body resilience that ordinary weapons couldn't harm. Yet, the mere airflow from this attack made him bleed. The Dean's initial strike missed, but his offensive continued like an unending tide.
Strange attacks came from all directions, in all manners.
Bai Ning left countless afterimages in the air, dodging many of the bizarre assaults.
Tisk, as expected of a veteran 9th-tier expert? Truly troublesome.
Bai Ning's gaze turned sharp, and with a thought, Hunter appeared in his hand. Ever since returning from the abyss, he hadn't used this old weapon.
For a long time.
Usually, with just a flick of his fingers, no one could defeat him.
But this time, he was genuinely fired up and didn't want to play around. Old friend, take this.
Bai Ning shouted, and Hunter, sensing its master's intent, let out a resonant clang. At the same time, Bai Ning unleashed the full force of his
space-time momentum without reservation, perfectly paired with the mature SSS-level blade technique. It could appear instantly at any time, in any space. Bai Ning seemed to swing only one blade, but in the Dean's eyes, the blade's intent came from all directions. He had no way to evade. The runes around him quickly reacted, glowing brightly. A cacophony of clanging sounds erupted, like thousands of raindrops striking leaves. The Dean's pupils contracted sharply, and his hands moved swiftly. Runes circulated at an unprecedented speed. The instruments on the island emitted sharp, explosive sounds under Bai Ning's strike. In the next moment, they shattered completely. No!
The researchers exclaimed in unison. For the first time, a crack appeared in the calm expression of the Dean. His figure was forced back 3 steps by Bai
Ning's blade momentum.
The runes around him spun rapidly, barely managing to block the attack. The glow of the runes gradually faded, and the Dean looked at Bai Ning again, his eyes showing a complex expression.
It seems I truly underestimated you.
I didn't expect your talent in combat techniques to be no less impressive than your
abilities. Truly, astonishing. The Dean squinted, scrutinizing Bai Ning, repeatedly expressing his admiration.
Bai Ning felt uncomfortable under his gaze, which
seemed to penetrate his body and reveal all his secrets. These research maniacs truly had unfathomable minds.
Bai Ning twirled the hunting sky blade in his hand, his figure flashing as he swiftly dashed 100 meters away. The hunting sky seemed to come alive. With a flick of his wrist, the blade instantly transformed into a long sword. The tip of the sword trembled slightly, like cold stars shimmering.
This was another top-tier SSS-level sword technique.
The Dean quickly manipulated the runes, and a heavy crystal shield immediately condensed before him. The sword tip touched the crystal shield, producing crisp sounds. The shield trembled violently but
barely held on.
Seeing this, Bai Ning did not stop. The hunting sky slashed downward.
A surge of flames, so intense they distorted the air, erupted and instantly turned into a sea of fire spanning 100 meters. This was the top-tier SSS-level spear technique, Blazing Army Break. The flames twisted and leaped, breaking through the Dean's crystal shield defense, about to reach him directly. The Dean reacted swiftly, his fingers moving rapidly. The crystal shield shattered into countless fragments, which were drawn by an invisible force and reassembled into a transparent crystal sphere in front of him. The sea of fire collided with the crystal sphere but could not break through.
The flames were firmly blocked outside, unable to harm the Dean. While the Dean was busy defending against the fire, Bai Ning flicked his wrist,
and the hunting sky transformed again.
The long spear turned into a long sword, its blade ringing crisply. Using the flames as cover, he unleashed a fierce thrust.
The sword was fast and precise, infused with the power of time and space.
It seemed to pierce through spatial barriers, the sword tip flashing directly toward the Dean's
heart.
The speed was astonishing, so fast that even top-tier speed ability users couldn't react. With dual abilities of time and space, simultaneously shortening space and accelerating time, combined with the blessing of the subdivine level Candle Dragon's Eye, Bai Ning was confident that no one could evade this strike.
The Dean
had just neutralized the sea of fire when he suddenly felt a sharp sword aura approaching. His pupils contracted sharply, genuine surprise flashing in his eyes.
This speed and timing far exceeded his expectations. Unable to react in time, the runes around him burst into dazzling light. His figure flickered, and in the next second, he appeared 1,000 meters away.
It seemed he had simulated some kind of spatial ability, narrowly avoiding this fatal strike. Bai Ning sensed the familiar spatial
aura and acted without hesitation.
With a cold laugh, the hunting sky transformed into a longbow. Almost simultaneously, as the dean's figure blurred, Bai Ning had
already drawn the bow and nocked an arrow. Subdivine level archery, void break.
The space around the arrow tip slightly distorted.
Bai Ning let out a low shout and released the bowstring.
Buzz! The arrow left the string, producing no earth-shattering sound, yet it ignored all obstacles. The moment it left the string, it appeared before the dean 1,000 meters away, aimed directly at his forehead. The dean sensed the arrow's trajectory, his heart alarmed.
He didn't even have time to breathe before
the runes flashed brightly, forcing another spatial jump. But this time, against the void break arrow, even the fastest reaction was too slow.
The subdivine level void break arrow was incredibly sharp. More critically, the invisible arrow force surrounding it carried a destructive power capable of tearing through everything. Even a tough-skinned 9th-tier beast would not survive a direct hit, let alone the fragile human body. Swoosh!
At the last moment, the dean managed to protect his vital
areas.
The arrow did not hit his forehead directly, but the arrow force grazed his head, immediately causing blood to gush out. When the dean reappeared a kilometer away, the once water mirror-like membrane on his face had split open, a deep gash had formed, and blood slowly trickled down his forehead, staining half of his face
red.
The usually composed and unflappable dean finally showed a panicked expression. Bai Ning, with his sharp spatial temporal abilities, could almost pinpoint the dean's
next position the moment he landed.
His face remained expressionless, without the slightest hesitation.
He drew the bowstring again and nocked an arrow. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 arrows shot out in quick succession.
The dean dodged frantically, but every time he appeared, a deadly arrow was already flying toward him.
The wounds
multiplied, and blood flowed incessantly. He could no longer maintain his composure, his eyes filled with shock. Bai Ning's relentless and overwhelming offensive had actually forced him into such a dire situation.
For the dean, the hardest thing to accept wasn't being publicly beaten into retreat by an 18-year-old youth. It was
the fact that his blood had been spilled. As a top scientist proficient in DNA research, he knew all too well what his blood represented.
He understood exactly what
others could do with it, which made his injuries all the more intolerable. The island fell into a deathly silence. All the researchers stood as if their souls had been
drained, staring blankly.
They were dumbfounded as they watched the man they revered as a god, the dean, being beaten bloody by a newcomer.
The dean was injured? In everyone's eyes, the dean was an invincible existence.
He wielded mysterious rune abilities and had solved countless rune array puzzles.
Single-handedly, he had advanced rune technology across the entire Federation. Which ability user didn't rely on rune arrays for training or long-distance travel? Such a scientific titan, a top-tier powerhouse, was now being forced into disarray by Bai Ning?
Their faith was utterly shattered.
Han Xiangjuan's face was as dark as it could get. She understood the
dean's strength better than anyone, which made the scene before her the most devastating. Bai Ning paid no attention to the commotion below. He had transformed into a cold, unfeeling archery machine, saying nothing, only drawing, knocking, and releasing arrows.
Whoosh! Whoosh! Wave after wave of arrows flew, precisely targeting
the dean's every reappearance.
Forced to dodge continuously, he didn't even have a moment to catch his breath.
The wound on his forehead kept bleeding, blurring the
vision on one side. He knew that if this continued, defeat was inevitable. He had tried using runes to guide complex counterattacks, but every time he moved, an arrow would immediately close in, forcing him to divert his focus to evade.
Despite his powerful abilities, he was completely suppressed and unable to retaliate.
The sense of helplessness, something he hadn't experienced in years, left him utterly frustrated. Stop!
Bai Ning hovered mid-air, the bow in his hand trembling slightly.
It had been
a long time since he had experienced such an exhilarating battle. He could sense that the dean's abilities were far from exhausted.
However, the dean had underestimated
him at the start, failing to take the initiative, which allowed Bai Ning to seize control. With a variety of combat techniques at his disposal, Bai Ning had long known how to dictate the rhythm of the fight.
Aggressive firepower offense was the best defense.
And the results proved him right.
If he wanted to sever ties with the Research Institute now, he was at least 70% confident he could take down the dean directly.
But there was no need for that.
Bai Ning sometimes had to
admit that his golden finger gave him a peculiar sense of judgment. It was as if he could assign a value to everyone and then categorize them into those who could be
killed and those who couldn't. He had become increasingly aware of the danger in this line of thinking. In that fleeting moment of impulse earlier, he had indeed felt a desire to kill. Fortunately, reason prevailed. The Dean was undoubtedly insidious, capable of conducting cruel experiments on thousands. But he had also achieved many accomplishments and, to Bai Ning personally, had done nothing unforgivable. Most importantly, killing him would only bring more trouble. This world had already been distorted by the conglomerates. To change the status quo, one had to start with the conglomerates. The most direct method was to take over the Bai Group and begin reforms, but that required breakthroughs in the Research Institute's experiments. Bai Ning tilted his head slightly and finally lowered his bow. Dean, does this count as my victory? The Dean raised his hand to wipe the blood off his face, remained silent for a moment, and finally sighed softly. Yes, you win. I admit, your growth has exceeded our expectations. He conceded openly, without making any excuses. Because of this honesty, Bai Ning felt a bit more respect for him. In that case, Bai Ning said straightforwardly, my condition is simple, all involuntary human experiments must stop, and these people must be fully cured and sent back to District 78. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd below erupted in an uproar. Han Xiangjuan's face changed dramatically, and she couldn't help but rush forward, flying to stand in front of the two. She said anxiously, Dean, no. Hundreds of our projects rely on these test subjects. Many results are about to come out. We can't stop now. She glared angrily at Bai Ning. Do you know what this means? This is no joke. Bai Ning sneered as he looked at the two of them. Before he could speak, the Dean raised his hand to stop Han Xiangjuan. After a moment of silence, he slowly said, fine, I promise in the name of the Research Institute that they will be cured and sent back. Dean. Han Xiangjuan almost jumped up. The Dean ignored her and continued, but this will take time. At least 3 months. Bai Ning was unyielding. 1 month. That's all the time I'll give you. By then, I will personally go to District 78 to verify. If even one is missing, you will bear the consequences. The Dean was silent for a moment before finally nodding. All right. Han Xiangjuan was trembling with anger, but because the Dean was present, she could only glare fiercely at Bai Ning. Oh, one more thing, Bai Ning suddenly remembered, smiling as he spoke. Han Xiangjuan couldn't help but growl, are you done yet? Ignoring her, Bai Ning smiled and said, after fighting for so long, I haven't even seen what you look like. It feels like a loss. This Dean was too mysterious, unwilling to reveal even his true face. From Bai Ning's experience, there must be some secret hidden. Since he had the chance to make demands, of course, he wanted to see what this big shot really looked like. Han Xiangjuan's face turned red upon hearing this. Bai Ning. How dare you? Bai Ning curiously retorted, what's the big deal? Is he afraid of people seeing what he looks like, that he has to keep it hidden? You're such a strange woman. The Dean hasn't even said anything, and you're already this upset. No way. Bai Ning said with a smile, do you like the Dean? You. Han Xiangjuan's lips trembled as she pointed at Bai Ning, stammering but unable to say a word. Her reaction only made Bai Ning more certain that the Dean's face hid some secret. The Dean suddenly spoke calmly, Xiangjuan, that's enough. His pale gray eyes swept over her. You may leave now. Reluctantly, Han Xiangjuan agreed and turned back toward the island. In the air, only Bai Ning and the Dean remained. Bai Ning smiled. You even had to send her away. So cautious? The Dean did not answer. The thin mist shrouding his face slowly dissipated. Soon, Bai Ning clearly saw his face. To his surprise, for someone as renowned as his master, this man was incredibly young. He looked no more than in his early 20s, with skin so pale it was almost translucent, exuding an unhealthy pallor from long absence of sunlight. His features were somewhat delicate and scholarly. Other than that, there was nothing unusual. Bai Ning sighed. I thought you had scars on your face. Turns out you're just afraid of looking too young and losing authority in front of your subordinates? The Dean's eyes curved slightly as he waved the mist back over his face. Bai Ning's gaze seemed to pierce through everything, revealing a maturity and weariness far beyond his years. It's just an appearance. Nothing significant. Are you satisfied now? Bai Ning shrugged and said indifferently, more or less. With that, he turned and waved his hand. All right, that's it. Remember to keep your word. In a flash, Bai Ning returned to his residence on the island. Once the oppressive aura of the ninth-rank superior was gone, he finally exhaled lightly. That guy's presence is overwhelming, almost on par with my master.
If the dean had suddenly attacked, Bai Ning estimated his chances of winning would be no more than 10%. This person seemed ordinary, but Bai Ning always felt he was insidious and cunning. Even the reason he gave for covering his face, claiming it was because he looked too young, was something Bai Ning didn't believe. With his rune abilities capable of simulating various powers, he could easily alter his appearance at will. There was no need to cover up. Bai Ning stroked his chin. This research institute is getting more and more interesting the deeper I dig.
Somewhere in the research institute, Bai Tianji curled up in the corner of a room. As soon as she hung up the phone, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Today, Bai Ning fought with the director."
The person on the other end of the line paused, clearly not expecting Bai Ning to have provoked the ultimate boss just days
after arriving on the island. Ha ha ha, that kid is too arrogant. He's finally hit a hard wall this time. It's so satisfying.
The person laughed for a long time,
but when Bai Tianji didn't say anything further, they grew anxious. What happened? Did Bai Ning flee in defeat? Lost an arm? A leg would be fine too. Ah. No, that's not it. With the director's personality, he probably wouldn't draw blood. It's likely internal injuries. Hurry up and tell me, I'm dying of curiosity. Bai Tianji opened her mouth and finally found her voice. Someone did run away. But the one who ran was the director. What? Bai Tianji, I don't have much time. Don't joke with me. Are you saying Bai Ning was beaten to death, and you're so happy? You've gone mad? Bai Tianji rolled her eyes and replied impatiently, do I seem that mentally fragile?
The person on the other end was silent for a long
time before finally sighing. What about the director's other plans? Did you ask? There wasn't time. Bai Tianji shook her head. As soon as they clashed, the director announced he was going into seclusion.
I guess he must have gained some significant insight to be in such a hurry.
Are you saying the director has mastered time abilities? Then we won't have to tolerate Bai Ning anymore. With the director and our trump cards, we can completely deal with him.
The person was overjoyed. Bai Tianji, however, was less optimistic.
I have a feeling Bai Ning is hiding a trump card too.
In any case, let's wait for the director to come out of
seclusion. Even if we make a move, the director has to be present. The person realized Bai Tianji's concerns, and, after a moment of silence, agreed.
After hanging up, Bai Tianji looked up at the bright moon outside the
window and took a deep breath. Mom, Tianyan, you'll protect me from heaven, won't you? These past few days, I've
done my best and restrained my temper.
I promise, this time Bai Ning won't escape. He and I are irreconcilable.
If anyone had seen the malice and hatred in Bai Tianji's eyes at that moment, they would have been terrified.
Over the next month, Bai Ning's life went smoothly.
After defeating the revered director in front of all the researchers, his status and prestige skyrocketed. Wherever he went, no one dared to meet his gaze. Even when he coughed, people scrambled to pour him water.
Even Han Shangjuan, usually so cold,
began speaking to him in a gentler tone.
After finishing the day's experiments, Bai Ning stretched lazily. At this stage, can we consider it a success?
Han Shangjuan chuckled softly.
Not yet, but we're close.
Before you came, it took us 5 years to complete the foundation of the first phase. Bai Ning had already been involved in the second phase of research for a full 10 years. But now, they had nearly completed it in just 1 month, an astonishing level of efficiency.
During this time,
Bai Ning had witnessed numerous research techniques and gained a deeper understanding of the Prometheus project. The goal of the second phase was to study the relationship between the soul and time. Simply put, it involved accelerating or reversing the flow of time in specific cells to see if those cells could retain memories of events before the reversal.
Over the past few days, Bai Ning had repeatedly used his abilities on the brains of countless exotic beasts.
Shockingly, even when time was reversed by several years, the brain still retained some memories from before the reversal.
Logically, this should have been impossible. After all, how could a brain from 3 years ago know what it would remember 3 years later?
Han Shangjuan explained that their research suggested the possible existence of a mysterious force, one that did not belong to the material world and was not constrained by time or space. Their goal was to find and control this power. If they could truly achieve it, the benefits would be unimaginable. Imagine a person being able to separate themselves or something from time and space, not only achieving immortality but also gaining control over everything. Han Shangjuan finished organizing the experiment records and turned to look at Bai Ning gently.
Bai Ning shivered involuntarily. What are you doing? Just say what you want to say. Mr. Bai
Ning, Han Shangjuan said a little embarrassed. After completing the second phase, the next phase will require the immortal flower, the one you promised to provide.
Bai Ning waved his hand to interrupt. Wait. Who said I promised? It costs money, understand?
Of course. Han Shangjuan let out a sigh of relief, visibly more relaxed. Bai Ning could tell she was worried he still held a grudge over
the Shujing prison incident and wouldn't give them the immortal flower. This is a win-win situation. Of course, I'll do it.
Bai Ning rubbed his fingers together. Remember to pay up one flower, 10
trillion. What?
Even the usually generous Han Shangjuan was stunned by the number.
10 trillion? Not a penny less. Well, then I'll wait for the director to confirm and have him personally negotiate the deal with you. By the way, the transfer of the experimental subjects is almost complete. Only a few people are unwilling to return. Bai Ning raised an eyebrow. Someone's willing to stay as a test subject? Are you kidding me?
Han Shangjuan quickly explained, mainly because some special experiments are already halfway through.
These people wouldn't survive if they returned to District 78. So they...
Her voice grew quieter as she spoke.
Bai Ning sneered. What kind of experiments? Just...
Han Shangjuan's voice was so soft it was almost inaudible. Hybrid experiments.
Between humans and exotic beasts. Humans and exotic beasts? Bai Ning's expression turned cold. Hybrid experiments, huh?
Han Shangjuan was startled by his sneer, her heart tightening as she took
a deep breath. Don't misunderstand. The core purpose of this experiment is to enhance human physical capabilities.
You know, many exotic beasts in the abyss are far stronger than humans, like surviving extreme dehydration or having impenetrable defenses.
We want to integrate these advantages into the human body.
And this experiment is two-way, not only using humans for experiments but also using
exotic beasts.
Han Shangjuan paused, observing Bai Ning's reaction before continuing. This is also an opportunity for the people of District 78.
If the experiment succeeds, those useless ability users will finally have a place in this world. Bai Ning listened with a cold sneer. These grandiose words were nothing but tricks to fool children.
In his past life, those who believed in such words were still calling for help from northern Myanmar every day.
Where are those people?
Take me to see them, Bai Ning said coldly.
All right,
no problem, Han Shangjuan replied with a smile.
Maybe after seeing them, you'll change your mind.
Most of these experimental subjects are in excellent mental states. Bai Ning suddenly stopped in his tracks. Only then did she realize what she had just said. Before coming here, Bai Hanyang had already mentioned this experiment to her.
It's cat girls, right? Han Shangjuan smiled faintly. That's right. I assure you, all these people volunteered to participate. For these girls, undergoing transformation is their only way out. It's a chance to rise to the top in one step. Han Shangjuan blinked. If you're interested, I can even arrange one for you. They're highly sought after in the Federation, with appointments booked 20 years in advance. Bai Ning followed Han Shangjuan into a completely different laboratory.
The lighting here was soft, and the air carried a faint fragrance.
On the central operating table lay a girl.
She was sweet and cute, dressed lightly, but the most eye-catching feature was the pair of fluffy cat ears on her head. Several researchers were busy around her. The girl seemed a bit bored, her eyes wandering around until they landed on Bai Ning at the door. Her eyes immediately lit up.
Master! Bai Ning was slightly taken aback, feeling as though this girl seemed to know him.
The girl seemed to notice his confusion and quickly explained, everyone among the test subjects knows.
They say there's an unbelievably
young ninth-tier expert who made an agreement with the director for the sake of us abandoned people, giving us the chance to go home alive. Her eyes sparkled, and her excitement even caused her pupils
to turn into vertical slits. If it weren't for you, many of us would have been dead long ago. So before leaving, everyone asked me to personally thank you if I ever got the chance.
As she spoke, a fluffy tail emerged from behind her, raised high.
She really did look like a cat.
Han Shangjuan, standing nearby, added with a smile, they're all very willing to serve you, you know.
Bai Ning
looked at the girl, whose face turned bright red and whose ears twitched uncontrollably at Han Shangjuan's words. This mental state, it was clear she hadn't been forced to stay. They truly stayed of
their own free will.
Since it was their choice, there was nothing more to say.
Bai Ning shook his head. No need to be so polite.
Speaking of which, We could be considered fellow townsfolk.
Ha! Mr. Bai Ning? Not only the cat-eared girl but even Han Shangjuan was too shocked to speak. Aren't you a direct descendant of the Bai family? How could you possibly have any connection to District 78? District 78 was the most infamous slum in the Federation.
The children of the four major conglomerates would never have any chance of being associated with it in their lifetime.
That was why they were so astonished.
Bai Ning had no intention of explaining and instead turned to ask, how many people chose to stay voluntarily?
Not many, about 8. Han Shangjuan thought for a moment before answering. Are they all in situations like this girl?
Yes, that's correct.
Bai Ning nodded. Then let it be.
After saying this, he prepared to leave.
Behind him, the girl called out to stop him.
Sir, wait.
I'll be fully modified in a few days. Would you like to give it a try?
Bai Ning froze, turning back to see the girl shyly looking at him with her head lowered.
The sweet
words of the enemy were truly hard to resist. But remembering the many matters still needing his attention, he politely declined.
The girl's ears and tail immediately drooped. Bai Ning shook his head
and was about to leave when a faint, pained scream suddenly rang out.
Ah! Han Shangjuan's face instantly changed.
Bai Ning tilted his head, listening carefully for a few seconds.
After determining
the source of the sound, he headed straight in that direction.
Mr. Bai Ning, Han Shangjuan called out sharply. The exit is that way. How about I take you to see the finished products of the Fox Demon Group?
But Bai Ning did not stop, a cold smile appearing on his lips.
If you want to see it, go ahead. I have other matters to attend to. Although the sound was faint, it was impossible to
escape the ears of a ninth-tier expert. Naturally, Han Shangjuan had heard it too, which was why she was so flustered.
Bai Ning felt a surge of irritation.
This was endless. They had clearly agreed to send all the test subjects away, yet they still dared to secretly keep people?
Did they take him for a fool?
Quickening his pace, he followed the sound to a wall in the laboratory.
The lab wasn't
large, and he quickly reached the wall. The scream had just stopped, and everything was now so quiet it felt like an illusion. Bai Ning stood there for a moment, waiting, but heard no further movement.
Han Shangjuan forced an awkward smile. Is there something you need? Or are you planning to keep this girl?
Her scent glands are almost ready, and she'll naturally emit a fragrance afterward.
Shut up!
Bai Ning interrupted sharply, his gaze icy. Han Shangjuan shivered under his glare, but she had no way out and could only continue to persuade him.
If you're against human modification, we can stop, okay? The director will be done soon. How about I take you to meet him?
Her words came faster and faster. As the leader of the Prometheus project, Han Shangjuan was deeply trusted by the
director and held a high position on this island.
Normally, she was very composed, but at this moment, despite her outward calm, her small movements betrayed her inner panic.
Bai Ning sneered. Since
they were always hiding things and keeping so many secrets, he might as well expose everything. Thinking of this, he no longer confirmed the location and raised his hand to blast open the wall directly.
The wall was made of the latest alloy, extremely sturdy, and engraved with complex runes personally designed by the director.
But in Bai Ning's hands, the wall was as fragile as paper.
In an instant,
it was as if the wall had never existed, with even the breaks so smooth that no trace could be seen. However, the scene beyond the wall made Bai Ning frown.
Opposite was still an ordinary laboratory. Nothing special.
Inside, a few researchers stared in shock at the vanished wall, their expressions incredulous.
Bai Ning looked around.
Strange, there was nothing.
Could he have misheard? But Han Shangjuan's reaction didn't seem like a misunderstanding.
While hesitating, Han Shangjuan quickly caught up, her tone returning to normal. Are you not planning to use the door and just going straight
through the wall?
She had been flustered earlier, but now she was even joking. Bai Ning tilted his head and thought for a few seconds, then chuckled lightly. That wasn't the plan, but now that you mention it, it does seem like a good idea. As soon as he finished speaking, Han Shangjuan stared at him in astonishment. Bai Ning waved his hand, and all the walls surrounding the laboratory
disappeared.
The space instantly expanded, merging with the surrounding rooms.
This scene terrified everyone.
People working in the other rooms were also stunned.
Bai Ning ignored the others, waved his hand again, and the walls of all the adjacent rooms disappeared as well.
The commotion grew louder, and the runes flashed wildly.
The ceiling alarms blared piercingly. Beep. Enemy intrusion detected. Please be alert. Unfortunately, no abnormalities were found.
Bai Ning grew even more puzzled.
Could he really have misheard? At this moment, dense footsteps echoed from the corridor. Han Xiangjuan
Froze. The guards have been called. She took a deep breath, her brows furrowed tightly. What, exactly are you trying to do?
Even if you're dissatisfied, you can't deliberately. How can you destroy the research results?
These instruments and data are the culmination of countless people's efforts.
Can't we resolve this through proper communication? Han Xiangjuan said anxiously,
pointing to the researchers standing dumbfounded around them.
But there wasn't a trace of guilt on Bai Ning's face. Misheard? That's impossible. He suddenly lifted his foot and lightly tapped the alloy floor beneath him. Turning his head, he asked indifferently, the materials used in this building should be sturdy enough, right?
Han Xiangjuan was stunned by this inexplicable question.
The next second, Bai Ning's golden eyes flashed with intense light. Boom! A destructive force, like a nuclear explosion, rapidly spread in all directions. This time, he didn't target any specific wall but covered the entire space within a 100-meter radius. Walls, ceilings, floors, instruments, everything was completely destroyed by the impact. Strangely, only the building was obliterated. The
people on site only felt a strong gust of wind and were unharmed.
Han Xiangjuan was so shocked she couldn't speak.
Before she could react, all that remained around them was a massive crater.
Ah! Help! What happened? Why am I falling? Was that an earthquake? Screams erupted instantly. The researchers fell into the pit like dumplings, landing dizzy and disoriented. The bottom of the pit was chaotic, dust flying everywhere.
Fortunately, most of them were at the 5th or 6th level of cultivation, so they weren't fatally injured. Bai Ning squinted his eyes, looking down into the pit over 10 meters deep, where he saw a dark entrance. Broken, flickering runes lingered around the entrance.
From deep within came the sound of chains dragging and a low, angry roar, the exact same sound he had heard earlier. Bai Ning slowly turned around and saw Han Xiangjuan's face pale as a sheet. Now, do you have anything else to say? Han Xiangjuan opened her mouth but made no sound. She turned and ran, quickly disappearing from sight.
Many people at the bottom of the pit were still calling for her to save them. But seeing her abandon everyone and flee, they cried out in despair.
Team leader Han, come back and save us.
Poof! Bai Ning sneered, scanning the crowd at the bottom of the pit.
A few quick-witted ones immediately opened floating vehicles from their storage spaces and desperately
fled the scene. Bai Ning couldn't be bothered to respond and slowly descended to the entrance of the cave.
The familiar damp stench hit him in the face. Unbelievable, why do these people love digging holes so much?
This vertical shaft was an underground prison, and unexpectedly, there was another one here.
As expected, researchers always work in unclean environments. Bai Ning held his breath and stepped into the cave.
The lights turned on, and countless spotlights illuminated a dozen people. Their entire bodies were bound by thick metal chains engraved with intricate golden runes.
These
people included both men and women, but all were emaciated, their eyes hollow and numb. They showed no reaction to Bai Ning's arrival, not even the strength to lift their heads for a glance.
A few of
them seemed insane, shaking their heads and roaring angrily, the source of the sounds heard outside. What was even more surprising was that, apart from these prisoners, the cave housed dozens of
powerful individuals in combat uniforms.
Their sharp gazes were fixed on the prisoners, but they completely ignored Bai Ning. Judging by the fluctuations in their aura, they were all experts above the 8th tier. No wonder the island's depths had so few surface guards. Bai Ning finally understood the true elite guards of the Research Institute were concentrated here, watching over these special
individuals. But what kind of prisoners, even after their spirits had collapsed, would require at least 30 or 40 top-tier experts to guard them? 10 8th-tier experts guarding them day and night?
When the explosion occurred earlier, the sound was deafening, yet none of these people went out to investigate, they remained firmly at their posts.
These signs were enough to prove that these prisoners were far from ordinary.
Bai Ning took a few steps forward, now only a few meters away from the nearest prisoner. The burly man leading the guards shouted sternly, "Stop!
This is a top-secret area of the Research Institute. Without the director's permission, no one is allowed to approach.
Mr. Bai Ning, please leave immediately."
Bai Ning chuckled lightly and replied, "What if I don't leave?"
Not only did he refuse to leave, but he also stepped closer to the prisoner, now less than a meter away. The dozens of guards immediately tensed up, their eyes fixed on him, but none dared
to make the first move to stop him.
Over the past few days, Bai Ning's legendary feats had spread across the island. These 8th tier ability users knew very well that fighting Bai Ning was tantamount to courting death.
At that moment, the situation suddenly changed.
The prisoner, who had previously seemed like a walking corpse, appeared to be stimulated by Bai Ning's aura and abruptly raised his head. His murky eyes erupted with extreme fear.
Ah!
The prisoner let out a low cry, his entire body trembling violently. He forcibly resisted the suppressive runes on the chains and activated his abilities with all his might. Buzz! A crystalline shield began to form laboriously in front of him. The shield looked fragile and unstable, but its shape and aura.
Bai Ning was instantly stunned.
There were thousands of defensive abilities, and crystalline shields were not uncommon.
However, every ability had its unique characteristics, like fingerprints, never identical. Yet the
crystalline shield before him was exactly the same as the one the director had used to block Bai Ning's Sea of Fire attack.
How was this possible?
A shocking thought flashed through his mind.
He quickly scanned the other prisoners in the cave. Could it be that these captives were all living samples for the director's research on abilities?
That was why they were being guarded so tightly, so the director could continuously study, mimic, and ultimately replicate abilities identical to the originals. Realizing this, Bai Ning felt a chill run down his spine. For someone like the director, whose
vision was extraordinarily high, ordinary abilities wouldn't even be worth considering.
The fact that he could use this crystalline shield to withstand Bai Ning's full-force attack that day proved that
the shield's level must be top tier.
Only a handful of SSS-level ability users could possess such power.
And only SSS-level ability users would be worth the director's investment of so many resources to imprison them here. So, these dozen prisoners were very likely all SSS-level ability users.
In the outside world, SSS-level ability users were incredibly rare, with only a few emerging every few decades.
Yet here, there were over a dozen.
Everyone knew that awakening an SSS-level ability was exceedingly difficult.
Otherwise, the four major conglomerates would have seen more of them long ago.
Being able to gather so many SSS-level ability users here shows that the Dean is simply a collector fanatic. Whatever ability he likes, he captures people and brings them here for concentrated
training.
This explains why so many top-tier ability users are imprisoned. The prisoner looked at Bai Ning, his eyes full of fear.
However, forcibly using his ability just now had drained most of his strength.
Being able to use abilities under the restriction of the suppression runes is extremely rare.
This indicates that even among SSS-level users, he is at the top tier. Don't be afraid, I'm not a bad person.
Bai Ning, seeing that he was almost scared out of his wits, quickly comforted him.
I'll get you all out of here, don't worry. The prisoner's gaze remained tense, showing no sign of relaxation.
Clearly, he had suffered a lot. He didn't speak, but a nearby guard showed dissatisfaction instead.
Mr. Bai Ning, the Research Institute specially invited you to the island. What do you think you're doing by acting like this?
Bai Ning coldly glanced at the burly man leading the group.
He chuckled lightly. If you have the guts, try hitting me. If you dare to make a move, I'll truly respect you as a hero. 18 years later, we'll meet again.
As he spoke, his smile carried a hidden killing intent.
This was a blatant threat.
The burly man, blocked by these words, turned
red in the face and didn't dare to retort.
In the cave, the 30 to 48th tier ability user, but these people are the result of over a decade of our hard work.
Every SSS level individual is hard-earned. If we let them go, the loss to you and the Institute would be immeasurable.
She waited for a long time without hearing the director's response, then realized that this retreat might not
be going well. Han Xiangjuan lowered her voice. Still no way to replicate the time ability? The director raised his hand, rhythmically tapping the desk. The sound wasn't loud, but each tap felt like it struck Han Xiangjuan's heart. Her heart sank. The director's expression usually meant his mood was at its worst.
No, it can't be replicated. The director uttered these few words.
Han Xiangjuan
sighed. As expected, time is such a unique ability.
We've waited so long, and yet there's only Bai Ning, a single-time ability user, which says it all.
However, as long as we capture him, with extensive research, mastering his ability is only a matter of time. As soon as she said this, before the director could respond, she realized she had misspoken.
Capturing Bai Ning wasn't that simple. If they went all out, using all the Institute's trump cards, they might be able to kill him. But capturing him alive? The difficulty was absurdly high. The director suddenly chuckled. You're not wrong.
What? Han Xiangjuan was stunned, almost missing his words.
The ability sample library cannot be lost, and Bai Ning is smart.
He must also realize how extraordinary he is. The director paused, a strange glint flashing in his eyes.
The surface comb will inevitably be broken. Then,
Xiangjuan, deploy all the existing finished products from the mecha project. Maximize the effect of the suppression runes, and bring all the spatial restrictors. A series of orders were issued, and Han Xiangjuan immediately understood this meant a complete fallout with Bai Ning.
Director, even if we deploy all the mechas, their impact on us 9th tier individuals is limited. Capturing Bai Ning alive will be extremely difficult.
Han Xiangjuan felt she was being bold this time, daring to contradict
the director.
But that's what she truly thought.
Spatial restrictors could only slightly limit 9th tier spatial ability users.
Mechas, at most, reached 8th tier combat power.
And the gap between
8th and 9th tier was like heaven and earth. It was not something that could be compensated for with numbers. She sneaked a glance at the director, only to find that he wasn't angry.
Instead,
his eyes carried an even more pronounced smile. Not only do you think so, but Bai Ning surely thinks so too. That young genius is full of pride, and that's precisely our chance to capture him alive. Han Xiangjuan was stunned, then let out a sigh of relief and smiled. I understand.
Bai Ning had already successfully rescued the prisoners in the cave. 14 in total. Each one was an SSS-Level ability user. Long-term imprisonment had pushed many to the brink of collapse. Even though they were now rescued, they hadn't fully recovered. Only 3 or 4 of them were somewhat lucid. But, even among them, their bodies were extremely weak, making it nearly impossible to rely on them for help in the short term. The first rescued Crystal Shield ability user introduced himself. My name is Jiang Lin, a second-level citizen from the Central District.
I was captured here right after awakening. The others were in similar situations. Over the years, they had planned countless escape
attempts, but every time they failed.
Jiang Lin lowered his head, his tone heavy. This time,
I didn't have much hope, but no matter what, we have to try. This place is like hell. I'd rather die than be locked up here any longer. Bai Ning looked around.
While he was rescuing people, the guards had quietly slipped away, leaving only a dozen injured and disabled prisoners.
Fortunately, Jiang
Lin's mind had somewhat recovered, allowing him to provide some information.
The director captured you to learn your abilities? Jiang Lin nodded, then shook his head. Yes, and no. Thinking of
that terrifying person, Jiang Lin clutched his head in pain. At first, I thought that as long as I cooperated and taught him, it would be fine. After finally teaching him, he threw us to a group
of researchers. Those people, they aren't human at all, they're beasts.
They used every method on us, forcibly elevating our levels, using extreme measures to push us to breakthrough ability
tiers. We struggled between life and death, many couldn't hold on and wanted to commit suicide.
But they used our families as leverage, forcing us to stay alive.
Bai Ning fell into deep thought. No
wonder the strongest among these people had reached the 8th tier, and Jiang Lin was at the 7th tier. At their age, such strength would be rare even outside, let alone under captivity.
I see.
Bai Ning stroked his chin. There might be some big moves coming up, but don't worry.
I have another task for you.
Jiang Lin, covered in wounds, pointed at himself in disbelief.
Me?
They usually inject us with sedatives.
I'm completely powerless now, and I can't even use my abilities here.
Bai Ning was already prepared. Hearing this, he flipped his hand and took out several bottles of glowing green potions from
his storage necklace.
The life energy within the potions was so intense it made one's heart race.
What is this? Jiang Lin exclaimed in surprise.
Life potions. We've been injected with them when we were on the brink of death, but I've never seen ones this pure.
These are SSS Great Hymns of Life, 1 bottle per person.
Jiang Lin quickly cradled a bottle, about to express his gratitude, but Bai Ning waved him off.
What I'm about to say next, you must remember every word. Outside the cave, the area was completely surrounded.
Hundreds of combat mechs of various forms were densely arranged on the ground.
Some were
equipped with massive energy cannons, resembling mobile artillery platforms.
Others had slender frames, arms fitted with sharp alloy daggers, and their
bodies engraved with acceleration and invisibility runes. These were the unique rune mechs of the Research Institute, the culmination of generations
of effort by countless metal and rune manipulating ability users. Dozens of helicopters hovered in the air, circling the pit like a swarm of bees.
The gaps were filled with ability users, including researchers and security guards. The director had ordered everyone on the island to don
combat suits, preparing to join forces against Bai Ning.
Over 100 spatial restrictors were deployed across the island to prevent Bai Ning from
teleporting away.
The tense and oppressive atmosphere made it hard to breathe.
This kind of formation would even bring down a seasoned 9th tier powerhouse like Bai Henian.
Bai Ning led Jiang Lin and the others to the cave entrance, where this overwhelming scene unfolded before them.
How are we supposed to escape?
A prisoner, who had just held onto a sliver of hope, muttered under his breath, his
legs trembling. Jiang Lin's face turned pale, but he suppressed the urge to turn and flee, gritting his teeth. We must fight with everything we've got.
Do you want to live this life worse than death forever?
Bai Ning gave
us such precious potions.
This might be our last chance. I'd rather die fighting than live in cowardice.
But
what about our families? Another person asked worriedly. A trace of ruthlessness flashed across Jiang Lin's face. If we kill all the enemies, who will be left to harm my mother? His determination inspired the hesitant prisoners around him. He's right. Let's fight. After all, we're SSS-grade ability users. Let's do it.
Bai Ning glanced at Jiang Lin unexpectedly. He hadn't thought this person had such a fierce side. He might actually be useful.
Bai Ning didn't want to go through all
the trouble of rescuing these people only to end up with a group of spineless cowards. Although his main goal in saving them was to have them help him take down the
Research Institute, he also didn't want to see so many rare SSS-grade ability users turn against him. Jiang Lin's expression was serious. Sir, what do we do now?
Bai Ning smacked his lips.
This setup is indeed beyond my expectations, but don't panic. Just follow my instructions. With that, he rose into the air, greeting the director and Han Shangjuan, who were already waiting mid-air. What's the matter? Not planning to continue?
The director spoke calmly. You're smart.
We both know each other's goals, don't we?
Bai Ning adjusted his expression. From past experience, this director was cautious and enigmatic. If he dared to tear off the facade
face to face, he must have been fully prepared.
Although these mechs looked intimidating and high-tech, Bai Ning didn't take them seriously. If these mechas could truly
threaten a 9th level ability user, the Research Institute would have already ruled the Federation and swept through the 4 major conglomerates. Why would they need the Bai family to speak up?
Han Shangjuan coldly stared at Bai Ning and shouted, I advise you to surrender early and avoid unnecessary suffering.
If you're more reasonable, I might be gentler with you in the experiments later.
Oh,
really?
Bai Ning said with a faint, mocking smile.
With just these people? Are you sure?
He had intended to extract more information, but Han Shangjuan seemed to have already seen through his intentions. She merely smiled faintly and said nothing more.
At that moment, a crisp female voice came from below. Bai Ning, when you killed my mother in Tianyan, did you ever think you'd end up in this situation?
Bai Tianji had arrived at some point, pointing at Bai Ning with a triumphant smile.
Let me tell you, this time it's not just the Research Institute. The 3 major conglomerates have joined forces to hunt you down. What do you have to survive, Bai Ning?
Bai Ning sneered. No matter how arrogant they were, it turned out they were all
waiting for him here.
Unfortunately, his golden finger thrived in situations like this.
Bai Ning looked at Bai Tianji with interest.
I was wondering why you suddenly
changed. Turns out you were waiting for me.
Bai Tianji rolled her eyes, reverting to the arrogance she had during their first meeting. Bai Ning's tone remained
calm, showing no surprise.
Something was off. There was definitely a trick here. She clearly hated him to the core, yet pretended to be gentle and wanted to take him
to the island. It was obviously a trap. Only a fool wouldn't see it. Our Bai family matters, and you have to involve outsiders? Outsiders? Bai Tianji laughed, even more smugly. Bai Ning, you killed your own mother, and you still have the nerve to call yourself a Bai family member? Do you think father and the elders don't care at all?
Let me tell you, the news has already reached the Federation. Our 3 families have dispatched all their elites and will arrive in minutes.
Do you think the elders won't personally take action? 5 9th level masters joining forces against you? Bai Ning sneered. You Li as a mother?
What kind of mother would drive
her own son to a dead end?
She never even saw him as a person.
She only wanted to die. Who could stop her?
As for this lineup, nearly 70 to 80% of the Federation's top combat power had been mobilized against him.
For anyone else, just the thought of it would be terrifying.
Bai Ning, however, felt nothing.
he was used to it by now.
Today, there were just more people and stronger opponents, that's all. Bai Tianji suddenly remembered something and added, "Oh, are you still hoping Natalie?
Yen Song, that old man, will come to save you? Dream on. All the teleportation arrays are controlled by the Research Institute. Without the dean's permission, not even an ant can teleport in. The Li family won't even be able to collect your corpse."
In the air, the dean and Han Shangjuan stood side by side.
Listening to Bai Tianji reveal the entire plan, they didn't stop her. Both wore calm smiles.
The dean spoke slowly, "Bai Ning, you are a rare talent.
Your rapid advancement in levels is astonishing, and your time ability is a treasure. I don't want things to escalate to this point. If you give up your feudal resistance, I can ensure you live comfortably in the future. I promise." Han Shangjuan nodded repeatedly. "The dean is giving you this chance, and you're not taking it? This is your last opportunity." Bai Ning
was disgusted by their hypocrisy.
His original plan was simple: visit the Research Institute, gain some experience, then return to take over the Bai family and help
settle his friends in District 78 to avoid implicating them. But these people were all eager to jump out and act as if they had him cornered.
Did they really think he was an easy target? Even if he couldn't win, who could stop him if he wanted to leave?
Bai Ning shook his head with a smile.
"My mistake, wasting so much time talking. Nonsense with you people."
He blinked, and his golden eyes lit up.
The lights brightened. "Let's see, where should I start?" With so many people, it should allow him to level up quickly. The dean assessed the situation and said softly to Han Shangjuan, "Step back. I'm enough to handle this."
Han Shangjuan's face flushed slightly, and she softly replied, "Okay." After speaking, her figure flickered and blended into the crowd on the ground. In the air, only the dean and Bai Ning remained.
The dean was not acting out of arrogance by daring to face Bai Ning alone. Bai Ning had already learned about the abilities of those people in the cave: SSS-Level spatial transformation, crystal shield, mind control, water manipulation, the eye of truth, life absorption. Each one was a top-tier ability, and most were extremely rare. The abilities chosen by the dean covered long range, close combat, control, and support, leaving almost no weaknesses. Among them, the rarest and most terrifying
was mind control. It was said that this ability could control multiple people, making them obey commands. With his strength, he could control dozens of people at once, enough to crush opponents of the same level.
With the dean's mental power, it was estimated he could simultaneously control over 100 people.
In other words, he could control all the 8th and 9th level ability users present, forming a perfectly coordinated team. At this moment, his decision to have Han Shangjuan step
back clearly indicated his intention to do so. Bai Ning certainly wouldn't let him succeed.
He drew out Lai Kong with a reverse grip, his figure flickering as he charged directly into the crowd. The surrounding spatial restrictors activated at full power, attempting to prevent Bai Ning from teleporting.
Bai Ning let out a cold snort. An invisible aura rapidly spread.
Under his control, time and space obeyed his command.
With just a thought, the sound of shattering echoed in the air. Crack, crack, crack.
The spatial restrictors on the ground were all blown apart, emitting billowing black smoke.
"What? The equipment malfunctioned, this is bad."
The surrounding crowd shouted in panic. The scene of Bai Ning defeating the dean not long ago was still fresh in everyone's minds, and they had no desire to confront
Bai Ning head on. Now, Bai Ning's move further crushed their morale.
Then, a sea of fire erupted across the sky. Bai Ning, holding a long spear, moved with lightning speed, charging straight into the densest part of the crowd.
Vast spiritual energy poured into the spear, unleashing the move blazing army break. Lai Kong emitted
a resonant hum, its shaft enveloped in scorching flames. The crescent-shaped flames swept through, rendering all defenses as fragile as paper.
The frontmost mechas didn't even have time to react before they were instantly melted. Molten iron dripped onto the ground. The people behind frantically raised various shields, but the flames were everywhere, burning through shields and abilities alike. As soon as the flames touched, they ignited instantly, impossible to extinguish, leaving only charred remains amidst screams of agony.
Bai Ning had learned this move from Lei Zhang and had perfected it to the extreme.
The current effect far surpassed Lei Zhang himself. With just one strike, the area within dozens of meters in front of Bai Ning was completely cleared.
Only those who ran fast managed to escape.
Devour, 18.5/100.
trillion assets, to advance to God level, Candle Dragon's heavenly eye, the progress bar in his vision surged rapidly. In a short time, it increased by 5 trillion. Bai Ning squinted and smiled. It seemed these researchers were all quite wealthy. And this blazing spear had only just begun. Bai Ning couldn't imagine how much progress he could gain from today's massacre. Reaching the high rank of 9th level was not impossible. In the next moment, Bai Ning moved like a phantom through the crowd. Each strike carried the momentum of a blazing inferno, the flames surging like a living tsunami, wave after wave sweeping outward. Screams and explosions echoed continuously. The once imposing army instantly fell into chaos and panic. It was as if the battlefield had been engulfed in a sea of fire. The progress bar climbed rapidly. These people were all loaded with wealth. Even 5th and 6th level ability users were worth as much as 7th level experts. Each strike of Lai Kong brought forth clouds of blood mist. Bai Ning killed with excitement, his face speckled with blood, yet he felt no pain. His spear techniques were like a dragon, precise and deadly. Monster! What kind of monster is this? I told you we shouldn't come here. What are we supposed to block with? Our lives? Mom, I want to go back to school and do experiments. Desperate cries echoed one after another. To Bai Ning, these sounds were nothing more than meaningless background noise. Even with an extreme reaction speed, the arrow still grazed his figure. The scattered energy directly tore a bloody gash on his shoulder. But it wasn't over yet. Bai Ning knew even before he appeared that after his teleportation ended, another equally deadly arrow would be waiting for him. As soon as he materialized, his eyes immediately locked onto the Dean. At the same time, a golden thread streaked across the sky, moving faster than the speed of sound. A deafening sonic boom echoed from afar. Bai Ning could only teleport again to evade. The Dean hovered in mid-air, his expression indifferent. Not bad at dodging, but how many times can you dodge? As Bai Ning teleported, the flowing sand and the sky full of vines simultaneously shifted direction. Another earth-shattering arrow shot toward Bai Ning. Among the crowd, Han Shangjuan looked up, her face revealing a smug, almost obsessive smile. Success! The Dean's plan was indeed effective. No matter how powerful Bai Ning was, faced with this rhythm of continuous attacks, he could only dodge in embarrassment, with no time to counterattack. Moreover, the Dean, backed by the island's rune array, could quickly recover his energy without worrying about depletion. Over time, Bai Ning was bound to fail. More importantly, the Dean had calculated Bai Ning's personality. Using the tactics Bai Ning had once employed against him would ignite the fury of this proud young man. He would be consumed by his fighting spirit, completely disregarding the thought of escape. Thinking of this, Han Shangjuan's smile grew even wider. Young and exceptionally talented, he will become the most outstanding experimental subject we've ever had. Bai Tianji was equally excited, grabbing Han Shangjuan's arm and shaking it vigorously. Look! Look! Bai Ning is injured. Han Shangjuan frowned slightly, gently pulling back her sleeve and reminding, now, it's time to add fuel to the fire. They had already planned everything, taking turns to provoke him, repeatedly enraging Bai Ning, forcing him to abandon any thoughts of escape, ensuring a decisive victory. I know. Bai Tianji smiled and shouted at Bai Ning in the air, today is your end. I'll tear you to pieces and use you as a side dish to honor Tianyan. Bai Ning had no intention of escaping at this moment. It wasn't that he was blinded by rage, but even if he were to die, he would unleash his fury. On the contrary, he was exceptionally calm. The Dean seemed to have the upper hand, suppressing him with his own previo. He forcibly twisted his body, trying to avoid the fatal strike. As the defense ended, his golden eyes flickered, preparing to teleport away. However, a moment later, why am I? The Dean stopped in his tracks, muttering to himself in disbelief as he turned to look at Bai Ning. You actually blocked my spatial ability? Just now, when he tried to teleport to evade, he couldn't sense any familiar fluctuations. Flames burned in Bai Ning's eyes as he sneered coldly, that's your spatial ability? What a joke! Before the words had fully left his mouth, the hunter's blade had already pierced through layer after layer of crystal shields. These hastily formed shields had limited defensive power and couldn't withstand Bai Ning's long-prepared SSS-level blade technique. The blade grazed the Dean's neck, leaving a deep, bone-revealing wound. As blood spurted out, ugh! The Dean grunted, staggering forward. The pain in his neck wasn't the most severe. What truly panicked him was that his ultimate move had failed. Bai Ning squinted at the dean, who was attempting to teleport again, and snorted coldly.
Old man, cunning and deceitful, breaking the rules. Playing dirty tricks. Over and over again, aren't you shameless? An old fox like you should have been stripped naked and hung on the TV tower long ago. Always thinking about stealing others' abilities, you're truly perverse. As Bai Ning cursed, he advanced with his blade. The dean cursed under his breath, frowning as he said, "You think this is enough to defeat me? Pah!" Bai Ning sneered, "Go ahead, try again. I want to see just how strong you, the great dean, really are." At that moment, 3 massive beams of light suddenly lit up in the distance. It was a teleportation array. The glow of the teleportation runes grew brighter with more people. Now, even across the sea, the light was so prominent from over 10 kilometers away that it was clear the 3 major consortiums had arrived. Judging by the brightness, there were definitely over 100 people inside. 10 kilometers was a mere blink of an eye for 8th or 9th tier experts. The immense energy pressure made everyone on the island feel a heavy weight in their hearts. "They're here." Han Xiangjuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Bai Tianji straightened her back, confidently reassuring Han Xiangjuan beside her, "Don't worry. With the ancestors here, nothing will happen." The 3 murderous teams surged forward like 3 sharp swords, cutting through the waves. Apart from the Yu family, led personally by their patriarch, the other 2 families were each led by their 9th-tier ancestors. Among this group of over 100 people, even the weakest were experts. There were 7th-tier masters among them, and 8th-tier powerhouses were everywhere. Uniformly dressed in combat gear, they gathered together, exuding a fierce killing intent that sent the surrounding exotic beasts fleeing for their lives. They didn't directly pass through the island's protective barrier but stopped in midair several hundred meters away. Forming a fan-shaped formation, they vaguely surrounded the island. Bai Hanyang and Lin Korong exchanged glances, revealing sly smiles. "Bai, your own people are ruthless. A genius like Bai Ning, and you're actually willing to let the dean study him? Aren't you afraid that once he learns everything, he'll turn the researchers into a 5th major force outside of our 4 great consortiums?" Bai Hanyang stroked his beard leisurely, glancing sideways at him. "Do you think Bai Ning is that easy to deal with? Have you forgotten how he crushed you the first time you met?" Lin Korong gave an awkward laugh and changed the subject. "Forget it. Even if the dean develops further, it's worth it. After all, Bai Ning has plenty of secrets hidden on him. His cultivation level rises so quickly, and after every battle, he shows significant improvement. It's too abnormal. Letting the dean dig into his secrets benefits all of us in the future. Who knows, we might even break through the 10th tier barrier." Bai Hanyang nodded with a smile. "Exactly. I heard that the first time Bai Ning fought the dean, he even had the upper hand. But that was probably the dean holding back, not wanting to tear things apart with Bai Ning too soon. Of course. Otherwise, do you really think Bai Ning could defeat a dean on par with Li Yensong? What a joke." Lin Korong laughed. After speaking, the 2 simultaneously turned their gaze toward Bai Ning. Bai Hanyang squinted his eyes. "Let me see how this kid is doing now. How much longer can he hold out? When the time is right, we'll make our move." Initially, they hadn't paid much attention, but upon closer inspection, both their expressions changed. Lin Korong frowned. "Why do I see the dean covered in blood?" Bai Henian also looked puzzled. "That's impossible. The dean's strength is on par with Li Yensong, one of the top among us. Could it be the dean is still deliberately holding back?" The 2 exchanged glances for a moment, and nodded in unison. "That must be it." Lin Korong thought for a moment and shouted loudly, "We're here, time to close the net." Bai Ning had already noticed their arrival and was on guard against a sneak attack. Hearing Lin Korong's words, it seemed there was some kind of plan, but the dean's expression didn't look like someone with a plan. His face was grim, and blood was still flowing from his neck. Especially after Lin Korong's shout, the dean's face turned so dark it seemed like water could drip from it. Bai Ning raised an eyebrow and sneered, "Can't you just say it directly? Don't treat me like an outsider." Even the usually composed dean was gritting his teeth at this moment. "Gentlemen, the situation has changed. The previous plan is void. I've decided to reconcile with this young man. What do you think?" As he finished speaking, the dean looked seriously at Bai Ning, his gaze unprecedentedly sincere. Bai Ning leaned back and laughed. "Huh? Reconcile? You must be kidding. When you thought you could win, you were so arrogant, looking down on people as if from your nostrils. Now that you realize you can't win, you want to play the emotional card? How? Could the world work like this? He didn't understand, and Lin Korong and Bai Henian were even more baffled. Bai Henian stroked his beard, a trace of doubt flashing in his eyes, and whispered to Lin Korong, "Is this kid really so strong that even the dean suffered a loss?" Lin Korong frowned in thought and suddenly understood. "No, look. Now the two of them are evenly matched, which means the dean is deliberately holding back his strength, waiting for us to arrive so we can deal with Bai Ning together." Really? Bai Henian was even more skeptical. Of course. He must be waiting for us to show up, to see how much we've improved over the years, and to keep a trump card. When have you ever seen the dean show weakness? This old guy and Li Yensong have been suppressing us for decades, never bowing their heads to us, right? Bai Henian also found this reasoning convincing and laughed. TSK, researchers really are cunning. The two burst into laughter simultaneously. Stop joking, Dean. You really have no shame. Are you trying to say that the three of us, 9th-tier experts, can't beat one Bai Ning? What a joke. Exactly. Back in our prime, Bai Ning's father hadn't even been born yet. Not only did they think this way, but members of the other three families shared the same sentiment. Bai Ning had indeed challenged each family individually, causing chaos among the Bai, Yu, and Lin families. But that was only because he hadn't faced the united front of the three major conglomerates. 1-on-1. He might win, but 3-on-1? Surely not. And with the research institute involved, that made it 4-on-1. Such power could sweep through the entire alliance in no time. The dean listened to their back-and-forth laughter, nearly grinding his teeth to dust in anger. I'm not joking. Listen carefully. The plan is cancelled. Understand? Han Shangjuan immediately flew forward, urgently explaining to Bai Henian, "Seniors, this is no laughing matter." Their serious attitude made Bai Henian start to doubt again. No way? Could he really be that strong? Is the Bai family bloodline really that powerful? Lin Korong snorted coldly, "Have some self-respect. If you really believe that, you've wasted all these years of meals. Even a 3-year-old wouldn't believe such nonsense." "Xiaohan, you too," Lin Korong scolded disapprovingly. "Stop helping your dean with this nonsense. Do you really need me to test the strength of our families before you'll stop? Why won't you believe me?" Han Shangjuan broke out in a cold sweat. Seeing that reasoning with them was futile, she turned her gaze to Bai Tianji. "You've been here the whole time. Tell them, is this a joke?" For a moment, all eyes turned to Bai Tianji. Bai Tianji was indeed arrogant, no doubt about that. Faced with so many 9th-tier powerhouses staring at her, she felt immense pressure, almost unable to breathe. Tisk. Bai Hanyang frowned, looking increasingly displeased at this supposedly arrogant and domineering girl from the third branch. "What are you saying? Do you think we're going to eat you? Has the family raised you to be a stutterer? Speak up." Bai Tianji straightened her chest and exhaled deeply. "Tianji believes our plan is foolproof and absolutely won't fail." Han Xiangjuan was about to retort, Enough. Lin Korong interrupted impatiently. "We're all busy and don't have time for your nonsense. Get to the point." Bai Ning, who had been listening on the side for a while, was quite displeased with how they ignored him while discussing tactics. "What's the meaning of this? Looking down on me?" He cleared his throat and lazily said, "You all seem to be having a good time chatting. Why not include me in the conversation?" The dean was so angry he couldn't speak. Bai Hanyang snorted coldly, glanced proudly at Bai Tianji, and signaled her to inform Bai Ning. Bai Tianji, having received permission, straightened her back and smiled confidently. "With so many of us, do you really think you're a god who can defeat everyone? Your energy must be significantly depleted by now. With our strategy of taking turns, we'll wear you down sooner or later." Bai Ning responded with a hum. He had indeed used a portion of his abilities, and the consumption was considerable. But with them dragging things out for so long, his sub-divine level technique wasn't something to be trifled with. His internal energy had already replenished itself. As expected, villains often meet their end because they talk too much. Bai Tianji was dissatisfied with Bai Ning's reaction. Facing the siege of the four major forces, shouldn't he be panicking and begging for mercy by now? Don't get cocky too soon. Bai Tianji said arrogantly. "Let me tell you the truth, it's easy for us to take you down. It's just a matter of whether we want to or not." "Oh?" Bai Ning finally showed some interest. "Let's hear it. You want me to shut up?" "I won't," Bai Tianji retorted angrily.
Bai Ning, listen carefully.
Have you heard of the ability lock? Bai Ning frowned. He indeed hadn't heard of this term.
He glanced at the dean, his eyes full of disdain and helplessness.
He knew Bai Tianji wasn't lying. Then, tell me, what exactly is it? Bai Ning directly asked the dean. The dean snorted coldly and didn't answer. Bai Ning, growing impatient, turned to Bai Tianji. You tell me. Don't hold back. Bai Tianji didn't hesitate and explained, you've used an awakening serum, haven't you? The reason you could awaken your abilities is that your mother specifically reserved an SSS-level awakening serum for you.
She raised her head, her eyes filled with hatred.
Do you think you're invincible now? But let me tell
you, the awakening serum contains special materials that allow the consortium to control everyone's ability states.
As long as the ability lock is activated, you'll become the most ordinary, weakest person. Even a first-tier ability user could easily kill you. In other words, if they want you to have power, you'll have it. If they want you to be useless, you'll be worse than the dirtiest pigs and dogs. Bai Ning was stunned. Are you saying that all awakening serums have been tampered with? In this
world, anyone who wanted to awaken abilities couldn't do so without the Lin family's awakening serum. It was their monopoly, and privately manufacturing it was a capital
offense.
If what Bai Tianji said was true, it meant the consortium truly intended to control everyone, treating people as tools to be manipulated at will.
Even if someone suddenly became powerful, like Bai Ning, they had a way to deal with it. Once the ability lock was activated, no matter how strong someone was, they wouldn't be able to use their abilities and would be at the mercy of others. Bai Tianji smiled smugly. Bai Ning, are you scared now? No matter how strong you are, you can't escape our grasp.
She covered her mouth with a laugh, her red lips curling up.
But the serums used by the consortium's descendants are clean. Only you will be locked. A surge of anger boiled within Bai Ning, leaving him speechless.
He looked around at Bai Tianji, Bai Hanyan, Lin Coron, and Han Shangjuan.
Each of their faces was filled with the confidence and arrogance of having everything under control. Once, he didn't understand, but now he knows, the arrogance stems from the power in their hands. His golden eyes shone brighter and brighter, eventually transforming into two blazing flames, burning, ready to incinerate everything. This so-called ability lock? They can restrict E-level, SSS-level. But what about God level? And what if it's God level? Now, it's his turn to change everything. The Institute hasn't even figured out the basics of time abilities, let alone restricting sub-God level abilities. Bai Ning simply doesn't believe they can lock God level abilities. Devour, 18.5/100 trillion. Assets, to ascend to God level, Candle Dragon Eyes, then let's begin. Bai Ning suddenly smiled. While there are still people who can hold on, who can activate the ability lock, hurry up and start.
After speaking, his aura began to spread wildly, slightly distorting the surrounding space.
Skyhunter emitted a sharp vibrating sound. Everyone held their breath, tense to the extreme. Bai Ning, however, gradually disappeared into the air. He ran away? Bai Tianji froze, then sneered, is that all?
He hasn't even truly started, and he's already desperate to escape.
Lin Korong hesitated, glancing at Bai Henian, who also frowned. Brother Bai, what do you think? If we activate the ability lock, I can operate it. But once activated, the losses will be significant.
Not to mention the civilians discovering our backup plan, dealing
with them afterward will be even more troublesome.
The hunters and troops in the underground might be caught off guard.
The losses will be devastating. Bai Henian hesitated as well. The ability lock is the final trump card. Since its deployment, it has never been truly used. If Bai Ning has fled, that's fine. What I'm worried about is... Worried about what? Lin Korong asked, afraid he would rather die than submit? Bai Henian didn't answer. He feared Bai Ning wouldn't be easily dealt with.
Besides the mysterious and unpredictable timespace ability, Bai Ning had an even more terrifying secret. His upgrade speed was astonishing, surpassing SSS-level abilities. At this moment, Bai Henian finally understood why the director was worried, why he said the plan had already failed. He exchanged glances with the director, who looked equally grim, and their faces instantly darkened. The scene fell into an eerie silence. On the massive island, the towering vines threatening all directions continued to spread, but no one dared to break the silence.
Just then a faint sound, like a blade slicing through the air. At the edge of the battlefield, a slender, black crack suddenly appeared.
The crack spanned thousands of meters, cutting across the entire island, separating everyone.
SSS-SSS-SSS-SSS. Several faint sounds followed in succession. The people closest to the crack hadn't reacted yet when it lightly swept across their bodies. Their expressions froze instantly. In the next moment, their bodies silently split apart, blood spurting out. It's a spatial rift. The nearly 3,000-meter-long spatial rift was terrifying. Even Bai Henian, familiar with Bai Ning's abilities, had just recognized it. He had just realized Bai Ning's true intention. He wasn't running away. He wanted to clear the field. Quick! Hurry, Lin Korong, unlock it! Bai Henian was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, urging Lin Korong frantically. He no longer resembled an elder. Damn it! You've left us no choice. Lin Korong snapped back to reality and waved his hand without hesitation. Blood-red runes condensed in the air, flying toward the blood-red gemstone in his hand. He let out a low roar, his thin fingers clenching tightly. Crack! The gemstone shattered with a sound. A thick blood mist spread, permeating the air. A flickering pattern disappeared into the void. The sky suddenly darkened. Whether inside or outside the underground, everyone felt a sudden emptiness within their bodies. With the activation of the ability lock, only the researchers and consortium members could continue to act. Except for those retaining abilities, everyone else, whether in battle or on the brink of death needing abilities to save their lives, had no choice at this moment. What? Why can't I use my ability anymore? Quick, stop that Ironbone. Tiger, use your ability now. It's a beast tide. Quickly notify all defensive and ranged ability users. Wait, where's my ability? In an instant, the entire world descended into chaos. Countless people perished under the claws of the beasts, and some were even devoured by the backlash of their own abilities. Flying ability users plummeted from the sky, reduced to pulp. Fire ability users were burned to charcoal by their own flames. Beast-taming ability users were bitten to death by the very beasts they had raised. On the island, no one had the mind to think about these things. Their eyes were all fixed on the space rift spanning thousands of meters. Why hasn't this rift disappeared? Lin Korong muttered to himself. The black rift stretched across the sky, showing no signs of dissipating despite the activation of the ability lock. Buzz! A deep vibration emanated from the depths of the rift, causing everyone's eardrums to ache and their hearts to race uncontrollably. The next second, the rift began to expand at an astonishing speed, slicing through everything in its path. Even the dense forest constructed by the Dean with SSS-Level wood abilities was split in two. Run! I don't believe it. No one can use an ability of this level, it doesn't even conform to SSS-Level standards. By the time the crowd realized they needed to flee, it was already too late. The rift's expansion was faster than the speed of the fastest agility ability users. Blood, fragments of mechas, and severed limbs splattered from the other side of the rift, leaving chaos in its wake. Bai Tianji's face, once filled with smugness and mockery, froze instantly, replaced entirely by fear. She watched helplessly as the upper bodies of several people in front of her vanished in an instant, leaving only two legs standing. No, impossible. Her legs gave way, and she collapsed to the ground, a foul-smelling liquid spreading beneath her. Everyone knew it was too late to escape. The people present were either seasoned warriors with extensive combat experience or researchers who had undergone countless experiments. With one glance, they could determine that, at the rift's speed, there was only one outcome for them. I can fly. A flying ability user laughed maniacally, ignoring his companion's warnings and taking off into the air. But as the rift passed, his final smile was swallowed by the endless darkness. I'll dig underground. I can make a tunnel. Quick, run. A user with earth abilities plunged his hands into the ground, activating his ability to create a tunnel. The people on the surface hurriedly climbed in. The screams and words of gratitude from inside the tunnel turned to silence as the rift swept through. Bai Hanyang, a veteran warrior who had weathered countless storms, thought he understood Bai Ning's power thoroughly. Now, his face was ashen. Their strongest trump card, the ability lock, was incapable of restricting the space rift unleashed by Bai Ning. Such a large-scale attack was impossible without a controller, let alone one that could sweep across the entire island. The only conclusion was, Bai Ning's ability has already surpassed SSS-Level, reaching an unprecedented realm. Bai Hanyan's voice was hoarse, filled with despair. We have awakened a monster. He smiled bitterly and looked at the Dean, letting out a deep Sigh. The dean's expression was grave as he turned and left without hesitation. Golden runes flickered in the air, sparks flying, and the dean's figure quickly disappeared from everyone's sight, leaving behind Han Shangjuan and the members of the consortium, their faces full of terror. Bai Ning had yet to appear, but with just this one move, nearly everyone on the island had been wiped out. Even Bai Ning's own younger sister, Bai Tianji, a direct descendant of the third branch, hadn't had time to escape and was swallowed by the rift. The dean had fled as well. Now, only a few of them remained, all of whom were former subordinates defeated by Bai Ning, completely powerless to resist. Lin Coron was somewhat dazed, even beginning to harbor a sliver of hope. Could it be that Bai Ning can't actually use his ability? Otherwise, why hasn't he appeared yet? Could it be that the rift is just a characteristic of space abilities, able to exist without being maintained? Han Shangjuan's eyes darted around, still reeling from the blow of the dean abandoning her. Mechanically, she pointed to a few people who had suddenly poked their heads out on the island. If it doesn't require control, how could they still be alive? Everyone followed her finger and looked over. Amidst the ruins, a few people were coughing as they climbed up. Counting them, there were exactly 14. These were the SSS-level special ability users the dean had gathered over the years. Yu Honying, as the head of the Yu family, was the only leader present who hadn't reached the 9th tier. While other families had their ancestors leading the charge, the Yu family's ancestor had refused to help, leaving Yu Honying no choice but to reluctantly lead the siege against Bai Ning. He had thought that with their numbers and the ability lock, capturing Bai Ning was a sure thing. He hadn't expected the situation to end so quickly. He couldn't understand how there were still survivors on the island. The power of this spatial slicing was so immense that even with countless protective treasures on him, he couldn't guarantee his own survival. So how did these people survive? Was it simply because they were SSS-level ability users? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but voice his thoughts. The 9th tier experts present all war-heavy expressions, and no one answered him. After an awkward silence, the Yu family's head guard couldn't bear it any longer and stepped forward to whisper, "Master, this shows that Bai Ning's control over space has reached an extremely terrifying level. Not only can he casually unleash such a powerful attack, but he can also avoid harming these people. Bai Ning didn't want to kill them, which is why they're still alive." What? Yu Honying's eyes widened as he urgently asked, "Then why are we still fighting?" "Ancestors, we should think of a way to beg Bai Ning for forgiveness." Bai Hanyang finally glanced at him. "As the head of the Yu family, how can you lack even basic composure? Why are you panicking?" Yu Hongying's mouth twitched. "Ancestor, you're of the same surname as Bai Ning, so of course you're not worried. But it's different for us. If he kills us, he won't show any mercy. Old Master Lin, can you offer some advice?" He turned to Lin Coron, seeking support. A complex expression flashed in Lin Coron's eyes. He had just spoken harshly to Bai Ning earlier, and now asking for mercy would be utterly humiliating. How could he possibly accept that? Sighing, he looked around. Bai Ning still hadn't appeared, and a glimmer of hope reignited in his heart. That guy Bai Ning must have run away, right? Otherwise, where is he after all this time? After all, that move, while powerful, must have exhausted all his energy. He should be completely drained by now. Bai Hanyang and Yu Honying didn't respond. The leaders of the three major conglomerates were left in a state of confusion. Each family leader had their own calculations, and for a moment, no one offered any suggestions. No one noticed Han Shangjuan quietly retreating. Once she had put some distance between herself and the group, she suddenly unleashed her ability at full force and accelerated to escape. The direction she fled in was exactly the same as the one the dean had taken earlier. Bai Hanyang roared in anger, "How bold!" He was nearly exploding with rage at his teammates. The dean, their strongest ally, had lost his fighting spirit from the start and had even fled outright earlier. The prestigious research institute couldn't even put up a fight against Bai Ning and collapsed without a trace of resistance. Now Han Shangjuan was fleeing without even engaging in battle. What would happen to the conglomerates now? You can run, but you can't hide. The dean and Han Shangjuan were acting independently, with no regard for each other. Let them run. Their family forces were vast, with no place to hide. Sooner or later, Bai Ning would find their strongholds. If they didn't take this chance to eliminate Bai Ning today, things would only get worse in the future. Unexpectedly, the situation suddenly took a turn. The
The sound of Han Xiangjuan's rapid footsteps abruptly stopped, as if something had blocked her
path. Then, a mocking laugh echoed from afar, resounding through the sky. Are we playing hide and seek now?
Bai Ning, holding someone in his left hand, casually grabbed Han Xiangjuan by the neck as he passed her and lifted her up.
He walked steadily through the air, his movements relaxed, step by step approaching the conglomerate's crowd.
When Bai Hanyang and the others saw the person in Bai Ning's hand, their expressions changed. With every step Bai Ning took forward, the hundreds of people from
the conglomerates took a step back. Jiang Lin had just struggled out from under a massive vine.
Looking up, he saw this scene.
He recognized several of the conglomerate
leaders. These people are all big shots, rarely appearing in public, but every time their names surface, the headlines are dominated.
Throughout the Federation, even children
just starting kindergarten can recognize their faces. They are truly at the pinnacle of power. When Jiang Lin was younger, he once spoke ill of Yu Hongying online and was scolded by netizens for a month. In the end, he had to move to avoid being tracked. But now, these big shots were actually so frightened by a young man that they kept retreating.
As an SSS-level ability user, Jiang Lin couldn't help but feel a bit proud.
When Bai Ning told them that he would go alone and the others should quickly run far away, Jiang Lin thought for sure that Bai Ning was doomed. With the mindset of better him than me, he didn't look back at all. Yet even so, he still couldn't escape that earth-shattering rift. Now he finally understood that Bai Ning's warning not to cause trouble for him was genuine.
Bai Ning was truly invincible. Not just
Jiang Lin, but the other dozen or so SSS-level prisoners who had just escaped looked at Bai Ning with nothing but admiration in their eyes.
Bai Hanyang was filled with regret.
If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have fought Bai Ning for secrets or coveted his possessions. If he had just let Bai Ning inherit the Bai family business.
Honestly, allowing the Bai family to grow bigger and dominate the Federation, wouldn't that have been better?
As he retreated, he forced a smile and said, Bai Ning, seeing how far you've come today, I feel very gratified.
We can talk things over. Especially, could you put the dean down first? His arm is already broken.
Bai Ning glanced at the bloodied dean. Earlier, he had been a bit angry and had gone too hard. In the end, finding his abilities inconvenient, he simply used his own hands to beat him up severely.
Now the dean's body was almost entirely covered in injuries. Not only were there deep wounds exposing bone, but there were also large bruises. Both arms hung limply. To be precise, only one arm was left. The other arm was barely attached to the shoulder by some skin and flesh, likely having fallen off in the earlier chaos. Hey, you're not dead yet, are you? Bai Ning asked casually.
The dean weakly opened his eyes. The water barrier on his face had been broken countless
times and was no longer necessary to maintain.
After all, being beaten to this extent, even his own mother wouldn't recognize him.
Good, you're not dead. Dying would.
B2EA. Especially when he mentioned this, he looked up at Bai Ning again.
9th tier upper rank.
When they first arrived, Bai Ning was still at the middle rank.
In just a few minutes, he had ascended to the 9th tier upper rank. Even the dean couldn't last long under his hands, utterly defeated. His current strength might already rival Li Yinsong, or even surpass him.
18 years old, becoming the strongest. Bai Ning hadn't expected himself to be so straightforward, revealing all his plans. He even truthfully disclosed the secret of the council's interest in his rapid upgrades. At this moment, he was indeed at the 9th tier upper rank.
After killing so many
plump researchers, it would be strange if he hadn't ascended to the upper rank. Devour, 54 out of 100 trillion assets, to grow into god level, Candle Dragon Sky Eye. When the devouring reached 40 trillion, the energy within his body began to self-operate, directly breaking through to the upper rank.
Bai Ning calculated silently. At this upgrade speed, he could become a god-level ability user within a few months. That would be the true strongest.
Sometimes, thinking about it, this upgrade speed was ridiculously fast.
If he didn't admit to cheating, who would believe it? But it didn't matter.
With his current strength, even if someone coveted his golden finger, no one
could touch him.
Bai Hanyang and the others held their breath and waited for a long time, but Bai Ning remained motionless. The tension reached its peak, and a few with weaker mental fortitude fainted silently, falling from the sky. Bai Hanyang felt a slight relief, seeing Bai Ning not continuing the slaughter, guessing he wouldn't go on
another killing spree. Bai Ning, how about? Bai Ning interrupted directly. Whose plan is this? A seemingly random question. Bai Hanyang immediately understood his Meaning,
He was asking who the mastermind behind today's siege was.
the few exchanged glances, cold sweat instantly soaking their backs. Bai Ning looked at their reactions and understood everything. Everyone wanted to kill him. It seems I was still too soft-hearted last time, didn't make you remember the lesson. He glanced lightly at Bai Hanyang. Go, lead the way.
Bai Hanyang found this gaze very familiar, like the way he looked at his grandson.
But he dared not show his anger, instead forcing a stiff smile. All right.
Bai Ning had once hated these conglomerates for playing by the law of the jungle.
Survival of the fittest, keeping the useful, discarding the useless.
But now, looking back, he felt it wasn't entirely unreasonable.
At least now, he didn't need to say a word more. When he stepped into the Federation territory.
Again, from the moment he passed through the teleportation array, the carpet beneath his feet was already prepared. Banners fluttered in the sky, welcome Bai Ning's
triumphant return, succeeding the Bai conglomerate.
The Yu and Lin families congratulate Mr. Bai. Every member of the conglomerate stood by without exception, waiting. Bai Zhongyue had just lost his daughter, Bai Zhongyuan had just been ousted as the family head, and the disabled Bai Tianjue was among them.
Even Lin Xingyu and Yu
Hongming, whose children Bai Ning had personally killed, were present.
Everyone wore expressions of reverence and warmth. Not a trace of hostility could be seen. Outsiders
looking on might think they were welcoming their most esteemed ancestor.
Little ancestor Bai Ning walked through the crowd, receiving all their gazes. Being stared at
made his scalp tingle. What a world of survival of the fittest, Bai Ning muttered softly. His past experiences had taught him that nature couldn't be changed.
Don't be fooled by their current friendly facade. Inside, they were surely plotting new schemes, ready to strike when the opportunity arose.
Those who did wrong deserved the
punishment they got.
Surrounded by the crowd, Bai Ning boarded the exclusive family head's hover car and returned to the Bai family's old mansion.
The mansion was also brightly decorated, welcoming the family head's return. This was Bai Ning's first time entering the legendary conglomerate shrine.
At the center of the shrine was a crystal,
emitting a soft white glow. Bai Hanyang walked forward with a smile. This is the symbol of the Bai family's exclusive authority for the family head.
It holds the core key to all Bai family assets, including liquid cash, fixed assets, secret investment projects, and all military deployment permissions.
Its value is immeasurable.
Despite Bai Hanyang's calm demeanor, he couldn't help but reveal a trace of heartbreak at this moment. This represents the power accumulated by the Bai family over hundreds of years, now handed over to this man who has stepped on them.
No one knows what Bai Ning will do next.
Bai Ning didn't think much, using his mental power to scan and
confirm everything was normal.
At Bai Hanyang's signal, he reached out and picked up the crystal stone.
Small characters began to frantically jump in his vision.
Detected massive asset influx. Asset valuation in progress. Devour 54 trillion assets. To advance to god level ability. Candle Dragon Eyes. Detected total assets
exceeding 100 trillion. Devouring progress complete.
Congratulations to the host for successfully unlocking god level ability. Candle Dragon Eyes.
The location of the Divine Realm has been pointed out to you. The Divine Realm awaits your arrival.
A surge of pure energy flooded into his body like a dam breaking.
This time, the power was unprecedented, so strong that Bai Ning couldn't help but tremble. Bai Hanyang found it strange. Was he overly excited?
Moments later, Bai Ning lowered his hands, revealing
his eyes.
They were a pair of eyes burning with pure golden flames, as scorching as the sun.
The majestic vertical pupils naturally exuded an aura of inviolability, sweeping across the room, even making Bai Hanyang, a ninth-tier powerhouse, feel the urge to kneel in submission. Bai Hanyang suddenly recognized these eyes. They were dragon eyes, the legendary dragon pupils.
No wonder Bai Ning had such profound mastery of dual-element abilities in time and space.
In legends, true dragons were they, creators of this world, opening their eyes to bring daylight and closing them to bring night. They controlled the cycle of seasons and the alternation of all things, born as gods. Bai Ning actually possessed dragon pupils. For a moment, Bai Hanyang couldn't help but feel a chill for those ancestors who had ascended to the divine realm in earlier years. It seemed likely that Bai Ning would soon enter the divine realm, perhaps even altering its structure. Bai Ning blinked, feeling the wonder of the candle. Dragon eyes. He could only say, it was indeed a god-level ability. Time and space changed again in his eyes. The energy between heaven and earth became extraordinarily docile, naturally harmonious and obedient to him. Bai Ning even felt that if he asked them to dance, they would comply.
He raised his head, those eyes burning with golden flames, majestic and scorching, ready to embrace his future.
The golden flame vertical pupils swept across everyone in the ancestral hall. All ability users below the ninth tier felt their legs weaken and knelt down one after another.
From today onwards, the concept of ability locks is completely abolished. I don't care what methods
you use, but from now on, no awakening potions can contain any additives.
For those involved in this matter, I give you two choices.
Either abolish your abilities
and live honestly as ordinary people, or join the underground army and atone for your sins through military service.
As for those who want to kill me,
Bai Ning touched his chin and paused for a moment. This pause made everyone's faces turn pale with fear.
Bai Ning waved his hand, send them all to the most dangerous front lines of the beast tide. Their lives are their own responsibility.
After speaking, he no longer paid attention to these people and directly teleported back to the academy.
Xingyu
had been waiting here alone for so long, he wondered if she was used to it.
Bai Ning returned to the dormitory immediately but didn't see her. He then went to the
cafeteria and his master's training room to search several times but still couldn't find her.
Helpless, he stopped by his master's place to say hello. Li Yintsong looked Bai Ning up and down, assessing his current strength, and couldn't help but twitch his expression. You brat, what kind of miraculous pills are in the underground? You went out once, and now you're at the 10th tier? Are you planning to enter the divine realm tomorrow, surpassing me, your master, by decades?
Bai Ning scratched his head
and grinned.
He was focused on finding Xingyu and had no mood for idle chat with his master.
Li Yintsong saw through his thoughts, laughed, and scolded him as a little rascal, waving him off.
Bai Ning wandered around the academy but still couldn't find Xingyu. He had no choice but to call her.
The call quickly connected, and the sound
of crashing and countless people begging for mercy came from the other end.
Xingyu? What's going on? Is someone bullying you? Bai Ning frowned. Wait a moment. Xingyu responded sweetly, and after a man's miserable scream, she continued, You're back. I missed you so much. Don't worry, I'm doing great now.
Bai Ning was a bit skeptical,
and directly asked for her address, then teleported over. Upon arrival, he discovered it was an underground hideout of a criminal gang. Inside, a large group of
people had been knocked down, and Xingyu was standing with her back to him, stepping on someone's face, laughing lightly as she said, Big bad guy, now you know you were
wrong, huh?
Unexpectedly, Xingyu had grown bold enough to go out alone and fight for justice.
Bai Ning couldn't help but feel amused and exasperated. Haven't seen you for a few days, you've made quite some progress.
Xingyu turned around in surprise, her fierce expression instantly softening into clarity. She ran joyfully into Bai
Ning's arms.
Bai Ning patted the girl's head and muttered, Seems like you've grown taller too.
Xingyu, do you want to visit the divine realm?
I do.
You agreed so quickly, aren't you afraid it's dangerous there? As long as you're with me, I'm not afraid of anything. No matter how dangerous it is, you'll definitely save me, right?
According to the Federation's records, Bai Ning entered the divine realm at the age of 18 years and 7 months.
In less than a year, the gates to the divine realm opened wide.
The energy concentration within the Federation increased by several levels.
Many ordinary people awakened A-level, S-level, and even numerous SSS-level abilities.
Under Bai Ning's leadership, the monopoly of the conglomerates was broken. The Federation's history named this year the first year of the new era.